You have discovered a train. Exploration complete. You are the conductor of this train. Establishment complete. Inside the carriage, Gu Yi was somewhat bewildered. Before his eyes appeared a deep blue translucent panel, like a character attribute panel from a video game. At the top of the deep blue panel in the announcement section, red text clearly indicated the survival train journey is about to begin for all. Time remaining to arrive at the first station, 005951. Seeing this, he only remembered that earlier in the classroom, he heard a loud boom beside his ear, and a blinding white light instantly devoured everything before him. When he opened his eyes again, he had inexplicably arrived here. Besides the announcement section, this deep blue panel also had 9 options below: character skills, inventory, missions, chat, trade, train, shop. Gu Yi didn't examine each option one by one. Instead, he first looked around at the surrounding scene. From the interior layout, it seemed like he was in a carriage without seats. The moment his gaze followed the window to look outside, his pupils suddenly contracted. At this moment, the carriage seemed to be suspended in an endless, boundless, deep space. In the distance, stars were arranged like chess pieces on a dark canvas. Wait, where the hell did this bring me? After a brief moment of trance, Gu Yi took a deep breath and continued to examine the situation inside the carriage. Soon he had a preliminary understanding of the current environment. First, he was alone in the carriage. Second, except for the restroom, there were no other compartments. Since the space outside both front and back doors was also starry, he didn't dare to try opening them for the moment. Gu Yi didn't shout loudly. Instead, he turned to look at the deep blue panel before him. This translucent panel could be controlled to appear or disappear by mental will. Under his will, he first opened the chat tab. He could choose between public chat or friend chat. Public channel ID 4396. Current number of people 999910000. Daily posting limit 3. Zhang Dabo, damn, what happened to that guy who said he was going to open the door just now? Why is his avatar showing as gray when I click on it? Zhozhen, look at the number above. It shows 1 fewer person. Could he have died? Luyong, damn, he's gone just like that. Everyone don't open doors recklessly. Su Li, your gray avatar will... In the chat panel, clicking on a speaker's name would show their real avatar. Before long, Gu Yi noticed that the current count had decreased by another 2 people, sending a chill down his spine. Good thing he hadn't rashly opened the door, or else he might have been gone too. The public channel ID could not be changed, and friend chat required adding others as friends. With luck, one might end up in the same chat channel as someone they knew. So Gu Yi decided to give it a try and see if there was anyone he recognized. He wrote down his school, class, and home address, sending it once a minute. 3 minutes later, he was deeply disappointed. A few people added him, but none were acquaintances, not even from the same city. Regarding this, Gu Yi decided to look at his own character attributes. Character tab. Survivor Gu Yi. ID 33550337. Strength 10. Constitution 10. Agility 10. Spirit 10. Stamina 99. From information gathered in the public chat, the average of normal people's 4 attributes was around 5. Very few people had attributes 1 or 2 points higher than the average. But when he found his own attributes were double that of ordinary people, Gu Yi fell into thought. Ever since arriving in this carriage, he felt his spirit refreshed, a stark contrast to his drowsy self in the classroom. Below the panel, the stamina bar could be touched with a thought to instantly know its meaning. As the name implied, when the stamina bar was at 100, it represented a person's optimal state. When it decreased to 0, it meant the person was dead. Then, do I have a talent? Gu Yi clicked the skills tab next to the character tab. In the public chat, just now a few people had said they activated powerful talents. He remembered there was a grade and 2 grade. The skill panel backdrop was a starry sky with a blazing small sun at the center. SS grade talent Star C Pioneer. Pioneer points 0. Wait, SS grade? For a moment, Gu Yi's face was bursting with excitement. Above grades D and C were B, A, and S, and his talent was SSS surpassing grade. The moment he clicked on the talent, he instantly knew how to use it. Explore, understand, establish, connect. As long as these 4 requirements were fulfilled, the pioneering would be successful, thereby enhancing the targeted object. This reminded him of the 2 messages that popped up when he first arrived in the carriage. You have discovered a train. Exploration complete. You are the conductor of this train. Establishment complete. Half of the 4 criteria were completed. Completing the other 2 would successfully pioneer this train. Gu Yi directly clicked the train tab. A miniature carriage model, black outside and white inside, popped up before his eyes with the train's specific attributes listed below. Train name unnamed. Train ID 33550337. Conductor Gu Yi. Train level 1. Speed 100. Attack 0. Defense 100. Durability 100. Power 100. Current carriage length 5m, width 3m, height 3m. You have checked the train's detailed information. Understanding complete. When the last message popped up, Gu Yi's eyes lit up. Sure enough, it was just as he had guessed. Explore, understand, establish. These 3 could all be understood literally. But how was the final connect? Gu Yi noticed that the train was still unnamed. Name it Star C Pioneer. However, this time no message popped. After thinking without result, he clicked on each attribute of the train tab one by one. The first 3 were unremarkable. The train's ID matched his personal character ID. Spend 100 world coins to upgrade train level. Yes. Insufficient world coins. Upgrade failed. The currency called world coins could be obtained through the Multiverse Redemption module in the Shop tab. It was clearly stated that collected quality materials could be redeemed for world coins. Apart from the Multiverse Redemption at the top of the Shop tab, all other items were grayed out and unavailable with a note that accumulating 10 world coins worth of materials would unlock them. After understanding this information, Gu Yi had a clearer picture in his mind. When the countdown in the announcement ended, the train would arrive at the first station. They would collect materials at the station, exchange them for world coins, and thus complete various upgrades. Ding. User Lin Mushue has applied to add you as a friend via ID search. Accept. Was this the beautiful class flower from the neighboring class? He immediately accepted the friend request, but Gu Yi had no mind to look at the message she sent. Remaining countdown 0001, preparing for warp. Outside the window, a blinding white light suddenly burst forth. The train has arrived at the station. Corpse. Station difficulty low risk 9-star station type single-player train station description. This is an ancient border town built against the mountains with tall stone walls. 3 months ago, an ancient tomb in the mountains collapsed, releasing foul energy that mixed with a local plague, causing some of the deceased townsfolk to undergo corpse transformation. After the incident, the local magistrate organized village braves and a small garrison of border troops to suppress the threat. They drove away or sealed most of the walking corpses in the town's northern funeral home and several large residences using lime and talismans to mark quarantine zones. However, before the problem could be fully resolved, an urgent military order called away the border troops. The magistrate and some braves disappeared during a subsequent suppression mission deep into the funeral home. You have driven the train to a station. Connection complete. Congratulations, you have completed a pioneering of the reward train evolution paths. 3 Pioneer points 100. Locked Corpse Town. Low risk 9 stars. Gu Yi clicked and immediately obtained more station information. Low risk station difficulty ranges from 1 to 9 stars from low to high. In other words, 9 stars is the highest difficulty level among low risk grades. No, the very first station already throws a challenge at me. At this moment, the view outside the window was no longer the deep space. What met his eyes was a row of towering stone walls nearly 3 zhang high. The stone wall was built of large blocks of bluish-gray mountain rocks, its surface covered with dark brown withered vines and slippery moss. And right in front of the train door where it stopped stood the town gate. 2 heavy iron-bound wooden gates, one half open and the other tilted inward in collapse, as if smashed open by a tremendous force from inside. The bricks above the gate opening still bore yellow paper talismans stained with blood, occasionally rustling in the wind. Just one glance made Gu Yi's heart start to retreat. He had no weapons at all. If he rashly went in and alerted the living corpses, he would be surrounded. That would be dangerous. The train's jump to this station consumed 10 of its power energy, leaving 90. It currently showed that each jump consumes 10, so even if this station was not feasible, he could still choose to jump to the next unknown station. Therefore, the train must have at least 10 power energy. Once the power energy is exhausted, the train becomes unusable, and one must collect materials to exchange for world currency to replenish energy. Gu Yi's plan was to maintain at least 20 power energy, because the train showed that it could jump back to the deep space station at any time. That place was equivalent to a temporary safe parking spot, consuming very little energy and allowing a brief undisturbed rest. An hour passed, and not even one of the power energy was consumed. Otherwise, 10 energy merely meant jumping from one station to the next. But if encountering an equally dangerous station once energy is exhausted, it would depend on whether the train's 100 defense value and durability could hold. If durability reaches 0, the train would be damaged, and that would basically be the end. Unless he happened to board someone else's train, he would be trapped in the current station forever. This information was what Gu Yi had learned earlier by clicking on the train's attributes. Route 1, a flame cannon consumes 100 exploration points. Route 2, iron curtain consumes 150 exploration points. Route 3, flash track consumes 300 exploration points. When Gu Yi noticed that the train had completed an exploration upon arriving at the station, he was instantly attracted by the 3 route options. By simple touch, more detailed information could be seen. Route 1, flame cannon at specific positions on both sides and top of the train. Several fixed flame cannons composed of high-intensity fire element runes are condensed, capable of firing high-explosive fire bombs or continuous flame rays. Route 2, iron curtain. After activation, a sustained steel curtain force field expands around the train. Route 3, flash track enables the train to enter a flowing light state, greatly increasing base speed and drastically reducing the probability of being detected. The 3 route abilities correspond to attack, defense, and speed, all requiring train power energy to use. However, Gu Yi was not interested in the latter 2 for now. After the train successfully explored, only 100 exploration points were obtained. For now, he could only choose to unlock the first route ability. 100 exploration points consumed successfully unlocked Train Evolution, Route 1 Flame Cannon. Train name Star C Pioneer Attack 0100 Guyi did not hesitate and directly unlocked it. The train's attack was previously displayed as 0, and he had no weapons either. Now discovering a way to give the train offensive capability was truly a timely help. By mentally clicking the train panel, an attack module named Flame Cannon appeared. He could freely control the flame cannon to launch fire strikes around the train, covering a radius of 30 meters. Attack the town's ironbound wooden gate. Inside the carriage, Guyi began to activate the flame cannon. The two ironbound wooden gates were exactly at the outermost edge of the attack range. Boom! The half-open ironbound wooden door instantly turned into burning fragments flying in all directions, along with the tilted door frame and a large section of wall above collapsing in smoke and dust. The scorching blast wave carrying gravel and ashes slammed violently from the doorway into the stone-paved street inside the town, making the ground tremble. Under the impact of one high-explosive firebomb, the town gate was instantly destroyed. For a moment, most of the stone wall above the doorway collapsed, continuously dropping large piles of earth and rocks. Guyi estimated that if he fired another shot, the entire stone wall would collapse. Wuezo. The deafening roar of the high-explosive firebomb roughly tore apart the long-standing silence of lock. From dark windows and deep alleys sprinkled with lime, inhuman sounds arose from every corner of the town, then converged into a wave of chilling low roars that made one's marrow freeze. Thump, thump, thump. Even standing at the train door, Guyi could clearly hear the commotion from inside the town. It was as if a group of unknown creatures were eager to rush out. Having witnessed the power of the flame cannon, he was no longer afraid. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Walking corpses. Go speak with my flame cannon. When a dense crowd of walking corpses scrambled out from the collapsed town gate, the young man in the carriage slightly curled his lips. He did not choose to attack immediately, but continued to wait. 30 meters. 25 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. Fire. When the frontmost walking corpses stepped into the 10-meter range, Guyi immediately fired a high-explosive firebomb at them. Boom. A violently extreme, orange-red fireball bloomed arrogantly at the densest point of the corpse group. First, it was light that devoured everything. Then, like a vacuum blast caused by air expanding violently and tearing open, it easily crushed the howling of the corpse group. At the center, more than a dozen walking corpses paused for a moment and then directly vaporized and disintegrated in the expanding fireball, leaving only twisted silhouettes stretched and swallowed by the flame. The shockwave of the high-explosive firebomb turned into visible transparent ripples carrying flames in a perfect sphere, rapidly expanding outward. Wherever it passed, the walking corpses were reaped like by an invisible giant scythe. Those close were directly torn apart, becoming burning wreckage thrown backward. Those farther were like withered leaves swept up by a gale, hitting the stone pavement with bang-bang sounds. Even a few walking corpses under this great force crashed into the train, splashing large amounts of filthy blood. This made Guyi frown. No other reason. He was a bit displeased that the nice train was dirted by these walking corpses. From the train panel perspective, he could observe the surroundings in all directions. For a few walking corpses still crawling on the ground, he chose to use the flame cannon's second skill, Flame Ray. Crack. The moment the flame ray touched a walking corpse, the latter was ignited and turned into charcoal at a visible speed. This terrifying lethality satisfied Guyi. However, a dark mass of walking corpses was still pouring out from the town gate, scrambling over each other. After 5 high-explosive firebombs, the whole world seemed to fall silent. Outside the train, the ground was covered with countless severed limbs and broken arms of walking corpses. As the door opened from inside, a young man in a blue and white school uniform stepped out. Guyi picked up a slightly intact long sword from the ground. It had been at the waist of one of the walking corpses, and he was about to start scavenging. You have discovered the corpse-locked town exploration completed. You have discovered a walking corpse exploration completed. You have discovered an 8-sided Han sword exploration completed. You have obtained the 8-sided Han sword establishment completed. You have discovered. After getting off the train, a stream of messages flashed before his eyes. Meanwhile, Guyi noticed that the chat, trade, and shop tabs were grayed out with a cross mark, rendering them unusable. However, once he returned to the train, everything would revert to normal, indicating that the train was the anchor point for these 3 modules. Once the train was lost, he would face severe restrictions. Apart from this information, what concerned Guyi was that both the corpse-locked town and the walking corpse showed exploration as completed. Based on the experience gained from successfully pioneering the train earlier, exploration and understanding were relatively easy to accomplish. Simply witnessing an unknown object was enough to complete exploration. Understanding required knowing the details of the object. The latter two steps, establishment and connection, involved becoming the train conductor and driving it to a station. But this corpse-locked town was clearly different from the train. How could it be pioneered? As for the walking corpse, it puzzled him even more. Guyi shifted his gaze to the ancient longsword in his hand. Item 8-sided Hansword, quality 2-star, common note, an unremarkable longsword, value 2 world coins. You have viewed the information on the 8-sided Hansword, understanding completed. After picking it up from the ground, the 8-sided Hansword had already completed establishment, and now understanding was also done. To fully pioneer the weapon in his hand, the final step, connection, remained. Gripping the Han sword tightly, Guyi swung at once. Silence. Utter silence before him. No message appeared. Could slashing not achieve the connection? After a few more random swings, Guyi fell into thought again. The train completed its connection upon reaching the station. How was he supposed to do the same with this Han sword? Ugh. A walking corpse staggered to the entrance of the corpse-locked town. This walking corpse was different from the previous horde. Its head was not tilted at an odd angle, but sat straight like a normal human's. Though its coarse cloth garment was equally tattered, its skin was not as ashen and shriveled, instead showing a strange livid black. Upon noticing the living person outside the town, the corpse fixed its bloodshot, murky eyes on Guyi. In an instant, the livid black corpse lunged at Guyi in front of the train. This corpse's speed was noticeably faster than the previous group, but Guyi was even faster. Unfazed by the charging corpse, he gripped the 8-sided Han sword and charged forward to meet it. Ever since arriving in the train car, his body had felt unprecedentedly healthy. Both his physical strength and agility were leagues beyond what they were when he was still a student. Slash. The 8-sided Han sword in Guyi's hand traced a cold gleam, the blade flashing across the livid corpse's neck. Thud. As a head flew high into the air, a gush of foul blood spurted from the neck, and the headless corpse's body collapsed limply to the ground. Suddenly, a white glow caught Guyi's attention. The light emanated from within the livid corpse's skull. As he approached, a message appeared. Unknown item with several more slashes. Guyi found a white glowing bead amidst the gore. You have discovered a corpse pearl. Exploration completed. Since only half of the pearl was exposed, Guyi used the blade to pry it free from the flesh. It was about the size of a thumb. You have slashed the 8-sided Han sword 10 times. Connection completed. Congratulations, you have fully pioneered the 8-sided Han sword. Reward: 8-sided Han sword evolution paths 3 pioneer points, 10 path 1, flowing shadow cost 10 pioneer points, path 2, blazing edge cost 10 pioneer points, path 3, bedrock cost 10 pioneer points. Wait, so the earlier slashes hadn't reached the required number. Joy spread across Guyi's face. He hadn't expected the 8-sided Han sword to be successfully pioneered as well. Looking at the 3 evolution paths displayed on the blade, he decided to check the detailed descriptions first. The first was flowing shadow. Activating it would increase his speed, turning the blade into a near-transparent streak of light. The second was blazing edge. It would coat the blade in flames, enhancing its attack power. The third was bedrock. It boosted defense, making the blade more sturdy. After some deliberation, Guyi chose to pioneer the first path. He wasn't sure what would happen to his body if he got scratched by these walking corpses. To avoid such risks, greater speed was the better choice. The second path, blazing edge, sounded impressive with its flames, but it would be useless if he got caught. As for the third, Guyi dismissed it outright. Could defense really withstand a corpse's bite or scratch? His greatest fear was contracting the corpse poison and turning into one of them. Having watched countless zombie movies and shows, he had no desire to die before his journey even began. After much thought, the first path, flowing shadow, seemed the most suitable. Flowing shadow, pioneer it for me. 10 pioneer points consumed. Successfully unlocked evolution path 1, flowing shadow, for the 8-sided Han sword. Item: 8-sided Han sword, quality 2-star, common 7-star, common, active skill, flowing shadow. Note: a longsword imbued with special power, value 2 world coins, 7 world coins. After unlocking one path, the quality of the 8-sided Han sword had also improved. Previously, it had no skill displayed. Now an active skill had appeared. Its value had increased to 7 world coins. One thing puzzled Guyi. He noticed that the paths for this 8-sided Han sword differed from those of the train. The train's 3 paths required more pioneer points to unlock, while this Han sword's paths all cost the same. Could it be due to the difference in quality between the train and the sword? The train could perform jumps, though its value was unclear, but it was clearly beyond comparison with items like blades. Moreover, Guyi was thrilled to have successfully completed his second pioneer. Unlocking one path didn't mean the other 2 vanished. This meant that the more things he pioneered, the more pioneer points he would earn, and eventually, he could unlock all paths. He only needed to pick up 2 more items similar to the Han sword and pioneer them, and then the other 2 paths for this 8-sided Han sword would become available. What kind of pioneer is just one path? As a stellar pioneer, I must pioneer them all. Guyi's fighting spirit surged. Ordinary items could unlock new possibilities through his hands. Though the pioneer methods for the eight-sided Han sword and the train differed slightly, the sense of accomplishment from successfully pioneering the unknown and obtaining goodies was incredibly satisfying. Tearing a piece of cloth from a walking corpse to wrap the corpse pearl, Gu Yi continued to examine the information. Now he was eager to pioneer as many things as possible. Item: corpse pearl, quality 3-star, common note, core of a mutated walking corpse, value 3 world coins. You have obtained the corpse pearl, establishment completed. You have viewed the corpse pearl's information, understanding completed. Unlike the walking corpse, the corpse pearl could complete 3 steps. For the horde of walking corpses, only one exploration could be done so far. But neither the walking corpse nor the corpse pearl could be fully pioneered. Either these things had inherent limitations, or his current pioneer ability was still too weak. However, if walking corpses could be explored, what about normal humans? Gu Yi didn't consider himself, as no pioneer information about him had appeared. Summoning the deep blue panel, he opened his backpack. It had 10 slots, allowing him to store items freely. Gu Yi tried it. With a mere thought, the 8-sided Han sword in his hand automatically appeared in the backpack. The 10 storage slots decreased to 9. With another thought, the 8-sided Han sword materialized in his hand. Both the Han sword and the corpse pearl were common grade items, with star ratings ranging from 1 to 9. Noticing 2 or 3 more walking corpses appearing at the town entrance, Gu Yi stopped searching for supplies and decided to first test the train's initial defensive capabilities. He had already witnessed the power of the flame gun. 6 high-explosive incendiary rounds plus a flame ray, all consuming less than one of the power source. Ugh, ha. Arg. KH. Huh. Huh. Inside the train carriage, Gu Yi fixed his cold gaze upon the 3 walking corpses beyond the door. After testing, he confirmed that these low-level walking corpses were utterly incapable of damaging the train. Its durability remained unscathed. Seeing this, he prepared to take action. Having wasted 3 minutes observing these walking corpses would have to pay the price. With a hiss, the train door slid open from within, and Gu Yi immediately activated the active skill of the 8-sided Han sword in his hand. Flowing shadow, activate. In an instant, Gu Yi felt his body lighten, and the blade, gleaming with cold light in his hand, dissolved into a phantom shadow, vanishing. With a squelch, the translucent 8-sided Han sword cleaved through the heads of the 3 walking corpses in a single stroke, the blade untouched by a single drop of blood. Unlike the mutated corpse with its distinctive bluish-black skin, these walking corpses, clearly a tier weaker in combat prowess, lacked even a corpse pearl. Any normal person, as long as they weren't afraid, could defeat them. Of course, this was predicated on not being bitten or scratched. Facing such monsters, Gu Yi naturally dared not be careless. The train, after its expansion, boasted powerful weapons like the flame gun, but he himself was not that strong. To continue gathering supplies, he inevitably had to venture into this corpse-sealed town to investigate. Gu Yi was fairly satisfied with this active skill of the 8-sided Han sword. It indeed significantly increased his speed. However, just as the flame gun consumed the train's power, energy using this ability drained his stamina bar. Because the 3 walking corpses were dispatched so swiftly, it consumed less than 1 of his stamina. Next, he needed to continue gathering useful supplies from this pile of severed limbs and remains. Once he accumulated supplies worth 10 world coins, he could unlock other items in the shop. Soon Gu Yi's brow furrowed deeply. The earlier high-explosive flame bullet had been too powerful. Now, among the remains at the town's entrance, he found only 2 quality items. They were a kitchen knife and a jade pendant. Since these walking corpses only knew how to bite and claw, even if there were weapon-type supplies, they were mostly just hanging on their bodies, so there weren't many. The kitchen knife was unremarkable, a 1-star common grade item. After swinging it randomly 5 times, he gained 5 expansion points. The 3 route abilities it unlocked were also inferior to the 8-sided Han sword, so he chose to save the expansion points for now. As for the other jade pendant, although like the corpse pearl, the final step of connection remained unknown, its quality was the highest among the supplies he had gathered so far. Item: Clear Mind Pendant. Quality: 8-star common. Passive skill: Tranquil Mind Guardian. Note carved from green jade with a warm texture. The front is engraved with the words Ning Shin Calm Spirit. This pendant carries the simple wish of the county magistrate for his younger brother: a tranquil heart and unwavering integrity. Value: 8 world coins. Gu Yi glanced at the half-corpse on the ground, clad in an ancient luxurious robe, its appearance now unrecognizable. But that didn't matter. He would not let this item go to waste. With that thought, he hung the Clear Mind pendant around his neck. Survivor Gu Yi. Mental 10, 12 temporary. Just like the boost from activating Flowing Shadow, wearing this pendant immediately cleared his mind by a few degrees. With the few items he had gathered so far, their total value had already exceeded 10 world coins. But the 8-sided Han sword was his best weapon, so naturally he couldn't recycle it. The same went for this jade pendant, though possessing a passive skill clearly set it apart from ordinary items like the corpse pearl. Although the kitchen knife had no such concerns and could be thrown into the shop's universal recycling module for world coins, he chose not to do so. Guyi glanced at the sky outside. It was brilliantly bright, the time now noon. This reminded him of the time he had first arrived at this train, which was also nearing midday. So he was starting to feel a bit hungry. Another thing worth noting was that it was fortunate to be daytime now. If he had arrived at this place at night, let alone exploring, he definitely wouldn't dare to step out casually. First, lighting itself would be a major issue. How to rationally allocate the train's power energy would also become a significant matter to consider. To explore a station continuously, one must gather enough supplies for energy conversion. Guyi opened the trading interface, and instantly a list of trade offers appeared neatly arranged. Song Shuda, anyone need food? I have a box of meat floss biscuits and I want to trade for drinking water. Wang Daming, any brothers want to work out? All gym equipment is up for grabs. I only want food. By Jiani, kind handsome guy wants some worn underwear. Profile picture is me. Food or water is fine, I'm not picky. After a casual glance, Guyi couldn't help but sigh. Seriously, trading gym equipment was one thing, but selling worn underwear. Was he the only one whose first station was a dangerous place, teeming with walking corpses? At a time like this, who would be foolish enough to trade food for such things? Just as Guyi felt speechless, he saw that the trade information initiated by Jie showed trade success. Seriously, man. Lin Mushua, 3 pieces of bread, trade for a weapon. Suddenly, Guyi after scrolling down for a while, someone finally needed a weapon, and the person initiating this trade was none other than the class belle from the neighboring class who had added him as a friend not long ago. From the trading interface, he could also click on the other person's avatar. Long hair draped over her shoulders, delicate features, and a cool gleam in her beautiful eyes. It was indeed her. Seeing this, he recalled the message she had sent after adding him. Lin Mushua, hello classmate Guyi. I'm Lin Mushua from class 2 next door. Lin Mushua, may I ask if your first station is a single-person train station or a multi-person one? The friend list showed she had sent 2 messages. The first was a few seconds before the train arrived at the station. The second message came not long after, likely sent upon arrival. Guyi, am at a single-person train station. I saw your trade request in the trading interface. Do you want the kitchen knife? The moment Guyi sent this, a reply came back. Lin Mushua, yes. User Lin Mushua has initiated a trade request with you. Do you agree to proceed with the trade? Trade completed. Lost 1-star common item kitchen knife. Gain bread 10. Seeing the 10 pieces of bread instantly appear before him, Guyi nodded slightly, acknowledging her thoughtfulness. He had initially wondered if it was a bit of a loss since bread wasn't even a common grade item. The kitchen knife at the very least could be recycled for 1 world coin. But upon seeing her offer 10 pieces of bread in the trade, he finalized the transaction. Seeing no further activity from Lin Mushua, Guyi directly closed the deep blue panel, intending to eat a few pieces of bread to fill his stomach before continuing to explore Corpse-Sealed Town. Taking advantage of the fine weather outside, his primary goal was to gather as many quality supplies as possible to unlock items in the shop. At noon in Corpse-Sealed Town, a pitch-black train carriage hissed as it came to a stop, and Guyi stepped out from the compartment. As the conductor of this starry pioneer, he could perform various mental operations through the train column on the deep blue panel. Opening the doors or activating the flame cannon attack module were all at his whim. Guyi carefully surveyed his surroundings. Ahead lay Corpse-Sealed Town, while the area around him was a desolate wilderness devoid of any human figure. Before venturing into the town, he attempted to run toward the rear. About 50 meters from the train column on the deep blue panel turned gray and displayed a cross mark. As he returned, the train column became usable again. This gave Guyi a rough estimate. Operating the train with his mind also had a range limit. After figuring this out, he continued running toward the distant wilderness. Survivor, the area ahead can be about 100 meters from the train. This message popped up before Guyi's eyes. In front of him, an invisible transparent wall seemed to block his path, when no matter how he tried to circle around, he could not advance an inch further. Clearly, this station, named Corpse-Sealed Town, had a range limit matching the map information posted by other survivors in the public chat channel. Guyi hadn't been idle while eating bread in the carriage. He had been observing the public chat channel. The vast majority of people had low-risk single-person stations with difficulty ratings under 3 stars. Unlike this Corpse-Sealed Town, which started him off with the most dangerous low-risk 9-star rating. As for whether some information was as others described, such things could only be known through personal experience. Upon reflection, it made sense. Even if the train's energy ran out, it would stay put. As long as enough supplies were gathered, every survivor could survive long-term at different stations. Moreover, each station was like a separate otherworld. But once the exploration range of a station map was limited, the above notion was undoubtedly unfeasible. The map was only so large that if one didn't move to the next station, all supplies would eventually be exhausted. Returning to the entrance of Corpse-Sealed Town, Guyi took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the 8-sided Han sword. Inside the carriage, he could remain calm with high lethality weapons like the flame cannon. If things went wrong, he could also escape the current station after the 10-second countdown for train jump. But now outside the train, he naturally couldn't act recklessly. Caution was necessary when needed. That was respect for one's own life. Due to the aftermath of the first high-explosive flame bullet, much of the wall above the doorway had collapsed. This was also why Guyi chose not to continue bombarding the gate. If he blasted further, the outer wall would collapse, making it troublesome to explore inside. Admittedly, the infrastructure of this ancient town was decent. The ground was paved with stone slabs, not mud. As he stepped through the town gate, a chill ran through Guyi's body as a wave of energy struck him. Though the sun had been blazing outside, once inside the town the sky grew noticeably dimmer. A quick glance along the road revealed 2 rows of houses built with a mix of brick and wood. The roof frames were wooden while the walls were constructed from brick and stone. Guyi planned to start his search from the first house on the left, hoping to find useful supplies inside. Before entering, he noticed a notice posted on the wall. The paper was old with frayed edges. The corpse-sealed town patrol office and the county magistrate hereby inform the public it has come to our attention that recently, due to the collapse of an ancient tomb on the shady side of the mountain, miasmic and noxious vapors have leaked out, combining with the current epidemic. This has caused some townspeople after dying of illness to fail to rest in peace and occasionally exhibit frenzied behavior. This is caused by the epidemic chi invading the muscles and blocking the mind, not by demons or monsters. It has now been ascertained that this chi fears sunlight and fire and abhors lime. Therefore, orders are as follows. First, every household shall from today onwards spread quicklime around their houses and courtyards without interruption each day. Second, the bodies of those who have died of illness must be swiftly moved to the righteous burial ground north of town. They shall not be kept in homes. Firewood and oil have been prepared for centralized cremation to eradicate the source of the disease. Third, cautious travel is permitted during the day. After nightfall, doors and windows must be firmly secured, and no one shall go out without urgent reason. Fourth, able-bodied and courageous citizens may register at the patrol office to serve as militiamen, assisting in patrols and transport with a daily ration of 2 shung of rice. The county has now sent a document to higher authorities urgently requesting the dispatch of medical officers and Taoist priests for investigation and treatment. Our military and civilians are united in overcoming this hardship. Do not believe rumors and do not panic. Year 47 of the X calendar, 25th day of the 9th month. Seal of the patrol office. Proclaimed by Wang County Magistrate. The content of this notice matched the station introduction. Roughly, a collapsed mountain tomb had caused the dead to turn into walking corpses. Among it, Guyi noted several key phrases: fears sunlight and fire abhors lime. Beside this notice was a slightly older one, also describing the situation in the town. Urgent proclamation: since the previous notice, the situation has not calmed. The number of mutated individuals has increased daily. Though they move unsteadily, their strength is undiminished and their fear of light and fire is especially pronounced. This matter is of great importance and cannot be dismissed as an ordinary epidemic. Now, special orders are as follows. First, 7 areas, including the righteous burial ground north of town and the Rhineck Willow Lane, are designated as forbidden zones. They have been marked with lime boundaries and talismans. Do not approach under any circumstances. Second, the original militia is to be reorganized into 3 teams, taking turns to patrol key roads with torches and sharp weapons. Any abnormal movement is to be met with fire attacks, and killing on sight is permitted. Third, the county has received word that the prefecture has dispatched a squad of border troops to assist. They will arrive soon. The people should remain calm and strictly obey the laws and orders. Year 47 of the X calendar, 9th day of the 10th month. Seal of the patrol office. From the notice, it could be known that half a month later the walking corpses had not been eradicated. Instead, the situation had worsened. Places like the righteous burial ground north of town were designated as dangerous zones. Again, it stated that the walking corpses feared light and fire. This puzzled Guyi. Just a while ago, in broad daylight, a horde of walking corpses had charged out. This indicated that by now the walking corpses could move freely in daylight. As for how much they feared fire, he had no way of knowing. With high explosive flame bullets and blazing rays, killing these walking corpses was as easy as cutting grass. However, these 2 consecutive notices made Guyi's next exploration route increasingly clear. The 8-sided Han sword had already unlocked Flowing Shadow. Since the walking corpses feared fire, he would unlock Blazing Edge. Next, the 3rd notice, judging by the paper, was newer but already dusty with hasty ink strokes. Notice to all townspeople: in urgent military order by 8th Thunderly Express has been received. The border troops under squad leader Liu must depart immediately for reinforcement. This is a matter of state and cannot be delayed. However, the evil in the town has not been quelled. This magistrate is determined to hold the line to the death, with the remaining militia and yamen runners covering the evacuation of the villagers. Now order all townspeople, regardless of age, are to pack their valuables immediately and evacuate through the town's west gate before dusk today, heading for Yangjiao, Fort 30 li away. This is the last chance for survival. Do not hesitate. This magistrate and the righteous volunteers swear to protect the passage until the very last moment. Year 47 of the X calendar, 23rd day of the 10th month, hastily written at the noon hour. Beside the notice, there were chaotic words scrawled by some unknown person using charcoal or bloodstains. The soldiers are gone. All gone. There are also monsters. Outside the west gate. Don't go. Magistrate Wang led the remaining people to the righteous burial ground. Said they wanted to burn. Brother, don't let the jade pendant leave your body. If you see. The last line after "if you see" had strange scratch marks, as if unfinished before the person was gone. Gu Yi touched the pure heart pendant around his neck, wondering if that last sentence was written by Magistrate Wang. If so, not only was the brother dead, but this county magistrate was most likely gone too. So the question was, since there were said to be monsters outside the west gate, which direction was the town gate that the train was directly facing? From the information he had, Gu Yi deduced that this small town was built against a mountain. It was precisely because an ancient tomb in the mountain had collapsed, causing energy to leak out, that the dead had transformed into walking corpses. First, his current location was most likely not the west gate. The blood-red words beside the notice clearly warned not to go there. If this were the west gate, the warning would be meaningless, leaving only the other three directions. Gu Yi's gaze swept past the rows of houses before him, settling on a vast mountain range in the distance. Under normal circumstances, if a mountain had collapsed, the area at its foot would be the first to suffer. That area would undoubtedly be the first to be contaminated by energy. The earlier information had also clearly stated that the dead only turned into walking corpses after being tainted by energy. So where were there the most dead people? The North Town mortuary. If the dead who had been laid to rest turned into walking corpses, they wouldn't easily crawl out. Only a mortuary, a place storing coffins and corpses, was the most likely site for the initial corpse museum. Moreover, the notices repeatedly mentioned sealing the walking corpses in places like the mortuary, and the final message left by someone stated the county magistrate was going to the mortuary to burn the source. Even without these three notices based on the site description that an ancient tomb in the mountain had collapsed, the source should be in the mountain. Only the North Town mortuary fit the location of the source. After integrating and analyzing all this information, Gu Yi speculated that the side near the mountain was most likely the northern part of the town. Consequently, the train's location was obviously on the southern side of the town. Good thing it stopped here, it's the safest landing spot. Gu Yi tightened his grip on the eight-sided Han sword and forcefully knocked on the closed wooden door. He wanted to test if there were walking corpses inside by the sound. Hearing no movement from within, he chose to kick the door open. Although it was broad daylight, the sky over the town was overcast. This made the interior of the house seem even dimmer. Coupled with the prolonged absence of living people, the moment the door opened, a musty, rotten stench assaulted his senses. The furniture in the house was in disarray, a testament to the owner's hasty flight. Gu Yi did not let his guard down. Gripping his eight-sided Han sword, he began his search cautiously. As it turned out, aside from the bulky furniture that was hard to move, there wasn't a single useful item in the house, not even a kitchen knife. It seemed that being the farthest from the north, the residents here had ample time to pack their belongings. As for how many people had successfully evacuated, Gu Yi didn't know. Judging by the size of this corpse-locked town, it could easily house over 1,000 people. 6 high-explosive incendiary bombs had been fired, killing less than 200 walking corpses. Not to mention how many were left in the town. This area was relatively safe. He hadn't seen any walking corpses heading this way for half a day. Gu Yi, carrying his eight-sided Han sword, continued to explore the next house. Dangerous places often came with opportunities, but he first needed to gather supplies to quickly unlock the remaining paths for his Han sword. If only the train could move freely, even the most powerful walking corpse probably couldn't withstand a single high-explosive incendiary bomb. After searching several houses in vain, a series of messages appeared before Gu Yi's eyes. You have discovered a woodcutter's knife. Exploration complete. You have discovered an axe. Exploration complete. You have discovered an iron fork. Exploration complete. You have discovered a single-edged blade. Exploration complete. You have discovered. Before Gu Yi lay a blacksmith's forge. The supplies inside glowed with streaks of white light, very conspicuous. There were 13 items in total, with the highest quality being 3 single-edged blades rated at 2-star common. The rest, like axes and iron forks, were all 1-star, the same tier as kitchen knives. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yi began picking up the weapons and swinging them. Reward: Woodcutter's Knife Evolution Path, 3 Exploration Points, 5 Reward. Axe Evolution Path, 3 Exploration Points, 5 Reward. Iron Fork Evolution Path, 3 Exploration Points, 5 Reward. Single-Edged Blade Evolution Path, 3 Exploration Points, 10 Exploration Points, 585. Soon his exploration points surged. Explore. Unlock everything. Seeing an influx of 80 exploration points, Gu Yi immediately prepared to unlock the other 2 paths for the 8-sided Han sword. 10 exploration points consumed. Successfully unlocked 8-sided Han sword evolution path 2 Blazing Edge. Exploration points 85, 75 quality 7-star common, 8-star common, 10 exploration points consumed. Successfully unlocked 8-sided Han sword evolution path, 3 bedrock. Exploration points 75, 65 quality, 8-star common 9-star common item 8-sided Han sword quality 9-star common active skill shadow flow blazing edge bedrock note, a long sword possessing multiple special powers, value 9 world coins ding. You have fully unlocked all paths for the 8-sided Han sword. Do you wish to consume 100 exploration points to elevate the 8-sided Han sword? Just as Gu Yi was growing increasingly excited watching the 8-sided Han sword star rating gradually climb to 9-star common, the final message that appeared filled him with even greater joy. Elevate. Even from the literal meaning, he could grasp the general idea. This 8-sided Han sword had reached the peak of the common grade at 9 stars. So what would happen if it were elevated one step further? Thinking of this, Gu Yi's heart felt like it was crawling with countless ants. From his first experience obtaining a common quality item, he knew that the quality for this tier ranged from 1 to 9 stars. So what quality lay beyond common? Gu Yi looked at his remaining exploration points. He still had 65. That meant he only needed to gather 35 more points to complete the elevation of the 8-sided Han sword. Explore. Continue exploring. The prospect of elevating the 8-sided Han sword filled Gu Yi with fervent determination. The sense of accomplishment from uncovering the unknown was utterly captivating. Sizzle. Within the gloomy corpse-locked town, wisps of flame rose from the blade in Gu Yi's hand. Ahead of him, 5 or 6 walking corpses roamed aimlessly down the street. When they noticed the sound nearby, these walking corpses didn't charge over immediately, but instead took a fearful step back. Seeing this, Gu Yi glanced at his 8-sided Han sword now wreathed in flames. It seemed the notices were right. These walking corpses were indeed afraid of fire. However, these walking corpses had to die. Gu Yi's gaze turned cold as he fixed on a blade hanging from one corpse's waist. His exploration points had accumulated to 95. Just one more common 1-star explorable item would be enough to elevate the 8-sided Han sword. In an instant, the youth in the blue and white school uniform moved. While the blade in his hand blazed with fire, the sword itself suddenly vanished from sight. From a distance, it looked as if he were wielding a great sword forged from pure flame. Slash. Gu Yi activated shadow flow and blazing edge simultaneously, his form moving at an incredible speed as the blade traced a dazzling arc of fire. Puffed. When the flames dissipated, several headless corpses lay on the stone ground, billowing thick black smoke. Congratulations. You have completed 1 exploration of the single-edged blade. Rewards single-edged blade evolution path, 3 exploration points, 10 exploration points, 95, 105. 8-sided Han sword, let me see your limits. 100 exploration points consumed. Successfully elevated the 8-sided Han sword. 100 exploration points consumed. Successful enhancement of the 8-sided Han sword. Reward fine Han sword 1 unnamed fine grade. Gu Yi looked at the fine grade Han sword in his hand. The original 8-sided Han sword, now enhanced, was entirely enveloped in a kaleidoscope of starlight. As the starlight faded, 3 hues, green, red, and yellow, flowed slowly within the blade. It was incomparable to its original plain, ancient form. One glance was enough to tell it was no ordinary item. Item Han sword unnamed quality 3-star fine active skills flowing shadow blazing edge monolith note, a fine longsword imbued with multiple special powers. Value 130 world coins. You have discovered a fine grade Han sword. Exploration complete. You have examined the fine grade Han sword's information. Comprehension complete. You have obtained a fine grade Han sword. Establishment complete. Unlike the white text of common grade items, the information for the enhanced fine grade Han sword shimmered with a green luster. Its value alone nearly matched the exploration points consumed. This enhancement had turned waste into treasure, a surge in worth. What excited Gu Yi more was that after reaching fine grade, it seemed further exploration was possible. Name the Han sword Blazing Shadow. After a brief thought, Gu Yi named his newly acquired fine grade Han sword. He took one character from Flowing Shadow and another from Blazing Edge to form the name. As for Monolith, it didn't suit the naming of a sword. From earlier tests, this skill would coat the blade in a stone-like substance, making it tougher. However, this also made the sword much heavier, sacrificing some of its agility. His assessment was that each had its pros and cons, and it could be activated selectively. Ayu. As another mindless corpse charged forward, Gu Yi tightened his grip on the Blazing Shadow sword. Sizzle. Activating the Blazing Edge skill once more, the blade erupted in a blaze of fire. This sudden display made the corpse over 10 meters away and intending to pounce instinctively halt. When Gu Yi stepped forward, the corpse involuntarily stepped back. Seeing this, he was somewhat speechless. Though these corpses lacked real thought, their instinctual fear of fire was apparent. As long as his stamina bar held, activating the Blazing Edge skill would let him face ordinary corpses without fear. Even amidst a horde, their fear of fire would let him carve a path. Whether all corpses shared this trait required further testing. The earlier mutated corpse, for instance, was clearly different from the usual ones. It was superior in both speed and strength. Yet even so, Gu Yi feared no unknown confrontation. With all 4 attributes at 10, his strength and speed surpassed even this mutated corpse. Blazing Edge deactivated. As the flames on the blade gradually died, the corpse charged again with a roar. Thud. With a single effortless strike, Gu Yi severed the corpse's head. He then prepared to return to the train. His personal inventory had only 10 slots, and the supplies he'd gathered earlier wouldn't fit, leaving some still piled on the street. The shop could only be accessed back in the train, so he needed to recycle unwanted items for world coins. He also wanted to see which items would unlock once his total recycled world coins reached 10. At the entrance of Corpse Lock Town, Gu Yi wrapped a bundle of weapons and returned to the train. Train name Star C Pioneer Power Energy 90 Survivor Gu Yi Stamina 93. Inside the train, Gu Yi checked his stamina bar. Having killed nearly 10 corpses, his stamina was mainly drained by activating active skills. After the common grade 8-sided Han sword was upgraded to fine grade, the consumption increased. This made Gu Yi ponder. If he acquired or enhanced weapons to even higher grades, would he be unable to use them? With that thought, Gu Yi looked at his stats. Wearing the clear heart pendant temporarily increased his spirit by 2, also sharpening his mind. If his strength, physique, and other attributes increased, his stamina would likely improve as well. Would this reduce the stamina drain from activating skills? Regarding attribute enhancement, Gu Yi turned his gaze to the shop. He had collected 11 1-star common grade items and 5 2-star common grade items. Among them was a statue. Altogether, they could be exchanged for 21 world coins. Universal Recycling. Recycle 11 1-star common items and 5 2-star common items. Confirm recycling complete. You received 21 world coins. Ding. You have accumulated 10 world coins through Universal Recycling. Some items have been unlocked. Ding. Universal Recycling Module level up. Universal Recycling LV1 unlocked. After recycling items worth over 10 world coins, some shop items were unlocked. Most items, however, remained grayed out. Clicking on them revealed that 100 world coins were needed to reach Universal Recycling LV2 to unlock the rest. Universal Recycling LV1 can recycle fine-grade items. Based on the value of a fine-grade item like Blazing Shadow, about 10 such items would need to be recycled to proceed. Of course, this wasn't Gu Yi's immediate concern. He looked at the unlocked shop items divided into 5 categories: personal equipment, curios, train, and miscellaneous. Gu Yi clicked on personal items, first revealing only 4 pills. Personal first-grade strength pill slightly increases strength upon consumption. Value 100 world coins, limit 3 purchases. First-grade physique pill slightly increases physique. Value 100 world coins, limit 3. First-grade agility pill slightly increases agility. Value 100 world coins, limit 3. First-grade spirit pill slightly increases spirit. Value 100 world coins, limit 3. Seriously. 1 pill costs 100 world coins. Gu Yi glanced at his 21 world coins earned from recycling over a dozen items, and his expression froze. While these were clearly out of reach for now, to buy all these attribute-enhancing pills would cost 120 world coins, an astronomical sum at the moment. Yet Gu Yi's gaze grew even more resolute. He had only just begun exploring Corpse Lock Town and had already obtained a fine-grade weapon. With his SS-grade talent Star C Pioneer, even the weakest weapons could gradually appreciate in value. Take the Blazing Shadow sword, for instance. Its value had soared from a mere 2 world coins to 130. Buying all those pills was only a matter of time. However, when Gu Yi browsed the second category equipment, his expression immediately faltered. A 6-star common-grade Tang sword in the shop cost 60 world coins. Seriously, 10 times the— Gu Yi looked at the Blazing Shadow in his hand. Before its enhancement, when it was a 9-star common item, its recycling value was only 9 world coins. Yet items in this shop were all 10 times that. There were weapons and armor from 1 to 9 stars, but all were not a single fine-grade item. Is there not even a single piece of fine equipment? Gu Yi's evaluation of the shop's gear was completely disappointing. First of all, the weapons are all ordinary grade blank equipment. However, the Flame Shadow sword in his hand had reached the fine grade above ordinary. If it were to be sold in the shop, wouldn't the price be in the thousands? Thinking of this, a flash of inspiration struck Gu Yi's mind. Although the equipment in the shop was outrageously expensive, survivors could trade with each other. Aside from weapons like swords and knives, items of star-grade quality such as statues could only be treated as collectibles. Compared to the latter, the former definitely held more value and could be used for self-defense. Moreover, items with skills would certainly be worth even more. From the equipment sold in the shop, possessing a skill required at least a 5-star rating. Below this star rating, there were no skills at all, categorizing them as the most basic of items. No wonder the 8 Directions broadsword, after pioneering a route, instantly upgraded from a 2-star quality to a 7-star. Gu Yi thought to himself. Since the items sold in the shop were expensive and he possessed the ability to turn waste into treasure, he could easily list them on the trading market to see if any other survivors would buy. From the information displayed in the trading section, the vast majority were still items without any star rating. Occasionally there were a few star-rated items, but they were all just 1 star. Clearly everyone had just boarded the train to survival. Not to mention how many world coins they had, there were probably very few quality items. With a starting difficulty of low-risk 9 star, like him, it should be quite rare. Under such circumstances, even if he listed the weapon from the pioneering route on the trading market, few would have equivalent items for exchange. In summary, everyone was quite poor. But on the other hand, if someone managed to get a lot of food, trading wouldn't be out. Guyi checked his current pioneering points. Having consumed 100 points for upgrades, only 5 points remained. These 5 points could only unlock a route for 1-star items. This meant that at a minimum, he could instantly become a 5-star ordinary item. Especially since everyone was just starting out, there were probably very few who had unlocked any products. If he were to list a 5-star ordinary item with skills at this time, wouldn't it lead to a rush among many? Even if the other survivors couldn't provide equivalent items, he was currently quite short on food and water. As long as any survivor had a lot of food and needed a weapon, he could easily make a trade. Such 5-star weapons could be mass-produced at will thanks to his talent. Damn, this is definitely a profit. Realizing this, Guyi felt a pang of regret. Aside from the corpse beads, whose pioneering potential he was unsure if he had just thrown all other items into the universal recycling. However, this thought quickly faded. Instead of wasting time regretting, he should seize the opportunity to explore more. He had just finished looking at the equipment. He hadn't even checked the other items in the shop. Mysterious items. First-class explosive flame gun can cause area explosion damage when thrown, valued at 100 world coins. Destroyed after 1 use. First-class earthstone shield can coalesce into a large earthstone shield for defense, valued at 100 world coins. Destroyed after 3 uses. First-class speed boots within 3 minutes can enhance personal speed, valued at 100 world coins. Destroyed after 3 uses. First-class anti-magic headband can resist mental damage, valued at 100 world coins. Destroyed after 3 uses. Unlike potions that enhance personal attributes, these items do not have purchase limitations. However, they share one commonality: they are all priced in the hundreds. Glancing briefly at these 4 mysterious items, Guyi continued to look at the train categories. The items here are divided into 4 modules: carriage module, attack module, defense module, and speed module. Carriage module adds a carriage to the train measuring 5 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 3 meters high, valued at 100 world coins. Requires train level 2 for installation. The other 3 modules have the same requirements as the carriage module. The train level must reach level 2 for installation. To upgrade the train to level 2, he had already tried it before arriving at the station, needing a full 100 world coins. Undoubtedly, upgrading the train is unnecessary at this point. If he had the world coins to upgrade the train, he might as well use them to buy something else. By consuming pioneering points, he could also enhance the train's attack and defense capabilities. In this regard, Guyi looked toward the last category of miscellaneous goods. The goods here are quite diverse. Beds, sofas, stools, whether it's daily necessities or various foods, there's everything. The prices here, compared to the other major categories, are relatively affordable. However, even small items like a piece of bread, a nail clipper, or an ear picker require at least 1 world coin to purchase. Looking at it this way, if he exchanged a knife worth 1 world coin with Lin Mu Shui for 10 pieces of bread, wouldn't he be making a profit? After browsing through the various goods in the shop, Guyi really wanted to buy a large bed. However, upon seeing that a luxury single bed cost 3 world coins, he directly closed the shop window. With only 21 world coins in total, what could he buy with such a small amount? With the trading section available, it was more worthwhile to collect a few star-rated items and list them on the trading market for exchange. With this determination, Guyi once again plunged into the locking corpse town, holding the flame shadow sword. Today his goal was to thoroughly explore the southern gate area, as the train was parked here and did not consume much power. He had tested the attack power of the walking corpses. It was merely like being tickled. If stronger monsters emerged that even the flame gun couldn't handle, he would definitely choose to leap and escape without hesitation. Before long, Guyi returned to the train. By consuming 5 pioneering points, he unlocked the evolution route of a 1-star ordinary grade machete, instantly upgrading it to 5 stars. Item: machete, quality 5-star ordinary, passive skill machetes. Conclusion note: although it is a machete, it is not inferior for cutting other things. Honestly, Guyi was momentarily stunned when this passive skill route appeared. This originally 1-star machete had all 3 routes as passive skills. In the end, he decided to choose the machete's conclusion route. For no other reason, he wanted to see which survivor would be lucky enough to experience this pain. Trading section: 5-star ordinary weapon machete successfully listed. Guyi 5-star quality weapon with skill machete. I want food and water. Those who understand its value, please message me. After successfully listing the machete, information began to flood in. Like the daily restriction of 3 messages in the public chat channel, private messages can only send 1 message before the other party replies. Friend chats have no restrictions and can be sent freely. Yangming, no way bro. Where did you get this awesome weapon with skills? Li Chong, wow little brother, this weapon is quite amazing. How much food and water do you want in exchange? Su Xiao Xiao, handsome guy, added you as a friend, please accept. There were many private messages, but Guyi ignored all those that did not specify the amount of food and water. He believed that survivors who understood the value of this machete would know what to do. Meanwhile, this 5-star quality machete set the 4396 public channel ablaze. So far, it was the first time they had seen items above 3-star quality, let alone those with skills. In the trading section, clicking on it allows one to see the information about the machete's passive skill, which sharpens the blade even further. Zhuzi Xian, Guyi, please add me as a friend. Zhou Jie, Guyi, please add me as a friend. Chunmin, handsome, Guyi, please add me as a friend. After intense discussions in the public chat section, similar messages began to flood the chat. Everyone believed that this youth named Gu Yi must have even more powerful weapons than the machete. Otherwise, he wouldn't possibly list this 5-star item on the trading market. Although the other party's real avatar appeared very young, the listing in the trading section suggested that he was certainly not someone who would make foolish mistakes. Outside a small shopping mall, Lin Muxue, holding a kitchen knife, dragged her weary body back to her train. Large patches of blood stained her blue and white school uniform. Some of it was hers, and some belonged to other survivors. The first station she arrived at was crowded with one person also possessing a talent. Thinking of this, Lin Muxue looked at the kitchen knife in her hand. With its glass healing talent, she had been hiding in the train injured, but fortunately a boy named Guyi from the adjacent class had come to her aid by trading a weapon. With the kitchen knife and her healed injuries, she resolutely chose to fight back for revenge. In her fearless assault despite her injuries, she ultimately killed 3 people. Next, she planned to rest for a while before filling the entire train with goods from the shop. However, the train was still too small. Even another one would probably not suffice. First, let me check the public chat for any noteworthy information. As Lin Muxue opened the public chat section, her face slightly froze. Could there really be that many people named Guyi among these 10,000? That was Lin Muxue's first thought. After all, it was hard to believe that a figure of such caliber would be the boy from the neighboring class, roughly her own age. In the constantly scrolling public chat, others also expressed confusion about this person named Guyi. How could someone be hailed as a formidable figure so soon after the first survival stop had barely begun? At this moment, several survivors who were in the know recounted the event of the 5-star, a skill-enhanced weapon listed on the trading market. Nearly 2 hours had passed since the machete was listed, yet it still showed no successful transaction. It seemed that up until now, no one had been able to offer materials of equivalent value to trade with that Guyi. However, this wasn't entirely surprising upon reflection. The chat function could only be used normally within the train. At this first stop alone, the vast majority were likely still out exploring. Yet that Guyi, wherever he had ended up, had already managed to acquire a high-star weapon with a skill attached. After understanding the situation, Lin Muxue curiously opened the trading market. She also wanted to see what this machete everyone was talking about looked like, and just who this other formidable figure named Guyi was. From the trading market, one could see the name and avatar of the listing creator. Guyi, 5-star quality skill weapon machete, I want food and water. If you know its value, message me privately. As soon as the trading market page popped up, the top listing was from Guyi, showing over 5,000 views on the it's a me. By clicking on the name, Lin Muxue immediately saw the familiar avatar of a young man. Short hair, delicate features. His face appeared somewhat listless, as if he hadn't woken up. This person was precisely the male classmate from the neighboring class who had traded her a kitchen knife, a timely help in her hour of need. Judging by the slogan on the trading market, he said he needed food and water. What a coincidence. At this moment, Lin Muxue's heart pounded with excitement. Her current stop happened to be abundant in food and water. Shortly after arriving at this multi-person stop, 2 people had coveted her appearance and attacked her. If not for her senses becoming unexpectedly sharp upon entering the train, they would likely have succeeded. But even after reacting, she took a blow to the head and blood immediately seeped from her hair. Realizing she was outnumbered, Lin Muxue chose to flee back to the train. Unable to break through the train door, the 2 continued to provoke her from outside. This behavior only fueled her anger. An ordinary female survivor faced with being trapped like this would have chosen to jump to the next unknown stop. But Lin Muxue had always believed in repaying grievances and kindnesses. Back in the train, she immediately used her healing talent to recover from her injuries and initiated a trade on the market, hoping to exchange for a weapon. When she arrived at this small shopping center, she first filled her personal backpack with food. While anxiously waiting, she hadn't expected the male student from the neighboring class to send her a message. Regarding this male classmate named Guyi, she had first seen his personal school and home address in the public chat. After some thought, she decided to add him as a friend first to see if she could get more information. But Guyi hadn't replied to her first two messages. However, when she saw his message about having a kitchen knife, she immediately replied with one word yes. And so, armed with the kitchen knife, Lin Mushui opened the train door and charged at the two outside. This sudden move caught the two outside off guard. Especially upon seeing the kitchen knife in Lin Mushui's hand, they instantly panicked. Their weapons were just broomsticks picked up randomly in the mall. They thought such a delicate pretty girl could be easily dealt with using these. But they hadn't expected this schoolgirl to endure a blow to the head and manage to escape back to the train. As survivors who also knew about train jumps, they naturally didn't want to let their prey slip away. So they hurled insults hoping to stop her from running. However, when the pretty girl charged out with the kitchen knife, the situation took a turn they hadn't anticipated. In the end, Lin Mushui killed 3 people in this small shopping center. This experience made the young woman realize the importance of weapons even more. If those men had found better weapons in the mall, the outcome might have been different. Therefore, Lin Mushui was very interested in the 5-star machete Guyi had listed. With such a skill-enhanced weapon, she could better protect herself. But would he be willing to trade such a high-level weapon? That was Lin Mushui's question. This small mall mostly sold clothes and furniture with only a few restaurants and a small supermarket on the first floor. Would he be willing to trade for this kind of food? For a moment, Lin Mushui felt nervous. So far, all the weapons on the trading market were 1-star, not even a 2-star had appeared. The only 3-star item was a painting. Such a collectible was something no one would even glance at. But this 5-star machete Guyi had listed was different. It was not only a rare weapon, but also came with a passive skill. From the public chat, Lin Mushui could further understand the machete's value. Public channel ID 4396, current population 990110000, daily messages 3 Gaobong. Has anyone managed to add Guyi as a friend? I sent a private message saying he could have a whole warehouse of food and water, but he never replied. That could easily fill 10 trains. Mafe bro, maybe he thinks the food in your warehouse isn't fresh enough or tastes bad. Song, how the guy above is right. Food is plentiful, but this 5-star machete is currently one of a kind. Sun Pengwei, hey Gaobong, try trading your supplies to me first. I'm a professional chef. Maybe he wants fresh. Ching Yong, how a chef shows up. I can only say the guy above's plan is so obvious the whole public channel can hear it. Seeing this, Lin Mushui grew even more nervous. Clearly her small mall was at a disadvantage. This person named Gaobong claimed to have found a warehouse of food and water, yet Guyi hadn't even bothered to reply to him. Gaobong, keep laughing you guys. Guyi has already accepted my friend request. When I get the trade done, I'll list it on the market too, just to keep it from you all. With this message from Gao Bang, the public chat erupted with comments like, damn, why didn't he accept mine? Oh no, that machete is going to be wasted on you, and so on. Friend chat, Lin Mushui, it's me Lin Mushui from the neighboring class, who traded the kitchen knife with you. I'm at a small mall with furniture, clothes, and a supermarket. I can fill a whole train car with just food and water. Are you interested? After hastily sending this message, Lin Mushui stared at the friend chat with growing anxiety. Inside the train before the gate of Corpse Lock Town, Guyi had collected another batch of quality supplies and returned to the car. After listing the machete, he had waited a few minutes without seeing any useful information and then continued exploring the town. It wasn't dark yet, so he certainly wouldn't waste a lot of time on this one machete. Upon returning to the train, his private messages showed 99. Among them, Guyi thought the supplies offered by this person named Gaobong were decent and showed some sincerity. Suddenly, a message from a friend named Lin Mushui popped up. Lin Weiner, I'm Lin Weiner from the neighboring class, the one who traded kitchen knives with you before. I found a small shopping mall here. It has furniture, clothes, and a supermarket. I could fill an entire train car with food and water. Are you interested? Oh, this Lin Weiner seems to have made quite a haul. A mall is her station. Guyi was particularly intrigued by the furniture and clothing. Inside the train, aside from the toilet compartment, the entire car was empty. That was precisely why he had been wanting to. Moreover, after his recent scavenging, his blue and white school uniform was stained with blood from the corpses he had slain. Having some spare clothes wouldn't be a bad idea. Guyi nodded to himself. He wasn't particularly picky about food, but a large bed was crucial for him. Maintaining peak energy meant greater safety and the ability to explore more areas. If he slept on the hard floor of the train car, his energy bar would never fully replenish. After weighing his options, Guyi decided to proceed with the trade with the class beauty from the neighboring class. Apart from food, his demands included a large bed and clothing. Lin Weiner, alright, I'll move the supplies to the train now and trade with you. Please wait a moment. After sending the message asking if he wanted to trade, the 3 minutes that followed felt like an eternity to Lin Weiner. She desperately wanted that 5-star cleaver with its special skill. Her previous life and death struggles had taught her that only with a powerful weapon in hand could she survive better. When Guyi's message agreeing to the trade came through, Lin Weiner breathed a sigh of relief, overwhelmed. He actually agreed. This was wonderful. Just as she was about to dash out the door, Lin Weiner stopped and hurried back into the restroom. After killing 3 people, not only her clothes, but also her hands were stained with blood. To place supplies into her backpack, she needed to use her hands. If she dirted the supplies and displeased him, that would be disastrous. After washing her hands clean, Lin Wainer excitedly left the train and rushed toward the small mall ahead. She absolutely had to get that cleaver. While waiting, Gu Yi glanced at the sky outside. Nearly 4 hours had passed since they arrived at the Corpse Lockdown station. Among the miscellaneous items in the shop, he had spotted something interesting. Item: Universal Clock. Quality 1-star. Common. Passive skill: Universal Timekeeping. Note: the Universal Clock accurately tells time for every survivor. An indispensable companion on the train survival journey. Value: 10 world coins. 1 world coin. This universal clock's passive ability automatically syncs with the time of the current station world. According to the clock, it was currently 163608 in the afternoon. It was priced at 10 world coins. After he reluctantly bought it, the item's value plummeted. Tossing it into the universal recycle now would only fetch 1 world coin. Though expensive, the universal clock was still worth it compared to other flashy goods. In this unknown station world, knowing the exact time was very useful. Especially for a modern person like Gu Yi, being unaware of the time was truly uncomfortable. Is Lin Wainer still not ready? Gu Yi glanced at the friend list, which showed no activity, then turned his attention to the weapons piled up in the car. Apart from weapons, half of the items were collectibles. There were 15 1-star common weapons, 4 2-star common weapons, and 12 collectibles. No weapon exceeded 2 stars, but among the collectibles was a 4-star jade thumb ring. For the useless collectibles, except the jade thumb ring, which had some style, he planned to toss them all into the universal recycle. Unlike weapons, these items were unlikely to be bought by any survivor at this stage. After all, even he who could expand routes and improve quality wouldn't buy such items from the trading post or mall. Weapons were different. After he finished expanding, he planned to keep them, occasionally upgrading their star rating and selling them on the trading post. For now, Gu Yi wouldn't trade them. The current survivors were all too poor. Once he had the supplies exchanged from Lin Wainer, he wouldn't trade a weapon with a skill for mere food. Friend Lin Wainer sent a message. Lin Wainer, are you there? I'm ready to trade now. Gu Yi, I'm here. Let's start the trade. A luxury double bed. In the trade window, Lin Wainer had submitted a vast array of supplies. Soon, all 100 slots were filled. As per Gu Yi's request, the food consisted of items that required no preparation, such as bread, instant noodles, and canned goods. Similarly, for water, he only wanted a small portion of carbonated drinks. The rest were all bottled drinking water. She even prepared toothbrushes, towels, and slippers. Gu Yi didn't recall specifically asking for these miscellaneous daily necessities. He had primarily focused on the large items like the bed and clothes. These smaller daily necessities had slipped his. Seeing these items appear in the trade window, he could only sigh at how thoughtful girls could be. She had prepared everything without him even asking. Earlier, she had also asked about his clothing and shoe sizes and had prepared several different types. Not bad, not bad. Gu Yi nodded slightly. Lin Wainer, I'm sorry, but the trade window can't hold all the supplies at once. I promise I won't take the cleaver and disappear. Lin Wainer, how about this? You put any random item in first, it'll send all these over to you, and at the end you... In the other train car, Lin Wainer grew nervous after sending those 2 messages. She felt her first message had... The trade window could only hold a maximum of 100 items at once. To send the current 100 items to him, they had to complete 1 successful trade. Her first message meant that Gu Yi should trade the cleaver first, and after she got it, she would complete the rest. But as soon as she sent it, she regretted it. So she quickly added the second message suggesting that Gu Yi put any random item up for trade. She would send all the supplies over first, and then he could trade the cleaver at the end. If they followed the first message, Gu Yi would risk her taking the cleaver and not completing the trade. The second message showed her trust in Gu Yi, as she was willing to send most of the supplies first and only receive the cleaver at the end. Now, after sending those 2 messages, it was up to Gu Yi to decide. Gu Yi, either way is fine. Let's do it your first. Trade window user Gu Yi has confirmed the cleaver trade. Do you confirm the current supplies? When these 2 messages popped up, Lin Wainer felt a warmth in her heart. She had been nervous that the trade might be cancelled, but she never expected him to choose the riskier option and immediately confirm the cleaver trade. What did this mean? This Gu Yi from the neighboring class trusted her completely. Thank you. Lin Wainer touched the sharp, solid cleaver in her hand, deeply moved as she watched the successful trade notification on the deep blue panel. To live up to his trust, if she ever had the chance, she would thank him in person. Back in the train car at Corpse Lockdown, Gu Yi found the class beauty a bit slow. It was just a 5-star common cleaver with a skill. Why all the fuss? Besides, her meticulous preparation of daily necessities had impressed him. For that reason alone, he decided to go with her first trade proposal. Inside a train car parked in front of Gao Beng was dumbfounded. Why had Gu Yi the big shot suddenly stopped replying? Weren't they supposed to trade the cleaver? Gu Yi 5-star quality cleaver with skill. I want food and water. Private message me if you know its value. Trade completed. Damn it. Which bastard snatched my cleaver? Seeing the cleaver's status change to trade completed at the top of the trading post, Gao Beng completely lost it. No way. I'm going to the public channel to curse out whoever did this despicable thing. Public channel ID 4396, current population 989810000, daily posts 1 Wong Wei. Did you see that? The chopper listed at the top of the trading post shows a successful trade. Luoyang Dam items from the trading post vanish 3 minutes after a successful trade. Could it be that the chopper really ended up with that guy named Gaobang? Chun Zaheo, damn it. I've got plenty of food and water here too, so why won't Guyi agree to trade with me? Gao Sini, maybe Gaobang sent his message first, and Guyi, being a gentleman, honored the first coma first served. Liang Chun, it's already infuriating to be thrown into this train for no reason, and now I have to see that punk Gaobang flaunting the chopper on the trading post. This really pisses me off. Inside the carriage, Gaobang glanced at his train, which he had named the Heavenly Start, and then at the public chat messages. He could barely hold himself together. He had been about to unleash a torrent of curses in the public chat at the bastard who had snatched the chopper, but halfway through typing, he saw the messages from those people. If he sent it now, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of the crowd? At that moment, Gaobang was utterly miserable. Just as he had asked Guyi why his friend request was rejected, the request was suddenly accepted. This led Gaobang to believe the 5-star chopper was secured, so he immediately posted in the public channel that he would list it on the trading post to show off once he had it. But now plans had gone awry, and the chopper had been snatched by some unknown bird. Forget it. Gaobang decided not to curse out the chopper's nature in public. If he sent that message, he'd definitely be ridiculed. By not posting, these people might still think he actually got it. Especially that guy Liang Chun, who said he was annoyed. So Gaobang chose to stay silent and let them stew in their frustration. Haha. He casually picked up an apple from beside him and took a juicy bite. The reason he named his train the Heavenly Start was because his first stop was right in front of this warehouse, which was stocked with all kinds of food. Fruits, vegetables, meats, everything was there. Sure, the chopper had been snatched, but how many people could boast a start? Watching the public channel fill with complaints about the dangers outside the station or the complete lack of food and water, he felt an immense sense of joy. Compared to those unlucky souls, his start was quite comfortable. At least he wouldn't have to worry about food and water. A new survivor has arrived at the current station. Station difficulty low risk, 1-star station type, single train, multi-train. Suddenly a message flashed before Gaobang's eyes. In the distance from his train, a blinding white light flared. As the light faded, an additional carriage of the same pitch-black exterior had appeared. What the hell? A single-person station can turn into a multi-person station? In that instant, the half-eaten apple slipped from Gaobang's hand and fell to the ground. From that carriage, a bald, burly man wielding a machete stepped out. Oh no, this guy has a weapon. After leaving his carriage, the bald man naturally spotted the other train in the distance and walked over with his machete. The sight terrified Gaobang, nearly making him lose his wits. He quickly shut the open train door. The windows of each train were made of a special material, both sturdy and opaque, allowing those inside to see out, while those outside saw nothing but their own reflection. When the bald man's face pressed against the window, it almost made Gaobang piss himself in fear. Fortunately, before long, the armed man was drawn by the warehouse's supplies and turned to head inside. This sudden turn of events turned Gaobang's smug expression into a bitter grimace. The reason was simple: he hadn't moved much of the warehouse's contents into his carriage, just some fruit. He had figured that since the warehouse was right there, he could just go in and grab whatever he wanted whenever he was hungry. Lin Muxiue, by the way, my station type has changed from a multi-train to a single train. Inside her carriage, after trading all the supplies Guyi needed, Lin Muxiue chose to continue chatting. Many things were still unknown, and exchanging effective intelligence with each other could increase their chances of survival on the train. Guyi mine is still a single train. Guyi was also intrigued by Lin Muxiue's situation. From the class bell in the next class, he learned that she had killed 3 people before her station changed from multi to single. So the question was, could a single station also turn into a multi-station? Guyi thought this was highly likely. In this nationwide train survival scenario, such a transformation was probably quite normal. However, the corpse locked town, a low-risk 9-star difficulty station he was in, far surpassed Lin Muxiue's and those exchanging intel in the public channel in terms of both explorable area and danger. Could it be due to his SSS-Rank talent? That was Gu Ye's current speculation. For most people, the first map had no danger at all. Even Lin Muxiue's station only turned dangerous because others harbored ill intentions. A place like Corpse Lock Town teeming with walking corpses was truly unique. Without the train's attack module, the flame gun going in unarmed would have been unimaginably dangerous. It was with the flame gun that he had eliminated most of the walking corpses in the southern gate area, allowing him to easily clean up the rest. Lin Muxiue, I won't disturb you anymore. It's getting dark here. Good night. Guyi, good night. Guyi didn't put on airs with a polite and pretty girl. The sky was also darkening on his end, and he planned to spend the night inside the train. A dangerous station like Corpse Lock Town could only be explored during the day. The interior of the carriage was 3 meters wide, more than enough for a double bed. As for food and water, they filled most of the carriage, leaving only a path to the door and the toilet at the other end. Lin Muxue had prepared all the daily necessities for him, including a quilt and pillow, so he could just lie down and sleep. I'll take a shower first. The carriage's toilet included bathing facilities with a choice of hot or cold water. However, the water had to be added manually. For Gu Yi, who had ample supplies, this was no concern. As a modern person, he was used to showering daily in summer and every few days in colder weather. Since he had gathered enough supplies through exploration, he intended to treat himself well. Enduring unnecessary hardship was not Gu Ye's style. Train name Starseeker Power Energy 90. After his shower, Gu Yi checked the power energy and was pleased to find it. This satisfied him greatly. As long as there was enough water, the energy consumption for heating was minimal. Taking a shower was no issue at all. 1 world coin could replenish 2 of power energy. In other words, 5 pieces of 1-star common grade supplies could cover the cost of 1 jump. On the other side, Lin Muxue crafted a simple sheath for the chopper. In the small supermarket, she found many knives like kitchen knives, but none even reached the lowest 1-star quality. After rummaging through dozens of items, she finally spotted a 1-star kitchen knife glowing with white light. Fortunately, now that she had the 5-star chopper in hand, its sharpness left her astounded. Logically, modern weapons should be of better quality, but Gu Yi said his station was set in an ancient background. When the 2 weapons clashed, the 5-star chopper effortlessly sliced through the supermarket's blades. This only made Lin Muxue more delighted. It was worth it. Tonight, she planned to sleep with the chopper in her arms, as it would give her a profound sense of security. Damn it, why isn't this bastard leaving? Gao Beng trembled, hiding inside his perfect starting position. From his train car, he had a clear view of the warehouse. Witnessing the supplies dwindling before his eyes filled him with anguish. In his mind, he was the first to arrive at this warehouse station. Thus, all the supplies here rightfully belonged to him. With this stockpile, he could easily survive here for a long time. He could daily watch the unlucky souls in the public channel complain and at his leisure send taunting messages. Among the intel gathered, stations like his were as rare as phoenix feathers, incredibly precious. The current death toll in the public channel confirmed the mortality rate. Almost every few minutes another name amidst this high death rate, Gao Beng realized the station's importance all the more. Thus, he desperately craved a formidable weapon. Otherwise, once he exhausted these supplies, he'd be forced to jump to the unknown next station. But who'd have thought, just when he thought the machete was his, someone snatched it away. And if that wasn't enough, now another person had arrived at this station. That fierce-looking bald brute seemed to share his goal of temporarily staying at this safe haven. This meant the entire warehouse's supplies were lost to him. The guy was bigger and armed. A direct confrontation was suicide. Thinking this, Gao Beng felt nothing but misery. Lately, some had been listing 1-star weapons on the trading post, but he had thought such junk was beneath his perfect start. Yes, he believed only a top-tier weapon could match his status. But with the arrival of the knife-wielding brute, his perfect start had turned into a complete disaster. Public channel ID 4396, current population 98901000, daily messages remaining 1 Zhou Dabo. It's been a while, why hasn't Gao Beng listed that machete on the trading post? Luli, no idea. He should have flaunted it by now. Liang Chun, that idiot, was probably bragging. Said head, add Gu Yi as a friend to trade for a machete. List 1 on the trading post for us to see. Maybe he's already dead and buried, ha. In the train car, the already miserable Gao Beng saw the taunts in the public chat, his face burning with rage. Especially what that Liang Chen said. It couldn't be more venomous. How dare he say he was bragging? Wasn't it because some bastard had snatched it? And he even mocked him for being dead. It was too much. Even though the bald brute was outside his train, the only reason he stayed was his reluctance to abandon the warehouse's supplies. With this stockpile, Gao Beng believed he could outpace most survivors. Gao Beng, Liang Chen, screw you. You're the dead one, your whole family's dead. If my machete wasn't snatched, I'd kill you next time. Feel good. After sending that, the frustration from the bald brute was mostly released. But Liang Chen's next message made him tremble with fury. Liang Chen, oh, so you're not dead yet. Weren't you going to flaunt that 5-star machete on the trading post? Go, you claim you can do more than brag. Come on, I'm waiting for you at XXX station, you coward. If you don't reply, you're not just a coward, you're everyone's grandson. Gao Beng, screw you. Send failed, Gao Beng. Send failed. Daily messages 0, earlier asking Gu Yi what was up, used his first of 3 daily messages. Then bragging about listing the machete wasted the second. The last message was used up replying in anger. Liang Chen clearly knew his 3 messages were gone, so he deliberately dared him not to reply, calling him everyone's grandson. This whole ordeal left Gao Beng stunned. At that moment, he desperately wanted to charge out and fight the bald brute, reclaim the supplies, and start developing. But the other had a cleaver, and he had nothing. Just then, Gao Beng thought only one person could save his crumbling. Gao Beng, Big Daddy Gu Yi, can you spare a weapon for your little bro? After this, pick any supplies from the warehouse you want, to trade them to you. After sending this, there was no reply for 3 minutes. So Gao Beng had to try again. Now that his public chat messages were spent, only Gu Yi, who seemed powerful and likely had a strong weapon, was left as his friend. Aboard the Star Pioneer. Gu Yi lay on a luxurious double bed, idly gazing at the pitch-black night. Friend Gaobong sent a message. Friend Gaobong sent a message. Friend Gaobong sent a. Seriously, does this guy ever quit? Annoyed by the messages, Gu Yi was about to delete him. But upon reading the content, he was left speechless. Every message called him daddy, which baffled the young Gu Yi. From the barrage, it was clear this Gaobong desperately needed a weapon. He even vowed to go through fire and water for him. Sensing the man's urgency, Gu Yi sighed and tossed a 1-star axe his way, receiving a crate of fruit in return. Gu Yi, alright, stop bothering me. Gaobong words can't express my gratitude. He'll make sure this trade is worth it. Finally quiet, Gu Yi stretched. Since arriving on this train, his energy had been boundless. With ample supplies, thoughts began to stir. As the saying goes, a full belly breeds lust. When survival is secured, desires grow. Gu Yi was if only a pretty girl were here to keep him company like Lin Muxua. That would be far more comfortable. Suddenly, as he was about to sleep, Gu Yi's pupils contracted. Outside the window, he saw a pair of crimson eyes. Bang! Train name Star Pioneer, durability 199. On the luxurious double bed, Gu Yi felt the entire carriage violently shaking from the sudden impact. The scarlet eyeball outside the window made his hair stand on end. He immediately opened the train panel, and its external view allowed him to see everything within a 30-meter radius, even in the pitch-black night. The ghostly figure that came into view was humanoid, covered in white fur with only a pair of scarlet eyes visible, making its exact features indistinguishable. Another violent crash struck, this time reducing the train's durability by 2. Damn it, is this never going to end? Seeing that the train's durability had dropped by 3 after 2 attacks from the unknown monster, Gu Yi felt both anger and a slight sense of relief. Although the humanoid monster covered in disgusting white fur made a huge commotion, the train's 100 defense was still holding up well. Unlike replenishing 2 power energy for 1 world coin, restoring 1 durability required 2 world coins. In other words, to restore it to 100 would cost 6 world coins. Die. Gu Yi manipulated the train's attack module, the flame gun, and shot a blazing ray of fire directly at the white-furred monster outside. An inhuman shriek echoed before the gate of corpse-locking town as the flame ray ignited the white-furred monster's entire body on contact. Under the raging flames, the monster's white fur was instantly burned away. It howled and rolled on the ground as the flame ray was unleashed at full power. Under Gu Yi's mental command, the originally thumb-thick flame ray expanded into a pipe-like torrent, its fierce blaze tearing through the dark night. Accompanied by continuous screams, the monster under the flame ray gradually stopped trembling, its body dissolving in the flames until it was reduced to a charred, unrecognizable lump. Only then did Gu Yi temporarily cease his attack. The white-furred monster that had attacked the train was clearly dead beyond any doubt. However, Gu Yi naturally wouldn't choose to disembark and investigate at this moment. No matter what, he would wait until daylight when visibility was clear. Given this humanoid monster covered in white fur, he couldn't be sure there wasn't more than one nearby. From its appearance, the monster was most likely a type of walking corpse. But compared to ordinary ones, this one was far more powerful, capable of damaging the train's durability with its attacks. A mini-boss or the final boss? Gu Yi couldn't decide about this white-furred walking corpse, especially since among the previous horde there had been a blue-skinned, mutated one. Based on his gaming experience, the mutated walking corpse was likely an elite monster. Even with ordinary weapons, it could be decapitated with a single slash. But this white-furred one was at least a mini-boss level, lasting nearly a minute under the flame ray's bombardment. Compared to ordinary walking corpses that were instantly burned to charcoal, one white-furred walking corpse might be worth 100 ordinary ones. As for the final boss, based on known information, the source was likely the ancient tomb in the mountains. He'll wait until dawn to see what this disgusting white-furred walking corpse really is. In the train's external view, aside from the town, ahead the surroundings were all wilderness with not a single person. Suddenly, on the stone wall above the town gate, a figure in a flowing red robe stood silently. From the external view, it seemed to be a woman. Is this a person or a ghost? Gu Yi manipulated the view to zoom in on the red-robed figure on the wall. In an instant, a sharp pain struck his eyes, forcing him to shut them. He only saw a pair of deep, cold blue glowing female eyes like 2 undying flames deeply etched. When he opened his eyes again, the red-robed corpse on the wall had vanished, leaving Gu Yi on high alert. Yet whether on the wall or around the train, the red-robed corpse was nowhere to be seen, as if the scene had been. But whenever Gu Yi closed his eyes, the cold, green glowing pupils of the red-robed corpse reappeared in his. A cool sensation spread from the clear heart pendant on his chest, briefly clearing his mind. However, soon a wave of drowsiness washed over him. He closed his eyes again, and once more saw the red-robed corpse's pupils. As the clear heart pendant activated its passive skill, Tranquil Mind, Gu Yi snapped his eyes open, his forehead covered in sweat. In the dream, he had not only seen the red-robed corpse's eyes, but also watched it drift closer to him. His instinct was to run. But trapped in the dream, no matter how he ran, every time he turned around the redrobed corpse was close. Finally, when he looked back and saw its face pressed directly against his, he woke up. If you've got the guts, come into the train and kill me. Just see if I don't take you down. Guyi couldn't help but curse, trying to shake off the fear from the dream. In his view, if the redrobed corpse were truly that powerful, it would have broken into the train and killed him long ago instead of scaring him with illusions. Still, he had to admit, when its face finally pressed close, its skin was remarkably fair and delicate, and its features were undeniably beautiful, except for those cold eyes that sent a chill down his spine. The series of events left Guyi wide awake. "I'm not sleeping tonight. If things still look bad tomorrow." He turned over to grab a bottle of water from the bedside, but his hand froze mid-reach. On the luxurious double bed beside him, the redrobed female corpse was staring at him motionlessly with cold eyes. "You have discovered the red-robed female ghost. Exploration complete." "What the hell?" Guyi tried to roll off the bed, but a tremendous force held him fast. His left wrist was firmly gripped by the redrobed female corpse's pale, slender fingers, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Seeing this, Guyi was truly dumbfounded. He had only been talking, and she actually entered the train. Wasn't this supposed to be corpse-locking town? How did a female ghost show up? At this rate, what was he even playing for? "Young hero, I have a favor to ask of you. Young hero, I have a request for your assistance." The woman in red slowly released her grip, slightly bowing her elegant figure in respect to the young man before her. "Young hero, a request for assistance." Just as Guyi was filled with dread at his inability to retrieve his weapon from his backpack, the situation before him suddenly took a complete turn. This lady in red not only addressed him as a young hero, but also sought his help. "Oh, you want me to help you?" Guyi discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and then sat down heavily on the edge of the bed. He slightly raised his gaze, pretending to be calm as he scanned the beautiful figure before him. He wasn't sure if it was due to the nightmare he had just experienced, but everything around him appeared somewhat hazy. The moment he discovered the woman in red lying beside him, it had indeed startled him. But now that she was asking for help, at least he didn't have to worry too much about his safety. His plan was to go along with her for now and find a chance to escape later. However, given that this ghost had caused him quite a bit of trouble before, he was curious about what she wanted. "Young hero, I wish to ask you to destroy my body." "Oh, destroy your..." Upon hearing this, Guyi looked at the beautiful ghost again, thinking he must have misheard. To be honest, he was quite puzzled about what kind of being the ghost was. Based on his existing knowledge, shouldn't ghosts resemble souls? However, the sensation of the red-clad ghost gripping his wrist had felt icy and soft. Yes, her fingers were indeed tender. Additionally, upon seeing the woman in red, a message indicating he had completed the exploration popped up. This made Guyi curious if the composition of this red-clad ghost was different from what he had previously learned about ghosts, meaning could this ghost actually have a physical body? Therefore, he found it hard to understand why the red-clad ghost wanted someone to destroy her delicate body. Why ruin a beautiful figure? "Young hero, my body is not here but is in the town behind us. I would like to ask you to go to the town and destroy that body." The woman in red seemed to know what Guyi was thinking and began to explain. This statement jolted Guyi into realization. Could it be that the red-clad ghost possessed mind-reading abilities? He had been puzzled about this matter, yet she had directly answered his thoughts. "Mind-reading? What kind of technique is that?" "Young hero, you are in a dream, which is why I can know some of your thoughts." The woman in red again slightly bowed, a hint of apology appearing on her exquisite face. "I'm still in a dream." Guyi abruptly sat up from the edge of the bed, glancing around the surroundings of the train carriage and peering through the window at the night outside. For some reason, the world before him had a persistent sense of blurriness. Only the red-clad ghost appeared incredibly clear. From the intricate details of her bright red robe to her fair skin, almost every inch seemed as real as a living person. Seeing this situation, Guyi attempted to summon the deep blue panel. No response. It was like when he had tried to retrieve the fierce shadow sword from his backpack earlier, there was not a single sound. But if he was in a dream, why did the prompt "you discovered the red-clad ghost exploration completed" appear? Moreover, if there was a completion of exploration, wouldn't there be a corresponding understanding as well? Regarding the 8-sided Han sword and the train, he had gained understanding through specific information. If the red-clad ghost wanted to successfully explore, how would she know the information to achieve that understanding? Besides, understanding also included establishing and connecting. Like the walking corpse that got stuck at the first exploration, could this red-clad ghost successfully complete a full exploration? "Young hero, you are indeed in a dream. As long as you help me accomplish this task, I will allow you to explore freely." The red-clad ghost's eyes glowed with a grim green light as she spoke, maintaining her usual indifference. Although she was unaware of the specific meaning of exploration, she could glean some insight from the word. For her, as long as her body was destroyed, the remaining secrets could be freely explored by this young hero. Freely explore. Because this line came from the lips of a beautiful female ghost, it instantly led Guyi's thoughts astray. He swore he initially had serious intentions regarding exploration, but unfortunately the ambiguity of her words combined with the coldness on her face created a striking contrast that instantly ignited his desire to conquer. In the blink of an eye, countless inappropriate images surged into Gu Ye's mind. Yes, they were all about this red-clad ghost. Young hero Yu. The red-clad ghost opposite him was also taken aback. She never expected this handsome young hero would associate exploration with such thoughts. To be honest, it would be impossible for her not to be angry. She was merely a ghost. How could she engage in such matters with him? Moreover, even if it were possible in a dream, it would be too damaging to a human body. Furthermore, with the destruction of her body, she would not choose to linger in the human world any longer. Despite the unsavory thoughts of the young hero, there was no other option to help her. This young hero, dressed in bizarre clothing, was exceptionally talented. She had invested considerable effort to successfully enter his dream, which had also taken a toll on her. Ahem. State your request. How should I proceed? By the way, what do I call you, miss? Gu Yi lightly coughed, realizing that the words of the red-clad ghost were genuine. As long as he had any thoughts in his mind, she seemed to be able to know them. Since this ghost called him a young hero, he might as well ask for her name. I am Xiaochan. Thank you, young hero, for your willingness to help. The matter began like this. As the first rays of dawn streamed into the carriage, Gu Yi suddenly opened his eyes wide. He rubbed his forehead. His head still felt a bit uncomfortable. On his left wrist, there was a clear mark. Moreover, the taskbar, which had been silent, had unexpectedly displayed a new task. B-level task: Soul Return and Body Dissolution. Objective: help the ghost Xiaochan fulfill her wish by destroying her body. Reward: exceptional level materials. 1 hint: if you have questions, you can call Xiaochan during the night at the locked corpse town station. It was clear that the red-clad ghost from last night's dream was indeed real. No wonder he had been unable to retrieve his weapon from his backpack at that time, and everything around him was so blurry. Initially, he thought he was just having a nightmare, which caused his mental fatigue. It turned out he had never actually awakened from the dream. Now, looking at the familiar deep blue panel, Gu Yi focused his mind, and the fierce shadow sword, which shimmered with 3 hues, gradually materialized in his hand. With a weapon in hand, he felt more confident. He planned to accomplish 2 tasks this morning. First, to check on the white-haired humanoid creature he burned last night, and then to see if the locked corpse town was as the ghost Xiaochan had described. After a quick wash, Gu Yi changed into a black trench coat. He had to admit the style Lin Muxue had picked out for him was quite decent and fit perfectly. With the lying sword in hand, his reflection in the mirror exuded a unique charm. Not bad, not bad, Gu Yi nodded in satisfaction. Although the one in his bed last night wasn't a beauty like Lin Muxue, Xiaochan was still a stunning female ghost. If it had been some grotesque creature like a hanged ghost with a long tongue, he would probably have nightmares for several nights. He wondered if a female ghost could actually be explored. Gu Yi glanced at his stamina bar again. Stamina 94. After Xiaochan's ambiguous words last night, he felt a stirring urge to try. In the dream, the sensation of her grip on his wrist was incredibly real. Apart from her icy cold hand, it felt just like a real person. Thinking of this, Gu Yi looked at his left wrist where a clear fingerprint remained. Since she could grasp his wrist, could he also grasp hers? He decided to look for an opportunity to test this in the future. According to the female ghost Xiaochan, after the deed was done, he could do with her as he pleased. That certainly sparked his motivation. The quest log mentioned material rewards, and he would also get a beautiful female ghost. Now he had no choice but to go all in. After all, he had never experienced what a female ghost was like. Gu Yi's gaze flicked to the reward on the quest log, which was marked as an exceptional grade material. From what he had gathered, exceptional grade was above fine grade. Unlike the green text of fine grade items, this exceptional grade material displayed a question mark in blue font. Thus, the known material qualities could be categorized as common white, fine green, and exceptional blue. Each grade had a star rating from 1 to 9, low to high. Train door star: C. Pioneer power energy 9089. From arriving at Corpse Lock Town yesterday noon until this morning, the train's power energy had consumed a total of 1%. Thus, as long as no warp was performed, energy consumption was minimal. With a hiss, the train door automatically opened under Gu Yi's mental command. He gripped the lying sword tightly and walked toward the charred black mass on the ground not far away. The humanoid monster, covered in disgusting white fur from last night, was already dead after being bombarded by the blazing ray. According to the red-clad female ghost Xiaochan, there were at least 3 more such monsters in the town. Compared to ordinary zombies, those at this level already possessed some intelligence. The white-furred zombie had detected the disturbance at the south gate during the day. It chose to attack at night, likely hoping to kill him in his sleep. But the white-furred zombie never anticipated that it was facing not the houses of Corpse Lock Town, but a train made of some unknown indestructible material. As soon as he approached the black mass on the ground, 3 messages flashed before Gu Yi's eyes. Maojiang corpse remains. You have discovered Maojiang corpse remains. Exploration complete. Unknown material. The latter information was similar to that of the mutated science-skinned zombie, indicating that this white-furred zombie also contained an item like a corpse pearl inside its body. With a buzz it felt like striking hard iron, the sword only cut a small portion into the black mass. If he had been using the previous 8-sided Han sword, it probably wouldn't have even broken through the defense. But now with the fine-grade lying sword in hand, Gu Yi let out a loud shout. The blade instantly vanished, flowing shadow activate. With a thud, the lying sword with its flowing shadow active skill not only became lighter and faster, but also significantly sharper. With this strike, the originally rock-hard black mass was cleaved in two, revealing a blackish red bead the size of a child's fist. You have discovered a Sha bead. Exploration complete. Material: Sha bead. Quality 8-star. Common note: core of a maojiang containing abundant yin energy converted from refined blood. Can be used as a medicinal lead or for weapon refinement. Value: 8 world coins. You have viewed the Sha beads. Information understanding complete. Gu Yi pried out the blackish red Sha bead, frowning slightly. Could this thing really be used as medicine or for weapon refinement? Additionally, he noticed that the charred remains also displayed information. Material: Maojiang corpse. Remains. Quality 7-star. Common note: remains of a Maojiang, exceptionally hard texture, can be refined into weapons. Value: 7 world coins. Similarly, this mass of Maojiang corpse remains prompted a comprehension complete. In the end, Gu Yi decided to toss both the remains and the Sha bead into his backpack. Compared to ordinary zombies, this Maojiang from its body to its core was all quality materials. It could complete half of the exploration progress. This showed that the more powerful the monster, the higher its inherent potential. Slaying monsters of this grade meant treasures everywhere, each piece worth over a dozen regular items. Gu Yi tallied his current gains. World coins: 1124, exploration points 5120. This morning, he had obtained 1 Maojiang corpse and 1 Sha bead. Yesterday, he had acquired 15 1-star common weapons, 4 2-star common weapons, and 12 collectible-type materials. Except for the 4-star jade thumb ring on his hand, all the collectible materials were thrown into the Myriad Realms recycling to exchange for 13 world coins. All the weapons were placed in the carriage after completing 1 exploration each. If he used these exploration points to upgrade the weapons, the recycled world coins would exceed 100. Thus, Gu Yi faced a choice. Should he upgrade all weapon materials except the lying sword to exchange for world coins? This would yield the least value, but maximize his world coin acquisition. Based on last night's situation, the Maojiang's combat power was unlike that of ordinary zombies. If the red-clad female ghost wasn't lying, there were at least 3 more in the town located in the other 3 directions, northwest and east. After some internal struggle, Gu Yi decided to wait. The lying sword could already break through the Maojiang's defense. Using exploration points now to upgrade weapons for recycling would be a waste. Today the main task was to investigate the southern seal mentioned by the female ghost Xiao Chan, and then wait until night to see the gains of other survivors. His idea was that after 2 full days of exploration, other survivors should have some harvests. He could see if it was time to start harvesting their world coins. A 5-star weapon in the shop sold for 50 world coins, so he would list it on the trading floor at a discount. Gu Yi wanted to first exchange for the attribute-enhancing pills in the shop. Personal strength was the capital for continued station exploration. Additionally, he was puzzled about the further exploration of the lying sword. He had swung it hundreds of times with no. After reaching fine-grade quality, what exactly needed to be done to complete the final step of connection? With this doubt, Gu Yi walked into Corpse Lock Town, sword in hand. He believed this process of exploring the unknown was perfectly suited to the Star Sea pioneer talent. If everything were already known, it wouldn't truly be pioneering. The weather today is gloomy, and the atmosphere in Suosher Town becomes increasingly somber. Although the area near the southern gate was cleared yesterday, Gu Yi still grips the lying sword, tightly wary of any carelessness. Regarding the information brought by the red-clad female ghost Xiao Chan, he habitually maintains a sense of skepticism. Just like knowing that the map in the public chat channel has its limitations, some things require personal experience to truly grasp. A glance reveals that every household along the street has tightly shut their doors. This was done by Gu Yi during his exploration yesterday. He would always close the wooden door behind him after searching a house. Thus, as long as any door is suddenly found open, it indicates that something has intruded inside. Whether it is due to the boost from his high mental value, Gu Yi feels that his memory has significantly improved with the various scenes on this street deeply etched in his mind. However, compared to yesterday, he is now equipped with a marker and paper, preparing to sketch a simple route map through his explorations. After entering Suosher Town from the southern gate and walking about 50 meters, he noticed something unusual. The wooden doors of 2 houses on the left were pushed open. He remembered that this area had been cleared yesterday. Seeing this situation, Gu Yi tightened his grip on the lying sword and cautiously approached. Even before getting close, the hoarse cries of wandering corpses echoed from within the house. With the support of the active skill, Liefeng, Gu Yi swiftly dispatched the 2 wandering corpses that had intruded inside while wielding the lying sword. After doing all this, he closed the door once more. Although most of the wandering corpses at the southern gate had been dealt with, a few stragglers remained. Upholding the principle of ensuring good deeds are done to the end, Gu Yi continued to physically exorcise the wandering corpses in several houses. Next, he prepared to head to the land temple located in the southern part of the town, just a short distance away. Last night, the red-clad female ghost Xiao Chan had explained some circumstances to him. After she was awakened, she saw a grotesque old Taoist using magic to separate her body and soul, ultimately being taken to the town by a team of officers from the mountains. Therefore, at this moment, her body is in the underground chamber of the northern cemetery in the town. Based on the information Gu Yi already knows, he speculates that Xiao Chan is likely the owner of the ancient tomb in the northern mountains. Under the magic of the grotesque old Taoist, Xiao Chan's soul is now locked in the town and unable to escape. The old Taoist perhaps thought the situation was settled and specifically informed Xiao Chan that this formation is called the Four Symbols Soul-Locking Town. The four nodes of the Four Symbols Soul-Locking Formation are located at the four cardinal points of the town, one of which is the Southern Land Temple. The first step in Xiao Chan's request for his help is to destroy the temple's node, the Burning Grudge Eye. She also mentioned that time is limited and it must be completed within 7 days, otherwise her body will cause greater calamity. Gu Yi is somewhat skeptical about this. Now he finally understands why upon entering the town the entire sky appeared so dreary. It is due to the formation. What puzzles him is how Xiao Chan's coffin was brought into the town's cemetery by a team of officers. What does this piece of information imply? Is County Magistrate Wang the mastermind behind it all? Otherwise, how could that old Taoist possibly send official personnel to do his bidding? However, according to the information from the Qingxin pendant, it seems that County Magistrate Wang's brother might have already perished. Coupled with the previous messages, he had the impression that this County Magistrate Wang was somewhat of a positive figure for the people. Not only did he claim to protect the evacuation of the citizens, but later when the Western Gate could not be evacuated, he also mentioned going to burn down the source at the Northern Cemetery. However, considering Xiao Chan's information, it becomes difficult to judge County Magistrate Wang's true character. At this point, he feels like a potential mastermind behind the scenes. He advised the citizens to evacuate from the Western Gate, yet the outside is infested with monsters, which indirectly leads to the demise of everyone, doesn't it? As for the so-called burning down the source, it is unlikely he succeeded. As it stands, there are no living souls left in Suosher town. Thus, the only concern Gu Yi has is for his own life. He worries that after helping Xiao Chan break the seal, he might inadvertently assist in causing further chaos, and then he could end up being killed, which would be tragic. Despite her beautiful appearance, he must consider his own life carefully. Even if, as the female ghost Xiao Chan claims, a greater disaster erupts in 7 days, what does it have to do with him, a mere survivor? Indeed, Gu Yi thinks that if he can do it, he will. If not, he will activate the train's leap and escape. After all, it is merely a piece of extraordinary level material, and with his SS level talent, acquiring such materials is only a matter of time. If it weren't for her seemingly sincere tone referring to him as a hero and indicating that he could handle her matters as he saw fit after the task is done, he would never have accepted. As for the first node, Gu Yi plans to first see what the situation is. Southern Town Land Temple. From a distance, the overall structure of the temple appears intact with gray tiles and white walls. Strangely, the 2 lanterns hanging at the temple door inscribed with the character Fortune emit a faint greenish-blue glow. The surroundings also appear exceptionally clean, with no traces of blood or wandering corpses. As he approached, he noticed that the steps in front of the door were not sprinkled with incense ash, but rather a thin layer of lime. 2 pieces of talisman paper with bright red writing and strange patterns were affixed to the temple door. They resemble talismans, but are not quite. Upon closer inspection, they appear to be written in distorted characters saying town and seal. The moment Gu Yi's hand touched the temple door, he heard the whispers of countless people in his ears. Among them were the voices of the elderly, the young adults, women, and even children. It sounded like they were praying, yet also as if they were reciting some curse. Though he couldn't make out the words, it left him feeling unsettled. Bang! Since that was the case, Gu Yi chose to kick the temple door open with one forceful blow. With that kick, his surroundings suddenly felt clear. However, the scene that came into view made Gu Yi halt his breath. In the cold courtyard, there were approximately 20 to 30 wandering corpses. They were not aimlessly roaming, but rather in an eerily synchronized posture, kneeling on the ground facing the inner hall. They were in tattered clothing, their bodies maintaining the stiffness of death, yet they uniformly adopted the most devout kneeling posture, as if participating in a silent grand ceremony. Even standing at the temple door, Gu Yi could see flickering ghostly lights within the innermost hall, resembling a greenish-blue flame that continued to burn. The node. According to Xiao Chan, the node is the everlasting lamp in front of the shrine within the hall. The white-haired wandering corpse that attacked the train last night was originally guarding outside the land temple, and its threat has significantly decreased since being burned. As the temple door was kicked open, all the kneeling wandering corpses turned their heads slowly in unison like puppets pulled by the same string, using their hollow, lifeless eyes to gaze at the living beings at the entrance. Subsequently, each wandering corpse began to crawl towards Gu Yi in this twisted kneeling posture, propping themselves up with their arms moving at a slow pace, yet the synchronized oppressive feeling far exceeded that of the scattered corpses. Then let me exorcise you. The flames on the lying sword in Gu Yi's hand burst forth. Gu Yi held the shadow flame sword, choosing not to charge directly into the temple. He stood outside the door, deliberately waiting for the walking corpses inside to crawl out one by one. For these mindless monsters, he deemed the safest and most effortless tactic to be waiting by the door. The temple gate's width restricted the corpses, and his position there made him a one-man fortress insurmountable to any who approached. Thud, thud, thud. Each corpse that crawled to the temple entrance was met with the blade of absolute justice, a sword that delivered righteous physical salvation. Because the corpses feared fire whenever too many gathered at the door, he briefly activated his active skill, Blazing Edge. This not only made the corpses inside recoil in terror, but also facilitated his harvest, preventing any chaotic scramble. Thus, when the last corpse the size of a child fell to the shadow flame sword, the area outside the temple gate was strewn with bodies. Facing this scene, Gu Yi with a calm expression tapped the temple door with his sword. Only after hearing no movement from inside did he choose to step in. Compared to other areas in Corpse Locktown, the temperature within this Earth God Temple was even lower. Upon entering, Gu Yi felt as if he were enveloped in an ice cellar. Hiss, hiss. With the reactivation of Blazing Edge, the scorching heat of the flames instantly dispelled the surrounding chill. Gu Yi walked toward the innermost shrine, pausing slightly at the hall's entrance. Before the altar's niche burned an ever-glowing greenish lamp, an eternal flame. Below the altar knelt a figure with its back to him. From the silhouette alone, the unknown figure wore a deep green robe and a black square cap on its head. No matter how much noise Gu Yi made outside, the figure inside remained utterly still. Gripping his sword hilt tightly, he advanced slowly, observing his surroundings. Drawing closer, he discovered that the kneeling figure before the altar was already dead, an old man with a few strands of withered gray hair straying from under his cap. From the state of death, the old man had knelt, gripping a dagger with both hands, thrusting it upward from beneath his neck. A large pool of blackened blood beneath him confirmed this. Truth be told, Gu Yi normally would have preferred not to disturb the corpse, since the man had passed without turning into a walking corpse. But the dagger in the corpse's hand emitted a white glow, indicating it was a quality common-grade item. You have discovered a dagger. Exploration complete. My apologies. Gu Yi coughed lightly, gently pushed aside the old man's corpse, and retrieved the glowing white dagger from its stiff fingers. The dagger was ancient in form, resembling both copper and iron. Item: Azure Iron Dagger, quality 6, star, common, passive skill, Soul Calm. Note: a ritual vessel passed down through generations of the Zhou family temple priests, used to settle the mind and calm the spirit during ceremonies. Value: 6 world coins. You have examined the Azure Iron Dagger's information. Understanding complete. You have obtained the Azure Iron Dagger. Establishment complete. The dagger had a narrow blade colored like sinking water and felt slightly cool to the touch. In terms of quality alone, it was the highest starred weapon Gu Yi had found, complete with its own passive skill. If he could develop this Azure Iron Dagger, its potential might be considerable. But upon sensing the effect of the passive skill Soul Calm, Gu Yi's brow furrowed. Ugh. Suddenly the corpse of the old man, which had been completely dead, emitted a low growl like that of a walking corpse. Especially under the flame of that greenish, eternal lamp, a green light flowed slowly within the old man's withered skin, as if living veins were pulsing faintly. Seeing this, Gu Yi's shadow flame sword flashed with fire, and he struck toward the green glowing Wah! A piercing cry as if from countless lost souls halted the sword mid-swing. The flames on the blade gradually died, and veins bulged on Gu Yi's forehead. Just then the clear mind pendant on his chest activated its passive skill again. The cool sensation instantly dispersed most of the ghostly wailing in his ears. Strike! Gu Yi roared, a glint of fierceness flashing in his eyes. The shadow flame sword in his hand met no further resistance. With a series of shrill screams, the eerie green eternal lamp was extinguished in an instant by the blazing flames of the shadow flame sword. The old man's corpse, which had been stirring, fell silent with a thud. The entire Earth God Temple was devoid of any further disturbance, and the bone-chilling cold suddenly dissipated. Phew! Gu Yi exhaled a turbid breath. After he destroyed the eternal lamp with a single sword strike, the surrounding temperature seemed to gradually rise. The first array in the south, without a horde of walking corpses guarding it, had been resolved with relative ease. Just as he was about to head back, his attention was drawn to a blood-stained book on the ground. What's this? The book had been under the old man's corpse, and he wouldn't have noticed it if the corpse hadn't twitched under the eternal lamp's light. Duty record. Seeing the text on the book and recalling the dagger's note, Guyi speculated that the old man might have been the temple priest. On the 27th of September, County Magistrate Wang arrived with a Taoist priest. They said the disaster was due to the earth's qi being disrupted and needed the people's collective will to suppress it. They ordered the construction of a prayer wall, and the Taoist personally taught the prayer formula, asking the faithful to copy it. In early October, the Taoist came alone. He closed the door for half a day, replaced the lamp oil, and carved a talisman beneath the lampstand. I felt uneasy but dared not ask. In early October that night, the temple was filled with incessant whispers like a woman weeping. I was terrified. On the 21st of October, the walking corpses roamed. But strangely, any corpse near the temple seemed to be summoned, entered, knelt, and never came out. The lamp's flame turned green, an ill omen. I also feel my body growing numb and cold. After the 21st of October, the handwriting in the duty record became scrawled, almost frantic, making it difficult for Guyi to decipher what was written. Flipping to the very end, only the last page lacked a date, but its content was barely legible. It's not suppressing the earth's qi. It's locking in the vengeful spirits. The fear of the entire town is fuel. We are all sacrifices. A sinner's final words. Holy crap, so Xiao Chan was telling the truth. Guyi had been full of doubts about the matter, but after reading the duty record, it was almost confirmed that County Magistrate Wang was involved in setting up the array eyes. For one thing, this green-flamed eternal lamp was undoubtedly a malevolent object. After he extinguished it with his sword, the surrounding temperature rose significantly. If he hadn't activated Blazing Edge upon entering, the cold would have been unbearable. From the duty record, the temple priest, Zhou, initially dared not slack in following the magistrate's arrangements. This also reminded Guyi of the dates on the three notices: the 25th of September, the 9th of October, and the 23rd of October. They claimed it was due to the earth's qi and sought to use the people's collective will to suppress it. Recalling this, Guyi remembered the courtyard walls plastered with red prayer slips. With this in mind, he turned and walked over to examine them, finding that the content on the slips had gradually become very uniform, most of the handwriting matching that in the duty record, likely written by proxy. Praying for my family's safety. My neighbor's third aunt's eldest son turned last night, biting everyone he saw. Devout woman Zhang Caodao's. Beg the gods to drive away the evil and restore peace to our town. Devout man Li Tinyu Caodao's. In accordance with the county magistrate and the immortal's decree, devout citizen Zhang Ergu sincerely prays, humbly request the earth god to manifest, seal the source of northern mountains in evil and protect our corpse locktown's peace. May the collective heart fire of the faithful form a binding array guiding the earth veins malevolent qi to calm, so that we living beings may enjoy peace. Devout man Wu Daju respectfully submits. At least 70% of the slips had core prayer phrases similar to the last two. The slips were dark red and carried a nauseating stench unpleasant to the nose. This was likely the arrangement of the magistrate and the old Taoist actually intended to suppress Xiao Chan. Then in the duty record, the temple priest gradually noticed something amiss, such as a woman's weeping and growing cold. In the end, he even wrote clearly that they were all fuel sacrifices. Thus, the credibility of Xiao Chan's words from last night had risen to about 70 or 80%. Stamina 68, Guyi tossed the retrieved dagger into his backpack, preparing to return to the train to rest. The ghostly wailing from the eternal lamp had drained him considerably, dropping his stamina below 70%. Rounding it off, if he encountered a sudden crisis in this state, what difference would it make from seeking death? Better to play it. The moment he stepped out of Corpse Locktown, Guyi felt the long-lost sunlight. Though not as scorching as summer, it still dispelled the chilling energy that clung to him. Once within 30 meters of the train, Guyi's courage swelled. Now standing in the zone he could command with firepower, he felt no fear, even if a dozen of the white-haired walking corpses from last night were to appear. If only the train could roam freely, conquering the towns beneath his feet would be a trivial matter. Regarding the jump options on the train's panel, two known locations were displayed: the Deep Space Station, where he first arrived, and the current Corpse Locktown. Aside from these two reached areas which allowed instant jumps, the train could only head to unknown stations. Guyi's plan remained unchanged: to scavenge as many resources as possible from Corpse Locktown. High-star stations yielded far superior resources compared to low-star ones. Take the most basic one-star ordinary kitchen knife, for instance. A low-star station might have a kitchen knife, but it would lack a star rating. Such an item couldn't even be traded for world coins in the Myriad Realms exchange. The half-day's haul in Corpse Locktown alone surpassed the total value of quality resources from a low-star station. Danger accompanied opportunity. As long as his combat strength could handle it, Guyi would temporarily refrain from moving to the next station. He would only jump to an unknown station to continue exploring after securing all valuable resources here. He took out the 6-star Azure Iron Dagger from his backpack and began slashing with it. Earlier in Corpse Locktown, he naturally wouldn't waste extra energy on such a task. But now beside the train, he could unleash his efforts freely. You have slashed the Azure Iron Dagger 30 times. Connection established. Congratulations. You have completed one expansion on the Azure Iron Dagger. Reward Azure Iron Dagger Evolution Routes 3, expansion points 30. Route 1 Break Evil cost 30 expansion points. Route 2 Suppress Malice cost 30 expansion points. Route 3 Lure Nether cost 30 expansion points. After touching the 3 routes you gained a deeper understanding of their abilities, all of which were active skills. Route 1 Break Evil was literal, specializing in dispelling filthy, baleful energy. This reminded Gu Yi of the baleful pearl inside the white-haired walking corpse, which should fall under the same category. Route 2 Suppress Malice was an enhanced version of the Azure Iron Dagger's original passive ability, capable of suppressing evil entities through stabbing. Route 3 Lure Nether allowed the dagger to be inserted into the body to briefly alter one's aura, making it akin to a ghostly being. The 3 routes of the Azure Iron Dagger might have originated because the weapon was once a ritual artifact passed down through generations in the Zhou family, resulting in evolution paths focused entirely on such abilities, a specialized type. This was fundamentally different from the Fierce Shadow Sword. For instance, using the Azure Iron Dagger against an ordinary person would be far less effective than using the Fierce Shadow Sword. If the target lacked baleful energy, it was no better than an ordinary dagger. Regarding the route upgrades for the Azure Iron Dagger, Gu Yi decided to set them aside for now. Expansion points 120-150. With only 150 expansion points at the moment, he preferred to save them for the Fierce Shadow Sword. This weapon had the highest quality, reaching the fine grade. Elevating this sword to its peak was the best way to maximize his combat power. As for the Azure Iron Dagger, he could unlock its routes later when faced with problems requiring such solutions. Inside the train, Gu Yi glanced at the time. 094609. The trip to the Earth God Temple and back had taken about an hour and a half. Cleaning up the stray walking corpses had wasted a fair amount of time. Overall, the southern area had been mostly scavenged. To continue acquiring resources and complete Xiao Chan's task, he needed to venture deeper into Corpse Lock Town. Gu Yi's next target was the eastern side of the town. Compared to the northern area near the mountains, the most dangerous zone, the south was the safest. Next came the other 2 directions. From information gathered earlier, the townspeople had originally planned to evacuate from the west, but failed due to monsters outside. Under these circumstances, the western side must be teeming with walking corpses. Thus, the safest remaining area was the east. Let's rest a bit and set out at noon. Gu Yi quickly settled on his next goal, deciding to take a short nap on the luxurious double bed. Originally, today's main objective was the Earth God Temple, but the problem had been resolved too quickly. Over an hour later, he slowly opened his eyes. Energy 91. After a brief sleep, his stamina had recovered well. He checked the time. It was already 11:0325 noon. Public channel number 4396. Current population 980310000. Daily messages 3. Gu Yi. Anyone still want a weapon with skills? Ill listed on the trading post for world coins tonight. Gu Yi, halfling in bed while eating fruit, sent this message. He planned to generate some buzz in advance and see how many world coins other survivors had gathered by noon today. From the chat log alone, he hadn't seen anyone mention unlocking shop items, indicating that even those who had unlocked goods were still too few. Nevertheless, he decided to give it a try. As soon as the message was sent, the public chat exploded. Almost everyone in channel 4396 knew who Gu Yi was. Even that 5-star chopping knife was still a topic of discussion. At the same time, Gu Yi was bombarded with private. Wuqian handsome, can you give me a weapon with skills? They'll show you my body anywhere you like. The first message he opened caught him off guard. From her avatar, she appeared to be a woman in her 20s. She had a decent appearance and a notably curvaceous figure. Gu Yi had little interest in such messages. Friend chats allowed images or videos, but private messages did not. Just seeing a body through different train compartments. What was the point? Trading such a thing for his skill-bearing weapon was utterly impossible, though actual experience would be necessary. Gu Yi had received many such messages since listing the chopping knife yesterday. Some people tried adding him as a friend by searching his personal number. Scrolling through many private messages, a few caught his attention. One survivor said he had just unlocked the shop items with only 12 world coins, asking if Gu Yi could sell on credit to be paid later. Although Gu Yi hadn't specified a price, this person, knowing that a 5-star ordinary item cost 50 world coins in the shop, was realistic. Other messages mentioning world coin amounts were similar. No one had more than 15 world coins. The survivors are still too poor. Gu Yi sighed, feeling somewhat disappointed. He had planned to sell at half the shop price at minimum, but these people didn't even have that many world coins. Forget it, he'll continue exploring Corpse Lock Town first. Tonight we'll see if a kindred spirit appears. After eating and drinking his fill in the train carriage, Gu Yi deliberately waited until noon before setting out. The array to the east of Corpse Lock Town, as the female ghost Xiao Chan had said, lay within the courier station near the eastern gate. He reasoned that since it was close to the town gate, circling around from the outside might be safer and more efficient. However, after traveling 70 or 80 meters along the stone wall, he once again encountered the familiar invisible barrier. Clearly this was another map restriction. Guyi, however, had another plan in mind. Since circling outside the town was blocked by the invisible wall, what about traversing along the top of the stone wall itself? This border town had a complete circuit of stone walls built to fend off invaders. With that thought, Guyi wasted no time and bounded up the stone wall in a few swift leaps from the stairs behind the southern gate. Standing atop the wall and looking down, he estimated it was about 3 zhang high. This time his journey was smooth. Aside from encountering a couple of walking corpses, no troublesome invisible barriers obstructed his path. As he drew closer to the eastern side, Guyi noticed a considerable number of walking corpses in this area. They were fewer than the horde killed by the flame guns at the southern gate yesterday, but there were at least 100 of them. Soon Guyi arrived at the eastern gate wall of Corpse-Lock Town. From this vantage point, he could take in the entire cluster of buildings below. A courier station would surely have horses. This allowed Guyi to quickly pinpoint his target, a courtyard below, resembling a Sai-Huan-style building. In that area, he spotted the stables in the front courtyard. In front of the hitching posts, the remains of several horses lay scattered on the ground. Among them, 2 skeletal horse carcasses moved as if alive, their eye sockets burning, with ghostly green flames pacing back and forth within the courtyard, as if guarding something. Apart from these 2 zombie horses, the station was filled with walking corpses both inside and out. However, Guyi's attention was drawn to the withered ancient tree at the very back. As Xiao Chan had emphasized the night before, if the Southern Earth God Temple used the people's prayers and incense as the array, then the array here was this ancient tree with its twisted branches. Would governs growth and vitality. The old Taoist chose the courier station as the eastern array because it was a hub for the flow of information and documents. Once the formation took shape, it severed the town's outward-reaching branches. Once this array was broken, Xiao Chan said she would no longer need to appear through dreams. In other words, as soon as night fell, she would be able to manifest. As for the old Taoist's whereabouts, Xiao Chan said he was occupied at the funeral parlor north of the town. His ultimate goal was to cast a spell allowing another woman's soul to take over her body, thereby achieving rebirth. Thus, the old Taoist was currently unable to leave the funeral parlor. At this moment, Guyi faced 2 courses of action. The first was to charge straight into the courier station. Such a reckless move was naturally ruled out. Although the Shadow Flame sword was a fine-grade weapon and these walking corpses feared fire, caution was still warranted. Better safe than sorry. This courier station was surely guarded by a white-haired walking corpse. The toughness of the corpses in daylight had already demonstrated its defenses. If he couldn't instantly kill the white-haired corpse, he risked being surrounded by the horde. As it stood, he couldn't sustain the active skill Blazing Edge for long. If his stamina ran too low, the situation would become perilous. That left only the second course of action, the cautious approach. The white-haired corpse was far more formidable than ordinary walking corpses, yet it was nothing before the train's flame guns. It had been utterly powerless against the scorching rays. The answer to how to safely deal with the second array was his greatest asset was the train's flame guns, boasting a 100-point attack power. If he lured the walking corpses here to the train at the southern gate, dispatching them would be a matter of minutes. With the plan set, Guyi set about luring the monsters. He had already prepared the necessary items in advance. From his personal inventory, he retrieved a bronze gong shaped like a disc. Striking it forcefully with the mallet would produce a loud enough sound. He had found this item within Corpse-Lock Town. Though it had no quality rating, he had noted its utility. Clang, clang, clang. Standing on the eastern gate wall, Guyi gripped the mallet and began striking the gong with force. At first, the walking corpses below were bewildered by the sudden noise. But as the relentless sound continued from a single direction, the corpses grew frenzied, scrambling over each other to charge toward the source. Aga! Ugh! Ha! Lacking intelligence, the walking corpses could only gather helplessly beneath the stone wall, howling in frustration, unable to find a way up. Guyi had anticipated this. He only needed to walk to the stairs and guide them with the sound, leading the horde up onto the wall. Then, by continuing to strike the gong along the wall, he could lead them all the way to the train at the southern gate and eliminate them one by one. But first he needed to gather as many corpses below as possible before leading them up. Under his loud pounding, the 2 skeletal horses in the station also stirred. Suddenly his gaze sharpened. In the innermost courtyard of the station, a figure covered in white fur emerged from a building, staring fixedly at him on the wall. As the white-haired walking corpse appeared, the 2 skeletal horses immediately fell silent. So there is indeed a fur corpse in this station. On the wall, Guyi showed no fear. Instead, his face lit up with excitement. He struck the gong even more vigorously. If he could take down a monster of this caliber, the other walking corpses would be trivial. However, what happened next left him deeply disappointed. The fur corpse merely watched him from the station courtyard, showing no sign of charging out. With most of the walking corpses below now lured onto the wall, he had no choice but to proceed with the original plan and lead this batch to the southern gate. He'll deal with you later. Gu Yi continued striking the gong guiding the horde. In an unknown fight, he had no fear of the white-haired corpse. Boom. With 2 high explosive flame shells, another pile of corpse parts littered the ground outside the southern gate. During the luring, many corpses had fallen off the wall in the crush. This wave had taken out about 70 or 80 corpses. Gu Yi found it acceptable, but this time he planned to go into the town to lure more, minimizing the risk as much as possible. After luring 2 more waves, he activated the scorching ray to cremate the bodies, a form of physical purification. There was no other choice. The piles of remains were obstructing his path and had to be cleared. All of this took nearly 3 hours. To avoid any unnecessary complications, Gu Yi decided to end his exploration for the day. Unlike yesterday, the weather was gloomy. If darkness fell before he finished, it would be far too dangerous. Let me check the private messages first. Returning to the train carriage, Gu Yi wondered if any survivors were willing to pay a good price for his weapons. The private messages overflowed, their count exceeding 99. Much like the midday situation, the majority of these messages held no value. Some even sent him abusive messages accusing him of posturing and demanding he list the items on the trading market immediately. For those few whose words were exceptionally harsh, Gu Yi picked up the notebook from his bedside, the one used to sketch the simple route map to the corpse-sealing town, and meticulously recorded their names. He was not a magnanimous person. If he ever encountered them in a multiplayer site in the future, he certainly wouldn't indulge their insolence. As for those survivors who mentioned their world coins count, none met his requirements either. Public channel ID 4396, current population 954210000, daily speech limit 2. The current population of the public channel had decreased by over 300 since yesterday. Gu Yi recalled that a little over 100 had died last night. The rate of population decline today was significantly higher than yesterday's. Although they only reached the first station by noon yesterday, this death rate was still quite fierce. Regarding the division of public channel IDs, it was currently understood that both the chat and the trading market were confined to this single group of 10,000. If this regional restriction were lifted, many would surely be able to afford his items by now. He could rapidly establish an advantage with his SSS-Rank talent, but others who had obtained powerful talents were likely not far behind. How do you guys think Gu Yi is really going to list that skill weapon tonight? Liang Chun probably just bragging. I bet he regretted trading the cleaver after yesterday. Who could possibly have that many high-star weapons? Didn't you see someone post market info on the public screen today? A 5-star item sold for 50 world coins, and that student fool traded it for food like a greenhorn. Only an idiot would do something that stupid. Guiyang, it's hard to say. Maybe Big Shot Gu Yi really has the ability to get weapons of that tier. Liang Chun, Big Shot my ass. Am old enough to be his father. I saw someone complaining this afternoon that the station they arrived at was low risk level 4. After all that hard work, all they got was one 4-star item, and it wasn't even a weapon. If you ask me, that student brat Gu Yi just got lucky finding that cleaver. After Liang Chen's message, quite a few people echoed his sentiment. The reason many had called Gu Yi Big Shot yesterday was simply because they hoped to trade for his cleaver from the young. Especially today, as most survivors learn more information, they increasingly realize the significance of a weapon with a skill attached. Just as Liang Chen said, a group of people toiled for half a day at a low-risk level 4 station only to obtain a single 4-star item. If that were a skill weapon, what difficulty would it require? According to information someone shared on the public screen earlier, that level 4 station was a zombie hotel containing over 20 zombies. In terms of difficulty alone, it was arguably the highest to appear in the public chat channel so far. Among them, 2 unlucky survivors were scratched and turned into zombies themselves. The remaining survivor with a talent rallied 4 others into a temporary alliance, and only then did they manage to eliminate all the zombies one by one. In the end, after all that effort, the best they got was a single 4-star item, a worthless collectible. Recycling it through the myriad realms only yielded 4 world coins. It was easy to imagine that the station where the cleaver was obtained must have been no lower than level 5. Considering it was only the first day, acquiring such a high-star item had to be from a multiplayer site. The most likely scenario was that Gu Yi secretly picked up the cleaver and immediately chose to warp away, preventing others at the same site from discovering it. So in their eyes, I secretly warped away. Gu Yi lay on the luxurious double bed inside the train carriage, unable to suppress a smile as he read these messages. He touched the jade thumb ring on his left hand, another 4-star item. As for where he got it, it seemed he had seen it on a walking corpse adorned in splendid attire. After all, the number of walking corpses that had fallen to his fierce shadow sword had reached 40 or 50. Gaobeng Liang Chun, I fuck your grandmother. The moment I open the public screen, I see you, a stray dog barking nonsense. Are you still yapping shit about Big Shot Gu Yi, you bastard? Next time don't let me catch you, or I'll fucking kill you, you son of a bitch. Just then a familiar name appeared on the public. Gu Yi remembered Gaobeng. Last night, after the guy sent several messages calling him daddy, he had tossed a 1-star weapon his way in exasperation. Liang Chun, so you'll even fuck a dead man, huh? What's it to you if I badmouth that student brat Gu Yi? Are you his dog? Mind your own fucking business, you coward. Soon Liang Chun and Gao Bong were trading insults. Gao Bong fined Liang Chun, I fuck your mother. After all, you bastard don't even know who your real father is. Even if you stop replying on the public screen, it won't change that fact. Oh, and you said it's none of my business. Sorry, but being big shot Gu yes dog is my fucking honor he. After Gao Beng's message appeared, the public screen erupted with exclamations. Many still remembered their exchange from last night. But no one expected that Gao Bong, who had claimed the cleaver was snatched away yesterday, would now say it was an honor to be Gu yes dog. After sending that message, Gao Bong, aboard the Heavenly Star train, was grinning ear to ear. He saw that Liang Chun had already used up his 3 daily messages, meaning he couldn't post on the public screen anymore. Sure enough, the next second, he received a friend request from Liang Chun. Gao Bong had no intention of accepting. Instead, he turned back to the public screen and sent his last message for the day. The word count was exactly 100, the limit for a single message. It was filled entirely with curses directed at Liang Chun's entire family. Ding. Friend Gao Bong has sent you a message. Gui had witnessed the entire spat between Gao Bong and Liang Chun on the public screen. Opening the message, he found a screenshot of their argument. Gao Bong, big brother Yi, as long as anyone disrespects you, your little bro will be the first to charge in. You go ahead and be busy, I won't disturb you. Gui didn't reply directly, but he felt that the 1-star weapon head tossed over last night had proven its worth. Although he had no interest in bickering with Liang Chun on the public screen, having someone fight for him was nice. Gao Bong seemed to be in his early 20s. If he ever had enough world coins to buy a weapon, Gu Yi wouldn't mind offering him a discounted friendly price. As time passed, Gu Yi chose to spend 10 exploration points to upgrade 2 1-star weapons. The results, however, far exceeded his expectations. One of the axes soared from 1-star to 6-star quality and even gained an active skill. The other, an iron fork, only reached 5-star, just like the cleaver. This suggested that weapons of the same star rating still had varying quality. Could the same be true for other 2-star weapons? Gui could only wait until he had enough exploration points to conduct further experiments. After listing the 5-star iron fork, the density of private messages immediately increased. Not only that, but the public screen was once again flooded with messages begging to add Big Shot Gu Yi as a friend. If the cleaver last night might have been influenced by other factors, today's iron fork was a complete testament to Gu. He casually listed a 5-star weapon for sale at half the market price. This meant the weapons he possessed were undoubtedly far beyond this level. Once this realization set in, some people offered to be his dog, and others offered to be anything at all. Gui had no interest in such messages. Outside, the sky had darkened. 2 hours had passed, yet no survivor could afford the price. Just as he was halfway through undressing to take a shower, a sudden chill enveloped him. A flash of red robes appeared abruptly inside the train carriage. It wasn't just Gu Yi who was pulling down his pants who froze. The girl opposite him, Xiao Chan, was also taken aback. Off. Wait, why is a female ghost screaming? Gu Yi was speechless. He was the one who had been seen. Besides, hadn't this female ghost ever seen a man before? Put on your clothes at once. The female ghost in red robes appeared no older than 20, judging solely by appearance the two were perhaps of similar age. Of course, this was based on Xiao Chan's appearance before her death. Since she had been buried in an ancient tomb, her true age might well exceed 100 years. The red-robed female ghost Xiao Chan covered her beautiful eyes with both hands, stepping back twice as she spoke. Gu Yi was left speechless. Xiao Chan had become a female ghost, yet she still acted so innocent. Had she never seen a man's form before? Thinking this, Gu Yi, being a man, naturally wouldn't cover his body like a maiden. Then he noticed something strange. The surroundings were the same as last night, hazy and indistinct. Am I in a dream again? Gu Yi wondered. When he had taken off his trousers, he first felt a chill on his left wrist, then a cold sensation spread through his entire body. Then the red-robed Xiao Chan appeared inside the carriage. Of course it's a dream, Xiao Chan said, lowering her. Last night, she had left a mark on the youth named Gu Yi, enabling her to quickly draw him into a dream. And after the destruction of the Earth God Temple's array, today her power had increased. After nightfall, she intended to come and praise him. But she never expected to stumble upon such an awkward scene upon entering his dream. Gu Yi must have been in this very posture before, so there was little change when he entered the dream. What infuriated her was that the youth before her still hadn't put on his clothes. Seeing his body a second time, Xiao Chan's words caught in her throat as her gaze involuntarily drifted downward. Can't you give me some notice next time you come? Seeing the red-robed female ghost cover her face with both hands again, Gu Yi grew even more exasperated. He glanced at the underwear hanging on his trousers, and with a thought dressed himself in an instant. Since he was in his own dream, it seemed he had some ability to alter the dreamscape slightly. As for changing the surroundings from the carriage to something else, he tried, but found no response. All right, Miss Xiao Chan, I'm dressed. Gu Yi casually pulled on a pair of shorts and looked at the red-robed female ghost before him. To be honest, recalling how the cold-tempered Xiao Chan from last night could be so shy made his heart itch. With enough courage, even a female ghost could be won over. As if sensing Gu Ye's thoughts, Xiao Chan's fists clenched involuntarily. This youth's audacity was truly... She was a female ghost, ordinary people would be scared half to death. But this man was filled with nothing but lecherous thoughts. Yet the fact remained that he had already destroyed the array eye at the Earth God Temple. Young hero, if you wish to do such things with me, in the dream you need. Xiao Chan paused mid-sentence, her expression shifting from hesitation to resolve. She continued, at the very least you must destroy the 2 array eyes in the east and west. After speaking, she coldly stared at the youth before her. If these 3 array eyes could be broken, only the funeral parlor in the north would remain. This town had sealed the Yin energy, indirectly nourishing her soul. Confronting the hideous old Taoist in the end would be perilous. This youth was no match for him. So her plan was to destroy 3 array eyes to strengthen herself, then go alone to the funeral parlor to destroy her own body. Whether she would succeed or fail, she herself was uncertain. This youth was merely an outsider. After this great favor, she would reward him generously and then drive him away from this place. The promise of letting him do as he wished was merely a temporary expedient. This youth was lecherous, so she chose to use that to entice him. It's a deal, Gu Yi said without hesitation. By the way, Miss Xiao Chan, you said it yourself just now. I Gu Yi never take advantage of a ghost. Seeing her silent, Gu Yi added another remark. After speaking, he could barely suppress a smile. Now he had no choice but to go all in. Playing with a female ghost in a dream. How realistic would it be? He had long wanted to explore this curiosity. For instance, when Xiao Chan had gripped his left wrist last night, the finger marks were still visible today. Would he feel the same sensation if he grabbed her hand? Honestly, he was eager to try. Miss Xiao Chan, do you know how much harm you've caused me these past 2 nights? Gu Yi coughed twice and pointed righteously at the redrobed female ghost. Xiao Chan. Within the dream, she vaguely understood what he intended to do. You're the first maiden to see my body. No other woman has ever seen it before. Gu Yi continued his righteous accusation, deliberately emphasizing maiden. Young hero, how would you like me to compensate you? Xiao Chan didn't directly expose Gu Ye's intentions, as she already knew his goal. Fortunately, it wasn't too outrageous. Men and women should not touch. Last night you grabbed my wrist, tonight, let me touch. Grab yours. Gu Yi spread his hands, stating his idea. Xiao Chan's earlier promise required him to complete the other 2 array eyes before she would yield to him in the dream. So the problem was that he genuinely feared the redrobed female ghost might go back on her word. Wouldn't he be a fool to work so hard and not even hold her hand? Moreover, if he could touch her hand first, he could try to go further. In short, Gu Yi wasn't willing to suffer a loss. Better to die under the peony's beauty than to work for nothing. Agreed. Xiao Chan replied quickly and proactively extended her left hand. Her immediate response caught Gu Yi off guard. He had thought he'd need to put on a few more pretenses, but she agreed rather swiftly. Since that was the case, he hesitated no longer. Not bad. Her skin was quite smooth. That was Gu Ye's first impression. He grasped Xiao Chan's hand with his left and freely caressed it with his right. Aside from lacking warmth, it felt like a normal person's hand. Meanwhile, he silently observed the expression on the redrobed female ghost's face. To be fair, the Xiao Chan in the dream was indeed realistic. This made Gu Yi even more anticipate the reward after destroying the other 2 array eyes. Setting aside the superior grade resources, he found the prospect of winning a beautiful female ghost quite appealing. Whether his inner thoughts were seen through or not, her face showed not a hint of displeasure. This dashed Gu Ye's attempt to test the waters. If the redrobed female ghost was unwilling even to let him touch her hand, it was unlikely she would keep her promise later. It seemed he must hasten to break the Eastern seal. That way Xiao Chan wouldn't need to appear through dreams and couldn't easily read his mind. With that thought, Gu Yi released his hands. What fun was there in just touching a hand? I want to hold you. I advise the young hero not to do this. That will cause considerable harm to your body. No matter, I'm full of vigor and unafraid. The next day, Gu Yi awoke in the train feeling as if he hadn't slept enough. He noticed his clothes were exactly as they had been before Xiao Chan appeared last night. Energy bar 75. You have resisted 40 spiritual attacks with the Qingxin pendant. Connection established. Congratulations, you have completed 1 activation of the Qingxin pendant. Reward Qingxin pendant evolution path 3. Activation points 40. 40 times of mental attack resistance. Gu Yi's face couldn't help but twitch as he saw the completion notification for the expansion pop up before him. Upon careful thought, the only one capable of launching so-called mental attacks at him was the red-clad female ghost Xiao Chan. Yet the sheer number of 40 times still felt overwhelming to him. It seemed that in the future he would have to strike back as well. Last night, after touching her soft, boneless little hand, he found it uninteresting and thus offered to give her a hug. To this request, Xiao Chan indicated that it would cause a certain degree of harm to his body. Since the atmosphere had already reached this point, Gu Yi naturally couldn't back down. Especially in matters of man and woman, how could he possibly admit on the spot that he was inadequate? Without a second word, he extended his arm and wrapped it around the slender waist of the red-clad female ghost Xiao Chan. Admittedly, aside from her still icy body temperature, the female ghost's form was quite soft. He hadn't known before the embrace, but after holding her he could fully appreciate her figure. The places that should be ample were indeed so concealed by that red robe. Quite impressive. That was Gu Ye's assessment of Xiao Chan. It would have been even better if she were a living person. Unfortunately, she had been dead for many years, not even remembering her own origins. Through this second night of information exchange, Gu Yi naturally thought of helping the female ghost as much as possible. After all, the entire corpse-sealing town was filled with walking corpses. Before his arrival, she had no one to talk to. After this understanding, Gu Yi suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Buried in an ancient tomb for so long, she had lost most of her memories. And when her consciousness finally awakened, she found a repulsive old Taoist had arranged for her corpse coffin to be moved elsewhere. Even in death, she found no peace. This situation was even more tragic than a gambling father, a sick mother, a schooling younger brother, and a broken her. Xiao Chan was broken in the literal sense. Her soul had been severed from her corpse and sealed within corpse-sealing town. Not only was there no one to help her, but she didn't even have a single acquaintance. If I don't help her, who will? Yes, Gu Yi immediately declared that Xiao Chan could visit every night. He couldn't bear such worldly suffering. It was nothing more than the two of them, a human and a ghost, simply chatting to pass the time. But unexpectedly, when he woke up today, it was already 9:30 in the morning. Yesterday, he had awoken at 6 or 7. His energy bar was also lower, only 75 compared to yesterday. It seemed Xiao Chan's words last night were true. Just hugging her caused some depletion. If they engaged in deeper interaction, wouldn't he be unable to get up the next day? Alas, this must be because Xiao Chan as a female ghost is too powerful. Gu Yi didn't want to consider whether his own constitution was lacking. In the face of such matters, he could only muster his fighting spirit and continue gathering resources. Then head to the shop to buy some attribute-boosting pills and consume them. Thinking this, Gu Yi prepared to check the information that had popped up before him. After being invaded by Xiao Chan in his dream, he was unaware of any external chat messages. Only the SS-Rank talent remained effective unaffected whether in dreams or not. Congratulations. You have completed one expansion for the Qingxin Pendant. Reward Qingxin Pendant Evolution Routes 3, expansion points 40. Through his interaction with Xiao Chan, he had unconsciously endured 40 mental attacks, yet unexpectedly the Qingxin Pendant had finally been expanded successfully. Route 1 Soul Calming Jade Barrier cost 40 expansion points. Route 2 Illumination of Truth cost 40 expansion points. Route 3 Transform Malice into Righteous Chi cost 40 expansion points. Route 1's Soul Calming Jade Barrier was an enhanced version of the original passive skill, Tranquil Mind Guardian. When subjected to a mental attack, it would automatically unfold a jade barrier to protect the body, greatly enhancing defensive capabilities. Route 2's Illumination of Truth brought a gleam of joy to Gu Ye's eyes, as this ability was akin to an insight skill. It could to a certain extent see through illusions, disguises, and the true forms of spirits. Such a skill for preventing danger was extremely important, and in Gu Ye's view, indispensable. If he expanded this route, would he be able to see ghosts like Xiao Chan directly with his naked eye? The first two routes were the kind that made one want to upgrade immediately after reading. As for the final route ability, Transform Malice into Righteous Chi, as the name implied, it converted received mental attacks into Righteous Celestial Chi for counterattack. Gu Yi glanced at his remaining expansion points. Yesterday, he had upgraded 2 1-star weapons costing 10 points. Now with the additional 40 points from the Qingxin Pendant, he had a total of 180 points left. Soul Calming Jade Barrier Expand. Gu Yi decided to expand the first route first. Recalling Xiao Chan's dream invasion from last night still sent a shiver down his spine. Such mental attacks were truly insidious and hard to guard against. If a similar attack occurred during the day, he would surely be done for on the spot. Once he fell asleep, any wandering corpse could easily devour him. To minimize this possibility, upgrading this route immediately was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. 40 expansion points consumed successfully unlocked Qingxin Pendant Evolution, Route 1 Soul Calming, expansion points 180 140 item Qingxin Pendant Quality, 8, Star Common 9, Star Common Passive Skill, Tranquil Mind Guardian Soul Calming, Jade Barrier. The note remained unchanged, while its value increased to 9 world coins. Only 1-star upgrade. Gu Yi was somewhat disappointed. This route expansion had cost a full 40 expansion points. In contrast, for the 8-sided Han sword, unlocking all 3 routes had only required 30 points to reach 9 stars. He had originally thought a single route expansion would trigger an ascension, but it only raised it by 1 star. Could it be that I need to unlock all routes before ascension? Gu Yi was puzzled, preparing to continue expanding the Qingxin Pendant's second route. If this still didn't work, it would confirm that all routes needed to be unlocked. For now, he still didn't know how to complete the final step connection for the Shadow Flame Sword, so he might as well use the expansion points on the Qingxin Pendant. After so many expansions, Gu Yi was gradually discerning a pattern. Whenever an expansion was completed, it inevitably granted expansion points to unlock a route. For instance, after the first train expansion, he was rewarded with 100 expansion points, enough to unlock the lowest cost item Flame Blunderbuss. 40 expansion points consumed successfully unlocked Qingxin Pendant Evolution Route 2 Illumination. Expansion points 140 100 item Qingxin Pendant Quality 9-star Common. Alright, it seems I really do have to unlock all routes for Ascension. Though he had anticipated it, a total of 80 expansion points had been spent. Apart from the train, this was the item that had consumed the second highest number of expansion points. Now let's see if the Qingxin Pendant could live up to his expectations. Since I've already unlocked 2 routes, Guyi decided to unlock the final route of the Qingxin Pendant as well. After Ascension, the 8-sided Han sword had leaped to 3-star Fine. The Qingxin Pendant's original quality was 8-star Common. After undergoing Ascension, it certainly couldn't be lower than that of the 8-sided Han sword. 40 expansion points consumed successfully unlocked Qingxin Pendant Evolution Route 3 Transform Malice into Righteous Qi. Expansion points 160 item Qingxin Pendant Quality 9-star Common Passive Skill Soul Calming Jade Barrier. Active skills Illumination of Truth Transform Malice into Righteous Qi. Ding! You have completed the expansion of all routes for the Qingxin Pendant. Do you wish to consume 100 expansion points to ascend the Qingxin Pendant? Confirm. Current expansion points insufficient. Ascension failed. Expansion points 60 Guyi. Well, for now he was still too poor. It meant he had to continue gathering supplies and acquire more low-star weapons. Suddenly a spark of inspiration flashed through Guyi's mind. Ordinary quality weapons once in his hands could instantly have their stars elevated, turning trash into treasure to be sold at the trading market. Thus he could also do the opposite. Trade for low-star weapons from others, elevate their stars to increase their value, and then sell them. Or he could use already upgraded weapons to exchange for low-star ones at the trading market, then repeat the process. The remarkable thing was his SS grade talent, Stellar Pioneer. If he could just acquire low-star weapons from others and unlock them, wouldn't he be able to sell them endlessly to other survivors? For instance, the 5-star Ordinary Iron Fork he listed on the trading market was originally intended to be sold at half price, 25 world coins. But he could sell it even cheaper, trading that 5-star Iron Fork for 10 1-star weapon items from others. Once he unlocked the weapons he received, had instantly gained 50 unlock points. Then spending 10 unlock points to elevate 2 weapons, and repeating the cycle, the surplus points could be used to unlock various other weapons. In this way, would he still need to worry about unlock points? Guyi believed this idea had great potential, but he couldn't just list it on the trading market so casually. To others, this would seem like he was taking a huge loss, and eventually someone would notice something was off. Plus, since everyone's avatar in the public chat channel was a real photo that couldn't be changed, he needed to plan more carefully. Soon a preliminary plan formed in Guyi's mind. The inspiration came from Lin Mux's situation. That class belle from the neighboring class said she was in a tight spot at the time, and the kitchen knife he had traded to her had been a huge help, so she expressed her gratitude. So can I build a persona? Guyi's idea was this: by doing favors, he could trade his upgraded weapons for multiple low-star ones from other survivors. This way others would not only be grateful, but he would also legitimately acquire low-star weapons for the unlock cycle continuously, using his talent to create value. A similar example was that Gaobong. Without Guyi having to say a word, the guy would start cursing at that Liang Chun because of the 1-star weapon Guyi had thrown to him. Whether such people were genuinely grateful or not, Guyi considered it unimportant. As long as the benefits were sufficient, someone would naturally take the initiative to act for him. If he encountered those who truly believed in repaying a drop of water with a gushing spring, he might even reap greater rewards later. Killing multiple birds with one stone. Analyzing the current situation of the survivors, Guyi felt this should be done sooner rather than later. Survivors who could acquire 10 1-star weapons or 25 world coins undoubtedly had exceptional qualities themselves. His actions were essentially using the guise of investment and charity to trade for needed supplies, thereby accelerating his own development. Even if people later discovered he had such a talent, it wouldn't matter. By then he would only be stronger, and he could simply change the method while keeping the essence the same. With this in mind, Guyi opened the trading panel. From last night until this morning, no one had yet met the price. Guyi 5-star weapon Iron Fork bargain sale at 25 world coins or 10 1-star weapons. Condition: must kill that guy named Liang Chun if encountered. After modifying the trading market slogan, Guyi opened his friends list, which now only had Lin Muxiue and Gaobong left. The chat with Gaobong remained at the screenshot the other guy had sent last night. That was the screenshot of Liang Chen's rude remarks to Guyi, followed by Gaobang's counterattack, claiming it was an honor to be a dog. Guyi sent a similar slogan to Gaobong again. It meant that as long as Gaobong agreed to kill Liang Chun if encountered, he could trade for weapons at a low price. After fully screenshotting this conversation, Guyi opened the public chat channel, posted a similar message, and attached the screenshot of his chat with Gaobong. To other survivors, it appeared that after Gaobang's tip-off last night, Guyi decided to sell weapons at a low price in exchange for others attacking Liang Chun. This move seemed unwise at face value. Not only was it uncertain whether anyone would actually kill Liang Chun after the trade, but even encountering him was a huge question. It was essentially just a verbal promise to get cheap weapons from Gu Yi. As a result, the public chat exploded with activity again. First came a flurry of "holy crap, really," and similar comments. To these survivors, was this Gu Yi really that vengeful? That Liang Chun had only thrown a few insults, and now Gu Yi was putting a bounty on him. And all it took was to be honest, if Gu Yi's avatar had been a middle-aged man, most would have suspected a huge scam or a joke. But Gu Yi's real photo looked too young, even showing him in a blue and white school uniform inside a classroom. That explained it. Young and hot-headed. It seemed normal and plausible. Suddenly, many people were tempted. All they needed was a verbal promise to trade 10 one-star weapons for a 5-star one. It looked like a massive profit. A few people were even stunned by Gu Yi's move today. They had been trying to scrounge up 1 or 2 more one-star weapons to meet the 10-item requirement. But they had already thrown them into the Myriad Realms recycling module to exchange for world coins to unlock items. If Gu Yi had spoken up earlier, they probably wouldn't have unlocked the shop's goods. Even a single pill or oddity cost 100 world coins, and a 1-star ordinary weapon was priced 10 times higher. Compared to Gu Yi's offer, the shop was a pure swindler. Some sent Gu Yi private messages saying they only had 5 1-star weapons plus some collectibles that could add up to the world coins. Could they still trade? This time Gu Yi replied decisively. He flatly refused, stating the minimum requirement was 10 weapons. Changing the standard casually would only arouse more suspicion. There was no need for it. After replying to the private messages, Gu Yi prepared to nap a bit longer. Last night, holding Xiao Chan had drained his energy, and he needed some sleep to recover. He would sleep until noon, then deal with the formation I at the corpse locking town station. That morning, Liang Chun had acquired 2 1-star weapons and was overjoyed, humming a tune under his breath. Although that Gu Yi had listed another 5-star weapon on the trading market last night, so what? Could he really come over and kill him? What made him even happier was that early this morning his station had welcomed his wife and his good brother. His wife said her train had been surrounded by others, preventing her from entering. Luckily, that good brother happened to be at his wife's station, so she hitched a ride on his train and escaped. Unexpectedly, that escape brought her right to Liang Chun's station. So now his wife was back on her own train. Liang Chun had been somewhat disdainful of his wife. After all, he had grown tired of her long ago, and novelty was far more appealing. But over the past 2 days with this damn train survival situation, having anyone to play with was considered a blessing. Where is she? Puzzled, Liang Chun saw his wife emerging from the brothers' train in the distance, and the way the two of them were looking at him now seemed off. Liang Chun was 39 years old, and his wife was 4 years younger. With a bit of wealth to his name, his wife had managed to maintain a decent appearance. But after years of marriage, his pleasure had waned considerably. In his eyes, his wife was no different from a faded housewife. How could she compare to the tender youth of younger women outside? Given his comfortable material life, when Liang Chun found himself inexplicably thrown into this train survival scenario, a fire of resentment burned within him. Once accustomed to a life of endless women, he now found himself fighting for his very existence. If he could return to his former life, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. Husband, you're back. I've made you some mung bean porridge to cool your temper. A woman in a green dress walked side by side with a robust, middle-aged man stepping off the train toward Liang Chun. The woman held a porcelain bowl in her hands. Mung bean porridge. Liang Chun frowned as he looked at the bowl his wife offered. His wife explained that she had cooked the porridge in his brother's train since his own lacked any cooking facilities. Having heard that he was agitated from a quarrel the night before, she decided to prepare this cooling porridge. Whether it was an illusion or not, Liang Chun felt something had changed about his wife. She seemed different from before. Especially when he saw the green-tinted porridge, his gaze flickered suspiciously between his wife in her green dress and the brother beside her. This brother of his was a fitness coach, his physique radiating pure masculinity. In contrast, Liang Chun, now middle-aged, was balding and his skin had grown greasy. Before the nationwide train survival began, Liang Chun had always felt superior to this good brother. So what if he was handsome and muscular? He had money. With money, he could have any woman he desired. But now survival demanded he scavenge for supplies at every station they reached. Otherwise, death awaited him. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. His perfect life ruined by this damn train survival. Now looking at his strong, chiseled brother, then at his alluring wife, and finally at his own potbelly, a surge of jealousy consumed him. According to his wife, the two had fled the previous station together and arrived here. But who knew what might have happened? Especially now, seeing them standing side by side, one might mistake them for a married couple. Husband, you've been busy all day. Drink the porridge. Wang Ming had a bowl earlier and said it was fine. Seeing Liang Chun silent, the woman in the green dress smiled. Drink, drink, drink. What the hell do I need? Liang Chun, already simmering with suspicion, erupted when he heard that his good brother Wang Ming had tasted the porridge first. His rage ignited instantly. He knocked the bowl from his wife's hands, grabbed her hair, and tried to drag her back into his train. He was indeed hot with anger, and he knew exactly how to cool it. This slut dared to seduce other men while he was, husband, what are you doing? Brother Chen, what's wrong? As Liang Chun tried to haul his pained wife away, Wang Ming stepped in front of him. No matter how hard he pushed, his body, weakened by indulgence, had no strength. As a fitness coach, Wang Ming's power was incomparable. Wang Ming instinctively shoved back, and Liang Chun thudded to the ground. His wife, released from his grip, was quickly supported by Wang Ming. This exchange only fanned Liang Chun's fury. You bastard, you dare push me? He'll kill you today. Liang Chun pulled a one-star iron rod from his backpack. Already suspicious of his wife, and Wang Ming seeing her in his arms drove him mad. You adulterous pair. He swung the rod at the two. Bang. Brother Chen, have you lost your mind? To protect his brother's wife's head, Wang Ming took the blow on his left arm. The force was immense, and pain shot through him. From Liang Chen's accusation, Wang Ming sensed a misunderstanding. You filthy dogs, and you call me crazy. Seeing Wang Ming block the strike, Liang Chun grew more frantic. If the rod wouldn't work, he'd find a sharper. He pulled a chopping knife from his backpack, daring Wang Ming to block this. Liang Chen, are you sure you want to fight me? When he saw the knife, Wang Ming's expression hardened. Bringing out such a weapon meant intent to kill. Earlier in the train, he had seen messages on the public channel. He wanted to warn his good brother, but now Liang Chun was set on murder. So be it. He knew about Liang Chun and his sister-in-law's troubles. At the slightest dissatisfaction, Liang Chun would resort to violence. Just last night, he had nearly crossed the line with his sister-in-law. But remembering she was his brother's wife, he held back. Meeting them here today, he was glad he hadn't made that mistake. But if Liang Chun wanted to kill him, he'd see if... Wang Ming, gifted with enhanced strength, knocked Liang Chen out with an uppercut. Blood spurted from his mouth as he fell backward. The power gap between them was immense. Whiff. Wife. Save. Me. As consciousness faded, Liang Chen saw his wife approaching. He reached out, hoping she would help him. Die. The woman in the green dress picked up the iron rod and struck Liang Chen's head with brutal force. Gu Yi woke up on the luxurious double bed. It was past 11 in the morning. After a good sleep, his energy bar had recovered to over 90. He saw that Gao Bong had sent more screenshots, but when he opened them, he was stunned. Liang Chun was dead, and Wang Ming, who killed him, wanted to add Gu Yi as a friend, but hadn't been accepted. Since Gu Yi was asleep, Wang Ming posted on the public channel asking if Gu Yi was breaking his promise. The channel was buzzing with discussion. Opinions varied. Gao Bong, seeing the messages, started rebutting them one by one and sent more screenshots. Wow, it's already done right after I woke up. Gu Yi sat up in bed and accepted Wang Ming's friend request. He had intended to build a reputation to get more one-star weapons. But in less than 2 hours, Liang Chun was dead. Wang Ming's message was simple. He had killed Liang Chun with proof, but he only had 5 one-star weapons. He asked if he could owe the rest. Gu Yi, no need. Since you've killed Liang Chun, 5 one-star weapons are enough. Gu Yi replied, not because he changed his standards, but because his original request was to kill Liang Chun when they met later. Wang Ming had already done it. A big difference. When the 5-star iron fork Gu Yi listed on the trading platform sold successfully, the public channel erupted. Wang Ming even thanked Gu Yi, publicly posting a picture of Liang Chen's corpse and bragging that he got the fork for just 5 one-star weapons. No one dared to provoke Gu Yi anymore. Even those who had privately insulted him sent apologies. They feared that if Gu Yi had more high-star weapons, he might issue another kill order. In less than 2 hours, the speed was terrifying. This young man named Gu Yi was ruthless, throwing away a precious 5-star weapon. With that precedent, who would dare to badmouth Gu Yi? Time to deal with the formation I at the East Gate Station. Gu Yi stretched his limbs, ready to set off. By noon, the sun blazed fiercely outside corpse-sealed town. Before even stepping into the town, Gu Yi noticed a dramatic transformation in his field of vision. Even standing at the town gate, he could clearly see with his naked eyes a vast expanse of pitch black chi permeating the skies above the entire settlement. Only on the southern side, where the array's eye had been destroyed, was this black chi significantly reduced. Yet wisps of it still surged in from the other 3 directions. So this is the illusion-piercing ability of the upgraded Pure Heart Pendant. Gu Yi gently grasped the pendant on his chest. Clarity and illusion-piercing was an active skill. He had thought it needed to be activated manually, but he never expected that merely wearing it would allow him to see things previously invisible. Before the Pure Heart Pendant was fully unlocked, he could only passively sense the bone-chilling cold inside corpse-sealed town upon entry. Yet when he stored the pendant in his backpack, the black chi over the town vanished instantly. This further convinced Gu Yi that the effect came from the Pure Heart Pendant. As of now, his 3 highest quality possessions were the 3-star fine-grade Shadow Flame sword, the 9-star common-grade Pure Heart Pendant, and the 6-star common-grade Azure Iron Dagger. After the Shadow Flame sword's ascension, he had been unable to figure out how to complete the final step of connection, leaving it without further ability unlocks or star upgrades despite having advancement points. The Azure Iron Dagger's 3 abilities were of little use against ordinary walking corpses, so he chose not to unlock them immediately. Unlocking the Pure Heart pendant was undoubtedly the best choice for now. Especially after being unknowingly dragged into a dream by Xiao Chan last night, Gu Yi felt an urgent need to prevent such occurrences. He did covet the beauty of the red-clad female ghost. But that did not mean he would allow her to take the initiative and drag him into dreams at will. Keeping the steering wheel firmly in his own hands was the safest bet. East of corpse-sealed town outside the courier station. Arriving here again, the surrounding walking corpses had mostly been cleared. Even if a few remained, they posed no significant threat. Gu Yi looked ahead at the standalone brick-walled courtyard. This was the courier station area. He could see that the black chi swirling above this building was noticeably denser than its surroundings, almost condensed into a solid form. Or rather, the surrounding black chi seemed to emanate from within this station, spreading in all directions. Having stood on the stone wall earlier, he already knew the layout inside. First was the front courtyard where a stable should greet him upon entry. Passing through the front courtyard was the main hall where official documents were processed. Further in were the eastern and western side chambers, and the rear residence, originally the living quarters of the courier officer and his staff. The arrays of that massive withered tree was located in the innermost rear residence. Gu Yi remembered the white-furred walking corpse, and the two skeletal horses were also in that area. Upon stepping through the courier station's gate, the temperature dropped sharply, just like at the Earth God Temple. However, this time a wave of warmth emanated from the Pure Heart pendant on his chest, gradually warming his body. Under the pendant's protection, Gu Yi no longer needed to activate the Shadow Flame, sword's active skill. In fact, within a 1-meter radius around him, the black chi was completely blocked, held at bay by a square jade barrier shimmering with faint golden light. So this black chi also counts as a spiritual attack. Gu Yi realized the Pure Heart pendant had passively activated its skill, soul-stabilizing jade barrier. This meant he might have misjudged Xiao Chan a bit. He had originally thought she had launched spiritual attacks against him over 40 times without his knowledge. Now it seemed she had likely endured quite a few at the Earth God Temple as well. For instance, that ever-burning lamp. Its ghostly wails had made his forehead veins bulge and nearly prevented him from landing that sword strike. Looks like unlocking the Pure Heart pendant was the right move. Feeling the near-solid black chi completely repelled, Gu Yi advanced with his sword. The station was eerily quiet until he crossed the front courtyard and arrived before the rear residence. In the center of the courtyard stood the dead giant tree, requiring 3 people to encircle its girth. Its trunk was an unnatural iron-gray bark, deeply cracked with all branches twisted toward the sky, yet utterly leafless. That was merely the surface. To Gu Yi, wearing the Pure Heart pendant, endless black chi surged from this dead tree, flowing unceasingly in all directions. According to Xiao Chan, the east corresponded to the Zhun trigram in feng shui and the wood element in the 5 phases. Wood governs growth and vitality. This place should have been the town's lifeline for outward communication and information. But now the courier station was steeped in deathly stillness, its vitality long severed. Beside the dead tree, the 2 skeletal horses knelt on either side of the trunk. Their skulls hung low, pressed deep into the ground, their cervical vertebrae entangled and fused with the tree's exposed gnarled roots. They seemed to draw nourishment from the roots, or perhaps the roots had permanently nailed them here as living sacrifices and guardians. As if sensing the intruder's presence, the 2 skeletal horses slowly and synchronously raised their heads, their hollow eye sockets flickering with 2 clusters of greenish ghost fire. Facing this situation, Gu Yi did not rush in recklessly. Besides these 2 skeletal horses, he remembered the white-furred walking corpse was also inside. So he began provoking from a distance, hoping to lure the horses into charging. Yet no matter how much noise Gu Yi made, the skeletal horses by the dead tree remained motionless. Frowning slightly, he realized the array's eye was that giant dead tree. To break this array, he would have to destroy it. The best method was to see if the active skill Blazing Edge could burn it down. But first he needed to clear the surround. Clarity and illusion piercing activate. Gu Yi did not act carelessly, deciding to use this skill to probe the situation first. If merely wearing the pendant revealed the black chi, what else might he discover upon activation? In an instant, the Pure Heart pendant glowed with golden light, infusing Gu Yi's pupils with traces of gold. What the hell is this? Upon activating clarity and illusion piercing the world before, Gu Yi's eyes transformed once more. First was the giant dead tree. Beyond the near-solid black chi, 3 vein-like eerie tubular structures extended from within the trunk, 2 leading to the skeletal horses, and Gu Yi spun around sharply. The final bloodline stretched straight to a rooftop behind him. So you were trying to ambush me. In that instant, Gu Yi knew exactly what lurked on the rooftop. Both skeletal horses were here, but the white-furred walking corpse was nowhere to be seen. Clearly, having reached the level of a fur zombie, it had indeed gained rudimentary intelligence, and even knew to strike from behind. In response to the white-furred zombie's scheme, Gu Yi swiftly retreated from the rear residence and slowly approached the building the bloodline pointed to. With his attributes far surpassing ordinary humans, he could use the adjacent walls to leap onto the rooftop. As he crept closer, Guyi noticed the bloodline shifting slightly. It seemed the white-furred zombie on the rooftop, having lost sight of him, was also searching. When he drew near the building, the bloodline indicated Guyi used the wall for leverage and vaulted onto the rooftop, coming face to face with the white-furred zombie. Die, you bastard. The shadow flame sword in Guyi's hand erupted with blazing fire, instantly causing the zombie, which had planned a sneak attack, to stiffen instinctively. Though far stronger than ordinary walking corpses, it still felt an instinctive fear of fire. In that moment of hesitation, the flaming sword had already sliced toward its neck. Thud, trying to ambush me. As a head smoking with black chi rolled off the rooftop, Guyi kicked the headless body down as well. Monsters of this caliber were treasures from head to toe. He couldn't afford to waste them. Even after Guyi slew the fur zombie and extracted the baleful pearl from its corpse, the skeletal horse in the rear courtyard remained utterly still. Yet the instant the head was severed, the blood thread connected to it snapped abruptly and retracted swiftly into the rear courtyard. Whoosh. Suddenly, Guyi jerked his head up, only to see the broken blood vessel wreathed in black-red aura hurtling toward him with deadly speed. Its target was none other than his head. Just as he prepared to dodge, he found the eerie pulsating vessel firmly blocked by the golden light barrier, surrounding him, unable to advance a single inch. No matter which direction the bizarre blood vessel attempted to strike, the golden radiance emitted by the clear heart pendant provided all-around protection. Only then did Guyi breathe a sigh of relief. But defense alone wouldn't suffice. Gripping his blazing shadow sword tightly, he immediately slashed at the vessel before him. The blade passed straight through it, as if cutting through nothing but air. This stunned Guyi for a moment. Could this strange vein-like entity be intangible? He glanced at the flaming, blazing shadow sword in his hand, a thought stirring in his mind. The clear heart pendant not only repelled spiritual attacks, but also possessed a counterattack ability. Transform baleful chi into protective light. Activate. In an instant, the blood vessel that had been relentlessly trying to breach the golden barrier trembled violently, then swiftly retreated into the distant rear courtyard. This clear heart pendant is not bad. Guyi, holding the blazing shadow sword, couldn't help but marvel. The formation eye of this eastern relay station was similar to that of the southern Earth God Temple, also capable of unleashing spiritual attacks. Without this jade pendant that could resist mental assaults, it was uncertain whether he could have broken through. Take for instance the white-haired corpse that had lurked on the eaves unnoticed. If he hadn't spotted the blood thread, he might have been caught off guard. Though Magistrate Wong was in cahoots with that old Taoist, this jade pendant has truly fallen into the hands of its rightful master. Guyi shamelessly praised himself, patting the jade pendant on his chest, convinced that the clear heart pendant had found its most suitable owner. Especially after the pendant unlocked its 3 skill paths, the formidable defensive power it granted left him completely unscathed. The only cost was his stamina dropping from 92 at noon to the current 81. He had to end this quickly. Guyi exhaled a heavy breath, his eyes turning icy as he charged toward the rear courtyard. The white-haired corpse was already slain. Only the 2 skeletal horses remained. As the black-clad youth reappeared at the entrance to the rear courtyard, the 2 skeletal horses beside the giant withered tree let out piercing neighs. A stark contrast to their earlier calm. And when the dense, grotesque blood vessels extending from the tree trunk were all blocked by the golden light of the clear heart pendant, the horses' cries grew even more frantic. Under the reflection of the pendant's 3rd skill, transformed baleful chi into protective light, the attacks from the eerie blood vessels instead caused large patches of blood to seep from the withered tree's surface. So you really are afraid it'll destroy you? Seeing this, a faint smile curled at the corner of Guyi's mouth. When he first arrived at the rear courtyard, the 2 skeletal horses had been remarkably calm, merely rising from the ground to watch him, showing no sign of aggression. But now, with the white-haired corpse slain and the blood vessels unable to approach this formation, I was finally panicking. To him, the horses' neighs were nothing but bluster. A dog that bites doesn't bark. Guyi was certain that the withered tree formation I had initially planned for him to walk into a trap, then coordinate with the white-haired corpse on the eaves for a pincer attack. But it never expected that under the 3 skills of the clear heart pendant, the eerie blood vessels from the tree couldn't even get close, let alone land a blow. Each attack was reflected, damaging the tree itself. Still trying to ambush me? You're utterly lawless. Guyi activated both active skills of the clear heart pendant to their fullest, while the flames of the blazing shadow sword in his hand twisted and churned the surrounding air. Strike. Crack. Guyi's sword lopped off the horse's head in front of him, yet the headless skeletal body remained unaffected, continuing to charge at him. He swiftly sidestepped to avoid the collision, only for the other skeletal horse to attack from the flank. At the critical moment, Guyi instantly activated the 3rd skill of the blazing shadow sword, rock solid, causing countless tiny rocky formations to coalesce on the blade's surface, transforming it from a single-handed sword into a massive broadsword that he swung to block his side. Bang! Under the fierce impact of the skeletal horse, the rock-encased greatsword withstood the blow, and Gu Yi himself didn't retreat even half a step. After the 8-sided Han sword was upgraded from ordinary to fine quality, its defensive boost was incomparable. Clearly Gu Yi's stats far surpassed those of the skeletal horse. Instead, the skeletal horse crashed into the rock-wreathed blazing shadow sword with a loud bang followed by a clattering sound as the bones forming its head scattered across the ground. Is that all? Gu Yi raised the blazing shadow sword with both hands, swinging it like a massive club, and smashed it down onto the headless skeletal horse. Boom! Dust and debris erupted as the skeletal horse disintegrated entirely under the heavy blow. Nothing special. After taking down one horse with a single strike, Gu Yi hoisted the blazing shadow sword with one hand and replicated the move, annihilating the other headless skeletal horse. Throughout Gu Yi's defeat of the two skeletal horses, the withered tree never ceased its attempts to attack with the eerie blood vessels. But under the defense of the clear heart pendant, the tree's blood vessels were as impotent as a helpless husband forced to watch as Gu Yi eliminated both horses right before it. Your turn now. The rocky layer on the blazing shadow sword's blade gradually receded, replaced by surging blazing flames. The closer he got to the withered tree, the denser the black aura became. As if sensing the approaching threat, the tree's surface underwent a sudden transformation, revealing numerous human faces twisted in agony. In the next moment, countless black lips opened simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of black aura like a volcano suppressed for centuries, erupting with a deafening roar. It was not smoke, but rather a viscous, surging darkness. Within the black aura, countless distorted faces wailed in unison. Instantly, the surrounding air plunged to freezing point. Light itself was devoured, and the entire relay station courtyard was plunged into gloom. Yet silhouetted against the jade barrier of the clear heart pendant and the flames of the blazing shadow sword, Gu Yi's figure shone with dazzling golden radiance like a celestial being. Even as the black aura surged in overwhelming waves, they could not halt his advance. Break! Gripping the sword with both hands, Gu Yi drove the flaming, blazing shadow sword deep into the withered tree before him. Thud! The blade sank into the wood, not like cutting into timber, but piercing a huge pus-filled tumor. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. Then, boom! The cracks on the face-covered tree tumor expanded to their limit. At the point of penetration, crimson flames erupted not from the bark surface, but from within, bursting outward. Countless fiery tongues shot violently from every fissure in the trunk. The towering flames instantly dispelled all darkness and chill from the courtyard, casting the surroundings in a brilliant golden-red glow. In the purifying blaze, Gu Yi stood with his sword, having neutralized this formation eye. Then, without delay, he strode toward the nearest room. With the monsters vanquished, it was time to see if there was anything valuable here. Let's search. Gu Yin headed straight for the innermost room, recalling that when he was on the stone wall, he had seen the white-haired walking corpse emerge from this very chamber. Under normal circumstances, the more formidable the monster, the better the surrounding supplies would be. The hairy zombie at the Southern Land Temple was an exception. Why would it foolishly attack him on the train at night? Wasn't that simply courting death? Yet upon entering this room, aside from occasional white hairs scattered on the floor, there was not a single glimmering object in sight. What did this mean? Not even the lowest grade, ordinary supplies were present. Or perhaps a more meticulous search was required. As he searched, Gu Yin suddenly raised an eyebrow, a look of delight spreading across his face. Good heavens, not only was there a wooden box in this cabinet, but it was actually locked. If there was nothing inside, that would be inexcusable. Gu Yin drew his shadow flame sword without hesitation and struck the lock on the wooden box. Clang! With a single effortless slash, the iron lock was severed. Yet just as Gu Yin anticipated something valuable within, all that met his eyes was a book stained with traces of grime. Gu Yin casually flipped through it, and his gaze instantly sharpened. The content read, "Resting my head on the dim lamp, I know my spirit is scattered, and my form withered, my end is near. I, Yang, and the post-station master of this eastern town, have overseen the transmission of official documents and tokens here for 43 years. Should any benevolent soul in later ages discover this, I hope they can break this town's nightmare. Then beneath the 9 springs, I may finally close my eyes in peace." I recall my childhood when I was merely 11 years old. That day the spring chill still lingered when suddenly iron cavalry thundered at the town gates, their hooves roaring like thunder, dust and clamor obscuring the sun. They were no ordinary garrison soldiers, but the elite Xuanjia cavalry under the command of General Yuan, whose power overshadowed the western frontier. Banners fluttered fiercely, spears and halberds bristled with menace. The entire town trembled in terror, as if facing a great enemy. The soldiers herded the townsfolk into the marketplace. Soon several horsemen escorted a woman to the scene. The woman wore a crimson battle suit, her face stained with dust, yet her posture was tall and graceful, her eyes as cold as a deep pool. standing silently before thousands of troops and horses. Her bearing was as steady as a mountain, showing not a trace of fear. The leading lieutenant proclaimed sternly that this woman was a remnant of the former imperial dynasty who had stirred up rebellion and was to be executed according to the law. Before his words had ended, sudden war cries erupted from outside the field. Over a dozen valiant men, each wielding blades and axes, charged at the army like mad tigers, crying out in grief, "Your Highness, your servants have come late to rescue you." These were undoubtedly loyalists of the former dynasty. Yet Yuan's army seemed to have anticipated this. Their formation shifted abruptly. Crossbow bolts flew like locusts, trip ropes were raised, and spears stood like a forest. Blood-splattered cries were cut short. Within half an incense stick's time, all dozen men had fallen dead on the spot, their broken bodies strewn across the yellow sand stained with blood. The entire field fell into deathly silence with only the wind howling. The woman witnessed this scene, closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them again, revealing a hollow calmness. At that moment, a great general emerged from the ranks clad in golden armor and a black robe, his face as cold as iron. It was General Yuan himself. He walked up to the woman, slowly drew the imperial sword from his waist, and with a flash of cold light, thrust it straight into her heart. The sword entered without a sound. The woman swayed slightly, but did not fall immediately. Her gaze turned toward the distant, desolate northern mountains as if in utter release. The general withdrew the sword, blood gushed forth, and the woman collapsed to the ground like a bird with broken wings. Afterward, the general issued a proclamation to all quarters declaring that the rebels have been pacified and that the bodies would be burned together. Yet I witnessed with my own eyes that very night several of Yuan's household guards wrapped the woman's corpse in fine brocade, placed it into an unusually ornate coffin of dark wood, and secretly transported it to the most treacherous and secluded part of the northern mountains rather than the public graveyard, as officially claimed. Being young at the time, though I found it suspicious, I dared not speak out, intimidated by military might. Soon an official commendation arrived from the court, praising Lord Yuan for his loyalty and diligence in serving the nation, cleansing a century-old hidden worry in one stroke, and bestowing upon him lavish rewards and unparalleled favor. This matter gradually became a topic of gossip among the townsfolk and was eventually forgotten. Only the northern mountains from then on saw few birds or beasts, and a chilling wind perpetually howled. Reading up to this point, Guyen still had few thoughts. He only learned from the book that this post-station master was at least over 60 years old and had recorded an incident involving the execution of a former dynasty remnant. Yet after reading the subsequent content, he couldn't help but blurt out, "Holy crap." Time passed swiftly, and my hair began to gray. The northern mountains had always been forbidden ground, though occasional strange tales surfaced. Decades passed without incident. Unexpectedly, a month ago, a deafening explosion erupted from deep within the northern mountains, as if the earth dragon had turned over. Smoke and dust shot into the sky. An ancient tomb had collapsed. Soon a horrifying corpse calamity befell the town. The dead rose at night, pouncing on and devouring the living. Magistrate Wang issued a public notice to reassure the people, stating that the ancient tomb, aged over time, had leaked foul energy, turning those who touched it into zombies. He ordered the distribution of lime, the burning of corpses, and the recruitment of local militia. At first I firmly believed this and diligently assisted in managing the postal relay and reporting the disaster. Yet in the dead of night, alone facing my desk, the old images surged forth unrelentingly. The blood in the marketplace, the woman's gaze fixed on the northern mountains, the Yuan family guard's clandestine transport of the coffin. All these shadows crowded into my mind, impossible to dispel. A chilling thought gnawed at my mind like a venomous serpent. Was today's corpse calamity not the cruelty of heaven and earth, but rather the bloody revenge of that former dynasty princess bursting forth from the tomb's collapse? Thinking of this, I often woke up drenched in cold sweat. From this passage, Gu Yan extracted the key phrase, the former dynasty princess. According to the station master's account, he suspected that the former dynasty princess buried in the northern mountains' ancient tomb had unleashed her power, thus triggering the corpse calamity. Yet Gu Yan, who understood the situation naturally, did not see it that way. His focus was not on these matters, but on Xiao Chan's identity. A former dynasty princess. To be honest, Xiao Chan had introduced herself as this humble one upon their first meeting, leading Gu Yan to assume she was merely an ordinary girl. Though she wore red attire, he sensed little resentment from her. She was, however, quite concerned about the destruction of her body. The subsequent content corresponded to the current situation. The old Taoist priest had been sent by the magistrate to perform rituals here. After the formations I was set up, strange occurrences began to unfold within the post station. Finally, the aged station master saw countless blood-red root tendrils emerging from the withered tree, devouring him. Gu Yan had little interest in these trivial details. What intrigued him most was still Xiao Chan. Among the records, the former dynasty's royal surname was mentioned, Ji Xiao Chan. This surname directly confirmed for Gu Yin that this was an ancient fictional side history location, especially since the houses in Corpse Lock Town were already built with bricks and tiles. He could reveal her identity to her tonight. It would be a gain in terms of building their relationship. After a long while, Gu Yin had searched the entire rear residence, including the eastern and western wing rooms. Apart from some bedding and other sundries, there was nothing of value. Not to mention quality weapons, there weren't even any collectible supplies. This greatly disappointed Gu Yin. He suspected that the people here, fearing the walking corpses, had long since packed their valuables and fled. After all, this post station was very close to the east gate. Similar to the situation at the south gate, the closer to the town gates, the fewer supplies remained. Although the magistrate had arranged for everyone to evacuate through the west gate, some might have simply fled through the nearest gate. Moreover, since the post station housed horses, the staff would have found it much easier to escape. Since the rear residence and other areas yielded nothing, Gu Yin decided to check the main hall of the post station next. If there were still no supplies, he would have to search the surrounding civilian houses. Previously, he had only lured most of the wandering corpses outside to the south gate and eliminated them with the flame gun without conducting a thorough search. There's something here. Just as Gu Yin was about to leave the rear residence, he unexpectedly noticed a faint white light flowing within the withered tree that had been burned to charcoal by the fire. As an experienced survivor, he knew exactly what this was. White light meant ordinary grade supplies. Approaching the withered tree again, its bare trunk had shrunk considerably, emitting thick black smoke. Of course, this was not the previous black miasma, but the embers left after the fire. Gu Yin discovered that the white light was located in the middle section of the trunk. Item: withered heartwood marrow, quality 9-star, ordinary. Note: the hardest core remaining after the formation's withered tree endured purification by flames imbued with twisted resilience and purified resentment. Can be used as a medium for wood type or spiritual type spells or for forging weapons. Value 9 world coins. Using his shadow flame sword to chop at the withered tree, Gu Yin obtained a piece of charcoal black marrow, as hard as metal. The towering flames from the fire had completely concealed the white light of this marrow. Fortunately, his searches were always meticulous, which was why he had spent extra time in this rear residence area. If he had missed this, it would have been a real loss. Based on the note, the withered heartwood marrow could not only be used as a spell medium, but also for forging weapons. Its value certainly couldn't be measured by merely 9 world coins. Only those completely useless collectibles would Gu Yin directly toss into the universal recycling. The relay station was somewhat chaotic, with papers scattered everywhere. A glance revealed not a trace of white light. Gu Yin had anticipated this situation. The relay station was too close to the town gate. If a need to flee arose, the difficulty of retreat would not. Under normal circumstances, after the horde of walking corpses from the north caused chaos, the people living nearby could not possibly choose to escape from the eastern side of the town to the western side. Wasn't that simply courting death? They would definitely swarm to escape through the nearest town gate. Even if they had to take a longer route, it was better than confronting the horde of walking corpses charging from the north. Gu Yin took out the universal clock from his backpack, which displayed the time as 143336. Resolving the situation at this eastern relay station would take no more than 2 hours. Among them, the time spent collecting supplies was the longest, although quality supplies would occasionally flicker with white light even when obstructed. However, Gu Yin was worried that these supplies might be blocked by something, so he was particularly meticulous during the search. Although he didn't find much in this round, he gained a better understanding of the situation in the corpse locking town from the records left by the relay officer. Next, he planned to continue searching the houses in the eastern area. As for the western side, he would deal with it tomorrow. From Xiaochan, Gu Yin learned that the county office of the corpse locking town was in that direction. The evacuation point arranged by Magistrate Wang in the notice was also at the west gate. Similarly, the formation point on the western side was set within the county office. The west belongs to the White Tiger, symbolizing slaughter, military law, and justice. The county office, as the authority governing criminal law and prisons, perfectly matched the aura of the White Tiger. Needless to say, there would definitely be a significant number of walking corpses there, making it undoubtedly the second most dangerous area within the corpse locking town. From the arrangement of the formations in every area of the corpse locking town, that old Taoist should also be quite knowledgeable about the local situation. Around 4:30 in the afternoon, Gu Yin returned to the train carrying a half-full burlap sack. The deep blue backpack only had 10 storage slots, which was too small, but suitable for placing some larger items. The eastern area of the corpse locking town was disappointing. It took 2 hours to gather only 11 pieces of supplies. However, there were only 3 weapons, and all were 1-star. This was evident from the nearly empty burlap sack. Gu Yin had hoped for a bountiful harvest in the afternoon, but compared to the southern part of the town, it was simply a washout. Not far from the relay station was a blacksmith shop filled with various small specialized items. It was either iron goods or horse gear and other odds and ends, mainly serving the surrounding merchants and travelers based at the relay station. there wasn't a single quality item. In contrast, the blacksmith shop in the southern part of the town had over 10 pieces of weapon supplies. However, having some was better than having none, and after developing these 3 weapons it would be about time to enhance the Qingxin pendant. Development points 85100. Would you like to spend 100 development points to enhance the Qingxin pendant? 100 development points spent successfully enhanced the Qingxin pendant. Reward excellent grade jade pendant 1 unnamed. Like the situation after enhancing the 8-faced Han sword, it can be named. Naming the jade pendant guarding heart. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Yi thought of the name. Although this jade pendant was originally a gift from Magistrate Wang to his younger brother, carrying the simple hope of calming the mind and keeping to one's principles. However, it seemed that the magistrate himself had not kept to his original heart, so he decided to name it thus to remind himself of his initial aspiration. As for what Gu Yi wanted to guard, the answer was quite simple. In this survival train, it was of course to grow stronger by reaching one station after another and ideally encounter more beautiful women. In summary, it was about becoming stronger and finding women. Gu Yi believed his goals were quite simple and unadorned. Isn't the meaning of life just to survive and reproduce? Only by becoming stronger could one survive better, and once survival was secured, reproduction would naturally follow. After all, having many beautiful women was also quite reasonable on the path of survival. His idea was to eventually form an all-female train, extending a helping hand to those beautiful women in need. Of course, having just one male, the train conductor, was sufficient. Supplies guarding heart pendant quality 6-star excellent passive skill soul guarding jade barrier. Active skills clarity breakthrough, transforming malevolence into valor. Note: originally a gift from the county magistrate of Corpse Locking Town to his younger brother, it was ultimately enhanced by a worthy master, and the name guarding heart reflects its simple hope. Value 160 world coins. No way, is this a joke? When he first noticed the contents of the note, Gu Yi nearly lost his composure. Although he had thought of a rather ostentatious name for the guarding heart pendant, he didn't expect the note to inherit this trait as well. One could only say that the item reflects its master. However, the star rating of the guarding heart pendant was still satisfactory to Gu Yi. After enhancement, the quality jumped from 9-star ordinary to 6-star excellent, surpassing the Lying sword by 3-star levels. Today marked the 3rd day of the overall survival train. Gu Yi glanced at the chat panel. Public channel number 4396, current population 9342100, daily speaking limit 2. Unknowingly, over the course of 3 days, the death toll in the current channel had reached over 600. If at the beginning most survivors were still quite vigilant about the current situation and did not dare to act recklessly, as they gradually learned what to do, the death toll instead increased. Gu Yi believed this situation was quite normal. The train's energy source is limited. Each jump consumes 10. Opportunities are limited. Using one means losing one. If you reach a station and feel it's dangerous and want to run to the next, but if luck runs out and danger arises, ultimately, when the energy runs out, you can only explore. Not to mention that as time passes, food and water also become pressing issues. Thus, having over 600 deaths in 3 days is quite normal. When he wakes up, there might be even more deaths. Thus, Gu Yi pondered a question. Currently, the chat in the public channel indicates that many people encountered at different stations are still in the same channel. What will happen when the number of people reduces to a certain amount? Gu Yi immediately thought of the situation in game servers, where fewer players lead to mergers. Would this survival train ultimately end up like that as well? Additionally, the Corpse Locking Town he was in had a danger rating of low risk 9 stars, and currently no one in channel 4396 had reached a station of the same difficulty. Let alone low risk 9 stars, he had not seen even a few 5 stars. Suddenly, Gu Yi noticed a splash of red in the carriage. Xiaochan. He glanced outside. It was nearly dark. There were no signs of blurriness around. This indicated that he had not been pulled into a dream. This meant that after breaking 2 formations consecutively, Xiaochan no longer needed to appear through a dream. Xiaochan's actions piqued Gu Yi's interest as he saw her curiously touching the sidewall of the carriage, then inspecting the piled food. Finally, she even flew into the bathing area. Is it nice in there? Gu Yi's sudden voice startled the red-dressed ghost Xiaochan. You can actually see me. You can actually see me. Having become a female ghost, Xiaochan was startled by a living person for the second time. The first was that hideous old Taoist whose grotesque appearance had truly frightened her. From Xiaochan's words, Gu Yi deduced that in her view, he should not have been able to see her. Thus, there was only one answer. Just as with the Black Chi in the corpse sealing town, the heart-guarding pendant had granted him the ability to see through illusions. Spiritual entities were among them. Actually, young master cannot see you. This partitioned area is for relieving oneself and bathing. Young master is now about to begin his bath. Gu Yi spoke with feigned seriousness while beginning to remove his upper garments, revealing his well-defined muscles. Ever since starting the train survival, perhaps, because his attributes were double in ordinary persons, his physique had inexplicably improved. Young master, you still say you cannot see me. Xiao Chan couldn't help but roll her eyes, utterly exasperated by this strangely dressed young man. After the two array eyes of the corpse sealing town failed, she could now manifest for extended periods, though still only at night. Normally mortals could not see her, and Gu Yi should have been no exception. Just like the first night she arrived at this carriage, he had been completely unaware, and she had to go to great lengths to drag him into a dream. On the second night, she used the fingerprint mark left from the first night as a medium to enter his dream directly. She just hadn't expected him to be undressing at the time. As for tonight, she finally had the strength to manifest, so she thought to observe this strangely shaped room. But she never expected that all her actions had been seen by this young man. This immediately made Xiao Chan both embarrassed and annoyed. Xiao Chan, can you bathe now? How about we wash together? Gu Yi turned and closed the partition door. Last night he had planned to take a shower, but Xiao Chan had pulled him into a dream. When he woke up, he was still in the awkward situation of having his underwear half removed. Since it was already dawn, he had slept in to replenish his energy and skipped the bath. After being busy for half the night tonight, he absolutely had to wash up, and Xiao Chan had conveniently delivered herself to the bathroom. Gu Yi felt he would be remiss not to seize this opportunity to deepen their interaction. This servant doesn't need to bathe in this form. Young master, you can enjoy your bath slowly. Xiao Chan was well aware of Gu Yi's intentions. Last night in the dream, his hands had been restless while holding her. Having said that, she prepared to withdraw from the enclosed cubicle. Don't go. Gu Yi reached out to grab Xiao Chan, but grasped only air. He could only watch helplessly as Xiao Chan passed through the cubicle wall, turning back to flash a triumphant smile. As if to say, young master, you cannot catch me. This only made Gu Yi's heart itch, and his whole body began to stir with restlessness. Miss Xiao Chan, please don't leave yet. I have something very important to tell you. Seeing Xiao Chan's figure fully pass through the wall, Gu Yi quickly opened the bathroom door to call her back. However, when he saw the beautiful female ghost in red reclining on the luxurious double bed smiling at him charmingly, he felt reassured and returned to the bathroom. This time Gu Yi's shower was very brief. He quickly lathered up with body wash and rinsed off. Then, draped in a white bathrobe, he strode triumphantly toward the luxurious double bed ahead. The female ghost on the bed propped her cheek on her hand, her clear eyes glancing flirtatiously at the approaching Gu Yi. It had to be said, this young man was indeed extraordinarily skilled. It was precisely because she knew his soul was powerful, requiring even her to go to great lengths to pull him into a dream, that she had sought his help. As expected, the southern and eastern array eyes were broken one after another. Moreover, given the current progress, Xiao Chan was also quite surprised. In less than 2 days, he had easily dealt with 2 locations. Judging by his current energy, he had barely expended any effort. This showed that the young man's strength exceeded her expectations. The fact that he could even see her a ghost, so what other secrets did he hold? Thinking this, Xiao Chan grew increasingly curious about the strange, elongated cabin that had appeared outside the corpse-sealing town. Gu Yi's features were unmistakably those of a man from the Central Plains, yet his attire was unprecedented. In her memory, even the neighboring small kingdoms had no such clothing. Or had the world under heaven changed so drastically in the 50 years that had passed? As for these questions, one thing Xiao Chan was certain of was that the woman who wanted to seize her body, though her physical form had been destroyed for unknown reasons, had never given up her malicious intent over the years. She could only regret having been deceived by her in the first place. Xiao Chan, do you know what I discovered at the courier station? Seeing the female ghost on the bed smiling radiantly, Gu Yi boldly reached out to grab her small hand. Upon doing so, a look of delight spread across his face. It was solid. The touch was the same as in the dream. Soft everywhere except for the lack of warmth. Did this mean he could? Young master, why don't you tell this servant what you discovered? Regarding Gu Yi's groping, Xiao Chan had gradually gone from initial discomfort to acceptance. Come to think of it, last night was probably her first intimate contact with the opposite sex. Regardless of whether the final outcome was successfully destroying that body, she would completely vanish. So letting this rather pleasing young man touch her was no big deal. As for her earlier promise to serve him after breaking the 3 array eyes, that was of course a lie. Although she didn't dislike this young man, she wouldn't easily lose her chastity. Even as a ghost, it was the same. Miss Xiao Chan, didn't you say you'd lost most of your memory, and didn't even know your own surname? After saying this, Gu Yi deliberately paused for effect, hoping to see an expectant look on Xiao Chan's face. But after 5 seconds, her expression remained placid, even taking on a bored, drowsy appearance. This left him somewhat embarrassed. That's right, young master. This servant truly doesn't remember her surname. Does young master know it? Seeming to sense his awkwardness, Xiao Chan decided to cooperate and feign curiosity. No one in this world should know her true identity. 50 years had passed, and even those who might have known were no longer among the living. Just like the woman who sought to possess her body, now nothing more than a wandering soul. Your surname is Ji Xiao Chan. Gu Yi confidently took out the written records left by the courier station master before his death from his backpack. Even that old station master believed the disaster was caused by the princess of a fallen kingdom buried on the North Mountain years ago. Combined with the information Xiao Chan had revealed, the two were essentially consistent. Young master, you are unaware what this servant hates most in life. Xiao Chan took the book recorded by the old station master, glanced over it briefly, and then a cold gleam flashed in her eyes. Is the surname Ji? Gui. Xiao Chan hated the surname Ji the most. His first thought was, had he gotten it wrong? But soon he realized something from her words. Hating the surname Ji so much meant there was still a connection between them. It seemed the events recorded by the old station master contained secrets unknown to ordinary people. Miss Xiao Chan, do you mean that the records above refer to a princess from the previous dynasty, not you? Gui couldn't help but ask in confusion. From Xiao Chan's account, it was indeed the leakage of Yin energy from her ancient tomb that triggered the corpse mutation. Moreover, waking up to see an old Taoist priest also matched the information left behind at the Earth God Temple, the relay station, and other places. Then there was only one possibility: the old station master had made a mistake. The collapsed ancient tomb on North Mountain did not belong to the previous dynasty's princess, but to Xiao Chan. What is recorded is me, yet not me. When Xiao Chan uttered these words with a cold expression, Gu Yi grew even more bewildered. What do you mean it's you, and yet not you? It's a long story. Though I have few remaining memories, this one is deeply etched in my mind. Young hero, do you wish to hear it? As Xiao Chan spoke, her expression was complex, as if she wanted to say something, but hesitated. Gu Yi did not hesitate, and immediately said, Miss Xiao Chan, keeping unpleasant things bottled up inside will only make you feel worse. Finding someone to confide in might ease your burden. You can see that I am not from these parts, so feel free to speak your mind. I will surely support you. As he uttered the final sentence, Gu Yi's eyes shone with determination, and he clenched his right fist to thump his chest, expressing his sincerity. Since Xiao Chan was about to share her story, why not seize this chance to deepen their bond? If this matter pained Xiao Chan greatly, then he must take this opportunity to comfort her thoroughly. With such back and forth, it would be only natural to embrace her. After all, Gu Yi could not bear to witness such worldly suffering. Moreover, his words had covered everything necessary, including the explicit mention that he was not from this place. Whether it was the previous dynasty or the current one mattered little to him. Expressing his support for Xiao Chan was enough. Perhaps Gu Yi's words did have an effect, for after much hesitation, Xiao Chan finally spoke. This all begins with that princess surnamed Ji from the previous dynasty. As Xiao Chan narrated, Gu Yi listened attentively. Whenever she reached a sorrowful part, he would offer comfort. But as he listened, Gu Yi froze. What had happened to Xiao Chan was rather complicated. The story began when Xiao Chan was 16, as her earliest remaining memory dated back to that time. On that day, Xiao Chan encountered a girl who looked exactly like her. The difference was that Xiao Chan was dressed as a village girl, while the other wore a crimson riding outfit disguised as a man. When they met, both were stunned on the spot. After all, encountering someone who looked exactly like you was unbelievable for anyone. Then the girl who shared her likeness came to find her again not long after, claiming that Xiao Chan was her long-lost younger sister. And she, named Ji Xian, was a princess of the previous dynasty's royal family. Therefore, Xiao Chan should be called Ji Chan. She explained that when the previous dynasty was overthrown, they were both infants, and they had been tragically separated during the escape. General Yuan, who now guarded the frontier, was a former general who had surrendered from the previous dynasty. Ji Xian had been escorted to serve under this General Yuan, allowing her to grow up safely. For years, Ji Xian had believed her younger sister Xiao Chan had met with misfortune. She never expected to encounter her here today, thinking it must be the blessing of their ancestors enabling them to restore the previous dynasty. Up to this point, the story seemed quite normal, and Xiao Chan had transformed from a village girl into a princess of the previous dynasty. As long as she didn't stir up trouble, her material conditions would certainly be far better than before. After all, General Yuan was a high-ranking frontier official with his own troops, a man of real power. The only issue was that he was a former general who had surrendered. Thus, the current court was naturally uneasy, fearing he might rebel one day, so they assigned him to guard the border. Then the expected course of events became clear. General Yuan's surrender had been forced, intended to preserve strength for a future restoration. Somehow 2 years later, news leaked that General Yuan was secretly in contact with Ji Xian, the remnant of the previous dynasty's royal family. To reassure the court above, it was ultimately decided to sacrifice one person. That person was Xiao Chan. If General Yuan publicly executed Ji Xian and annihilated the hidden rebel forces, this act would surely reassure the higher authorities. In other words, by doing this, General Yuan, as a surrendered general, would completely sever ties with the To ensure authenticity, those who came to the rescue were loyal martyrs of the previous dynasty, completely unaware of the truth, believing that the captured person was indeed Ji Xian. Later, they even used this as a pretext to surround and annihilate an armed group hiding in the mountains. Do you mean your own sister sacrificed you to save herself? Hearing this, Gu Yi felt the moment had come. He immediately sat up from the bed with a swish and angrily cursed Ji Xian and that so-called General Yuan. From the records left by the old station master, it was clear that the restoration had never succeeded over the years. It was all utterly futile. Since this station world was a fictional setting, Gu Yi cursed without any psychological burden. He declared that General Yuan was a complete failure, utterly useless. Instead of dying on the battlefield, he chose to surrender and survive, sacrificing an innocent girl like Xiao Chan and achieving nothing in the end. Truly the worst of the worst. Under Gu Yi's colorful stream of insults, Xiao Chan, who had been speaking in a low tone, couldn't help but laugh. Though she didn't understand some of his words, hearing them from this young man inexplicably made her feel relieved and amused. Seeing Xiao Chan's expression, Gu Yi cleared his throat twice, quickly took her hand, and said passionately, "Miss Xiao Chan, if I had been by your side back then, I would never have let anyone harm you." After saying this, he couldn't resist gently squeezing her hand. "Young hero, are your words true?" "Of course they are true." Under Gu Yi's unabashedly fervent gaze, Xiao Chan felt a sudden flutter of panic in her heart. She quickly turned her head away and withdrew her hand from his grasp. She feared that if this continued, she might actually be moved by this young man. But after all, she was merely a ghost. Even if she did nothing, being close to a living person for too long would harm their body. Although this young man was indeed vigorous and robust, it wouldn't work in the long run. The paths of humans and ghosts are different. "What's wrong, Miss Xiao Chan?" Seeing her withdraw her hand and fall silent, Gu Yi wondered if he had overdone it. Young Master Gu, let me continue with what happened afterward." As Xiao Chan narrated, the subsequent developments took Gu Yi by surprise. Xiao Chan had been willing to die in place of her sister Ji Xian. Ever since learning of this identity, she who had been a common girl was naturally terrified. Although she lived in luxury and Ji Xian treated her like a true sister, the latter's single-minded obsession with rebellion filled her with constant anxiety. When news of General Yuan's secret collusion with her sister Ji Xian leaked, she became even more fearful. In the end, she decided to die in her sister's place, which was why she had worn an expression of relief at the moment of death. But Ji Xian's subsequent arrangements for her were completely unexpected. She had Xiao Chan refined into a Yin corpse. Not only that, but after deliberately preserving her lingering soul, Ji Xian personally revealed the truth. That truth was that Xiao Chan merely bore a striking resemblance to Ji Xian. The two were not blood-related at all. Everything had been a scheme Ji Xian had devised from the moment she first saw Xiao Chan. This included the deliberate leak of information. As a surrendered general, General Yuan would inevitably arouse the court's suspicion. For the sake of the restoration plan, Xiao Chan had to be sacrificed. This was Ji Xian's original plan, but when Xiao Chan woke up this time, she discovered that only her soul remained. Therefore, the one who wanted to possess Xiao Chan's body was none other than Ji Xian herself. "Damn it! I will never let this happen." This time, Gu Yi was not feigning tender words. He hadn't expected that all of this was simply because Xiao Chan shared the same face as Ji Xian. This meant that the sisterly affection and everything else had been a pretense. One could only imagine how Xiao Chan felt upon learning the truth. Moreover, since Xiao Chan had already died for her, why reveal this truth? This was no ordinary malice. It was sheer psychological perversion. He would definitely break these four array eyes. "You have conversed with Xiao Chan and gained understanding." Just as Gu Yi was enraged, a message popped up before his eyes. This instantly diverted his attention to the line of text. Completed understanding with Xiao Chan through conversation. Gu Yi had previously thought that female ghosts could not be developed and had only completed the exploration when he first discovered her. There had been no progress since. Unexpectedly, after their mutual chat, the understanding was inexplicably completed. Since both exploration and understanding were done, how should he proceed with establishment and connection? Gu Yi thought of the lying sword in his backpack. He had obtained that sword, so the establishment was complete. But how could he obtain Xiao Chan? He had embraced her before, which meant simple contact did not suffice for establishment. Or did he need to deepen his relationship with Xiao Chan? Literally, Gu Yi believed that with items like the lying sword, he had established a master-owner relationship. What about Xiao Chan? Naturally, Gu Yi's thoughts strayed. If a mere friendship could complete the establishment, it would have been done long ago, given how long he had known Xiao Chan. He couldn't possibly make Xiao Chan acknowledge him as master, could he? Although she was a female ghost, he was thinking of a normal man-woman relationship. Jumping straight to master and servant. Wasn't that playing too advanced a game? As Gu Yi pondered, Xiao Chan gradually came back to her senses. His righteous words had left her staring at him in a daze, feeling that the youth's stature had suddenly grown much more imposing. She could clearly sense his genuine emotion, utterly different from his earlier flowery words. But when she came to, she found his eyes fixed on her chest. What did that mean? Most likely it was all an act again. At this thought, Xiao Chan couldn't help but want to punch Gu Yi. He had almost made her fall for it. "Have you seen enough, young master?" As Gu Yi was studying the information before him, Xiao Chan's slightly plaintive voice came from across. He looked up to see her expression had turned cold. This confused him even more. When he had spoken those words, there was clearly tenderness in her beautiful eyes. How had it changed so quickly? Gu Yi was baffled momentarily at a loss for words. But soon he realized the problem from her remark. The deep blue panel was visible only to each individual survivor. That meant others couldn't see it. He had learned this from the public channel. To confirm, Gu Yi pointed at the deep blue panel before him and asked, "Xiao Chan, can you see anything here?" "Anything?" Xiao Chan was puzzled. There was nothing where the youth pointed. "There is this." With a thought, Gu Yi summoned a fiend bead from his backpack into his hand. Xiao Chan was speechless. She thought he was going to say something important, but he was just showing off a spell. Although she hated Ji Xian, she had to admit that this false identity had allowed her access to a world ordinary people could never reach. Not only spells like this, but some alchemists could also refine storage pouches. Gu Yi's spell was nothing more than transferring an item from his storage pouch to his hand. What was so special? Just as Xiao Chan was thinking this and trying to find where his storage pouch was, her slender brows furrowed. She could not sense any trace of a storage pouch on Gu Yi's person. "Xiao Chan, what are you doing?" Gu Yi had intended to test if a ghost like Xiao Chan could detect the deep blue panel, but unexpectedly after looking him over she suddenly reached into his bathrobe. Wasn't this proactive embrace of blatant seduction? If he didn't react, that would be truly inexcusable. Ignoring Xiao Chan's hands inside his bathrobe, Gu Yi pulled her waist and pushed her onto the bed. He had planned to wait until after dealing with the three array eyes, but the opportunity was right before him. There was no choice but to go for it. Without further ado, Gu Yi's hands were not idle as he leaned down. But as soon as he kissed her, he felt her solid form vanish beneath him, the cold, smooth touch gone. At some point, she had used her spiritual advantage to slip out of the train car. Through the window, Gu Yi could clearly see the red-clad figure outside, her face full of shame and anger. "You." Outside the train, Xiao Chan was so flustered she could barely speak. She had only wanted to search for traces of a storage pouch on Gu Yi, but he had taken advantage of the situation. And now he had even kissed her. No matter how Gu Yi called for her to return, the red-clad female ghost just shook her head and said they could talk about it tomorrow night. With that, she flew without looking back into the corpse-locking town. Gu Yi could only sigh in regret, unable to. The prey had slipped from his grasp, but she was a female ghost. If she had been a normal woman, he would never have let her. Besides, the only thing he had that could harm spirits like ghosts was the Heartguard pendant, and he could never use that to her. Time 204536. Fortunately, he had expended much energy during the day breaking the station's array eye, and interacting with Xiao Chan was also draining. After sighing for a while, Gu Yi slowly drifted off to sleep. Time 070609. Public channel ID 4396. Current members 900-1100000. Daily posts allowed 3. The first thing Gu Yi did upon waking was instinctively open the chat panel. What greeted his eyes was the public channel. It was the 4th day of the nationwide train survival, and nearly 1,000 people had already died in his channel 4396. If other channels were similar, that meant almost 10% of the population was gone. And the number was rapidly decreasing as it soon dropped from 90.01 to 89.99. Jiang Tianhe, anyone who can kill this person named Lin Muxue can claim 5 common grade supplies from me, including a 2-star weapon. A message on the public channel caught Gu Yi's attention. Besides the text, this Jiang Tianhe also attached a screenshot of Lin Muxue's profile picture. Gu Yi immediately recognized her as the class belle from the neighboring class. He had traded with this female classmate before, and her meticulousness had left a good impression on him. With Jiang Tian's public message, the channel became a bit lively. Some compared it to Gu Yi's bounty on Liang Chun, finding the two entirely different in scale. Gu Yi's requirement from yesterday was merely that agreeing would allow one to exchange for a 5-star weapon at a low price. But Jiang Tianhe demanded the kill first before claiming the reward. Normally, Jiang Tian's approach was the standard procedure: complete the task, then get the reward. Gu Yi's bounty was unprecedented. In comparison, both Jiang Tian's requirements and rewards were far inferior. "Jiang Tianhe, who do you think I am, that reckless Gu Yi? Anyone who talks back, I won't mind switching the target to you." When Jiang Tianhe posted this, the public channel fell. Gu Yi's bounty from yesterday was still fresh in everyone's minds. Although Jiang Tian's reward was much poorer, someone might still take the job. It was already the 4th day of train survival, and multiple-person trains were no longer rare. If one was unlucky enough to encounter someone who accepted this task, who would dare to leave their train? "Gu Yi, this Lin Muxue is my classmate. Anyone who agrees to kill this Jiang Tianhe can come to me and exchange 10 1-star weapons for a 6-star weapon." Just as the public channel fell into a temporary silence, Gu Yi's words struck like a thunderbolt. At this early hour, most survivors would take a glance, so the public channel this morning was unusually lively under Gu Yi's remarks. Some survivors, previously silenced by Jiang Tian's aggressive outburst, began to flatter Gu Yi one after another, exhausting their daily limit of 3 messages. It was purely cathartic. They wouldn't foolishly reply to Jiang Tianhe again, merely praising Gu Yi's moves. In doing so, they indirectly trampled on Jiang Tianhe. The 6-star weapon became the focal point of their praise. They had thought those two 5-star weapons were the highest tier available, but now, because of Lin Muxue, Guyi had unveiled a 6-star weapon. What exactly was the relationship between these two? On the surface, Guyi only claimed Lin Muxue was his classmate. This was evident from their profile pictures. Every survivor's avatar showed the scene before they boarded the train. From the images, both were indeed wearing the same school uniform. But could it really be just a simple classmate bond? Before Guyi offered the second 5-star weapon, that 5-star cleaver was one of a kind. Even days later, it remained so. Yet what had Guyi just said? He promised to exchange a 6-star weapon for 10 1-star ones after killing Jiang Tianhe. A 6-star weapon. He was truly going all out. These survivors had long suspected Guyi possessed something even more formidable than a 5-star. Otherwise, he wouldn't casually toss out two 5-star weapons. Their question was whether this 6-star weapon was Guyi's best. If so, it confirmed that Guyi had feelings for his beautiful schoolmate Lin Muxue, a case of risking all for a maiden smile. If not, then Guyi's strength far exceeded expectations, undeniably formidable. Jiang Tianhe, that Guyi, are you bluffing? Why don't you list that 6-star weapon? If you're so tough, why not come kill me yourself? I'm waiting for your hired help. Having just arrived at a low-risk 6-star difficulty station, this morning Jiang Tianhe was seething. Yesterday, he explored a 5-star desolate village only to find other survivors. Just as he planned to reap the benefits, that pretty student girl turned out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. The cleaver she suddenly pulled out was razor-sharp, allowing her to escape unscathed while severing 4 fingers from his left hand. The memory enraged Jiang Tianhe. At least it wasn't his right hand, or he'd be unable to wield a weapon. The more he thought about it last night, the angrier he grew until he stumbled upon the girl's information in the trading hall today. After seeing her avatar, Jiang Tianhe hurriedly gathered his belongings to issue a bounty like Guyi. He naturally wouldn't act as recklessly as Guyi. A mere promise to trade high-star weapons for cheap. Was that not sheer idiocy? Besides, he lacked the capital for a 5-star weapon. He just hoped someone would take his task and avenge his lost fingers. But as soon as he posted on the public channel, a bunch of fools compared his bounty to Guyi's. Wasn't that infuriating? His words hadn't specifically targeted Guyi, merely criticizing his chaotic approach. Yet Guyi had retaliated with a bounty of his own. At first, Jiang Tianhe considered apologizing. What if he met the same fate as Liang Chen yesterday? But as time passed, he noticed no activity in the trading hall. What did this mean? Was Guyi merely bluffing? After all, he had struggled for 3 days to obtain a single 3-star weapon. Guyi having 2 5-star weapons was already impressive. Even if he owned a 6-star, he'd likely hesitate to part with it. When no 6-star weapon appeared in the trading hall after 10 minutes, Jiang Tianhe, in a fit of impulse, fired off that response on the public channel. If Guyi had the guts, he should come kill him personally. Why all the posturing? Especially now, standing at this low-risk 6-star station, Jiang Tianhe felt a surge of fighting spirit. Wasn't it just a 6-star weapon? Perhaps he could acquire one here today. Based on survival experience and public channel intel, the star rating of a low-risk station matched the quality of its resources. Normally, a 3-star station couldn't yield resources above 3 stars, at most the same tier. So this low-risk 6-star station must contain at least one ordinary 6-star item. Once he had a 6-star weapon, what was there to fear? After posting, Jiang Tianhe exhausted his daily 3 public channel messages, feeling a wave of satisfaction. Though insults caused no real harm, the act itself brought him pleasure. With confidence, Jiang Tianhe prepared to explore the low-risk 6-star amusement park. Soon he retreated to the train in agony, clutching his groin. The cursed amusement park was haunted. A clown monster had inexplicably hurled a dart at his crotch. Bang! 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 Looking out the window, the clown monster pursued, relentlessly firing darts. Durability 199 after a dozen darts. The flashing message startled Jiang Tianhe. Could a monster from a low-risk 6-star station damage the train? 99, 98, 98, 97, 97, 96. 90. When the train's durability dropped to 90, Jiang Tianhe was dumbfounded. The clown monster outside fired darts like a machine gun. If it kept attacking, the durability would hit 0 in a few hours. It would be over. Retreat. Jiang Tianhe immediately chose to warp. I forgot to list the weapon. After brushing his teeth, Guyi saw the public channel messages and casually listed another upgraded axe on the trading hall. This axe, originally a 1-star weapon like the iron fork, was 1 star higher after its upgrade path was on. His reasons for continuing the bounty on the public channel were twofold: to boost the pretty Lin Muxue's standing and to trade for low-star weapons to gain development points. No one can afford 10 1-star weapons today. Guyi had just complained when a trade notification popped up. Ding. User Lu Manqing requests a trade message. Handsome, please accept my friend request. Seeing the 10 1-star weapons in her trade window, Guyi grew intrigued. Finally, a survivor could meet the price. Adding a friend. That was no problem at all. But when he clicked on her name and saw the avatar, Guyi was taken aback. This Lu Manqing looked at most in her early 30s with an alluringly mature appearance. Her chest in particular was so ample that the phrase "thunder bigger than head" came to mind. Good heavens! Gu Yi couldn't help but exclaim inside the Star Pioneer carriage. Each survivor's profile picture only showed the upper body, yet this beautiful woman, named Lu Manking's prominent bosom, occupied nearly half the frame. It was impossible to look away. As a normal adult male, he inevitably stole more than a few glances. Over the past few days, quite a few attractive women had privately messaged him hoping to obtain something good from him. The condition was that he could look at any part of their bodies. Naturally, Gu Yi had little interest in such requests. What was the point of just looking at a photo or a short video? But Lu Manqing was different. She was as ripe as a honey peach that could be squeezed for juice at the slightest touch. Under her pale blue cheongsam, her heavy, full curves seemed ready to burst through the fabric. Coupled with her enchantingly beautiful face, if a woman of her caliber made such an offer, Gu Yi might have impulsively agreed during the nighttime hours. Wasn't it just a 5-star or 6-star weapon? With his Star Pioneer talent, he could easily upgrade, but fortunately, it was early morning. Looking at the bright world outside the window, Gu Yi managed to stay calm. Your transaction with user Lu Manqing was successful. You obtained a 1-star weapon. Soon their transaction was completed. Gu Yi traded away a 6-star ordinary grade axe and received 10 1-star weapons. Once he upgraded these weapons, he would immediately gain a total of 50 upgrade points. Damn, this is too profitable. When the 10 1-star weapons appeared in the carriage, Gu Yi couldn't contain his. With this SS grade talent, he could endlessly repeat the process without spending much time exploring stations. Each time he traded a few upgraded weapons with others, he would receive a steady stream of supplies and upgrade points. As time passed over the past few days, some survivors could finally afford the price. Although trading away a 6-star weapon seemed like a loss, it was actually a huge gain. To avoid revealing his secret too early, he deliberately cultivated a persona that made him appear reckless in the eyes of others. Regarding the incident with Liang Chun, those unaware of the details would think he was vengeful, acting impulsively to issue a kill order against anyone daring to provoke or insult him. The same went for Jiang Tian's case. They would believe Gu Yi had acted on impulse again for a female classmate. But he couldn't do this too often, or others would suspect he had a special ability. Under normal circumstances, once every day or two was enough. This way, other survivors would only think he was incredibly powerful. Thus, any sane survivor would avoid provoking him. Gu Yi's strategy was to cast a wide net. If he helped those willing to repay generously, he would come out ahead. Especially in the early stages, those who could gather so many supplies and agree to tasks indirectly proved their strength far exceeded ordinary survivors, making them worth investing in as friends. Public channel ID 4396, current population 8960100000, daily posts 2 Chow, Shui Dam, everyone look. Gu Yi's 6-star weapon on the trading market shows as successfully traded. Luyang Dam, Gu Yi is truly impressive, risking it all for a beauty. Wait, Adong, seriously. Can we just agree and get a low-price weapon from Gu Yi? With the successful transaction between Gu Yi and Lu Manqing, the public channel buzzed with activity again. Although no one knew who traded with Gu Yi, today's situation was clearly different from yesterday's incident with Liang Chun. Yesterday, they remembered the person who killed Liang Chun was Wang Meng. The trade only showed as successful after the kill, backed by several pictures and a short video. But today, the trade of this 6-star axe had no related information before or after. If there was no trick, then Gu Yi was indeed formidable and resource-rich. Inside a train named Black Swan, Lu Manqing held the 6-star axe, still feeling a sense of unreality. This was a weapon with skills, not the blank equipment below 5-star. She had just tested the axe's power. Both its sharpness and the strength boost from its active skill were incomparable to her previous 4-star weapon. What's this lousy 4-star weapon? Does it deserve me? Lu Manqing first stomped on the original 4-star curved blade with her high heel in displeasure, then turned to grip the 6-star axe's handle with her slender fingers, caressing it like a lover. This 6-star axe was truly formidable, giving her a full sense of security and satisfaction. Especially now, watching the public channel full of people asking who traded for the axe, Lu Manqing's eyes gleamed with pride. She hadn't expected the young student named Gu Yi to be serious. He only asked her to agree to kill Jiang Tianhe when they met, and in return, she could get a high-star weapon at a low price. Even after the trade was completed and the axe appeared in her carriage, she was still stunned. That kid, was he really doing this? Overjoyed, Lu Manqing grasped the 6-star axe in her hand, holding it as happily as if embracing a lover. Her survival experience over the past few days had taught her that having a powerful weapon was truly reliable. Otherwise, with her beauty and figure, she might have been exploited by others. Indeed, it was fortunate she had great talent that enhanced her strength, similar to a game buff. Even as a woman wielding an ordinary weapon, she could gain temporary enhancements. Now with this 6-star axe, it was like adding wings to a tiger. And for all this, she had to thank the young male student named Gu Yi. Thinking of this, Lu Manqing grew even more curious as she examined Gu Yi's profile picture among her friends. A few days ago, she had noticed his commotion on the public channel, first trading a 5-star weapon for water and food on the very first day. Initially, she didn't pay much attention, thinking he was just lucky and unaware of the value of a weapon with skill. But as she explored and gathered intelligence over the following days, she realized that weapons with skills were something she hadn't even seen appear on the public channel. Of course, except for Guyi. The only 2 5-star weapons with skills had come from this young man. Once or twice, and she began to pay closer attention. Until this morning, when Guyi spoke again on the public channel, she didn't dare blink, afraid of missing crucial information. At the same time, right after Guyi posted his kill order, she immediately applied to add him as a friend. Though she only waited 10 minutes, it felt like an eternity, because she couldn't find his listed weapon on the trading market. Fortunately, persistence paid off. As she continuously refreshed the trading market page, she finally saw Guyi's listing. She immediately applied for the trade and successfully obtained this 6-star axe. Indeed, a 6-star weapon had a unique texture. Just gripping the sturdy axe handle gave her an intense sense. With that, Lu Manxing deliberately placed the axe handle between her chest and walked to a full-length mirror to take a photo from a certain angle. This was a built-in feature of the deep blue panel, allowing photos or short videos. Ding. Friend, Lu Manxing sent a message. Just as Guyi was about to leave the carriage, a prompt appeared. Lu Manxing, handsome, does this axe suit me? Along with the text, she attached a full-body selfie. If her profile picture already showed her prominent bosom, this photo fully displayed the seductive woman's explosive figure. The 6-star axe he had upgraded was wedged between Lu Manxing's chest easily, making one fantasize about something else replacing the handle. What made it even more striking was the full-length mirror in the photo, clearly reflecting the curve of Lu Manxing's back. Her hips were as wide as her shoulders. Her plump, voluptuous buttocks stretched the cheongsam tight, outlining a perfectly flawless shape. A woman with a chest bigger than her head and hips wider than her shoulders. Is she the most intoxicating type? Guyi was stunned, curiosity stirring within him. It was evident that Lu Manxing's message was laden with illusions. Not only the text itself, but the accompanying image was also meticulously chosen, revealing the subtle, intricate thoughts of this mature, voluptuous woman. Thus, Guyi's reply was equally straightforward. Guyi, this axe might not be quite suitable. If you ever come across a multiplayer station in the future, you're welcome to drop by my train carriage. I have something more fitting for you. After sending that flamboyant message, Guyi opened the train door and stepped out. A bit of appropriate banter was beneficial for one's mental and physical well-being. Now it was time to explore the western side of Corpse Lock Town. A few little lecture. Upon reading Guyi's message, Lu Manxing inside the Black Swan couldn't help but scoff softly. Through her testing, she had confirmed that Guyi indeed had a penchant for beautiful women. Otherwise, why would he have put out a kill order for that classmate of his, offering this 6-star axe? Yet in her view, this was not a bad thing at all. On the contrary, it was an entirely favorable development. When it came to appearance, she truly didn't believe she would lose to anyone. Although she had only verbally agreed to the trade for this weapon from Guyi, she worried that such an opportunity might be a one-time affair. What if Guyi could procure even more formidable weapons? What excuse would she use next time? Indeed, Lu Manxing pondered, if she hadn't eliminated Jiang Tianhe, wouldn't it be difficult to find a reason to trade with Guyi again? Therefore, she could tailor her approach to his preferences. What normal man didn't like beautiful women? As long as she could maintain a good relationship with Guyi, a little flirtatious banter on the side wouldn't cost her anything. He liked beautiful women. Wasn't she one herself? From Guyi's reply, Lu Manxing could discern his intentions at a glance. What did he mean by come to my train carriage and do something later? That was as clear as day. He deliberately changed sit to do. What was he inviting her in to do? Not to mention, he added that he had something more suitable. Seems this little fellow is quite confident. Lu Manxing licked her rosy lips with her delicate tongue and decided to reply to Guyi again. Lu Manxing, little one, if you really do have something suitable, big sister wouldn't mind coming to sit with you another day. But I must warn you, don't let just anyone into your train, or you might get devoured whole. After sending this, Lu Manxing finally revealed a satisfied smile. This time she deliberately used little one instead of the previous little handsome guy. The latter part was meant to caution him while preserving the ambiguous atmosphere. Compared to being conquered, she preferred to take the initiative and dominate. That was more in line with her usual style. However, 5 full minutes passed after she sent this message, and there was no reply. This left Lu Manxing somewhat puzzled. Was there something wrong with her message? Shouldn't Guyi have been even more excited after reading it? Wouldn't he become more interested in her? So 10 minutes later, Lu Manxing added another line. Lu Manxing, little brother, if you come across any good finds later, come find big sister first. He'll work hard to take them off your hands and satisfy you. Corpse Lock Town on the stone wall. Guyi planned to repeat his earlier tactic, using the height advantage of the stone wall to survey the general situation to the west. The weather was overcast today. As soon as he ascended the stone wall via the steps from the south gate, he noticed that the black mist swirling above the northern part of the town had grown even denser, almost completely obscuring the buildings there. In stark contrast were the south and east areas beneath his feet. Although black mist still lingered in the sky, its color was much lighter, evidently affected by the miasma from the other two sides. Today was the fourth day. Xiao Chan had said that in a week her body would be completely taken over, so he had to hurry. Since the White Tiger Array in Corpse Lock Town was located within the county office, a place of punishment and slaughter, it was filled with heavy killing intent. As a ghost, Xiao Chan would suffer great harm if she got too close. Therefore, she didn't know the exact location of the array within the county office. This time, he would have to find and destroy it through his own exploration. Needless to say, the difficulty was far greater than the other two locations. With Xiao Chan's guidance on the south and east sides, it was like having the array markers revealed on the map in advance. For this operation, he would have to be even more cautious. On the southern stone wall, the closer Gu Yi got to the west, the tighter his brow furrowed. According to the notice, the county magistrate had ordered the people to evacuate through the west gate to Yangjiao Fort 30 li away. In that direction, the sky was filled with black mist far thicker than that over Corpse Lock Town. Gu Yi strained his eyes and could vaguely make out the outline of buildings in Yangjiao Fort. A jet-black pillar of qi shot up from the castle's location, spreading out like spilled ink at an extreme height, resembling a solidified sea of pitch-black asphalt on the horizon. Even from 30 li away, the dense black clouds over Yangjiao Fort gave a strong sense of suffocation. It was as if a more sinister sacrificial ritual was taking place there. Through his exploration of Corpse Lock Town, Gu Yi had come to understand that this world was no simple place. Walking corpses, ghosts, these things were all too real. And from Xiao Chan's story last night, she had mentioned sorcery that ordinary people never encountered. This indicated that even if it wasn't a high martial world, it was at least a mid-martial one. The more Gu Yi looked at the situation over Yangjiao Fort, the more alarmed he became. The difficulty of the Corpse Lock Town station was marked as low-risk 9 stars. Surely no more powerful enemies would emerge, right? Besides, this place was a locked map, so perhaps the problem wasn't too severe. Otherwise, given the situation at Yangjiao Fort, he wouldn't be able to handle it alone right now. From this, it could be inferred that even if the residents of Corpse Lock Town fled to Yangjiao Fort, the outcome would likely be grim. An open world is still too dangerous. Gu Yi tightened his grip on the Shadow Flame sword. For now, he would focus on dealing with Corpse Lock Town. He could explore the world beyond later when the opportunity arose. Ding. Current station: Corpse Lock Town station, difficulty low risk 9 stars, medium risk 3 stars. Ding. Current location: Corpse Sealed Town, location difficulty low risk 9 stars, medium risk 3 stars. Wait, the difficulty has escalated. Though Gu Yi had anticipated something like this, he still fell into silence when the notification popped up before his eyes. So far, based on information from the public channel, no other location had experienced such a change. However, one thing widely accepted by most survivors was that the star rating of a location's difficulty roughly corresponded to the star rating of its resources. For Corpse Sealed Town's low-risk 9 stars, if this standard held true, the highest resource quality would be white grade 9 stars. This raised a doubt in Gu Yi's mind, for the Brank mission he received from Xiao Chan offered a reward of the outstanding grade. Outstanding grade resources were blue in quality, separated from the ordinary grade by the fine grade. In other words, if the above standard was correct, the final difficulty of this mission would be above medium risk. It wasn't until the notification of the location's difficulty upgrade appeared that Gu Yi felt somewhat reassured. Not only could a solo location become a multiplayer one due to the arrival of others, but the difficulty could also dynamically adjust based on changes in the current world. Thus, the phrase "explore the world beyond the air wall later" seemed quite reasonable. Take Corpse Sealed Town, for instance. If he had truly delayed until 7 days later without successfully breaking the 4 formation eyes, the difficulty would likely have increased further. By then, his own strength failing to keep pace would mean certain death. As for the reason behind the town's difficulty upgrade, though he was unclear on the specifics, he suspected it was inevitably linked to the old Taoist from the Righteous Villa in the north. The consecutive destruction of the southern and eastern formation eyes must have been perceptible to some extent. Yet even with the difficulty raised to medium risk 3 stars, he still had 2 pieces of fine-grade equipment on him. The Shadow Flame sword, a 3-star fine-grade weapon, had yet to complete its final link of expansion. Over these past few days, he had swung it thousands of times without any reaction. The other item was the Heart-Guarding Pendant, a 6-star fine-grade piece, the best equipment he owned. With a thought, Gu Yi gripped his sword and continued westward. The west of the town differed from the south and east. Standing on the stone wall, one could see that the buildings here were noticeably more luxurious. The courtyards were much larger, and even the colors of the roof tiles were more vivid, no longer a monotonous gray. As the location of the county government office, the west was likely the wealthiest area in the town and also the evacuation point designated in the notices. But at this moment, not a single walking corpse could be seen in the vast courtyards. Not only the distant courtyards, but even the streets were devoid of any walking corpses. Yet when a cold wind blew, the thick, nauseating stench of rot remained undiminished. Though no walking corpses were visible below on the three-hang-high stone wall, a few corpses clad in tattered military robes were relentlessly banging their heads against the wall in one direction. Ugh. Oh. Noticing the uninvited guests on the wall, several walking corpses reacted and lunged forward with claws bared. After days of training, Guyi had become increasingly adept at slaying walking corpses. Under the sharp blade of the shadow flame sword, cutting them down was as easy as slicing melons, requiring no wasted effort to activate skills. Near the eastern gate tower of corpse-sealed town banners lay fallen on the ground in a mess. After confirming no walking corpses were on it, Guyi looked down below. The main road leading straight to the western gate was strewn with scattered items stretching all the way to the town gate, likely belongings abandoned by fleeing civilians. Aside from the gate area, the stretch near the city wall was lined with rows of warehouses and crude barracks, possibly used by the border troops who had come to reinforce the town. At that moment, looking from the side, the town gate below was wide open, which brought a gleam of joy to Guyi's eyes. Could it be that all the walking corpses here had exited through this western gate? If so, wouldn't the difficulty be greatly reduced? Then what was the point of the earlier difficulty increase? With this doubt, Guyi turned to look outside the town. The scene outside the town was similar, with large patches of bloodstains and scattered goods still visible on. Thus, the situation at that time was easy to deduce. The north had completely fallen out of control, and the county magistrate had pretended to arrange for the people to flee from here to Yangjiao, fort 30 li away. However, walking corpses blocked the way outside the western gate, forcing some to choose other town gates. How many died here or managed to escape seemed no longer important. He had initially thought the west of the town would be swarming with walking corpses, but this situation undoubtedly saved him a lot of trouble. Time to collect. On the ground, both inside and outside the town, there were not only civilians' goods, but also many abandoned weapons. A single glance revealed a sea of white light on the ground. No fewer than 60 or 70 items. Holy cow, a massive haul. The current scene stood in stark contrast to the previous days. Before, walking corpses were everywhere, and searching required clearing out these miscellaneous monsters first. Now, not a single monster was in sight, but resources lay scattered everywhere. Just moments ago on the stone wall, Guyi had already obtained 3 2-star single-bladed swords. Adding in the batch below, this haul far surpassed the gains from the south and east. To be safe, Guyi decided to remain cautious, especially since the location's difficulty had just escalated. He picked up a loose stone from the wall and tossed it into the town, wanting to see if the tents below harbored any walking corpses or other monsters. After no reaction, he threw a few more stones. Ensuring complete silence, he finally descended the stone wall, sword in hand. The ground near the western gate was soaked in blood, revealing the tragic scene of the civilians' escape that day. Thus, he would not waste these resources. If he encountered any turned into walking corpses, he would surely help deliver them from suffering. No help for it. He was kind-hearted. Guyi skillfully pulled out a large burlap sack ready to collect the goods. His personal storage space had only 10 slots, suitable only for large items. His plan was to haul all the resources here back to the train first, then explore the location of the county government office. Admittedly, this bout of resource gathering made Guyi feel as if he were stealing. Cautious as ever, he kept an eye on his surroundings while collecting. After all, this place was indeed eerie. Not a single walking corpse in sight, making him worry about a possible ambush. But when both burlap sacks were full, the corner of Guyi's mouth couldn't help but twitch upward. He had piled all the resources from this area at the town gate, and after filling 2 sacks, there were still some collectibles left over. The problem was that he only had 2 sacks with him, so facing this situation was quite vexing. I'll have to make another trip. What a hassle. Guyi shook his head with a suppressed smile, hoisting a sack over each shoulder as he climbed the stone wall. Though no walking corpses were seen in the western gate area, there was no guarantee none were inside. The safest and most reliable approach was to return by the same route. Guyi had deliberately counted earlier. Excluding the uncollected items, there were 54 pieces in total. Among them, 10 were 1-star weapons, 30 were 2-star weapons, 5 were 3-star weapons, 2 were 4-star weapons, and the rest were collectibles. If he were to fully expand all these weapons, he would gain a total of 438 expansion points. A massive haul indeed. Back safely aboard the Star Sea Pioneer, a grin spread across Guyi's face. Now he could conveniently unlock the route for the green iron dagger from the Earth God Temple. Guyi expended one of his energy bars, successfully pioneering all these weapons. The pioneering points also skyrocketed, approaching 500. The other 7 collectibles were directly thrown into the Myriad Realm, recycling, earning 26 world coins. So far, this was Guyi's most bountiful harvest. He retrieved the green iron dagger from his backpack. Its quality was 6-star ordinary with a passive skill called Soul Calm. The note described it as a sacrificial ritual tool passed down through generations of the Zhou family. The temple priests used to calm the mind and soothe the spirit during ceremonies. Valued at 6 world coins, it had 3 evolution routes, evil breaking, evil suppressing, and ghost alluring, each costing 30 pioneering points. Gui had never unlocked a route for this dagger obtained from the Earth God Temple, as he had never found the opportunity. But now he believed he could unlock it. Xiao Chan said the county office was heavy with baleful aura, so the evil breaking route might prove useful. Moreover, with sufficient pioneering points, now strengthening the weapon meant enhancing his own combat power. By consuming 30 pioneering points, the green iron dagger's star rating instantly increased by 2 stars. Evil breaking, as its name implied, was specifically for dispelling foul and baleful energies. After consuming 30 pioneering points, the quality rose to 9-star ordinary. The dagger now possessed the passive skill Soul Calm and the active skills Evil Breaking, Evil Suppressing. Soon Guyi had unlocked all 3 routes for the green iron dagger. Similar to the Heart Guarding Pendant, the quality was stuck at 9 stars, requiring an upgrade to reveal its truth. This time Guyi named it casually, choosing to keep its original name. After the upgrade, the green iron dagger became a 4-star fine quality item, retaining its passive and active skills with an updated note reflecting its elevation from a sacrificial tool of the Zhou family at the Corpse Ceiling Town Station. Upon completion, the dagger's star rating was only 1 star higher than the Fierce Shadow Sword. The second skill was essentially an enhanced version of the passive, not much to discuss. By consuming a certain amount of energy, it could temporarily seal evil beings in place. As for the third skill, Ghost Alluring, Guyi was intensely curious. It required inserting the green iron dagger into one's body to alter one's aura, making it resemble a ghostly entity. However, this self-harming method made him wince. He disliked skills that injured himself. Yet when he attempted to activate Ghost Alluring, Guyi found the short blade of the green iron dagger had become ethereal. He even tried touching it with his hand, but couldn't make contact. This phenomenon reminded him of the red-clad female ghost Xiao Chan. As a spiritual entity, ghosts could pass through physical objects. Last night, Xiao Chan had used this ability to escape from his bed. Seeing the green iron dagger capable of the same only deepened Guyi's curiosity. In this form, stabbing it into his body probably wouldn't draw blood. With that thought, he gripped the dagger's hilt with his left hand and tentatively plunged it into his left thigh. The moment the green iron dagger pierced his flesh, a surge of icy energy flowed from the blade into Guyi's body. Instantly, as Ghost Alluring fully activated, he felt a qualitative change in every part of his being. Wait, why am I taller? Guyi realized his head was nearly touching the carriage ceiling, as if he had grown nearly a meter in an instant. But when he looked down in bewilderment, he was stunned. Unbeknownst to him, his feet were a meter off the ground, floating in midair. What the hell? As he gaped, he caught his full reflection in the window glass. His facial skin was deathly pale, similar to Xiao Chan's, with no trace of a living person about him. Moreover, he discovered he could move his body freely with just his mind. Holy crap, this Ghost Alluring lets me fly like a ghost. After darting and twisting wildly within the carriage, Guyi was astounded by this active skill of the green iron dagger. His body now resembled a ghostly entity, unable to touch any physical object in the carriage. He could, like Xiao Chan, pass his arm through the train's sidewall. However, using this skill rapidly consumed his energy. In no time, it dropped from 91 to 81, roughly a 10 loss per minute. How high can I fly in Ghost Alluring mode? Guyi was intensely curious about this. As an ordinary person, the thrill of flight was impossible to suppress. If he could soar freely anytime, anywhere, the mere thought was exhilarating. In the Corpse Ceiling Town instance, for example, he could descend from the sky, strike the array's core in one blow, and fly away. Even if a million walking corpses swarmed the ground, what threat would they pose? The advantage of aerial combat was incomparable to ground combat. Once airborne and at a distance, ground creatures posed no danger. So Guyi willed his body upward, instantly passing through the carriage ceiling and emerging outside the train. The next second, fully exposed outside the train, Guyi felt his body weaken, and he plummeted back into the carriage from midair. He quickly pulled the green iron dagger from his thigh, gasping for breath. In less than a second, his energy bar had plummeted by 40. Even with the overcast sky outside, it inflicted massive drain on him in Ghost Alluring mode. Under a blazing sun, he would likely lose all energy in an instant. Although Ghost Alluring granted him ghost-like abilities such as flight and passing through physical objects, he couldn't avoid the weaknesses of ghosts. They could only appear at night or indoors. Nevertheless, in Guyi's view, the Ghost Alluring active skill was undoubtedly a divine ability. Later, if he encountered other survivors, he could use it to bypass defenses and infiltrate their carriages. And once night fell, the convenience of becoming ghost-like would be truly disconcerting. All at once, Guyi received 3 consecutive message alerts from Lin Muxue. Lin Muxue, Guyi, did you really trade away that 6-star axe like this? Lin Muxue, no, what I mean is you don't need to trade this 6-star weapon just because of me. After sending those 3 messages, Lin Muxue felt a bit numb in the carriage. She had just woken up, so she habitually opened the public channel to see if there was any valuable information. However, the moment she looked, she was stunned. In just a few short hours that morning, Gu Yi had issued a bounty for her for placing a 6-star axe on the trading post. A 6-star axe. Lin Mushui stared at the 5-star machete she held every night, momentarily dumbfounded. After days of exploration, this machete had proven to be incredibly effective. Not only did it smoothly slay the monsters at various locations, but it also provided significant advantages in battles against other survivors. The low-star weapons in the hands of her opponents crumbled like paper at the touch of this machete. For instance, the Jiang Tian, he who placed a bounty on her, was severed of his weapon and had 4 fingers sliced off by her in one strike. It could be said that without this machete, she would not have had such a smooth journey these past few days. And she had to thank one person for all this. That is Gu Yi. Just a cargo full of supplies in exchange for such a powerful weapon made Lin Mushui feel she had struck a great deal. So much so that every night when she hugged this machete to sleep, she sometimes felt embarrassed. She could only silently vow to thank Gu Yi properly if they met again in the future. But what she never expected was that Gu Yi from the adjacent class had this morning issued a bounty on her for a 6-star weapon due to her conflict with Jiang Tianhe. What left her mind blank was that this 6-star axe had already been successfully traded 2 hours ago. Wasn't it just about going to kill Jiang Tianhe? If only she hadn't been asleep at that moment, she would have chosen to teleport back to that location to see if he was still there. After all, this 5-star machete was incredibly sharp, so how powerful could a 6-star axe be? She couldn't even imagine. As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Mushui's face flushed. This 6-star axe was a bounty Gu Yi had placed for her, yet she was thinking of getting it from him. Lin Mushui, are you even human? If it was just a passing thought, that would be one thing, but the problem was Lin Mushui slowly began to realize something. Why would this male classmate named Gu Yi from the adjacent class go so far as to spend a 6-star axe to place a bounty on her? Confused, Lin Mushui couldn't figure it out for a moment, but looking at the 5-star machete, she treasured a possibility emerged in her mind. Could it be that Gu Yi likes her? When this thought arose, Lin Mushui felt it was becoming more and more plausible. First of all, there was their first train. At that time, she had been hurt and was blocked at the train door by 2 survivors with ulterior motives, unable to. In that helpless situation where she could only choose to teleport and flee, it was Gu Yi who actively initiated a chat with her, saying he saw her message at the trading post and asked if she needed a weapon. After trading for the machete, she immediately opened the door and rushed out. Not only did she slay the 2 who blocked her, but she also took down the last person in the shop, killing 3 in total. It could be said that without Gu Yi's timely assistance, she would not have had such a smooth start. And without the items from the shop, she wouldn't have been able to exchange for the 5-star machete. So at that time, her thought was that if they met again at a multi-person location, she must thank him properly. Of course, this was just Lin Mushui's previous thought. After today, when Gu Yi placed a bounty for her with a 6-star weapon, she finally realized this matter. Gu Yi from the adjacent class likely liked her. Moreover, he might have been silently watching over her for her safety. Otherwise, how could he have so easily found her request for a weapon from the trading post? Not only did he send her the machete, but later he also easily exchanged the invaluable skill-enhanced machete with. Initially, she thought she had gained a huge advantage and wanted to thank him, but in recent days, she had been wondering if Gu Yi would regret it after realizing the machete's value. Thus, she felt embarrassed to initiate a chat with Gu Yi. But after what happened this morning, Lin Mushui didn't know how to reciprocate Gu Yi's affection. She glanced at the jade bracelet on her wrist, which was a 5-star piece obtained from the last location. The reason she was able to slay that monster without injury was largely due to the machete. Even if she gave this jade bracelet to Gu Yi, it couldn't compare to the higher-tier 6-star axe. In short, Lin Mushui realized she had nothing of value to repay him. So is it possible that Gu Yi doesn't like her and she's overthinking? Regarding this question, Lin Mushui saw the discussions on the public channel. Many people said that this Gu Yi likely issued the bounty out of anger for a beautiful woman, which led to the bounty on Jiang Tianhe. Some female survivors also said it wasn't necessarily, so wondering why they weren't even allowed to add him as a friend. They said they could casually look at any part of their body. The probability of 2 people meeting at an unknown location where the train arrived could be far too small. Since Gu Yi likes women, why wouldn't he agree to such a request? After this statement, many beautiful female survivors echoed, questioning if Gu Yi didn't like women. Lin Mushui clicked on the profiles of these female survivors and fell silent. She had to admit that they were all quite beautiful, with some also having excellent figures. This made Lin Mushui reevaluate herself. Undoubtedly, she was quite confident in her appearance, though her figure might not have reached perfection yet. But if Gu Yi doesn't like her, then what could be the reason for his actions? Just merely agreeing to the request and giving away a 6-star axe at a low price? Is that even possible? Before long, Lin Mushui found answers again from the public channel. It was said that Gu Yi might enjoy the feeling of using a high-star weapon to hunt others. Although Jiang Tian, he hadn't verbally insulted her at first, he had still mentioned, "Do you think everyone is like Gu Yi, messing around recklessly?" This survivor believed that Gu Yi mentioned Lin Mushui as his classmate just to issue a bounty. However, one thing is certain: Guyi's strength is unfathomable, and the resources he possesses are beyond what these survivors can imagine, definitely at the level of a top survivor from channel 4396. Moreover, it was speculated that the two must not have encountered each other at the same location. Otherwise, if there was such a powerful and well-connected classmate as Guyi, they would have definitely abandoned their own train to seek his support. Guyi, a mere 6-star weapon, is nothing. After all, we are from the same school, and it is only right to help each other. The daily necessities you traded last time were quite complete, so I won't waste time trading for them again. Guyi casually sent this message. From the 3 consecutive messages from Lin Mushui, it seemed that the beautiful class flower from the neighboring class was a bit incoherent. He thought he issued a bounty for a 6-star weapon just for her. However, Lin Mushui's words left a favorable impression on Guyi. Although she seemed a bit impatient, it indirectly reflected her genuine thoughts when she sent the messages. Thus, he chose to send this message in reply. After all, a 6-star weapon was just like water to him, easily attainable to upgrade. Not only did he exchange for 10 1-star weapons from other survivors, but he could also conveniently help this beautiful classmate, so why not? For him, this was a commonplace matter. Although he had obtained dozens of weapons from the west gate of the corpse-locking town, he wouldn't stop there, but instead continue to stage similar events in the public channel. This would allow him to acquire more resources and points. Currently, as the difficulty of the corpse-locking town increased, he needed to quickly obtain more world coins to exchange for attribute pills to strengthen himself. A first-grade attribute pill costs 100 world coins, and each attribute can be purchased 3 times, totaling 1,200 world coins. At present, he only had 70 world coins, and after another trip to the west gate to retrieve the remaining treasures, he would nearly have 100 world coins. He was still too poor. With the SS level Star C Pioneer talent, Guyi naturally aspired to be ahead of all survivors. Only with sufficient strength could he respond to all unexpected events. When a message alert from Guyi popped up in front of her, Lin Mushui read through it word by word. After reading it, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief, unable to suppress a slight smile at the corners of her. The content sent by Guyi implied that a 6-star weapon was nothing to worry about, and he praised the daily necessities she prepared last time for the trade, even attaching a thumbs-up emoji from the deep blue interface. Now she could almost confirm that Guyi was not as he appeared in the public channel, where he mentioned her only as an afterthought, primarily seeking to satisfy that sense of superiority. Not at all. Although she hadn't chatted much with Guyi, she hadn't sensed any arrogance from him. On the contrary, he was very considerate. This was Lin Mushui's impression of Guyi. Yes, she believed her previous assumptions were largely correct. Guyi, although not at the level of really liking her, definitely had a good impression of her. As for the part about helping each other because they were from the same school, Lin Mushui consciously ignored it. It was evident that this was just a pretext. If they were from the same class or had known each other previously, then such a statement would hold weight. The problem was that before the train survival event, she had no significant impression of Guyi. So when did it all start? Lin Mushui rested her chin on her hand, puzzled. Indeed, Guyi had introduced himself in the public channel on the first day of the train survival event as someone from her neighboring class. But all this time she hadn't noticed. She quickly shook her head, feeling that such thoughts were a bit foolish. However, knowing that someone liked her combined with her not-so-bad impression of him made Lin Mushui quite happy. Lin Mushui, I still have to thank you. If you need any daily necessities, feel free to let me know. I can jump back to that station anytime to find them for you. In this pleasant mood, Lin Mushui sent this text. Guyi, sure. Soon after receiving the reply, Lin Mushui felt even more joyful. So she also sent a smiley face using the deep blue interfaces emoji. This time there was no further reply. However, this did not affect Lin Mushui's mood at all. On the contrary, because of this incident, her exploratory spirit became even more fervent. Since Guyi was so nice to her, she felt she had to repay him in the future. Star C Pioneer ship. Guyi lay on the luxurious double bed temporarily, not planning to go to the west gate to collect the remaining treasures. His energy bar had dropped to 40%. He needed to recover a bit. He glanced at the universal clock, which showed the time as 104329. He planned to rest for a few hours and continue exploring in the afternoon. He counted the resources he had collected so far. 41 pieces of 1-star weapons, 34 pieces of 2-star weapons, 5 pieces of 3-star weapons, 2 pieces of 4-star weapons, 2 pieces of 7-star equipment, and 2 pieces of 8-star demon orbs. Excluding the above temporarily useless weapons, his current main equipment consisted of a 3-star exquisite fierce shadow sword, a 4-star exquisite green iron dagger, and a 6-star exquisite heartguard pendant. Other collectibles except for the jade ring were all thrown into the universal recycling. Currently, he had accumulated 80 world coins through the universal recycling module, having spent 10 world coins on the universal clock. Currently, he had 70 world coins, and he needed 920 world coins worth of resources to unlock the universal recycling LV2 module. Given the current resource situation, Gu Yi decided to recycle some of the unused 1-star weapons to gather 100 world coins to buy an attribute pill and test its effects. Thus he faced a choice. Spending 5 exploration points on a 1-star weapon could elevate it to at least 5 stars, but recycling it would only yield 5 world coins. A 5-star weapon could be traded with other survivors for great value. Before that, Gu Yi wanted to take advantage of the ample exploration points to test his previous inquiries. When a 1-star weapon unlocked its evolution route to upgrade, the minimum was 5 stars and the maximum reached 6 stars like that axe. He wanted to see if a 2-star weapon would behave similarly. Spent 10 exploration points, successfully unlocked the evolution route of the single sword Gale. Exploration points 298288. Resources single sword. Quality 2-star, ordinary 6-star, ordinary. Active skill Gale. Note a single sword with special power. Value 2 world coins, 6 world coins. Just after unlocking the route for the first weapon, Gu Yi was taken aback. Weight isn't the minimum for a 2-star weapon after upgrading 6 stars. If that's the case, then the Fierce Shadow Sword before it was upgraded was essentially an explosion of growth, directly leaping from 2 stars to 7 stars. Seeing this, Gu Yi continued to pick up another single sword to test. However, when yet another 6-star weapon appeared in his hands, he immediately ceased this action. Spending 20 exploration points at once was not worth it compared to unlocking a 1-star weapon. Exploration points 278253. Soon, through Gu Yi's testing 5 pieces of 1-star weapons, each unlocked a route, but only one successfully upgraded from 1 star to 6 stars. Thus, he gained a deeper understanding of the star upgrading process for weapons. Some weapons, whether due to luck or inherent material quality, might upgrade an additional star, but this situation was rare. The number of 1-star weapons decreased from 41 to 36. Next, Gu Yi tossed 30 pieces of 1-star weapons into the Universal Recycling Module. World Coins 70100. The store offers attribute pills corresponding to strength, physique, agility, and spirit. After some contemplation, Gu Yi ultimately decided to buy a first-grade strength pill to test its effects. Spent 100 world coins, obtained 1 first-grade strength pill. First-grade strength pill, let's see what my limits are. Boom. In an instant, Gu Yi felt a jolt throughout his body. A first-grade strength pill, let me see my limits. Boom. In an instant, Gu Yi's entire body. The moment the strength pill entered his mouth, it transformed into a scorching, blazing torrent that surged through his limbs and bones, eliciting a series of crackling sounds from his entire body. Strength 1020. Energy bar 43,100. At this moment, Gu Yi felt as if his entire being was brimming with power. An indescribable sensation of euphoria welled up from every corner of his body, compelling him to roar aloud as he hurled a fist fiercely against the side wall of the carriage. Bang! Train name Star Sea Pioneer. Durability 9,794. After delivering that punch, Gu Yi gradually calmed down from his earlier berserk state. But when he saw the train's durability indicator pop up before him, he couldn't help but freeze in surprise. That punch, not even his full strength, had reduced the train's durability by 3. He recalled that on the first night arriving at Corpse Lock Town, a white-haired walking corpse had attacked the train twice. The first time durability dropped by 1, and the second time barely 2, combined only 3. If he had thrown a full power punch, it might have cost 5 durability. Yet 1 durability required 2 world coins to repair, meaning his single punch had just obliterated 6 world coins. Sigh, I couldn't hold back. Despite his words, an uncontrollable ecstasy spread across Gu Yi's face. He hadn't expected that 1 strength pill would instantly double his displayed strength attribute. But this wasn't a simple on a plus and equals 2. His physical strength had increased by at least 4 or 5 times. If he faced a white-haired walking corpse again, he felt he could overpower it with sheer force alone without needing weapons. Those 100 world coins were well spent. Gu Yi was thoroughly satisfied with the attribute pill from the shop. He had originally planned to exchange for pills that could enhance his own attributes, and now after taking the pill, he felt better than ever. Not only did surging power course through him, but his energy bar was also instantly replenished. If he kept a few more on hand, he could pop one when his energy ran low and be back in top form immediately. But the thought faded quickly. For one thing, a single pill cost 100 world coins, and the 4 types of attribute boosting pills were limited to a maximum of 3 purchases each. Under normal circumstances, the best course was to consume them right away to avoid any mishaps. Strengthening oneself was the safest bet. Now I can head straight to explore the county office. After swallowing that strength pill, Gu Yi felt an arrogant confidence, as if everyone he saw was nothing but a target waiting to be struck down. A white-haired corpse was certainly no match for his strength and ordinary walking corpses. He could probably kick them aside one by one. This time he decided to explore westward from the south gate. Without further ado, he strode out of the train door, exuding an air of absolute self-assurance. When Xiao Chan had begged him for help on the first night, She couldn't provide the exact location of the array inside the county office, but she had mentioned roughly where it was. It was in the northwest area close to the West Gate main road he had explored that morning. Entering Corpse Lock Town again from the south gate, Gu Yi felt not only a surge in strength, but also a noticeable increase in his speed. Even without activating its active skill, his fierce shadow sword whistled through the air with formidable force. This made him all the more eager to find some walking corpses to test his newfound power. But to his frustration, he encountered no walking corpses along the way. Even in several houses with doors left ajar, he found nothing when he rushed in excitedly. This left Gu Yi perplexed. What the hell? Where did all the walking corpses go? Frowning, he stepped out of a house, fierce shadow sword in hand. He distinctly remembered this door had been closed, and he had even marked it on his simple route map. Yet inside there wasn't a single corpse. This wasn't an isolated case, and it left Gu Yi completely baffled. Could a well-established Corpse Lock town really have run out of walking corpses? Hadn't the station's difficulty level increased? He had thought it was just the West Gate area, but when he reached the central district of the town, he still hadn't seen a single one. This forced him to ponder. When things are abnormal, there must be a reason. The station's difficulty upgrade was a fact. So Gu Yi's inflated confidence from the strength pill gradually subsided. He believed the disappearance of the walking corpses had a cause, but it was no longer the same as his morning assumption. He had killed quite a few walking corpses over the past few days, at least 40 or 50. Except for the white-haired fur zombies, the rest of the walking corpses lacked intelligence, merely wandering around on instinct. But now Gu Yi felt as if these corpses were being controlled, all hiding away. Based on his deductions, the hiding places for the walking corpses were likely only to the county office and the town's northern funeral home. The array eyes at both locations were still active, which Gu Yi considered the most plausible explanation. As he continued his exploration, Gu Yi grew cautious again. As a government judicial institution, the county office's layout was easy to identify. He could recognize it from the neatly lined brick walls along the main street. Soon he found the main gate of the county office. 2 stone lions flanked the entrance, highly conspicuous, and a grievance drum stood on the right side of the gate. The county office faced south with its back to the north. Perhaps due to the calamity triggered by the corpse mutation, the stone lions were now stained with blood. The main gate was wide open, revealing numerous bloody handprints. One could only imagine what had transpired here. Gu Yi didn't rush in recklessly. Instead, his gaze fell on a wooden plaque at his feet. The plaque was battered and worn, with only the engraved characters, County Office, remaining bold and forceful. Clearly this object had once hung under the eaves. This also drew his attention to the couplet on the 2 pillars at the upper couplet. A pure heart naturally reflects the icy moon in a jade pot. Lower couplet, upholding righteousness, the wind of integrity eternally lingers in the hall. Gu Yi touched the heart-guarding pendant on his chest. The note on its predecessor, the pure heart pendant, had also touched on this sentiment. Could it have been pinned by that county magistrate Wang? At the thought, he felt a bit exasperated. Textual clues from the Earth God Temple and the relay station confirmed that this county magistrate Wang had helped the old Taoist transport Xiao Chan's corpse coffin from North Mountain to the town's northern funeral home and had established array eyes throughout the town. This was largely true. According to Xiao Chan's account, the old Taoist was in an underground chamber at the funeral home. Since County Magistrate Wang had told the townsfolk he was going to burn the source, he was likely heading to find the old Taoist. Gu Yi's plan was to collect as many resources as possible in Corpse Lock Town, and if he encountered them later, he would certainly rid the people of this scourge. Clang, clang, clang. Gu Yi took out a brass gong from his backpack and began striking it forcefully. From the street, the county office appeared to cover a large area with numerous rooms for various government offices. He wanted to test the situation inside with sound. Through the illusion-piercing ability of the heart-guarding pendant, he observed that apart from the dense black mist swirling above, there was nothing particularly unusual about the county office. After a minute of continuous striking with no response, Gu Yi decided to move. Stepping through the main gate and walking along the corridor, his eyes fell upon a glowing white stone stele. Engraved on it were 3 characters, Gong Sheng Ming. The front of this stone tablet was engraved with 3 characters, Gong Sheng Ming, justice breeds clarity, while the reverse bore an admonition for officials. The text was easy to understand. Gu Yi stopped because this admonition tablet was emitting a white glow. Item: admonition tablet, quality 9-star. Common notes: a weathered green stone tablet, its body bearing cracks and stains, difficult to cleanse, with 16 characters of official precepts carved in intaglio. Value 9 world coins. This admonition tablet was undoubtedly the highest starred common grade item Gu Yi had seen in Corpse Lock Town, reaching 9 stars. The only pity was that it had no skill indicating it belonged to the collectible category. Without hesitation, he placed his left hand on the tablet. The next second, this tablet, which had stood for who knows how long, appeared in Gu Yi's inventory. Though I am no official here, I will surely live up to the precepts on this tablet. After collecting this item, Gu Yi immediately declared. His original intention was the same. All items were obtained from Corpse Lock Town. If he encountered citizens or officials turned into walking corpses, he would certainly deliver a wave of physical salvation. Take from the people used for the people and mingle with the folk of Corpse Lock Town. Moving forward, Gu Yi spotted a large building, likely the county magistrate's hall. This was where the magistrate held court and tried cases. On either side of the main hall were rows of rooms housing the 6 departments: Civil Office, Revenue Office, Rights Office, War Office, Justice Office, and Works Office. Gu Yi decided to check the main hall first. The hall was 5 bays wide and 3 bays deep, with 7 purlins and 8 green corridor pillars standing proudly in front, bearing a plaque that read Heaven and Earth's Righteous Chi. At a glance, he saw that this plaque was also emitting a white glow. As an experienced survivor, he needed no second look to recognize its value. Yet the surprises did not end there. Besides the plaque at the hall's entrance, another plaque shimmering with white light hung directly above the judge's desk, inside bright mirror hanging high and still glowing white. A painting of the sun rising over the sea hung behind the judge's desk. Gu Yi surveyed the surroundings of the county office, deciding to first climb the pillar in front of the hall to retrieve the first plaque. Having settled on a plan, he stepped on the corridor pillar, leveraged himself to hang beneath the eaves, and directly removed the plaque. Item: plaque, Heaven and Earth's Righteous Chi. Quality: 9-star. Common passive skill: Chi nurturing notes. Nurture the righteous Chi of Heaven and Earth. Emulate the sages of ancient and modern times. Value: 9 world coins. Good heavens, this item has a skill. With just a touch, Gu Yi knew the effect of the plaque's passive skill. As the name suggested, it nurtured the vast righteous Chi of Heaven and Earth. But it required a cultivation method capable of nurturing righteous Chi to accelerate the process. A method to nurture righteous Chi. This hint left Gu Yi baffled. Where was he supposed to find such a method? His first thought was that since the plaque was in the county office, perhaps the method was also here. Before searching for the method, Gu Yi decided to first retrieve the plaque above the judge's desk and the painting of the sun over the sea. He placed his hand on the painting, and the next moment the item appeared in his inventory. Item: painting of the rising sun over the surging sea. Quality: 9-star. Common notes: bright as the rising sun, clear as the sea. Value: 9 world coins. Its star rating also reached 9, but this item belonged to the collectible category. Gu Yi didn't linger, instead stepping on the wall to leverage himself and grabbed the other plaque above. Item: plaque, bright mirror hanging high. Quality: 9-star. Common passive skill: bright mirror notes. A black background, gold character plaque hanging in the center of the hall. In this deathly town shrouded in yin chi, its inscriptions still shimmered with a faint clear light. Value: 9 world coins. Holy moly, this county office is incredible. Seeing 4 white glowing items in a row, all 9s. This second plaque's passive skill could enhance insight and illusion-piercing abilities within a 10-meter range. This reminded Gu Yi of the heart-keeping pendant on his chest. The plaque could assist the pendant's clear insight and illusion-breaking skill. Just holding the plaque made his vision what's this? Before and after entering the county office, Gu Yi had specifically activated the clear insight and illusion-breaking active skill and found no strange blood vessels like those at the relay station. So he deactivated the skill as it consumed too much mental energy. Unexpectedly, under the passive boost of this plaque, he now discovered a line of footprints emitting black and white chi on the ground. Judging by the shape and aura of the footprints, the steps were erratic. If it were a living person, Gu Yi's instinct would be that the owner might be drunk or disoriented to walk like that. But this was Corpse Lock Town, so it was highly likely a walking corpse. Gu Yi was puzzled because this was the first time he'd seen footprints that left an aura. Ordinary walking corpses never had such a trait. From the trail, it seemed the footprint owner had also come from outside into the main hall, wandered around the judge's desk, and then left. After exiting the main hall, the footprints emitting black and white chi continued deeper, passing through a side gate into the second hall. This was the magistrate's office. Gu Yi looked up and immediately tightened his grip on the shadow flame sword. The second hall was surrounded by walls on 3 sides, allowing a full view from the front. Inside the building ahead, a figure in a blue official robe was hunched over a desk, its face hidden. Perhaps sensing the uninvited guest in the county office, the blue-robed figure slowly sat up from the desk. Square jaw, broad forehead, neatly trimmed short beard, temples already touched with frost. But his complexion was a waxy, papery gray with large patches of dark purple corpse spots beneath the skin, just like the walking corpses. In Gu Yi's eyes, as he held the plaque in his left hand, black and white chi emanated from this figure, with the white chi faintly thicker than the black. This official, Wang Shoujing, are you the one who broke the southern and eastern formations? The zombie-like, blue-robed man who called himself Wang Shoujing had sunken eye sockets, yet a brief clarity flickered in his turbid eyes. His voice was hoarse, as if a mix of human and monster, forcing out each word from a stiff throat. Indeed. Gu Yi frowned, and flames began to lick at the shadow flame, sword in his hand. This middle-aged zombie calling himself an official and surnamed Wang. Could he be Magistrate Wang? But Wang Shoujing's condition was clearly off. Even if he spoke human words and showed no aggression, Gu Yi dared not be careless. Take this away. The zombie middle-aged man in the blue official robe stiffly pointed to a letter on the desk, then pointed at himself quickly. Kill this official. Hearing this, Guyi acted without hesitation, his shadow flame sword striking without a moment's delay. Shadow flow full power. Blazing edge full power. Since the other party begged for death, he would slay first and ask questions later. Just as Guyi charged toward Wang Shoujing with his sword, the latter's body convulsed eerily. In an instant, a surge of black qi burst from his mouth and nose, swallowing the white qi on his body. Bang, 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 bang. Dense sounds erupted from all directions almost simultaneously as doors were blasted open from within by tremendous force. Wood splinters flew and entire door panels collapsed inward or outward. Thump, thump, thump. Behind the second hall and the side chambers, shadowy hunched figures poured out like a filthy tide unleashed. Within moments, layers of hideous walking corpses surrounded the second hall. I knew this place wouldn't be simple. Guyi coldly scanned the encroaching horde and the increasingly ominous magistrate Wang, now wreathed in billowing black qi. He had been wondering where all the walking corpses had gone. They were all lying in ambush here. But though the corpses were numerous, they dared not approach, fearing the flames of the Shadow Flame sword. In that case, let the slaughter begin. From the moment he arrived at corpse-sealed town, Guyi had been avoiding being surrounded by the horde of walking corpses. Even though he knew the corpse horde feared fire, he chose not to act rashly, all to prevent unexpected incidents. Unfortunately, the county office seemed to be baiting him. Upon entering the main gate, he spotted a 9-star resource placed in the corridor. And it didn't end there. He subsequently harvested 3 more 9-star resources in the main hall. This also prevented Guyi from immediately checking the surrounding rooms. But how could one capture the tiger's cubs without entering the tiger's lair? The fact that this group of corpses could hide without making a sound indirectly spoke to the strength of the one behind them. Simple sounds could no longer lure the corpse horde. To break the county office's formation, he still had to face the situation of one against many. Guyi gripped the blazing shadow sword, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding corpses. With every step he took, the nearest corpses instinctively recoiled in fear. But before he had even walked 2 meters, the closest corpses had nowhere left to retreat. The corpses did indeed fear flames, but the number of corpses surging here was overwhelming. At a glance, they were densely packed into a single mass. The ring of corpses near him would cower back, but those further behind, being farther away, couldn't feel the flames on the blazing shadow sword at all. This caused the front corpses, even if terrified, to be trapped inside. Guyi's gaze then shifted to the reanimated Wang Shoujing inside the second hall. At this moment, Magistrate Wang was shrouded in surging black qi, and a highly human-like sinister grin spread across his corpse-spotted face, clearly possessing far more intelligence than the white-haired corpses. The reanimated Wang Shoujing's plan was likely a tactic of a sea of corpses, using these ordinary corpses to trap him in the county office and exhaust him to death. After all, with so many corpses, even killing a pig would take a long time. Capture the chieftain first. With a burst of flame from the blazing shadow sword in his hand, Guyi pointed its edge directly at the reanimated Wang Shoujing in the second hall. The fact that this corpse horde could surround the county office as if under unified command was undoubtedly linked to this Magistrate Wang. As long as he was slain, the uncontrolled outer corpse horde would scatter like birds and beasts. With that thought, he bent his legs slightly, and the next moment he shot towards the second hall like an arrow. Slash. Under the active skill-flowing shadow, the blade of the blazing shadow sword became completely translucent. From a distance, it seemed as if Guyi was wielding a great sword formed entirely of flames. With a swoosh, the row of corpses blocking his path couldn't withstand the edge of the blazing shadow sword, and were cleaved in 2 at the waist. Amidst flying flesh and blood before the severed corpses even hit the ground, scorching black smoke hissed up. Without halting his sword's momentum, Guyi twisted his wrist and slashed diagonally from top to bottom, cleaving several more obstructing corpses into pieces. Since taking the strength pill, his power was astonishing. Coupled with the sharpness of the blazing shadow sword, cutting down corpses was as easy as mowing grass. There was no longer any need to specifically sever heads. Every swing of his sword sent limbs and torsos flying. In just a few breaths, the corpses blocking the second hall were greatly reduced. However, the reanimated Wang Shoujing had clearly seen through Guyi's intention. With a sinister chuckle, he swiftly slipped into the surrounding crowd of corpses. In this situation, facing the continuously replenishing tide of corpses, Guyi had no idea where the reanimated Wang Shoujing had hidden. Truly cunning as expected of an official, Guyi grumbled in frustration after killing several dozen more corpses to no avail. Not only had he been lured into the county office, but now his target had vanished. But there were simply too many corpses around. Each batch he killed was instantly replaced by a new surge. And to guard against any other tricks from the reanimated Wang Shoujing, he chose to activate the Lucent Clarity skill of the Heart Guarding Pendant. As a result, the rate of his energy consumption also steadily increased. Energy bar 89. The increase in his strength made cutting down corpses effortless for Gu Yi. Thus, half of his current energy drain came from the pendant's active skill. Gu Yi initially wanted to continue fighting as his energy bar was still ample, but so many corpses had fallen in the courtyard that they were beginning to hinder movement. So after cleaving through another few corpses, he leaped onto the eaves of the second hall using the courtyard wall. He thought the county office was too cramped, it would be better to fight the corpses out on the main street. But what he saw was shocking. The entire area outside the county office was also packed with a dense pitch-black sea of corpses, no fewer than 1,000. No, I can't keep wasting energy here. Gu Yi made a prompt decision to withdraw first. The number of surrounding corpses still exceeded his expectations. Even if he exhausted all his energy, he probably couldn't kill them all. This was no longer a onedi task. If there were only 200 or 300, he might have considered trying. But with nearly 1,000, breaking out of the encirclement was the top priority. Escaping via the eaves was a route Gu Yi had long planned. So even when surrounded by a pile of corpses in the county office earlier, his face showed no fear. But the situation now was clearly different. The number of corpses was simply too vast. Coupled with the reanimated Wang Shoujing of unknown strength, Gu Yi certainly couldn't choose to continue the grind. This trip to the county office had yielded decent gains for 9-star resources. After returning to the train to deliberate, he could always come back and kill his way in again. Having made up his mind, Gu Yi immediately acted, using his height advantage to find the direction with the fewest corpses. A single glance confirmed that the area with the fewest corpses was north of the third hall behind the second hall. Jumping down from there, heading west to the west gate, and then retreating along the stone wall back to the south gate train was undoubtedly the safest route. Gu Yi followed the wall to the rear of the county office, only to find a figure in a green robe already standing there waiting for him. Who else could it be but the reanimated Wang Shoujing? He finally showed up. There was no fear on Gu Yi's face, instead a fierce grin appeared. He was withdrawing only because there were too many corpses to kill quickly, not because his energy was low. Now that the main target had appeared, if he dared to block the way, then he would die. On the wall, Gu Yi's figure charged swiftly towards the reanimated Wang Shoujing, the blazing shadow sword in his hand trailing a brilliant blaze. The reanimated Wang Shoujing didn't move his body, but his withered claws within the green robe were already gleaming with a dark cyan light. He didn't dodge or evade, directly grabbing at the incoming sword. Clang! The explosive sound of metal clashing rang out from the point where claw met sword. The force of the impact made Gu Yi's tiger's mouth tingle. This strike felt like it had hit refined steel. If he hadn't taken the strength pill, he might not have been a match for this reanimated Wang Shoujing. Break for me. A fiercer glint flashed in Gu Yi's eyes. He suddenly exerted force with his wrist. The flames on the blazing shadow sword gradually faded, replaced by rock-like particles that inch by inch enveloped the blade, coalescing into a giant stone sword that continued to press forward. With Bedrock activated, his defense increased, and the sword became thicker and heavier. With Gu Yi's second burst of power, the reanimated Wang Shoujing's dark cyan claws were instantly forced down, and the bricks of the wall beneath their feet began to crack. If he continued to apply horizontal pressure, the wall would likely collapse instantly. If that happened, he would be surrounded by the corpse horde again. Noticing this sudden development, Gu Yi abruptly withdrew his force and stepped back half a pace. He then swung the giant stone sword like a massive club in a full-powered horizontal sweep. Boom! This time, the reanimated Wang Shoujing's entire body was sent flying several meters by the blow, crashing into the corpse horde on the street to the right. Gu Yi did not press the attack. Instead, he abruptly switched the blazing shadow sword to blazing edge mode, leaped down towards the north side, and retreated westward. After successfully breaking through the corpse encirclement, he glanced back. He saw the vast corpse horde come to a standstill behind Wang Shoujing, not moving an inch. This also made him abandon the idea of luring the corpses to the south gate to use the flame blunderbuss. You have swung the blazing shadow sword 150 times in battle. Connection established. Congratulations. You have completed an unlocking for the blazing shadow sword. Reward: Blazing Shadow Sword Evolution Paths 3A, unlocking points 150. At some unknown time, the notification of the sword's unlocking completion had already appeared. 150 strikes in combat. At the west gate of Lock Corpse Town, Gu Yi noted this crucial information. No wonder he had swung the Shadow Flame sword thousands of times without any reaction. It turned out the fine-grade Shadow Flame sword's unlocking conditions differed from the common grade. Previously, merely gripping the weapon and swinging it a set number of times sufficed to complete the connection. As for this number, 150, Gu Yi felt somewhat awkward. He had slain quite a few walking corpses, but each was defeated in a single blow. So when it came down to counting, only today had he swung the Shadow Flame sword in battle 150 times. If killing a single walking corpse required multiple attacks, he might have completed it long ago. After the Shadow Flame sword displayed its successful unlocking, 3 additional evolution paths emerged. Path 1 Shadow Rend cost 150 unlock points. Path 2 Explosive Flame cost 150 unlock points path 3 rock thorn, cost 150 unlock points path 1. Shadow Rend. If flowing shadow enhanced the user's speed and sharpened the blade, Shadow Rend built upon that by focusing on the latter, further increasing the sword's keenness. Path 2. Explosive Flame. Blazing Edge caused the blade to be sheathed in flames, each strike ablaze. Explosive Flame under the blazing edge state allowed the flames on the blade to detonate, dealing even greater damage. Whichever of these two advanced skills he unlocked, Guyi believed the battle against the corpse variant Wang Shoujing would have been a different scene entirely. In terms of pure strength, after this fight his opponent was inferior. Wang Shoujing was primarily unafraid of fire, and his body was tougher than that of a white-haired walking corpse. So realizing this, Guyi immediately activated Bedrock, fully leveraging the advantage of his strength attribute. Thus he blasted him away with a single blow. If either Shadow Rend or Explosive Flame had been unlocked by then, he would surely have broken through his defense. Path 3. Rock Thorn. This advanced skill was a form of area damage. In its stone sword form, the rock-like matter adhering to the blade could transform into rock thorns to attack enemies. This final skill made Guyi's eyes light up. The two previous advanced active skills were, after all, single-target damage, albeit on a higher level. But Rock Thorn was different. It shifted from enhancing self-defense to long-range area damage. Guyi glanced at his current unlock points. Unlock points 253,403, completing the fine-grade Shadow Flame sword's unlocking had granted 150 unlock points, which combined with what he had allowed him to unlock 2 paths immediately. Rock Thorn unlock. 150 unlock points consumed. Successfully unlocked Shadow Flame sword evolution path 3 Rock Thorn. Unlock points 403, 253 quality 3 star fine 5 star fine Shadow Rend unlock. 150 unlock points consumed. Successfully unlocked Shadow Flame sword evolution path 1 Shadow Rend. Unlock points 253, 103 quality 5 star fine 7 star fine item Shadow Flame sword quality 7 star fine active skills flowing shadow Shadow Rend blazing edge Bedrock Rock Thorn notes a fine long sword imbued with multiple special powers, value 170 world coins. At this moment, wielding the upgraded Shadow Flame sword, Guyi did not choose to return from the West Gate stone wall to the train at the South Gate. He turned and headed toward the county office. Stamina 85. There were still 10 pieces of treasure-type supplies left at the West Gate because his backpack was full. He now planned to fight his way back to the county office and test the Shadow Flame sword's advanced skills. To find and break the county office's formation, he inevitably had to slay these troublesome walking corpses. Since he had to kill them sooner or later, he might as well use them to test the sword. Especially that corpse variant Wang Shoujing. If they met again, he would surely sever his head. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When Shadow Rend, the advanced ability of flowing shadow, was activated, the translucent blade seemed to vibrate rapidly, continuously emitting a series of sword hums. Guyi casually tested its effect on a house by the street. The walls and bricks crumbled like tofu under the Shadow Flame sword with the Shadow Rend skill activated. The blade pierced the house wall effortlessly without any obstruction. With a casual swipe, Guyi tore a gash in the wall. It wasn't just the wall bricks and stones, the blue flagstones on the ground fared no better. Wherever the blade under Shadow Rend passed, the cross-section was as smooth as polished jade. Such was its sharpness. Seeing this, Guyi grew increasingly satisfied. Earlier, he couldn't easily break through the corpse variant Wang Shoujing's defense. Now, if the fool dared to block with his hand again, it would be severed. Ahead, a horde of walking corpses stood motionless, guarding the county office, no longer bothering to hide. Then let me test the power of Rock Thorn. Guyi gripped the Shadow Flame sword and instantly activated Bedrock. Having been upgraded to 6-star quality, the rock-like matter forming on the blade's surface had grown thicker. He raised the sword, pointing it at the group of walking corpses over 10 meters away. The attack range of Rock Thorn was centered on him, roughly a radius of 15 meters. Rock Thorn activate. In an instant, the rock-like matter on the blade's surface transformed into a volley of rock thorns, shooting fiercely toward the stationary walking corpses ahead. Puff, puff, puff. The Shadow Flame sword in its stone form was like a Gatling gun, its dense rock thorns instantly riddling the walking corpses like sieves. Yet the power of Rock Thorn didn't stop there. Some thorns pierced through the bodies of the walking corpses and continued to strike those behind. In just an instant, rows upon rows of walking corpses fell, centered on where Guyi pointed his sword. There's nothing like long-range area strikes. Though his stamina bar was visibly depleting, the feeling of this ranged assault was utterly addictive. It struck wherever he pointed, a world of difference from the need to hack at walking corpses one slash at a time. Wang Shoujing, get your ass out here. After rapidly gunning down several hundred walking corpses and seeing no sign of the enemy's corpse, Guyi decided to use provocation. Rock Thorn was devastating, but his stamina was limited. He needed to reserve at least half his stamina for unforeseen circumstances. So he tried to goad the corpse variant Wang Shoujing into revealing himself. Unfortunately, no matter how Gu Yi hurled insults, the corpse's figure was nowhere to be seen among the horde. This irritated him somewhat. The walking corpses that had fallen to rock, Thorn numbered nearly a third of the horde. He estimated that his remaining stamina could at most kill half of them. Stamina 47, these walking corpses didn't flee, they stubbornly guarded the county office. Seeing his stamina drop below half, Gu Yi decided to retreat for now. He would rest for the night and come back in the morning to finish them all off. Once the county office formation was broken, he could fulfill his promise to Xiao Chan and make her willingly give herself to him. Thinking of this, Gu Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. What would it be like the taste of a female ghost? As for tonight, he had other plans. If the fine-grade Shadow Flame sword required strikes in combat, to count, what about the fine-grade Heartguard pendant? If it also required mental attacks, an idea struck Gu Yi. Xiao Chan, being a ghost, could launch mental attacks. He could try using her to farm the Heartguard pendant's count to see if he could also complete its advanced unlocking. When returning to the South Gate train from the county government office, the time display showed it was still not yet 3 in the afternoon. As of now, today's exploration journey had been the most fruitful day in recent days. Apart from the large pile of supplies scattered at the West Gate, the items within the county government office intrigued him even more. For ordinary grade supplies had all reached 9 stars. Among them, 2 plaques possessed passive skills. The plaque bearing Heaven and Earth's Righteous Chi required a cultivation technique to nurture Chi. After resolving the formation's core at the county office, he could search to see if he could find it. The plaque inscribed Bright Mirror hanging high was also not bad. As long as he carried this item, it would passively enhance his ability to see through illusions without needing to activate it actively. This particular item needed to be placed in his backpack. He could take it out and use it during exploration to conserve energy as much as possible. As for the other 2 9-star collectibles, Gu Yi did not hesitate for a moment and directly tossed them into the universal recycling module of the marketplace. When withdrawing from the stone wall at the West Gate, he had brought along a portion of the collectibles piled at the entrance. 10 items remained at the West Gate entrance, valued at 12 world coins. After resting in the carriage for an hour, Gu Yi returned to the West Gate. Before long, he had brought back all the remaining collectibles. The boost from the first-rank strength pill left Gu Yi wanting more. Looking at his current world coins, he planned to recycle some weapon-type items to gather a total of 100 world coins. His idea was to restore some energy tonight, and with Xiao Chan's mental attack attempt to quickly unlock the fine-grade Guardian Heart pendant. This way he could head straight to the county government office early tomorrow morning. After using his energy bar to nearly depletion, a single pill would restore him to full strength, allowing him to eliminate all the zombies. Gu Yi's thoughts had shifted from the morning due to the situation at the county office. In the morning, he had planned to consume the attribute pill immediately upon acquisition to enhance his combat power and guard against unforeseen circumstances. Now, with a clearer understanding of the county office after exploration, using the pill to replenish energy seemed far more suitable. Today is already the 4th day. There are only 3 days left. I can't delay any longer. A resolute gleam shone in Gu Yi's eyes as he tossed 26 2-star weapons and 1 1-star weapon into the universal recycling. Remaining weapons not needed: 5 1-star, 6 2-star, 5 3-star, and 2 4-star items. The weapons upgraded through route skills were 4 5-star and 3 6-star items. Gu Yi did not recycle all the 1-star weapons because unlocking a route for a 1-star weapon only cost 5 development points, and upgrading a 2-star weapon to 6 stars was less efficient than creating 2 5-star weapons. Survivors were not that wealthy at the moment. Of course, the main reason was that he had 103 development points remaining, and unlocking the final route for the Shadow Flame sword required 150 points. The Shadow Flame sword, which had risen from an initial 2-star ordinary item to a 7-star fine-grade weapon, was Gu Yi's most powerful weapon. To further enhance his combat strength, such precious resources as development points should not be squandered carelessly, but rather concentrated on specific weapons. Gu Yi placed this strength pill into the backpack of his deep blue panel, awaiting use the next day. Then he opened the trading interface. He listed 1 5-star weapon and 1 6-star weapon on the trading market. The 5-star weapon was priced at 25 world coins, while the 6-star weapon was set at 35 world coins. Today's haul was decent. If friends in need of weapons can check out the trading market. After doing all this, Gu Yi finally picked up the soda on the bedside table and took a small sip. At the moment, there were no events in the public channel that would allow him to trade at low prices as before. Thus, the trading conditions for both weapons were set to world coins. Of course, if he encountered an event, he could intervene and he could change the conditions at any time. Supplies are static, people are dynamic. Gu Yi the big shot is amazing. Listing 2 more skill-bearing weapons. Gu Yi, do you have anyone else you want taken out? Can you lower the price of that 5-star weapon to 10 world coins? I'd be willing to serve you. The person above is right. Gu Yi, do you have anyone else you want eliminated? Just say the word, and I'll take them out if I encounter them. All you need to do is have the price of that 6-star longsword. You two have made your calculations so obvious that the entire public channel can hear them. After these past few days, are there still any reckless people left? Look at that guy Jiang Tianhe. Does he dare say another word? The public channel became lively again because of Gu Ye's message. From the words of some survivors, many had accumulated assets of 10 world coins. When these survivors discovered that the marketplace's weapons were 10 times more expensive, Gu Ye's listed weapons naturally became the first choice. A 5-star weapon cost 50 world coins in the marketplace, but Gu Ye listed it for just 25. Even a fool knew which to choose. Unfortunately, their pockets were too empty to scrape together 25 world coins. As some survivors said, if only the price could be halved again. They fervently hoped for another reckless survivor to provoke Gu Ye so that the young man would become angry and they could seize the opportunity to pick up bargains. However, after the incidents involving Liang Chun and Jiang Tianhe, not a single person dared to insult Gu Ye in the public channel. Some survivors, hoping to trade high-star weapons from Gu Ye at low prices, even squatted in their carriages watching the public screen, ready to take screenshots the moment anyone insulted him. But half a day passed, and it was a complete waste of time. On the luxurious double bed, Gu Ye noticed 3 unread messages from Lu Manqing. Little one, if you really have a suitable place, big sister wouldn't mind visiting someday. But I must warn you not to let just anyone into your train, or you might get devoured. Little brother, if you find good stuff later, come to big sister first. He'll work hard to take it off your hands and satisfy you. Handsome guy, why aren't you replying? Can you swap the previous 6-star axe with this longsword you listed? I can cosplay a white-robed female sword immortal for you. The first 2 messages were from the morning, over 7 hours ago. As for the last message, it came with a selfie. In the photo, Lu Manqing was no longer in her light cyan cheongsam, but had deliberately changed outfits. Her hair was styled high, adorned with a wooden hairpin, and her meticulous black and white swordswoman attire was stretched taut by her overly mature figure exuding sensuality. Coupled with Lu Manqing's originally seductive face, now deliberately posed with a cold expression, the contrast was striking. It had to be said, this woman's face and figure paired with the black and white swordswoman outfit truly captured the essence of a white-robed wooden bead sword immortal. After viewing the photo, Gu Ye replied with just 2 words, no deal. What a joke, weapons aren't something Lu Manqing can just swap on a whim. Could be satisfied with just this one photo of her cosplaying as a wooden bead sword immortal. Besides, the earlier transaction with Lu Manqing wasn't about her body. It was only because she could afford 10 1-star weapons that I agreed to her friend request. Though Lu Manqing's body was indeed alluring, the problem was that he couldn't actually get his hands on it. With just a cosplay photo, trying to barter for a weapon, Gu Ye's reply was naturally a refusal. Meanwhile, aboard the Black Swan train, Lu Manqing, who had yet to receive a reply from Gu Ye, was weighed down with worry. She wondered if her previous words had been problematic, causing Gu Ye to feel aversion. Otherwise, why hadn't he replied to her for half a day? She had gone out to explore a station for several hours, and upon returning still found no message. It wasn't until she stumbled upon discussions about Gu Ye in the public channel. This young lad had another bountiful day. He had consecutively listed 2 skill-bearing weapons on the trading post, a testament to his formidable strength. Especially that 6-star longsword, whose active skill was displayed as ice coagulation, stirring her hunter's delight. Though the mighty axe's power was considerable, Lu Manqing felt after using it that it wasn't quite suitable for her. Given her current strength, swinging it was quite laborious. But Gu Ye's newly listed 6-star longsword was different. Such a light weapon would surely handle more nimbly. Thus, Lu Manqing unhesitatingly spent world coins from the mall to purchase a white-clad female sword immortal outfit. After dressing, she immediately took a photo and sent it to Gu Ye. She hoped that with this photo, she could trade the axe for the long sword from Gu Ye. Ding. Friend, Gu Ye has sent you a message. Has this little lecher finally deigned to reply to me? Despite her words, Lu Manqing's face lit up with joy upon seeing the notification from Gu Ye. Gu Ye, no deal. No deal. When she opened the message, Lu Manqing's expectant expression instantly darkened. For a moment, her fair fingers clenched tightly together. This cold reply struck her like a blow to the head. Could it be that my earlier words truly disgusted this kid? Lu Manqing began to ponder why Gu Ye had rejected her. After much thought, the problem might have started from her second message. She had intended a mix of kind warning and seductive provocation, but now it seemed she had botched it. Instead, it had made this young man wary of her. Could she salvage the situation? Lu Manqing fell into deep thought. Gu Ye hadn't deleted her as a friend yet, and though this reply was a refusal, it was still a reply. If he truly found her repulsive, he would have simply deleted her. Or perhaps the reason he hadn't deleted her was because she had agreed to kill that Jiang Tianhe if she ever encountered him. Compared to that reason, Lu Manqing still felt Gu Ye was more likely motivated by her body for the trade. His suggestion that she come to his carriage for a chat was a clear indication. So the way to mend the relationship was. Lu Manqing realized that in terms of strength and resources, she was definitely above most survivors. Yet before Gu Ye, her assets were a joke. Thus, her only remaining advantage was naturally her own body. Since she had already used her beauty to trade for the axe from Gu Yi, why not sell a bit more? Besides, she had only ever used her allure on this young man mainly because he was strong and pleasing to the eye. If he were an ugly old man, she would rather use junk weapons than sell herself. With that thought, Lu Manqing changed back into her Chongsam, found the right angle, and took several photos. She truly wanted that longsword. Ding. Friend, Lu Manqing has sent you a message. Aboard the Star Pioneer train, Gu Yi opened the message and found several photos attached. Lu Manqing, if it's a no, then fine. But could you please help me judge which photo is the best? The angles and poses varied, some accentuating her chest, others her raised backside. Each photo fully showcased Lu Manqing's mature and seductive figure. Though it was broad daylight, this woman's figure was simply too stunning. Even though her clothes weren't very revealing, it left Gu Yi feeling a bit parched. She's putting in this much effort. Maybe I should agree to the trade. It's just a 6-star weapon after all. As he spoke, Gu Yi sent a message to Lu Manqing. These photos are all fine, but they don't quite match that white-clad sword immortal outfit. To be honest, he felt that ancient costume had more charm. Whether a cold face or a teasing one who could refuse a wooden bead immortal. Xiao Chan's red outfit also suited his taste. Ding. Friend, Gu Yi has sent you a message. This time, after reading the message, Lu Manqing's expression brightened with joy. All fine, but not as good as that white-clad sword immortal outfit. Lu Manqing looked at the Chongsam she was wearing, then at Gu Yi's latest message. After some thought, she felt she had vaguely grasped this little lecher's preference. Normally, a Chongsam would be sexier, highlighting the wearer's curves. Especially with her figure, it was more lethal to men. Yet Gu Yi said he preferred the relatively conservative sword immortal outfit. Could it be that this little lecher liked the type who was noble and cold in public, dressed primly and proper, feigning righteousness? With that thought, Lu Manqing changed back into the white sword immortal outfit and filmed a short video to send over. If Gu Yi was as she imagined, he surely wouldn't be able to resist. Ding. Friend, Lu Manqing has sent you a message. In the short video, Lu Manqing deliberately wore a cold expression, but her face carried more of a look. Then the sword-clad woman in the video slowly spoke. Gu Yi, you rebellious disciple, you dare to drug your master. Do you think you can blackmail me with that sword? I will never yield. As she spoke, the originally aloof white-clad sword woman's expression changed instantly, involuntarily, letting out soft moans, and finally, her fingers slowly slid towards her disheveled clothing. The video cut off abruptly. Holy crap, a custom scene service. On the luxurious double bed, the bored Gu Yi sat up with a start. He never expected Lu Manqing to go so far as to make a scenario video just to trade for the sword. The contrast in the video especially excited him. This was far more thrilling than those female survivors who privately chatted about showing anything. Alright, this video has earned my approval. Let's trade. Gu Yi decisively initiated a trade request with Lu Manqing. Ding. Trade successful. You have lost a 6-star longsword and gained a 6-star axe. Aboard the Black Swan train. Damn brat, now I know your weakness. In the carriage, Lu Manqing, having obtained the longsword, felt joy mixed with indignation. Since the train survival began, her actions had become bolder than usual in order to survive better. She could only say that little lecher Gu Yi was lucky. Watching the darkening sky outside the window and seeing her own tempting voluptuous body wrapped in the black and white sword outfit in the floor-length mirror, recalling the video she had just filmed, a blush crept onto Lu Manqing's face. For some reason, looking at Gu Yi's real avatar in her friend list, she felt her body growing hotter tonight, and her 2 round slender thighs couldn't help but press together slightly. Thus tonight she would have to first. Gu. Just as dusk fell, Xiao Chan's figure suddenly appeared in the carriage. Seeing the young man safe and sound on the bed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the Star Pioneer train, Gu Yi was admiring a photo of Lu Manqing. As a grown man, it was only natural for him to have physical needs. If his survival issues remained unresolved, he would likely be like most survivors, exhausted from exploring during the day and lacking the energy to think of much at night. However, with the aid of his SSS-Rank talent, Gu Yi had solved the food problem on the very first day of his train survival. To guard against unexpected incidents, he also kept roughly half of his energy reserves. After this brief rest, his energy gradually recovered to over 50%. As a result, Gu Yi found himself with a surplus of vitality. At that moment, tempted by Lu Manqing's allure, and with nightfall upon him, Gu Yi yearned intensely for a woman. Young master, your labored breath. Did you encounter trouble west of the town today? Xiao Chan, clad in red robes, approached the bedside, her gaze filled with concern for the young man, whose breathing was rapid. Last night, she had noticed something amiss in the town. A horde of walking corpses, all heading toward the county office. She had intended to fly back to the south gate to warn Gu Yi, but the spirit vessel housing her soul came under attack from a swarm of walking corpses, trapping her and preventing her escape. Yet in the afternoon hours of the Shun period, these walking corpses inexplicably departed. Worried for Gu Yi's safety, Xiao Chan rushed to check on him as soon as night fell. Seeing him unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. But now Gu Ye's condition was clearly abnormal. His breath was erratic. Could he have been injured last night when the walking corpses gathered at the Western County office? Gu. Xiao Chan, concerned for his well-being, had barely sat down on the bed when the young man pulled her into his embrace. Before she could even speak to ask, she felt his hands begin to roam. In an instant, Xiao Chan's defenses crumbled and her lips were sealed, leaving her nearly unable to utter a word. Fortunately, she was a ghost. Xiao Chan's arrival only fanned the flames of desire within Gu Yi. Though she was a spirit, after breaking through 2 formation eyes, she could briefly condense into a physical form. A form that could be seen and touched. The thought that breaking the county office's formation eye tomorrow would allow her to willingly offer herself only made Gu Yi, consumed by lust, even more impatient. Even if he couldn't go all the way tonight, he still had to savor her thoroughly to satisfy himself. Yet the next second, Xiao Chan repeated her earlier trick, using her spiritual advantage to escape from Gu Ye's wicked grasp. With a hum, a golden radiance burst forth from the heart-guarding pendant on Gu Ye's chest, forming a square jade barrier shield. At the same time, a warm sensation spread from the pendant through his entire body, instantly purging all lascivious thoughts from his mind. Young master, how did this jade pendant of yours become so powerful? Xiao Chan, who had escaped to the bedside by turning ethereal, exclaimed in astonishment. She had known about the pendant on his chest ever since she first pulled him into a dream. It had made her expend a bit more effort back then, but that was all. Just now, sensing that Gu Ye's state was off, she had tried to use her power to calm him down. But to her utter surprise, the pendant suddenly erupted with a golden light, blocking all her attacks. For a moment, unless she struck with full force, she couldn't even break through its defense. This left Xiao Chan deeply alarmed. She had probed this pendant before, and it was nothing like the one before her now. The difference was like heaven and earth. Xiao Chan couldn't help but wonder if the young man had encountered a skilled artifact refiner today. Otherwise, how could this pendant have turned from something ordinary into something miraculous? If he had the aid of an artifact refiner of such caliber, it would surely be enough to handle the current situation. On the luxurious double bed, Gu Yi slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. After the heart-guarding pendant's passive effect was triggered, his overwhelming desire for a woman diminished significantly, and his mind returned to normal. Hearing Xiao Chan's question, Gu Yi smiled faintly and deliberately remained silent. Young master, did you encounter a master today? Seeing the young man's mischievous expression, Xiao Chan found it somewhat amusing, but she suppressed her smile and continued to press for an answer. This unexpected artifact refiner, was he friend or foe? If she could gain his help, she might be able to stop Ji Xian and the old Taoist scheme and destroy her own body. A master? What master? Gu Yi was briefly puzzled, then immediately understood why she was asking. Given Xiao Chan's remark about the pendant becoming more powerful, the female ghost must have thought someone else did it. Young master, stop being mysterious. How else could this pendant of yours have become so much stronger without a master's help? As expected, Xiao Chan's slightly exasperated expression confirmed Gu Ye's suspicion. Thus, if he didn't demonstrate his own abilities, he would truly be looked down upon by this little female ghost. If she was like this before they even had a relationship, what would it be like later? So Gu Yi rose from the bed without a word, walked to the corner of the carriage, picked up a 1-star axe, and handed it to Xiao Chan. Young master. Taking the axe from Gu Yi, Xiao Chan was baffled. What was he planning? Evaluate this axe. Gu Ye's tone was somewhat cold. This axe. Seeing the young man's apparent displeasure, Xiao Chan grew even more confused, not knowing the reason. As for this axe, wasn't it just the kind commonly found in ordinary households? What was there to evaluate? Just as Xiao Chan held the axe in confusion, Gu Yi placed his right hand on the handle. In the next instant, the once ordinary axe suddenly flashed with light. This is a mysterious power quietly flowed within the axe, and even just holding it, Xiao Chan could clearly sense it. And this ordinary axe had undergone a earth-shattering transformation just from Gu Ye's touch. So the artifact refiner she had imagined was actually the young man before her. Moreover, the young man's refining technique was unheard of in Xiao Chan's eyes. With just a touch, he could instantly complete the refinement without adding any external materials. Who exactly was this young man named Gu Yi? Humph. Gu Yi took in the change in Xiao Chan's expression, snorted coldly, and turned to sit imposingly on the edge of the bed, leaving the stunned, redrobed female ghost Xiao Chan staring blankly at him. Young master, so you are the master. Xiao Chan put the axe back in the corner and hurriedly sat beside Gu Yi, her face delighted. Seeing his expression still cold, she felt even more joyful. Initially, her plan was to ask the young man to help break 3 formation eyes, and then she would give him the spirit vessel that housed her soul. The funeral home north of the town was too dangerous. She believed Gu Yi would surely be walking to his death if he faced the old Taoist. So she intended to drive him away after breaking the 3 formation eyes to spare him from harm. By then, with most of the formation's power lost, she wouldn't need the spirit vessel to preserve herself, and could go alone to fight Ji Xian to the death, even if it meant her soul would be scattered. Yet after several nights of conversation, although Gu Yi was as lecherous as most men in the world, she didn't dislike him, or in fact, she had grown somewhat fond of him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have allowed his hands to roam freely. At this point, her thoughts shifted to whether she should spend one night of passion with the young man before driving him away. After all, he had already touched her all over, and she had never experienced the pleasure of intimacy between a man and a woman. Yet this also made Xiao Chan feel a pang of sorrow. Because once the county office's formation was broken, she would have to personally drive Gu Yi away. But she hadn't expected tonight's turn of events. The young man's pendant had inexplicably grown much stronger. This led Xiao Chan to believe he might have encountered an artifact refiner. If she could gain that person's help to destroy the body in the funeral home, wouldn't she be able to stay with Gu Yi? So now Xiao Chan understood why Gu Yi was displeased. It was clearly because of the master she had mentioned. Young master, this servant was wrong. As Xiao Chan's seductive voice rang out, Gu Yi saw the beautiful re-drobed female ghost slowly kneel before him. Young master, this servant knows her wrongs. Oh, what brings Miss Xiao Chan to say such words? At this moment, Gu Yi sat with his legs spread wide like an imposing general. Xiao Chan, clad in crimson robes, knelt before him as docile as a maidservant. Hearing the young man's deliberate query, Xiao Chan showed no anger, but instead lifted her head and feigned a pitiful tone. This servant's first wrong lies in my dim eyes failing to recognize a true hero like you, young master. The first wrong. Gu Yi felt somewhat appeased after hearing her words. His earlier displeasure stemmed from the fact that despite agreeing to aid this crimson-clad female spirit, she still harbored thoughts of some other eminent figure. She even believed his heart-guarding pendant came from someone else. This naturally irked him, so he decided to display his true power on the spot, spending 5 development points to elevate that 1-star axe to 5 stars. Moreover, from Xiao Chan's words, it seemed there was a second wrong. He was curious to hear what she would say. Indeed, young master, that is, but my first wrong. My second wrong lies in worrying that a true hero like you might. Thus I thought of seeking help from others. That is my second wrong. As Xiao Chan spoke halfway, a glimmer of tears appeared in her beautiful eyes. These words were her genuine sentiment, meant to avert any mishap for Gu Yi. Once Xiao Chan confessed her second wrong, all of Gu Yi's anger dissipated. So the enchanting female spirit had hoped to find an expert to prevent his injury. That changed everything. Gu Yi quickly rose to help Xiao Chan, who knelt before him, to her feet. He was always soft to gentleness, but hard to force, especially when the person was a beauty. Yet Xiao Chan refused his assistance, insisting she had not finished speaking and could not rise. My third wrong is that having sought your help, young master, I have yet to serve you well. With these words, Xiao Chan bit her lower lip, preparing to offer herself tonight. Originally, she planned to wait until Gu Yi broke the county office's formation, when he would be weakened and easier for her to expel. But circumstances had changed. The young man's extraordinary strength gave him a fair chance against Ji Xian and the old Taoist. Otherwise, facing them alone would be uncertain. After the formation was shattered, her power would grow. Offering herself then might drain the young man considerably, so it was better to choose tonight. Xiao Chan, what are you doing? As Gu Yi wondered about the third wrong, Xiao Chan rose and slowly shed her crimson robes. Soon a jade-white figure stood before him. Young Gulang, take this servant tonight. Xiao Chan's address changed as she spoke. Though her face blushed with shyness, her eyes gleamed with determination. With that, she embraced the young man. Honestly, had this happened earlier, Gu Yi, driven by lust, would have pushed her down without hesitation. But now, with the heart-guarding pendant's passive effect triggered, his mind was clear. He understood why Xiao Chan suddenly made her move, to mend his earlier displeasure by advancing the offering. If he accepted, wouldn't that prove he took advantage of a spirit in need? Though he indeed coveted Xiao Chan's beauty, hearing her call him a true hero made such an act unbearable. He had been upset by being underestimated. Taking her body now would make him despise his own actions. Xiao Chan, since our pact is to break 3 formations, let us wait until tomorrow when I shatter the county office's formation before I take you. Gu Yi resolved to vindicate himself. Breaking the county office's formation by tomorrow was certain. Then he could claim her honorably and achieve peace of. Tonight he intended to have Xiao Chan use her mental attack to see if it could develop the heart-guarding pendant, conserving energy for clearing the county office's walking corpses in the morning. Wasting too much energy on Xiao Chan might jeopardize tomorrow. Gulang. Seeing Gu Yi's clear eyes and righteous expression, Xiao Chan was stunned. She never expected her voluntary offering to be refused. It seemed she had underestimated this young. No. Realizing this, Xiao Chan felt not anger, but growing joy. It appeared her judgment was sound. You have been recognized by Xiao Chan as one worthy of lifelong trust. Establishment complete. Wait, establishment complete. The sudden notification startled Gu Yi. He had never fully understood whether a female spirit could be developed. He assumed it was like stored items, only allowing exploration and understanding. After the establishment notification, Gu Yi wondered if his stubborn pride had changed his standing with Xiao Chan, leading to her recognition of him as trustworthy for life. He could think of no other reason, given she had offered herself. It was a fortunate accident. Since establishment was complete, only the final step, connection, remained. Once all 4 requirements were met, he could fully develop Xiaochan. Now the question was how to connect. Ask anyone about connecting a man and a woman, and 9 out of 10 would think of. Naturally, Gu Ye's mind wandered there too. His gaze shifted to Xiaochan's half-dressed form. Gu Lang, even if you reconsider now, this servant won't agree. Seeing the young man's glance, Xiaochan chuckled and quickly covered herself fully. Gu Yi, pondering how to connect with her, felt a twinge of regret. It seemed the answer to how to connect would have to wait until tomorrow night. Now he had tonight's task: have Xiaochan use her mental attack to see if it could develop the heart-guarding pendant. Hearing Gu Ye's request, Xiaochan thought her future husband was joking. Attack him? No, I mean a gentle attack like when you pulled me into the dream. At Gu Ye's insistence, a puzzled Xiaochan complied. Your heart-guarding pendant has resisted 300 mental attacks. Connection complete. Congratulations. You have fully developed the heart-guarding pendant. Rewards: heart-guarding pendant evolution paths, 3 development points, 300. The heart-guard pendant, unlike weapons, first demonstrated its successful expansion by resisting spiritual attacks when it was still a mind-clearing pendant. Unexpectedly, even after being upgraded to fine quality, it still only required resisting spiritual attacks to complete the process. Having slashed the shadow flame sword thousands of times without any reaction, Gu Yi had not considered this possibility. However, compared to weapons, even a common grade jade pendant had far more stringent expansion conditions. With his energy bar at 18, Gu Yi felt increasingly drowsy as it dropped below 20%. Even with his strength doubled by taking pills, staying with Xiaochan for long periods still caused significant depletion, let alone deliberately having her use spiritual attacks to accumulate strikes on the heartguard pendant. Activating skills also drained his energy. He had originally planned to finish expanding the green iron dagger tonight, but now it would have to wait. Gu Lang, can your body still hold up? Xiaochan looked at Gu Ye's sleepy face, feeling a pang of guilt. Though he had asked her to do it, she still felt responsible. So she deliberately kept a distance from the young man on the bed. I'm fine, I just need a night's rest. On the luxurious double bed, Gu Yi smiled at the apologetic Xiaochan. His biggest fear had been whether Xiaochan was dangerous, and if helping break the seal would put him at risk. But after the notification of a successful bond appeared last night, those worries vanished. Since she was his woman, he would give his all to help her. Gu Lang, rest well. I will keep watch for you until dawn. Seeing the young man forcing a smile to comfort her, Xiaochan's heart ached, and she showed a determined look, promising to keep an eye on the outside all night. Then under her watch, Gu Yi gradually drifted into sleep. The next morning, Gu Yi sat up in bed, still feeling unrest despite a full night's sleep. Is there any way to keep my energy full? Gu Yi stretched and began to dress. The first thing that came to mind was the strength pill in his backpack. Taking the pill would instantly refill his energy bar. Increasing his strength would strengthen his entire body. This was evident from the increasingly defined muscle lines on his body. Additionally, Xiaochan's question from last night was worth considering. She had initially thought he was having trouble breathing or was injured, but it turned out he was aroused by looking at Lu Manking's photos. Though he admitted to being a lecher, last night's situation was indeed strange. The surge in power seemed to make him lose control, his actions becoming more reckless. After washing his face with cold water in the bathroom, Gu Yi let out a long breath. Taking the second strength pill today would reveal if this was the cause. He still had the expansion points from last night's successful heartguard pendant upgrade. Gu Yi planned to unlock the final path of the Shadow Flame sword to maximize his combat power. The heartguard pendant was mainly for defense against spiritual attacks, and given the current threat from the Corpse King, Shou, there was no urgent need to upgrade it further. Explosive Flame expand. 150 expansion points consumed. Successfully unlocked Shadow Flame sword evolution path to Explosive Flame. The Shadow Flame sword's quality rose from 7-star fine to 8-star fine. Its active skills upgraded Shadow Flow to Shadow Break Sharp Edge to Explosive Flame and Firm Rock to Thorn's Pike. A note described it as a fine longsword containing multiple special powers valued at 180 world coins. A prompt asked if he wanted to consume 1,000 expansion points to further upgrade the sword. Gu Yi glanced at his remaining points, realizing he was far short. He hadn't expected that unlocking all 3 paths would only raise it to 8-star, still one step from 9-star. Even after a full upgrade, its quality upon reaching excellence would likely be low. After washing up, Gu Yi listed a 6-star single-edged blade on the trading market, noting that he was away but available to discuss the deal. He then left the train for Corpse Lock Town. On the public channel, Zhou Dabo exclaimed, "Wow, Gu Yi, the big shot, keeps showing off high-star weapons. Yesterday a 6-star longsword, and today a 6-star single-edged blade." Yang Wei responded, "How did you even notice?" "I searched Gu Yi's name and saw the blade was listed just 3. Zhou Dabo said, "I had nothing better to do this morning. I wonder which lucky survivor got yesterday's 6-star longsword." With Gu Yi listing the weapon, the public channel buzzed with discussion. Mornings and nights were the most active times for survivors. Besides the trading market, private trades were also. Some survivors speculated that yesterday's longsword had been traded privately. Whoever could afford 35 world coins was certainly ahead of most. Inside the Black Swan, Lu Manqing woke up on a simple folding bed and rubbed her forehead. She had racked her brain last night to trade for the 6-star longsword from Gu Yi. She had worn a pale blue qipao and taken many sexy photos to send him later, changing into a black and white swordswoman outfit for an impromptu video. To ensure she seduced that little pervert, she even pretended to be a female sword immortal from a period drama, striving for vividness. After these bold acts, her body felt inexplicably hot and restless. As night fell, she rewarded herself on the folding bed all night long. The object of her fantasies was none other than the little pervert Gu Yi. Since she had fallen asleep after her self-reward, her dreams were filled with thoughts of him. The same annoying. In the dream, she was as weak as a lamb, bullied in all sorts of ways. The problem was she eventually surrendered and found herself deeply enjoying it. Thinking of those shameful dream scenes, a blush crept across Lu Manqing's alluring face. It's all that little pervert's fault. She couldn't help but spit at Gu Yi's real avatar in her friend list, blaming him for causing such dreams. Now she woke up feeling weak all over. Then once again she couldn't resist reaching her hand down. At the Corp's Lockdown County office, Gu Yi rubbed his nose. Why did he suddenly sneeze? Was someone cursing him behind his back? If he ever found out who it was, he'd make them pay. Ahead, the number of walking corpses around the county office puzzled Gu Yi. He had slain nearly half of them yesterday afternoon, yet now another 200 to 300 had replenished their ranks. But it mattered not. His current energy bar sufficed to eliminate them all. Gu Yi gripped the Shadow Flame sword and activated Bedrock first. In an instant, the blade was enveloped in thick layers of rocky matter, forming a colossal stone sword. With a series of thuds, rock spikes shot forth toward the horde of walking corpses guarding the county office entrance, shattering the silence of the area. Groans and guttural sounds erupted from the undead as they stirred. One by one, the walking corpses rushed toward the black-clad youth wielding the stone sword. Yet before they could close within 10 meters, they fell in succession, their bodies pierced through by sharp, sturdy rock spikes. Drawing from yesterday's experience in slaughtering the corpse horde, Gu Yi did not unleash the full power of rock spike all at once. Walking corpses were, after all, mere mortal flesh. The destructive force of the rock spikes sufficed to slay them with ease. Before long, the pile of walking corpse bodies at the county office entrance grew larger. Some of the horde attempted to flank him from the sides, but Gu Yi leaped onto the wall and neutralized them, effortlessly annihilating them one by one. Ever since the Shadow Flame sword unlocked the ranged rock spike skill, his combat strategies had diversified, no longer requiring close quarters melee. He maintained a constant distance from the walking corpse horde, activating Sharp Edge to scare them off when surrounded. Unbeknownst to him, the horde around the county office gradually dwindled. A quick scan revealed only a few still standing. After swiftly eliminating the remaining walking corpses outside the county office, Gu Yi chose not to enter through the main gate, but instead scaled the side wall with a leap. Yesterday, many walking corpses had hidden within the rooms inside the county office. He was curious to see if any still lurked within. The doors to the main hall and the second hall were all open, some panels already damaged, likely from the walking corpses charging out yesterday. But when he reached the third hall at the back, the residence of the county magistrate, he found the door tightly shut. Without hesitation, Gu Yi raised the Shadow Flame sword and blasted the closed wooden door. Hearing anguished howls, Gu Yi narrowed his eyes. So there were indeed walking corpses hiding inside. The next moment, as the familiar green official robe staggered out in pain, Gu Yi chuckled inwardly. He hadn't expected this old scoundrel to be hiding in there. Thinking I'd push the door open and fall for an ambush, are you? Rock spike full power. Instantly, the size and speed of the rock spikes surged, dramatically raining down like a torrential downpour upon the fleeing corrupted Wang Shoujing. Under such dense suppressive fire, the corrupted Wang Xiaoheng's green official robe was instantly shredded, and his entire corpse body was immobilized. Countless rock spikes grazed his body and struck the ground, gradually forming a small pile of rocky matter that sealed Wang Xiaoheng's entire corpse. Perhaps realizing that continuing would lead to his demise, the corrupted Wang Shoujing howled and struggled frantically, trying to break free. Suddenly, Gu Yi's dense rock spike assault subsided. The corrupted Wang Shoujing looked up to see the youth standing on the eaves, his face showing signs of exhaustion. This filled him with glee. As a walking corpse, his perception of living aura was exceptionally keen. Clearly, the opponent was spent at the end of his strength. With a furious roar, the corrupted Wang Shoujing burst free from the surrounding rock spikes, swiftly vaulted onto the eaves, and charged at Gu Yi. Perfect. Gu Yi laughed instead of fearing as the corrupted Wang Shoujing lunged at him. He quickly swallowed a strength pill he had prepared, and a surge of heat flooded through his limbs and bones. In an instant, Gu Yi's weakness vanished, replaced by a body restored to its peak state. On the eaves, the corrupted Wang Shoujing, now 3 meters away from Gu Yi, froze in shock. It thought it had found an opportunity to strike down the youth in one blow, but somehow the aura emanating from him had undergone a dramatic transformation. Just as it sensed danger and tried to retreat, Guyi moved. Get down. His form blurred into an afterimage as his fist shot forward. The 7-point boost from the strength pill was not merely a numerical increase, it multiplied his entire physical power several times over. At that moment, he felt like a humanoid tyrannosaurus. A surge of immense power churned within him, desperately seeking an outlet. And the corrupted Wang Shoujing who had delivered himself to him was undoubtedly the perfect target. On the eaves before the corrupted Wang Shoujing could even see Gu Yes strike, a colossal force slammed into its body. With a series of heavy thuds, the corrupted Wang Shoujing's body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing violently into the third hall behind. Beams snapped, brick walls collapsed. A thick cloud of dust billowed into the air. As the dust settled, Gu Yi leaped down from the eaves, sword in hand. In the ruins of the third hall, more than half of the roof structure had collapsed. Amid the debris, the corrupted Wang Shoujing's neck was twisted like a pretzel from Gu Ye's punch, and most of the dark aura around it had dissipated. As Gu Yi approached, the corrupted Wang Shoujing, on the verge of death, pointed weakly at the second hall, the letter. Take it away. Not bad, still able to talk even like this. Gu Yi wondered why the corrupted Wang Shoujing was pointing at that letter, but the shadow flame, sword in his hand, hummed with a sharp ring. Shadow break, activate. Save your words for the underworld. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yi severed its head with the shadow flame sword. Thus the black and white auras on the corrupted Wang Shoujing finally dissipated completely. Through the clear insight of the heart-protecting pendant, Gu Yi noticed that the dark aura hovering over the county office remained dense, undiminished by the magistrate's demise. This indicated that the formation's core was still intact. He glanced at the crumbling building, planning to see if there was anything valuable inside. His punch had been too brutal. Pure numerical superiority had crushed Wang Shoujing in one blow. With his energy bar still ample at 98, Gu Yi felt no fear. The art of upholding righteousness and guarding the one. Opening the adjacent wooden door, he saw a white glow on the desk. Approaching, he found a book titled The Art of Upholding Righteousness and Guarding the One. More importantly, this book was an item. You have discovered the art of upholding righteousness and guarding the one. Exploration complete. Item: The Art of Upholding Righteousness and Guarding the One. Quality 9-star. Common note: in Orthodox Confucian nourishing method, using the heart's lamp to illuminate delusions with righteous energy, following each thought. Value 9 world coins. Could this book be the technique for nourishing chi? Gu Yi quickly flipped it open and read the general outline. Righteousness is nameless by nature. Heaven and earth form in chaos. Guard the center with one thought. 10,000 evils cannot invade. The heart's lamp hangs like a bright moon. Courage mirrors the azure sky. Cultivate the vast righteousness. Mountains and rivers share this heart. Suddenly Gu Yi noticed something strange. He had already checked the item information for the art of upholding righteousness and guarding the one, so why hadn't he even completed understanding? Or did he need to read through the entire content of the book? Then let's continue reading. Gu Yi thought of his SSS-Rank talent star C pioneer. What does it mean to pioneer? He believed pioneering was the act of pushing existing boundaries outward through action, whether in space thought or the realm of possibility. It began with the courage to break the status quo, culminated in the creation of a new order, and ultimately etched a human imprint in the process of transforming the unknown into the known. In short, to actively transcend existing limitations, to open up and establish new domains and values. Just like the blazing shadow sword in his hand, which unlocked and advanced different skills as it was pioneered. If everything were already fully known with no new possibilities and all trapped in a cage, it would be far too dull. Human beings are always curious about the unknown, and Gu Yi was no exception. He wanted to see if this righteous heart unifying art could also be pioneered. Apart from the general outline, the subsequent sections were Heart Rectification Chapter, Unity Preservation Chapter, Righteous Chi Chapter, and Art Circulation Chapter. Gu Yi looked at the Heart Rectification Chapter. The human heart is perilous, the Tao heart is subtle. Be refined, be unified, and hold firmly to the middle way. Sweep away all dust and turmoil to preserve stillness. Cleanse all delusions to see the true visage. Stand upright like a mountain facing an abyss. Emerge like a lotus from water, standing in the void. Next is the Unity Preservation Chapter. Preserve its white, guard its black. As yin and yang revolve, behold the celestial principle. Embrace the primordial as if holding the weight of mountains and rivers. Guard the unity as if guarding the constancy of sun and moon. Neither ghosts nor gods can alter its will. Neither profit nor harm can change its countenance. For some reason, Gu Yi couldn't stop reading, so he continued to the Righteous Chi Chapter. In its vastness, it has no exterior filling heaven and earth. In its subtlety, it has no interior hidden within a square inch of the heart. Encountering evil, it transforms into a thunderous sword. Seeing the common folk, it becomes a spring breeze curtain. In a dark chamber it is as if facing the bright sun, and on the brink of a deep abyss it treads, as on white jade steps. Upon reading this passage, Gu Yi suddenly felt himself standing taller, as if just like the words an irrepressible righteousness filled him. All darkness be gone. Of course this was merely his personal fantasy. So Gu Yi looked at the final art circulation chapter. With one inhale the heavenly river descends, righteous chi pours into Kunlun. With one exhale the stars revolve, evil and filth scatter without a trace. It flows through all meridians like a tide returning to the sea. It illuminates the spiritual platform like a door opening. Within the chest resides the might of mountains and rivers. With one thought one is one with heaven and earth. Boom. In an instant a wisp of white chi slowly rose from around Gu Yi. You have examined the righteous heart unifying art, comprehension complete. You have recited the righteous heart unifying art, establishment complete. You have gained righteous chi through the righteous heart unifying art, connection established. Congratulations, you have completed a pioneering of righteous chi. Reward righteous chi evolution paths 3, pioneering points 45. Pioneering points 248293. Ding. You have acquired the skill righteous chi. Spirit 1013. The moment Gu Yi finished reciting the righteous heart unifying art, a series of messages flashed before his eyes. Moreover, he felt a subtle change within himself. Completed a pioneering of righteous chi. The information before him left Gu Yi slightly taken aback. Previous pioneering had all been directed at material objects. Unexpectedly, this time the completion was displayed as the righteous chi gained from reciting the righteous heart unifying art. In particular, one message said he had acquired a skill which piqued Gu Yi's curiosity even more. All this time it had been weapons, equipment, and other materials that unlocked skills. As for him personally acquiring a skill, this was the first time. With that thought, he opened the skill panel of the deep blue interface. Besides the ever-burning SSS-Rank talent star, C Pioneer at the center and nearby star was lit up. Drank skill righteous chi. First realm, first light, pure white chi. Capacity 1 wisp, 100 wisps. Just a drank skill, huh? Though he grumbled, Gu Yi could understand. Righteous chi was obtained through the 9-star common grade righteous heart unifying art. For now, it certainly couldn't be that powerful. However, he believed that under his SS-Rank talents, pioneering this skill would advance, just like the blazing shadow sword in his hand. Through touch, Gu Yi understood the application of righteous chi. Its current capacity was 1 wisp with a displayed maximum of 100 wisps. It could deter evil spirits, and it was depleted upon use. Therefore, it required methods similar to the recitation just now, or other actions to accumulate righteous chi. Since it was only drank, its effects were quite limited. However, this skill brought Gu Yi a pleasant surprise. His spirit stat had permanently increased from 10 to 13 points, which was different from the temporary boost provided by wearing the heart-keeping pendant. Once the heart-keeping pendant was removed, that bonus disappeared. A single first-grade strength pill only added 10 points the first time. The second time it dropped to 7 points, gradually diminishing. Yet merely gaining righteous chi had boosted his spirit stat by 3 points. Could it be that there were body tempering techniques to enhance the other 3 attributes? Gu Yi considered this matter extremely important. No matter how powerful a weapon, it was merely an external object. If the weapon were lost, his combat strength would be greatly compromised. But if one's own power was enhanced, that was true strength. Gu Yi recalled how after taking 2 strength pills, he had relied on his overwhelming stats to crush the corpse-turned Wang Shoujing. I must pay close attention to such techniques or methods that can enhance my own attributes in the future. Gu Yi shifted his gaze to the 3 path abilities pioneered from righteous chi. Path 1 Protective Radiance costs 45 pioneering points. Path 2 Insight like Fire costs 45 pioneering points. Path 3 Resonant Sound of Gold and Jade costs 45 pioneering points. These 3 path abilities corresponded to 3 methods of using righteous chi. Path 1 Protective Radiance circulate a wisp of righteous chi over the boda's surface to deter evil spirits and protect oneself. This ability was similar to the heart-keeping pendant's golden light shield. Path 2 Insight like Fire condense a wisp of righteous chi into the eyes or spiritual perception, greatly enhancing insight into evil and aberrant things. This ability was likewise similar to the heart-keeping pendant's clarity breaks illusions. But considering the pendant had actually come from Wang Shoujing, it wasn't so hard to understand. Path 3 Resonant Sound of Gold and Jade infuse a wisp of righteous chi into the voice, imbuing speech with a touch of righteous authority. This ability was no longer the same as the heart-keeping pendants. It could deter, frighten off, and deal damage to evil beings. Moreover, it could bolster the spirits of oneself and one's companions. If someone fell under an evil being's spell leading to mental unrest or similar conditions, this ability could break it. Overall, it's just so-so. That was Gu Yi's assessment of the 3 path abilities of righteous chi. However, a major advantage was that this ability didn't consume too much of his own energy. Instead, it consumed righteous chi. The challenge was figuring out how to accumulate more righteous qi through gradual experimentation. At this stage, he deemed it unnecessary to unlock the paths since he only had one wisp, which was far from sufficient. Gu Ye's gaze continued to sweep across the small room. Its furnishings were extremely simple, like an ordinary commoner's home, quite different from his earlier expectations. Apart from the glowing righteous heart unifying art, there were no other items of quality. With that thought, he prepared to read the letter that the corpse-turned Wang Shoujing had kept mentioning and to find the county office's formation, to destroy it. In the county office's secondary hall, a letter lay on the desk, stained with blood. Gu Ye picked it up, curious about what Wang Shoujing had written. I, Wang Shoujing, a guilty minister, write this final confession with tears and blood before my death. Though of humble origins, I was entrusted by the state to govern this county, and I have toiled day and night, fearing only to fail the sacred trust placed in me by the imperial court. Yet foolish and benighted as I am, I failed to distinguish loyalty from treachery, foolishly trusting a villain, leading to the annihilation of the entire town, its rivers stained with blood and demons running rampant. My crime reaches the heavens, and 10,000 deaths cannot atone for it. Now as my last breath fades, I wish only to bare my heart and lay out the truth in full, beseeching your majesty's wise discernment. Gu Ye raised an eyebrow. Oh, there's more to this story. He noted Wang's claim of being deceived by a villain. The letter, from its description, was intended for the reigning emperor. It detailed that Wang's trust in a scoundrel had led to the town's plight. The origin of this matter: last autumn, an ancient tomb north of the town collapsed, releasing energy that caused occasional disturbances among the corpses stored in the northern funeral parlor. I reported this to my superiors, who forwarded it to General Yuan's command. The general, showing concern for the border people, dispatched a squad of frontier soldiers and a Taoist named Xianin to assist. Grateful for the general's past kindness, I trusted him without doubt. Master Xianin claimed this was a calamity of ancient corpsine Sha, and that a 4-symbol soul-locking array was needed to suppress it. The method required fixing 4 directional array eyes and moving the ancient tomb's female coffin to the funeral parlor's underground chamber as the array's core. Ignorant of esoteric arts, I agreed to everything to relieve the people's suffering, personally overseeing the coffin relocation and array setup. Yet from the moment the array was formed, the plague of walking corpses in the town did not subside, but grew fiercer, spreading from north to south until it became uncontrollable. Suspecting something amiss, I confronted the Taoist, who dismissed my concerns as a backlash of energy that would settle once the array stabilized, and pressured me with General Yuan's authority. Intimidated by military might and swayed by old gratitude, I hesitated, only managing to seal off the funeral parlor and northern district as a restricted zone, hoping the array would work. Gu Ye frowned. That General Yuan again. The old postmaster had mentioned this General Yuan as well. It was at his hands that Xiao Chan had died some 50 years. Yet from Wang Xiaohang's letter, it seemed General Yuan was still alive and well. The thought flickered through Gu Ye's mind briefly. Given this world's backdrop, where walking corpses, ghosts, and righteous qi all existed, longevity didn't seem so strange after all. This passage recounted Wang reporting the anomaly only for General Yuan to send frontier troops and Master Xianin to assist. It appeared General Yuan had once done Wang a favor, leading to his misplaced trust. So old Wang was. Gu Ye paused, then decided to read on. The sudden onset of disaster 3 months ago, the corpse calamity finally erupted, with walking corpses filling the alleys and closing in. I intended to open the south gate and lead the people in evacuation. Just then an order from General Yuan arrived, strictly commanding the opening of the west gate to retreat to Yangjiao Fort 30 li away, and ordering the frontier troops to return immediately without delay. Those suspicious military orders were absolute, and I thought the general might have another plan. So I opened the west gate, gathered the remaining refugees, and prepared to escort them personally. Unexpectedly, a horde of corpses had already blocked the way outside the west gate. The evacuating people had no path forward and were pursued from behind, leading to trampling and slaughter with the dead piled high. The west gate became a hellish bloodbath. My heart shattered, but it was too late for regret. The frontier troops had already left, leaving only Yamen runners and local militia. Though we fought desperately, it was futile. Forced to retreat, I led the remnants and survivors to break through southward. Along the way, all I saw were the corpses of my people, their lives wasted due to my folly and blind trust. This is my crime beyond redemption, even in death. Gu Ye muttered. Old Wang was really set up by that General Yuan. In this passage, Wang had planned to evacuate through the south gate, but General Yuan recalled the supporting troops and ordered him to use the west gate instead. The outcome was predictable. The west gate was impassable, forcing Wang to protect the remaining survivors and flee via the south gate. This matched the notice at the south gate, where a few literate townsfolk had left messages indicating that the soldiers had. Thus, in the end, old Wang resolved to make a final charge toward the northern funeral parlor. The letter's subsequent content confirmed this. My resolve to die and final realization during the southward retreat, I was consumed by shame and regret, unable to face life. I resolved to lead a band of death-defying men and militia back north to the funeral parlor, vowing to burn the Einsor's coffin, hoping to atone in some small measure. But this was no more than a moth flying into the flame. As soon as we neared the parlor, we were besieged by a tidal wave of walking corpses. Exhausted and gravely wounded on the verge of death, Master Xianin appeared among the corpse horde, bent down, and whispered the shocking conspiracy in my ear. He said General Yuan is actually a remnant of the previous dynasty, feigning submission while plotting restoration. The ancient tomb's female corpse is a princess of the former dynasty. They seek to nurture her Ein soul for a rebirth through possession. The thousands of souls locked in the corpse array are merely blood sacrifices to nourish her Ein soul. The four-symbol soul-locking array is in truth a wicked formation to gather Ein and refine spirits. The order to evacuate through the west gate was a poison scheme to drive the people into a trap for a complete harvest. The frontier troops came not to rescue but to seal off the town, ensuring no sacrifice escaped. Hearing this struck me like lightning. My benefactor was the mastermind, and my loyal heart had fed a wolf. The blood of the entire town had fueled a rebel's ambition. The righteous Qi I had upheld all my life, the path of loyalty I had guarded, shattered in that instant, leaving nothing. With my spirit broken, evil Qi invaded, and I fell into darkness, controlled by the villains, and refined into a walking corpse, remaining in a stupor until now. That Xianin old Taoist is truly sinister. Though the letter wasn't finished, Gu Yi understood why the Taoist had revealed the truth to Wang. It was likely to shatter Wang's heart, dispersing his righteous Qi, making it easier to refine him into a walking corpse. My final plea: by the grace of heaven's righteous Qi, I have briefly regained clarity. The traitor Yuan harbors malicious intent, colludes with evil sorcerers, slaughters the living, and secretly trains Ein soldiers. His ambition must be to overthrow the state and plunge the realm into chaos. If this villain is not eliminated, the nation will know no peace. I, Wang Shoujing, blind and negligent, have caused this immense catastrophe beyond redemption, even in 1,000 deaths. I dare not seek life, only death, to atone for the wronged souls. I implore your majesty, considering that my final words are the truth written in blood, to swiftly dispatch the imperial army to thoroughly investigate Yuan and purge this demonic influence. Then, even if my soul is scattered, I shall feel your majesty's grace in the underworld. The land is shattered. My fault. The rebellion looms large, awaiting heavenly punishment. I await your majesty's judgment in fear and sorrow. This is the final testament of the guilty minister Wang Shoujing. Gu Yi wondered, so old Wang was truly lucid yesterday at noon. After reading the entire letter, Gu Yi recalled the events of the previous day. Wang had first asked if he was the one who had broken the two array eyes, then asked him to take the letter and kill him. But just as Gu Yi was about to charge, Wang coughed up black qi and a horde of walking corpses surrounded the place. His moment of clarity had been brief, likely evidenced by the shaky black and white footprints in the main hall. Besides the letter on the desk, Gu Yi also noticed blood-written words repeating array I underground prison tiger. The array I is in the underground prison, and it's the tiger head guillotine. Gu Yi's gaze swept over the entire county office. No wonder he hadn't located the array I. It was hidden underground. Old Wang had helped a bit, though due to map limitations, Gu Yi couldn't take the letter out. Given the situation at Yangjiao Fort, 30 li to the west, General Yuan seemed to have already raised the banner of restoration. With such a sky full of black qi, it was impossible to go unnoticed. The next phase was easy to predict: a struggle for supremacy between General Yuan guarding the border and the central dynasty. Gu Yi cared little for this. He only wanted to help Xiao Quan break the array. Still, out of respect for Wang's deception and his small help, he decided not to disturb the decapitated corpse. Though he couldn't take the letter, he could add this record to the notice at the south gate, hoping some future passerby might see it. A system notification chimed. Ding. You have gained 10 strands of righteous qi. Gu Yi was stunned. Wait, that works too. As he prepared to search for the underground prison, his righteous qi surged unexpectedly. A noble and righteous spirit permeates the heavens and the earth. This spirit must be cultivated and strengthened through justice and morality accumulated over time. Without the support of righteousness, it cannot be sustained and will gradually fade until it is exhausted. Gu Yi speculated that it was his recent thoughts resonating with the noble spirit of heaven and earth that granted him 10 strands. Conversely, the noble spirit cannot be obtained through hypocrisy or mere imagination. He had just attempted to consider posting warnings at the 4 city gates in the future, but under that thought there was no response. This indicates that to acquire the noble spirit, one must first be sincere and upright in heart. It is impossible to resonate with it through pretense. Since I have 10 more strands of the noble spirit, let me see its effects. Gu Yi decided to unlock the second path of the noble spirit, keen insight, to enhance perception. 45 development points consumed successfully unlocked the second evolution path of the noble spirit, keen insight. Development points 293248 Drank skill Noble Spirit. First realm initial radiance pure. White chi capacity 11 strands 100 strands. The skill level of the Noble Spirit did not show any increase. It seems he must wait until all paths are unlocked to know the situation. Piercing illusions activate. Keen insight activate. Guyi took out the plaque inscribed with upright and impartial from his backpack, activated the heart-guarding pendant, and condensed a strand of the Noble Spirit into his eyes. In an instant, he felt an unprecedented clarity in his eyes. With a single glance, the black chi within the government office revealed different layers of intensity. At this moment, if anyone were nearby, they would see the young man in a black trench coat exuding an aura of authority without anger. Especially his eyes full of righteousness would cause any ordinary evil spirit to flee in fear. Those with ill intentions dared not even meet his gaze, feeling an involuntary fear in their hearts. With the enhancement of 3 insight abilities, Guyi noticed black chi faintly seeping from the ground in the northwest corner. That area, located on one side of the front corridor of the main hall, was precisely the location of the prison. As soon as he approached, a chilling coldness struck him and the temperature dropped sharply. This familiar feeling, it must be here. Guyi exhaled a turbid breath. The prison was entirely made of brick and stone cells. Except for a small window on the side facing the corridor, the interior was pitch black. Of course, this was only for ordinary people. Now Guyi's eyes were filled with white light, allowing him to see every scene in the dim prison clearly. Can the Noble Spirit also grant me night vision? After inspecting the nearest cell, joy spread across Guyi's face. He had never expected the Noble Spirit to have such an effect. No wonder the righteousness chapter of the art of maintaining a pure heart contained the line, "In a dark room it is as if facing the bright sun." He had originally thought it described the spirit within a person, but it turned out to be literal. Even in a secluded chamber, my heart remains clear. Thus, as long as he accumulated enough Noble Spirit, even the night would have little effect on him in the future. Judging by the strand of Noble Spirit lingering in his eyes, its duration was likely no less than an hour. Now, under Guyi's righteous gaze, all darkness was exposed. The prison contained several chained revenants. For them, he naturally offered release. Ding. You have gained 1 strand of Noble Spirit. Capacity 10 strands 11 strands. Not just one, there's more. Just as Guyi beheaded a revenant with his sword according to his usual method, another notification of gaining Noble Spirit appeared before his eyes. Now I have no choice but to execute justice. Guyi tightened his grip on the lying sword. If he didn't help these beings find release, it would be a disservice to the Noble Spirit within him. It wasn't just thoughts that could resonate with the Noble Spirit, actions could too. A gentleman judges by deeds, not intentions. Although he never considered himself a true gentleman, if the Noble Spirit insisted on growing within him, what could he do? This only proves that I am right, and the Noble Spirit is even more right. Everything is right. Each revenant he slayed granted him 1 strand of Noble Spirit. Soon all 6 revenants in the prison were eliminated by Guyi, and his Noble Spirit increased to 16 strands. Finally, he fixed his gaze on the deepest death row cell in the prison. As Guyi stepped into the signing room before the death row, a chill enveloped him. Without a doubt, the formations, I must be inside. Clang. Guyi cut the lock on the corridor door with his sword and looked at the first cell. The death row was used to hold condemned prisoners. Its layout was even darker, with the floor half a meter below ground level, and an indescribable stench of decay filled the air. Ugh! 3 revenants were disturbed, all letting out furious roars. However, the cell doors in the death row were too sturdy, and the revenants could only rage impotently inside their cells, snarling and baring their teeth at the young man in the corridor. Though I had no intention of coming to this prison to bind the dead, I am aware of the suffering of the living. I shall not refuse these 3 strands of Noble Spirit. As he spoke, Guyi's lying sword was not idle. He immediately severed the locks on the cell doors and slew the revenants that tried to rush out with a single strike. After completing the triple kill, he felt the Noble Spirit within him increase to 19 strands, and a warmth filled his heart. Alas, I regret not meeting the Noble Spirit of heaven and earth sooner. For a moment, Guyi could not help but sigh. He had slain so many revenants before. If he had acquired this skill earlier, his Noble Spirit would have long overflowed. Then his gaze turned to the deepest part of the death row, the very last cell. Black chi flowed from the cell door like a tangible substance, putting Guyi on high alert. Although he had already broken 2 formation eyes, and even the zombie Wang Shoujing could not withstand a single punch from him. But a lion should use its full strength even when hunting a rabbit. Rock spikes activate. The lying sword in Guyi's hand instantly switched to rock mode, and he fired a volley at the cell door at the end of the corridor. Seeing no movement from within, he finally stepped forward. Transform baleful chi into protective aura activate. Guyi activated the counter damage skill of the heart guarding pendant in advance, and switched the lying sword to blazing edge mode. From outside the corridor, the black chi within the cell was exceptionally dense. With a single sword stroke, he split open the cell door, revealing a long staircase descending into the ground. To see what lay below, he had to walk down the stairs. As soon as Gu Ye's foot touched the cold stone steps leading to the dungeon, the passive skill, Soul Calming Barrier of the Heart-Guarding Pendant automatically triggered, enveloping him in a square golden shield. Hog! A series of screams echoed from the underground prison, clearly the result of the counter-damage from transformed baleful chi into protective aura. Gu Ye did not hesitate and continued downward. At the end of the stone steps in the dim underground prison, a dozen greenish ghost fires floated in the air. In Gu Ye's vision, each ghost fire condensed into the spirit of a headless ghost. The screams just now came from the heads beneath the tiger head guillotine blade in the center of the dungeon, which radiated a fierce, baleful aura. The headless ghosts, all afraid of the guillotine's baleful aura, kept their distance. Now seeing Gu Ye approaching step by step, they trembled incessantly. The golden light emanating from the young man was no less powerful than the baleful aura, and upon contact they nearly had their souls scattered. These resentful spirits were in great agony, all having perished under the tiger head guillotine. To make matters worse, they were forever trapped within the dungeon, unable to escape. When they sensed a surge of energy at the stone steps, the vengeful souls sought to rush out through it, only to collide with a golden light that caused their souls to scatter in pain. So they are a bunch of beheaded ghosts. Gu Ye sneered, his righteous eyes perceiving everything with clarity. He could fully sense the fear these headless ghosts held toward him. Ghosts dread baleful aura, so these headless specters were effectively caught between him and the tiger head guillotine. Gu Ye did not let his guard down. He retrieved the rarely used green iron dagger from his backpack. This weapon, obtained from the Earth God Temple, possessed a skill called Bane Breaker. After being nurtured for so long and upgraded from common to fine grade, it was time for it to shine. With the blazing shadow sword in his right hand and the green iron dagger clutched in his left, his body shielded by a golden light barrier, Gu Ye charged straight toward the tiger head guillotine at the center of the dungeon. Boom! In an instant, dense black mist erupted from the sinister tiger head guillotine, coalescing into various weapon forms in midair. Blades, spears, swords, halberds, and a massive black mist tiger that dominated half the dungeon. These solidified weapons bore rust and bloodstains, their edges gleaming with dark, golden, baleful energy. Each weapon floated a twisted face, shrouded in black mist. Whoosh! At that moment, chains forged from baleful aura shot from all directions toward the youth at the stairway, intent on sealing him completely. Clang! 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 The baleful chains crashed against the golden light barrier around Gu Ye, producing a series of metallic clangs. Though they seemed ferocious like an inescapable net, they failed to breach even half an inch of the golden radiance. Seeing this, Gu Ye gained a preliminary understanding. Then let me see how fierce your baleful aura really is. He immediately activated the green iron dagger's active skill, Bane Breaker. Swish! The green iron dagger in Gu Ye's left hand suddenly erupted with brilliant cyan light. The chains formed from baleful aura disintegrated inch by inch upon touching the cyan glow, turning into filthy water that splattered from midair. The remaining baleful weapons met the same fate. The dazzling cyan light acted as a bane to baleful aura, dissolving everything it touched. Roar! The baleful tiger let out ferocious howls, conjuring various weapons in a vain attempt to stop the intruder. Yet all efforts were futile. It could only watch helplessly as the figure in black drew closer. On the other side, the resentful spirits were dumbfounded. Their heads lay beneath the tiger head guillotine, allowing them to indirectly sense the baleful tiger's terror. No matter how the baleful aura transformed into different attacks against the black-clad youth, the cyan glow in his hand effortlessly neutralized them. Endless, isn't it? Break for me. Gu Ye pierced the blocking baleful tiger with a single thrust, then drove the blade into the tiger head guillotine. Boom! The moment the blade touched the guillotine, the black mist gathered there, dissipated instantly. The surrounding temperature also rose. Ding! You have gained 30 strands of righteous chi. The county dungeon's formation I was easily broken by Gu Ye thanks to his overwhelming equipment advantage. It was far less troublesome than dealing with the earlier zombie horde and the corpse-turned Wang Shoujing. Of course, had he not been so cautious, he could have resolved it even faster. With that thought, he looked at the increasingly dense righteous chi enveloping him. Capacity 19 strands, 49 strands, breaking the formation. I also resonated with it, indicating this was a righteous act. As for the dozen or so resentful spirits, they were caught in the baleful aura of the tiger head guillotine and instantly annihilated. When he returned to the surface, sunlight had somehow streamed in. Universal clock 111111, basking in the warm sun, Gu Ye felt genuine warmth for the first time in Corpse Lock Town. Compared to the earlier eerie gloom of Corpse Lock Town after breaking 3 formation eyes, it now bore some resemblance to the world of the living. He could truly sense the change brought by his actions. With this formation, I resolved, and time still early, he decided to search the surroundings for usable supplies. Then by evening, when Xiao Chan arrived, he could finally fulfill their agreement. Universal Clock 170626 Gu Yi returned to the train carrying 2 sacks of supplies. This was already his 5th trip bringing back resources today. Overall, the west district of the town had yielded the most supplies so far. This haul was another great bounty. Especially in the grand mansions, the wealthiest people in town had left behind many supplies during the zombie outbreak, though most were classified as collectibles. If not for the approaching dusk at 5 o'clock, Gu Yi could have continued searching. Today alone, selling collectibles to the Universal Recycler had earned him 130 world coins. World coins 130 Universal Recycler LV1. Total recycled supplies valued at 410 world coins need 590 more to unlock Universal Recycler LV2. Which attribute pill should I buy this time? Gu Yi pondered. Taking strength pills indeed had a certain impact on him. After consuming the second one, his power surged, but a sense of imbalance gradually emerged. This was manageable in normal times, but against an evenly matched foe, it could be disastrous. It seems I need to improve the other attributes too. Gu Yi believed he needed balanced development. Relying solely on strength could become a weakness in itself. Apart from strength, the remaining attributes were physique, agility, and spirit. He temporarily set aside for spiritual attacks. He had the heart protection pendant for defense, and boosting spirit didn't seem to enhance combat power much. That left physique and agility as worthy considerations. With little hesitation, Gu Yi made his final choice. Physique. What was tonight's plan? As a man, how could he lack a sturdy body? Battle between man and woman was still a battle. When his energy waned and he felt weak, he could take a pill and instantly become vigorous again. Thus the tide of battle would turn. And after tonight's fight, his energy would surely be drained by tomorrow. To ensure tomorrow's exploration and help Xiao Chan break the last formation, he would inevitably need to consume a pill. Perhaps increasing his physique would make his energy bar more durable. 100 world coins spent obtained 1 first-grade physique pill. Amid his thoughts of physique, pill lay quietly in Gu Yi's hand. But he resisted the urge to consume it immediately. To celebrate tonight, should I decorate the train interior? On the luxurious double bed, Gu Yi wondered if he should hang some festive red ornaments. However, having just come of age before the train survival began, he had never considered such matters and had no experience, unsure what to hang. Right, why not ask someone? 2 women came to mind. First, Lin Muxue, a girl. From their previous interactions, this class belle from the neighboring class was meticulous and could offer useful advice. Second, Lu Manqing, a woman who exuded sensuality and was older than him. Yes, time to ask. He wondered if they were in their respective trains at the moment. He decided to reach out and see if they were available. Gu Yi asked, "May I ask you a question? How is the interior of ancient marriage chambers typically decorated? For instance, should anything be pasted or hung to signify good fortune?" Gu Yi was quite unsure, so he sent this inquiry separately to Lin Muxue and Lu Manqing. He then noticed that someone wanted to buy weapons from the trading post through private messages. Isn't it true that the other party can only send 1 message before I reply in private messages? Gu Yi looked puzzled as 2 messages popped up indicating a desire to purchase 2 6-star weapons from him, inquiring whether there were any other 6-star weapons besides the single sword available at the trading post. They mentioned that swords were acceptable as long as they weren't axes. Oh wait, I misread. After taking a closer look, Gu Yi realized that these 2 private messages came from 2 girls. Their names were Xie Qingyu and Xie Xingling. Judging from their avatars, these 2 young and beautiful girls looked exactly alike, leading him to think that one person had sent 2 messages. Now this is what true sisterhood looks like. Gu Yi couldn't help but exclaim, recalling the story involving Xiao Chan. That Ji Xian had schemed against Xiao Chan simply because she discovered that Xiao Chan looked just like her. Not only did she cause the death of Xiao Chan, who had no blood relation to her, but she also led to the demise of thousands of people in this town. If I sell these 2 6-star weapons, I will earn 70 world coins, which means after the transaction, I can buy an attribute pill. Regarding the friend request initiated by the Xie twin sisters, Gu Yi chose to accept it directly. By then, with 2 pills in hand, he aimed to break the northern eye of the formation within a day. Xie Xingling, while big shot, you finally agreed to my and my sister's friend request. Do you have a second 6-star weapon for sale? Gu Yi had just agreed to the friend request from the Xie sisters when Xie Xingling, presumably the younger sister, quickly sent a message. Gu Yi, if you want to buy 3 6-star weapons, that's fine too. I can trade right now. He sent this message while glancing at the 6-star weapons in the carriage. Among the remaining 6 stars, aside from the single sword, there were 2 axes left. Since the Xie sisters wanted swords, he could immediately expend some development points to upgrade a weapon. 10 development points consumed successfully unlocked the evolution path for the long sword Moonlight Slash. Development points 248,238. Resources long sword. Quality 2-star, ordinary 7-star, ordinary. Wait, did I just get lucky this time? Looking at the long sword in his hand, which had suddenly skyrocketed to 7 stars, Gu Yi was momentarily stunned. Clearly, this was similar to the situation when he first unlocked the route for the 8-faced sword, indicating a stroke of good fortune. Typically, a 2-star weapon would upgrade to 6 stars. Xie Ling, my sister and I also want to buy more weapons from you, but unfortunately, we only have 72 world coins. Sad crying emoji. Xie Ling's reply made Guyi reconsider his earlier inquiries. With only 72 world coins, he certainly couldn't sell at a low price. Not being related to the sister duo, it was merely a normal transaction among survivors. Thus, Guyi prepared to expend another 10 development points. Development points 238,228. This time there were no unexpected results for the long sword in his hand. Initially, he thought the long sword's skill bore the character for Moon, and he intended to upgrade it for trade, yet he didn't expect to hit the jackpot. All he could say was that it was left for the next fortunate individual. Soon the transaction between Guyi and the CS sisters was successful, losing 2 6-star weapons and gaining 70 world coins. World coins 30,100. The one chatting with him was the younger sister, yet the transaction was initiated by the elder sister Xie. Guyi noticed that the sisters were quite lucky. They were not only in the same channel, but likely together at that moment. As soon as he replied to Xie Ling about the trade, Xie immediately sent a trade request. Xie Ling, big shot, it was a pleasure collaborating. We won't disturb you any further. Cool sunglasses emoji. After reading this, Guyi closed the chat box. He saw that Lu Manqing had responded regarding the ancient marriage information. Lu Manqing, why is this handsome guy asking about ancient marriages all of a sudden? Inside the Black Swan, Lu Manqing, with a faint blush on her face, was somewhat perplexed. After rewarding herself this morning, she decided to explore the station thoroughly in the afternoon. Little did she expect to oversleep, so she decided to continue rewarding herself while looking at Guyi's real avatar on the train. She thought that after a whole day of rewards today, it would surely not be like this afterward. As a result, when she woke up, she saw the message from Guyi. Thus, she asked in confusion. After replying, Lu Manqing couldn't help but tighten her legs again. Since the start of the train survival challenge, her physical qualities had improved in various aspects. Everything was normal until she traded her appearance to the little lecher for weapons at a low price, after which her desires became uncontrollable. Even now, she couldn't help but feel the urge to reward herself. Could it be that I am actually a promiscuous woman? Upon realizing this, Lu Manqing felt a bit insecure. She walked to the floor-length mirror, and the woman in the mirror was disheveled, yet undeniably beautiful. Where she should be ample, she was indeed so, and where she should be petite, she appeared proportionate and alluring. With a figure reminiscent of a gourd, what man wouldn't want to pluck and savor her? Yet before the train survival challenge, she was never like this. In private, she occasionally enjoyed buying some cosplay outfits to wear. Some men who contacted her with ulterior motives were directly rejected because she didn't rely on this for a living. Guyi, in fact, I have a survivor friend who is going to consummate his marriage with an ancient female ghost, and am not sure how to set it up, so I wanted to ask. Upon seeing this message from Guyi, Lu Manqing couldn't help but roll her eyes. Classic, I have a friend line. In this public channel 4396, who doesn't know Guyi's reputation? If he truly had a friend, that person would have probably been exposed in the public channel long ago. After all, with such a relationship, no one would dare to provoke them when they encountered each other in the future. As for marrying an ancient female ghost, it made Lu Manqing chuckle. Not to mention that little lecher was a ghost himself. Marrying a female ghost was indeed a perfect match. Indeed, Lu Manqing believed that Guyi was intentionally looking for a topic to chat with her. Lu Manqing, reverse disciple, would you like me to cosplay as a ghost lady for you? After sending this message, a hint of satisfaction appeared on Lu Manqing's charming face. She thought that the reason this little lecher initiated the conversation was likely because he wanted something. He wanted a photo. Just imagining her perfect figure in a ghostly white outfit would create an absolutely stunning visual effect. On board the Star Sea Pioneer, Guyi felt a bit speechless. Tonight was the main event. Oh, what was so appealing about the ghost lady? How could she possibly compare to Xiao Chan? Guyi, I don't have time to look at any ghost lady. Oh, just tell me if you understand or not. Upon reading this message, Lu Manqing frowned slightly. Could she have guessed wrong? Did this little guy not want to see a ghost lady covering her face, but rather a genuine Eastern female ghost? Yet, even though the other party clearly wanted to ask her for a picture, he still used this tone. Lu Manqing decided to tease Guyi a bit. She had indeed seen quite a bit about ancient female ghosts and ghost marriages. For example, decorations in colors of white, blue, and black accented with a small amount of dark red. The double she character should be in white with black characters, or blue with vermilion characters, different from normal marriage. The incense table should have a black plaque inscribed with the name of the spirit, burn white candles, and provide 2 bowls of rice and 2 cups of cold wine. The Heji ceremony involves breaking a gourd or using 2 ceramic bowls to hold blood wine or clear water, which should be spilled on the ground afterward. The bed should be set with paper-made bridal bed or black bedding on a real bed. And as for the location and time for the ghost marriage, it goes without saying do as the netherworld dictates. Oh, come on, what kind of absurdity is this? Seeing the message from Lu Manqin, Gu Yi shook his head. Although Xiao Chan was a ghost, there was no need. It would be better to arrange something more in line with the mortal realm, such as adding more red decorations that symbolize celebration. Haha. Upon seeing Gu Yi say to add some earthly decorations in their chat, Lu Manqin couldn't help but laugh out loud. She knew that this little lecher wouldn't be able to hold back. At the entrance, a large red character for double happiness was pasted and red silk balls were hung. Gu Yi believed this could be emulated and decided to place it directly outside the car door. The wedding ceremony should aim for a simplified process. Any unnecessary rituals, such as setting up a fragrant altar or burning red candles, should be avoided, but the main ceremonial act must be preserved. As for the decoration of the bridal chamber, that was his utmost concern. The bed curtains should be made of red gauze or red silk embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in water or 100 sons and 1,000 grandsons, and the bedspread should feature Qilin delivering sons or peony prosperity. Gu Yi glanced at his luxurious double bed. As a modern person, he didn't even have curtain drapes on his bed. However, he could check if there were mosquito nets available in the mall, and decorating it a bit wouldn't be impossible. The windows should naturally be adorned with red paper cutouts featuring the character for double happiness, lotus flowers, pomegranates, and butterflies. A long-lasting lamp, a red candle, or oil lamp on the side of the bed should be lit until dawn, symbolizing forever and always. The most important aspect, of course, was the cup of wine shared between the couple. The newlyweds would sit across from each other on the wedding bed. They would drink hijio using a gourd cut in half and connected by a red thread filled with wine, symbolizing unity. They would each cut a lock of hair, tie it together with a red string, a sign of marriage, and place it in a brocade pouch. Although Xiao Chan was a female ghost, a gesture of respect wouldn't harm anyone. As for other decorations, Gu Yi thought they were unnecessary. After all, Xiao Chan was an ancient female ghost, and this act could be considered a sign of respect. Next, he would go to the mall to find such decorations. After completing the transaction with the CS sisters, his world currency returned to 100. He hadn't immediately purchased attribute elixirs for this very reason. Using some wouldn't hurt. He could quickly gather another 100 world currency by searching around the west side of the town tomorrow. Ding. Friend Lin Mushui has sent a message. Lin Mushui, I'm not too familiar with the decorations of ancient wedding chambers. I see in movies that they always paste red double happiness characters. If you need such items, I can go back to the previous mall to get them. I even saw red wedding outfits there. This message made Gu Yi's eyes light up. Since Lin Mushui could acquire them, it would be much more convenient. The mall basically had everything, including running water. Only by purchasing can the items be automatically loaded into the train's bathing area. The biggest issue with the mall was the high prices. Even a small item would cost at least 1 world currency. Gu Yi, thank you, but if you can manage a complete set, that would be best. Lin Mushui, please wait a moment, I will jump to get them. About half an hour later, Lin Mushui initiated a transaction request. Looking at the pile of festive red items, Gu Yi nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, outside the train window, the sun was setting and dusk was approaching. He also needed to start decorating the carriage. However, before that, he glanced at the 7 stars longsword in the corner. It seems the destined owner of this longsword has been found. From the message sent by Lin Mushui, the other party needed to jump back to the previous station to retrieve it. Back and forth would consume 20 of the power energy, which equated to 10 world currency. Gu Yi wasn't fond of owing anyone anything. He planned to gift this 7 stars weapon to the other party. Moreover, tonight was a good day. Oh, nothing was more important than happiness. Ding. Friend Gu Yi has sent you a transaction request. Do you agree? Does Gu Yi need other items? Lin Mushui, who was currently taking off her underwear in the carriage, was a bit confused, but immediately chose to agree. She had returned to the train only after exhausting herself from exploration, and upon seeing Gu Yi's message, she was naturally very happy to know she could help him, so she hurriedly jumped back to that small mall despite her fatigue. Fortunately, the items for completing the ancient wedding had not been touched by anyone. The survivors arriving at this station were all focused on gathering weapons or food. Seeing Gu Yi's transaction request, Lin Mushui instinctively wondered what else the other party needed. In her view, the reason for needing ancient wedding items was likely to complete a task at the station. Today, she also received a class task, but the monster guarding that area was simply too strong, and she couldn't contend with it directly. Unless she had a weapon more powerful than a machete, perhaps she could slay it. A 7 stars longsword. Ding. Friend Gu Yi has sent a message. Gu Yi, I troubled you to jump and gather these items for me just now. This sword is a token of my gratitude. Token of gratitude. A 7 stars weapon. Lin Mushui was momentarily stunned, somewhat flabbergasted. The value of these items was likely not even worth a slice of bread to most survivors. Because of these items, Gu Yi was giving her a 7 stars weapon. Oh my. For a moment, Lin Mushui didn't immediately choose to agree to the transaction, but instead sent a message back. Lin Mushui, this sword is too precious. The items today are not worth what you did for me in the public channel. I cannot accept it. As soon as she sent that message, Lin Mushui regretted it. This was a 7-stars weapon. With this sword, she could surely slay the guarding monster tomorrow and complete the task. And how could she have refused it? At this moment, Lin Mushui felt 2 little figures flying above her head, spitting at each other. The first was the devil Lin Mushui, who said, "Lin Mushui, are you out of your mind? You wouldn't accept a weapon offered to you on a silver platter." The second was the angel Lin Mushui, who countered, "Gu Yi has treated me well. The items I gathered today are far from enough to repay this kindness. I definitely cannot accept it." Just as Lin Mushui was ensnared in regret and indecision, another message from Gu Yi popped up. "Gu Yi, I have no use for this sword. What happened in the public channel was a past event. Next time, if I need your help to gather resources, you can always assist me again." At that moment, Lin Mushui distinctly sensed the voice of the devil figure growing anxious. What an opportunity. If you refuse again, I might really doubt you. Furthermore, the angel figure also turned traitor. Gu Yi has already said that he might need help next time. Wouldn't accepting this sword allow you to repay him even better? Thus, Lin Mushui ultimately trembled and chose to agree. Looking at the sharp long sword in her hand, she couldn't help but caress it joyfully. Flash moon. In an instant, the surface of the long sword seemed to flow with a faint moonlight, appearing astonishingly beautiful. At the same time, the sharpness of the blade left Lin Mushui in disbelief. A 5-star machete was utterly incomparable to this 7 stars longsword. Oh no, now I owe Gu Yi even more. How am I going to repay him? Lin Mushui lay on the bed muttering to herself while her hand kept gently stroking the longsword with the flash moon active skill. On the other side, Lu Manqing also lay on her bed in silence. Later, Gu Yi sent her a message offering that if any survivor at the current public channel troubled her, she could speak with him. At that time, he would sell weapons at a low price and issue a bounty. The reason for her silence was that she had initially thought the other party was coming for the short video, but instead they had asked about trivial matters. As night fell, outside the train, a girl in a red dress, Xiao Chan, had already hesitated in midair for quite some time. Whether in life or death, tonight's promise to Gu Yi was her first. If she said she wasn't nervous, that would be a lie. But when she noticed Gu Yi busy sticking red paper cutouts symbolizing good fortune on the door of that oddly shaped long narrow house, and hanging various items, Xiao Chan couldn't help but smile with joy. Not to mention the fact that the other party had changed into a special red robe. Clearly, all these decorations were for her. Gulang, at this moment, Xiao Chan could no longer contain herself and actively threw herself into the young man's embrace. The moment he drew near Gu Yi, Xiao Chan instinctively flinched. Yet in the next instant, she felt as though she were enveloped by a spring breeze. The one who brought her this wondrous sensation was none other than the young man before her. "What's wrong, Xiao Chan?" Gu Yi stroked the hair of Xiao Chan in his arms, noticing the peculiar look in her eyes as she gazed at him. A mix of shock and profound confusion. This servant previously sensed an exceedingly formidable aura on you, Master Gu, much like that which adorns scholars who have attained official titles. Xiao Chan slightly raised her delicate head, unable to resist gently caressing Gu Yi's cheek, as she continued softly. "Yet when you looked at this servant, that aura seemed to transform into wisps of spring breeze, giving me the illusion of basking in a gentle wind." Hearing Xiao Chan's words from within his embrace, Gu Yi only then realized. Could she be referring to his Xiao Chan, do you mean this aura? Gu Yi willed a strand of righteous qi to gather in his eyes. Gazed upon by the youth's eyes shimmering with white light, Xiao Chan's spiritual form instinctively felt fear. Yet this sensation lasted only a moment, replaced by a comforting warmth that suffused her entire being. It made her long to remain held in his arms. "This is righteous qi." Gu Yi smiled faintly, his qi moving with his will. "It transforms into a thunderous sword against evil and a curtain of spring breeze when beholding the mortal world. As a person is alive, so too is this righteous qi inherently alive. You also possess righteous qi, Master Gu." This time Xiao Chan was utterly astounded. If he had possessed this righteous qi a few days ago, she would have found it nearly impossible to approach him, let alone draw him into a dream. Of course, without the suppression of the 3 eyes, it was now easily achievable, as her power had also grown. She was merely puzzled as to how this young master could, in the span of a single day, come to possess the righteous qi that typically belonged only to scholars. In her past understanding, those with righteous qi were invariably those who had passed the imperial examinations. It's more than just this righteous qi, Xiao Chan. Watch closely. Gu Yi greatly relished Xiao Chan's astonishment in his arms and decided to show off a bit more. He first released the maiden from his embrace, then retrieved a green iron dagger from his backpack and stabbed it towards his own abdomen. "Gu." Xiao Chan was wondering what Gu Yi wanted her to see when she witnessed him seemingly attempting self-harm. Yet just as she moved to stop him, the youth's aura suddenly shifted and his entire person exuded a chilling, ghostly presence. This time Xiao Chan was dumbfounded once more. "Come, Xiao Chan, let's go outside and see." Gu Yi activated the summon nether ability of the green iron dagger, allowing him to resemble a ghostly entity for a certain period. With those words, he flew out of the train carriage. Night was different from day. The consumption of his energy bar was much lower. Earlier inside the carriage, it consumed 10 of energy per minute. Now, it was approximately 1 per minute. Gui experimented and found that in the summoned nether state, he could fly up to a height of 10 zhang. Gazing down at the now miniature train and the corpse lockdown town, a surge of heroic spirit welled up within him. Although he could only fly now thanks to summoned nether, he believed that one day he would soar freely regardless of day. The world background of this corpse lockdown town station alone was far from simple, and there would likely be even more formidable worlds awaiting him in the future. Perhaps he would even be able to cultivate immortality then. Behind him, Xiao Chan's heart was churning with tumultuous waves. How does Master Gu know everything? After consuming roughly 3 of his energy, Gu Yi decided to return to the carriage. When he noticed Xiao Chan's beautiful eyes fixed on him, the sheer thrill of showing off coursed through his entire being. Sometimes spiritual satisfaction far surpasses physical pleasure. Xiao Chan, it's getting late. Shouldn't we perform the wedding ceremony? Gu Yi stepped forward and grasped her cool, smooth little hand. Although it was just one person and one ghost performing the vows to heaven and earth was still feasible. This servant will obey my husband. As she said this, a hint of shyness appeared in Xiao Chan's beautiful eyes. As a female ghost with a mere thought, a red bridal veil appeared atop her head. Gu Yi initially wanted to ask Xiao Chan if she wanted to change into a red dress, but seeing she had already donned the veil, he refrained from asking. Red was red after all, it probably didn't matter. When it came to the bridal chamber later, any clothes would do. Just take them off. After completing the wedding vows, Xiao Chan, dressed in red, sat demurely on the bedside waiting for her husband to proceed with the final ritual. Faced with this scene, Gu Yi couldn't help but grow increasingly excited. He never expected his first wedding to be with a female ghost, but he didn't mind. Surviving on a train meant one had to learn to adapt. Gu Yi stepped forward and slowly lifted the somewhat obstructive red veil, his breath catching in his throat. As a female ghost, Xiao Chan's skin was exceedingly pale and her temperament inherently cool. Yet at this moment, although her face couldn't show a bashful blush, her eyes, filled with shyness and playful reproach, perfectly compensated for it. They seemed to be saying to him, come. Ahem. Gu Yi, who longed to pounce like a hungry wolf, restrained the imp. They still hadn't drunk the cross-cupped wine. There was no need to rush. He had never had any interest in alcohol. But today was different. After picking up the wine cups and filling them, Gu Yi and Xiao Chan linked arms and drank. Smash. Tossing the cups carelessly behind the bed, Gu Yi could no longer hold back. With a determined expression, he pounced towards Xiao Chan. The reserve hidden energy constitution pill was ready to determine who was superior and who was inferior. That night, the cabin of the Star Sea Pioneer echoed incessantly with the dense creaking of the bedboards. Once the battle commenced for Gu Yi, there was no retreat. From the outset, he unleashed his full power, employing one lethal technique after another. Bolstered by his formidable strength attribute, Gu Yi fought so fiercely that Xiao Chan repeatedly retreated and begged for mercy. But before long, his energy bar began to visibly deplete from 91, 86, 77, 62. Gradually, a sense of alarm grew within Gu Yi. Why were his own techniques becoming so flashy and ineffective? Could it be he was losing? Creak. A violent groan from the bedboards, and Gu Yi was sent tumbling by a tremendous force, helplessly finding himself at a disadvantage. For a moment, his expression was somewhat awkward. After all, he was just an ordinary human, and Xiao Chan was a female ghost. Is this all the capability my husband possesses? A moment later, as the battle gradually drew to a close, Xiao Chan declared her victory. At this moment, Gu Yi hesitated no longer and roared, "Constitution pill, aid me in breaking through." Instantly, Xiao Chan felt a formidable aura burst forth from the youth's body. Husband, you. Creak, creak, creak. The tide of battle had turned. In the early morning hours, Gu Yi felt utterly drained. He noticed something on the— Wait, isn't Xiao Chan a female ghost? How can she be like a normal woman? Gu Yi quickly shut his mouth. Surviving on a train, why couldn't a female ghost's first time result in such a sign? Besides, had anyone else ever seen a female ghost? Gazing at Xiao Chan, who had fallen into a deep slumber on the bed, Gu Yi was instead drawn to the information that had suddenly appeared before his eyes. You have engaged in 450 instances of yin-yang union, with Xiao Chan connection established. Congratulations, you have completed an exploration of Xiao Chan. Reward: Xiao Chan Evolution Route 4, Exploration Points 450. Pioneering Points 228,678. No, I actually succeeded in pioneering Xiao Chan. Gu Yi couldn't recall which battle had triggered this notification. Yet those 450 pioneering points made his gaze sharpen. For a common grade weapon, completing a 1-star pioneer yielded 5 points, while 9-star yielded 45. For fine grade 1-star pioneer yielded 50 points, a 10-fold increase. Converting the points gained from Xiao Chan, it equated to a 9-star fine grade. The phrase 450 times of yin-yang fusion furrowed Gu Yi's brow. Could this number mean Had it taken 450 battles to succeed? No, Guyi quickly shook his head. 450 strikes wouldn't consume much energy. If a notification had appeared then, he would have noticed it long ago. This number naturally couldn't be that kind of count either. Even an iron body couldn't withstand that. Forget it, practice yields truth. More fusion later might clarify things. Guyi decided to turn his gaze to Xiaochan, for a green question mark had inexplicably appeared above her head. Under his spiritual probe, that suddenly blazed with light, then exploded into a green light screen. Name Jichan, quality 9-star, fine affinity 90. What the heck? Xiaochan also revealed a panel. Guyi was stunned at the sight, then understood why the question mark was green. Common grade was white, fine grade was green, and outstanding grade was blue. 9-star fine green made sense. The name Jichan left Guyi speechless. Xiaochan wasn't surnamed Ji mainly because part of her memories were lost and she had forgotten her past surname. But the bottommost affinity caught his attention, displayed at 90. He was quite satisfied with this figure. Then Guyi continued to examine the 4 evolution paths related to Xiaochan. Previously all items had only 3 evolution paths, but Xiaochan surprisingly had 1 extra. He wondered what this was all about. Path 1 Soul Steel consumed 450 pioneering points. Path 2 Nether Demon consumed 450 pioneering points. Path 3 Essence Drain consumed 450 pioneering points. Path 4 Phoenix Soul Mystic Pact consumed 500 pioneering points. Path 1 Soul Steel, as the name implied, stole souls and could possess others' bodies. Path 2 Nether Demon enhanced personal attacks. Path 3 Essence Drain could absorb an enemy's vitality for one's own use. After reviewing these 3 paths, Guyi could only say they formed a standard stereotypical female ghost template. As for the last path's ability, Guyi found it somewhat puzzling. Touching it revealed it could activate a latent power, but specifics were lacking. Literally Phoenix Soul. The mere word Phoenix made Guyi sense something extraordinary. Moreover, the required pioneering points were an odd 500. He glanced at his current pioneering points, including this pioneer of Xiaochan. They totaled 678. Should he save them to enhance his weapon or strengthen Xiaochan? Damn, weapons are nothing compared to Xiaochan. Guyi chose Xiaochan without a second thought. The former was just an external possession, the latter was his woman. But before that he needed to wake the jade-like female ghost beside him. What is it, husband? Xiaochan slowly opened her beautiful eyes. As a female ghost, she had no need for sleep. Yet considering how this young man had thoughtfully arranged a mortal bridal chamber for her, she felt obliged to reciprocate by feigning exhaustion. Honestly, if not for worrying about Guyi's body, she could have kept draining indefinitely. Besides, how could the field be worn out? As a female ghost, the vital essence of a robust man like Guyi was indescribable. She felt herself growing stronger. She even felt deeply ashamed during her feigned sleep, fearing that continuing like this would ruin his health. Yet some words Guyi spoke puzzled her greatly. Pioneer. Panel. Phoenix Soul Mystic Pact. But when she heard him say weapons were nothing compared to her, she nearly couldn't suppress a joyful laugh. You're awake, good. I have something to tell you. Seeing Xiaochan awake, Guyi cleared his throat and said solemnly, Xiaochan, do you want to become stronger? Stronger? For a moment Xiaochan didn't grasp Guyi's meaning. What did it mean to want to become stronger? But if so, what about her husband's body? I can make you more powerful now, and our trip to the underground chamber of Jinbei Righteous Manor tomorrow will go smoother. Guyi looked proudly at the girl beneath him. The maiden said her soul was housed in a spiritual artifact which he could retrieve during the day. Thus they could go to Jinbei Righteous Manor together. Since the location was an underground chamber, even daylight wouldn't affect Xiaochan. Husband, but your body. Xiaochan hesitated, thinking Guyi might be too insatiable. She worried he wouldn't be able to walk during the day. In the past few hours she had wanted to stop, but her husband said it was fine. Ahead, take a pill and be as vigorous as ever. Having deeply experienced the power of that mysterious pill, Xiaochan didn't doubt it. Yet in her view, such pill-taking would severely drain his body. Once or twice might be okay, but too much would definitely cause problems. Unwilling to dampen Guyi's spirits, she held back. But if her husband insisted, she would have to warn him directly. What about my body? Guyi stopped mid-sentence, instantly grasping Xiaocan's implication. The maiden bit her lower lip, glaring at him with a mix of shyness and annoyance. He felt speechless. How could this girl have such lewd thoughts? His pioneering to grow stronger wasn't just about that. Well, although the pioneering process for Xiaochan required that the paths were now unlocked and just needed pioneering points. Under Guyi's explanation, Xiaochan remained half convinced. But when the young man placed his hand on her chest, an inexplicable force suddenly surged from his palm. Boom. In an instant, Guyi felt a chill, as if his soul had frozen solid. Meanwhile, Xiaocan's body ignited with ghostly blue flames, her eyes rolling back. What's this? After directly advancing to outstanding grade, all the previous path abilities changed. When the ghostly blue flames died out, Guyi saw Xiaocan's green light screen had turned blue. Not only that, but the evolution paths had shrunk back to 3. Path 1 Nether Flame Feather consume 1500 Pioneering Points. Path 2 Leaf Fire Shield consume 1500 Pioneering Points. Path 3 Nether Blaze Sting consume 1500 Pioneering Points. Jinbei Righteous Manor Underground Chamber. Oh. Inside a coffin, a red-clad maiden identical to Xiaochan suddenly opened her eyes, her face full of shame and anger. For the past few hours, she had felt various strange sensations from this body, especially just now a tremor that somehow she felt the progress of this body had inexplicably accelerated. Could my sister be with a man? The red-clad maiden's beautiful eyes gleamed with coldness. She wanted to see who was so audacious. On the bed, Xiaochan gradually returned from a state of rolling her eyes back to her normal self. Just a moment ago, a single thought consumed her mind. Enough. Xiaochan felt that she would rather become a foolish ghost lost and soul scattered than live without Gulang. The cause of this thought stemmed from the warmth of the youth's hand. Simultaneously, Xiaochan could clearly sense the changes throughout her body. She slightly spread her palm and saw a wisp of eerie blue flame igniting from her hands. This flame was unlike ordinary yang fire. It emitted an incredibly terrifying chill. It was as if a mere thought could incinerate all things. And all of this was evidently bestowed upon her by Gu Yi. Husband, this is. Xiaochan looked at the young man beside her in confusion, feeling that Gulang's methods were simply unfathomable. Not only could he forge weapons, but he also possessed arcane skills that allowed him to temporarily transform into a ghost, further elevating her strength to a whole new realm. Did I not say I would help you become stronger? Gu Yi smirked, slyly pretending to be profound. That eerie blue flame had chilled him significantly. However, when Xiaochan gazed at him with admiration mixed with shock and curiosity, he felt that the mere coldness was a trivial matter. Husband is indeed a celestial being. As she spoke, Xiaochan couldn't help but throw herself into Gu Yi's embrace once more. She wondered if heaven had pitted her, sending someone like her husband to assist her. Otherwise, it was truly inexplicable regarding everything surrounding Gu Yi. Take the elongated bizarre house they were in as an example. It was something she had never seen or heard of before. The various goods within the room also opened her eyes. Celestial being. Gu Yi laughed heartily, believing that even ordinary deities could not traverse different worlds. As survivors, they could leap from one station to another by means of the train. The survivors could be considered as visitors from beyond, so calling them celestial beings was not entirely unfitting. Once Xiaochan's matter was resolved, they would need to pack up and head to a new station. Name Jichuan Quality 3, Star Exceptional Favorability, 9095. Just recently, Xiaochan's favorability had received a boost. Although the quality had crossed from good to exceptional, unfortunately, there were no new expansion steps this time. This meant she needed to unlock all routes before further developing. Regarding Xiaochan's new route abilities, Gu Yi's scalp tingled just from a glance. Each route required 1500 expansion points. Considering the remaining 178 expansion points at the moment, it was completely insufficient. Lost in thought, Gu Yi's hand slid toward Xiaochan's waist. Husband, feeling Gu Yi's actions, Xiaochan couldn't help but shiver gently. For some reason, ever since receiving that power from her husband, her soul had become increasingly sensitive. Just like that, she longed to be in his embrace again. Even now, being held by Gu Yi at her waist made her soul feel exceptionally comfortable. If they were to engage once more, Xiaochan couldn't imagine how she would collapse. No wonder she had previously harbored such distressing thoughts. If she were to lose Gu Yi, she would rather scatter her soul. What's wrong, Xiaochan? Gu Yi asked with some confusion, noticing Xiaochan in his arms, breathing rapidly, her charming and shy demeanor enticing. The issue was he had done nothing but hold her simply. Could it be that she wanted more? Yet it must be said that Xiaochan had gradually gained a more human-like quality than before. Yes, in every sense of the word. It's still your fault, husband. Xiaochan couldn't help but gently pinch the soft flesh at Gu Yi's waist. She was certain that all her changes were brought about by this husband of hers. However, she didn't dislike it, or in fact, she quite enjoyed it. No. Gu Yi lost his composure for a moment, not expecting Xiaochan to start blaming him simply because she wanted something. Nevertheless, he felt it necessary to assert his husbandly authority. You want it, do you? Just wait and see how I teach you a lesson. Universal Clock 094628. Gu Yi glanced at the current energy bar. Energy bar 45 last night was relatively restrained, using the first energy bar. The second energy bar, filled with constitution pills, only consumed 80. After a few hours of recovery, the current energy level was sufficient to explore the northern part of the corpse. Survivor Gu Yi strength 27, constitution 10, 20 agility, 10 spirit, 13, 15 temporary. The boost from the constitution pills was the same as that from the strength pills, doubling his capabilities. This also greatly enhanced Gu Yi's stamina and recovery speed. Although the energy bar was only at 45, he felt as if it was no less than 80 from the previous day. An hour before dawn, Xiaochan returned to the corpse-locking town in advance. During their tender farewell, a matter raised by the girl caught Gu Yi's attention. She asked if he was deliberately causing trouble, making her feel exceptionally uncomfortable at the thought of temporarily parting. It was the same when they had fought earlier. With just a few exchanges, Xiao Chan had already given various charming cries and begged for mercy. Could it be caused by the expansion? Gu Yi propped his chin with his hand lost in thought. Xiao Chan's type of ghostly expansion was a first for him. Previously, it had all been material-related, all lifeless. Although Xiao Chan had transformed into a ghost after death, her spiritual form was alive, which was different. To be honest, he suspected that Xiao Chan was deliberately saying this to please him. Before the expansion, he had used up a bar of stamina before Xiao Chan started begging for mercy, but after the expansion, her spiritual form seemed to have become 100 times more sensitive instantly. But it must be said that after the expansion, Xiao Chan was even more enchanting. At that moment, looking at the empty, luxurious double bed, a thought flashed through Gu Ye's mind. Since a ghost could complete the expansion, could women do the same? Today I will strive to finish the northern town's righteous cemetery within a day. Gu Yi used the remaining 100 world coins to purchase the last strength pill from the shop. Thus, he had completely used up all 3 purchase chances for the first-grade strength pill, and this item had turned. Today marked the 6th day since arriving at the corpse-locking town. As long as he defeated that old Taoist, he could prevent Ji Xian from occupying Xiao Chan's body the day after tomorrow. Once this matter was dealt with, he would search for the remaining valuable resources within the town before leaving this station. After a quick wash, Gu Yi left the train with determination, heading straight towards the northern part of the corpse-locking town. Xiao Chan's soul was housed in the north of the town, where the old courier had recorded the site of her murder. Over time, this marketplace had undergone significant changes. After her soul was separated by the old Taoist spell, Xiao Chan unexpectedly escaped to the place where she had died. She discovered that the bluestone platform where she had lain could nourish her soul. It was precisely for this reason that her soul had grown stronger. Corpse Sealing Town, the resentment-suppressing pagoda. As time turned, the appearance of the old ruins had long since changed completely. What met the eye was an octagonal pagoda about 3 stories high, with no windows, only narrow lookout holes on the topmost floor. Scattered before the pagoda were the bodies of about 100 walking corpses. According to Xiao Chan, on the night before heading to the county office in the west of town, she had discovered anomalies among the walking corpses within the town. The originally scattered walking corpses began to gather in groups and converge toward the county office in the west of town. Xiao Chan had intended to inform Gu Yi of this matter, but hundreds of walking corpses came to the resentment-suppressing pagoda, attempting to destroy the bluestone inside. After learning of this, Gu Yi finally understood why there were suddenly 200 to 300 more walking corpses at the county. It was precisely because their attack on the resentment-suppressing pagoda had failed, coupled with the fact that he had slain nearly half of the walking corpses the day before, that the remaining corpses had all retreated to defend the county office. Gu Yi's gaze then shifted to the stele beside the pagoda, which roughly described the reason for building this resentment-suppressing pagoda. It read, "It is said that extraordinary matters require extraordinary people. Here lies an ancient town situated on the frontier, long known for its tranquility. Yet in the spring of the year before last, remnants of the former dynasty were executed in the northern wasteland. Though the heavenly punishment had been carried out, anomalies arose in that place of bluestone seeped blood, which did not dry for months. The villagers were terrified, all saying that resentment had congealed into an ill omen." The first paragraph roughly recounted how the bluestone at Zioakan's death site had changed, seeping blood and frightening the locals into believing that resentment lingered. Thus a great vow was made, and it was decided to build a pagoda to suppress it. They took hard stone from the northern mountains, melted down the discarded weapons of garrison soldiers, and built this octagonal resentment-suppressing pagoda. The pagoda's body gathered in all 8 directions, locking the Yin wind within. Furthermore, they invited the pure void Taoist to preside over the ritual, painting the true forms of the 10 Yama kings on the walls, and hanging the true talisman of the Big Dipper, purifying filth from the ceiling. They were determined to use orthodox Xianmin methods to draw the earthly Yin Sha all under the pagoda, suppress this fiend's remnant soul in eternal damnation, and transform the region's malevolence into peace. On the day the pagoda was completed, the sky was clear. Lord Yuan personally inscribed the plaque and decreed to the local populace, all military and civilians should know that this pagoda is an eternal institution for pacifying the border and calming the people. It is not for worship or sacrifice, and none may approach it recklessly. Any who dare move a single brick or stone will be dealt with under military law. Now this stone is inscribed as a record, not only to commemorate Lord Yuan's virtue in pacifying the frontier and blessing the people, but also to let future generations know where the king's influence reaches, even the underworld cannot defy the law. Where righteousness gathers, even resentful spirits will ultimately be vanquished. After reading this, Gu Yi felt a surge of anger. As expected, the Lord Yuan in the stele was none other than General Yuan, who had killed Xiao Chan. For some unknown reason, the bluestone on which Xiao Chan had lain when she died underwent a strange transformation, and later this Yuan personally came to inscribe the plaque on the day the pagoda was completed. The last sentence needed no further comment. The one who erected the stele was awkwardly flattering Yuan. In Guyi's view, perhaps the very construction of this pagoda was Yuan's idea, meant to showcase his absolute authority on the frontier. With this thought, Guyi drew his lying sword and slashed the stele in two. Then, sword in hand, he stepped into the pagoda. The interior was dim with faint glimmers of light flickering. This time, Guyi did not use his righteous chi, but directly activated his active skill, Blazing Edge. Under the dazzling firelight, he took in the entire scene within. In the center, a circle was enclosed by pillars. Drawing closer, he saw that the middle area was about a meter below ground level. At the bottom, a dark blue stone roughly the size of an octagonal table lay quietly within. Beneath the stone's surface, countless hair-thin red gold veins pulsed and flickered like living things, rhythmic as a heartbeat. 8 bronze chains as thick as an arm descended from the dome and locked the blue stone in 8 directions. At their ends, 8 red copper spikes were driven deep into the ground around the stone, and the chains were plastered with yellow talismans. Merely approaching, one could feel a dry, scorching heat penetrating through clothes, as if what one neared was not a stone, but a miniature volcano on the verge of eruption. "Husband, you've come." Before the voice faded, Xiaochan in her red dress materialized before Guyi. "I'll take you away now." Guyi cut through the wooden planks blocking the pillars with a single sword stroke, then leaped down and placed his hand on the blood-veined blue stone. What the a? The moment he touched it, an intense heat forced him to pull his hand back immediately. Item: Crimson Veined Resonance, Stone Quality 1 star, Exceptional Passive Residual Resonance. Note: the surface is stained with incompletely transformed phoenix blood. The bloodstains have seeped into the stone's marrow, forming intermittent crimson veins. It feels slightly warm to the touch, with a faint intermittent trembling sound, like the mournful cry of a chick about to awaken, yet still asleep. Value: 1100 world coins. Through mental contact, Guyi quickly learned about this passive ability, called Residual Resonance. Only those of Phoenix bloodline origin could resonate with it and receive nourishment. "Husband, are you alright?" Xiaochan looked puzzled, seeing Guyi's hand reddened as if burned. This situation puzzled her greatly. When she had accidentally fled here, she had only felt a warmth. Upon closer inspection of the stele, she realized it was the very stone she had lain on when she was killed. "This stone is very hot." Guyi couldn't help but look at Xiaochan in surprise. As a female ghost, shouldn't such a supremely young object repel her? How could she have taken refuge in this crimson-veined stone? If, as the stele said, this stone was changed by Xiaoquan's blood, then everything made sense. His newlywed ghost wife, whom he had recently married, was definitely not ordinary. Not only had the evolution path after the breakthrough included Phoenix Soul, but even the note on the ordinary stone stained by her blood now indicated incompletely transformed Phoenix blood. That is to say, mere bloodstains could mutate in ordinary stone. One could only imagine the power contained within her body. In that instant, Guyi seemed to understand why Ji Xian wanted to possess Xiaoquan's body. Of course, many questions remained unanswered. For instance, why had they waited so long to act? His initial speculation was that the time was not yet ripe, so Ji Xian and that Yuan had deliberately bided their time. Only when the opportunity for a restoration arose did they choose to strike. "Xiaochan, do you know about the Phoenix? You are likely connected to it." Guyi looked at the girl beside him, wanting to ask if she had any memories related to the Phoenix. The repeated appearance of the Phoenix made it impossible for there to be no connection. "Phoenix?" Xiaochan was slightly stunned, then shook her head. How could she be connected to a legendary divine beast like the Phoenix? Even her first knowledge of the Phoenix came from that cheap sister Ji Xian, who said that the Ji clan's ancestor had become emperor with the Phoenix's aid. But that was an ancient legend, or at least 1,000 years had passed between the Ji clan's second claim to the throne. Hearing Xiaoquan's words, Guyi's brow furrowed deeply. Could it be that Xiaoquan's surname was actually Ji? If so, there was clearly an untold story between Ji Xian and Xiaochan. "Xiaochan, you are probably truly named Ji Chan." Guyi directly pointed out that this crimson patterned soundstone's effect was due to its contamination by unconverted Phoenix blood. He also stated that Xiaochan's azure flame was the same, a result of his help in awakening her hidden Phoenix soul. Both were undeniable facts. Even if Xiaochan had no connection to the Ji clan, she was undoubtedly linked to the divine beast the Phoenix. But was she truly unrelated to the Ji clan? According to Xiaochan's earlier account, her appearance was strikingly similar to that of the former princess Ji Xian. An unknowing observer would have thought them the same person. This was precisely why Xiaochan believed she was Ji Xian's younger sister. Thus, Guyi's current point of confusion was this: if they were truly blood-related sisters, why did Ji Xian later choose to tell Xiaochan that there was no blood relation and that everything was a lie? Though many questions remained, the undeniable fact before them was that Ji Xian intended to seize Xiaochan's corpse. This alone left no room for any explanation. He had to thwart Ji Xian's scheme. The immediate priority was how to place this troublesome crimson-patterned soundstone into his backpack. He had been burned the moment he recklessly touched it with his bare hand. One must know that with his physical strength alone, he could knock out the corpse-turned Wang Shouji, who was as tough as diamond. Yet this one-star exceptional grade stone had instantly broken through his defense. Husband, allow your wife to try. Xiao Chan was somewhat unsettled at the moment. Gu Ye's words had struck her too, but this was not the time for overthinking. It was time to destroy her corpse. As she spoke, strands of azure flame began to flicker around Xiao Chan's body. She placed a wisp of the azure flame on her fingertip and gently flicked it towards the crimson patterned soundstone below. Boom. The crimson golden vein-like bloodlines densely covering the stone instantly emitted a faint, ghostly light, and the scorching heat vanished abruptly. This time when Gu Yi touched the crimson golden veins, he only felt a slight coolness. The next second, this exceptional grade item appeared in the backpack of his deep blue panel. Husband, your storage space is truly marvelous. Xiao Chan remarked that the crimson patterned sound stone, which held a soul, was placed within a vast, boundless white space. She had just tried to probe its size, but finding it infinite, she could only give up. This once again gave her a new understanding of her husband's power. A boundless white space. Gu Yi wanted to say that he himself didn't know the exact situation inside the deep blue panel storage space, as opening the backpack only revealed 10 white slots. Currently, all survivors had reached a consensus: one slot could hold any item regardless of size. Of course, this size limit applied only to items with quality. Items without quality could also be placed inside, but only if you could lift them. However, since Xiao Chan was looking at him with such adoration, he might as well accept it. Let's go, Xiao Chan. We're heading to the funeral parlor now. Gu Yi cracked his knuckles, eager to clear out the Junbei. What's wrong? Gu Yi turned back to see Xiao Chan, who had no intention of entering the crimson patterned soundstone, hesitating. Husband, your wife wants to try if she can walk in the daylight. But what about outside? Gu Yi glanced at the increasingly harsh sunlight outside. The universal clock showed the time as 1030 a.m. In such intense yang energy, if he used the Azure Iron Dagger's soul summoning ability, he would probably collapse in a second. Ever since last night, after being developed by my husband. Xiao Chan used a term she had picked up from Gu Yi. She truly felt she no longer feared the blazing sun outside. Pausing mid-sentence, Xiao Chan looked expectantly at the youth standing in the sunlight before the tower. Xiao Chan, try extending just one finger first. Seeing Xiao Chan insist on trying, Gu Yi thought it best to be cautious. Xiao Chan tentatively extended a trembling finger towards the warm hand in front of her. The moment her fingernail was struck by sunlight, wisps of azure flame ignited from her fingertip. It was precisely this azure flame that allowed Xiao Chan's entire hand to rest securely in Gu Ye's palm, their fingers intertwining. Husband. Bathed in the azure flame, Xiao Chan threw herself joyfully into the youth's arms. Husband. Sensing something amiss, Xiao Chan slightly lifted her head, only to see Gu Yi shivering violently, his smile frozen. Achut. Gu Yi wiped his nose and exhaled a puff of white breath. It's okay, just a little cold. With the azure flame around her, Xiao Chan could brave the sunlight and walk during the day. However, the flame was incredibly cold, making him feel as if he were hugging a block of 10,000-year-old ice. Was there any way to resist the cold azure flame on Xiao Chan? Gu Yi tried activating the active skill Blazing Edge of his Shadow Flame sword. Previously, when going to the Earth God Temple, the courier station, and other places, the flames on the sword had provided warmth. But this time, even at full power, holding Xiao Chan's hand made him shiver with cold. Husband, let's keep a little distance for now. After walking a few steps, Xiao Chan chose to actively withdraw her hand from the youth's. She feared that if they continued, her husband would suffer frostbite before they even reached the funeral parlor. All right. Gu Yi nodded. The azure flame on Xiao Chan was truly fearsome. He had tried every method but couldn't block the cold emanating from her. Not only was the yang fire like Blazing Edge ineffective, but even his righteous energy was useless. This phoenix soul didn't seem to be a yin or evil entity. It was just simply and bizarrely cold. And this was even with Xiao Chan deliberately suppressing it. She claimed that when used at full power, it could incinerate everything. Xiao Chan demonstrated this. A wisp of azure flame instantly set an entire house ablaze. Strangely, no heat emanated from it. The house then visibly crumbled into a pile of ash. No matter if it was brick or any other material, the azure flame ignited everything it touched. In summary, this power was formidable, allowing Xiao Chan to walk in daylight, but at the cost that Gu Yi could not touch her for long in this state. Well, at least for now. The Jinbei funeral parlor was located near the north town gate. The further north they walked, the darker the originally bright sky became. Perhaps all the corpses had been slain by Gu Yi at the county office, as they didn't see a single one along the way. However, a thick cloud of black miasma still hung over this area. Soon, led by Xiao Chan, the outline of the funeral parlor came into view. It was a dilapidated courtyard with gray bricks and tiles. One of the two heavy black painted wooden doors lay completely fallen on the ground, while the other hung half off, its hinges creaking in the wind. Before they even got close, Gu Yi saw large amounts of lime residue scattered on the ground, along with several broken spirit marking threads used to mark locations. Clearly these items had been of little use. This place has quite a bit of Yin energy. As soon as Gu Yi stepped into the funeral parlor, he felt waves of Yin energy surging towards him. However, compared to the cold from Xiaochan beside him, the chill from the Yin energy here was nothing. A single glance revealed the front yard in utter disarray, littered with broken thin wooden coffins and burial shrouds. Young One was it you who destroyed all three formation eyes? A tall, gaunt figure emerged from the spirit. This old Taoist had a gaunt and ferocious face with a sickly gray complexion from prolonged lack of sunlight. He had 3 long wisps of beard, narrow eyes, and in the depths of his pupils 2 faint green, ghostly flames seemed to rotate slowly. He wore a black Taoist robe. The old Taoist held a soul-summoning banner with a white bone handle and a black banner face. The banner rippled without wind, and countless agonized faces could be seen struggling and bulging on its surface. Are you Xianyin Taoist? Gu Yi showed no fear, instantly igniting the shadow flame, sword in his hand. Are you the mystic Yin Taoist? Gu Yi showed no fear, his lying sword igniting instantly. It was this old Taoist who had torn Xiaocan's soul from her body and set up the 4 symbols soul-locking array. Even if he wasn't the true mastermind, he was the executor. In that case, let him speak to my lying sword. Indeed I am. A grotesque smile twisted across the mystic Yin Taoist's hideous face. The moment his words fell, a forest of bones suddenly sprouted from the gate of the funeral parlor behind Gu Yi and Xiaochan, sealing the entrance entirely. Ugh! Ah! Within the front courtyard, every coffin began to tremble simultaneously. Bang! 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 In no time, 9 ferocious corpses wreathed in surging black qi gathered before the mystic Yin Taoist. The black qi on each of these corpses was scarcely weaker than that of the zombie king Wang Shoujing. Young whelp, first contend with my Dharma corpses. The mystic Yin Taoist let out a cold laugh, his entire form dissolving into a wisp of black smoke that vanished from the entrance of the mourning hall. Ha! Ha ha! Each corpse wore an eerily human-like sinister grin. They did not choose to swarm him all at once. Instead, they spread out in a circular formation surrounding Gu Yi from all sides. Husband, let us join forces to slay them. The azure flames around Xiaochan suddenly surged, killing intent blazing in her beautiful eyes. Now that their enemy stood before them, it was time to settle old and new scores together. Good, let's make quick work of them. Gu Yi's golden light shield expanded, instantly channeling a strand of righteous qi into his eyes. Before setting out today, he had used his remaining exploration points to unlock 2 abilities from the path of righteous qi: body protecting radiance and golden sound jade vibration. It could be said that for this final array, he held nothing back. With fewer than 100 exploration points left, he had spent all his world coins on attribute pills. Mere Dharma corpses, nothing more. Even though the combat power of these 9 Dharma corpses rivaled that of the zombie king, Wang Shoujing, Gu Yi was even stronger now than before. With his 8-star fine lying sword, one strike cleaved a corpse's head from its body. Husband, be careful. Xiaochan, who had swiftly dispatched 4 corpses, called out in warning. A corpse found its opportunity from the eaves, ambushing Gu Yi from behind as his back was exposed. Scram! With his steady temperament, Gu Yi had naturally long noticed the corpse on the roof. He infused a wisp of righteous qi into his voice, and as the word left his lips, an invisible wave of force erupted outward. Boom! Midair, the corpse attempting the ambush froze in its tracks. Slash! Activating golden sound jade vibration, Gu Yi cleaved the corpse in 2 with a single sword stroke. Not only that, but several nearby corpses also faltered at the sound of his scram. Xiaochan did not waste this opportunity, manipulating 2 flames to instantly engulf the last 2 corpses. The entire process took less than a minute, and all 9 Dharma corpses were annihilated. Having reached the outstanding rank, Xiaochan easily incinerated 6 corpses. Gu Yi was thoroughly satisfied, thinking those 500 exploration points were well spent. Even spending 1000 exploration points to upgrade the lying sword could never compare to Xiaocan's current strength. Husband, the underground chamber is in the backyard. Do not underestimate the enemy. The scene just now had startled Xiaochan, but thankfully her husband could subdue the horde of corpses with a single word. She had thought Gu Yi only recently acquired the righteous qi, yet the techniques he displayed astonished her. Rest assured, your husband is always prudent in his actions. Gu Yi knew Xiaochan spoke this way only out of concern for him, so he was not the least bit annoyed. But the next moment, the information flashing before his eyes made him freeze. Ding! Current location: corpse locking town. Location: difficulty medium risk, 3 stars, high risk 9 stars. What the hell? High risk 9 stars. The sudden difficulty upgrade warning halted Gu Yi in his tracks. It had originally been only medium risk 3 stars. How had it suddenly jumped to high risk 9 stars? Based on his past exploration experience, a location instance of this level should contain 9-star outstanding resources or enemies. Thinking this, Gu Yi glanced at Xiaochan beside him. After his exploration, the Xiaochan who had unlocked her Phoenix Soul was only at 3-star outstanding, still far from 9-star outstanding. Wasn't Ji Xian supposed to take over Zioakan's body only the day after tomorrow? Could it have happened early? What's wrong, husband? Xiaochan asked with concern, noticing Gu Yi's unsettled expression. Xiaochan, this place is not right. Let's retreat for now, Gu Yi said decisively. With the location's difficulty soaring to high-risk 9 stars, he dared not imagine what would happen if they advanced further. Retreating immediately was undoubtedly the best course of action. Husband. All right, your wife will follow your lead. Xiaochan wanted to ask what had happened, but she unconditionally trusted Gu Yi's arrangements. Or rather, in all the world, she trusted only the young man before her. Although she desperately wanted to destroy her own corpse to prevent Ji Xian from taking it over, nothing else mattered as much as Gu Yi. At the same time, her gaze fell upon the underground chamber in the backyard. In that instant just now, she had sensed a wave of energy emanating from their one that shared the same origin as her azure flames. Did you two think you could leave without asking me? A wisp of black smoke slowly coalesced into the form of the mystic Yin Daoist at the funeral parlor's gate. He lightly waved his soul-summoning banner, and a horde of spirits flew out screeching eagerly. The sky and ground were filled with countless spirits crowding every corner of the funeral parlor. Under the mystic Yin Daoist spell, all the spirits surged toward the surrounded Gu Yi and Xiaochan. The moment these spirits crashed into the golden light shield around Gu Yi, they let out agonized screams. The weaker ones were instantly obliterated. Gu Yi had thought the mystic Yin Daoist would unleash some formidable technique, but it was merely a swarm of wandering souls. These pathetic creatures could barely even scratch the golden shield of his heart-protecting pendant. Similarly, as soon as these spirits neared Xiaochan, they dissolved into black smoke under her azure flames. At the funeral parlor's gate, the mystic Yin Daoist's face darkened ominously at the sight. If he hadn't expended so much energy earlier helping that princess reverse the Yin and Yang Qi, he would have been able to deal with this brat by now. What puzzled him most was how the Xuanjia armor guard stationed outside could have let a young whelp slip in, and the changes in Xiaochan left him utterly bewildered. Such power would require even his full-strength self to expend great effort to suppress. Xiaochan, let's go. With that, Gu Yi dashed at full speed toward the gate. The difficulty upgrade warning had just appeared, making retreat the top priority. Boom. At that moment, a dazzling blaze of fire erupted into the sky in the distance. The black qi gathering above the funeral parlor dissipated instantly under the crimson golden flames. What's going on? Gu Yi was stunned. The surrounding yin qi had vanished in an instant, much like when in a ray I was destroyed. Could someone be helping them? Soon he sensed something was wrong. Because as the blinding ball of fire flew toward them, the mystic Yin Daoist's face lit up with joy. An enemy. Mystic Yin matters here are temporarily settled. Proceed immediately to General Yuan and report in detail. The crimson golden flames descended from the sky, revealing the figure of a girl in red robes. Her face was identical to Zioakan's. Who else could it be but Ji Xian? Gu Yi instantly deduced the woman's identity, his grip on the lying sword tightening unconsciously. The crimson golden flames around Ji Xian were nearly identical to Zioakan's azure flames, except for the color. As she descended from the sky, the flames around her spread like a phoenix spreading its wings. The girl in red robes clasped her hands behind her back, her gaze icy as it shot forward. She wanted to see which man had committed such an indecent act with her ghostly sister. The moment she laid eyes on the young man in the strange black attire, Ji Xian felt the heart that belonged to her sister, Ji Chan, give a violent lurch. For a moment, the scene in the funeral parlor was eerily silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The mystic Yin Daoist looked at the princess beside him in confusion, wondering if his old eyes were playing tricks on him. Had he just seen a blush on her profile? Princess. The mystic Yin Daoist's call broke the silence of the funeral parlor. Gu Yi and Xiaochan stared warily at Ji Xian ahead. The woman's aura was nearly suffocating. At the mystic Yin Daoist's call, Ji Xian turned slightly, her gaze slanting sideways. Mystic Yin, this princess told you to scram. Are you deaf? Instantly, a terrifying killing intent emanated from Ji Xian, locking firmly onto the mystic Yin Daoist. Princess, calm your anger. This humble Daoist will scram immediately. The mystic Yin Daoist fell to his knees, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He felt that Princess Ji Xian's power was now no weaker than General Yuan's. The mere aura radiating from her made his entire body tremble. Xian Yin Daoist remained utterly bewildered even as he departed through the western gate of town, unable to fathom why Princess Ji Xian had erupted in such fury. This was no stranger he had just met, as she would not act this way without cause. So what exactly had displeased Her Highness? Recalling the scene just moments ago, it began with Princess Ji Xian ordering him to return immediately to General Yuan and report the situation. Yet he had noticed her discomfort, the faint flush blooming on her cheeks. To him, was this not clearly an imbalance of qi and blood? Confronted with such a condition, Xian Yin Daoist immediately surmised the cause. Princess Ji Xian had stated since last night that this body was about to complete its rebirth, commanding him to guard the upper area and allow no one to disturb her. Normally, she would not have fully mastered this body until noon the day after tomorrow, yet she had forcibly advanced it by 2 full days. This must be because Her Highness feared interference from that black-clad youth, and had thus shortened the time, leaving behind hidden injuries. With this thought, Xian Yin Daoist finally understood why Ji Xian was so enraged. Yet he could not be blamed for this. He believed he had done his utmost. Such a grand reversal of Feinandiang formation had drained him of all his energy. But one must admit the bloodline of the Ji imperial clan was indeed terrifyingly formidable. Once activated, its might rivaled that of General Yuan himself. As such, some matters had truly become uncertain. Xian Yin Daoist pondered whether he should truthfully report the situation regarding that black-clad youth at the end. After a moment of deep contemplation, he decided to omit it entirely. Since Princess Ji Xian had ordered him to leave directly, how she dealt with that person was not for him to know. If he spoke out of turn, would that not be awkward? Especially her words report in detail only deepened Xian Yin Daoist's conviction on this matter. Even from a distance, Gu Yi could feel an overwhelming wave of heat rushing toward him, as if he were not facing a person but a human-shaped volcano. "Husband, you must leave quickly. I will hold the rear." Xiao Chan's azure flames flickered faintly as her gaze locked coldly onto the body that should have been hers. From the aura radiating from Ji Xian, she knew that even with Gu Yi's help they were utterly outmatched. What she had not anticipated was that Ji Xian's condition differed from what had been described earlier. She had not been reborn as a Yin corpse, but seemed almost like an ordinary person. With Gu Yi's earlier explanation of the phoenix blood and soul, Xiao Chan now understood perfectly why Ji Xian had chosen to seize her body. Especially that blaze of crimson golden flames which, save for the difference in color, was nearly identical to her own azure flames. "Husband." Opposite them, Ji Xian, clad in a red martial outfit, could not help but let out a scornful laugh, shaking her head disdainfully at her sister. At the same time, she noticed the azure flames around Ji Chan. This power was of the same origin as her own, though its manifestation differed greatly. Phoenix Soul Arcane Pact. These 4 words surfaced in Ji Xian's mind, a phenomenon that had appeared in the Ji clan's history. Even in death, one could achieve rebirth through the Phoenix Soul. If both Phoenix blood and soul were fully activated, her potential would rival that of the Ji clan's ancestors. With this thought, Ji Xian's expression turned even colder. Why had she not sensed the Phoenix Soul on Ji Chan earlier? That is none of your concern. Seeing Ji Xian's disdain, Xiao Chan's fury blazed hotter. She now felt she might have doomed Gu Yi and was determined to fight to the death to let her husband escape first. "Xiao Chan, how could I ever abandon you and flee alone?" Gu Yi activated every skill on his weapons, his gaze fixed on Ji Xian, who had seized Xiao Chan's body. Had he not formed a bond with Xiao Chan, he would likely have chosen to run. But now Xiao Chan was his woman. How could he let her hold the rear while he slipped away? Faced with this situation, he would rather die in battle than live in shame. Besides, Ji Xian's aura was indeed astonishing, but some things were worth attempting. "Hey, you have some courage." Ji Xian cast another glance at the youth in strange attire. Though she could not understand why, whenever he drew near, a strange tremor stirred within her heart. Yet the boy's actions had earned her a measure of approval. Now let us see if his toughness matched his words. With a thunderous boom, Ji Xian shot into the air, standing aloft as she gazed down. Crimson golden flames coalesced into feathery plumes blanketing half the sky above the funeral parlor. Truly extraordinary, the power of awakened phoenix blood. Ji Xian reveled in the immense strength of this body. With but a thought, she could unleash all these blazing feathers. "Go." With a casual wave of her hand, dozens of fiery feathers shot downward with a sharp whoosh. Each impact blasted a 3-meter-wide crater into the ground. The terrifying power made Gu Yi's heart race as he dodged, frantically grateful he had not tried to block them hidden. In mere moments, the entire front courtyard of the funeral parlor was reduced to ruins, not a single spot untouched. Taking advantage of the chaos, Gu Yi retreated step by step toward the main gate. Despite his bold words, he secretly signaled Xiao Chan to flee with him. "Go." Gu Yi cleaved through the skeletal remains blocking the gate with his sword and dashed out of the funeral parlor alongside Xiao Chan. Trying to escape. From above, Ji Xian sneered and dove swiftly downward. With a heavy thud, Ji Xian landed from the sky, blocking Gu Yi and Xiao Chan's path. Exchanging a glance, they charged at her from left and right simultaneously. "Sister, your flames are too weak." Xiao Chan's azure flames extinguished a meter away from Ji Xian, while the latter's crimson golden flames surged forward, engulfing the azure fire entirely and forcing Xiao Chan into a steady retreat. Slash! Gu Yi swung his sword at Ji Xian from the side, but the flames on his blade died out, and a terrifying wave of scorching air rushed toward him. Seeing this, he immediately activated another skill of the Shadow Flame, Sword Solid Rock, using the stone blade's defense to shield himself. At the same time, he channeled a strand of righteous qi as a protective light. Yet even with all his defenses deployed, Ji Xian's crimson golden flames proved too fearsome. With a mere flick of her hand, Gu Yi was struck like a hammer blow sent flying 5 meters back to crash into the funeral parlor's doorframe, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth. On the other side, Xiao Chan fared little better, her azure flames utterly suppressed by the crimson-golden inferno. Ji Xian even shaped the flames into a cage, trapping Xiao Chan within. Only then did she turn her gaze to the youth slowly rising from the ground. Gu Yi swallowed a strength pill, restoring his body to its peak condition. "Sister, it seems your little lover is ready to fight to the death for you." Ji Xian clasped her hands behind her back, looking at Xiao Chan like a cat toying with a mouse. In her eyes, such a pill might temporarily halt injuries and boost strength, but the cost was severe. What intrigued her was that this youth possessed many talents, clearly no ordinary person. His blade could unleash flames and coalesce rock, unmistakably the work of a master refiner. The jade pendant on his chest was also of no low grade. Moreover, the righteous qi within him surprised Ji Xian. While it did not define a person entirely, it indirectly spoke to his character. Yet what puzzled Ji Xian most was that whenever the youth drew near, her body involuntarily grew faint. Inside the cage of crimson golden flames, Xiao Chan was filled with despair. She believed she had brought ruin upon Gu Yi, never imagining that Ji Xian would seize her body by the 6th day. After consuming the last strength pill, Gu Yi's power multiplied several times over. Ji Xian's flames were simply unapproachable, leaving him no way to close in. "Young man, I will not use my crimson golden flames. If you can force me to use both hands with mere fists and feet, I will let you both leave today." Just as Gu Yi was contemplating his next move, Ji Xian spoke slowly from ahead. What did Ji Xian just say? For a moment, Gu Yi and Xiao Chan were both stunned. Within the blazing cage, Xiao Chan furrowed her delicate brows, uncertain of what scheme this so-called sister might be plotting. "Are you serious?" Gu Yi, who had been troubled by how to get close, immediately spoke up. Though he wasn't sure what she intended, this was undoubtedly an opportunity. If he could get close, perhaps he could strike Ji Xian down with a single punch. "Spare me the nonsense." Ji Xian held one hand behind her back and beckoned with the other, signaling him to attack. "Fine." Gu Yi stowed the shadow flame sword into his backpack, clenched his fists, and charged straight at Ji Xian. However, clad in crimson robes, she neither dodged nor evaded, catching his straight punch with just one hand. The moment her palm met Gu Yi's fist, Ji Xian's body trembled involuntarily. A tingling sensation spread from her palm through every part of her being. Clearly her intuition was correct. This youth not only stirred a strange heat in her body when near, but after contact her entire frame felt as though it had softened several degrees. As Ji Xian puzzled over this, Gu Yi's other fist hurtled toward her face. Trouble. Just as she had no time to defend or dodge, the fist halted mere inches before her. In that instant, she swept a leg, sending the youth flying 3 meters away to crash onto the ground. Foolish. Ji Xian stared coldly at the prone Gu Yi, but a barely perceptible curve lifted the corner of her lips. From her perspective, she saw hesitation flicker in his eyes at the last moment, causing the punch to falter. The reason wasn't hard to guess. This body belonged to her sister Ji Chan, and the lad must have held back upon seeing her face. Damn it. Gu Yi scrambled to his feet, cursing inwardly. In that punch, he had glimpsed Xiao Chan, which was why he couldn't fall. Earlier, when Ji Xian was wreathed in flames, he hadn't felt this sense of déjà vu. But now, forced into close-quarters combat, a moment of hallucination struck him. Especially when his fist was blocked by her palm, he saw a seductive gleam flash in her eyes, so reminiscent of Xiao Chan after she had been awakened. Yet after that kick, Gu Yi snapped back to reality. Today, either Ji Xian would fall, or he would kill. Facing Gu Yi's straightforward punches and kicks, Ji Xian handled them effortlessly with just one hand. Bursting with brute force, yet all you have is crude, untrained skill. After another kick sent, Gu Yi flying, Ji Xian remarked coldly. Through her probing, she found that the youth had little real combat experience. He merely threw punches relying on raw strength. Still, credit where it was due. If not for that pill's effect, he could be called naturally gifted with immense power. But against her, it was all futile. The strength of a body awakened with phoenix blood was not something an ordinary person could match. Yet after half an hour, Ji Xian grew increasingly puzzled. What pill could sustain a person in such a wounded state for so long? Interesting, this lad was truly interesting. Nearby, within the blazing cage, Xiao Chan, initially gripped by despair and tension, gradually knitted her brows. She sensed something was terribly off about her so-called sister Ji Xian. At first, she thought Ji Xian intended to humiliate Gu Yi with her fists and feet. But slowly she noticed a highly peculiar detail. Ji Xian seemed to be repeatedly trying to touch various parts of Gu Yi's body with her hands. What troubled and bewildered Xiao Chan most was that after half an hour, Ji Xian's face bore a flushed, coquettish allure. What exactly was she trying to do? Was this even a fight? How was it any different from flirtation? Within the blazing cage, Xiao Chan clenched her fists, her gaze turning hostile. Suddenly it dawned on her. Wasn't this exactly how she herself had looked last night? Yes, it was flirtation. Under Gu Lang's awakening touch, she too had gradually transformed into this state. In that moment, Xiao Chan felt she had grasped what Ji Xian was up to. Thud. After being sent flying yet again by Ji Xian's leg sweep, Gu Yi was seething with frustration. It had been less than a week since the train survival began. Oh, how could he have any refined martial skills? Honestly, in this half hour, there had been several chances to land a hit on Ji Xian. But her alluring, delicate appearance was too similar to Xiao Chan's, and it was clear she was holding back, which made him hesitate every time. And then he would be kicked away by Ji Xian. Gu Lang bite her earlobe. Just as Gu Yi once again rallying engaged in close combat with Ji Xian, Xiao Chan's voice rang out from within the blazing cage. Bite her earlobe. Without hesitation, after his punch was blocked, Gu Yi opened his mouth and bit down on her earlobe. Oh! Caught off guard, Ji Xian's entire body shuddered violently, her eyes rolling slightly upward. Well done, Gu Lang. Xiao Chan cheered loudly from within the blazing cage. Gu Yi pinned Ji Xian beneath him, forcing her to use her other hand. Her ears were a sensitive spot, though she had never mentioned it to Gu Yi. Unexpectedly, Ji Xian, who now occupied her body, fell prey to the same weakness. Just as Gu Yi and Xiao Chan exchanged a glance of relief, Ji Xian, who had been lying on the ground, reversed their positions and pinned Gu Yi beneath her. At this moment, Ji Xian finally understood the change that had occurred in her sister, Ji Chan's body. So this is the price of taking control of this body prematurely. Ji Xian cast a cold glance at Xiao Chan in the blazing cage, then tore off Gu Yi's clothing. Ever since last night, when she had experienced that strange, distant sensation through the corpse coffin in the underground chamber, she could no longer tolerate any other man touching her except Gu Yi. And upon seeing this youth today, that conviction had only deepened. The Ji clan could not be without an heir. Sister, watch closely. This is how a man is used. What the hell are you doing? Gu Yi tried to speak, but found his mouth sealed. The Tier 1 strength pill was limited to 3 purchases in the market, and Gu Yi had consumed all of them. Yet even so, his strength paled in comparison to Ji Xian, who possessed the phoenix blood. Earlier, with a mere casual wave of her hand, she had sent him flying several meters away. And this was clearly Ji Xian holding back. Otherwise, considering the blazing feathers that filled the sky above the funeral parlor, if they had all descended, he and Xiao Chan would have had no chance to escape. This question had puzzled Gu Yi earlier. But when Ji Xian tore off his clothes, he seemed to understand why she had chosen to show mercy. Damn, was this woman? As this thought surfaced, Ji Xian bit his lips, and he could only let out muffled sounds. Unlike Xiao Chan's tender affection, Ji Xian's actions were filled with the dominance of a superior. During the process, he tried to resist several times, but each time he touched her, he was burned by the heat emanating from her skin. This Ji Xian could make any part of her body as scorching as molten lava. As long as she didn't want Gu Yi to touch a certain area, he would be burned if he recklessly did so. After several attempts, Gu Yi had no choice but to give up for the time being and silently endure her torment. Ji Xian, let go of my husband. Not far away, Xiao Chan shouted angrily from within the flame prison. She was now like a helpless wife forced to watch Ji Xian, this vile woman, bully Gu Yi. Oh, your husband. Upon hearing this, Ji Xian slowly rose, her long, beautiful hair dancing without wind, a morbid smile curling at the corners of her lips. Pointing at Gu Yi below, she said, but he belongs to me now. With that, Ji Xian bent down again and kissed Gu Yi like a victor claiming their prize. Then she extended a hand and led the boy, whose expression was grim, into the funeral parlor, leaving only her biological sister trapped outside in the flame prison, hurling endless curses. Although Ji Chan was her sister, and she was deeply envious of her bloodline's ability to revert to its ancestral state, she still couldn't bring herself to indulge in favors with Gu Yi in front of another woman. Ji Xian, you are utterly shameless. Within the flame prison, Xiao Chan kept shouting curses at Ji Xian's, but after Ji Xian led Gu Yi into the funeral parlor, her tense little face slowly relaxed, and her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Wait, what exactly did Ji Xian intend to do? Xiao Chan's feelings towards this nominal elder sister were incredibly complex. During those 2 years, the other had treated her like a real sister, which was why she had been willing to die in her place back then. But she had never expected the other to say it was all a lie, that she was only being used. And precisely because of this, it had become an obsession for her. When she met Ji Xian again, she found that the other had also become a wandering soul and claimed she wanted to take over her body for a new life. To prevent Ji Xian from succeeding, she decided to destroy her own body. Now, upon reflection, Xiao Chan felt that something was off everywhere. After her soul was separated from her body, she chose to flee, and the other hadn't pursued her. At the time, she thought the other considered her a fish on the chopping block and let her escape. But meeting again today, she felt that Ji Xian didn't seem intent on exterminating her. Take this golden flame prison trapping her, for instance. With just a thought from the other, she would be obliterated, yet Ji Xian hadn't done so. But no matter what, this nominal elder sister had indeed taken over her body. Amidst her thoughts, that sensation once again transmitted to Xiao Chan's soul. For some reason, her body still maintained a connection with her. So much so that whatever Ji Xian felt was simultaneously relayed to her. For instance, when she had just commanded Gu Yi to nibble her ear, the tingling sensation was simply indescribable. Seeing her own helplessness, a strange thought emerged in Xiao Chan's heart. If Ji Xian truly used her body to be intimate with Gu Yi, wouldn't that mean she completely belonged to her Gu Lang? With this thought, her anger towards Ji Xian subsided by more than half. Ever since Gu Yi had pioneered her, she was no match for this husband. From this, it was certain that Ji Xian would soon taste the bitter fruit as well. Then the subsequent scene was obvious. Damn it, inside the funeral parlor, Ji Xian held Gu Ye's neck with one hand, an alluring blush spreading across her face. Gradually, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Was being with this youth truly this wonderful? This sensation was far more intense than when she had lain alone in the coffin yesterday. To the extent that Ji Xian, who had initially maintained a lofty posture, gradually bent down, her breath hot. The hand that had been gripping Gu Ye's neck to prevent him from moving had gone limp, gently caressing the young man's face. You have been recognized by Ji Xian as a suitable candidate for passing on her bloodline. Connection established. At some point, this prompt appeared before Gu Ye's eyes. So Ji Xian wanted to have offspring with me. At this thought, Gu Ye's mind was in turmoil. If she had just said so earlier, why all the previous theatrics? But this meant Xiao Chan outside was probably feeling terrible. Hence, when he was outside, his expression was extremely grim for fear. He couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth turning up. And when Ji Xian dragged him into the funeral parlor, his limbs restrained, he looked resolute, determined to fight to the end. Since the four formation eyes of the corpse sealing town were broken, the yin energy swirling above had completely dissipated. At high noon, sunlight poured down. Outside the funeral parlor, Xiao Chan could no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground, her charming eyes rolling back. Of course, this wasn't caused by the sunlight. From this, one could imagine how fierce the battle inside the funeral parlor was. Inside the funeral parlor. Ding. You have engaged in yin-yang union with Ji Xian 4,500 times. Connection complete. Honestly, Gu Yi himself couldn't have endured it. But after that wisp of first phoenix blood merged into his body, he surprisingly became very resilient. With each union, he could feel his own physique growing stronger bit by bit. Was this the power of the phoenix blood in Xiao Chan's body? Gu Yi was secretly astonished, and the same thought as Xiao Chan's crossed his mind. Since Ji Xian had taken over Xiao Chan's body, didn't that mean he had completely obtained her? As the sun set at dusk, the battle drew to a close. Ji Xian, dressed in red, dragged the limp-limbed Gu Yi out of the funeral parlor and threw him before her sister Ji Chan. Xiao Chan, since you have awakened the phoenix soul, I will pass on the Ji clan's secret arts to you. If you wish to seek revenge, I am always ready. With that, Ji Xian took out 2 jade slips from her waist and tossed them before the two. Then this former imperial princess shot into the sky, leaving behind a single sentence that echoed below, I am quite satisfied with your body. Hearing this, Gu Yi and Xiao Chan, who had been freed from the flame prison, exchanged a glance, unsure of whom she was referring to. Or perhaps both. That despicable Ji Xian. He'll make her pay one day. Gu Yi declared loudly as he watched Ji Xian vanish into the air. After speaking, he cast a somewhat guilty glance at Xiao Chan, who was slumped on the ground. The young woman stared expressionlessly at the 2 jade slips on the ground. Xiao Chan, here you go. Gu Yi quickly picked up the jade slips and handed them to Xiao Chan. However, instead of taking them, she fixed him with a gaze brimming with resentment. My lord, between that Ji Xian and me, who satisfies you more? Just as Gu Yi was at a loss for words, Xiao Chan delivered an even more lethal query. Ji Chan and Ji Xian, who pleased him more? If he answered Xiao Chan, would she retort that her body was inadequate? Indeed, Ji Xian had possessed Xiao Chan's, but if he answered Ji Xian, the consequences would be far more dire. The worst possible choice. After a moment's deliberation, Gu Yi fixed his gaze on Xiao Chan and said solemnly, Xiao Chan, do you know who was on my mind back in the funeral parlor? He didn't answer rashly, but instead turned the question around. Oh, who were you thinking of, my lord? Xiao Chan's eyes remained resentful, certain he would name her. Yet back in the funeral parlor, Ji Xian's moans had been ceaseless, as if lost in ecstasy. The duration had even surpassed her first time with Gu Yi. After all, last night, Gu Yi had taken several breaks. For some unknown reason, she seemed to vicariously experience Ji Xian's sensations, making her feel both pain and pleasure. But soon the pain faded. She didn't mind Gu Yi having other women. As a mere soul, she couldn't bear him children. In her view, it was normal for a man like Gu Yi to have multiple wives and concubines. What irked her was that this woman was Ji Xian, nothing more. Later, she found it amusing to think of this cheap sister's unbridled moans within. Where was your pride as a former royal Ji Xian? Now you're reduced to whimpering under a man. That thought eased Xiao Chan's heart. After all, today's events were her fault for leading Gu Yi astray. Still, despite her reasoning, she felt uneasy, prompting her question. Xiao Chan, do you know how alluring you are? Gu Yi again avoided a direct answer, posing another question. My allure? Xiao Chan was momentarily puzzled, unsure of his intent. Hadn't he just asked who he was thinking of in the funeral parlor? She expected him to say her, but instead he asked about her. Xiao Chan, let me be clear. When that vile Ji Xian dragged me into the room, I was ready to die rather than submit. He paused, seeing Xiao Chan nearly roll her eyes, then cleared his throat. But that shameless Ji Xian spoke in your tone and used your body, and I couldn't resist. Xiao Chan, you know how it was between us last night. How could I hold back against you, my wife? At this, Gu Yi infused his voice with righteous vigor. If that despicable Ji Xian hadn't used your body, I wouldn't have spared her a glance. His words rang with such uprightness that Xiao Chan was stunned into silence. His meaning was simple. It was Xiao Chan's allure that led to it. Otherwise, he would have resisted to the death. Seeing Xiao Chan lost in thought, Gu Yi pressed on loudly. Xiao Chan, during our fight with Ji Xian, I had several chances to strike, but held back, because it was your body. His words rang true. It was indeed for Xiao Chan's sake. Ji Xian's flushed face and heavy breaths made it feel less like a fight. Xiao Chan naturally recalled the scene. Gu Yi had indeed had openings, but Ji Xian had held back immensely. Her rosy cheeks suggested flirtation, not combat. If it had been serious, both she and Gu Yi. As Xiao Chan's resentment waned, Gu Yi softened his tone, looking into her eyes earnestly. I don't mind being beaten down by Ji Xian time and again. What matters is I could never abandon you. Do you understand? This came from the heart. He would never choose to save himself at the cost of leaving his woman behind. My lord, today is all my fault. Xiao Chan remembered Gu Yi rising from the ground repeatedly, his face showing no fear. If not for her, who else would he fight for? She wanted to embrace him, but stopped, mindful of the blue flames. Yet Gu Yi pulled her close, whispering, "There's no need for blame between us." As he spoke, he felt Xiao Chan hold him tighter. But at what cost? Gu Yi exhaled a breath of white vapor, his body freezing cold. Yet his body had grown stronger than before. Survivor Gu Yi, strength 3133, physique 2025, agility 1018, spirit 1315, temporary. All attributes except spirit had increased. This was solely due to obtaining the first blood of Ji Xian, who possessed Xiao Chan's body. Thinking this, Gu Yi gazed in the direction Ji Xian had fled. 3 of the 4 steps for development were complete except for understanding. Ji Xian was a 9-star elite, meaning full development would grant him 4,500 development points. What a pity this free ride wasn't complete. Yet Gu Yi was satisfied. Despite her wild moves, it was clearly Ji Xian's first time. Under Xiao Chan's concerned urging, they finally parted. Though his attributes had climbed, the cold still made Gu. Since Ji Xian had already left after her rebirth, it was time to search the corpse-locking town for remaining valuables and depart. First, check the funeral parlor. Gu Yi decided to explore the funeral parlor immediately, while Xiao Chan examined the Ji clan's jade slip secret technique left by Ji Xian. Though dusk was falling, his righteous aura granted unimpeded vision. Soon from inside the empty parlor, he heard a loud boom outside. Rushing out to investigate, he saw the night sky above the parlor filled with patches of azure feathers. Midair, Xiao Chan, wreathed in blue flames, resembled Ji Xian from earlier. Name Ji Chan, quality 3-star elite, 4-star elite, affinity 95. Not only had Xiao Chan's quality improved, but the 3 locked paths had unlocked the first 1 azure flame feather. What the? Xiao Chan can unlock abilities on her own. Gu Yi slapped his forehead, realizing how stupid he said. Xiao Chan wasn't some inanimate object. It was natural for her to grow stronger. In the air, having learned the secret technique from the jade slip, her face beamed with joy. But as she approached Gu Yi, her lips pouted at some thought. This other jade slip is from her. It contains a body forging technique. For me, Gu Yi took the jade slip in confusion. The her Xiao Chan referred to was, of course, Ji Xian. The jade slip contained a fragment of the Great Sun Patrol Heavenly Truth, a 5-star exceptional ancient body tempering art, said to originate from a sacrificial visualization chart of the sun deity. Valued at 1,500 world coins, Gu Yi saw the blue text appear upon taking the jade slip, indicating his discovery and exploration of the Great Sun Patrol Heavenly Truth was complete. Its 5-star exceptional quality marked the highest tier of resources he had ever acquired. Following Xiao Chan's instructions, he held the jade slip and attempted to absorb its techniques through his mind. With a crack, the jade slip shattered, and a golden light shot into Gu Yi's mind. A notification confirmed he had fully understood the Great Sun Patrol Heavenly Truth. Cultivating this art would grant him the supreme pure yang true gang, capable of breaking evil and destroying filth with unstoppable force. The body must be tempered by sunlight, becoming exceptionally resilient and imbued with purifying and deterring traits. Since the sun had set, Gu Yi had to wait until morning to begin cultivation. Xiao Chan, let's head back, Gu Yi said after scanning the surroundings. The funeral parlor held no more resources, and his energy was depleted from the fight with Ji Xian. He needed rest on the train. Tomorrow he could retrieve the remaining resources from the town's west, and then jump to the next unknown station. Soon Gu Yi and Xiao Chan were back on the luxurious double bed in their carriage. With nightfall, Xiao Chan no longer needed the blue flame for protection. On the way back, Gu Yi's hands roamed freely, determined to comfort her personally. Though his energy bar was below 25, his enhanced attributes made him more durable. Xiao Chan showed no mercy, pinning him down as soon as they returned to the train. Tonight, Xiao Chan was unusually assertive. Gu Yi had no objections. Lying back and enjoying wasn't so. When his energy bar dropped below 5, Gu Yi begged for mercy, and Xiao Chan finally ceased her vengeful actions. Husband, sleep now. Your servant will keep watch, Xiao Chan said with a satisfied smile, covering the frail young man with a red quilt. Hearing this, Gu Yi closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. A full day and half a night of fighting would wear anyone down, even an Iron Man. Since Xiao Chan had awakened the Phoenix soul, her energy had diminished, reducing his strain. The next morning at 8 o'clock, his energy bar jumped from 3 to 65. Attribute enhancement directly impacted recovery. The clear mind pendant notably sped up mental recovery. Gu Yi realized he needed to boost his mental attribute given the inevitable nightly drains. With enough mental power, he might recover fully in just hours. This would greatly aid prolonged exploration. Husband, how do you feel? Xiao Chan asked with concern and guilt by the bed. She felt useless, unable even to prepare breakfast for Gu Yi. How could she have been so greedy last night? Recalling this, Xiao Chan was filled with shame, believing she had failed as his woman. Your husband's body. It's perfectly fine. Stretching on the bed, Gu Yi flexed his left arm, showing off his hardening muscles. His enhanced attributes made him feel better than ever. Especially after bathing in Phoenix blood yesterday, his lower body had become incredibly strong. He could easily lift Xiao Chan. His boastful display drew a helpless smile from her. The sight stirred a familiar itch in him. But Gu Yi suppressed the urge. Xiao Chan was always by his side. There was no need to waste daylight. With Ji Xian gone, corpse lockdown was safe, so it was time for business. Thinking of Xiao Chan's sister, Gu Yi was puzzled. He had expected to die at the funeral parlor, but she let them go, even leaving 2 jade slips. If he hadn't learned the whole story from Xiao Chan, he might have thought had won the lottery. A beautiful woman forcing herself on him so soon. In his pre-apocalyptic life, Gu Yi would have feared for, but Ji Xian was from the station world, so there was little worry. In a sense, he had gotten away with something for nothing. The Phoenix blood and body tempering art made him feel like he had stumbled onto an incredible free meal. As for being kicked away by Ji Xian repeatedly, if that was the price, his body could take it. And the more the better. Another puzzle was the relationship between Ji Xian and Xiao Chan. According to Xiao Chan, Ji Xian was initially kind, but later revealed a deadly scheme. Given that, shouldn't Ji Xian have killed her on sight? Why leave behind the Ji clan's secret art for Xiao Chan? Gu Yi couldn't figure it out. With Corpse Locktown's map limitations, he couldn't seek Ji Xian for answers. Forget it. Head first, try cultivating the body tempering art she left. After a simple meal, he climbed onto the train roof and sat cross-legged. Even a fragment, the Great Sun Patrol Heavenly Truth, was 5-star exceptional. Its essence, gaze upon the Great Sun Patrol unceasingly, absorb its divine marrow to forge an indestructible body of light. The fragment recorded 3 realms: dawn illumination, smelting gold, forging bones, and radiance meridian. The first realm required morning practice, channeling dawn light to refine the eyes and brow. Mastery granted clarity akin to righteous insight, allowing one to see fine details and perceive at night, as if through a thin veil, resisting illusions. The second realm demanded noon sunlight to temper the skeleton. Chi and blood would surge with blazing heat, granting immense strength, and fists carrying purifying fiery force. Initially, Gu Yi was baffled by the art. Some parts were incomprehensible. Unlike the heart-calming mantra, which brought immediate righteousness, this required guidance. Fortunately, Xiao Chan explained it, and he grasped the basics. On the train, Gu Yi sat cross-legged, facing the sun in meditation. Great Sun patrols the heavens, blazing across the 8 poles. Light illuminates the spirit palace, divine radiance shines in the void. Absorb form, forge the body with utmost focus. My Tao is like the sun, eternal and unchanging. As his eyes grew scorching hot, he activated the art to open their light and channel Qi. A notification confirmed he had established the Great Sun Patrol Heavenly Truth cultivation. The world clock reads 103226. At this point in time, Gu Yi felt overwhelmed. The blazing sun was too glaring, and with his current realm, he could not continue his cultivation, so he had to pause for now. The Great Sun Circuit was different from the righteous aura. It could not be completed in one go. However, under the practice of this body-refining technique, Gu Yi's eyes became increasingly sharp. This information was learned from Xiao Chan. As for Gu Yi's own perception, it was so dazzling that his vision blurred. There are 2 things in the world that one cannot look directly at, and the sun is one of them. However, he expected that after visualizing for another half hour tomorrow morning, he would be able to step into the first realm. He had woken up too late today, and while visualizing the sun, he felt he was on the verge of a breakthrough, but the sunlight was simply too blinding. Next, Gu Yi planned to continue searching for supplies in the corpse-locking town. Husband, I want to go with you. Xiao Chan volunteered, curious about Gu Yi's actions. All right. Gu Yi nodded. Although Xiao Chan could not see the colors of the supplies like a survivor, she was still aware of what items held value. Today marks the 7th day since embarking on the survival train. After finishing the search for remaining supplies today, they would head to a new, unknown station tomorrow. Drawing from prior exploration experiences, Gu Yi decided to go to the west side of the town first. That area still had quite a few houses left unexplored, and he was sure he could find a considerable amount of collectible supplies. As for the southern and eastern areas, they basically offered no good items, and finding supplies there would rely purely on luck, making it too much of a waste of time. The north side was the most disappointing for Gu Yi. He had thought that such a dangerous place would surely have corresponding high-value items, but the result was that the ancestral hall held nothing at all. After thinking about this situation, he realized it wasn't entirely incomprehensible. After all, the danger stemmed from Ji Chan and the old Taoist. Ji Chan had already given him a 5-star exceptional body refining technique, which alone was worth more than any supplies in the corpse-locking town. Moreover, normally, he wouldn't be able to deal with a 5-star exceptional guarding monster by himself. Taking Xiao Chan as an example, her combat power was even stronger than his after his exploration and the enhancement of Ji's secret technique. Not only could she fly in the air, but her ghostly flames were also making Gu Yi feel overwhelmed. The world clock reads 173627. Gu Yi and Xiao Chan returned to the carriage, having cleaned out the west side of the town by the end of the afternoon. As a female ghost, Xiao Chan was extraordinarily agile during the day. She flew back to the front of the train carrying the supplies. Gu Yi was almost blushing, showering Xiao Chan with praise. Xiao Chan, the capable ghostly wife. Under Gu Yi's compliments, Xiao Chan's earlier feelings of inadequacy were swept away, and her face lit up with joy. Her enthusiasm for working left Gu Yi in awe. Finally, after tossing all the collectible supplies into the world recycling, he received a total of 270 world coins. To bring the world coins to an even 300, Gu Yi threw in some low-star weapons. Currently among the survivors in the 4396 public channel, aside from the CS sisters, no one had purchased the weapons he had listed for trade. World coins 270300 world recycling LV1. Current total value of recycled supplies is 710 world coins. To unlock world recycling LV2, 290 more world coins are needed. In the span of a week, the value of the supplies Gu Yi had thrown into the world recycling had reached 710 world coins, needing only 290 more to unlock world recycling LV2. At that time, the mall would unlock a new batch of goods due to the upgrade of world recycling. He was quite curious about this. Subsequently, Gu Yi decisively purchased 3 attribute pills with 300 world coins. They were 1 quality physique pill 1, 1 quality agility pill 1, and 1 quality spirit pill 1. This meant he had 1 purchase left for the physique pill and 2 each for the agility and spirit pills. Attribute pills, let's see what my limits are. Without any hesitation, Gu Yi swallowed all 3 pills. Survivor Gu Yi, strength 33, physique 2530, agility 1826, spirit 132, 3 temporary. In an instant, Gu Yi felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. Not only did all aspects of his body improve, but his 5 senses also became sharper. This upgrade was a comprehensive enhancement aside from strength. Husband. Xiao Chan looked on in astonishment. It wasn't her first time seeing Gu Yi take pills. Originally, she thought such pills would significantly deplete the body, but that was her past understanding. At this moment, she could clearly perceive that her husband's strength had increased significantly. What puzzled her the most was where these pills had come from. And how did the items they had collected earlier disappear? Xiao Chan, I want to tell you about the story of the survivors next. At this point, Gu Yi felt he had nothing to hide. Xiao Chan's favorability towards him was at 95, and it would be impossible to head to the next unknown station without bringing her along. Traveling to an unknown station would come with encounters, and given time, he believed Xiao Chan's strength could definitely surpass Ji Xian. After Gu Yi finished speaking about the survivors, Xiao Chan fell into silence. To be able to travel to other worlds, how powerful must one be to achieve that? As far as she knew, such figures would have to be at the level of breaking through the void. According to records, only ancient people from thousands of years ago could do so. That was from an era even earlier than the ancestors of the Ji clan. Yet, Gu Yi said it was possible with the long, narrow house called the train. For a moment, Xiao Chan was left speechless, carefully digesting this information. At the same time, she felt quite happy about Gu Yi's initiative to share, as she had been puzzled about some matters. Name Ji Chan favorability 95-98. Xiao Chan's favorability increased, which caught Gu Yi's attention. Ding. A message has been sent to the announcement board. At this moment, a sudden message popped up before him. Announcement board. Gu Yi was taken aback. The last time he noticed this was before the first survival train began displaying that the survivors were about to start their train survival. What would it say this time? With a thought, Gu Yi summoned the deep blue panel. Announcement board, special reminder, a limited time survival challenge station has been opened. Survivors can choose whether to participate via the train's jump option. Please note this jump does not consume power energy. Please note this jump does not consume power energy. Please note this jump does not consume power energy. What is this a limited time survival challenge station? According to the announcement, it requires clicking the train's jump option to decide whether to participate. The jump option will currently show the stations that this train has arrived at. GUI's jump options included only 3 stations. One was the Deep Space Station, another was the current Corpse Locking Town Station, and finally the jump to an unknown station. But at this moment, there was an additional station option. 100 Ghosts Paradise current station disappears in 125951 remaining countdown. This station has a time limit and will disappear after 13 hours. GUI glanced at the world clock, which displayed the time as 6:00 p.m. By touching this station, he immediately received more information. Limited Time Survival Challenge Station, 100 Ghosts Paradise Challenge. Objective: you kill the 100 ghosts at night, and the 100 ghosts kill you at night. Rules and rewards. 1. The 100 ghosts will only appear during the nighttime period. 2. The daytime and nighttime periods each last 12 hours initially. Starting from the second daytime period, each time will shorten by 2 hours, while the nighttime period will increase by 2 hours until perpetual night descends. 3. Killing 100 ghosts will automatically earn you 100 ghost coins. If survivors survive until the new daytime period, the 100 ghost coins on them will automatically double. 4. The 100 ghosts that appear during each nighttime period will be stronger. 5. The exchange rate of 100 ghost coins to world coins is 1001, can be exchanged in the mall. 6. You can only return to the safe zone during the daytime period by driving the train back to the original station. During the eternal night period, you must kill the Ghost King to return to the safe zone. This jump back does not consume power energy. 7. When the nighttime period arrives, survivors in the safe zone will automatically return to the original station. This jump does not consume power energy. 8. 100 Ghosts Paradise has the most abundant food. Survivors need not worry about food. 9. After the countdown for this limited time survival challenge ends, all participating survivors will arrive at 100 Ghosts Paradise Station 1 hour later. Note 100 Ghosts Grand Stage if you dare come and join. On the other side, Lin Mu Shui and Lu Manxing also saw this announcement in their respective carriages. The discussions on the 4396 public channel regarding this sudden limited-time survival challenge, ding, ding. Meanwhile, GUI received several private messages, and there were survivor requests for transactions displayed on the trading market. The private messages conveyed a similar meaning. They were asking if the 6-star skill weapon could be traded now. GUI naturally understood what these survivors were aiming for, certainly due to the limited-time survival challenge. So there are still quite a few survivors in the 4396 public channel who can afford to buy weapons. GUI sighed, realizing that he might just gather enough world coins to purchase all the remaining attribute pills in the mall. As for this 100 Ghost Paradise, he was also quite interested to see what it was all about. Since it could appear on the announcement board, it was likely not just the survivors from the 4396 public channel who could receive it. Perhaps he might encounter survivors from other channels. Husband, what are you reading that's so interesting? Xiao Chan beside him couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Each survivor's deep blue panel could only be seen by themselves. This caused GUI's behavior to appear quite peculiar in Xiao Chan's eyes as he stared intently at a single spot without pause. Under GUI's explanation, she finally understood that her husband wished to go to the 100 Ghosts Paradise, and the journey would take approximately 7 hours. Husband, do you think I can defeat the Ghost King? Xiao Chan believed that with her current strength, she could certainly dominate among the ghosts and monsters in the current world. She just wasn't sure about the power of the creatures within the 100 Ghosts Paradise. We'll have to go and see to find out. GUI spread his hands and shook his head. According to the rules of that 100 Ghosts Paradise Station, the ghosts that appeared each time during the night period would become stronger. Initially, the day and night periods alternated every 12 hours. After each cycle was completed, the day period would shorten by 2 hours, while the night period would lengthen by 2 hours. This meant that by the 6th day, eternal night would descend. Survivors could only evacuate during the day, and once eternal night fell, they would need to kill the Ghost King to escape. Killing ghosts would yield ghost coins. At the start of each day period, the ghost coins on hand would double. For example, if you earned 1,000 ghost coins by killing ghosts during the night, then when the day arrived, your ghost coins would double to 2,000. From this perspective, it was best to evacuate during the 6th day's day period, which was also the last time the ghost coins would double. Unless killing the Ghost King offered better rewards, there was no need to wait for eternal night. The rules also stated that if a survivor remained in the safe zone when the night period arrived, they would automatically return to the original station, equivalent to forfeiting. To obtain ghost coins, one had to slay ghosts during the night. GUI decided to participate in the 100 Ghosts Paradise Limited Time Challenge Station. His righteous aura, along with the Great Sun Patrol heavenly truth he cultivated today, allowed him to see in the dark. Moreover, both of these were highly effective against ghosts. Not to mention his 3 pieces of equipment, the Shadow Flame Sword, the Heart Guarding Pendant, and the Green Iron Dagger, all of which would prove useful. The green iron dagger's ghost attraction ability especially thrived during the night period. At that time, he would kill even flying ghosts without hesitation. And besides, he had Xiao Chan, a powerful ghost wife, by his side. He had no choice but to go. Gu Yi's gaze shifted to the private messages where 15 survivors had expressed a desire to trade immediately. 12 of them had a clear goal: they only wanted 6-star weapons. He glanced at his current development points, which stood at 138. There were still 2 6-star weapons and 4 5-star weapons left in the carriage, certainly enough for these survivors. Shortly after, Gu Yi first satisfied the needs of these 15 survivor clients, selling 1 6-star weapon for 35 world coins and 1 5-star weapon for 25 world coins. Development points 13818 world coins 0495. During the process of unlocking weapon route abilities, 2 of the 2-star weapons had soared to 7-star upon route unlocking. Without any hesitation, Gu Yi tossed the 3 2-star weapons that hadn't unlocked their routes into the Myriad Realm recycling. World coins 495501 Myriad Realm recycling LV1. Current recycled materials valued at 716 world coins. 284 world coins needed to unlock Myriad Realm recycling LV2. Purchase attribute pills by all. You consumed 500 world coins and obtained 1 first-rank constitution pill, 2 first-rank agility pills, and 2 first-rank spirit pills. Gu Yi did not immediately consume these 5 attribute pills. He was about to head to the 100 Ghost Paradise Station and wanted to first see the initial difficulty level. These attribute pills could instantly restore his stamina bar, effectively granting him 5 extra lives. According to the rules, participation would close at 7:00 a.m. tomorrow, and an hour later, at 8:00 a.m., all participating survivors would arrive at the 100 Ghost Paradise Station. The exchange of ghost coins for world coins in the shop column would also open at 8:00 a.m. tomorrow. The ghost coins were shaped like a silver skull. Taking advantage of the remaining time, Gu Yi looked at the public chat channel. Public channel number 4396, current population 534210000. It was the 7th day of the train survival, and the death toll in public channel 4396 had nearly reached half. Chun Fan, fellow elite survivors, anyone forming a team for the 100 Ghost Paradise. Add me as a friend first. Ma Yang, looking for teammates for the 100 Ghost Paradise, preferably girls. Zhang Yue, are you too crazy? So many people are participating. Do you think you'll just run into each other? You don't even know the situation at the 100 Ghost Paradise Station, so what's the use of forming a team now? Huang Jiahao, the lady upstairs, doesn't have to say that. Who knows, we might just meet there. Sinister smile emoji. As soon as the survivor named Huang Jiahao said this, the following comments became quite lively. Many male survivors chimed in, saying he had a point, and that if they met this Zhang Yue, they'd have to get to know her better. Most survivors who had made it this far had likely explored some stations. Bloodshed was inevitable. Just as Huang Jiahao said, what if they ran into each other at the 100 Ghost Paradise? Although the ghosts only appeared at night, this restriction didn't apply to the survivors. If you act so cocky, aren't you afraid you'll have bad luck and run into someone who'll mess you up? Besides, after a week of this train survival journey, many survivors were feeling incredibly repressed. In a lawless, disordered environment, the one with the bigger fist naturally reigns supreme. In other words, as long as you were strong enough, survivors could do whatever they wanted. If you've got the skill, then throw down in the 100 Ghost Paradise. After this outburst, female survivors basically stopped speaking in the public channel. Some female survivors even began to back out, afraid to participate in this limited-time survival challenge. Compared to the previous unknown stations, this type of multi-participant station was undoubtedly more dangerous. Even covering one's face was useless. Men and women were still easy to distinguish, and no one could guarantee what would happen inside. Lu Manqing was among those with such thoughts. She glanced at her voluptuous, alluring reflection in the floor-length mirror. Unless she wore a loose raincoat or something to hide her figure, covering just her face was completely useless. Although she was not weak, she feared being ganged up on. Falling into the hands of that little lecher Gu Yi might be acceptable, but what if she ended up with other men? As this thought subconsciously crossed Lu Manqing's mind, her face flushed slightly. Right, let me ask that little lecher if he's going. Ding. Friend Lu Manqing sent you a message. Lu Manqing, are you going to the 100 Ghost Paradise? I'm short on world coins too. Gu Yi, sure, I need world coins as well. Gu Yi replied casually. World coins were certainly something to be hoarded. Even after the first-grade attribute pills were sold out, they could be used to purchase other supplies. For instance, one could buy materials from others and then use them to unlock LV2 through the Myriad Realms recycling system. Furthermore, the train could also be upgraded. A single carriage was 5 meters long, while a luxurious double bed measured 2 meters. With the accumulation of supplies, the space was indeed limited. Expanding the train or adding carriages required raising the train level to 2 before it could be done. From the train panel, it showed that leveling up to 2 would unlock unknown functions. All of this required spending world coins. Ding. Friend Lu Manqing has sent a message. Lu Manqing, alright, you said last time you'd give me a tour of your train. When we get to the 100 Ghosts Paradise station, after sending this, Lu Manqing felt a slight warmth on her cheeks. It made it seem like she was the one actively seducing him. However, Gu Ye's strength was undoubtedly greater than hers, and Lu Manqing believed there was nothing shameful about it. She was curious to see if this little lecher was truly as formidable as he seemed. Some things could only be understood through contact. Compared to other men, Lu Manqing thought it might as well be Gu Ye. Aboard the Star Sea Pioneer. Inside the carriage, Gu Ye received Lu Manqing's message with relative indifference. Mainly because with Xiao Chan by his side, his physiological needs were already satisfied. Ding. Friend Gu Ye has sent a message. Gu Ye, sure, let's talk about it when we arrive at the 100 Ghosts Paradise tomorrow. Aboard the Black Swan, upon seeing Gu Ye's message, Lu Manqing keenly detected a hint of evasion. Normally, wouldn't this little lecher have continued the flirtation along her line? His reply was simply to talk tomorrow. This left Lu Manqing somewhat frustrated. She had been planning to send a few more photos. Forget it, tomorrow it is. Tonight, with his stamina fully restored, Gu Ye naturally had no idle time. The 100 Ghosts Paradise specified that day and night each rotated for 12 hours. That meant arriving at the station after the jump at 8 a.m., while the ghosts wouldn't appear until 12 hours later at 8 p.m. The time in between was more than enough for recovery. After some time, husband Xiao Chan hold on anymore. Since being conquered by Gu Ye, Xiao Chan found it increasingly difficult to withstand. Especially after Gu Ye took a pill and grew stronger today, she felt even more overwhelmed. This led to a thought forming in Xiao Chan's mind. She might need someone else's help. The moment this thought surfaced, Xiao Chan inexplicably thought of Ji Xian. Then she was completely overwhelmed by Gu Ye. The next day, Gu Ye arrived early at the stone wall of Corpse Lock Town. Since Xiao Chan had collapsed too early, his stamina was still relatively abundant. Stamina 69, taking advantage of the fine morning, Gu Ye prepared to complete the unfinished Great Sun patrolling Heavenly Truth from yesterday. Greet the Purple Mansion at dawn, open the eyes to see the truth. Sunlight enters the marrow, cleansing the dust of confusion. Within the cinnabar platform, a faint light begins to appear. From this point on, yin and yang, my eyes shall distinguish themselves. Boom. In an instant, Gu Ye abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils blazing with golden brilliance. You have cultivated the Great Sun patrolling Heavenly Truth and achieved Dawn Illumination connection completed. Congratulations, you have successfully pioneered Dawn Illumination. Reward Dawn Illumination Evolution Paths 3, Pioneer Points 150, Pioneer Points 18168. Ding. You have acquired Crade Skill Dawn Illumination. Physique 3031, Spirit 232627, Temporary. Based on the Pioneer Points, gained the Crade Skill Dawn Illumination appeared to have reached the 3-star fine quality level. Like the Righteous Chi, another star was lit on the starry background page of the skill panel. After cultivating the Great Sun patrolling Heavenly Truth to the first realm Dawn Illumination, his physique had increased by 1 point. The higher the attribute value, the harder it was to improve. Even just 1 point caused a dramatic change in Gu Ye's body. To his delight, cultivating the Great Sun patrolling Heavenly Truth to the first realm also increased spirit. However, the boost from the heart-protecting pendant had become negligible. A temporary increase of 1 point was Path 1 Dawnbreaking, I cost 150 Pioneer Points. Path 2 Light Patrolling, I cost 150 Pioneer Points. Path 3 Scorch Evil, I cost 150 Pioneer Points. Path 1 Dawnbreaking Eye. Upon activation, it can detect flaws in an opponent. Path 2 Light Patrolling Eye. Upon activation, it allows one to perceive conditions within a certain range without turning the head. Path 3 Scorch Evil Eye. Upon activation, the gaze contains dawn light, inflicting a continuous burning sensation on the opponent. Among the 3 paths, Gu Ye thought the first and second were usable, while the third could wait. The Dawnbreaking Eye, needless to say, was a novel skill for spotting an opponent's weaknesses. The Light Patrolling Eye similarly enhanced perception, allowing awareness of surroundings without turning even if an opponent attacked from behind. Only the third path's offensive capability was a mere embellishment for Gu Ye. 150 Pioneer Points consumed, successfully unlocked Dawn Illumination Evolution Path 2 Light Patrolling Eye. Pioneer Points 16818. Without hesitation, Gu Ye unlocked Path 2. He was about to head to the 100 Ghosts Paradise and was unsure of the ghost's abilities there. Rather than seeing the ghost's weaknesses, it was better to enhance his perception to prevent danger. Light Patrolling Eye activate. The moment he activated this ability, a 3-inch golden sun condensed above Gu Ye's head. Through this small sun, he could simultaneously survey all directions, taking in the surrounding scene. Holy crap, this ability is awesome. Gu Ye was very satisfied with this path. Now he wouldn't fear an enemy at his back. The only drawback in his view was that it was too flashy. He had just asked Xiao Chan in the train to evaluate it, and she said it was too dazzling. When activated at night in the 100 Ghosts Paradise, anyone seeing it would think he had a high-powered light bulb on his head. Next, Gu Ye returned to the carriage and waited for time to pass. The participation time for the 100 Ghosts Paradise ended at 7 a.m. sharp, after which the train automatically began a jump countdown, with 005959 remaining to arrival. Countdown 001 preparing to jump. Outside the window, a blinding white light suddenly erupted. Train has arrived at station 100 Ghosts Paradise. Station difficulty low risk, 1-star station. Type multi-train station. Introduction, no need for words. Kill. Guyi noticed the scene outside the window. He was in a boundless white space. In this white space, aside from his train, there was nothing else. And at the train door, a door frame stood abruptly. It seemed like a portal to another dimension. On the other side of the frame, a modern city came into view. Asphalt roads, shop-lined streets, high-rise buildings, a Ferris wheel. This was the scene Guyi first saw under a cloudless blue sky. He understood the station difficulty. Since it was still daytime, the difficulty hadn't increased. The white space where the train was located was likely the safe zone. Guyi opened the train door and prepared to step through the frame. He surely wasn't the only one participating in the 100 Ghosts Paradise. He wanted to see what this place was all about. Before formally stepping into the 100 Ghosts Paradise, Guyi put on a bronze Taotai mask purchased from the mall to conceal his face. It was nothing more than a precaution, not as if he were about to meet a beauty. It was best to keep a low profile when necessary. Once he had a preliminary grasp of the situation within this station, he would plan his next move. The moment he passed through the doorframe, Guyi distinctly felt a sensation of weightlessness wash over his body. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself standing on a deserted street. The scene he had glimpsed through the doorframe now unfolded before his eyes with greater clarity. Surrounding him were rows of modern buildings, and in the distance beside the towering high-rises stood a Ferris wheel. Guyi turned around only to find that the doorframe had vanished, replaced by a subway exit. Above it was marked Z01 Safe Zone. The safe zone, resembling an exit, emitted a dense green glow from the floor along with its entire surrounding perimeter. Even in broad daylight, it was strikingly conspicuous, unmistakably signaling a safe passage. When Guyi chose to enter this exit, a familiar sense of weightlessness overcame him, and he returned to the white safe zone space. His own Star Pioneer train was right before him, with the doorframe behind. According to the rules of the 100 Ghosts Paradise, the safe zone could only be entered during the daytime, or after the Ghost King's death during the eternal night period. Why is there not a single person in sight? Guyi left the safe zone and surveyed the surroundings. The exit of his safe zone was located on one side of a food street. The shops on both sides were devoid of any human figures, yet the tables inside were laden with all kinds of food. For Guyi, who hadn't had a hot meal in a week, the aroma was truly tantalizing. One of the rules of the 100 Ghosts Paradise stated that survivors need not worry about food. Guyi did not immediately choose to taste it. Instead, he tried to place the food on the table into his deep blue panel backpack. No matter how he tried, the food showed no response. He then decided to try bringing the food back to the safe zone. However, upon returning to the white space, Guyi found his hands empty. This meant the food could only be consumed within the 100 Ghosts Paradise, or no other method could carry it away. This time-limited survival challenge did not consume power energy. Survivors wishing to leave could return to their original station at any time during the daytime. Even if he couldn't casually take the food away, he could still eat and drink his fill inside before leaving. With that thought, Guyi decided to open the public channel to see what was happening. There were still 12 hours until the night period. He could see if other survivors could bring useful intelligence. Public channel ID 4396, current members 4826, 10000 Zhangdebo Dam. When I walked out of the A48 safe zone, there were people everywhere. It scared me so much I immediately returned to the train carriage. Wang Fu, same for me, in the C36 safe zone. Good thing the green glowing floor area can't be used to attack others, or I'd be done for. Yang Wei Hei upstairs, what a coincidence. I'm in zone A2, but at the A99 safe zone. The public channel was filled with discussions about the 100 Ghosts Paradise. Comparing these survivors' comments, Guyi noticed another difference in his own station. In other stations, survivors were everywhere upon exiting, but here in his safe zone, there was not a single soul. Among them, a survivor compiled information and pointed out that these safe zone IDs came from 26 letters, with each letter's safe zone ID capped at 99. However, the highest safe zone ID these survivors had seen was only up to M, and anything beyond that was unheard of. This made Guyi think of his own safe zone, which started with the letter Z, the very last one. No wonder there was no one around. Safe zones with the same letter ID were clustered together. For example, A01 to A99 were all within close proximity to each other. Additionally, some survivors mentioned that because attacking others was prohibited on the green glowing floor at the station exit, they had a good chat and got to know survivors from other public channels. The characteristics of each letter's area also varied. Some survivors reported stepping out into fields, yet seeing a ring of urban buildings in the distance, as if the fields were enclosed within the city. Others said their initial safe zone was in a village, but they too could see a circle of high-rises around them. Furthermore, some survivors had safe zones located in snowy areas by lakes and valleys, and so on. From this information, Gu Yi could tell that the 100 Ghosts Paradise was vast in size. No matter which safe zone exit, one could see the surrounding city buildings, as if these distinctive areas had been deliberately created within the city. Ding. Friend, Lu Manqing has sent you a message. Lu Manqing, my safe zone ID here is P69, and it's surrounded by shrines from Neon. I'm worried I might run into Neon monsters. Where are you? Neon shrines. After reading Lu Manqing's message, Gu Yi replied, Gu Yi, my safe zone is Z01, and there's not a single person in sight. Ding. Lu Manqing YZ. Then we must be really far apart. Inside the Black Swan train, Lu Manqing felt a bit speechless. Fortunately, she was lucky. The P69 safe zone she was in had only women emerging from it. Ding. Gu Yi, this 100 Ghosts Paradise is too big. Even if we run into each other, we can't stay in the same train. Take care of yourself. Seeing Gu Yi's message, Lu Manqing was inexplicably touched. She didn't expect this little lecher to actually care about her. On the other side, Gu Yi spotted an interesting piece of information on the public channel. These initial safe zone entrances had no restrictions. Even someone from the B safe zone could enter the A safe zone. Once inside, the white space would still contain their own train. However, since the safe zone entrance had changed, exiting through the doorframe would now lead to the A safe zone. In other words, Gu Yi's initial safe zone ID was Z01, but he could go to the A01 safe zone. The train in the white space wouldn't change. It was just that when he exited through the doorframe again, he would be at the A01 safe zone entrance. That's fine then. Gu Yi had been puzzled about this earlier. If it were locked, he wouldn't be able to explore freely. Since the safe zone had no restrictions, he only needed to slay the ghosts and find the nearest safe zone entrance to return to the train. But he would have to test this himself to see if it was true. First was the green platform in front of the safe zone entrance. This platform, emitting a dense green glow, could accommodate over 100 people, and it was said that attacking others was impossible while on it. Gu Yi asked Xiao Chan to launch a mental attack on him to test it. Soon enough, the mechanism was verified to be true. Universal Clock 102154, there was still plenty of time, about 9 hours until the night period. Gu Yi planned to take advantage of the approaching noon to continue cultivating the Great Sun Touring True Solution, striving to achieve the second realm of molten gold forging bones as soon as possible. At noon, Gu Yi began his in-depth cultivation of the Great Sun Celestial Sutra. He shed his black robes, revealing an increasingly robust physique. The second layer of the Great Sun Celestial Sutra is truly about body refinement. Bare-chested, he performed vigorous poses as depicted in the illustrations to gather light and refine his body. When absorbing sunlight, the muscles and bones boil like snow, and when releasing essence, the 100 orifices flow with dark energy. Hot breath circulated through Gu Yi's body, and even at his level he felt an unbearable heat. Beside him, Xiao Chan watched as ancient and mysterious golden patterns frequently appeared on her husband's skin. After a while, Gu Yi exclaimed, nothing feels as comfortable as being with Xiao Chan. He wrapped his arms around the cool Xiao Chan, instantly alleviating much of his heat. Normally, hugging the icy Xiao Chan, who was surrounded by bluish flames, would leave him freezing. However, after refining his body, holding her now became the best way to cool down. This led Gu Yi to ponder whether reaching the second layer of the Great Sun Celestial Sutra would allow him to interact normally with Xiao Chan during the daytime. Was this body refinement method specifically chosen by Ji Xian? After dissipating the heat from his body, Gu Yi continued his cultivation. With Xiao Chan by his side, he could greatly reduce his training time. A regular person's physique could not possibly cultivate the Great Sun Celestial Sutra as quickly as he did. It was only at 3:30 in the afternoon that Gu Yi finally halted his training. The second layer was far more crucial and difficult than the first, requiring more than just a day or two of effort to master. After several hours of training, Gu Yi felt an intense hunger. Since his attributes had increased to a certain level, he noticed his appetite had also grown. Fortunately, the food in this 100 Ghosts Paradise could be consumed freely. Gu Yi chose a restaurant as he particularly enjoyed spicy dishes, preferably ones that were both numbing and spicy. Upon entering, the table was already filled with various dishes steaming hot. Meanwhile, in the rice cooker beside him, the rice was also ready. There was no need to mention the bowls and chopsticks for dining. After quickly finishing a plate of spicy stir-fried meat, he watched as the plate suddenly vanished. The next moment, a fresh plate of spicy stir-fried meat reappeared in its original position, and the plate was as clean as new. Even if the dishes were shattered, the situation on the table would remain unchanged. Indeed, as described in the rule, survivors need not worry about food. Gu Yi had grown accustomed to this. With everyone boarding the train for survival, how could the 100 Ghosts Paradise be anything extraordinary? After filling his stomach, he covered his face with the bronze mask once more. Next, he prepared to explore the surroundings. If he encountered someone who was blind to the situation, he would certainly show them a lesson. Moreover, there was a chance he might run into some of those who had insulted him in the public channel with particularly harsh words. If he met them, he wouldn't hesitate to send them back to their homes, as it would be a waste not to utilize his attributes. Guyi adhered to the principle of if others do not offend me, I shall not offend them. For those with whom he had no conflicts, he typically would not choose to provoke. After all, he had no peculiar habits. As for Xiao Chan, he decided to let her return to the Qi Ming stone to regain her strength. Where is she? Guyi walked in one direction for over 10 minutes. He saw 2 or 3 people in the safe zone, but did not spot a single soul. After another hour of walking, he finally came across a fresh young corpse on the street. His eyes were wide open and the blood on his body had yet to dry. It was still not nightfall, which meant that the survivors had begun to slaughter each other. Once a survivor dies, all items in their personal backpack will explode out. There were no restrictions at this multi-person station, saying they could only kill monsters. As described in the station notes, no need for more words, just kill. Suddenly, a whistling sound of rushing wind surged from behind. With his already high mental value, Guyi sensed the unexpected situation and immediately turned his head. An arrow with a metallic tip shot straight toward the position where Guyi's head had been striking the concrete ground with a clang. So it's a sneak attack, is it? Guyi looked towards the rooftop of a shop 20 meters away behind him, where a youth with red hair was drawing his bow and aiming at him, seeking death. After locating his target, Guyi instantly condensed the fierce shadow sword in his hand. Seeing the black-clad masked man below not avoiding the attack, but instead drawing a broken sword to point at him, the red-haired youth couldn't help but smirk. The first arrow was merely a stroke of luck for the kid below to dodge. This second arrow should send him on his way. Whoosh! The red-haired youth pulled the bowstring, and the second arrow shot out rapidly. Stone activate. Rock spike activate. The fierce shadow sword in Guyi's hand instantly transformed into a massive stone sword. The rock spikes on the sword surged forth at his command, hurtling towards the red-haired youth on the second floor 20 meters away. Bang! 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 The metallic arrowheads shattered into several pieces under the relentless assault of the rock spikes. The continuous onslaught of rock spikes did not cease, but instead headed straight for the red-haired youth. Puff! 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 The rock spikes easily pierced through the body of the red-haired youth, causing his smile to freeze in place. By the time Guyi leaped onto the second floor using the force, the red-haired youth was already dead beyond recovery, with his internal organs completely shattered by the rock spikes. A 5-star bow. From the red-haired youth's body, 15 world coins and a 5-star bow drop. Resource: hardwood hunting bow, quality 5-star, ordinary, passive skill, charged piercing note obtained from a deceased old hunter at the decayed forest station. The bow was made from the unique iron thorn wood of the forest, sturdy and resistant to moisture. Value: 5 world coins. Guyi certainly would not waste resources and casually took the quiver from the red-haired youth's back, which contained 15 metallic arrowheads. I almost forgot about the jade thumb ring on my hand. Guyi glanced at the jade ring on his left thumb. This item was primarily for looks, so he wore it on his left hand. Normally, it should be worn on the hand used to draw the bowstring. Clearly, he was not left-handed. The item he acquired was a martial arts ring with no carvings on the surface, appearing perfectly straight. Should he try to explore what abilities might emerge? Without hesitation, Guyi decided to test whether drawing the bowstring could unlock the jade ring. You have drawn the bowstring with the jade ring 20 times. Connection completed. Congratulations, you have unlocked the jade ring once. Reward: Jade Ring Evolution Route 3A. Unlock points 20. Soon the unlocking of the jade ring was completed, and Guyi decided to continue testing the unlocking of the hunting bow. The hunting bow, being 5-star ordinary, required 25 attempts. It seems I still need to shoot arrows. Guyi found that drawing the bowstring resulted in no reaction. However, it was still early for nightfall. Since he had some free time, he would wait until he finished unlocking the bow before checking if any blind survivors were around. The efficiency of killing for gear was certainly much faster than scavenging for resources at the station. Congratulations. You have successfully pioneered the hardwood hunting bow. Reward: Hardwood Hunting Bow Evolution Route 3. Pioneer points 25. Pioneer points 238263. Last night, Xiao Chan helped pioneer the 4-star fine quality green iron dagger as well. Adding the hardwood hunting bow from the red-haired youth, the pioneer points reached 263. Guyi's current plan was as follows: weapons and equipment were merely external possessions. If they couldn't significantly enhance his own strength, he would prioritize unlocking his own inherent skills. For instance, the Righteous Chi and the Dawn Illumination. The route abilities unlocked by the hunting bow all focused on enhancing damage, so Guyi would never waste pioneer points on upgrading such a weapon. The Shadow Flame sword, both in quality and the lethality of its rock thorn, far surpassed the hunting bow. However, that said, although the hunting bow was useless, one of the route abilities of the Jade Thumb Ring absolutely needed to be unlocked. Route 3 Storage consumes 20 pioneer points. It was not a flashy or ornate skill name. As the name implied, unlocking this route ability would allow the Jade Thumb Ring to store items. It's about time I wore this for so long. Now I can finally store more supplies. Without hesitation, Guyi immediately unlocked this route ability. 20 pioneer points consumed. Successfully unlocked Jade Thumb Ring Evolution Route 3 storage. Pioneer points 263243. The storage space of the Jade Thumb Ring was 1 cubic meter, suitable for storing less critical supplies first. As for the backpack slots on the deep blue panel, the items inside only dropped when a survivor died. Guyi was fairly satisfied with the storage skill of the Jade Thumb Ring. Once he had enough Pioneer points later, he could try upgrading it to see if the storage space would expand. Otherwise, the 10 slots in the backpack were simply insufficient. Guyi's gaze fixed on a skyscraper hundreds of meters away. From this second-floor shop, the towering high-rise pierced into the clouds, standing several hundred meters tall. Continuing this aimless wandering was a waste of time. His idea was to ascend to the top of that high-rise using its superior vantage point to decide his next direction. In the past hour, the safe zones he encountered were U and W. He remembered that Lu Manking's safe zone number was P69. Since she had taken the initiative to send him a message, he was not unaware of her intentions. With that thought, Guyi leaped down from the second floor and headed toward the skyscraper. In the 100 Ghosts Paradise, all building functions operated normally, and the elevator was no exception. Upon entering the elevator, he saw that the highest floor currently accessible was the 120th. After reaching that floor, he would need to transfer to another elevator to continue upward, with a maximum of 150 floors displayed. In less than a minute, Guyi stepped out of the elevator. The 120th floor appeared to be an observation deck. Near the perimeter glass curtain wall, he could take in the entire scene below. Yet the 100 Ghosts Paradise was still too vast. A single glance couldn't reach the end, and numerous skyscrapers were visible. Indeed, as the survivors on the public channel had said, this place had every kind of environment. From Guyi's perspective, the surroundings were dotted with various buildings and terrains. Grasslands, wastelands, snowfields. These went without saying. In the distance, he could even see a small valley. There were at least tens of thousands of survivors within the 100 Ghosts Paradise. So the question arose, did 100 ghosts refer to the number? Guyi certainly didn't think so. The map was this vast, a mere 100 ghosts wouldn't be enough to hunt. Returning to the ground, Guyi decided to head toward the village. Earlier, Mini in channel 4396 had mentioned that the safe zone was located in the village. He could ask other survivors for noteworthy information. Damn, this dish is tasty. Filling the stomach is the top priority. Brother, you're right. We can talk about things when night falls. Yeah, with so many people here now, why fight? Let's eat first. Thanks to the buffer of the green safe platform, as long as one stood on it, no external attacks could harm them. Any attack touching the boundary of the green light platform would instantly vanish. Thus, many survivors began discussing the various situations they might face at night. Although the current station difficulty was displayed as low risk 1-star, some survivors who had experienced difficulty increases brought it up. In this way, the fear of the unknown led many survivors to decide on sticking together initially to assess the situation. Even if not sincere, when danger struck, having an extra person nearby might mean saving one's own life. One only needed to run faster than the last person, and the unlucky one who died wouldn't be them. Yes, many survivors harbored this thought. Mainly, there were too many survivors emerging from a single safe zone. A single glance around revealed people everywhere. Launching a rash attack would easily make oneself the primary target for everyone else. Consequently, when a survivor proposed forming a temporary alliance, it immediately gained the approval of most. A group of survivors sat down to eat, and the atmosphere gradually grew lively. They either complained about the train's survival or boasted about their stories of arriving at the station. This discussion captivated the group, who listened with great interest. There were simply too many stations, and everyone came from different channel zones. Among the 100 or so people, almost none had arrived at the same station. When someone suggested having a small drink without overindulging, the atmosphere became even more lively. Everyone called each other brother or friend, resembling a reunion of old buddies from before the train survival. They all expressed that this 100 Ghosts Paradise limited time challenge station had finally done something right, at least not as oppressive as before. Driving the train alone to an unknown station was like being in a dark forest. To ensure survival, the first thought upon encountering someone else was either to kill them or to flee. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. These survivors had already eaten and drunk their fill, choosing to stay in the nearest restaurants, turning off the lights to observe the outside situation. Ding. Current station: 100 Ghosts Paradise station, difficulty low risk 1-star, low risk 5 stars. A survivor spent 2 world coins in the mall to buy an ordinary timer, starting it from the moment they arrived at the 100 Ghosts Paradise. The moment the timer reached 12 hours, the sky turned pitch black. Simultaneously, each survivor saw a prompt before them indicating the station difficulty had increased. Inside the dim room, a group of survivors exchanged glances. They saw that on the brightly lit street outside, figures were slowly appearing one by one. Walking normally, talking normally, playing with phones normally, moving freely under the streetlights. What is that? Are they also survivors? Or? A survivor nearest the window couldn't help but turn back to look at the others. The station difficulty had increased, but what about the 100 ghosts? Suddenly, through the light streaming in from outside, this survivor noticed something odd about the faces of the people around him. They all seemed to be stepping back as if they had seen a monster. What? Is there something there? The survivor turned his head in surprise and immediately stumbled backward, collapsing onto the ground in fright. For there, pressed tightly against the window glass he had been facing, was the face of a middle-aged man with a smile. Not only that, but the pedestrians on the street outside were also walking one by one toward his window, each wearing the same smile as the middle-aged man. Soon faces bearing that identical smile covered half the window. They just smiled at the people inside. That night, in Zone A Widow Village, Gui reclined on a wooden armchair, his gaze drifting through the half-open window toward the village scenery outside. On his way to this place, he encountered a large number of survivors. Some did not hesitate to attack him, but such actions were akin to an egg striking a rock. Though he had eliminated over a dozen people, none yielded any supplies above a 4-star common item. World coins were pitifully scarce, amounting to only 30 in total. Within Widow Village lay an A91 station, signaling that Gui had finally merged into the main survivor zone. Throughout the journey, he had spent most of his time traveling, seeing barely a soul. Not long after dusk fell, the village gradually filled with curvaceous figures. This made Gui ponder why it was called Widow Village. Yet these voluptuous women seemed profoundly off, their faces uniformly bearing stiff smiles. Knock, knock, knock. It's freezing out here. Won't someone inside be kind and let me in? A scantily clad beauty stood outside, her voice dripping with pitiful charm. From Gui's vantage point through the window, the woman's figure was ample and alluring, radiating a mature grace. But he remained motionless on the armchair, as if he had heard nothing. The reason was simple. The beauty was knocking on the door of the room next door. After entering Widow Village, only one survivor remained. Since it was late, Gui had taken the opportunity to find a house and see what the night held. When he saw the station difficulty rated at 5 stars, he relaxed. If the first night was only this tough, he could slay anything with his strength. Fairy, please come in quickly. This old servant's room is warm. Hearing these words from the next room, Gui couldn't hold back a smirk. The survivor next door was an old man. Gui suspected he had watched too many bizarre things, referring to himself as an old servant. Oh. With a creak as the door swung open from inside, a piercing scream echoed through the night of Widow Village. Without doubt, the old man next door had met his end. Knock, knock, knock. The familiar sound of knocking came again. This time Gui sat up from the armchair. Because this time it was his door being knocked. I've only heard of raiding a widow village at night, but tonight I'm being raided in one. Gui muttered as he opened the door, startling the two beauties outside, their smiles growing even more rigid. Before they could even speak, why had the door already opened? Come in. What are you waiting for? Gui frowned, reached out with both hands, and pulled the two beauties inside. Admittedly, these kinds of monsters were easy on the eyes. How many ghost coins would he earn by killing one? Gui was curious, so he decided to find out. Oh. One beauty's mouth stretched wider and wider, splitting to her ears as she shrieked and lunged at the black-clad youth in the room. Uffed. With no extra movement, Gui drove a fist straight into her chest. With his strength at 33, one blow blasted through it. Ding. You killed a pseudo-human ghost. Ghost coins 5. After the beauty-like pseudo-human ghost was slain, 5 skull-shaped ghost coins emerged from the corpse and vanished. Then a line of text appeared at the upper right of Gui's vision. Current ghost coins 5. Without hesitation, Gui threw another punch, blasting through the chest of the other pseudo-human ghost. Having killed 2 pseudo-human ghosts, his ghost coins accumulated to 10. That meant killing 100 pseudo-human ghosts at night would yield 500 ghost coins, which at a 110 exchange rate equaled 5 world coins. Then when the next day arrived, the 5 world coins on him would double to 10. The ghost coins dropped by pseudo-human ghosts appeared directly at the upper right of his vision, not as physical objects. If I kill another survivor who has ghost coins, will those coins transfer too? Gui planned to look into this question when next he summoned Xiao Chan from the crimson pattern resonant stone in his backpack. With a wave of her nether flame plume, she incinerated over a dozen voluptuous pseudo-human ghosts in Widow Village, leaving Gui stunned. He had only wanted to see if Xiao Chan could earn ghost coins by killing them, but after that single strike, all the beauty pseudo-human ghosts in the village were obliterated, and not a single ghost coin was gained. Xiao Chan, you'd better return inside to rest. I'll handle these pseudo-human ghosts myself. Gui called out quickly. Clearly Xiao Chan's kills didn't yield ghost coins, but every bit counted, and he wanted to slay as many as possible tonight. Xiao Chan let out a light hum, her cold, beautiful face retreating into the crimson pattern resonant stone. Gui retrieved the bronze mask and placed it over his face, then picked up his sword and headed out of the village. With no widows left in Widow Village, there was no reason to stay. He wanted to see if there were other monsters besides the pseudo-human ghosts outside. In Zone P Yayoi Grand Shrine, Lu Manqing considered herself lucky. All 10 other survivors in her safe zone were women. Among them was an exceptionally skilled young girl who wielded a sword with great finesse. The longsword Lu Manqing had traded from Gu Yi, she only knew how to swing wildly, a crude contrast to the girl's technique. "Sister Manqing, please enhance my sword again." The speaker was a young girl in pure white sword attire, her face beaming with a radiant smile. She felt a strong affinity for the older sister beside her, who was also clad in sword garments. "All right, Lu Manqing smiled, faintly activating her strength talent to temporarily boost the power of weapons. At that moment, she was dressed in black and white sword attire. Initially, she had wrapped her figure in a coat, but found herself surrounded by female survivors. She had worn this outfit originally intending to show it to Gu Yi. Unexpectedly, it led her to become fast friends with this 19-year-old girl named Pei Nishang. Whether the girl was deceiving her or not, Pei Nishang claimed that Lu Manqing's appearance matched a portrait she had seen at a station. She said it was from this portrait woman's legacy that she had learned a few sword techniques. Thus, Pei Nishang felt as if she were dreaming. She added that if they could explore that station further, they might join some sword sect and learn more skills. Thinking this, Lu Manqing turned her gaze to another young girl beside her, Lin Muxue. They happened to meet tonight. The girl didn't know her, but Lu Manqing had learned from the public channel that she attended the same school as that little pervert Gu Yi. "These pseudo-human ghosts are too weak. Where do we go next?" Pei Nishang's lively personality shone as she blinked her beautiful eyes at the two sword-wielders Lu Manqing and Lin Muxue. She felt meeting these two was fate, all using swords as weapons. After brief interaction, their personalities proved agreeable. Moreover, Pei Nishang envied the 7-star longsword in Lin Muxue's hand. Her own was only 6-star. Daytime should be coming soon. Let's find a safe zone and ask where Gu Yi is. As Lu Manqing spoke, Lin Muxue nodded subconsciously. This older sister with an exaggerated figure claimed to know Gu Yi too, so Lin Muxue decided to travel with them for now. "Come on, is that Gu Yi really that formidable? Can he match my sword?" Pei Nishang raised her hand, and a sword beam cleaved a pseudo-human ghost 10 meters away in two. This skill wasn't a talent, but something she had learned from that station. As far as she knew, survivors who could acquire skills from stations were as rare as phoenix feathers. Though she envied Lu Manqing and Lin Muxue's talents, this skill alone made her fearless. From Lu Manqing, she learned that Gu Yi often stole the spotlight in channel 4396, and she did the same in her own channel. Hearing this, Lin Muxue frowned, slightly unwilling to speak, and instead gazed at the 7-star longsword in her hand. This weapon was a gift from Gu Yi not long ago. She believed that even without Pei Nishang's skill, Gu Yi's strength was absolute. Otherwise, he couldn't have given her this blade. All right, you're the best." Lu Manqing rolled her eyes at Pei Nishang, whose proud personality was unmistakable. But her nature wasn't bad. Still, if she kept on like this, a downfall wasn't impossible. For now, the priority was to wait for dawn, find a safe zone, and return to the train to rest. Soon the three women spotted a green glowing safe zone crowded with survivors. At that moment, these survivors were discussing one person. Several survivors claimed to have encountered a black-clad figure in a bronze mask wielding a Han sword who had cut through several streets last night. What left the deepest impression was the pair of brilliant golden eyes beneath the mask radiating dazzling light. None dared meet his gaze. Black clothes, Han sword, golden eyes. The three women exchanged glances. Could there be someone so formidable? One person cutting through everything. Really? One person slaughtered through several streets. Pei Nishang glanced at the long sword in her hand, still finding it hard to believe the survivors' claims. With her current strength, she could single-handedly fight over a dozen pseudocowls. Any more than that, and it would be impossible, as she relied mostly on her skills and had to maintain a certain distance from the monsters. Fortunately, she had Lu Manqing and Lin Muxue as teammates. One could buff her, and the other could heal injuries and restore a bit of stamina. Thus, the three of them managed quite well last night. The arrival of Pei Nishang and her companions left the survivors in this area utterly astonished. Two of the women were dressed in ancient-style robes like aloof beauties stepping out of a period drama. The other young woman wore a black tracksuit, scanning the surroundings with an icy gaze. The three beauties shared one thing in common: each held a long sword in hand. The one who spoke was the girl in pure white sword attire, standing in the middle, a look of inexplicable confidence on her face. She seemed skeptical of the black-masked figure everyone was discussing. "Miss, why would I lie to you? I'm not the only one who saw it. If you don't believe me, ask them." The middle-aged man standing on the green light safe platform softened his tone upon seeing the beauty. "Miss, we all fled from over there. We saw it with our own eyes." Another male survivor brightened up at the sight of the pretty woman asking questions. "Uncle, tell me, is that masked man stronger than me?" Pei Nishang stepped forward out of the safe zone. As her blade let out a ringing sound, a crescent-shaped white sword aura instantly slashed toward a tree by the roadside over 10 meters away. Crack, bang. With a crisp sound, the tree trunk snapped and crashed to the ground. How was that? Pei Nishang stood with her sword behind her back, a proud look on her face as she glanced at the crowd in the safe zone. Her sword aura could reach up to 15 meters with a width of about 1 meter, capable of cutting through up to 4 pseudocowls at once. Just last night, she had slain over 100 Sudigals alone, far more than Lu Manqing and Lin Muxue. Such a long-range attack skill was far superior to close-quarters combat. Yet the survivors who had spoken earlier showed no trace of shock, as if her sword aura was nothing special. This made Pei Nishang furrow her brow slightly. In the past, when she unleashed this skill, survivors would always... The shop didn't sell modern firearms, and her sword aura skill was not only impressive, but also highly lethal. Some survivors used bows and arrows and needed to knock arrows, but she could casually swing her sword and unleash several sword auras instantly. If there was a drawback, it was that it consumed a bit of stamina. Otherwise, she could easily slay thousands of Sudigals by herself. Miss, your skill is indeed formidable, but that black-masked man is even more so. The middle-aged man in the safe zone looked at Pei Nishang outside with a hint of wariness, though he felt relieved to be inside the safe zone. No matter how powerful the attacks outside were, they couldn't harm those inside. Miss, I can vouch for what he said. Do you know how formidable that black-clad man's Han sword was? Another male survivor recalled the scene from last night, still trembling with fear. Oh, how formidable. Pei Nishang returned to the green light safe platform and asked curiously. She genuinely wanted to hear how strong this so-called black-masked figure really was. That Han sword could spew fire, transform into a massive stone club, and shoot out countless pebbles. Shoot pebbles. Pei Nishang was puzzled, unable to picture it. She could understand a sword spewing fire, but a giant stone club shooting pebbles. What kind of bizarre weapon was that? Pei Nishang looked at her 6-star longsword, which had only one active skill. If a weapon possessed 2 different abilities, what grade would it be? Fine grade. Thinking this, Pei Nishang couldn't help but purse her lips. The only fine-grade item she had was the evil-repelling ice silk white socks on her legs. This fine-grade piece of equipment not only slightly boosted agility, but also made her immune to ordinary mental attacks, preventing her from falling into hell. That's right. When the pebbles shot out from the giant stone club, it was like a machine gun mowing down a whole crowd of Sudigals with a crackling sound. This survivor recalled the scene from last night. He had formed a temporary alliance with a group of survivors from the initial safe zone, but they were discovered by the Sudigals in a house at night. As more and more Sudigals surrounded their location, many chose to flee immediately. If they didn't run, weren't they just waiting to die? Faced with this situation, he naturally followed the crowd and escaped elsewhere. Though it was nighttime, the streetlights were mostly functional, so they didn't run around like headless chickens. But even so, the number of Sudigals outside was overwhelming. As soon as they spotted the survivors, they charged with bloodthirsty mouths, as if injected with adrenaline. Since Sudigals looked just like humans, it was impossible to tell who was a survivor and who was a Sudogal when surrounded. Thus, the temporary alliance quickly fell apart, as everyone fled on their own. Friendly fire was inevitable. This survivor was hit by a temporary ally, bleeding profusely. His escape slowed down. Just when he thought his survival journey was over, the Sudigals rushing at him were instantly obliterated. Spike-like rock projectiles easily pierced through the monsters. Under the night sky, he saw a figure in black walking over the corpses of Sudigals. As he drew closer, he saw the mysterious black-clad figure wearing a bronze mask and holding a Han sword that could change forms. He wanted to thank him, but was intimidated by the molten gold-like eyes beneath the mask. Just one glance, and he couldn't utter a word, instinctively prostrating himself on the ground. Only after the figure had gone did he kowtow in that direction. It was simply to express gratitude for saving his life. You're not the only one. I kowtowed too. Another survivor nearby said the same. In the area where the black-clad man passed, not a single Sudogal remained standing. Because he was so formidable, they chose to follow at a distance. The journey was smooth, and they managed to survive. Even a large horde of Sudigals couldn't withstand this mysterious black-clad figure for even a moment. One survivor recalled the scene from last night, growing extremely excited. A single punch from the black-clad man felled a horde of Sudigals. The impact covered at least dozens of meters. Really that strong? Pei Nishang listened captivated. She wondered if a survivor could really be so powerful with just physical strength. Nishang, I'll head back to the carriage first, Lu Manqing said, eager to ask about Guyi. As for Lin Muxue, she had already returned to her train via the safe zone. Go on. Send a message to your Guyi. I haven't heard enough yet. Pei Nishang waved her hand dismissively. Lu Manqing returned to her Black Swan train and immediately opened her friend list to send a message to Guyi. After waiting for several minutes without a reply, she turned her gaze to the public channel. The public channel displayed channel ID 4396. Current members 3,026 out of 10,000. The daily messages allowed 3. It was the 9th day of the nationwide train survival, and the channel's population had plummeted by 70%. Zhang Chuangwang posted yesterday, I got a free meal at the 100 Ghost Paradise, but today the jump site difficulty shows 8 stars. Is this normal? Zhao Yang replied, totally normal. I also had a free lunch and dinner there yesterday, and my jump site difficulty today is 7 stars. I thought it was too low, so I jumped again, and guess what? It's now a high-risk 9 stars. He accompanied the message with a crying emoji behind sunglasses. Zheng Bowen commented that guy above has a twisted sense of humor. Last night's 100 Ghost Paradise was only low-risk 5 stars. They say the most expensive things are free, and it sure looks that way. Zhang Chuangguang exclaimed, what the hell, only 5 stars. Zhao Yang added, no way, I wish I'd just stayed in the 100 Ghost Paradise. During the daytime yesterday, some survivors had sneaked into the 100 Ghost Paradise to eat for free, then returned to the safe zone before nightfall. This act of freeloading and then automatically forfeiting the challenge was met with punishment. Many such survivors reported that their jump site difficulty skyrocketed, wasting their precious power energy. Thus, the saying the most expensive things are free gained widespread acceptance. Truly, there is no free lunch in the world, though every gift has its price secretly marked. When it came time to pay the price, many survivors found it unbearable. Additionally, despite the 100 Ghost Paradise being a 5-star difficulty, last night the pseudo-humans there, though numerous, were individually very weak. Some survivors discovered that if they hid inside buildings and didn't come out, these pseudo-human ghosts wouldn't break down the doors. Instead, they would first ask for permission to enter. Only if answered affirmatively would they start breaking in. Thus, to avoid this situation, one simply had to pretend not to be home. After cross-referencing information from survivors, this strategy was confirmed. The pseudo-human ghosts only appeared outside buildings last night, never inside. The difficulty of the 100 Ghost Paradise's first night was not high, and the 5-star rating most likely referred to the sheer number of these creatures. Why hasn't that little lecher replied yet? With his strength, he couldn't have gotten into trouble, could he? After waiting about half an hour, Lu Manqing still hadn't received any message from Gu Yi. It was now the second daytime period, and the time had been reduced from 12 hours to 10. She had to seize the opportunity to rest well in order to prepare for the upcoming second night. She had already arranged with Pei Nishang and Lin Muxue to meet at the green light safe platform 2 hours before nightfall. They'll set an alarm and get some sleep first. Lu Manqing lay down on the folding bed and soon drifted into slumber. On Gu Yi's recommendation, she had reluctantly purchased an item called the Myriad Realms Clock. 7 hours later, Lu Manqing was awakened by the alarm. Normally, after embarking on trained survival, her enhanced physique meant her recovery was far superior to before. However, the energy expended in slaughtering pseudo-humans last night left her still feeling sleep-deprived. The first thing Lu Manqing did upon waking was to instinctively open her friend list. She found that her friend Gu Yi had sent a message 3 hours ago. Gu Yi, I'm in the Divine Shrine District now. Didn't you say yesterday that your area was full of shrines? I'm currently inside the largest shrine building called Yakumo Grand Shrine. When Lu Manqing saw this message, a wave of joy surged within her. She hadn't even asked him to come find her yesterday, as she never expected that this guy would have reached the Divine Shrine District after just one night. But Yakumo Grand Shrine. Lu Manqing's beautiful eyes blinked rapidly. Hadn't they temporarily stayed there last night? Well, Lu Manqing had originally been trying to find the location of Zone Z, but along the way she had never seen a safe zone starting with that letter. Now that she knew Gu Yi was at the Yakumo Grand Shrine, she simply needed to return there. She remembered that inside that shrine building stood a giant cherry blossom tree, clearly visible even from a distance. Next, Lu Manqing met Lin Muxue and Pei Nishang at the green light safe platform as agreed. Shaolin, did Gu Yi tell you anything? The moment she met Lin Muxue, Lu Manqing asked first. She had been too tired and missed Gu Yi's message. She wondered if Lin Muxue had received any more information. Gu. No. Lin Muxue was caught off guard by Lu Manqing's question. She had been too embarrassed to contact Gu Yi herself. How could she ask for more help when she hadn't even figured out how to repay him for the precious 7-star longsword? It's okay, Gu Yi said. He's at that Yakumo Grand Shrine. We just need to go back. After spending a short time together, Lu Manqing realized that Lin Muxue seemed rather thin-skinned, but she could understand the other woman was just a young girl. However, Lin Muxue showed no mercy when cutting down pseudo-human ghosts, which had even stunned Pei Nishang last night. Gu Yi is at the Yakumo Grand Shrine. Hearing this, Lin Muxue's eyes lit up. Deep down, she still wanted to meet this male classmate. Now that sister Lu Manqing, who also knew Gu Yi, was by her side, she hoped it wouldn't be too awkward. Perfect, I've been wanting to go back to that shrine area too. Pei Nishang had been somewhat groggy, but upon hearing about returning to the shrine district, she instantly perked up. Earlier, Lu Manqing and Lin Muxue had each returned to their respective train cars, leaving only Pei Nishang on the green light platform listening to tales about the black-clad mysterious man. According to these people, the black-clad mysterious man had asked them a question whether they knew the location of the shrine complex. After one survivor pointed the way, the man headed in that direction. Without a doubt, this black-clad mysterious man had most likely already reached the shrine area. There were still 2 hours until nightfall, and with some effort, they should be able to make it. By the way, let me show you a photo of that black-clad mysterious man. Growing excited, Pei Nishang sent the photo to Lu Manqing and Lin Muxue. The friend function worked normally on this platform. The photo had been secretly taken by a survivor last night using the deep blue panel's built-in camera. It showed the black-clad mysterious man wearing a bronze mask adorned with a Taotai pattern, with a Han sword in his hand, its blade wreathed in faint flames. Judging by his voice, he was said to be at most 20 years old. Lin Muxue looked at the photo and felt a sense of familiarity. The style of the black clothing looked a bit like the one she had chosen for Guyi. Could it be? Come on, let's hurry up. You two go find your Guyi, and you'll go find that black-clad mysterious man to see how formidable he really is. On the green light platform, Pei Nishang's eyes sparkled with excitement, appearing the most enthusiastic of. Pei Nishang had always revered the strong, showing little interest in dull weaklings. This trait stemmed largely from her upbringing, which had also given her a rather discerning eye. She believed that the Guyi Lu Manqing and Lin Muxue spoke of could never compare to that mysterious figure in black. A mere few 6-star weapons. His true strength might not even match her own. She had learned this through inquiry. She first heard the name Guyi from Lu Manqing, who mentioned that her 6-star longsword was obtained through a trade with him. From this, she also learned about the tales of Guyi on channel 4396. It could be inferred that he currently possessed at least 5 or 6 6-star weapons. As for weapons alone, Pei Nishang thought that as long as a survivor was lucky, they could stumble upon them. She, for instance, had decent luck and had learned the Kraid skill sword Chi from a station. Though only Kraid, its lethality far surpassed that of any Kraid talent. Even grade or a grade talents couldn't compare to this skill of hers. Moreover, this skill still had room to grow in power. So when she asked Lu Manqing about Guyi's strength, Manqing Jie answered hesitantly. It turned out that even she had never seen how powerful Guyi really was. This left Pei Nishang feeling somewhat awkward. It seemed the survivors on channel 4396 were merely speculating about his strength. Later, when she met Lin Muxue, it was the same story. She knew nothing about Guyi's actual combat ability. She had assumed the two were close, being from the same school, but they were merely ordinary classmates from adjacent classes. Under her probing questions, Lin Muxue admitted she hadn't even spoken to Guyi before the train survival. After sorting through this information, Pei Nishang grew increasingly disdainful toward Guyi. Wasn't this just showing off in the public channel because Lin Muxue was pretty? This behavior struck her as utterly cringeworthy. Wasting a 6-star weapon just to show off, only for Manqing Jie to snatch it up for a mere 10 1-star weapons. As for Jiang Tianhe, who had a grudge against Lin Muxue, according to Manqing, he hadn't appeared in the public channel since, and his fate was unknown. This only deepened Pei Nishang's exasperation. Not speaking in the public channel didn't mean he was dead. In other words, this whole act had achieved nothing beyond a shallow display. What amused Pei Nishang even more was the 7-star longsword in Lin Muxue's possession. Guyi had flaunted a 6-star weapon expecting to impress others. Yet Lin Muxue needed no help at all, for she wielded a 7-star weapon. After piecing this together, Pei Nishang had always looked down on Guyi, seeing him as a lust-driven fool who loved to show off. But that mysterious figure in black was a different story. From what survivors had said that morning, this black-clad enigma possessed unmatched courage and strength. A one-man army effortlessly breaking through the siege of the Sudic House. Along the way, he had saved countless survivors on the brink of death. Clad in black, wielding a Han sword with golden eyes, just a single glance made other survivors dare not meet his gaze. Pei Nishang believed only a man with such presence was a true strongman worthy of her admiration. Especially after learning he might only be in his early 20s, her curiosity grew, and she longed to meet him in person. After chatting with those survivors, even her dreams were filled with the figure of that mysterious black-clad man. At this thought, Pei Nishang subtly pressed her legs together. Along the way, Lin Muxue remained silent, though her gaze toward Pei Nishang held a hint of displeasure. This girl, a year older than her, wouldn't stop discussing that mysterious black-clad man. But why did she keep belittling Guyi in comparison? With her condescending attitude, Lin Muxue had no desire to speak further with Pei Nishang. So when asked earlier, she merely said Guyi was her classmate from the next room. She couldn't be bothered to tell Pei Nishang about other matters, like how Guyi had helped her in her time of need by trading her a cleaver, a machete, and a 7-star longsword. Yet listening to Pei Nishang's excited chatter about the mysterious black-clad man, a playful thought crossed Lin Muxue's mind. What if that man was actually Guyi? Wouldn't that leave Pei Nishang utterly embarrassed? Besides, she had no issue with Lu Manqing, who was a kind older sister. As the three women advanced toward the shrine area, a group of sneaky figures followed them from behind. Damn, Kwanga, look at those tits on that chick. Like 2 basketballs. Old son, it's not just those big round boobs. That ass is plump and thick too. One slap, and it'd be jiggling like crazy. Why are you guys into big tits and fat asses? I think that aloof chick in white is tastier. Conquering a girl like that is way more satisfying. I'm different from you. I like that young, cold-faced girl beside her. Once we take them, let me go second. Listening to his underlings chatter, the green-haired youth at the lead licked his lips as he watched the 3 women's retreating. Without a doubt, these 3 beauties were top tier, lively, quiet, and mature, each a different type. As for who would take the first turn with them, that went without saying. One of his lackeys had tipped him off about these women hours. He said his eyes had gone wide at the sight of them that morning and had overheard the girl in white talking to other survivors about her interest in the black-clad man heading to the shrine area. So they had deliberately hidden nearby, silently watching the safe zone. 2 hours before nightfall, the beauties finally appeared on the green light safety platform. Wait for the right moment, then strike. The green-haired youth instructed the 7 survivors around him. After arriving at the 100 Ghosts Paradise multiplayer station, he had become the temporary leader through his combat prowess. In the latter half of the previous night, he had chanced upon 2 girls and had his fun. But compared to these 3 stunning beauties, those 2 were like plain hens. With many survivors around, they would wait until the crowd thinned to avoid trouble. P-86 Safe Zone, Yatsushiro Grand Shrine. Gui's figure appeared on the safety platform. Unlike yesterday's black-clad bronze masked image, he now wore casual, everyday clothes. During the day, he continued to cultivate the great sun, traveling heavenly truth. This body-tempering art had its merits, but it couldn't be mastered quickly. In the previous night's darkness, he had slain 2100 Sudic Howls. His ghost coins doubled during the day, reaching 21000. Converted to world coins, that was 210. The harvest was quite substantial. Even if he did nothing, as long as he survived to the 6th daytime period, his ghost coins would keep doubling. He had also learned through practice last night that killing other reckless survivors would yield their ghost coins. Before leaving the carriage, Gui noticed a message from Lu Manqing saying she was coming to find him. Among the group was Lin Muxiue from the neighboring class. At the Shrine District, many survivors were drawn here by the tales of the mysterious black-clad figure from the previous night. Their intentions were simple: kill the 100 demons if possible, if not hide as best they could. The doubling of their ghost coins during each daylight period was too tempting to resist. Surely they could evade danger, if not confront it. Thus a multitude of survivors sought a safe haven. The formidable power of the mysterious black-clad figure drew them like moths to a flame. Tales of a single individual cutting through streets of pseudo-human ghosts, hacking a path all the way to the Shrine District, spread among the survivors. Many had witnessed the astonishing scene firsthand the night before. They had never seen such a powerful survivor. Thus curiosity about the appearance of this mysterious black-clad figure grew. For instance, on the P-86 safety platform, where Gui currently stood, many were discussing it. Did so many of you really see that mysterious black-clad figure last night? A survivor asked in doubt. He had been in the Shrine District, but hadn't seen the figure others spoke of. As daylight came, all pseudo-human ghosts and corpses vanished, leaving no trace of the black-clad figure's might to be felt. Worse still, the versions of the black-clad figure he heard varied wildly. Bro, that black-clad figure was a beast, tall and mighty with 3 heads and 6 arms, you know. Each arm held a weapon. Those pseudo-human ghosts couldn't get close. He alone slaughtered a horde of them. Brother, don't listen to him. The black-clad figure was indeed tall and mighty, but not with 3 heads and 6 arms. He could transform into a ferocious beast, tearing through the ghost encirclement with ease. Hearing 2 different tales of the mysterious black-clad figure, this survivor was at a loss. One claimed the figure had 3 heads and 6 arms, the other that it could turn into a beast. What are you 2 on about? I saw the black-clad figure last night. No 3 heads and 6 arms or beast transformations. On the green light safety platform, a survivor looked at the 2 in exasperation. He and a few others had expected to die at the hands of pseudo-human ghosts, but luckily the powerful black-clad figure saved them. All right, then you tell us. What was the black-clad figure really like? Yeah, if we're wrong, you go ahead. The 2 retorted in displeasure. You're both off. Calling the black-clad figure tall and mighty doesn't fit his height from what I saw. The survivor scanned the crowd, then fixed his gaze on Guyi, who was dressed in a black casual outfit, and continued, about as tall as this young man. Can you call that tall and mighty? At his words, many turned to look at the casually dressed youth. The young man had a refined appearance and a calm expression, showing no reaction to the attention. The most striking thing was his immaculate cleanliness. Compared to the other survivors, he looked like a tourist. Don't make me laugh. If the black-clad figure weren't at least 2 meters tall, could he bowl over a crowd of pseudo-human ghosts with one punch? A survivor, seeing the youth's well-proportioned build, sneered. Hearing this, Guyi couldn't help but chuckle. Didn't the shop sell attribute pills? Strength wasn't tied to height alone. Besides having boarded the survival train, his base strength was beyond. What if I told you the black-clad figure you're talking about is just like me? Guyi said helplessly. These people had blown his image out of proportion. He didn't mind being called tall and mighty, but 3 heads and 6 arms, or turning into a beast, was ridiculous. Come on, who knows the black-clad figure better? You or me? Seeing Guyi show no anger, but only helplessness, the survivor grew bolder, thinking the kid must be weak. You're the big shot, Guyi. At that moment, another survivor who had described the black-clad figure with 3 heads and 6 arms exclaimed in shock. He was from channel 4396 and knew Guyi's face well. Over the past week, No Name appeared more often in channel 4396 than Guyi's. I'm no big shot. And you are? Guyi looked at the survivor, not putting on airs with those who called him that. Big shot him Zhang Debo. It's an honor to meet you. The young man named Zhang Debo was humble, knowing Guyi's deeds well. Who is this big shot Guyi? The earlier survivor who had claimed to know the black-clad figure best noticed a few others greeting the youth. Their attitude was extremely deferential. Seeing this, the survivor sensed something amiss and quickly forced a smile, stepping forward. Young man, sorry about earlier. I might have been too harsh. Please don't take it to heart. It's fine, no need to worry. Guyi waved a hand casually. The survivor's earlier argument was essentially hyping up the black-clad figure, which was hyping him up. He found it amusing rather than infuriating. After all, he was the black-clad figure they spoke of. With that, Guyi walked toward a shrine building, planning to grab some food and wait for Lu Manqing and Lin Mushu. Each building had food inside. To avoid tampered items, one could simply discard the food and wait for it. He seems pretty approachable. A survivor from channel 4396 remarked, watching Guyi's retreating. He had expected the youth to be hot-headed, lashing out at any slight, as his public channel posts suggested. But in person, Guyi showed no arrogance. He was, however, blunt in refusing friend requests. Brother Quan, should we make our move? A survivor lackey looked to the green-haired leader Quan. They had planned to surround the three beauties, but for some reason, other survivors kept appearing nearby. Why were so many heading in that direction? This puzzled the green-haired youth as well. Damn it, forget it. We'll charge in a bit. A hint of malice flashed in his eyes. Even if seen, it didn't matter. As long as there weren't too many people. Guyi discovered one thing: the food varied depending on the architectural style. For instance, this shrine area offered cuisine from the land of neon lights. After hastily grabbing a bite to stave off hunger, he made his way toward the enormous cherry blossom tree within the courtyard of the Yakumo Grand Shrine. The cherry tree stood nearly 50 meters tall, an unmistakable landmark in this low-rise shrine district, visible to anyone who entered the area. Thus, it was the rendezvous point he had arranged with Lu Manqing and the other woman. However, at this moment, the tree's sheer size had drawn numerous survivors to come and behold it. Since it was still unknown where the formidable black-clad figure from last night might be, the cherry tree had become a temporary gathering spot for many survivors. Did you know? They say cherry blossoms bloom so vividly because corpses are buried beneath the tree. No way, bro, is that true? Then this tree is absurdly huge. Does that mean even more bodies are buried underneath? Huh, is that really a thing? It'll be dark soon, maybe we should keep our distance. You guys love to spout nonsense. It's just a cherry tree. Even if there are corpses that turn into ghosts, what then? Just kill them and it's done. This big brother speaks the truth. I've noticed that this neon shrine-like area isn't the only place with cherry trees. There are smaller ones along the streets and inside the shrine too. Unless we all decide not to stay here. What's there to fear? Since they're already corpses, if they dare turn into ghosts, well, just finish them off again. As Guyi approached, he overheard all sorts of discussions. The burly, crew-cut tough guy who uttered the last line stood over 2 meters tall. Even standing still, he resembled a colossal mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure to those around him. Are you Tiger King, Zhou Wulia? A survivor who recognized the crew-cut giant exclaimed from the crowd. What? He's the Tiger King from last night. Ah, so the humanoid tiger from last night was him. Greetings, Tiger King. I'm from channel 2202. 3 days ago, I owe my life to your rescue. In an instant, many survivors greeted the crew-cut giant in unison. The crowd erupted into even more heated discussions about this man known as the Tiger King, Zhou Wulia. Those in the know claimed that last night the crew-cut giant had transformed into a humanoid tiger, effortlessly tearing through a siege of false human ghosts to save many. Survivors from the same public channel as Zhou Wulia told the crowd that in their channel 2200, the Tiger King had helped many survivors from the same station within just a week, earning widespread respect for his chivalrous deeds. Thank you, brothers, for the praise. I am unworthy. Zhou Wulia clasped his fists toward the crowd, exuding an air of boldness. But faced with the crowd's adulation, a hint of pride inevitably crept onto his face. Among the crowd, Guyi thought this was only natural. From children to the elderly, who would refuse praise. Besides, could the rumor had heard about the black-clad figure turning into a beast be a mix-up with this Zhou Wulia? Oh my, how lively it is under this cherry tree! A seductive, mature female voice rang clearly in the ears of every survivor present, sending a shiver down their spines. As they followed the sound, many male survivors collectively let out a series of audible swallows. Standing at the back of the crowd was a tall beauty in a purple gauze dress. The thin fabric could barely conceal her exquisite figure with exaggerated curves in all the right places. This beauty was at most 27 or 28, her vixen-like eyes shimmering with a mix of cunning and allure. She's Jade Fox Yumiaoyin from our channel 2048. I didn't expect the beautiful Yumiaoyin from channel 2048 to be here too. She's so much prettier than in Damn, I have to say you folks from that channel are lucky. Without a doubt, this tall beauty, named Yumiaoyin, had both looked. Her appearance instantly captivated everyone present. Gu Yi was no exception as Yu Miaoyin was standing right. He gave her a quick once-over. Her figure was indeed impressive, curvy in all the right places. But compared to Lu Manqing, certain aspects were noticeably smaller. If it were about size, Gu Yi thought Lu Manqing took the crown. After all, he had seen it up close. This casual glance from Gu Yi immediately displeased Yu Miaoyin. Every other man around her had been staring at her like a lovesick fool, including the crew-cut giant, who had been the center of attention just moments ago. The moment he saw her, his eyes hadn't left her. But this kid actually showed a hint of so what in his gaze, which infuriated Yu Miaoyin. After all, her very words had been infused with her innate ability. It was nearly impossible for any man to resist her charm. Unless, of course, this kid wasn't into women. With that thought, Yu Miaoyin could somewhat understand, though she sneered inwardly. Gu Yi merely glanced at her briefly before turning away and heading toward a nearby stone bench, paying little attention to her. He just wanted to lie low and quietly wait for Lu Manqing and the other woman to arrive. What struck him was how, after just a week of trained survivors from other channels had already earned nicknames. In contrast, his own channel 4396 had seen no such spectacle. As everyone else was transfixed by Yu Miaoyin, Gu Yi's movement stood out conspicuously. Thus, a survivor from channel 4396 recognized Gu Yi, who had hoped to remain unnoticed. Gu Yi. Damn, it really is our channel 4390 SIXS, Gu Yi. Huh, Gu Yi is, what another expert. Since Zhou Wulia and Yu Miaoyin had already satisfied most people's fantasies of powerful survivors, Gu Yi, who stood out for his different demeanor, was automatically imagined as having the aura of a reclusive master. The youth in black casual walked calmly toward the back alone, and just as he was about to sit down, he heard the shout from the channel 4396 survivor. Hello. After saying this, Gu Yi sat on the stone bench feeling a bit exasperated. He thought, why is it so hard to keep a low profile? He should have just worn a mask again. By the way, Tiger King, why are you here? With 3 acknowledged strong figures from different channels gathered at the Yakumo Grand Shrine, the survivors here immediately felt a surge of security. Now they could wait until nightfall and follow the crowd. To be honest, I came for the mysterious black-clad figure. I'd like to make his acquaintance, though I wonder if I'm worthy, Zhou Wulia said modestly. No way is that black-clad figure really that powerful. Many survivors were astonished, especially those from Zhou Wuli's channel who knew his strength. Last night, that black-clad figure killed at least 1,000 false human ghosts, while I only managed to tear apart about 140 or 50. As Zhou Wulia said this, his face was filled with pride. He had expressed both his admiration for the black-clad figure and his own formidable strength. He believed that aside from the black-clad figure's extraordinary combat prowess, no other survivor could match him. Zhou Wulia was eager to befriend this mysterious powerhouse who had single-handedly slain at least 1,000 false human ghosts. And you miss you. Zhou Wulia turned his gaze to this exquisite beauty. From the moment Yu Miaoyin appeared, he felt his breath quicken. A true conqueror should claim a woman of this caliber. Naturally, I'm also here for the mysterious black-clad figure. Yu Miaoyin smiled seductively, once again causing the parched male survivors around her to gulp audibly. Simply put, this beauty was truly alluring, making it hard for anyone to maintain composure. Beneath the giant cherry tree, after 2 strong figures from their respective channels stated their reasons for being there, the survivors instinctively turned their eyes to the youth sitting at the stone table. Silence. For a moment, an eerie silence fell over the place. The youth hadn't even noticed them. He was staring into the distance. Until the jade fox swayed her hips and walked step by step to the stone table, asking, "Handsome, are you also here waiting for that mysterious black-clad figure?" Waiting for what? Gu Yi turned around in confusion, only to find the woman standing over him, arms crossed, her impressive upper curves blocking much of the sky's light. This woman, known as the Jade Fox Yu Miaoyin, was quite well endowed. Especially now with her arms folded beneath her chest, it accentuated her fullness even more. Even if she was a size smaller than Lu Manqing, she was still far beyond what an ordinary woman could compare to. As a result, Gu Yi couldn't help but steal a glance or two. I want to ask, are you also waiting for that mysterious black-clad figure? Yu Miaoyin had taken in every nuance of Gu Yi's expression. Initially, she thought this youth wasn't fond of beautiful women, but his reaction just now clearly showed he was drawn to her voluptuous, alluring figure. Realizing this, a sense of smug satisfaction welled up within her. It proved her charm was as potent as ever. She decided to stoke the fire a little more to make this pretentious young man embarrass himself. I'm waiting too. Gu Yi nodded slightly, though he wasn't waiting for any black-clad figure. Instead, he was waiting for Lu Manqing and Lin Muxue, 2 women he had become relatively acquainted with on channel 4396. Both of them had been recipients of his investments, and they were beauties to boot. That was precisely why he was lingering here. If it were any ordinary male survivor, Gu Yi wouldn't have bothered with them at all. No other reason, mainly he couldn't forget his original aspiration, to one day assemble a trained crew of all women. Just then the guardian heart pendant on his chest shimmered with a faint glow. A golden shield expanded around Gu Yi, startling the smug Yu Miaoyin so much that she stumbled backward, her foot slipping as she lunged forward toward the youth. This lunge pressed her entire upper body directly into Gu Yi's bewildered face, resulting in a suffocating milk bath. This sudden turn of events naturally caught the eyes of the surrounding survivors. Everyone saw Miss Yu Miaoyin approach the youth named Gu Yi to converse, yet in less than 3 seconds how did she end up so eagerly embracing him? Even this jade fox seemed unable to break free from the youth's grasp, no matter how she struggled. "Miss Yu, are you alright?" The first to speak was Zhou Wulia. He stepped forward, his gaze burning with anger as he looked at Gu Yi, who held a warm, fragrant bundle of softness, and barked, "Release Miss Yu this instant." In his view, the golden shield radiating from the youth was clearly the cause of Yu Miaoyin's slip just now. However, the youth holding the beauty didn't spare him a glance. Instead, he pressed his lips close to the ear of this stunning jade fox and whispered something inaudible. Then Zhou Wulia saw the Yu Miaoyin he yearned for turn her head and say coldly, "What business is it of yours?" As her words fell, the expressions of all the surrounding survivors shifted in an instant. For a moment, the looks directed at Zhou Wulia were rather pointed. As for the Tiger King, who had just been coldly rejected by Yu Miaoyin, he stood there frozen in utter awkwardness. He had seen her struggling fiercely and on a hot-headed impulse decided to step in and rescue the damsel. But who would have thought that in just a few seconds Yu Miaoyin would change her tune? Didn't that make him look like a complete clown right now? After mulling it over, Zhou Wulia concluded that this youth named Gu Yi must have whispered something in Yu Miaoyin's ear. This had caused her to immediately cease her struggles. Now all he wanted to say was, "Damn it, you treacherous woman. What, you want to stand up for her?" Gu Yi released the woman in his arms and glared hostilely at Zhou Wulia. The Guardian Heart Pendant's passive ability only activated when subjected to a mental attack, meaning Yu Miaoyin had harbored malicious intent to humiliate him. With his spirit stat boosted, he could sense mental fluctuations. If it weren't for the fact that the mental wave emanating from Yu Miaoyin was very faint, even her beauty wouldn't have saved her. As for Zhou Wulia, there was no need to even mention him. Who did he think he was putting on airs in front of him? What was a fight about to break out? While formidable survivors from different public channels, who would be stronger? "Hey, aren't you guys paying attention to the time? It's almost dark. What's our purpose for being here?" The last survivor looked at the crowd, egging things on with exasperation. He had come to this shrine area precisely to survive until tomorrow, so his ghost coins would double. Even if he couldn't latch onto that mysterious black-clad big shot, hitching a ride with other powerful survivors would do. If these few started fighting, they'd get their entertainment for now, but wouldn't they be stuck later? If I have no intention of standing up for her. Carry on. Zhou Wulia let out a cold snort, his expression somewhat gloomy as he turned and walked away toward another spot. He was now beginning to suspect that Yu Miaoyin from channel 2048 and Gu Yi from channel 4396 might have colluded behind the scenes. They had deliberately provoked him into stepping up to challenge them, so they could reap both fame and fortune while joining forces to kill him. After all, both were top figures in their respective channels. Did they expect him to take on two alone? No way in hell. Having survived this long, Zhou Wulia believed he was more than just the helpful guy others saw him as. This youth. Meanwhile, Yu Miaoyin was completely cowed by the aura Gu Yi exuded. She had tried desperately to break free, but her strength against this young man was like a stone sinking into the sea. This showed that his power was far beyond her reach. What made her immediately choose to give up resistance was the words he whispered in her ear, "Dare to use a mental attack on me. Are you looking for death?" When these words left the lips of this seemingly harmless youth, Yu Miaoyin felt as if her entire body had been plunged into an ice cellar. Her talent had never failed her before. She never expected to be seen through so easily by this youth today. And with that golden shield surrounding him, she sensed that if she dared to launch another mental attack, she would surely die without a doubt. Once she understood this, Yu Miaoyin dared not move recklessly. Even after being pushed away from his embrace, she didn't dare to stir, standing obediently behind him like a humble maidservant. Gu Yi. Suddenly, a woman dressed in black and white, sword attire with a figure that left everyone gaping rushed to the spot, catching sight of Gu Yi by the stone table and another familiar face. Sister Manqing. Miaoyin. Lu Manqing paused for a brief moment, then her face full of anxiety, she turned to Gu Yi. "Something terrible has happened, please. Get straight to the point. What happened?" Gu Yi furrowed his brows slightly. Lu Manqing had previously said she was with Lin Muxua. Now that only Lu Manqing was here, something must have gone wrong. Through Lu Manqing's concise account, Gu Yi roughly understood the situation. Besides Lin Muxua, there was another girl named Pei Nishang. As the three women neared the shrine area, they were ambushed by a group led by a green-haired youth. Although Lu Manqing's talent could enhance weapons and human bodies with power, her personal combat strength was the weakest. Since the ambushers were formidable, Lin Muxua immediately suggested helping Lu Manqing break through the encirclement first, then seek Gu Yi's aid. This proposal also gained Pei Nishang's approval. Believing herself to be the strongest among the three, she naturally thought it was her duty to hold the rear and thus agreed to the plan without a second thought. Lu Manqing led the way. Gu Yi glanced at the sky. It was almost completely dark now. With the urgency of the situation, walking there would waste too much time. All right, let's leave the shrine first. Before Lu Manqing could finish her sentence, her entire delicate figure was pulled into the young man's embrace. This sudden move left Yu Miaoyin, who was behind them, utterly stunned. Wait, didn't Sister Manqing just ask for help? How could this young man still be thinking about that at a time like this? Just as Yu Miaoyin was bewildered and utterly speechless, she saw Gu Yi, who was holding Lu Manqing, suddenly soar up from the ground. Holy crap! He's flying. Holy crap, he can actually fly. Holy crap, why can he fly? The many survivors below were completely dumbfounded by this unexpected scene. They looked at each other, then at the young man who vanished into the sky like a comet, feeling as if they belonged to a different world from Gu Yi of channel 4396. Moreover, this young man not only flew himself, but also carried a stunning beauty away. Although the woman in the black and white sword outfit had only just appeared, her alluring figure was unforgettable. Even compared to the Jade Fox Yu Miaoyin ahead, the figure of this beauty in black and white was even more captivating by a third. Holy crap, I only knew that Boss Gu could easily find high-star weapons with skills, but seeing it today is truly amazing. A survivor from the public channel 4396 exclaimed. None of this large group could fly, nor could they even obtain a weapon with a skill. In the crowd, Tiger King Zhou Wulia discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He thought to himself that it was fortunate he had sensed something was off and hadn't rashly clashed with the young man. As a standout from channel 2200, he had encountered flying monsters within this week. The advantage of high altitude posed too great a threat. Back then, this fierce tiger couldn't even touch them and could only passively endure the monster's arrows. Even if the monster's damage was low, it was still extremely annoying. In the end, he was left disheveled and chose to warp away, wasting 10 of his power energy. Listening to the discussions about Gu Yi around her, Yu Miaoyin, standing at the front of the crowd, felt a bitter pang in her heart. She had always enjoyed being the center of attention. Yet as soon as Sister Manqing appeared, she directly snatched away the crowd's discussion. If it were just that, it might be bearable, but the problem was that even the formidable Gu Yi was also snatched away. Just moments ago, she had stood obediently behind this young man, but once Lu Manqing arrived, he didn't spare her another glance. He immediately embraced Lu Manqing and departed under the astonished gazes of the crowd. It was impossible not to feel jealous about such a thing. Damn it. The Jade Fox couldn't help but bite her rosy lower lip, no longer wanting to stay there. Ding. Current site 100 Ghosts Paradise site. Difficulty low risk 5 stars, low risk 9 stars. The moment darkness fully fell, a notification of the site's difficulty increase popped up before every survivor. Wait, it's already up to 9 stars. Holy crap, I've never been to a 9-star difficulty site. Can I Damn, I was laughing at those freeloaders who got punished for hitting high-star sites on the public channel today. I never thought I'd run into one tonight. Many survivors panicked at the prompt of the site's difficulty increase. Not to mention whether they had ever been to such a high difficulty site. Even Zhou Wulia among the crowd had only reached a 7-star difficulty site at most. Holy crap, look. The cherry blossom tree is glowing with blood. A survivor was startled by the cherry blossoms emitting a bloody radiance above their heads. This enormous cherry blossom tree, which had bloomed unusually vividly during the day, now had its entire trunk and branches emanating a crimson light, like blood, as night fell. In the pitch-black night, it appeared especially eerie. Oh, why crap. Under the hazy blood light of the cherry blossom tree, a survivor suddenly discovered a hand emerging from the soil, grabbing his calf. This scared him out of his wits. As he tried to break free, he found his other foot also firmly grasped by rotting fingers protruding from the ground. Help! Due to the struggle causing him to lose balance, the survivor collapsed to the ground with a loud scream. This commotion naturally caught the attention of the surrounding survivors. Everyone saw rotting skeletal hands emerging from the soil beneath the enormous cherry blossom tree, their density making one's scalp tingle. Not good, get out of here. Some survivors sensed the anomaly and immediately rushed towards the distance. Many others in the same situation as the first survivor were caught by the rotting hands emerging from the ground and couldn't move, desperately calling for help from those around them. Faced with this situation, the crowd scattered in all directions, each frantically fleeing for their lives. As for those unfortunate souls caught by the underground hands, they could only watch helplessly as rotting corpses, their bodies decayed and glowing with blood, emerged from the soil, opening their bloody mouths to feast wantonly on the survivors' flesh. Zhou Wulia was also terrified by the scene before him. As the survivors' blood dripped onto the soil beneath their feet, the ground surface suddenly revealed pulsating vein-like lines, eventually channeling all the blood to the base of the enormous cherry blossom tree. This made the cherry blossom tree appear even more dazzling in the night. Brother Zhou, save me. A survivor from the same channel as Zhou Wulia cried out in terror to the chivalrous Tiger King for help. However, Zhou Wulia clenched his fist and immediately chose to flee. He had just killed 2 or 3 rotting corpses, but not only did he not receive a single ghost coin, the corpses quickly regenerated. In this situation, with everyone else fleeing, he couldn't afford to stay and fight. One fist can't beat 4 hands. I'm sorry, brother. With that, Zhou Wulia charged into the distance without looking back. Midair, feeling the rapid rush of the surrounding scenery, Lu Manqing looked at the young man beside her with a face full of astonishment. At this moment, most of her body was intimately nestled in Gu Ye's embrace, and her hands inevitably had to hold onto him tightly. Lu Manqing was astonished, never expecting that Gu Yi could carry her through the air. Even more perplexing, his body felt icy to the touch, and his skin had turned deathly pale. If not for the firm muscles she could feel up close, she would have doubted it. Slap. Just as Lu Manqing's mind wandered, a heavy smack landed on her rear. Hurry up and point the way. Which direction now? Gu Yi looked at Lu Manqing in his arms with confusion. Why was she staring at him blankly? But he had to admit her figure was incredibly voluptuous, far beyond what Xiao Chan or Ji Xian could offer. In their current position, he could fully appreciate what it meant to bear a weighty burden. After all, it pressed against his chest in such generous mounds. Its softness defied description. Truly, bigger was better, and bigger was superior. There. Over there. For some reason, after that slap from Gu Yi, Lu Manqing couldn't help recalling the scene in the train where she had rewarded herself earlier. It was as if the dream sequence had suddenly come to life. This caused Lu Manqing's cheeks to flush and her legs involuntarily pressed tightly together. She never expected her first formal meeting with this youth to be so abrupt, nor did she know if he had noticed the black and white sword attire she wore. Under Lu Manqing's guidance, Gu Yi sped toward their final destination. He had also seen the notification about the increased difficulty at the 100 Ghosts amusement park station. Through his pupils enhanced by various perception abilities, every cherry blossom tree below emanated a bloody glow. Countless blood threads invisible to ordinary eyes connected to rotting corpses crawling out of the earth. Meanwhile, all the cherry blossom trees in the shrine area converged toward the massive tree inside the Yada Grand Shrine. Little sister, just give up. You drop your weapon nicely, and we'll show you a good time. Brother Sun's right, I can tell you're a virgin. We'll be ha ha ha. 5 young men cheerfully surrounded a girl in black sportswear cornered in a dead end. They thought they had lost their prize, but who knew this schoolgirl would be unlucky enough to cut off her own escape? Their luck, it seemed, was just fine. Tonight, this exquisite schoolgirl was theirs to enjoy. By the wall, Lin Muxua coldly surveyed the 5 men closing in on her. Her right arm, her dominant hand, had been injured while covering Lu Manqing's escape. Although she possessed a healing talent, the process took time. Thus, she chose to retreat temporarily. But her luck was truly poor. She had run straight into a dead end. Over this time, blood loss had drained much of her energy. Was today the day she would fall here? Lin Muxua tightened her grip on the 7-star longsword with her left hand. She would rather take her own life than let these men have their way. Yet if she did that, how could she ever repay Gu Ye's kindness? At this thought, a fierce desire to live blazed in Lin Muxua's beautiful eyes. Could that Gu Yi from the neighboring class help her one more time? If so, she would even be willing to offer herself to. Then Lin Muxua shook her head abruptly. She wondered why she only thought of the good and ignored the bad. Still, successfully sending Lu Manqing out of their encirclement could be considered a partial repayment of her debt to Gu Yi. After all, those two knew each other. What's up with this chick? Why is she smiling? A young male survivor was puzzled. This pretty schoolgirl, lost in thought, wore a faint smile that looked oddly. No idea. Stay cautious. Another youth found the scene eerie. Why would she suddenly smile when cornered with? Could it be a trap? Besides these two, the other 3 survivors exchanged glances and hesitated to act. Having survived this long, they possessed not only strength far surpassing most survivors, but also due caution. The fact that this schoolgirl could still smile made them suspect she had a mutual destruction tactic up her sleeve. One of the young survivors had witnessed such a scene before. At a station, a petite girl had pulled out a blazing flame gun bought from the shop. Its terrifying power had obliterated everyone and everything nearby. The little girl had protected herself unscathed with an earthstone shield from the shop. As for him, luckily he was far away, or he would have been gone too. This incident had become a lasting trauma. Brother Sun, shoot her leg with your bow first, just in case. Fearing a trick, this youth offered his suggestion. Though he had only recently joined this group, they shared a wicked camaraderie and got along splendidly. Especially after last night, when they had their way with 2 girls together, their bond had grown even tighter. The man called Brother Sun nodded and aimed his bow at the schoolgirl's thigh. Whoosh. The arrow pierced Lin Muxua's thigh, which she couldn't dodge, instantly staining her sweatpants with blood. Even so, she didn't cry out in pain, but glared fiercely at the 5 young survivors. Yet her heart slowly sank. Their second arrow was aimed at her left hand. She thought that even before taking her own life, she would kill at least one who dared approach. Unfortunately, this group was too cunning. She would have to slit her throat with the sword before they acted to avoid being. Damn, this schoolgirl's got some spine. One survivor, noticing Lin Muxua's suicidal move, shouted to his companion. Quick, Brother Sun, shoot, through her sword hand. Bang. In an instant, a spray of blood and brain matter splattered across the ground, leaving the shouting youth. He saw an earring among the bloody debris on the ground that looked familiar. Wasn't it the one on Brother Sun's ear? How did it end up here? And what was this mess of blood and brain matter? The youth was bewildered, noticing his companions staring in terror at something behind him. What monster was behind him? With this doubt, the youth slowly turned around, feeling a chill run through him as his breath caught in his throat. Brother Sun, who had stood beside him moments ago, was now a headless corpse, his upper region vanished to who knows where. The youth thought of the blood mist and the nauseating brain matter on the ground. So he looked further back and saw a hand pressing against his forehead. Splat! That hand effortlessly crushed the youth's head, causing the remaining 3 survivors to collapse in terror. They had been standing behind Brother Sun and witnessed a youth in black casual were descending from the sky with a woman in his arms. With one punch, he blasted Brother Sun's head apart as he was about to shoot. Then he casually raised a hand and crushed another comrade's head. The brutal and bloody scene left them utterly. Big brother, please spare. One youth, upon seeing Lu Manqing, realized why this unnamed black-clad youth was after them. But before he could finish, his 2 companions had their heads kicked in by a single leg sweep. Finally, the youth stood before him. Splat! Gu Yi dispatched the remaining 3 with 3 swift kicks. Their words held no meaning to him. So powerful. Nearby, Lin Muxue gazed at the blood-drenched youth with overwhelming emotion. She had been on the verge of ending her life, yet again she received his aid. So what should she do? On the other side, Lu Manqing's eyes sparkled as she looked at Gu Yi beside her. Her breath, honestly, her legs had gone weak too. Crushing purely numerical dominance. These 5 youths stood no chance against Gu Yi. Dispatching them was as easy as crushing a few ants. Survivor Gu Yi. Strength 33. Physique 30. Agility 26. Spirit 22, 23 temporary. This was his stats before consuming the remaining 5 attribute pills. If he consumed all remaining first-grade pills, his combat power would further increase. However, given the current difficulty of the 100 Ghost Paradise, Gu Yi had no need for such enhancements. A mere low-risk 9-star was beneath his notice. Even if the corpse-sealed town's difficulty rose to mid-risk 3-star, he could easily overcome it. It wasn't until Ji Xian, a formidable high-risk 9-star combatant, appeared that he faced a minor setback. Later, through Xiao Chan's account, he gradually understood where the problem lay. Xiao Chan explained that her soul still had a connection to that physical body. When he was intimate with Ji Xian, Xiao Chan would experience it to a certain degree. Conversely, when he was intimate with Xiao Chan, Ji Xian would likely feel the same. This phenomenon only occurred through his touch and nothing else. Gu Yi believed this was likely due to his pioneering talent. Women he had fully pioneered became more easily connected during such moments. Initially, he doubted this, thinking Xiao Chan was merely trying to please him. Only after numerous recent encounters could he finally confirm it. Can you still hold on? Gu Yi didn't glance at the multiple supplies scattered on the ground. Instead, he walked straight to Lin Muxue. This class belle from the neighboring class had blood trickling from her right hand and left leg, yet her delicate face showed no fear, only a dazed stare at him. Yes. Can you help me? Pull the arrow out of my leg. As Gu Yi approached, Lin Muxue finally got a clear look at this male classmate. Though splattered with blood, he exuded an indescribable unique charm. Especially the outfit he wore. She had personally chosen it. All right, bear with it. Gu Yi wasted no words, knowing her talent had healing abilities. As he swiftly pulled out the arrow, Lin Muxue didn't cry out in pain. She bit her lower lip tightly, her face. This resilience alone earned Gu Yi's respect. This girl from the neighboring class was clearly no fragile type. No wonder she had slain 3 people consecutively after trading for that cleaver. Thanks. Lin Muxue slumped against the wall, prioritizing healing her thigh wound with her talent. Shaolin, are you okay? Where's Pei Nishang? Lu Manqing hurried to Lin Muxue's side. With the darkening sky, she had scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of Pei Nishang. She ran the other way. Lin Muxue recounted the situation. Facing an 8-person encirclement, Pei Nishang suggested they flee in 2 different directions. This would reduce the number of enemies chasing each and increase their chances of escape. The green-haired youth leading the group and 2 others went after Pei Nishang. According to Lu Manqing and Lin Muxue, all 8 were formidable. The strongest was the green-haired youth, who could fully petrify his body. Lin Muxue's 7-star longsword could only inflict minor damage, unable to fully breach his defense. Pei Nishang's sword aura was similarly ineffective, unlike last night's one-hit kill. Gu Yi, please save Pei Nishang too. He'll repay you. Lu Manqing clutched Gu Yi's arm with both hands. To her, Pei Nishang was like a slightly mischievous little sister with a good heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have voluntarily offered to cover their retreat. Though usually aloof, she never backed down in a crisis. Alright, I understand. Under Lu Manqing's gentle pleas, Gu Yi felt a stir in his heart. He had always been tolerant towards beautiful women, and only them. This was also why he had come to rescue Lin Muxue. From the very first weapon trade, he had planned to invest by selling weapons cheaply in others' eyes. If he encountered someone who would repay him abundantly, it would be a huge gain. Clearly from their earlier chats, Lin Muxue fit this criterion. This was evident when he pretended to defend her in the public channel. This girl grew anxious over him casually offering a high-star weapon, thinking he should use such a weapon elsewhere to boost his survival rate rather than for her sake. Later, when he decided to gift the 7-star longsword after a joyful wedding night with Xiao Chan, Lin Muxue initially refused. Of course, another key point was her beauty. If he claimed to have no interest in her, it would be a lie. On the night he first met Xiao Chan, he had wished for a girl as beautiful as Lin Muxue by his side. So when he found Lin Muxue cornered by this group, rage surged within him. If she were lost, wouldn't that be a huge lie? Where else could he find another girl like her? Thus, a furious Gu Yi didn't use the lying sword this time, but opted for the most brutal means of annihilation. Xiao Chan, protect her here. Gu Yi took out the red-patterned resonance stone from his backpack. A stunning figure in red robes materialized before the two girls. Rest assured, husband, I will take good care of this sister. Xiao Chan floated midair surrounded by flowing azure flames. Her gaze swept over the two girls beside Gu Yi, finally resting on Lin Muxue. Even within the red-patterned resonance stone, she could sense Gu Yi's surroundings. This young-looking girl possessed remarkable fortitude. Husband. Xiao Chan's address left Lu Manqing and Lin Muxue stunned. What was the relationship between this stunning red-robed girl floating in midair and Gu Yi? Lu Manqing, come identify her. Gu Yi beckoned to Lu Manqing. He prepared to activate the Cyan Iron Dagger's soul summon ability, using flight to find the girl named Pei Nishang. At his gesture, Lu Manqing blushed and obediently went to him, holding tight. Then Gu Yi and Lu Manqing vanished from Lin Muxue's sight. The seemingly youthful red-robed girl commented on the departing Lu Manqing. Husband has good taste. That big backside suggests she'll bear children easily. These words left Lin Muxue slumped against the wall, utterly dumbfounded. What was she saying? Just as this thought crossed Lin Muxue's mind, the red-robed girl, called Xiao Chan, turned her gaze to her, making her heart tighten. Lin Muxue felt her figure couldn't compare to Lu Manqing's. Even this stunning red-robed girl was noticeably more endowed. I am Xiao Chan. What is this sister's name? Lin Muxue. Under the gaze of this unusually fair-skinned red-robed girl, Lin Muxue grew nervous. She felt the girl's aura was extraordinarily powerful. Sister Muxue, you haven't been pioneered by husband yet, have you? This question left Lin Muxue stunned again. For a moment, she even forgot to treat her thigh wound. What was this red-robed girl saying? What did pioneer? Taking it literally, Lin Muxue couldn't help but think of one question: how would Gu Yi pioneer her? Did she mean that kind of pioneering? No. Lin Muxue's face flushed crimson as she shook her head repeatedly. This was her first formal encounter with Gu Yi. When would they have time for that? Well, then you need to. Xiao Chan stopped mid-sentence, turning displeased to look behind. Corpses crawling from the ground surged toward them. Bang, bang, bang. Below, Lin Muxue, slumped against the wall, was again left wide-eyed. The red-robed girl called Xiao Chan was covered in azure feathers. With a casual wave, the dozens of approaching corpses were blasted into nothingness. Damn it, this little girl has finally slowed down. Quan shook his green hair, returning to normal from his petrified. This sword-wielding girl in white was not only fast, but her white sword energy struck him hard as well. Fortunately, one of his brothers had healing abilities, which helped him barely withstand it. Even so, he was utterly exhausted at this moment. Ahead of him, Pei Nishang, clad in pure white sword attire, was panting heavily by the bridge. Oh no, this time this young lady is going to be overrun by this group of villains. Pei Nishang glanced at her energy bar, which was below 10. To fend off the pursuit of these three thugs, she had to continuously use sword energy. However, the green-haired youth could transform into a disgusting green stone man, absorbing multiple attacks. With her current energy bar, she could only use the sword energy skill one more time. In other words, unless she could slay all three with a single strike, her energy level would drop further, and she would be too exhausted to escape. Moreover, the cunning of these individuals far exceeded her expectations. They were all hiding behind the green stone man, making it impossible for her to kill any of them. This was Pei Nishang's first encounter with such a troublesome enemy. The survivors she had met at several stations over the past week were much weaker than this group. This also made her realize that she might not be as formidable as she had imagined. Chang'e, something has happened to Lao Sun and the others. Next to the green-haired youth, a bald, chubby man suddenly changed his expression drastically. His talent allowed him to sense not only the terrain and buildings around him, but also to leave a mental mark that could sense anything marked within a certain range. Just now, the spirits of the other five had vanished within a few seconds. This indicated that all of them had been killed. Although the difficulty level of the 100 Ghost Paradise Station had risen to low-risk level 9, the decomposed corpses that emerged from the ground could only revive continuously and were not much stronger than the pseudo-ghosts. It was clear that the five had most likely been eliminated by other survivors. This made him think of the voluptuous beauty they had let escape. At that time, they had all heard her say she was going to fetch reinforcements. Lao Sun and the others are all gone. The green-haired youth was stunned after hearing this. Lao Sun was at the same station as him, only about 30 weaker. The fact that all 5 had died in a few seconds indicated that their killer was far beyond his capabilities. Quick retreat. The green-haired youth decisively turned around and ran towards the direction outside the shrine, not looking back. His energy bar was also running low and he had to guard against his surroundings. Seeing the green-haired youth flee, the other 2 youths exchanged glances and ran after him. Haha, now you know this young lady is not to be trifled with. Pei Nishang was greatly encouraged as she witnessed the 3 villains flee. Since that was the case, she could reluctantly let the 3 go for now. If they dared to come again, they would have no way back. Though she thought this, Pei Nishang still nervously scanned her surroundings. At this moment, she was by a wooden bridge with eerie blood-red cherry blossom trees on the opposite bank, and she could hear the shrieks of the corpses. Currently, her energy bar was too low, and facing the corpses would definitely lead to disaster. Just thinking of those dark, foul-smelling fingers grabbing at her body made her shiver uncontrollably. No, this young lady absolutely cannot fall into hell. Pei Nishang gritted her silver teeth and shook her head vigorously. Continuing forward was definitely not an option, as she could only return to see what was happening with Lin Muxue. I hope she has escaped too. Just as Pei Nishang was about to turn back, a boy in black suddenly descended from the sky, startling her and causing her to lose her balance and sit on the ground, dropping the sword that symbolized her pride. Manxingjia. As Pei Nishang felt the pain of her bottom meeting the ground, she noticed the woman in the arms of the boy in black. Nishang, are you okay? After releasing her embrace around Gu Yi, Lu Manxing quickly crouched down to look at the white-clad girl on the ground. Of course I'm fine. I scared those 3 off. Pei Nishang regained her grip on the sword hilt, her face showing a proud expression indicating that under her sheer strength the 3 thugs had ultimately fled. Otherwise she would have taught them a good lesson. After speaking, Pei Nishang raised her head high and glanced at the black-clad Gu Yi. So you're Gu Yi? She noticed that the boy in black was covered in blood, which had also splattered onto Manxingjia. How unrefined. It's me. Gu Yi frowned slightly, wondering why this girl in pure white sword attire was so haughty when speaking. It's nothing, you just arrived late, and this young lady doesn't need your help. With Lu Manxing's support, Pei Nishang slowly stood up from the ground, her gaze scrutinizing Gu Yi from head to toe. Then her delicate nose wrinkled slightly, as the stench of blood on him was truly unbearable. Then let's go. Gu Yi couldn't be bothered to look at Pei Nishang, thinking that this girl must be out of her mind. What normal person would talk like this to someone coming to assist? At his gesture, Lu Manxing's face flushed slightly as she walked back to him and hugged him tightly. This scene left Pei Nishang dumbfounded. She had just seen the 2 descend from the sky. The boy named Gu Yi was surprisingly capable of flight. However, it was absolutely impossible for her to embrace him like Lu Manxing did. I want hug. Pei Nishang shook her head vigorously as she already detested the smell of blood on the boy. To hug him would be to taint her pure white sword attire. Fine, then you can walk back by yourself. Gu Yi was already displeased with Pei Nishang. If it weren't for Lu Manxing, he would have taught this girl a good lesson. Huh. Manxingjia, are you leaving too? Seeing Gu Yi preparing to carry Lu Manxing away, Pei Nishang suddenly panicked. Her energy bar was nearly exhausted. How could she return on her own? Gu Yi, let me talk to her again. Lu Manxing was somewhat speechless at Pei Nishang as well, but she understood that this girl had that kind of personality. It wouldn't be appropriate to call her bad, or else she wouldn't have actively held back to buy time for her escape. However, no matter how Lu Manxing pleaded, Pei Nishang continued to shake her head. This made Gu Yi's temper flare up completely. It's not. What are you doing? Slap. Gu Yi walked up to Pei Nishang, directly pinning the girl down on his knee and delivering a hard slap to her prominent rear. Off. This slap not only left Lu Manxing stunned, but also made Pei Nishang, who felt the pain in her rear, feel utterly humiliated. You bastard. Slap. 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 After 3 consecutive slaps, Pei Nishang cried out in pain, while her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Villain. You. Slap. Off. Gu Yi looked up in shock, unsure if he had misheard. This girl in pure white sword attire surely couldn't be so sensitive that even a slap to her rear would. After that slap, Pei Nishang, aside from softly sobbing, immediately quieted down. Seeing this, Gu Yi directly wrapped his arm around her waist, then held Lu Manxing on the other side and flew back through the air. Activating the Yin attraction even during the night period consumed a tremendous amount of energy, roughly 1% per minute. When the figures of Gu Yi and the 2 women descended from the sky, Lin Muxue, who was treating her leg injury, looked up with confusion in her eyes. She saw Pei Nishang, who was usually so aloof, with reddened eyes as if she had endured some extremely humiliating ordeal. Had she been insulted by that group of youths? No, that's not right. Lin Muxue noticed that Pei Nishang's gaze towards Gu Yi was filled with hatred. Combined with the fact that Pei Nishang's clothes were intact, it seemed she hadn't been insulted by that group of youths. That left only one possibility: she had been bested by Gu Yi. Thinking of this, Lin Muxue's mood involuntarily lightened. Serves you right for boasting earlier. Now you know how formidable Guyi is, don't you? As expected under Lin Muxu's stifled laughter and feigned concern, Lu Manqing helplessly recounted what had just happened. Guyi wanted to return quickly, but Pei Nishang stubbornly refused, so he resolutely spanked her bottom. This young lady was just exhausted. Once I recover my strength, they'll definitely make him. Hearing Lu Manqing recount the situation, Pei Nishang stubbornly covered her bottom and defended herself, but when she reached the last sentence, the red-clad girl beside Gu Yi cast a cold glance her way, causing her voice to weaken, and she dared not continue. She could only curse Gu Yi vehemently in her heart, secretly vowing to get even one day. Husband, this Miss Muxue is quite remarkable. Xiao Chan, dressed in red robes, gave Gu Yi a sly smile. She had briefly conversed with the girl and learned the general situation between her and Gu Yi. Through careful probing, she discovered that Lin Muxue had obvious feelings for Gu Yi. It seemed her husband just needed to put in a little more effort to easily win her over. Furthermore, Lin Muxue's personality was quite to her liking, the kind of woman she considered virtuous and in stark contrast was this girl in pure white robes. Just the way she looked at Gu Yi made her feel displeased. Xiao Chan's praise caused Lin Muxue's cheeks to flush slightly. During this time, she had also inquired about the relationship between the red-clad girl and Gu Yi. To her great surprise, this formidable red-clad girl, who called Gu Yi husband, was actually a ghost. Upon learning this, she immediately apologized, saying she hadn't meant to ask. Fortunately, the other showed no sign of annoyance, but instead said something that made her think. Sister Xiao Chan said that as a ghost, she couldn't fulfill the duties of a normal woman for Gu Yi. Lin Muxue naturally understood the implication, but it was all too sudden, and she wasn't mentally prepared. Although she had once considered repaying Gu Yi's kindness by offering herself to him. But that was just a thought. After all, she had only truly met Gu Yi not long ago, and there were many things she didn't know. More importantly, how did Gu Yi see her? Lin Muxue was too shy to voice this question. So when Gu Yi's gaze swept over her, she couldn't help but shyly lower her head. This scene did not escape Lu Manqing's notice. By the way, who is this? Lu Manqing asked, comforting Pei Nishang in her arms, while looking at Xiao Chan with curiosity. She was extremely curious about this red-clad girl's identity, and even more curious about her address for Gu Yi. Earlier, she had clearly seen the red-clad girl emerge from a strange stone, not seeming like a survivor. Ji Chan. Xiao Chan replied with a slight smile. Not. Gu Yi was surprised that Xiao Chan had used. For some reason, he felt that Xiao Chan at this moment had a bit of Ji Xian's demeanor. He believed this had indirectly confirmed whether Xiao Chan and Ji Xian were sisters. The fact that she could see at a glance that Xiao Chan had activated the Phoenix Soul Pact and bestowed the Ji family's secret technique proved that Xiao Chan was definitely a descendant of the Ji family. Although some doubts remained, the sisterly relationship between the two women was beyond question. Hello, my name is Lu Manqing. Under the red-clad girl's gaze, Lu Manqing felt an indescribable pride. Moreover, the other exuded an inexplicable air of elegance and nobility, which combined with the pressure instantly diminished her own presence. As for Pei Nishang, who was clinging to Lu Manqing and wiping her tears, she dared not even look directly at the red-clad girl, finding her even more intimidating than Gu Yi. Xiao Chan gave a soft hum in response to Lu Manqing's words, then turned her beautiful eyes to Gu Yi. Husband, what are your plans next? First, find a place to rest, so Lin Muxue can recover from her injuries. Gu Yi said, glancing around at the. Xiao Chan was even stronger than him. The only pity was that killing ghosts didn't yield ghost coins. His main goal in coming to the 100 Ghost Paradise was to obtain more world coins. Earlier, when he activated the Yin attraction to fly, he had already spotted a nearby shrine building. With Gu Yi's decision, the group set off towards their destination. Lu Manqing carried Lin Muxue on her back, while he and Xiao Chan led the way. These rotting corpses emerging from the ground could continuously regenerate even if shattered into pieces. Killing the rotting corpses also didn't yield ghost coins. Gu Yi believed the root cause was these cherry blossom trees glowing with blood-red light. Under his eyes, enhanced by various truth-seeing abilities, the blood threads on the rotting corpses all pointed to the nearest cherry blossom tree, and all the cherry blossom trees converged towards the giant cherry blossom tree within the Yakumo Grand Shrine. Wait, how does this guy also have golden eyes? When Pei Nishang behind him noticed the dazzling golden pupils of the black-clad youth ahead, she was instantly dumbfounded. However, what stunned her even more was the Han-style sword identical to the one wielded by the mysterious black-clad figure. The sword's blade flowed with three-colored light, extremely conspicuous in the night. Bang bang bang. Gu Yi directly activated the steadfast mode, using the rock spikes attached to it to instantly destroy one bloodlight-shrouded cherry blossom tree after another. As he had guessed, with the destruction of the cherry blossom trees, the rotting corpses connected to them instantly disintegrated. Ding. You have killed a corpse cherry ghost, gaining 30 ghost coins. You only need to attack these cherry blossom trees emitting bloodlight. Gu Yi turned and shouted to the three women behind him. However, except for Lin Muxue, who remained calm, Lu Manqing and Pei Nishang both looked as if they had seen you. You are that mysterious black-clad figure. It was Pei Nishang who spoke first, the girl who had always admired the mysterious black-clad figure, now running excitedly to Gu Yi, her gaze burning with passion. She had carefully studied the photos of the mysterious black-clad figure. When that Han-style sword appeared, the image of the black-clad figure in the photos instantly overlapped with the black-clad youth before her. And only when the sword's blade was encased in layers of rock-like substance did she finally confirm it. This Gu Yi was exactly the mysterious black-clad figure everyone had been talking about last night. What business is that of yours? Gu Yi couldn't be bothered with Pei Nishang and continued forward, sword in hand. As for the girl in pure white sword attire behind him, her face showed not a trace of displeasure upon hearing this. On the contrary, her bottom, which had been thoroughly spanked by Gu Yi, became even more unbearably tingling and itchy. Since it was the mighty mysterious black-clad figure who had spanked her, wasn't that just fine? Upon realizing this fact, she couldn't help but clamp her legs together tightly. Pei Nishang's legs felt a little weak. Gu Yi's disdain only made her more infatuated with him. She believed that a powerhouse like the mysterious man in black should treat her in exactly this manner. Thus far from feeling any discontent, Pei Nishang's beautiful eyes were filled with excitement instead. She truly had not expected that this Gu Yi was the very same mysterious man in black. As a result, her initial impression of the young man underwent a radical transformation. In her eyes at this moment, Gu Yi seemed incredibly chivalrous. A 6-star weapon taken in exchange for only 10 pieces of 1-star supplies from Sister Manqing. Wasn't that practically giving it away? No wonder Sister Manqing couldn't stop thinking about Gu Yi. If someone treated her that well, she supposed she would feel the same. As for his standing up for Lin Muxue in the public channel, that was another matter entirely. A classmate from the neighboring class, not even a close acquaintance, could still offer a 6-star weapon. If it were a close friend, she couldn't even imagine how chivalrous Gu Yi would be. Her earlier assumption that he was merely motivated by lust now seemed highly unlikely. She considered her own beauty second to none, yet the look Gu Yi gave her was clearly one of disdain. This proved he could not possibly be a lecherous man. At this moment, Pei Nishang was slowly beginning to realize her mistake. Through Lu Manqing's account, she learned that it was Gu Yi who had slain the 5 young men and saved Lin Muxue. Although she did not know why the other 3 young men who had surrounded her had fled at the last moment, she now believed it was highly likely related to this matter. So it was clearly Gu Yi who had saved her. And yet she had acted with such condescension. Oh dear, how could I have done that? How utterly improper. Pei Nishang recalled the earlier scenes, and her shame over her own behavior grew. However, this feeling soon, because she felt it was necessary to change the image Gu Yi had of her. Behind her, Lin Muxue on Lu Manqing's back was struggling to suppress a laugh. Earlier, when she saw the photo of the mysterious man in black, she had vaguely suspected it might be Gu Yi. Considering how Pei Nishang had used the man in black to belittle Gu Yi, witnessing this scene now, anyone who could keep from laughing was a true stoic. Especially when she saw Gu Yi shoot Pei Nishang an extremely disgusted look, Lin Muxue nearly choked from holding back her laughter. Wasn't she so admiring of that mysterious man in black? Wasn't she so contemptuous of Gu Yi? Now that she knew they were the same person, could she still hold her head high? Lu Manqing shared similar thoughts. She hadn't known that Gu Yi was the mysterious man in black. Throughout this journey, Pei Nishang had expressed endless admiration for the mysterious man in black, while relentlessly disparaging Gu Yi, often comparing the two. Now that she discovered they were the same person, one could only imagine how awkward the little sister felt. Just as Lin Muxue and Lu Manqing were both enjoying the spectacle with this thought, the scene before them made their smiles freeze. Are you tired? Want some milk? Pei Nishang took a bottle of sweet milk from her personal backpack and trotted up to the young man ingratiatingly. Her voice was deliberately syrupy, so much so that Lu Manqing and Lin Muxue behind her almost broke out in goosebumps. The 2 women exchanged a glance, feeling utterly speechless, unsure of what Pei Nishang was trying to do. Gu Yi shared the same confusion. When he heard the offer of milk, he was momentarily curious, wondering why anyone would want milk at a time like this. But when he turned and saw the sweet milk in Pei Nishang's hand, he immediately frowned. Are you out of your mind? Gu Yi kicked open the door of the shrine building ahead and cast an annoyed glance at the smiling Pei Nishang. This girl's behavior was definitely off. I'm not out of my mind. Oh, I just want you to stop being mad at me. Pei Nishang forced the most perfect smile, hoping to move him with her sincerity. But as soon as the words left her mouth, Gu Yi took a step back into the shrine. His brows furrowed as he scrutinized the girl in pure white sword attire from head to toe. If he had any doubts before, he was now 100% certain that Pei Nishang was up to something. As for that bottle of sweet milk, he suspected it might contain something sinister meant to harm him. After all, before he had spanked her, this woman had been as proud as a peacock. Now her voice was all sugary sweet. Who would believe there was nothing wrong with that? Gu Yi thought to himself that while he did like pretty girls, he wasn't so indiscriminate as to accept just any of them. Oh dear, there's nothing else in the milk. Gu Yi's retreat stung Pei Nishang deeply. Seeing his disbelief, she quickly twisted off the cap and took a gulp herself. Then under Gu Ye's suspicious gaze she parted her lips, slightly pointing to the half-drunk milk inside to show it was perfectly fine. Even if it's fine, I'm not drinking it. Gu Yi remained highly vigilant toward Pei Nishang's bizarre behavior. He was convinced this girl had a problem. If Pei Nishang dared to act out again, he would definitely spank her once more. Clearly Pei Nishang did not notice the dangerous glint in the young man's eyes and decided to continue showing her sincerity. This made Gu Ye's anger flare. Though he was more susceptible to softness than hardness, this was not the kind of softness that was obviously problematic. With a startled cry, Pei Nishang found herself once again bent over the young man's knee. Just as Gu Yi was about to teach this audacious girl a lesson, a softly spoken sentence from her made his hand freeze in midair. Could you not spank me in front of so many people? You can do it when we're alone. Hearing this, Gu Yi stumbled back several steps, looking as if had seen a ghost. He truly could not fathom what Pei Nishang was trying to do. What did she mean by not in front of everyone, but in... What was she up to? This scene also made Xiao Chan frown slightly. Then the beautiful female ghost in red whispered a few words into her husband's ear. Fine, give me your milk. After hearing Xiao Chan's words, Gu Yi took the half-full bottle from a delighted Pei Nishang with a mix of doubt and belief. This whole spectacle left Lu Manqing and Lin Muxue utterly bewildered. What was going on now? How had the scene they envisioned taken such a dramatic turn? With this shrine as a temporary resting place, Gu Yi arranged for Xiao Chan to guard it while he went outside to slay corpse cherry demons for ghost coins. Lu Manqing, who still had plenty of energy, joined him. He'll go with you. After eating her fill, Pei Nishang had regained some energy and volunteered to accompany Gu Yi. This time Gu Yi gave a slight nod. This made Lin Muxue's food suddenly lose its flavor. She vaguely sensed Pei Nishang's intentions and found her utterly shameless. She had disparaged Gu Yi so much earlier, and now upon learning he was the mysterious man in black, her attitude did a complete about-face. All of this was silently observed by Xiao Chan, who curled her lips into a barely perceptible smile. Gu Yi led Lu Manqing and Pei Nishang toward the shrine's exit. As they reached the gate, he glanced back. Earlier, Xiao Chan had whispered to him that if he wished to enjoy the pleasures of multiple partners, he should heed her advice. With those words, there was nothing more to discuss. What man wouldn't dream of a harem? Not to mention Gu Ye's goal was to share a bed with all of them aboard the star. Thus Xiao Chan continued, saying she would handle Lin Muxue, and he only needed to outwardly accept Pei Nishang's goodwill. There was no need to dwell on what the white-clad maiden truly thought. This piqued Gu Ye's curiosity greatly. He yearned to know how Xiao Chan would communicate with Lin Muxue. Inside the shrine building, after Gu Yi left with the two women, Lin Muxue lost her appetite. She reached out, choosing to use her talent to heal her leg wound. Muxue, dear sister, do you think that Pei Nishang has feelings for our husband? Xiao Chan suddenly spoke softly. Silence. The shrine was utterly silent. Yet Xiao Chan could clearly discern the turmoil within Lin Muxue's heart. The maiden had been using her talent to treat her leg injury, but now the green light on her leg faded, and she bowed her head, lost in thought. Seeing this, Xiao Chan continued. And that woman surnamed Lu as well. This servant noticed her eyes never left our husband. Could she also be interested in him? How would I know? Lin Muxue lifted her head, frowning at this sister Xiao Chan. Initially, she had agreed to the temporary team-up because Lu Manqing claimed to know Gu Yi. Along the way, whenever Pei Nishang belittled Gu Yi, Lu Manqing would retort. She had assumed they knew each other. Only later did she learn they had become friends during the train survival and were meeting for the first time today. Thus, she could naturally sense something amiss. But Lin Muxue didn't understand why Xiao Chan was saying all this, and it was starting to irritate her. Muxue, dear sister, they say a man chasing a woman is like scaling a mountain, but a woman chasing a man is like parting a veil. It's late, and our husband is accompanied by two beauties. Do you think he can resist? I told you I don't know. I'm not Gu Yi. Why are you telling me this, sister Xiao Chan? After hearing this, Lin Muxue finally exploded, repeatedly bringing this up, and with her leg injury preventing her from going out, it was purely vexing. Sigh. Xiao Chan let out a soft sigh. This only deepened Lin Muxue's confusion. She truly couldn't grasp what this beautiful sister Xiao Chan was trying to say. Earlier when they chatted, she had thought the other was a kind person. No, a kind ghost. For instance, she had specifically praised Lin Muxue in front of Gu Yi, which made her feel quite shy at the time. She thought to herself that she had only gotten through to this day thanks to Gu Ye's help, and there was nothing good about her. But now the constant talk of Pei Nishang was making her anxious and annoyed. Muxue, dear sister, this servant believes you are the most suitable for our husband. Huh. Just as Lin Muxue grew more frustrated, Xiao Chan's words startled her. She truly couldn't fathom the other's intentions. Muxue, dear sister, actually, I wanted to thank you a couple of days. As Xiao Chan recounted, Lin Muxue finally learned where the ancient wedding supplies Gu Yi had asked her to prepare were used. Regarding the events at Corpse Locktown, Xiao Chan lightly embellished and omitted the final part, saying that Gu Yi had rescued her from dire straits and freed her from the formation's suppression. With Lin Muxue's help, her wish was fulfilled, a simple marriage to Gu Yi. Thus the supplies Lin Muxue prepared were a great kindness to her. That was why Xiao Chan showed her such closeness. But Xiao Chan said she was merely a female ghost, and couldn't, so she wanted to find a more suitable woman for Gu Yi to take her place. In essence, Xiao Chan believed Lin Muxue was that suitable woman. Upon hearing this, Lin Muxue naturally blushed. So her help in preparing the ancient wedding supplies had also assisted this beautiful sister Xiao Chan. No wonder she was so cold to Lu Manqing and Pei Nishang yet treated her differently. Plus, sister Xiao Chan was indeed a female ghost. This made Lin Muxue feel that Xiao Chan was on her side, one of her own. Sister Xiao Chan, then what? At that moment, Lin Muxue couldn't help but seek Xiao Chan's advice. After leaving the shrine, Lu Manqing glanced back in displeasure. She had long disliked Xiao Chan's demeanor, which was even more arrogant than Pei Nishang's. Although the red-clad female ghost's strength was indeed extraordinary, the oppressive aura emanating from her earlier still rankled. She considered it an intimidation tactic. Wasn't she just a female ghost? With this thought, Lu Manqing cast her gaze at Gu Yi beside her, a plan forming in her mind. That red-clad female ghost named Xiao Chan called Gu Yi her husband and treated all women, including herself, with the air of an ancient primary wife. But now the red-clad ghost was confined to the shrine and couldn't accompany them. Wasn't this a perfect opportunity? Lu Manqing believed her figure and beauty were no less than any other woman's, and no normal man could be unmoved by her. Their earlier conversation had also proven that this young man had thoughts about her. Thus it was only natural for her to seize the chance to get close to Gu Yi. There was no other reason. It was mainly Xiao Chan's attitude that displeased her. With this in mind, Lu Manqing looked at Pei Nishang. This young girl had previously expressed admiration for the mysterious black-clad man. Now that she knew Gu Yi was that man, her actions made sense. Clearly, Pei Nishang, who was on good terms with her, was a worthy ally. So to Gu Yi's surprise, Lu Manqing suddenly grabbed his arm, claiming it was to utilize her great talent for support. With two soft, full mounds pressed against his arm, it was impossible not to have wandering thoughts. As Gu Yi's mind reeled, he sensed a slight increase in his strength attribute. Strength 33-34 temporary. Although it was only a 1-point boost, the improvement was significant. This scene did not escape Pei Nishang's notice. She immediately felt a pang of jealousy. But soon, under Gu Yi's puzzled gaze, Lu Manqing said she wanted to speak with Pei Nishang alone. Shortly after having heard Sister Manqing's words, the pure white, sword-wielding maiden's cheeks flushed with a captivating red. At the same time, her proud demeanor resurfaced. Lu Manqing told Pei Nishang that to win Gu Yi's favor, she should just be herself. She said that this version of Pei Nishang was far more distinctive. She cited an example. When Pei Nishang had tried to flatter Gu Yi in a soft, meek voice, he was clearly startled. In contrast, the proud Pei Nishang was far more likely to ignite a man's desire to conquer. However, she added that it was permissible to soften at appropriate times, such as when being spanked. And she, Lu Manqing, could be there to assist. This made Pei Nishang feel a bit embarrassed. Pei Nishang thought to herself that Sister Manqing was truly a wonderful person. Next, she reverted to her true self. Thanks to Gu Yi's earlier advice, she now knew the corpse cherry ghost's weakness. The rotting corpses were endless. They had to sever the cherry blossom tree that glowed with blood. With a crack, Pei Nishang's charged sword strike cleaved a cherry blossom tree in two, instantly earning her 30 ghost coins. Beside her, Gu Yi was a force of destruction. The lying sword in his hand was like a machine gun, striking wherever he aimed. Every monster that dared to block his path fell beneath his rock spikes. His efficiency was far beyond what Pei Nishang, who needed to charge her attacks, could match. He's so strong. Ever since learning Gu Yi was the mysterious man in black, Pei Nishang had held him in the highest admiration. Now, witnessing his power firsthand, she was utterly mesmerized. Although the cherry blossom trees were stationary and defenseless, they were invariably guarded by rotting corpses. Her sword chi attacks required clearing the corpses first before she could damage the tree. This meant she couldn't slay a corpse cherry ghost in a single strike. Gu Yi was different. His sword, coated in a thick rock-like substance, could unleash a dense barrage of rock spikes, blasting the rotting corpses into dust along with the tree. Lu Manqing too was filled with awe. Unlike Gu Yi and Pei Nishang, who had ranged attacks, she had nothing and could only fight in close quarters. However, if the trees of these corpse cherry ghosts weren't cut down, rotting corpses would endlessly emerge from the ground. Lu Manqing, go and shatter those two cherry blossom trees. Sensing her predicament, Gu Yi walked over, handed her the lying sword, and gestured for her to earn some ghost. Okay. Feeling his gentleness, Lu Manqing accepted. But when she activated the sword's skill, her stamina bar plummeted, dropping by 10 instantly. Moreover, compared to the machine gun-like barrage Gu Yi could unleash, her rock spikes were smaller and sparser. The power they could wield with the lying sword was on entirely different levels. I can't hold on. After slaying two corpse cherry ghosts, Lu Manqing hastily returned the lying sword to Gu Yi. If she kept consuming her stamina at this rate, she could barely stand. Gu Yi wasn't surprised to learn that Lu Manqing's stamina was draining so quickly. The Lying Sword was of fine quality and Lu Manqing had yet to consume a single attribute pill. Her stats were still at their base level, naturally insufficient to wield it. Was there a way to strengthen Lu Manqing quickly? For Guyi there certainly was a method, but it required exploration. Both Lu Manqing and Lin Muxue had already completed the exploration stage during their first offline meeting. They only needed to complete the other 3 stages to finish one full exploration. Guyi decided to wait and see regarding the exploration. Xiao Chan and Ji Xian had only completed establishment because they genuinely saw him as a potential partner deep down. Under Guyi's lead their path was unimpeded. Any rotting corpse was as fragile as glass before his rock spikes easily shattered. In terms of pure destructive power, the rock spikes were inferior to the upgraded Shadow Break and Explosive Flame. Their greatest advantage lay in their ranged attack capability. For instance, the Corpse King Shojing, a mid-risk 3-star threat, could briefly withstand the rock spikes. But for the current low-risk 9-star monsters, they were easily dispatched. Were these the only monsters in the low-risk 9-star 100 Ghost Paradise? Guyi found this puzzling. In the same low-risk 9-star Corpse Lock Town, there were clearly more formidable elite monsters like the white-haired walking corpse. Yet all the way through the shrine grounds, the only monsters he encountered were rotting corpses. With this thought, Guyi turned and looked into the distance at the massive blood-red cherry blossom tree starkly visible against the night. Holy crap! Why is he turning around? Behind Guyi and his 2 companions, many survivors had witnessed his terrifying power. To escape the attacks of the nearby corpse cherry ghosts, they had been following him, hoping to survive the night. Many of them quickly guessed that the young man in black was the mysterious figure from the previous night. Thanks to the information from the 4396 public channel, this group also learned the mysterious man. Ji Guyi, hello big shot. One survivor stammered as the young man in black turned and walked back. Hearing this, the other survivors who had been hoping to follow him until morning chimed in. Hello big shot Guyi. Many of them were genuinely grateful, having nearly been killed by the rotting corpses before being saved by him. Guyi gave a slight nod in response. Whether last night or tonight, his primary goal had always been to slay monsters for ghost coins. Saving people was purely incidental. He had no habit of killing indiscriminately and wouldn't blast people along with the monsters. But despite his lack of intent, he had occasionally gained righteous chi from saving people. This puzzled him. He had saved hundreds, if not thousands, of survivors while slaying monsters, but only in a few instances did he receive the prompt for gaining righteous chi. By comparing these survivors, Guyi gradually discovered a common thread. Those who appeared clearly virtuous tended to yield this energy, proving it was a righteous act. Fortunately, he hadn't lost any righteous chi from inadvertently saving people. Under the gaze of the crowd, Pei Nishang obediently followed Guyi, her face beaming with excitement. Who wouldn't want to be the center of attention? Of course it had to be positive attention. For instance, she overheard the survivors who had parted to make way for them whispering among themselves. Only a big shot like Guyi can travel with 2 stunning beauties. Exactly. These monsters are nothing before him. If I were this awesome, I'd do the same. You said it. Beauties belong with the strong. That woman in white is Pei Nishang. She's pretty strong too, and she's from our channel 1314. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Guyi headed towards the Yakumo shrine. He had observed from midair earlier that the blood-red lines of all the cherry blossom trees in the shrine grounds converged there. What a wild night, brothers. Yeah, when the next daytime period hits, the ghost coins will skyrocket. Hurry, let's start singing praises for big shot Guyi from the back. The goal of most survivors was clear: follow behind Guyi and survive until dawn. By then the ghost coins on them would also surge, allowing them to earn world coins effortlessly. Hadn't they flocked to the shrine district precisely to latch onto the mysterious black-clad figure? Now that they knew this figure was the young man Guyi, they were even more determined to shower him with loud praise. Having survived to this day, most survivors were well aware of their place. Guyi didn't need their help. Tagging along behind a powerhouse as a cheering accessory was simply too comfortable. Thus the praise for Guyi never ceased. Even if not directly lauding him, they found ways to compliment Lu Manqing and Pei Nishang. In their eyes, praising the beauty of the big shot's female companions was equivalent to praising Guyi. As long as it wasn't awkwardly lecherous commentary about their figures, it wouldn't cause offense. Otherwise, they'd likely be dead. This flattery naturally pleased Pei Nishang, who loved being in the spotlight on her public channel. But compared to the attention she got by Guyi's side, that was far inferior. Just following behind and receiving all this praise made Pei Nishang feel a bit giddy. And she knew all this was due to Guyi's presence. This made Pei Nishang's gaze toward him grow increasing. She believed that if she were to seek a partner, it must be a man cloaked in 1,000 rays of starlight like him. Without a doubt, Guyi perfectly fit her needs. Moreover, their similar ages made it all the more suitable. But how could she win Guyi's favor? Pei Nishang could only pin her hopes on Lu Manqing. She longed for the other to teach her. As for Lu Manqing, she followed calmly behind Guyi. She had heard such praise far too many times. It wasn't a matter of years, but of having grown up with it. Compared to the flattery from these strangers, she yearned to hear it from Gu Yi. For instance, his earlier comment about her black and white sword outfit being nice had made her quite proud and happy. That was why she wore it in the 100 Ghost Paradise. And so as Gu Yi led the two women toward the giant cherry blossom tree, over 100 survivors followed behind ceaselessly, singing his praises. This spectacle left the surrounding survivors utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is up with these people? A few still clueless survivors voiced their confusion. But once introduced by those nearby, and witnessing firsthand how the black-clad youth at the forefront effortlessly shattered the rotting corpses, they too promptly joined the praising brigade. As the saying goes, making it to the next daytime period was a huge win. Gu Yi's protection was like giving them free, and with world coins they could strengthen themselves, thus improving their chances of survival on the path of struggle. Such a boon was no less than being reborn. Holy shit, Gu Yi is that mysterious black-clad figure. In an alley, Tiger King Zhou Wuli's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as a chill shot up his spine. In terms of combat power, 10 of him couldn't match this mysterious black-clad figure. Good thing he hadn't acted rashly today, offending him over that bitch Yu Miaoyin. Otherwise, given the young man's unfriendly look back, then he'd surely be dead by now. Should he step forward and voluntarily apologize? Zhou Wulia recalled his demeanor from hours ago and feared it might displease Gu Yi. Back then, he had mistakenly placed the other's identity and strength on the same level as his own. Thinking unknown, he feared no one. But now, knowing Gu Yi was that mysterious black-clad figure, he had clearly changed his tune. Just as Zhou Wulia decided to force a smile and offer an apology, a familiar, yet unfamiliar figure cut ahead of him. Sister Manqing, why did you leave so quickly earlier? You made it impossible for me to catch up. Yu Miaoyin, nicknamed the Jade Fox, approached Lu Manqing, but as she spoke, her seductive eyes were fixed on Gu Yi. To be honest, from their earlier encounter, she knew the young man was formidable, but she never expected him to be last night's mysterious black-clad figure. This level of prowess had instantly multiplied. Thinking of this, Yu Miaoyin couldn't help but harbor a grudge over Gu Yi publicly carrying Lu Manqing away and leaving her behind. Although her figure was slightly inferior to Lu Manqing's, she believed her looks were no less. Being so decisively flown away with only Lu Manqing, didn't that leave her alone feeling awkward? So upon learning Gu Yi was last night's mysterious black-clad figure, Yu Miaoyin decided to take the initiative. To that end, she deliberately pulled her neckline down a bit. Oh, sorry. Lu Manqing said this, but she knew exactly what Yu Miaoyin was thinking. Though speaking to her, Yu Miaoyin's eyes unabashedly cast flirtatious glances at Gu Yi. A clear case of ulterior motives. Hey, who are you? Just as Yu Miaoyin was secretly pleased that Gu Yi was also looking at her chest, an untimely crisp young girl's voice pulled her back to reality. Pei Nishang, dressed in pure white sword attire, stood before Gu Yi, her gaze displeased as she glanced at this wanton woman deliberately exposing her chest. She had observed Lu Manqing's expression earlier. It didn't show much familiarity. This indicated that even if the two knew each other, their relationship wasn't close. Pei Nishang believed she could easily discern such matters. After all, she considered herself quite sharp, so in Pei Nishang's view, this unknown slut trying to seduce Gu Yi with her beauty was easily seen. Behind her, Gu Yi was a bit speechless. What the hell was Pei Nishang doing? If Yu Miaoyin wanted to show off in front of him, that was her business. Blocking his view meant he couldn't see anything. It seemed Pei Nishang needed another lesson. Gu Yi thought so, especially recalling the moment she let out that coy snort. It made him want to take her right then and there. Who am I? I'm Sister Manqing's friend, and who are you? Now it was Yu Miaoyin's turn to be puzzled. After all, on the train of survival, she had known Lu Manqing in real life. As for this little sister, also in ancient-style clothing, could she be a like-minded friend of Lu Manqing from the real world? Yu Miaoyin was somewhat aware of Lu Manqing's personal preferences. Already a peerless beauty, she became even more stunning after dressing up. Her appeal was incredibly high, far more eye-catching than the modern-style clothes she usually wore. However, in Yu Miaoyin's view, Lu Manqing's attire was still somewhat too conservative. The most revealing piece might be a cheap house showing at most her legs. In the current society, such leg-bearing outfits were everywhere when summer arrived. Moreover, she had never seen any man successfully win Lu Manqing over. Reflecting on it now, could it be that Sister Manqing had a preference for someone like Gu Yi, who was around 20 years old? As for her own proactive approach, Yu Miaoyin could naturally sense the other's faint hostility. However, this Gu Yi was truly extraordinary, and she thought that even if she had to shamelessly cling on, she would. So what if you're Sister Manqing's friend? Get out of the way and stop causing trouble. Pei Nishang directly deviated from the script unabashedly, revealing her true nature. Hey young lady, how dare you speak like that? This remark infuriated Yu Miaoyin. If not for the crowd, she would have taught the little girl a lesson. Enough, both of you be quiet. Only when Gu Yi spoke did the two women exchange a glance and stop quarreling. Women, once they started arguing, were truly relentless. However, he naturally understood the reason. Such matters might be amusing at ordinary times, but the problem was that it was nighttime, and obtaining more ghost coins was the priority. What he wanted most now was to go to the Yakumo Grand Shrine and cut down the enormous cherry blossom tree. That said, with his strength and temperament staying low-key was sometimes far too difficult. Initially, he wore that bronze mask to avoid attracting attention and to probe the strength of other survivors. As it turned out, he felt like a high-ranking player smuffing in low-level matches. At least at the difficulty of the current low 9-star level of the 100 Ghost Paradise, it was indeed a smuffing session. The same applied to the survivors he encountered along the way. Take Yu Miaoyin before him, for instance. That woman was also a standout in her channel, yet before him, she was utterly insignificant, easily crushed at will. The same went for the burly man with the nickname Tiger King. Gu Yi deliberately didn't draw his weapon, hoping the man would make the first move. Yet the other chickened out at the last moment. These people had never consumed attribute pills, so naturally they were forced by Gu Yi's dominance. Pei Nishang and Yu Miaoyin dared not continue arguing, but followed behind, exchanging glares. This sight made Lu Manqing shake her head in resignation. Yu Miaoyin was indeed her friend, but not particularly close. The main issue was that the woman was even more ostentatious than Pei Nishang, always seeking to be the center of male attention. As for Pei Nishang, she simply wanted to show off and display her own strength. Behind them, Zhou Wuya decided it was best not to approach recklessly. This Gu Yi even silenced beautiful women if he went to apologize and the man happened to be in a bad mood. Wouldn't that be awkward? After careful consideration, he decided to wait for another opportunity. He also wanted to witness with his own eyes just how powerful this Gu Yi really was. Previously, the deeds of the mysterious black-clad figure slaying at least 1,000 pseudo-ghosts had been heard only from others. Woe is big shot Gu Yi heading to the Yakumo Grand Shrine. Among the survivors, someone finally noticed that Gu Yi was heading toward the shrine with the enormous cherry blossom tree. You might not know how dangerous the Yakumo Grand Shrine is inside. Good thing I escaped early. A survivor shuddered at the mention of the Yakumo Grand Shrine. Shortly after Gu Yi publicly soared away, countless rotting arms emerged from the ground. Many were trapped under the tree, unable to move as rotting corpses devoured them bite by bite, blood pooling on the ground. And this was merely the prelude. Soon a strange black mist rose from within the Yakumo Grand Shrine. Those engulfed by the mist screamed in agony, and vague colossal monsters stirred within. He was lucky enough to escape just before the black mist filled the entire shrine. I can vouch that this brother speaks the truth. Another survivor began recounting the current state of the Yakumo Grand Shrine, describing how the black mist swirled inside, extinguishing all the lanterns. Even carrying a lantern inside the light would be swallowed by the black mist, rendering everything invisible. The number of rotting corpses far exceeded those beneath the cherry blossom tree outside. This was evident from the sheer scale of the enormous cherry blossom tree. Among the crowd, Zhou Wuya recalled the earlier situation at the Yakumo Grand Shrine with lingering fear. He had initially wanted to maintain his persona and try to rescue a survivor from the same channel. But after smashing a few rotting corpses, even more emerged from the ground, as if endless and easily revived. Thus he prioritized his own safety and fled first. After all, everyone else had already run off, so if he didn't leave quickly, he would be in danger too. Fortunately, using his personal talent to transform into a beast and enhance his attributes, he took a shortcut over the wall and escaped. But the remaining people inside weren't so lucky. Screams rang out one after another, sending chills down the spines of those outside the shrine. In summary, the Yakumo Grand Shrine was extremely perilous. So would this big shot Gu Yi be in grave danger? You all stay outside, I'll be back shortly. Approaching the outermost black torii gate of the Yakumo Grand Shrine, Gu Yi turned to Lu Manqing and the other women. His eyes, possessing the power of perception, could clearly see the scene inside. Within the shrine, besides rotting corpses, there were many grotesque ghosts. The commonality was that these monsters also had a red line extending toward the enormous cherry blossom tree. Be careful. Lu Manqing didn't ask further. Even without hearing the survivors' accounts, she could gauge the danger of this place with her own eyes. From the outside, the entire shrine was shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to see inside. At that moment, the roars of unknown monsters echoed from within, instinctively driving people away. Gu Yi nodded slightly. Go on, I believe you can handle it easily. Unlike Lu Manqing, Pei Nishang thought that even if the Yakumo Grand Shrine was dangerous, it would be a piece of cake for Gu Yi. She had unconditional faith in Gu Yi's strength. Gu Yi nodded again in response. Honestly, he still wasn't quite used to Pei Nishang's change in attitude. But then again, compliments from a beautiful woman were always pleasant to hear. Well, just as Yu Miaoyin, seeing Lu Manqing and Pei Nishang both speak, thought to add something, she watched Gu Yi stride into the black mist without looking back. This left her words stuck in her throat. Huh. Pei Nishang couldn't help but laugh at this sight. As Gu Yi vanished into the black mist, the many survivors behind began discussing among themselves. Undoubtedly, this Yakumo Grand Shrine was far more dangerous than the surrounding shrines. Not only was it the largest in area, but the cherry blossom tree inside also stood towering at the center of the shrine district. Even in the dead of night, the enormous blood-red tree was extremely conspicuous. Do you think Big Shot Guyi might run into trouble, eh? A survivor spoke up when there was no sound from inside the shrine. As soon as the words left his mouth, boom, the survivors saw a tremendous noise erupt from within the shrine. The enormous cherry blossom tree visibly tilted backward inch by inch, its blood-red glow gradually fading. Boom, boom, boom. As another series of loud crashes rang out, the colossal cherry blossom tree in their line of sight had completely fallen, raising a cloud of dust. Immediately after, the black mist within the shrine dissipated entirely, revealing its true appearance. At the same time with the breaking of the enormous cherry blossom tree, all the cherry blossom trees in the surrounding shrine districts withered and died. This sight naturally left the other survivors in the shrine district utterly bewildered. They had thought they would be killed by the rotting corpses, only to see the cherry blossom trees suddenly wither. Inside the shrine, Guyi looked at the ghost coin amount that appeared before him, his face lighting up with joy. As expected, destroying the enormous cherry blossom tree of the Yakumo Grand Shrine was equivalent to eliminating all the corpse cherry ghosts. This haul was a massive profit. Ding. You have slain the blood cherry ghost, gaining 3,000 ghost coins. Ding. You have slain the corpse cherry ghost, gaining 30 ghost coins. Ding. You have slain the corpse cherry ghost, gaining 30 ghost coins. Ding. You have slain the corpse cherry ghost, gaining 30 ghost coins. The enormous cherry blossom tree within the Yakumo Grand Shrine was known as the blood cherry ghost. After severing it, a dense, lengthy series of notifications regarding the slaying of corpse cherry ghosts appeared. This confirmed Guyi's judgment. All the cherry blossom trees in the shrine district were interconnected with. After slaying the pseudo-human ghost last night and eliminating a few reckless survivors, his ghost coins had doubled to 2110 upon reaching the daytime period. The ghost coins acquired from the shrine district amounted to 29740. This meant that even if he did nothing for the rest of the night, his ghost coins would double to 101880 by tomorrow, which converted to 1018 world coins. Even if the subsequent challenges grew increasingly difficult, as long as he could survive until the 6th daytime period, the world coins earned would easily allow for the expansion and addition of train cars. Of course, the current amount of ghost coins was already sufficient to exchange for world coins and unlock features. However, Guyi saw no need for it at the moment. The reward rule, doubling his ghost coins at every daytime period, was still too enticing. Unless the difficulty escalated to an extreme degree, Guyi would consider upgrading the Myriad Realm Recycling module to LV2 to see if there were more worthwhile items to purchase. For instance, attribute pills. The attribute pills from Myriad Realm Recycling LV1 were of the first grade, and Guyi believed there would likely be second, third grades, and beyond. Compared to flashy external items like Curio's attribute pills, which enhanced one's own abilities, were Guyi's primary purchasing target. Of course, if world coins were abundant, he could also stock up on some Curios. Based on discussions among survivors in other public channels, someone had claimed to witness the power of the explosive flame spear after it was thrown, reducing monsters within a 10-meter radius of the spear to ashes. The main advantage of Curios was that they consumed little stamina and could unleash tremendous power directly. Their downside was that they were consumables with limited uses. Look, it's Big Shot Guyi coming out. As Guyi's figure emerged from the Yakumo Grand Shrine, the survivors behind him erupted in exclamations. Sure enough, that enormous cherry blossom tree had been severed by Guyi. Judging by the time, it had taken no more than 5 minutes from start to finish. When they realized this, the crowd's gazes toward the tall, black-clad youth shifted once more. Powerful, there was no doubt about that. The question was just how powerful was he? They remained uncertain. Earlier, according to Tiger King Zhou Wulia, even if he used his talent to transform into a ferocious beast, he couldn't have smashed down a giant tree over 50 meters tall. The trunk alone required several people to encircle. Even hacking at it with a weapon would take an unknown amount of time. Moreover, this enormous cherry blossom tree was no ordinary wood. It was a demonic spirit that had cultivated into a ghost. The number of decaying corpses emerging from the ground alone was far beyond what any other cherry blossom tree on the street could compare with. Yet, even this perilous Yakumo Grand Shrine was like a toy car before the black-clad youth, shattered with a single touch. Big Shot Guyi is truly awesome. Yeah, he effortlessly accomplished what none of us could. What nonsense are you spouting? How else would he be a big shot? The surrounding survivors spoke one after another, returning to the main topic, extolling every aspect of Guyi to the utmost. First and foremost was his strength, which stood unrivaled. Though they came from various public channels, none had ever seen someone as formidable as Guyi. After discussion, they concluded that Guyi was practically invincible. Damn, why are all these cherry blossom trees withering? What happened? A nearby survivor noticed the spectacle at the Yakumo Grand Shrine and asked in confusion upon arriving. Though he didn't know why so many had gathered here, the absence of conflict indicated the area was safe. What puzzled him was that the decaying corpses chasing him had suddenly dissolved and scattered on the ground, and even the cherry blossom trees on the street had all withered, their blood-red glow extinguished. Thus, upon noticing the fallen enormous cherry blossom tree at the Yakumo Grand Shrine, he came to investigate. He wasn't the only one. Survivors from across the shrine district were drawn by the commotion of the tree's collapse. Yet when they learned that all this was caused by that black-clad youth, another wave of expletives erupted. Their eyes weren't blind. They naturally noticed the difference of the one man and 3 women. As the leading black-clad youth moved, the other survivors kept a wide distance, automatically parting to both sides. Not to mention anything else, just from the reverent attitude of the surrounding survivors, they could clearly and intuitively feel his imposing presence. What? He's the mysterious black-clad figure from last night. Upon learning this from other survivors, the group that had arrived at the Yakumo Grand Shrine suddenly felt a sense of, oh, that explains it. Survivors who had come to this area were more or less aware of the mysterious black-clad figure's strength. Now that they knew he was the youth named Gu Yi, many immediately voiced their gratitude. They had thought they would be killed by the decaying corpses, only to find a sudden turn of events. Gu Yi's act of severing the enormous cherry blossom tree had indirectly saved many lives. Ding. You have gained 1 strand of righteous chi. Ding. You have gained 1 strand of righteous chi. Ding. You have gained 1 strand of righteous chi. Due to these unintentional righteous deeds, Gu Yi's righteous chi kept increasing. Since his current capacity was only 100, the righteous chi had long since overflowed. His understanding of acquiring righteous chi was as follows: those who cultivate righteous chi cannot all be absolutely righteous individuals without any blemishes. Extreme goodness and extreme evil are ultimately rare. Most people exist in the gray area between good and evil. As long as one's thoughts or actions align, they can gain righteous chi. Regarding the righteous chi skill, Gu Yi planned to return to the train during the daytime to upgrade it and see its subsequent enhancements. After all, he was using more and more righteous chi now, and he wanted to see if he could increase its capacity. You don't need to follow me. The corpse cherry ghosts in the shrine district have all been slain. Gu Yi's gaze swept over the surrounding survivors. These people weren't pretty girls, and he now intended to return to the temporary shrine stronghold to rest and check on Lin Mux's injuries. Faced with Gu Yi's words, the crowd dared not disobey. As more survivors arrived, they all learned that the cherry blossom trees in the shrine district had withered one by one. Thus, during the night period, with no threat of decaying corpses, they could safely survive until the next daytime period. And this, of course, was thanks to Gu Yi. For a moment, the survivors once again voiced their gratitude. Listening to the crowd's praise, Pei Nishang felt a sense of shared pride and joy. The only thing that displeased her was that this Yu Miaoyin was shamelessly tagging along, sticking like a piece of taffy that couldn't be shaken off. Despite Gu Yi's instructions for survivors not to follow him, some inevitably chose to settle in the vicinity of the shrine. Their reasoning was to stay as close to Gu Yi as possible, hoping that in the event of a sudden danger, they might just manage to save their own skins. Yet the distance could not be too near lest they incur his displeasure. Before long, Gu Yi led the 3 women back to their temporary lodging. Upon discovering another woman had joined their ranks, Lin Muxue grew ever more convinced that she should follow Zioakan's advice to secure Gu Yi before any other woman could. Lu Manqing, however, harbored a different thought. She had hoped to use the opportunity of accompanying Gu Yi outside to grow closer to him. Yet unexpectedly, Yu Miaoyin had emerged to forcibly forge a connection with her. With this acquaintance present, she found herself unable to unabashedly cling to Gu Yi's arm as she had before. Moreover, Pei Nishang's relentless verbal sparring with Yu Miaoyin further dispelled any hint of an amorous atmosphere. She felt utterly thwarted in her attempts to do anything. Upon seeing the sisterly intimacy between Xiaochan and Lin Muxue inside the room, a pang of vigilance struck her. Yet there was little she could do about it. Pei Nishang was in some respects far too single-minded. As for Yu Miaoyin, Lu Manqing could only heave a soft sigh. She hardly knew how to introduce this friend to Gu Yi. Given the other woman's lifestyle, she could not very well speak of it openly. And who might these 2 young ladies be? Upon entering the room, Yu Miaoyin familiarly inquired of the 2 girls within. To her eyes, these 2 beautiful young women were surely also Gu Yi's women. Noting their youthful appearances and the fact that Gu Yi had not kept them by his side, Yu Miaoyin concluded that they could not compare to Lu Manqing or Pei Nishang. Husband, I have words for you. Xiaochan rose slowly, not even deigning to glance at Yu Miaoyin. Gu Yi nodded, and Zioakan's expression was grave. Could it be that Lin Muxue had failed? Soon the women watched as Gu Yi and Xiaochan moved aside to converse in private. Before long, Gu Yi emerged, and the look in his eyes toward Yu Miaoyin shifted subtly. Meanwhile, his gaze toward Lu Manqing changed even more profoundly. This sight immediately tightened the hearts of both women. First was Yu Miaoyin. According to Xiaochan, this woman had lost her primordial yin, a fact that did not sit well with her. In stark contrast stood Lu Manqing, whose primordial yin was even more abundant and full than that of Lin Muxue and Pei Nishang. The implication was simple. Yu Miaoyin's body had long been tainted beyond repair, while Lu Manqing remained pure and unblemished. This revelation struck Gu Yi with great astonishment. What shocked him was that Lu Manqing, despite being several years older than Yu Miaoyin, had preserved her untainted self. Naturally, this knowledge brought him a measure of joy. Having boarded the train to survive, taking in women of pure virtue was the most ideal scenario. As for Yu Miaoyin, he had never harbored much interest in her, having met and spoken with her only a few times. Thus, after conveying this information, Xiaochan offered Gu Yi the same counsel. Yu Miaoyin might be fine for casual amusement, but deepening the relationship was not advised. In contrast, the other three women, especially Lin Muxue, supported Gu Yi's actions. Gu Yi was deeply moved by Xiaocan's thoughtfulness. Had other women not been present, he would have wished to share a tender moment with her. Consequently, Gu Yi proceeded to treat each woman according to his assessment. For Lin Muxue and Lu Manqing, who had long been added as his friends, his attitude needed no elaboration. Lin Muxue's injuries would fully recover within, at most, 3 hours. Her great healing talent could not only mend wounds, but also restore a modicum of energy, though it was bound by a time limit and could not be used endlessly. Even so, Gu Yi found it exceedingly useful. Lu Manqing's talent was also commendable, capable of temporarily enhancing physical strength or weapon potency. Pei Nishang had yet to activate her talent, but she learned sword techniques with remarkable speed, a form of innate giftedness in its own right. This maiden, clad entirely in white sword attire, harbored an undisguised affection upon learning that he was the mysterious black-clad figure. Gu Yi felt that Pei Nishang still needed some tempering to ascertain the full picture. As for Yu Miaoyin, whatever interest he had left evaporated entirely. On the path of survival, he would undoubtedly encounter many beautiful women, but he could not afford to overlook other factors in favor of mere appearance. Though his attributes now far surpassed ordinary men and past ailments could no longer harm him, he could not simply take in women indiscriminately. Otherwise, constant squabbling over trivial matters would become a vexing nuisance. Gu Yi's coldness toward Yu Miaoyin did not escape the notice of the other women. They could only surmise that Xiaochan, who addressed Gu Yi as husband, had said something. This caused Yu Miaoyin to secretly harbor resentment toward the red-clad maiden. Yet she dared not show it, for the aura emanating from the other woman was terrifying. A mere glance from the red-clad maiden made her feel as though she were plummeting into an icy abyss of death. According to the rules of the 100 Ghosts Paradise, the second night period lasted 14 hours, only half of which had passed. Apart from Gu Yi, whose stamina bar was still fit for battle, Lu Manqing and Pei Nishang had expended too much energy and needed rest. All the corpse cherry ghosts in the shrine area had been eliminated. To continue earning ghost coins, they would have to venture into other zones. The mere travel would consume considerable time. Seizing this respite, Gu Yi closed his eyes to rest. Though his attributes were formidable, the rock spikes had taken. Approximately 5 hours later, Gu Yi heard a commotion outside. The women inside the room were also roused. What the hell is going on out there? Gu Yi strode out of the shrine with a displeased expression, intent on seeing who dared to cause such a racket. At this moment, a crowd had gathered outside the shrine. A middle-aged bald man knelt on the ground in agony, pouring out his grievances to the survivors drawn by the noise. Look, everyone. This is the so-called big shot Gu Yi you all talk about. He stole my girlfriend. The bald man's first words caught Gu Yi off guard. What did he mean by stealing this bald man's girlfriend? Wasn't this pure slander? Wait, who exactly is your girlfriend? Gu Yi was genuinely baffled. No other survivor had arrived at the Corpse Lockdown station until his departure. Claiming he stole this man's girlfriend was utterly absurd. It seemed this man was courting death. Just as Gu Yi was about to silence the middle-aged bald man, the latter pointed behind him at Yu Miaoyin and shouted, "It's this Yu Miaoyin. She's my girlfriend." At these words, Gu Yi's murderous intent subsided. So that was it. It had nothing to do with him. Surname Song, what nonsense are you spouting? I have nothing to do with you anymore. Yu Miaoyin, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, immediately began to protest loudly. She had never expected this man from before boarding the survival train to be here as well. The middle-aged bald man, meanwhile, fixed a fervent gaze on Gu Yi. He had spotted Yu Miaoyin in the crowd long ago. So why hadn't he spoken up then? He had wanted everyone to know that this wretched woman Yu Miaoyin had followed the big shot Gu Yi into the building. Since Gu Yi was described by all as so honorable, could he perhaps extract some compensation from him? To be honest, the middle-aged bald man knew he was gambling. One misstep could cost him his life instantly. Yet he still wanted to try. On the survival train, death could come at any moment. It was rare to find a point of connection with this big shot Gu Yi, so he had to give it a shot. Thus he had staged this act of kneeling and playing the cuckold. Let me state once more, I have no relationship with this. Seeing Yu Miaoyin arguing with the bald man Gu, he couldn't be bothered to intervene. Lin Muxue's leg injury had just healed, and Lu Manqing and Pei Nishang had also largely recovered. It was time to move on. Wait for me. Yu Miaoyin panicked as Gu Yi led the women away without a backward glance and tried to follow. However, the middle-aged bald man blocked her, sparking another round of quarreling. Meanwhile, despite Gu Yi's declaration that he had no connection with Yu Miaoyin, the onlooking survivors could not resist gossiping. Could this big shot Gu Yi have a taste for stolen wives? This topic stirred heated debate among the survivors. Word spread like wildfire. Such juicy gossip was impossible to contain. Consequently, some attractive female survivors began to eye the situation with keen interest. As dawn broke, ushering in the third daytime period, Gu Yi led the three women toward the nearest safe zone. Upon arrival, they overheard discussions among survivors on the Greenlight platform. The public channel had merged, now boasting 100,000 participants. With such a multitude, someone in the public chat had upgraded their train to level 2, unlocking new functions. One particularly crucial feature allowed for sharing station coordinates, enabling other level 2 train survivors to warp to one station. The arrival of Gu Yi and his companions drew the attention of nearby survivors. A young man accompanied by several stunning beauties was inevitably a sight that caught one's eye. Moreover, a large group of survivors followed in their wake. This spectacle instantly tightened the hearts of the survivors at the Greenlight safe platform. They wondered if this group intended to besiege the safe zone from outside. 100,000-person district. A shared station. Gu Yi was drawn in by the discussions among the survivors on the safe platform. During the previous daytime period, which was the 9th day of the nationwide train survival, the number of survivors in the 10th Sandperson public channel had dwindled to 30%. After another night, the numbers would only shrink further. Assuming an average of 1,000 survivors remained per public channel, a 100,000-person district would be a merger of survivors from nearly 100 such channels. With such a concentration of people, there were bound to be many formidable survivors. Coupled with the emergence of time-limited challenge stations like the 100 Ghost Paradise, it was not surprising that someone had unlocked a level 2 train today. Sure enough, after stepping onto the safe platform, other survivors indicated through the new district's public chat that the 100 Ghost Paradise was not the only time-limited challenge. However, the reward rules were largely similar. Upon setting foot on the Greenlight platform, Gu Yi also looked at the newly merged district. Public channel ID D4396, current population 9992, 210, 0000 daily posts. 10 Yi Falong. Wait, why does merging channel still land us on an existing one? Doesn't that make my original channel look pathetic? A survivor named Yi Falong was quite displeased, considering himself the top figure of his former channel. He had thought this D4396 district would be exceptional, but then someone from the 4396 channel chimed in asking why, aside from the added D, it was still the number 4396. This greatly irritated Yi Falong, so he wanted to ask if the 4396 channel had any formidable characters. Upon inquiring, he was left somewhat speechless. That kid named Gu Yi only had a few 6-star weapons, nothing more. They made him out to be some kind of mythical figure. Suffice it to say, the survivors of the original 4396 district were nothing special. Through the additional time-limited challenge stations over the past few days, he had managed to acquire nearly 200 world coins, directly exchanging them for 2 attribute pills from the shop. After consuming a strength pill, his initial 7-point strength attribute surged to 14 points instantly, giving him a bloated sense of superiority, as if everyone else was a weakling. He felt invincible. As for why he didn't keep the resource coins for doubling, it was mainly because he found the increasing difficulty overwhelming. If he didn't exchange for attribute pills to strengthen himself soon, he feared he might capsize in a ditch and become a stepping stone for other survivors. After all survivors could slay monsters for world coins, and others were gradually catching up in strength. Hoarding without exchanging to enhance himself was essentially courting death. At this moment, for instance, most clear-headed survivors had decided to retreat wisely, promptly jumping back to their original stations. They believed that if the difficulty continued to rise, even surviving would be a luxury. Even hiding in houses would invite monsters to break down doors and besiege them. Gu Yi naturally saw Yi Falong's messages. As for why the merge landed on the 4396 channel, he had little interest. However, the new public chat interface had a few extra features. One could like messages sent by other survivors and view them through the newly added trending option. This allowed Gu Yi to quickly and clearly find some relatively useful information. The prefix ID for the merged districts seemed to be D, as time-limited challenge stations had survivors from various districts. Among these, the feature changes unlocked after upgrading the train to level 2 were also widely liked. First, one could share stations they had visited, whether through public chat, friend chat, or private messages. However, both sharing stations and jumping to stations shared by others required the train to be upgraded to level 2. Otherwise, even if another survivor shared a station, one couldn't jump to it. In other words, once the train was upgraded to level 2, one could form teams and survive together. Additionally, the power energy consumption for a level 2 train jump was reduced from 10 to 5. The reduction in power energy consumption tempted Gu Yi, who considered it a practical feature. Furthermore, from level 2 onward, a train's power energy could be converted into water resources, though the consumption depended on each survivor's choice. As long as one had enough world coins, living conditions could become more comfortable. This also applied to modifying the train or adding carriages, all of which required upgrading the train to level 2 first. Guyi felt that his Star Sea Pioneer definitely needed an upgrade after the 100 Ghosts Paradise event. Both expanding the existing carriage space and adding new carriages were urgent. Initially, when he had just started his survival journey alone, it was fine, but as supplies increased, the space became increasingly cramped. In particular, that luxurious double bed might need to be enlarged, widened, and thickened. Additionally, Guyi noticed that there wasn't a single piece of information about what was unlocked at Universal Recycle LV2. The 100,000-person district's public chat had a search function. One could search for people or keywords. What important items will Universal Recycle LV2 unlock? It seems I'll have to see for myself. Guyi briefly arranged the next meeting time with the women and returned to his train carriage. The third daytime period would only last 8 hours, and it would become increasingly dangerous afterward. However, he believed that protecting the other 3 women through the next nighttime period was not a problem. He wasn't alone. Xiao-chan was there as a capable and virtuous assistant. Even if the next station's difficulty soared to medium risk level 3, not all monsters would possess such strength. After several station difficulty increases, Guyi had gained some understanding of the matter. Locked Corpse Town's difficulty rose to medium risk level 3 due to Corpse Transformation King Wang Shoujing. The subsequent increase to high risk level 9 was due to Ji Xian, and Xiao-chan with her exceptional quality translated to high risk combat power. Dealing with the medium risk 100 Ghost Paradise was still a piece of cake. Next, Guyi planned to elevate his skills. Drank skill Righteous Chi First Realm Initial Gleam Pure White Chi Capacity 100 strands Advanced Abilities Protective Radiance Insight like Fire Resonant Sound of Gold and Jade Ding. You have fully explored all paths of Righteous Chi. Are you willing to consume 100 exploration points to elevate Righteous Chi? 100 exploration points consumed. Righteous Chi successfully elevated. Reward Crank Skill Righteous Chi. Exploration points 493, 393. Crank Skill Righteous Chi. Second Realm Tempered Azure Chi. Capacity 1 Chi 10 Chi. Spirit 222,829 Temporary. You have discovered the Crank Skill Righteous Chi. Exploration complete. You have elevated Righteous Chi to C rank. Establishment complete. The color of the Second Realm Righteous Chi had changed, resembling the sky after rain, profound and restrained. Azure is extracted from indigo yet surpasses it. With a simple touch, Guyi discovered that the Second Realm of Righteous Chi now bore an additional passage of description. 100 strands of Righteous Chi coalesced into 1 Chi, and the Second Realm's capacity of 10 Chi a minute could hold 1,000 strands. If the First Realm of Righteous Chi were like a seed just sprouting thin as a gossamer thread, then breaking through to the Second Realm was akin to that seed taking root, birthing a spring, allowing Righteous Chi to flow forth intermittently. At this realm, Righteous Chi could regenerate, no longer depleting after use. You have inspected the Crank Skill Righteous Chi. Understanding complete. Guyi tested it with a single strand of Righteous Chi and indeed sensed the surging of this energy. Though faint, recovering a few strands per day was well within reach. This also reminded Guyi of the scene when Wang Shoujing briefly regained clarity. But at that time, Wang Xiaozhang's Righteous Chi had regressed to the First Realm, and having been refined into a walking corpse, he was beyond salvation. After elevating Righteous Chi from Drank to C rank, his spirit attribute instantly increased by 6 points, a boost comparable to a single first-grade attribute pill. To fully develop the Crank Righteous Chi, Guyi believed based on past experience that he needed to use it extensively. He set a small goal to complete its development during the next night cycle. After all, Righteous Chi hardly consumed energy, and sometimes the more one used it, the more it grew. He currently had 393 development points remaining, primarily obtained from weapons dropped by reckless survivors. Unlocking a single path for the Crank Skill Radiance Illumination required 150 development points, equivalent to a 3-star fine weapon. Even unlocking all path abilities would need 1,000 development points for Ascension, making it unnecessary for now. As for the ghost coins on him, by the third daytime cycle the amount stood at 103380. Converted to world coins, that was 1033 coins. Given the current station's difficulty, Guyi saw no need to exchange ghost coins for world coins. The rule of doubling ghost coins at each daytime cycle after a night was still too advantageous. The value of the ghost coins on him would only maximize its exponential growth by the 6th daytime cycle. He'll rest a bit, then go outside to cultivate the Great Sun Patrol Heavenly Truth. After eating, Guyi lay down on the luxurious double bed and quickly fell into a deep slumber. 2 hours later, he abruptly opened his eyes, his energy bar restored to 90%. The enhancement of his spirit attribute accelerated recovery speed. Other attributes allowed food in his body to be absorbed and converted faster, also aiding in energy recovery to some extent. Glancing casually at the latest trending information on the public channel, Guyi's gaze suddenly sharpened. Among it, a mysterious survivor had summarized the Tendi train survival journey. What made this survivor mysterious was that their name and avatar differed from others, their ID displayed as SSS-Rank. The avatar was not a real person, but a chosen night sky. These 2 points alone naturally drew the attention of all survivors. More crucially, when one opened SSS-Rank's profile, it was marked with the tag organization. Since it was trending, Guyi Curious also clicked to view SSS-Rank's profile. ID SSS-Rank. Organization Divine Court. Unlike other survivors, SSS-Rank could neither receive private messages nor be added as a friend. Thus, Guyi looked at the public message SSS-Rank had posted. When a survivor jumps to a 7-star difficulty station, subsequent jumps would gradually reveal higher star ratings. Each high-star station appears only once. Once the low-risk high-star stations of 7, 8, A, and 9-star difficulty are collected, the jump option adds a special station called the Advancement Challenge. Here, SSS-Rank specifically noted that only survivors capable of solo exploring low-risk 9-star stations should actively initiate the Advancement Challenge. Because the Advancement Challenge could only be completed solo, only survivors who completed the Advancement Challenge were qualified to jump to stations above low-risk difficulty and to obtain better rewards. Seeing this, Guyi furrowed his brow. Wait, how did Corpse Locktown end up at high-risk 9-star? What nonsense was that? With this doubt, Guyi decided to search the public channel for similar discussions. But to his annoyance, among these 100,000 survivors, not one shared his experience. Station difficulty had increased, but at most it reached 9-star. Beyond that, no information was recorded. Could it be that only my station difficulty broke through the low-risk level? Guyi grew even more frustrated at this thought. Fortunately, his talent was powerful, otherwise an ordinary survivor would have had no choice but to flee. On the first night, the walking corpse covered in white fur had damaged the train's durability, instantly dropping it by 3. Additionally, his situation was highly unusual. The first station he jumped to was low-risk 9-star. The remaining public channel information held little value. SSS-Rank only mentioned the advancement station situation, with no further posts found afterward. Seeing this, Guyi chose to leave the carriage. As soon as he appeared on the green light platform, several survivors immediately called out respectfully, "Big shot, Guyi." To this, Guyi nodded slightly. Honestly, at first he was a bit unaccustomed to it, but after many times he gradually got used to it. Yet sometimes he still needed to keep a low profile to avoid too many people tracking his movements. Thinking this, Guyi returned to the carriage, changed clothes, and put on the Sun Wukong mask. This time no one noticed him at all. Because he wasn't the only one wearing a mask, many survivors chose to wear masks to cover their faces and avoid trouble. After 2 hours of body tempering under the blazing sun, Guyi did not return to the safe zone. Instead, he headed toward a nearby street. Hours earlier, Lu Manqing had secretly sent him a message. She had arranged to meet here. He remembered this place because he had passed through it earlier with the 3 women. Naturally, Guyi couldn't miss a beautiful woman's invitation. In fact, he had even cut short his Great Sun Patrol Heavenly Truth cultivation after just 2 hours. He was curious to see what medicine Lu Manqing was selling this time. Guyi pushed open the door of a women's clothing store, and upon entering immediately spotted a mysterious masked figure deliberately wrapped in a coat to conceal her figure. Seeing that he was the expected guest, the figure promptly pulled off her mask. "Phew, it's so hot," Lu Manqing said as she tossed her coat to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Guyi turned and closed the shop door. Although the sign above described it as a women's clothing store, inside there were no clothes, only a small amount of food. Such was the nature of the 100 Ghosts Paradise. Every building could yield some food, but nothing else. Even ordinary tables and chairs could not be taken or stored in the backpack, ensuring only that survivors would not go hungry. "Go ahead, what is it?" Guyi cleared his throat twice discreetly, taking in Lu Manqing's graceful figure. As she had said, the woman was so hot that she had broken into a sweat, causing her black and white swordswoman attire to cling tightly to her delicate body, accentuating her curves. Whether from the heat or other reasons, her cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue, making her even more enchanting. To be honest, Guyi found himself stirred. Having just completed his body refinement, he felt a surge of masculine vitality coursing through him. "Let's go to the back first." Seeing it was Guyi, Lu Manqing quickly stepped forward and linked her arm with his, her delicate nose wrinkling slightly. This thick masculine scent only made her body grow warmer. "All right." Hearing her words, Guyi naturally did not refuse. He let her hold his arm and allowed her to lead the way. The shop, masquerading as a women's clothing store, was equipped with tables and chairs, as well as several more private fitting rooms. Guyi silently committed the surrounding layout to memory. This had become a habit of his ever since embarking on the train survival journey, to map out the terrain. He had no intention of dwelling on other improper thoughts. Under Lu Manqing's guidance, Guyi sat close beside her, which quickened his breathing. It wasn't that he lacked self-control, it was that she was too alluring. The thought that such a stunning figure remained untouched ignited a burning desire to claim her as his own, especially now when she clearly showed a similar inclination. In this unspoken, ambiguous atmosphere, Guyi had already chosen the battlefield for what was to come. Yes, the fitting room would do. After all, it was the most secluded spot here. He had no desire to be seen, nor could he bear the thought of others glimpsing his woman's hidden places. After much deliberation, the fitting room remained the most suitable and private option. Even if someone intruded unexpectedly, his heightened senses would allow him to quickly cover himself and send the intruder away. After sitting down next to Gu Yi, Lu Manqing did not let go, but continued to hold tightly to his firm arm. Along the way, she had carefully analyzed the situation. First, the seductive red-clad female ghost Ji Chan and Lin Muxue had clearly formed an alliance. This filled her with a deep sense of crisis. Lu Manqing thought the red-clad ghost was manageable. After all, she was merely a spirit. But Lin Muxue was much younger, in the prime of budding youth. Who wouldn't prefer a young and beautiful girl? Especially after witnessing Gu Ye's strength firsthand, she believed this young man was the best choice. Thus, Lu Manqing decided to offer herself. And the sooner the better. Take Yu Miaoyin, for example. She practically clung to Gu Yi at every opportunity. More such situations were bound to arise. If she didn't act now, her current advantage might vanish entirely. Ding. You have been deemed worthy of lifelong commitment by Lu Manqing. Establishment complete. When Gu Yi saw this notification appear before his eyes, he knew that today's matter with Lu Manqing would proceed without a hitch. Since she regarded him as someone she could entrust her life to, he naturally would not let her down. Without further hesitation, he pulled the woman into his arms. 2 of the 4 aspects of expansion had been completed, the remaining were connection and understanding. People were not like supplies. They could be connected first, and understanding could deepen over time. Expand, expand. Expand everything. This sudden move made Lu Manqing tremble even more. Yet she did not protest, allowing Gu Yi to lift her by the waist and carry her toward the fitting room. Everything in this journey went without saying. Thump, thump, thump. Just as Gu Yi was about to unleash his signature move, the hungry wolf pouncing on its prey, in the fitting room a knock came from the glass door outside. Who the hell is that? Gu Yi was at the critical moment, his arrow already knocked, only to be interrupted. One could imagine how furious he was. Gu Yi strode out of the fitting room, his expression dark as he glared at the shop entrance. When he saw who it was, his anger flared even more. Standing outside was a girl in pure white swordswoman attire. Who else could it be but Pei Nishang? I'm looking for Sister Manqing. As the shop door opened from within, Pei Nishang saw Gu Yi bare-chested with his muscular frame exposed, his face cold with fury. Under his fierce and intimidating gaze, Pei Nishang immediately became flustered. Furious at having his moment ruined, Gu Yi, without a word, bent the white-clad girl over his knee. He planned to discipline her as he had the night before, then send her away. Wait a moment. At that moment, Lu Manqing, now dressed, emerged from the fitting room with a flushed face. She too was annoyed by the unexpected interruption. But when she realized it was Pei Nishang, her annoyance only deepened. Sister Manqing, you're sneaking a bite. Pei Nishang's sharp eyes caught the disheveled state of Lu Manqing's clothes, clearly hinting at something unusual. What do you mean sneaking a bite? Didn't I invite you? That was precisely why Lu Manqing was even more exasperated upon recognizing Pei Nishang. Earlier, she had sent a message to Pei Nishang hinting that she should join her. But either the girl hadn't understood or simply hadn't responded clearly. At Lu Manqing's words, Pei Nishang's she had indeed understood Lu Manqing's intent, but she found the idea too forward. They had only known each other for such a short time. Was it necessary to move so fast? Yet curiosity got the better of her, and she had left the safe platform early to observe from nearby. That was how she spotted Lu Manqing wearing a coat and mask. Though Sister Manqing had concealed her appearance, the shoes on her feet betrayed her identity, and Pei Nishang's keen eyes caught on. Thus, she followed stealthily from behind. Gu Yi, now aware of the situation, cast his gaze upon Pei Nishang. This young beauty about his age was not bad-looking. Since Pei Nishang had come to spoil his fun, she wouldn't be leaving. Gu Yi felt that his earlier punishment had been too light. This time it needed to be more severe. With a startled cry from Pei Nishang, he hoisted her onto his shoulder, closed the door again, and pulled Lu Manqing along with him into the fitting room. Thump, thump, thump. Just as Gu Yi was about to pounce like a hungry wolf, once more another knock came from outside the door. This time Gu Yi was truly furious. Being interrupted time and again was extremely vexing. He had just managed to have Lu Manqing suppress Pei Nishang, completely rendering her unable to move, when someone knocked on the door again. This time he resolved to make the audacious intruder regret their actions with the force of a thunderbolt. Who is it? Gu Yi infused his voice with a strand of azure righteous chi. As the 2 words left his lips, an invisible sonic wave rippled outward in all directions. Bang! The shop's doors and windows shattered with a series of crackling sounds. This also left Gu Yi stunned. Wait, this power seemed a bit excessive. What truly froze his expression, however, was the sight of Lin Muxue, standing outside the door, utterly bewildered, holding 2 bottles of iced drinks. Why are you here? Gu Yi frowned slightly as his anger began to subside. If it had been any other survivor disturbing him, even a pretty girl, he would have taught them a harsh lesson. But since the intruder was Lin Muxue, the top recommended target suggested by Xiao Chan, and the class beauty from the neighboring class, had always left a good impression on him. His anger gradually faded. I saw you sweating a lot under the sun earlier, so I wanted to ask if you were thirsty, and then... The girl outside the door was still in her familiar black attire. Smiling as she spoke, she handed him a bottle of iced drink, her beautiful eyes gazing tenderly at the young man before her. Thanks. Guyi took the cold drink from Lin Muxu's hand, feeling somewhat awkward. He hadn't expected her to. Instead, her gentle voice made him feel rather embarrassed. Inside the fitting room, Lu Manqing and Pei Nishang exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes wide with shock. They had also heard the voice outside and recognized it as Lin Muxu's. What astonished them was that Guyi actually believed such an excuse. They had no idea what Guyi had been doing earlier. This meant that Lin Muxue had been secretly following Guyi. Consequently, it was at least certain that Pei Nishang's movements had also fallen under Lin Muxue's watch. Wasn't the excuse of bringing him water at this moment utterly absurd? Moreover, the buildings in the 100 Ghost Paradise were all equipped with food, so a lack of water was highly unlikely. At the shop entrance, just as Guyi took the water and didn't know what to say, Lin Muxue pulled a tissue from her pocket, stepped closer, and began to wipe the sweat from his forehead. This gesture left Guyi even more speechless. He worried that if Lin Muxue wanted to go inside, it would be awkward. Among the three women, only she was absent. Just as Guyi was preoccupied with how to handle this situation, Lin Muxue spoke gently again. Guyi, are you feeling unwell? I see you're sweating a lot on your forehead. Do you need me to heal you? Lin Muxue extended a hand and gently placed it on the young man's forehead. A hazy glow emanated. In an instant, a cool sensation transmitted from the girl's hand, bringing Guyi an immensely comfortable chill. The energy bar depleted from his earlier body tempering also began to recover gradually. This should be enough. I'll take my leave now. See you on the safe platform later. Watching Lin Muxue's retreating figure, Guyi stood silently at the shop entrance for a long time. His heart was suddenly filled with guilt. He thought to himself that Lin Muxue was truly kind. He had originally expected the situation to become awkward. Unexpectedly, the girl had restored some of his energy bar and then simply turned and left. Hey, Nishang. Inside the shop, Lu Manqing's voice rang out. Pei Nishang seized the opportunity to dash out of the fitting room and quickly escape through the back door. She felt that having her first time and so hastily in such a place was utterly incompatible with the fantasies she had always harbored. Moreover, having another woman present, even if it was the close Lu Manqing, made her feel unbearably shy. Due to Lin Muxue's arrival earlier, when Guyi returned to the fitting room, he and Lu Manqing were left facing each other in silence. I'll go first then. Seeing the desire fading from Guyi's eyes, Lu Manqing felt deeply frustrated. She knew he had lost interest for the moment. Her current initiative was not as casual or bold as it seemed. She had spent a long time psyching herself up for it. Now she couldn't bring herself to attempt another seductive tease. Just as Lu Manqing was sighing to herself and preparing to leave the fitting room, Guyi reached out and pulled her waist close, whispering, "How about this? After the 100 Ghost Paradise ends, come to my train carriage." This simple sentence instantly revived Lu Manqing's sunken spirits. She naturally understood Guyi's meaning. She could go to his carriage as soon as this limited-time challenge concluded. Are you serious? Lu Manqing couldn't help but ask again. With Guyi's active invitation, she was certain this was far better than her offering herself. Otherwise, do you think I'd let you go? Guyi tightened his arm around her waist, slightly unable to resist, giving her shapely rear a playful slap. Truth be told, it was incredibly full and round. "But you little pervert, you're being naughty again." Lu Manqing said this, but her beautiful eyes shimmered with a moist allure, and she actively leaned closer into his embrace. This immediately stirred Guyi up again. Soon a man and a woman emerged from the shop. "You have communicated with Lu Manqing, understanding." Guyi looked somewhat puzzled at the prompt that appeared before him. He recalled that his communication with Xiao Chan had taken, for instance, learning about Xiao Chan's story from Corpse Lock Town and then hearing her tell it herself. But just now in the fitting room, he had only briefly chatted with Lu Manqing while thoroughly exploring her body with his hands. While he was exploring, this notification suddenly popped up, leaving him stunned. Then he stopped what he was doing and decided to head out first. After all, the shop's glass had been accidentally shattered by him, leaving the place open for anyone to enter. Once the 100 Ghost Paradise was over, he certainly wouldn't let Lu Manqing go. 3 out of the 4 steps were completed. Only connection remained to finalize the expansion. At that time, Guyi was eager to see how expanding Lu Manqing would differ from expanding Xiao Chan, and what route abilities could be unlocked from Lu Manqing. When the two returned to the green light platform, it was clear that the number of survivors there had significantly decreased. After last night, most survivors who had narrowly escaped death were acutely aware of their own lack of strength. If they didn't leave now, they might very well lose their lives here. Guyi checked the Myriad Realm clock. There was still nearly an hour until the agreed meeting time with the other 2 women. During this time, he stood on the green light platform browsing the public channel information. Upon doing so, he indeed found noteworthy information. Besides the Young Master of Fate and the Divine Court organization on the D4396 public channel, other survivors had learned of similar organizations through their respective limited-time challenge stations. For example, the organization of the survivor with ID Kuei-nyo was displayed as Shanghai Department. The organization of the survivor with ID Mengpe was Netherworld Prefecture. The organization of the survivor with ID Kongjin Long was Star Official Hall. There were many similar. The mysterious personnel from various organizations, Shenting Shanghai, Si Yuming Fu Xingguan Dian, undoubtedly conveyed one message to the multitude of survivors. That behind the nationwide train survival, there was clearly a will orchestrating everything. Since they had already boarded the train for survival, such a notion no longer seemed particularly strange. Especially for the few survivors who had grown stronger after the train survival began, they had personally experienced the benefits of immense power. With sufficient strength, one could naturally do as they pleased. As for the advanced station, Guyi decided to postpone it until after the 100 Ghosts Paradise concluded. His starting station was the highest tier 9 star. Later, if needed, he could gather 7 and 8 star stations and perform 2 jumps. Given his current combat power, it was certainly not a problem. Guyi continued to check the public channel. Indeed, the information in the 100,000-person district was scrolling at a dizzying pace. Better look at the trending posts. Guyi's gaze froze as he saw a post by a survivor named Xia-chun with hundreds of replies beneath it. This was another new feature added after the chat zone merged. Xia-chun, I heard the strongest in channel 4396 is that Guyi number 335503378. Can anyone tell me how strong he is? Can he withstand a single punch from my 26 strength? Attached screenshot of strength attribute. This comment had garnered thousands of likes and hundreds of dislikes. The 100,000-person district was merged from nearly 110,000-person public channels. That meant there were probably hundreds of top performers from each original channel, like Zhou Wuya and Yu Miaoying. 26 strength. Guyi recalled the enhancement from consuming the first-grade strength pills. The first pill doubled his strength from 10 to 20. The second pill showed diminishing returns, raising his strength to 27, an increase of only 7 points. After consuming all 3 first-grade strength pills, which was during his battle with Ji Xian, his strength increased to 31. Then, after being knocked down by Ji Xian and obtaining Shao Chan's Bodis initial Phoenix blood, his strength finally settled at 33. From this, he deduced that this Xia-chun had likely consumed 2 first-grade strength pills. This guy does have some strength. Guyi nodded slightly, thinking that this person's potential made him a worthy opponent. However, he had already consumed all his strength pills. Even if his strength was only 1 point higher than the opponent's, it was still a significant gap. Moreover, his strength was 33. A single punch from him would make Xia-chen's 26 strength seem rather insignificant. With this thought, Guyi casually clicked on the replies under Xia-chen's post. The first reply with many likes had a somewhat familiar name. Yi Filong replied to Xia-chen, damn brother Chen is awesome. 26 strength. After taking 2 first-grade strength pills and 1 first-grade constitution pill, my stats are only 20 strength and 16 constitution. Even if I take the last strength pill, I can't reach 26 strength. Following that, Xia-chen replied to Yi Filong's comment. Xia-chen replied to Yi Filong, brother Yi, your strength is impressive too. To be honest, I've now consumed all 3 first-grade strength pills and 1 first-grade constitution pill. My current stats are 26 strength and 16 constitution. Agility and spirit are not so good. Attached full attribute screenshot. After Xia-chen replied, Yi Filong's subsequent response was simple. Yi Filong replied to Xia-chen, brother Chen's stats are still the best. Thumbs up emoji. Although their exchange was brief, it provided other survivors with sufficient information and revealed the outcome of a brief contest between these 2 powerful survivors. Undoubtedly, the winner was Xia-chen. As everyone knew, 1 attribute pill cost 100 world coins. From Yi Filong's initial reply, it was clear he had purchased 3 attribute pills worth 300 world coin. This information not only subtly demonstrated his own strength, but also indicated that his constitution attribute was equally impressive, reaching 16 after just 1 pill. If he had consumed all 3 constitution pills, his constitution would likely not be inferior to Xia-chen's 26 strength. Not every survivor had identical attributes. Some had higher strength, others higher constitution. However, Xia-chen's attributes were even more formidable. Not only was his strength higher than Yi Filong's, but his constitution was also the same. After this comparison, Yi Filong had nothing else to say, only conceding that the other was indeed impressive. Guyi looked at the attribute screenshot Xia-chen had posted. Survivor Xia-chen strength 26 constitution, 26 agility, 7 spirit 6. Could Xia-chen be lying? Regarding matters unrelated to beautiful women, Guyi habitually thought with caution. In his view, was it problematic that consuming all 3 strength pills resulted in only 26 strength? After all, after taking his second first-grade strength pill, his strength had directly reached 27. Thus, he had initially thought Xia-chen's 26 strength was from only 2 strength pills. If he took a third, his strength would be not much lower than his own. Therefore, Gu Yi had considered Xia Chen a potential opponent for the future. Besides, personal attributes, weapons, techniques, and talents could all enhance combat power. But after seeing the attribute screenshot posted by Xia Chen himself, he thought he might have overestimated him. Xia Chen's agility and spirit were average. The initial attributes of ordinary survivors were around 5. It seemed only his strength and constitution were significantly above average. Nevertheless, compared to Gu Yi's initial attributes, Xia Chen's were completely inadequate. As the owner of the SS grade talent Stellar Pioneer, all 4 of his initial attributes were 10 points. Apart from Yi Filong's reply, the numerous other replies generally conveyed 2 meanings. The first was agreement with Xia Chen, stating that with his 26 strength, who could withstand a single punch? The second type of reply came from survivors who had personally witnessed Gu Yi's strength, recounting his exploits over the past 2 nights. In response to the second type, supporters of Xia Chen also replied, stating that Xia Chen's strength last night was also overwhelming, just not as relentless as Gu Yi's from start to finish. They questioned whether the beauties beside Gu Yi had a recovery talent, otherwise how could he be so enduring? Since too many survivors had seen Gu Yi's true face last night, there were also on-site screenshots of him. Among them, a supporter of Xia Chen posted a screenshot of Lu Manqing boosting Gu Yi's strength. In the image, other survivors naturally couldn't tell if it was a recovery type ability. They only saw the radiance in Lu Manqing's hand transfer to the black-clad youth. In summary, if Xia Chen also had so many teammates capable of restoring energy by his side, he could do the same. Among the comments, one reply from Xia Chen himself caused a murderous intent to flash in Gu Yi's eyes. Xia Chen, this brother is right. If I had so many beauties to restore my energy by my side, I'd make sure none of them could get out of bed. Upon reading this, Gu Yi deemed that this man had already earned his death. Gu Yi found discussions about who was stronger to be quite normal, and he wasn't particularly concerned about such remarks. As long as they did not obstruct his path, it was fine. However, since Xia Chen had brought up the topic of Lu Manqing and the other girls, it had crossed his bottom line. For someone like this, he would definitely eliminate them upon encountering them. Unfortunately, through his search, he found that Xia Chen was not at the limited time challenge site of the 100 Ghosts Paradise. Suddenly, while clearing unread content, Gu Yi was drawn in by a private message. Xia Yorong, I'm Xia Chen's sister. If you want to kill him, I can share the site with you. With just a simple sentence, Gu Yi was momentarily taken aback. First of all, this young girl introduced herself as Xia Chen's sister. Then she mentioned that she could share the site with him. Wait, what was this Xia Yorong about? Gu Yi checked the friend requests again. Sure enough, the application from someone named Xia Yorong was there. However, after choosing to accept, the other party remained silent, indicating that she was likely not in the carriage at the moment. Using the friend list requires a train as an anchor point. The train serves as a signal device. From Xia Yorong's real-life image, she looked quite beautiful, sporting a high ponytail, and her features bore some resemblance to Xia Chen, appearing to be no more than in her early 20s. In contrast, Xia Chen looked to be around 25 or 6. Gu Yi found Xia Yorong somewhat interesting. Since she mentioned being able to share the site, it indicated that Xia Yorong was likely involved with Xia Chen. Regardless of whether what this woman said was true or not, he decided to visit after the 100 Ghosts Paradise ended. With the exceptional combat power of Xiao Chan alongside him, even a group of survivalists on Xia Chen's level would be no match for him. Moreover, he also sensed that he was on the verge of refining the second stage of the Great Sun Circulation Scripture. At that time, his combat power would see a significant increase. It must be said that with the merging of public channels, it was like a vast forest with all kinds of birds. Gu Yi believed that establishing authority through necessary killings was not entirely a bad thing. The other party's comments had already greatly offended him. If such a person had the chance and he did not eliminate them, he would feel uneasy and uncomfortable. During the third daytime segment, there were only 8 short hours, and besides Gu Yi, no other survivalists were present on the safety platform. 2 hours before the nighttime segment, the 3 girls also appeared one by one. Lu Manqing changed into a brand new black and white sword outfit. She was drenched in sweat from trying on clothes over an hour ago, and had no choice but to change. Similarly, Pei Nishang changed into a modern, stylish, casual outfit, yet the pair of anti-evil icy silk white socks remained on her legs. It was precisely because of this quality gear that she was able to escape from that store quickly. At that moment, when Pei Nishang's gaze met Gu Yi's, her delicate cheeks flushed visibly. She had almost been devoured by this boy earlier. Recalling the scenes from the fitting room made her feel a wave of fluster, especially as Gu Yi's gaze gradually moved down from her upper body. Pei Nishang, you. No, absolutely not in this place. Before Gu Yi could finish his sentence, Pei Nishang shook her head vigorously and stepped back. In such a relatively private fitting room, she was unwilling to lose her first time, let alone in such an open green light platform. No, I was asking about the icy silk white socks on your legs. Gu Yi was also a bit speechless. In the fitting room, he had touched Pei Nishang's legs with his hand, discovering that she had another piece of quality gear on her, though he could not see the specific information. This was the point that puzzled him. Even with the merging of public channels, he had not found any information exceeding the low-risk 9-star difficulty or quality gear. The icy silk white socks on Pei Nishang's legs were the second piece of quality gear he had seen aside from his own. Thus, Guyi believed that the site Pei Nishang reached must also be extraordinary. No way I can't take them off. Pei Nishang crossed her arms defiantly over her chest, firmly indicating that she would never agree to Gu Yi's suggestive request in such a place. Seeing this situation, Gu Yi felt even more speechless, and then said, "Who said you had to take them off? I just wanted to ask where you got this quality gear from." Saying it this way, Pei Nishang finally realized that she had misunderstood, and her cheeks turned even redder. After explaining, Gu Yi frowned. The site Pei Nishang reached was initially a low-risk 6-star site, which was a cave. Inside the cave, there were mainly 3 things. One was the sword techniques carved on the stone walls, the second was the 6-star long sword in her hand, and the third was a portrait of a beautiful woman. Upon entering the cave, entrance sealed shut automatically, making it impossible to exit. A clever task appeared requiring her to learn the sword techniques to successfully escape. Thus, after practicing the postures on the stone wall a few times, she successfully triggered a mechanism while acquiring the sword energy skill and saw a talking squirrel from the stone door on the other side. It was at that moment when the squirrel appeared that the site difficulty increased from low-risk 6-star to 9-star. This squirrel was female, and upon seeing Pei Nishang, praised her talent, bringing her the icy silk white socks and a token from outside the map. It indicated that in the future she could join the sword sect with the token. What surprised Pei Nishang the most was that Lu Manqing looked exactly like the woman in the portrait. Is this for real? Guyi couldn't help but ask. Could Lu Manqing really resemble the beautiful woman in the portrait that Pei Nishang saw at the site? However, thinking about how they were on the train for survival, it wasn't impossible for such bizarre things to happen. Of course it's real. Today I saw someone pass the advanced site in our public channel, and based on the items from the previous site, they could choose to go to a higher difficulty site with a similar background. Pei Nishang became a bit excited mentioning this. This meant she could likely use the token in her hand to reach sites with a similar background in the future. If she could successfully join some sword sect, she would definitely become stronger. After all, that female squirrel had said upon meeting her that her talent in the sword path was quite high. According to Pei Nishang's thoughts, if she really went to a site with a similar background later, she would definitely check if there were any women resembling Lu Manqing. Are you saying that items from the previous site can still unlock subsequent related sites? Guyi thought of the evidence letter left by Wang Shoujing. This item he couldn't send out of the map, but he also had no choice but to throw it away. After Pei Nishang mentioned it might play a role later. Guyi deemed this information very important. It required completing the challenges of the advanced site to gain higher transition permissions. Pei Nishang was in a different district while he remained in the same district as Lu Manqing and Lin Muxue. Thinking of this, Gu Yi's gaze shifted toward the other 2 girls. Lu Manqing cast a guilty glance at Pei Nishang and Lin Muxue. Although she hadn't gone all the way with Gu Yi in the fitting room, she had still let him take advantage. As for Lin Muxue, she smiled gently at Gu Yi. However, inside her inner demon was also grinning. She had left under Gu Yi's gaze, but had not gone far. From a distance, she watched with binoculars until the 2 emerged with Lu Manqing after 5 minutes before she felt relieved to leave first. Xiao Chan had informed her about Gu Yi's strength and how to make him like her more. Then let's grab something to eat to prepare for tonight. Gu Yi's gaze swept across the 3 girls. The third night segment was about to begin, and he wondered what the site difficulty would rise to. Ding. Current site 100 Ghosts Paradise site, difficulty low risk 9 stars, medium risk 3 stars. As night fell, the notification of the site's difficulty increase appeared before his eyes. Seeing it was only medium risk 3 stars, Gu Yi's slightly furrowed brow relaxed. He had initially feared a sudden jump to 5 stars. At 3 stars, the most formidable specter would be no more than a corpse king of Wang Xiaozheng's caliber. But whether 3 stars or 5 stars, Gu Yi believed his overwhelming attributes could crush them all. Medium risk. Lu Manqing couldn't help but exclaim at the difficulty prompt. It was her first time encountering a site above low risk. Instinctively, she edged closer to the black-clad youth beside her, as if only this could grant her enough security. Meanwhile, Lin Muxue and Pei Nishang were no better off. Though Gu Yi had informed them that above low risk came medium risk, they still harbored a fear of the unknown, especially since most survivors had wisely departed during this third night phase, leaving only a few in the current area as far as the eye could see. Thus, the 2 women couldn't resist moving closer to the youth. Come out, Xiao Chan. Gu Yi naturally noticed the girls' reactions. He stretched out his hands, and a beautiful figure in red robes obediently appeared in his arms, tightly embracing his neck. Keep an eye on them for a while. As you command, my husband. Responding to Gu Yi's arrangement, Xiao Chan smiled and nodded, her gaze sweeping over the girls before she floated midair. With Xiao Chan, an elite-level combatant, by his side, Gu Yi could focus on slaying any specters that appeared. The current area was just an ordinary urban district, not a special zone like a shrine. So far no specter in 100 Ghosts Paradise had been found resembling Xiao Chan. Just as this thought crossed Gu Ye's mind, the sound of swanas drifted eerily from the end of the street. The melody resembled a wedding tune, but was unnervingly slow, each note drawn out long and trembling. Then came the gong, its lingering echoes rippling through the air, tightening one's scalp. Buzz. The heartguard pendant on Gu Ye's chest activated its passive ability, forming a square golden light shield that enveloped him entirely. The women behind him, affected by the eerie sounds, felt dizzy and nearly lost their footing. Gu Ye focused his gaze and saw a ghostly wedding procession approaching from the dim street ahead. At the front were two paper figures in long red robes, their faces as white as freshly applied lime, with rouge patches so purple they seemed plastered onto their cheekbones. The paper figures' mouths were fixed in grins, and as they walked their feet didn't touch the ground, only faint white mist seeping from their robes. Behind them followed four black-clad, dark-faced, ghostly figures. They played swanas, their cheeks puffing in and out, the sound seeming to emanate directly from within their bodies. Further back was a large red sedan chair, its gold-lacquered dragon and phoenix motifs mostly peeled, revealing black decayed wood. The sedan bearers were four paper ghosts, faces white, cheeks red, and lips curved upward. They carried the chair with a bouncing gait, their steps perfectly synchronized. Thus, as Gu Ye, clad in black, stood with his sword before them, the ghostly wedding procession came to an abrupt halt. "Blocking my path. You're asking for death." Gu Ye snorted coldly, flames beginning to flicker along the lying sword in his hand. As his words fell, the four paper bearers set down the sedan, and the two curtains split open with a crack. Deep red satin was torn from within, revealing a woman's face. Her complexion was pale, whiter than the pale. Upon seeing Gu Ye, her blood-red lips twisted into a chilling smile. "Smile my ass." Gu Ye immediately activated the advanced ability of Righteous Chi, Golden Sound, and Jade Vibration. Its righteous resonant sound waves caused the female ghost's face to crack and split from both sides. This sound also jolted the women who had been suffering from head discomfort, instantly dispelling their dizziness. For a moment, the three women exchanged glances. The figure of the black-clad youth before them seemed ever more towering, like a mountain, their legs involuntarily weakening. Perhaps enraged by Gu Ye's words, all the paper ghosts in the procession fixed their cold stares on the youth. The female ghost in the red sedan was no exception, as she found her mouth unable to close, deepening her. Seeing the ghosts of the wedding procession all charging to attack, Gu Ye infused a wisp of Righteous Chi into his eyes. Another vital task tonight was to complete the development of Righteous Chi, now upgraded to a crank skill, and see what subsequent abilities would emerge. Thus he refrained from using swift, thunderous methods to annihilate the specters, instead using them as stepping stones to advance his skill. As Gu Ye's eyes, glowing with golden white light, fixed upon them, the charging ghosts halted in unison, sensing a terrifying aura emanating from the youth. The ghosts trembled in fear, not even daring to think of escape. The upgraded Righteous Chi is indeed much more powerful. Gu Ye smirked slightly, then infused another wisp of Righteous Chi onto his skin, activating another ability, Protective Radiance. This third night would last 16 hours. The long night gave ample time for testing. Each of the three path abilities of Righteous Chi consumed one wisp. Insight had the longest duration. Golden Sound and Jade Vibration consumed the fastest. Protective Radiance was relatively balanced, with consumption accelerating only upon taking damage. As Gu Ye used the paper ghosts to grind skill progress, the female ghost in the sedan let out a shrill cry and launched a full-force attack. Yet upon touching the golden light shield, she was struck as if by lightning, and then Gu Ye, ready for her, thrust his sword into her body. Bang! Blinding flames tore through the pitch-black night. The explosive flame, one of the lying sword's advanced abilities, instantly incinerated the female ghost's soul. The Heartguard pendant, after all, was a 6-star fine-grade item. Specters of medium risk, 3 stars, were hardly a match. Not to mention the 8-star fine-grade lying sword, whose explosive flame dealt highly effective damage to evil entities. Of course, the main point was that Gu Ye found the female ghost's appearance unappealing, leaving his heart utterly unmoved. She was just a specter, creepy and prone to shrieks. For such ghosts, Gu Ye's heart was cold, and the lying sword in his hand even colder. Behind him, 3 pairs of beautiful eyes were all fixed on the black-clad figure. The resonant sound waves and the dazzling flames erupting from the sword were things they had never witnessed before. Even with the sight's difficulty upgrade, these ghosts remained utterly powerless before Gu Ye. This overwhelming dominance still stirred the 3 women's hearts. They had gleaned much information from the public. Most survivors retreated before this third night. Without Gu Ye, they too would have chosen to leave. But precisely because of this youth, their 100 ghost coins would double again when daytime arrived. Such a debt of gratitude naturally prompted thoughts of repayment. You have used Righteous Chi 350 times. Connection established. Congratulations, you have completed a development of Righteous Chi. Reward: Righteous Chi Evolution Path, 3A development points, 350 development points, 393, 743. After several hours of utilizing the righteous Qi, Gu Yi discovered that this skill had finally been successfully expanded. The expansion cost of 350 points was equivalent to a 7-star fine quality. If a clever skill could be likened to fine quality, then the righteous Qi had now reached the mid-to-upper tier of that quality. Unlocking the 3 routes of expansion would bring it to the pinnacle of clever skills. Route 1 Radiant Shield Wall of Universal Aid cost 350 expansion points. Route 2 Keen Insight Probing the Essence cost 350 expansion points. Route 3 Resonant Sound Tireless Teaching cost 350 expansion points. Gu Yi touched them and obtained the more specific effects of the 3 skills. Route 1 Radiant Shield Advanced to Wall of Universal Aid, increasing the consumption from 1 wisp of Righteous Qi to 10 wisps. Radiant Shield could only use Righteous Qi to protect oneself, but Wall of Universal Aid greatly amplified this effect. It changed from protecting oneself to expanding the righteous aura outward to a radius of 10 feet around the body. Within this range, all could receive the protection of the righteous aura at his will. To establish oneself, one must help others establish themselves. To achieve, one must help others achieve. Gu Yi understood the meaning of this advanced ability from cultivating oneself alone to aiding those nearby, embodying the Confucian concept of Ren benevolence. Route 2 Keen Insight Advanced to Probing the Essence, increasing the consumption from 1 wisp of Righteous Qi to 10 wisps. If Keen Insight merely enhanced one's perception, then Probing the Essence granted a new ability. By probing an object, a trace, or a lingering aura, one could vaguely perceive key scenes from its past over a certain period. For example, who had touched it, what events had occurred, all seen as fleeting shadows. This ability immediately made Gu Yi's eyes burn with eagerness. He immediately decided to spend 350 expansion points to test if this advanced ability was truly so formidable. 350 expansion points consumed. Successfully unlocked the advanced route of Righteous Qi Keen Insight Probing the Essence. Expansion points 743, 393. Gu Yi unhesitatingly condensed 10 wisps of azure Righteous Qi into his eyes. He felt as if he were viewing things through clear water, washing away dust, every detail visible with utmost clarity. Probing the Essence activate. Gu Yi looked at the shadow flame sword in his hand and began probing this weapon for the first time. Instantly, the image of a youth dressed in black imprinted itself in his mind. He saw this youth who bore the same face as his own, wielding the shadow flame sword to slay numerous demons and ghosts. This fragment was somewhat lengthy, and Gu Yi watched it with great fascination. It was precisely the scene of him earlier using the shadow flame sword to kill ghosts. If an object like the shadow flame sword can be probed, can a person be probed as well? With this doubt, Gu Yi curiously looked at the women around him. He then chose Lu Manqing as his target. This woman with the most voluptuous figure was the one he most desired to probe. Lu Manqing was startled by Gu Yi's gaze. A faint azure light gleamed deep within the youth's eyes. Just one glance made her feel a shameful sensation of being completely seen through. Boom. A brief fragment of Lu Manqing's mind surfaced in Gu Yi's thoughts. Compared to objects like the shadow flame sword, the fragments obtained from probing a person were very short. Gu Yi is so amazing, I really want to go to him soon. From this extremely brief scene, Gu Yi heard Lu Manqing's voice. The perspective was from behind, as she had just been watching his back. Could this be Lu Manqing's inner thoughts from earlier? Upon realizing this, Gu Yi gained a deeper understanding of the advanced ability, Probing the Essence. Although the fragments from probing a person were short, he still found this skill extremely powerful. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? Under Gu Yi's gaze, Lu Manqing felt as if she were wearing nothing, and her cheeks flushed with an intense sense of nothing. You're very beautiful. After saying this, the azure Righteous Qi in Gu Yi's eyes was nearly depleted. Probing a person versus an object not only differed in fragment length, but also consumed Righteous Qi far more rapidly, draining it extremely fast. With this in mind, he turned around to continue learning the remaining information about probing the essence. Knowledge lies in probing things. Once things are probed, knowledge is attained. Gu Yi felt that his use of probing the essence was still only superficial. According to its meaning, it should be the ability to investigate the essence of things. Undoubtedly, he was very satisfied with this advanced ability. In the future, as he grew stronger or this ability advanced further, its application would inevitably become more comprehensive. Behind him, Lu Manqing's face was flushed with crimson at Gu Yi's compliment, and she appeared somewhat flustered. This sight made Pei Nishang roll her eyes. In her view, it was just a casual compliment from Gu Yi. You're very beautiful. Did Sister Manqing really need to blush like that? The first two advanced abilities of the Righteous Qi had greatly pleased Gu Yi, and he turned his interest to the final route. Route 3 Resonant Sound Advanced to Tireless Teaching, increasing the consumption from 1 wisp of Righteous Qi to 10 wisps. After the advancement of all 3 routes, the consumption of Righteous Qi was the same. Resonant sound could intimidate and harm enemies while bolstering the spirit of oneself and allies. After advancing to tireless teaching, it still required infusing righteous chi into the voice. Learn without satiety, teach without weariness. The righteous aura integrated into speech could intimidate evil spirits while also educating and enlightening them. Educate. Guyi was puzzled by this skill. If the target was a ghost or demon, how could one educate them? For instance, if a ghost rushed at him, could he make it stop with just one word? If it could be done instantly, wouldn't that be akin to mental brainwashing? With this doubt, Guyi couldn't resist trying it. 350 expansion points consumed. Successfully unlocked the advanced route of righteous chi resonant sound tireless teaching. Expansion points 390-343. With this expenditure, his expansion points were nearly depleted. Guyi's gaze turned forward where several ghosts were located, perfect for testing. Kneel. As Guyi spoke, azure chi flowed from his mouth and nose, and the sound waves rippled with a thump, thump, thump. Watching the ghosts kneeling on the street at his command, not only Guyi was stunned, but the women behind him were also left wide-eyed and speechless. In midair, Xiao Chan was equally astonished. At that moment, Xiao Chan's heart churned with tumultuous waves. If her memory served her right, it had only been a few days since her husband had comprehended the righteous chi. Yet in just a short span had his mastery of righteous chi ascended to a new realm. After Ji Xian discovered her, she had been arranged to study a vast array of knowledge. Naturally, she had witnessed how Confucian cultivators fought using righteous chi. The technique Guyi displayed was no weaker than that of the old master who had once taught her. Words became law. The phrase words become law also surfaced in Guyi's mind. However, after subsequent testing, he realized he was still far from reaching that realm. He could only manage to make these ghosts kneel or perform other simple actions. A complete prolonged indoctrination remained beyond his grasp. Even so, Guyi deemed this advanced ability formidable. If he uttered such a command while facing an enemy, he could effortlessly slay them. Moreover, he pondered that tireless teaching might be applicable not only to foes, but also to his own allies. Besides indoctrination, it could also inspire. He would have to await subsequent tests for this second effect. After expanding his use of righteous chi, only 12 strands remained. Simply slaying these ghosts in the 100-ghost paradise would not increase his righteous chi. After all, he was not an orthodox Confucian disciple. Even reciting the mind-calming and heart-steadfast verse could only generate 3 strands of righteous chi per day. However, with the aid of the heaven and earth righteousness plaque, the yield doubled. Guyi did not hesitate. He slew all the kneeling ghosts. The ghosts in the third night period varied in strength, as did the number of ghost coins obtained. Every ghost slain yielded over 30 ghost coins. Although he could still easily overpower these ghosts with his current strength, he could no longer mow them down like grass using stone spikes, as he had in the first 2 night periods. These ghosts boasted defenses far surpassing those of the earlier pseudo-humans and corpse-jerry ghosts. Stone spikes could no longer inflict fatal damage. When the 4th day period arrived, Guyi had consumed a mental enhancement pill the previous night. Survivor Guyi. Strength 33. Physique 30. Agility 26. Spirit 283233 temporary. Stamina 55. Remaining attribute pills: 1 first-grade physique pill, 2 first-grade agility pills, and 1 first-grade mental enhancement pill. With each passing night period in the 100-ghost paradise, the difficulty escalated, making the ghosts increasingly harder to kill. After depleting his stamina the previous night, Guyi had unhesitatingly consumed another pill to continue fighting. After a full night, he had only garnered 27900 ghost coins from slaying ghosts. As for his total ghost coins, by the 4th day period, the amount had doubled to 262560. Converted to world coins, that was 2625 coins. Even if he refrained from killing ghosts in the remaining nights, merely surviving until the 6th day period would allow him to exchange his ghost coins for over 100 world coins. Just thinking of that figure invigorated Guyi. At that point, upgrading the train would be a trivial matter, costing merely 100 world coins. Expansions and adding carriages could be effortlessly accomplished. The ghost coins on Lu Manqing, Pei Mishang, and Lin Muxua could also be exchanged for hundreds of world coins. Their faces were equally radiant with excitement. Meanwhile, not only Lin Muxua, but also Lu Manqing and Pei Mishang regarded Xiao Chan with newfound reverence, as she was bathed in azure flames. Last night, this Ji Chan in red had not only shielded them from numerous threats, but had also battered the ghosts to the brink of death, allowing them to deliver the final blow. Though she knew Ji Chan was acting on Guyi's orders, Lu Manqing no longer harbored her previous disdain. She mused that if she were equally formidable, she would undoubtedly adopt the demeanor of Guyi's primary wife. Moreover, she had genuinely benefited from Ji Chan's kindness last night, profiting from it. After the difficulty of the 100-ghost paradise station escalated to moderate risk, these ghosts could barely survive the dark flame feathers. This was the result of Xiao Chan's strenuous effort to suppress her own power. Had it been the ghosts from the first 2 nights, a mere wave of her hand would have annihilated them instantly. Yet Xiao-Chan could not earn ghost coins, rendering her attacks ineffective. Leading the women to the nearest green safe platform, Gu Yi pondered his next move. He estimated that starting from the next night period or the one after, if he chose to continue with these women, he might need to change his strategy. Instead of actively seeking out ghosts, he would find a place to fortify and defend. If the next night period was below moderate risk 6 stars, he could wait until the 6th day period to evacuate with them. Otherwise, if the 100 Ghost Paradise abruptly escalated to high risk, he would have to focus entirely on ensuring his own safety. The 4th day period was a mere 6 hours, and Gu Yi instructed the women to rest. As for himself, he planned to leave the safe platform to continue cultivating the Solar Patrol True Solution. He should achieve the 2nd realm Molten Gold and Forged Bone within these few days. For hours later, after tempering his body, Gu Yi returned to the carriage for a shower. He had arranged to meet the 3 women in an hour. During this interval, he sat on the safe platform and perused the public channel messages. Public channel ID D4396. Current members 97132100000. Daily posts allowed 10. Elated you here. After completing the advanced station challenge, you can go to a transit station that doesn't consume power. Yang Lianfeng, I heard. 3 hours ago, the big shot Su Tianyi said the transit station has everything, but you need world coins to stay long. 1 world coin gets you 24 hours. Yin Xiao, I saw that Su Tianyi guy's post too. He said there are skill books for sale. I heard learning them boosts attributes. Is that true? With the emergence of time-limited challenge stations like the 100 Ghost Paradise, many survivors had accelerated their acquisition of world coins. Some formidable survivors had already passed the advanced station challenges, discovering new things. Among them, this transit station sparked widespread discussion. If one had enough world coins, they could supposedly stay there for a lifetime. Beautiful women and delicious food were. Skill books are for sale too. After reading, Gu Yi thought of the mind-calming and heart-steadfast verse and the Solar Patrol True Solution. These could be categorized as skill books, indeed capable of enhancing attributes. With that in mind, he decided to check for any other noteworthy trending information. Xiao-Chun, that Su Tianyi, can he withstand a punch from my 26 strength? Seeing this post trending, Gu Yi couldn't help but wonder. This Xiao-Chun, besides taunting him, had set his sights on other survivors. However, the next trending post was also from Xiao-Chun. It featured a familiar name, Yu Miaoyin. Xiao-Chun, look at this Gu Yi, is he even human? He toyed with Yu Miaoyin and then discarded her like trash. Is anyone still speaking up for this Gu Yi? Attached screenshot. Upon seeing this trending post, Gu Yi's fury flared anew. The screenshot showed a private chat between Yu Miaoyin and Xiao-Chun along with a photo of Yu Miaoyin following behind someone. It claimed Gu Yi led a debauched life, secretly enjoying humiliating women, and that she bore scars from him. Yu Miaoyin stated she had given herself to Gu Yi only to be heartlessly abandoned. She added that many survivors in the 100 Ghost Paradise had witnessed her following Gu Yi into a room that night. Only hours later did she emerge. The replies beneath Xiao-Chen's trending post were equally entertaining, with most siding with Xiao-Chen. Only a few survivors spoke up for Gu Yi. Firstly, few genuinely appreciated his life-saving grace, and secondly, they had indeed seen Yu Miaoyin enter that room the night before. Since real avatars were displayed, the vast majority of survivors, even those supporting Xiao-Chen, dared not resort to outright insults, opting instead for veiled sarcasm. This amused Gu Yi. He found these people lacking as they seemed aware of his previous exploits in Channel 4396 and feared a retaliation bounty. Seeing this, Gu Yi thought of Xia-Chen's younger sister Xia Yurong. He had already accepted her friend request earlier, and upon opening it, indeed, found an unread message. Xia Yurong, how about it, handsome? Interested in taking down that beast Xia-Chen? If you are, I can share the coordinates with you in advance. After a brief glance at this message, Gu Yi chose not to reply. Instead, he continued to check other messages. Among them, a private message from Su Tianyi caught his attention. Su Tianyi, did you get that message from Xia Yurong? That woman claims to be Xia-Chen's sister and says she can share the coordinates to kill him. I suspect it's a trap. He had also received a friend request from Su Tianyi. Oh, could it be that the Xia siblings are deliberately provoking a crowd to lure them into an ambush? After reading Su Tianyi's private message, Gu Yi accepted the friend request. Ding. Friend, Su Tianyi has sent you a message. Su Tianyi appeared to be around the same age as Xiao-Chun, likely 25 or 26. Shortly after Gu Yi accepted the request, a message came through. Su Tianyi, what do you say, brother? Did you get that message from Xia Yurong too? Gu Yi, yes, I did. After Gu Yi sent this, the other side quickly replied with another message. Su Tianyi, damn it, those siblings are absolute scumbags. They're clearly setting a trap to lure us in one by one. Good thing I checked with you first. Brother, are you interested in joining me to take them down? If you like pretty women, that Xia Yurong is yours to deal with. I mainly want to kill Xiao-Chun. Attached attribute screenshot. Survivor Su Tianyi, strength 28, constitution 18, agility 22, spirit 8, While Gu Yi was examining the attribute screenshot Su Tianyi had sent, he soon received another message. Su Tianyi, what do you say, brother? Interested in joining me? I think my attributes are more than enough to take on that Xiaqin Onion. My strengths lie in strength and agility, and with your help we should be able to easily finish off the Xia siblings. Seeing this message, Gu Yi frowned slightly. He felt there was something off about this whole situation. First Xiaqin publicly mocked and provoked, then his sister Xia Yurong sent private messages expressing a desire to find someone to kill her brother. Today Xiaqin had provoked Su Tianyi, who had completed an advanced station, and then Su Tianyi, suspicious, sent him a private message to inquire. Based on the above information, Xiaqin was obviously problematic, and Xia Yurong seemed highly suspicious due to Su Tianyi's message. As for Su Tianyi himself, I feel like there's a scheme within a scheme here. As soon as Gu Yi said this, he unhesitatingly sent a message. Gu Yi, am preparing for the advanced station challenge. In 3 days we'll play along and pretend to believe Xia Yurong, then take down both siblings together. By the way, Xia Yurong is mine. Ding. Friend Su Tianyi has sent you a message. Su Tianyi, damn brother, you read my mind. I was thinking the same thing. Play along, and then we'll kill the Xia siblings together. Xia Yurong is yours. Gu Yi, alright, I'll contact you in advance later. Su Tianyi, great. We must kill that Xiaqin. After sending the last message, Gu Yi's gaze remained calm. He would leave it to his investigation of principles to determine whether Su Tianyi was friend or foe. Since they kept provoking him, if there was trouble, he would eliminate all 3 of them. That included Yu Miaoyin, who had joined Xiaqin in spreading rumors. Although he didn't really care about his reputation, especially regarding matters of beauty, this behavior still displeased him greatly. Someone like Yu Miaoyin, he would show no mercy if he encountered her later. With that thought, Gu Yi rose from his immediate task was still to lead the 3 women in earning more ghost coins. Once the ghost carnival ended, he would see just how capable these survivors were after the district merger. He also wanted to see what changes would occur after completing the advanced station challenge. The information these survivors posted in the public channel was still too scarce. He would have to explore personally to get a clearer picture. For instance, the transit station, which required world coins for extended stays, he needed to visit to feel confident. 1 hour before the 4th daytime period ended, the 3 women appeared one by one. Lu Manqing and Lin Muxue reacted the same way. The moment they saw Gu Yi, they began furiously cursing Yu Miaoyin. Clearly, they had all noticed the trending information in the public channel. Sister Manqing, I told you that slut was trouble. Next time I see her, I'll give that bitch a good stab. Pei Nishang reacted the most strongly, as she had long sensed something off about Yu Miaoyin. Gu Yi took in the reactions of the 3 women and told them not to worry about it for now. Then he led them to a nearby hill. There was only a temple there which he had chosen as a defensive position. As night fell, the difficulty of the Ghost Carnival station increased from 3 stars to 6 stars. Seeing this, Gu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. At this rate, they could evacuate together during the 6th daytime. The next day, Gu Yi's ghost coins doubled once again. Lu Manqing, Pei Nishang, and Lin Muxue had each accumulated between 70 and 80,000 ghost coins. That was enough to exchange for 7 or 800 world coins. That night, Gu Yi only consumed 1 agility pill. He chose not to go around slaying ghosts indiscriminately, instead conserving his energy as much as possible. To lead the women through to the last daytime period relying solely on himself and Xiaochan might not be safe. The 3 women also needed a certain level of combat power. On Gu Yi's suggestion, Lu Manqing, Pei Nishang, and Lin Muxue each purchased pills of different attributes. Pei Nishang, possessing a crank attack skill, prioritized buying strength pills to inflict greater damage on ghosts. Lin Muxue prioritized increasing her spirit attribute to enhance her healing abilities. Lu Manqing, based on her talents, bought both strength and spirit pills. After the 3 women consumed their attribute pills, they were like different people compared to before. Especially Lin Muxue and Lu Manqing, whose talents grew stronger with the increase in attributes. Previously, Lu Manqing could only increase Gu Yi's strength by 1 point. Now she could increase it by 2, raising it to 35 points. When this ability was used on Lin Muxue and Pei Nishang, the former's strength increased by 8 points, while the latter, after consuming 3 strength pills, also gained 4 points, reaching 28. That was almost the equivalent of 1 strength pill. As a result, the combat power of the 3 women surged significantly, with some attributes rivaling those of survivors hailed as big shots like Xiaqin and Su Tianyi. This change naturally excited them and filled them with confidence. At the same time, their gazes toward the young man before them grew increasingly fervent. Without Gu Yi, they could never have obtained so many ghost coins. The stronger their attributes, the stronger their talents. Watching the delighted women, Gu Yi pondered his SSS-Rank talent. For Lin Muxue and Lu Manqing, the attribute boost made their combat power vastly different from before. However, his Star C Pioneer talent seemed to have not changed much. But Gu Yi understood. As long as he met the 4 requirements for pioneering, no matter how powerful the equipment or woman, he could complete the pioneering and gain pioneering points. In other words, as long as he had the opportunity to pioneer a sufficiently high-quality weapon or woman, the more he would gain. For example, with Ji Xian, once understanding was completed, he would receive a full 4,500 pioneering points. This was the fastest way to become stronger. The fifth daytime period lasted 4 hours, while the nighttime period increased to 20 hours. Starting from the fourth daytime period, no other survivor figures were seen in the vast 100 Ghost Paradise. The same was true for the public channel. Hardly any survivors discussed the limited time challenge sites. In the eyes of many survivors, the difficulty of the limited time challenge sites had all surged to mid-risk levels. If they continued to stay inside, what difference would it be from suicide? Even the new batch of formidable survivors that had emerged on the public channel had long chosen to jump back to their respective original sites. Guyi from the original channel 4396 seemed to have vanished without a trace. If it weren't for searching his personal ID and finding his avatar still active, one might have thought he had met with misfortune. Public channel ID 4396. Current members 9303 310 0000. Zhang Debo. Only after the merger of regions did I realize that formidable survivors are as numerous as carp crossing the river. You and I are but fleeting clouds. Mengdong, that's for sure. Originally, each channel had only 10,000 people, but now nearly 100 channels of 10,000 have merged. There are too many powerful survivors who survived. I haven't even seen Tiger King Zhou Wuliu active in my original channel 2200. Surely what Tiger King, or whatever all noise. 2 days ago I saw him in 100 Ghost Paradise fleeing like a beaten dog chased by ghosts. Does such a character deserve to be called a king? The public channel was as noisy as ever with all sorts of information. Some lamented, others sneered. Guyi glanced briefly and noticed that Su Tianyi had sent another message a few hours ago. Su Tianyi, brother, did you pass the advanced challenge? Has any organization or force extended an invitation to you? Guyi frowned slightly upon reading this message. Could passing the advanced site challenge lead to invitations from organizations? Was it like the Divine Court or the Mountain and Sea Bureau he had seen before? Guyi pondered for a moment and replied with a message. Guyi, which force invited you? Is it not the Divine Court? Guyi sent this message for two purposes. The first was naturally to find out if Su Tianyi would reveal the list of organizations. The second was his confusion because in channel 4396, only the user with the ID Shay assignment from the Divine Court had spoken and no other special IDs had appeared. About 10 minutes after Guyi sent this message, a reply came from Su Tianyi. Su Tianyi, I also want to join the Divine Court. But the problem is that the Divine Court is all women. They say they don't accept men, not even reserves. The Divine Court is all women. After this message, Guyi chose not to reply further. The other side also remained silent, not asking which force had invited him. This only made him more curious. Those survivors like Su Tianyi who had passed the advanced challenge must have learned more about the train survival situation. The phrase "which force invited you" had never been mentioned on the public channel. Carefully reviewing Su Tianyi's first sentence, Guyi gleaned several pieces of information. From Su Tianyi's words, only those who passed the advanced challenge could possibly receive an invitation. Moreover, even if they passed, they might not necessarily receive an invitation. So Su Tianyi's question was quite intriguing. Was he trying to learn more from Guyi? Of course, Guyi's reply anticipated this. It gave the impression that he hadn't received any invitation. The last piece of information was reserve. This meant that even if one received an invitation from an organization, they might not be a full member, but a reserve. For these questions, Guyi could only wait until the 100 Ghost Paradise ended to explore them one by one. The three women beside him, having taken the attribute pills, were now full of energy, waiting for his further arrangements. Let's go. Move out. After spending 2 hours on body refinement, Guyi returned to the safe platform. His plan of action remained the same as last night: maintain a defensive strategy within that temple. As long as he waited for the 6th daytime period to arrive, he would obtain over 10,000 world coins. At that time, his primary task would be to purchase materials from the trading market to upgrade the Universal Recycling Module to LV2. He would see if the newly unlocked batch of items contained anything good. In particular, attribute pills were the items Guyi considered most worth purchasing. To this day, no survivor on the public channel had posted any information about this. After all, even if one's world coins reached 1,000, it didn't mean the recycled materials value could reach 1,000. Before arriving at the temple again, Guyi raised his hand to signal the three women to stop. Under his dual eyes, enhanced by various insights, he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from the temple entrance. Is there someone inside? Lin Muxiue was the first to ask in confusion. The rule of 100 Ghost Paradise was that ghosts only appeared during the night. Now, with over an hour until nightfall, this was a place they had stayed in last night. Yes, keep an eye on the surroundings. He'll test it first. Guyi had the three women retreat 10 meters while he raised the shadow sword. With a whoosh, dense rock spikes shot rapidly toward the temple steps. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a blaze of fire erupted from the steps, gradually forming a ring that encircled the entire temple. Hey, are you crazy? Just as Guyi was also stunned by who had set this fire ring around the temple, a Lala-type little girl with twin tails stood angrily with her hands on her hips at the temple entrance, glaring at the black-clad youth on the steps. This fire formation had taken her an hour to set up, intended to fend off ghosts during the night. Now it was triggered prematurely, undoubtedly increasing her losses. Hey little miss, what are you talking about? You set a trap here and still have the nerve to say we're crazy. Pei Nishang, who was behind, was initially startled by the sudden blaze, but when she realized it was the little lowly at the door, she became furious. If not for Guyi's warning, she would have walked right into it. This fire formation is for protecting against tonight's ghosts. Who would set a trap for you? You're the crazy one. The twin-tailed lowly shifted from hands on hips to arms crossed, her expression extremely disdainful. This only made Pei Nishang even angrier, and she thought she would definitely spank this little girl's bottom later. Just like Guyi spanked hers. How long will this fire formation last? Guyi calmly looked at the twin-tailed. She was no taller than 1 meters, wearing a pink dress with 2 white thigh-high stockings disappearing into. Last night, the difficulty of the 100 Ghost Paradise site was mid-risk 6 stars. Surviving until the 5th daytime period was no easy feat. This indirectly indicated that this little girl was no ordinary survivor. And the fire formation she mentioned piqued his interest. With his current eyesight, the flames erupting could easily incinerate low-risk ghosts. Are you perhaps suggesting we form a team? The twin-tailed little lowly naturally also noticed the 3 women behind the black-clad youth. These individuals were all relatively clean, and their condition appeared quite robust. Similarly, she understood that these people were certainly no ordinary survivors. At least from her perspective, there were no survivors in her public channel who were still at a limited-time challenge station like the 100 Ghost Paradise. That's right. Guyi nodded slightly. It seemed this twin-tailed little lowly possessed not only considerable strength, but also a sharp mind. She could discern his intentions from just a single sentence. What if I refuse? The twin-tailed little lowly furrowed her brows. The temple perched on this mountaintop was something she had discovered with great difficulty today. It was perfectly suited as a defensive location, which was why she had come here to set up formations. Little did she expect that just as she finished arranging the inner and outer formations, these people would barge in. Then you'll have to leave naturally. Guyi's gaze turned somewhat colder. He had always been lenient towards beautiful women, and pretty little Lolas were no exception. But if anyone stood in his way, he naturally wouldn't show any mercy. That's right, we spent the night in this temple last night, so you're the one who should leave, you little brat. Pei Nishang chimed in from the side. She was now eager to see Guyi catch the little girl, so she could personally spank. Fine, you can come in. With a wave of the twin-tailed little Lola's hand, the flames encircling the temple abruptly dissipated. As she watched them enter, she felt a nagging sense that she had seen this black-clad youth somewhere before. With that thought, she discreetly opened her deep blue panel and looked at a specially saved photograph. Among them, the black-clad youth marked with the alias Great Lecher was prominently listed. What? He's the Great Lecher Guyi. In an instant, the twin-tailed little lowly instinctively pressed her legs together. Information about this Great Lecher Guyi she had seen in her public channel D1111. According to rumors, he possessed some strength, but lived a debauched life, discarding female survivors after having. In the D1111 public channel, the survivor, who exposed Guyi's situation, claimed the information came from a survivor named Xiachen. Now seeing the black-clad youth accompanied by 3 beauties with her own eyes, the twin-tailed little lowly was instantly filled with a deep sense of wariness. Her greatest concern now was whether this Guyi known as the Great Lecher would lay hands on her. Especially when his eyes swept over her, she felt a humiliating sense of being exposed. Thus she became even more convinced that this Guyi was just as the rumors described. The twin-tailed little Lola's defensive posture did not surprise Guyi or the 3 women beside him. After all, they were strangers to the little girl, so her reaction was perfectly normal. Little sister, what's your name? The question came from Lu Manqing, who found the little girl quite adorable. Can I not answer? The twin-tailed little lowly eyed Lu Manqing and the nearby Guyi with utmost caution. She wondered if they would make a move right after asking her name. But it would be dark in at most an hour. If she could just hold out until nightfall, this Guyi would surely be too preoccupied to cause trouble. All she had to do was protect herself as best she could. And so Guyi and the 3 women stopped pressing the twin-tailed little lowly. Once the night period arrived, the difficulty would likely surge to at least mid-risk 9 stars, and any help would be welcome. As the universal clock's time approached the night period, Guyi stretched his limbs in advance. No matter where they hid, the ghosts in the 100 Ghosts Paradise would find them. Ding. Current station 100 Ghosts Paradise. Station difficulty mid-risk 6 stars, mid-risk 9 stars. The moment darkness fell, the station difficulty prompt appeared before their eyes. In that instant, the temple's lights went out completely. I can't see. Pei Nishang was panicking wildly. This time when the night period arrived, she couldn't even see the figures around her. The fear of the unknown overwhelmed her. Lin Muxue and Lu Manqing were better off. They had taken attribute pills that increased their spirit stat, allowing them to perceive their surroundings, even with their eyes closed. The twin-tailed little loli not far away was also startled by this nightfall. Just as she hesitated whether to activate her fire array for light, a booming sound erupted, and a light as dazzling as the sun blazed within the temple. Patrol light, I activated. A 3-inch size sun rose above Gu Ye's head. Its blinding radiance not only dispelled the surrounding darkness, but also bathed the women in a warm, sunlit glow. What? This great lecher Gu Ye actually possesses such a righteous skill. Nearby, the twin-tailed little loli was astounded, staring wide-eyed at the miniature sun above the black-clad youth's head. In her mind, she had assumed he would have some utterly shameless ability like manipulating women's minds to make these 3 older sisters follow him. Frightened, she had secretly drawn a purification array on herself for protection. Don't just stand there alone. Come over here and use your array to guard the perimeter. Gu Ye looked up at the twin-tailed little loli. Okay, I'm coming. Meeting Gu Ye's molten gold-like gaze, the twin-tailed little loli was startled and instinctively hurried over. Yet once she was surrounded by the other women, she realized she had been too obedient. How could she comply so readily without much resistance, just because he said so? Recalling Gu Ye's cold stare, she couldn't help but gulp nervously. She had genuinely feared that if she didn't obey, he would eliminate her. Just as the twin-tailed little loli was chiding herself for being too cowardly, a terrifying pressure, far surpassing any previous ghost, descended upon the area. She trembled as she looked up, seeing a graceful figure in red robes floating in midair. But what shocked her even more was that this red-clad figure also obeyed the commands of that great lecher Gu Ye. This only made the twin-tailed little loli more fearful. Wait, isn't she in red also a ghost? Why is she helping instead? How can this great lecher even tame a female ghost? In the trembling gaze of the twin-tailed loli, Gu Ye raised his sword and struck down the ghost that had breached the outer fire array, officially beginning the 5th night period. Dawn broke on the horizon. Only Gu Ye and Xiao Chan remained standing. The other 4 women were sprawled on the temple floor, utterly exhausted. Last night, Gu Ye had used all but one of his attribute pills, leaving only a single first-rank agility pill. Survivor Gu Ye. Strength, 33. Constitution, 32. Agility, 30. Spirit, 3,435 temporary. His spirit attribute, due to cultivating righteous chi, was the highest among the 4 stats. First-rank attribute pills brought diminishing returns once one's stats exceeded 30. Even seizing attribute pills from other survivors offered little improvement. He estimated that after taking the last agility pill, his agility would at most rise to 32 points. But these concerns faded with the arrival of the 6th daytime period. Because his ghost coins had now doubled to 10908880. Converted to world coins, that was 10908 coins. This time he had struck it rich. It's over. He's going to have his way with me. The twin-tailed loli named Chu Xiaoxiao was now slumped over Gu Ye's shoulder, utterly spent. As for the other 3 women, he held Lu Manqing and Pei Nishang in his arms, one on each side, preparing to return to the nearest safe platform. Lin Muxue, however, received special care from Xiao Chan. Using rope and a wooden plank, a makeshift seat was fashioned, allowing her to be carried through the air without direct contact, avoiding frostbite from close proximity. Have his way with what? Gu Ye paid little attention to Chu Xiaoxiao's muttering. Right now, the top priority was returning to the safe platform and using the train function to exchange for world coins. Ding. Accept rank mission, slay the Ghost King. A mission prompt appeared before all surviving survivors in the 100 Ghosts Paradise. This reminded Gu Ye of the mission he had accepted from Xiao Chan earlier. In the end, due to Ji Xian's departure, the mission automatically failed. Rank mission, slay the Ghost King. Objective, eliminate the Ghost King in the current zone. Reward, Netherrealm Excellence, exchange voucher X1. Hint, after Eternal Night descends, each zone will be sealed. Slaying the Ghost King in the current zone will immediately activate a safe zone within that area. Gu Ye glanced briefly at the mission that had suddenly appeared before his eyes. It was primarily the reward that piqued his curiosity. Upon touching it with his consciousness, the Netherrealm Excellence exchange voucher indicated that he could go to any transit station to find the Netherrealm organization and exchange it for 1-star to 3-star excellence tier supplies. This meant that these factions were stationed within the transit station. Soon Gu Ye led the 3 women back to the safe platform and tossed them one by one inside. On the safe platform, even if other survivors were present, there was no need to fear attacks, as such actions were impossible. Not even a touch was permitted. This was precisely why Gu Ye chose to throw them in. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged on the safe platform and opened his deep blue panel. What? That lecher actually let me go. Chu Xiaoxiao, standing on the green glowing safe platform, was filled with disbelief. She had thought she was about to meet a grim fate. Or could it be that this lecher Gu Ye had no interest in a cute little loli like her? For a moment, Chu Xiaoxiao was plunged into deep doubt. She believed her appearance was beyond reproach, but her figure was simply incomparable to the women beside Gu Yi. Even Pei Nishang, who had the smallest chest among them, was far more developed than she was. With this realization, Chu Xiaoxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since that lecher didn't fancy her type, light, soft, and easy to push over, she had nothing more to fear. With this premise, Chu Xiaoxiao's perception of Gu Yi began to shift dramatically. She had to admit this lecher big brother was remarkably powerful. Especially the scene of him slaying the swarm of ghosts last night had left an indelible impression on her. If she hadn't first learned of his debauched lifestyle, Gu Yi would have been the epitome of the powerful male she fantasized about. This guy has no taste. Chu Xiaoxiao felt indignant toward a man like Gu Yi who disliked Lolis, believing his aesthetic sense was flawed. How could he have no thoughts about her as super invincible beautiful girl? Wasn't that pure blindness? At that moment she rose from the green glowing safe platform with a resentful expression rubbing her somewhat fleshy backside. That toss by Gu Yi had hurt her quite a bit. Lu Manqing, Pei Nishang, and Lin Muxua also got up from the safe platform one by one. Last night, slaying any ghost had yielded thousands of ghost coins. Although they had mainly been on the defensive, they still earned a considerable income, enough to continue purchasing first-rank attribute pills from the shop to restore their energy bars. According to their agreement with Gu Yi, they could return to their respective stations shortly. For this purpose, they had deliberately saved 100 world coins to upgrade their trains. This way they could share their stations with Gu Yi or actively travel to his station. The first thing Gu Yi did upon opening his deep blue panel was to convert all his ghost coins into world coins. World coins 5710965. Universal Recycling LV1. Current total recycled material value is 763 world coins. Need 237 more world coins to unlock Universal Recycling LV2. As for the second matter, Gu Yi directly opened the trading hall. With over 10,000 world coins in hand, he planned to sweep through the trading hall and toss all purchased materials into Universal Recycling. The 6th daytime period lasted only a brief 2 hours. At this moment, if he wanted to quickly unlock Universal Recycling LV2, purchasing collectible type materials for recycling was the most suitable option. Even a 1-star weapon was worth far more than the 1 world coin needed for recycling. Collectible type materials, on the other hand, only added a mere 1 to 2 world coins to the recycling price. Those selling collectible materials were essentially waiting for a willing buyer. For this reason, it was rare for survivors to waste world coins on purchasing them. However, before that, Gu Yi turned his gaze to the women around him. Do any of you still have collectibles? I'll buy each one for 2 world coins above the recycling price. I still have 3 pieces in my carriage. Lu Manqing retrieved her 3 collectibles from her carriage valued at 13 world coins. Good, take these world coins. No need, just take them if you need them. Lu Manqing quickly shook her head in refusal. In her view, regardless of their future relationship, without Gu Yi's help in this ghost paradise, she wouldn't have been able to earn so many world coins to boost her attributes. Thus her thought was to offer Gu Yi whatever he needed on the spot, including herself. Just take them. I'm using them to throw into Universal Recycling to level up. Under Gu Yi's insistence, Lu Manqing reluctantly accepted. The 3 collectibles earned her an extra 6 world coins. Pei Nishang and Lin Muxua had no collectibles, as they usually threw such items directly into Universal Recycling. Is this Gu Yi trying to unlock Universal Recycling LV2? Chu Xiaoxiao wore a solemn expression. She had witnessed this lecher big brother's strength firsthand last night. She thought that survivor named Xia Chen must have some mental issues. His attribute screenshot was even inferior to hers. With such weak strength, how dare he provoke others everywhere? Especially when it was Gu Yi. Wasn't that pure suicide? Yes, Chu Xiaoxiao naturally couldn't believe Gu Yi hadn't unlocked Universal Recycling LV1, it must be LV2. She herself was still far from reaching Universal Recycling LV2, lacking many world coins. Even if she converted her ghost coins into world coins today, she wouldn't choose to buy materials at high prices from the trading hall for recycling. Instead, she would prioritize purchasing the last 2 attribute pills. At this point, Chu Xiaoxiao thought she could be friends with Gu Yi. Since he didn't like cute little Lolis like her, there was no danger. Hey, I still have quite a few collectibles. Can I trade with you? Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but speak in a crisp voice. This lecher big brother's buying price was definitely the highest on the market. It was practically a gift delivered to her doorstep. If she missed this, she would think herself as stupid as Xia Chen. Sure, how many do you have? Probably worth about 70 to 80 world coins. All right, bring them all over. Gu Yi nodded. This twin-tailed loli had put in some effort last night. Her formation had been invaluable in allowing him to save the last attribute pill for emergencies. Big brother, you're such a good person. When Chu Xiaoxiao received nearly 100 world coins from Gu Yi, her face bloomed with joy. What lecher! He was completely a handsome and charming big brother. After reaping tangible benefits from Gu Yi, Chu Xiaoxiao's impression of him underwent a dramatic transformation. She thought to herself that no matter how lecherous this big brother might be, it would never be directed at her. Thus his figure suddenly seemed much more towering in her heart. This was a gain of over 20 world coins, a sheer delight. Coupled with his help in fending off the ghostly fiends the previous night, from that moment on she felt only reverence for Gu Yi. Not far away, Lu Manqing and the other two women naturally caught the expression of the twin-tailed lowly. They exchanged glances and rolled their eyes in unison. What a quick change of face. Gu Yi shared the same thought. He watched as Chu Xiaoxiao took the world coins from his hand, immediately broke into a grin, and praised him as a truly good person. To this, he could only remark that the little girl was quite a character. Since the 6th daytime period lasted only a short 2 hours, Gu Yi quickly tossed all the purchased collectibles into the Myriad Realms recycling. Ding! Myriad Realms recycling module level up. Myriad Realms recycling LV2 unlocked. As the recycled goods exceeded 100 world coins, a portion of the items in the shop interface became unlocked. Myriad Realms recycling LV2, current total recycled goods value at 1003 world coins. Unlocking LV3 requires an additional 3997 world coins. After reaching LV2, advancing to LV3 demanded nearly 4,000 world coins. Gu Yi immediately opened the shop, eager to see if there were any attribute pills for sale. The shop still featured 5 categories: personal equipment, curios, train, and sundries. Personal second-grade strength pill increases strength slightly upon consumption, valued at 500 world coins, limited to 2 purchases. Second-grade physique pill increases physique slightly, valued at 500 world coins, limited to 2 purchases. Second-grade agility pill increases agility slightly, valued at 500 world coins, limited to 2 purchases. Second-grade spirit pill increases spirit slightly, valued at 500 world coins, limited to 2 purchases once attributes reached the second grade each. Pills cost rose from 100 to 500 world coins, and the purchase limit decreased from 3 to 2. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yi swept his hand and bought out all the second-grade pills in the shop. World coins 1089368893, 10,000 world coins dwindled by 4,000 in an instant. With the second-grade attribute pills in hand, Gu Yi consumed the last first-grade agility pill. Agility 3032, energy bar 37100. As expected, the diminishing returns on the first-grade attribute pills grew increasingly pronounced. But that was of no concern. Gu Yi fixed his gaze on the second-grade strength pill in his hand. Second-grade strength pill, let me see my limits. With that, he swallowed the pill in one gulp. Boom. A wave of euphoria far more intense than the first-grade attribute pill surged through every part of his body. Then following it came an excruciating pain that penetrated to the marrow. Gu Yi, what's wrong with you, big brother? In an instant, the women on the safe platform were terrified by Gu Yi's condition. They watched as he collapsed from his cross-legged position onto the platform, his face twisted in agony, his body drenched in sweat. Since they were on the safe platform and could not touch him, they could only anxiously observe his state. Gradually, the pain subsided, and a layer of sticky black mud coated Gu Yi's skin. After about 5 minutes, he sat up on the platform, still sweating profusely. When he looked at his attribute boosts, the pain seemed insignificant. Survivor Gu Yi's strength 3341. Once attributes exceeded 30 points, each point of increase became exceedingly difficult. The second-grade strength pill's ability to instantly boost strength by 8 points, breaking through to 40, exceeded Gu Yi's expectations. Now his power had surged once more compared to before. He felt as if his entire body were a small volcano on the verge of eruption, urgently needing to release this force. Driven by this intense craving, Gu Yi stepped out of the safe platform. Thump, thump, thump. While on the safe platform, the women had not noticed any change in Gu Yi. But the moment his right foot left the platform, the concrete ground beneath him instantly shattered, countless cracks spreading outward like lightning. A pit about 2 meters in diameter collapsed around his right foot, and the entire ground seemed to tremble for an instant under that single step. Every step Gu Yi took split the ground asunder, as if he bore the weight of 10,000 Jun. After walking about a dozen meters aside from the safe platform, not an inch of the surrounding ground remained intact. Is he even human? On the greenlight safe platform, Chu Xiaoxiao was so stunned her eyes nearly popped out. The other 3 women exchanged glances, speechless with shock, followed by a wave of joy. Undoubtedly, the more formidable this young man was, the happier they felt. I feel invincible. After taking the second-grade strength pill, Gu Yi once again felt an arrogant sense that everyone else was beneath him. He believed that with this power, a single punch would send any ghostly fiend scattering in terror. Keep popping pills. Gu Yi prudently returned to the safe platform and swallowed the last second-grade strength pill. Strength 4143. This time the enhancement was far less than with the first pill. There was also no bone-deep pain as before. Nevertheless, the 43 points of strength still provided a considerable boost. Soon after, Gu Yi consumed the remaining pills in sequence. He intended to slay the Ghost King of the current region after the eternal night descended. Survivor Gu Yi strength 4143, physique 3242, agility 32, 41 spirit 34, 44, 44 temporary. After consuming all the attribute pills, Guyi noticed two issues. First, with 2 second-grade attribute pills taken, the improvement in agility was the smallest. The second issue was with the spirit attribute. After breaking through 40 points, the heart-guarding pendant could no longer provide even a single point of boost. This fine-quality piece of equipment was gradually falling behind. He had anticipated this situation. As attribute values continued to rise, each subsequent point became increasingly difficult to gain. Even Lu Manking's grade talent followed suit, with its strength boost reduced from 2 points to 1. Next, Guyi turned his attention to the equipment in the shop. As expected, fine-quality equipment had appeared alongside the ordinary grade. A 3-star fine-quality weapon had a recycling price of 130 world coins, but in the shop it cost 1300 world coins. This tempted Guyi to continue leveraging his SS grade talent. However, among the current survivors, few could afford even half that price, let alone 100 world coins. He decided to hold off, and as before, conduct market research on the trading platform to analyze the survivors' current spending power. And modern firearms. Guyi spotted something new in the equipment category of the shop this time. Equipment. 1-star fine P226, M1911, A1 Glock 17. Guyi glanced over and noticed that the 1-star fine modern firearms were mostly semi-automatic pistols. By tapping on the firearm names, he obtained more detailed information. Item P226. Quality 1-star fine. Type semi-automatic pistol. Notes: excellent balance, high precision, 16-round magazine. Value: 1100 world coins. For such modern firearms, purchasing them came with a complimentary magazine of bullets. It also included an instructional video on how to use them, which seemed quite thoughtful. If the magazine ran out, one would need to spend world coins to purchase more, with a single pistol bullet costing at least 1 world coin. As the owner of the Fierce Shadow Sword, a long-range weapon, Guyi could naturally discern the strengths and weaknesses of modern firearms at a glance. First, the advantages of such modern firearms were self-evident. Unlike the Fierce Shadow Sword, which required consuming one's stamina to activate, as long as there were bullets, one could keep firing. Similarly, the drawbacks were also apparent: the need to reload and the consumption of bullets. Clearly, these 1-star fine modern firearms were no match for his 8-star fine Fierce Shadow Sword. Guyi then turned his attention to the 2-star fine quality modern firearms. 2-star fine Desert Eagle MP5K USP 45 Python Revolver. Starting from 2-star fine, the category of firearms was no longer limited to pistols, as the MP5K submachine gun appeared. Moving up the star ratings, Guyi noticed that the power and other features of the firearms also gradually increased. 3-star fine M4A1 AK103 Remington 870 SVD. Good heavens, assault rifles, shotguns, semi-automatic sniper rifles are all here. Guyi had long known the names of the first 2 classic assault rifles. Similarly, as the star rating of the firearms increased, the cost of bullets also rose. 4-star fine Scar AA12 M82 A1 Barrett 417 Hong Kong. 5-star fine M2010 Enhanced Sniper Rifle M60 E4 Light Machine Gun M79 Grenade Launcher SPAS 12. 6-star fine Anzio 20mm M134 Minigun M32 MGL Custom Double-Barreled Elephant Gun. The higher the fine grade, the more pronounced the characteristics of modern firearms became. However, starting from 7-star fine, the style of the firearms underwent a sudden transformation. 7-star fine Flame Breath Frostbite Thunder Strike Holy Silver. Item Flame Breath. Quality 7-star fine. Type assault rifle. Notes: 5. 56mm, 30 rounds. Bullets can ignite targets upon impact, causing continuous burn damage. Special attack against and evil entities. Value: 1700 world coins. This assault rifle, named Flame Breath, had an exterior completely different from the previous firearms. The gun body was engraved with fire patterns emitting a crimson flame glow. One look, and it was clear it was no ordinary item. It bore a resemblance to the firearms from a certain shooting game Guyi had played in middle school, with an appearance that was undeniably flashy. Item Holy Silver. Quality 7-star fine. Type shotgun. Notes: 12 gauge, 08-round tubular magazine. Special attack against undead and evil spirits. Value: 1700 world coins. This shotgun also had a flamboyant appearance, with an overall silver-white body engraved with unknown cross patterns indicating increased damage against undead entities. The subsequent 8-star fine and 9-star fine grades followed the same pattern, abruptly transforming from ordinary modern firearms into those carrying supernatural attributes. Some firearms no longer required bullets to be consumed, instead draining the user's stamina. Apart from these modern firearms, Guyi also looked at other equipment. For instance, he was quite interested in defensive armor. However, the prices of items in the shop were too steep. With such world coins, he would rather find a way to gradually elevate using his talents. Next, Guyi turned his attention to the category of curios. He found that compared to before, both the quantity and functions of the curios had increased significantly, leaving him somewhat dazzled. Curios. Second grade attack type: Ice Dart, Thunderclap, Bomb, Armor Piercing, Spike, Corrosive Poison, Smoke Bomb, Explosive Talisman. Second grade defense type: Golden Light, Shield, Substitute, Puppet, Evil Repelling Talisman, Holy Light, Amulet, Thorns Armor. Second grade speed type: Blink, Talisman, Light Body, Feather Coat, Wind Wing, Cloak, Ground Shrinking Talisman. Second grade general type: Storage, Talisman, Detection, Compass, Survey, Compass, Healing Pill, Fasting Pill, Illusion Breaking Bead. Compared to first grade curios, the prices of second grade curios were all above 100 world coins. Guyi took a quick glance and noticed that the prices were not uniform, ranging from a minimum of 100 to a maximum of 500 world coins. Among them, some curios piqued Guyi's interest. For example, the defensive substitute puppet: when the holder receives fatal damage, it automatically activates, bearing the damage and teleporting the holder to a random location within 5 meters. It is destroyed after one use, with only one purchase limit and one activation limit. Unsurprisingly, this curio's price reached the highest of 500. Despite the short and uncertain teleportation distance, it was a life-saving item, so Guyi immediately spent 500 world coins to purchase one. Another curio that interested him was from the speed and general categories: the Wind Wing Cloak, which when activated formed a pair of wind wings on the user's back. It allowed flight at an altitude of 10 meters for 3 minutes, could be used 3 times before being destroyed, and also cost 500 world coins. The general type storage talisman, in Guyi's view, had average value. It contained 9 cubic meters of space for temporary storage of items lasting 24 hours, after which all items would be automatically ejected. Such talismans were mostly disposable items and were relatively cheap, just over 100 world coins. The 2 compasses that followed also caught Guyi's interest. The detection compass, when activated, could display the positions of all living beings or ghosts within 100 meters for 100 seconds. It marked them with red dots, ignoring concealment, and cost 500 world coins. The survey compass could map the surrounding terrain, generating a map. These items could be used in combination. With enough survey compasses, one could continuously measure the surrounding terrain to create a larger map. As for the healing pill and fasting pill, Guyi found them relatively practical. The healing pill, needless to say, could treat injuries. Swallowing one fasting pill would eliminate the need for food and water for 3 days, greatly reducing stamina consumption, making it suitable for prolonged exploration and combat. As for the illusion-breaking bead, Guyi gave it a quick glance and found it uninteresting. One of his current strengths was insight, so such a curio was of little use to him and not worth purchasing. Next, Guyi planned to upgrade the train to level 2 to see what new functions would appear. Consume 100 world coins to upgrade the train level. Yes, 100 world coins consumed. Train level upgraded to level 2. World coins 6393, 6293. Train name: Star Sea Pioneer. Train number 33550-337. Train conductor: Guyi. Train level 1-2. Speed 100. Attack power 100. Defense power 100. Durability 94 100. Power energy 88 100. Current carriage length 5 m, width 3 m, height 3 m. After the train ascended to level 2, both its durability and power energy were fully restored to 100. Normally, a level 1 train has 0 attack power as it lacks an attack module. The reason the Star Sea Pioneer's attack power reached 100 was due to Guyi's exploration, which added the Fire Blunderbuss attack module. A level 1 train cannot move freely left or right, it can only reach stations via warp. The warp function can only be used while inside the train. Only after the train conductor dies can other survivors take over the permissions of the unclaimed train and become the new conductor. Under the gaze of the women, Guyi returned alone to the Star Sea Pioneer and began inspecting the new functions unlocked after the train's upgrade. First was the warp. The power energy consumption had indeed decreased from 10 to 5. Additionally, the water for the bathroom could now also be sourced by consuming power energy. This indeed made things much more convenient. As for choosing between purchasing water from the mall or consuming power energy, Guyi found that power energy was slightly more economical. After the train was upgraded to level 2, various modules could be purchased from the mall to enhance the train's attribute. Regarding the application of the speed attribute, it finally became functional after the train reached level 2, allowing one to drive the train freely. No one had mentioned this on the public channel. This meant that if they later arrived at a multiplayer station, they could drive the train to attack others. Since he was in this vast white space, Guyi attempted to drive the train to move. After about 3 minutes, he noticed that the power energy consumption had dropped from 100 to 97, averaging a 1 loss per minute. Is this the price of free movement? Despite having over 6,000 world coins, Guyi felt this consumption was quite steep. Unless under special circumstances, there was little need to drive the train around aimlessly. The train had 4 major modules: the carriage module, attack module, defense module, and speed module. The latter 3 modules could be enhanced by purchasing various equipment from the mall. For example, improving the train's attack could involve installing firearms and other heavy weaponry. Guyi took a brief glance and found that these installations were expensive and offered low attack power bonuses. A weapon costing 1,000 world coins only added 100 attack power. From this perspective, spending just 100 exploration points to boost attack power by 100 was The same applied to defense and speed, either by installing devices or making modifications such as replacing the original train walls with different materials or thickening them. The carriage module involved expanding the train or adding carriages. Guyi absolutely needed to proceed with the expansion and addition of carriages. The current carriage measured 5 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 3 meters high. Far too cramped. Compared to enhancing the train's attributes, expanding and adding carriages cost much fewer world coins. A standard carriage cost 100 world coins while expansion was different. Each cubic meter added cost 2 world coins. Without a second thought, Guyi immediately expanded the current carriage. In an instant, the interior of the carriage suddenly expanded to 10 meters long, 5 meters wide, and the original luxurious double bed, each side 2 meters long and wide, barely fit inside the carriage. With more supplies, walking around had become inconvenient. After this expansion, it became significantly more spacious. I'll have Lu Manxing tidy up these things later. Seeing the now empty-looking carriage, Guyi had no interest in organizing everything himself. The 6th daytime period was only 2 hours, and nearly an hour had already passed. Before the eternal night descended, he needed to leave the safe platform, otherwise he would be directly teleported back to the original station. Once inside the 100 Ghost Paradise, he could not freely warp to other stations. Doing so would be equivalent to voluntarily giving up the limited time challenge of the 100 Ghost Paradise. Lu Manxing, you can return to the original station first, then share the station with me. After I slay the Ghost King, he'll come find you. Shortly after, Guyi returned to the safe platform from the train. As his words fell, Lu Manxing nodded excitedly at first, then worriedly said, "Then you must be careful." She had unconditional trust in Guyi at this moment. Since he told her she could leave, it meant her strength was likely of little help. To this, Guyi softly hummed and acknowledged. The reward for the Brank mission to slay the Ghost King was a Netherworld Prefecture Excellence level exchange voucher, which could be used to exchange for 1-star to 3-star excellence level supplies. Xiao Chan's quality alone had reached 4-star excellence. Coupled with his current attributes, taking down a Ghost King should not be a problem. Seeing Guyi and Lu Manxing make their agreement, Lin Muxua and Pei Nishang exchanged glances, looking as if they wanted to speak, but hesitated. This scene naturally did not escape Guyi's notice. Lin Muxua, Pei Nishang, would you two be willing to come over to my side later? Guyi stared directly at the two women. The reason he had gone to great lengths to help them survive the night and earn ghost coins was precisely because he had his eyes on them. Of course, if they were unwilling, that was their choice. But from then on, he would not provide any further help. After all, he couldn't keep giving them benefits without receiving anything in return. He was not about to continue doing that. The advancement challenge could also be undertaken at a transit station using a backup train there, though it required an additional fee since it wasn't one's own train. Alternatively, after completing his own advancement challenge, he could bring them to the transit station. However, each survivor's warp challenge had to be completed alone. No one else could help or enter with them. Moreover, due to Guyi's personal permission upgrade, he could directly bring passengers to higher difficulty stations. The advancement challenge enhanced each survivor's permissions, meaning as long as the conductor's permissions were sufficient, it was fine. Unless the advancement challenge offered other rewards, Guyi would only know after personally exploring the 100 Ghosts Paradise. Also, there was the question of why organizations sent invitations after passing the advancement challenge. Take care. They'll wait for you. Lin Muxua was the first to speak. She had already made her decision. Since boarding the train for survival, Guyi had been a great help to her. She was someone who remembered kindness, and whether it was Xiao Chan or Lu Manxing, she felt they were good people. This way, at least, she wouldn't have to worry about certain issues. But just thinking about certain scenes in the future, her cheeks could not help but flush slightly. If she's going, he'll go too. Pei Nishang cleared her throat twice and felt a bit embarrassed after saying. She had originally harbored a bit of pride, but the problem was that she had completely relied on Guyi's support during these night periods. Plus, after being seen naked by him in the fitting room that day, shouldn't she get to see him back? Big brother, does your carriage have an extra room? Can you add me? Just as Pei Nishang finished speaking, a childish voice made the three women pause in surprise. Because this Chu Xiaoxiao was truly young. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Guyi with hopeful eyes. No other reason. This lecherous big brother was genuinely strong, and he wouldn't make a move on her. She had just witnessed firsthand the explosive physical power he displayed after taking the pill. In her view, the pill Guyi took must have been a physique pill above the first grade. She wasn't stupid, as the contrast before and after was too obvious. Not only was his physical power monstrous, but he could also leap 10 meters high with a single jump, almost like flying. He'll think about it. Guyi frowned. He still didn't know much about this Chu Xiaoxiao. It wasn't that anyone who looked good could board his train. Wouldn't letting a stranger in just waste world coins to build a room. Big brother, how about we add each other as friends first? That works. Half an hour before the eternal night period, only Gu Yi remained on the safe platform. He had sent the other women back to their respective trains. Next, he needed to conveniently complete the final Brank mission to slay the Ghost King. Just then, Gu Yi received another message from Su Tianyi. Su Tianyi, bro, what do you think? Should we contact Xia Chen's sister to make a move? I can't wait to take down that bastard Xia Chen. In response to this message, Gu Yi gave a straightforward reply. Gu Yi, I said 3 days later, and it's only the ding. Friend Su Tianyi sent a message. Su Tianyi, I know tomorrow is the 3rd day. I mean, shouldn't we contact Xia Yurong in advance? That way we can prepare ahead and avoid any unexpected schemes from those siblings. Seeing this message, Gu Yi decided to probe further. Gu Yi, let's talk later. They'll contact you after I'm done here. Ding. Friend Su Tianyi sent a message. Su Tianyi's reply was still swift. 2 message prompts popped up in quick succession after Gu Yi sent his response. Su Tianyi, bro, I've seen your strength in those videos taken by other survivors, and I've sent you my attribute stats. With our combined power, taking down Xia Chen is no issue. They'll hold him off while you deal with Xia Yurong. Su Tianyi, if not, I'll contact Xia Yurong first to lead the charge, then share the station with you after I scout the area. Not that, why is he so eager? Gu Yi could sense the impatience in Su Tianyi's words, as if the latter feared he might not go. Gu Yi, alright, I'll contact you later. You hold off Xia Chen, and he'll take care of Xia Yurong first. Su Tianyi, it's settled then. Well, finalize the plan today, and he'll share the station with you later. After ending the chat with Su Tianyi, Gu Yi's gaze turned cold. His combat prowess in the 100 Ghosts Paradise was evidently known to many. Especially on the 1st and 2nd nights, those pseudo-human ghosts and corpse-cherry ghosts were no match for him, effortlessly slain like grass beneath a scythe. It was under these circumstances that the survivor named Xia Chen began his deliberate provocations, followed by private messages from Xia Yurong and Su Tianyi. However, Su Tianyi seemed to misunderstand something, constantly assuming Gu Yi had designs on Xia Yurong, as if he accepted any beautiful woman who came his way. Gu Yi wondered if this was due to Yu Miaoying. The woman had sent those false messages to Xia Chen simply because Gu Yi couldn't be bothered to acknowledge her. Could it be that her ill intentions had accidentally done some good? Glancing at the time on the Myriad Worlds clock, Gu Yi left the safe platform ready to await the eternal night's descent over the 100 Ghosts Paradise. His 4 current attributes all exceeded 40 points, a state of unprecedented strength. Not only was he immensely powerful, but a single leap could easily reach 10 meters in height. His perception was so acute that within a radius of 20 meters centered on his body, even the fall of a pin was audible, and his actual awareness extended even beyond that range. Even bullets from modern firearms could be dodged with this formidable perception. As for whether his physique could withstand a direct hit, Gu Yi remained uncertain, though he knew his body was indeed sturdier. Shortly after Gu Yi left the safe platform, the public channel erupted into heated discussion. Public channel ID D4396. Current population 9100-710-0000. Xia Chen, is that Gu Yi dead? Why hasn't he spoken in so long? Xia Chen, has anyone seen Gu Yi recently? Why hasn't he given a direct response to my previous remarks? Xia Chen sigh, I thought merging into channel 4396 was because of this Gu Yi, but now it seems the guy's just a coward. Xia Chen's 3 consecutive messages instantly ignited the D4396 public channel. Earlier, this survivor named Xia Chen had provoked Gu Yi, but his words were not yet too outrageous, only questioning whether Gu Yi could withstand a punch with his 26-point strength attribute. The remark about leaving the women around Gu Yi unable to get out of bed was a reply within a thread with other survivors. Today's 3 consecutive messages were a full declaration of war. Gu Yi's personal ID was not unfamiliar to many survivors. Upon searching, they found his avatar had not turned gray, indicating he was still alive. Consequently, a multitude of survivors began to like Xia Chen's posts. Such entertainment was precisely what many of them relished. Though they dared not provoke, Gu Yi directly liking posts was something only Xia Chen could see, and others would remain unaware. By making Xia Chen's posts trending, the entire public channel would soon know. By then, Gu Yi would surely find out. To this end, survivors also replied under Xia Chen's posts another method to boost their visibility aside from likes. Chen Quan, this channel merge is probably random. I think brother Xia Chen is the real deal. The green-haired youth Chen Quan replied under Xia Chen's post. He hadn't known who suddenly killed his 5 companions a few nights ago until he spotted 3 familiar beautiful women in videos of Gu Yi taken by other survivors. Thus, Chen Quan harbored a deep grudge against Gu Yi. Without him, he would have had his fun. In the end, not only did he fail to enjoy the woman in pure white sword attire, but he also expended considerable energy. This nearly cost him his life during the night when a ghost attacked, and he survived only because 2 companions served as scapegoats. Now, seeing the powerful survivor named Xia Chen targeting Gu Yi, Chen Quan naturally offered his full support, even sending a private message asking if he could become a subordinate detailing his conflict with Gu Yi. He had amassed over 100 world coins and was torn between upgrading his train or purchasing attribute pills. Soon Xia Chen's reply delighted Chun Quan, who directly shared a station. This made Chun Quan decide immediately he upgraded his train to level 2 and prepared to latch on his Xia Chen's coattails. At the 100 Ghosts Paradise, the moment Eternal Night fell, Gu Yi activated his radiant seeing eyes. This time with only Xiao Chan beside him, he didn't need to expend too much mental effort. Just find the Ghost King and slay it. Under Gu Yi's dazzling golden pupils, a massive monster stood hundreds of meters ahead. It was as tall as a 3-story building, grotesquely ugly with green flesh, each ring fatter than the one below. The mere sight of it was nauseating. The abnormally obese monster's voice sounded feminine, yet androgynous, prompting Gu Yi to grip his lying sword with utmost vigilance. Undoubtedly, this mountain of green bloated flesh was the Ghost King of the current area. For Gu Yi, accustomed to beautiful ghosts like Xiao Chan, this Ghost King was far too hideous and repulsive. Similarly, the sight of this mountain-like Ghost King made Xiao Chan's beautiful brows furrow, and she couldn't help but fully unfold her nether flame feathers. Die, you bastard! Uffed. Before the disgusting green juices burst forth, Gu Yi and Xiao Chan swiftly retreated using flight. Even so, a foul damp stench like a sewer permeated the area. Ding! You have completed the Brank mission, Slay the Ghost King. Reward Netherworld Prefecture Outstanding Exchange Ticket 1. A palm-sized ebony token appeared before Gu Yi. On the front was an incised pattern of an unknown tip with a small ice-cold stone embedded at the top. On the back were 4 incised clerical script characters: merits, offset faults. Item: Judge's Brush Post. Note: Netherworld Prefecture Outstanding Exchange Ticket redeemable for 1-star to 3-star outstanding quality items. After obtaining the mission reward, Gu Yi flew swiftly toward the nearest green light platform. In the darkness, patches of green light shot up into the sky, an exceedingly conspicuous sight. After the Eternal Night descended, each region had its map sealed off. Only by slaying the Ghost King of the current region could one evacuate. Gu Yi activated the soul attraction skill of his Azure Iron Dagger and dashed towards the nearest greenlit platform. Universal Clock 081524. The entire process of slaying the Ghost King and evacuating back to the train was completed within 15 minutes. All of this was thanks to Xiao Chan, an elite-level combatant. According to Xiao Chan, his current strength was only slightly weaker than hers. As for how much weaker, he was well aware. In the previous dark period, against the most formidable ghost of a mid-crisis 9-star difficulty, he could at most handle 1 at a time. But now, after a comprehensive upgrade to his attributes, he believed he could take on 10 at once without issue. Jumping back to the original station. Under Gu Yi's control, the familiar dazzling white light once again blazed outside the train window. Train has arrived at Station Corpse Locktown. Station difficulty low risk 5-star station type solo train. Unlike the previous difficulty, after Ji Xian and Mystic Een Taoist left, the difficulty of Corpse Locktown plummeted. Perhaps some corpses had not been fully cleansed, as the station still maintained a 5-star difficulty. Returning to this place, even Xiao Chan couldn't help but materialize from the crimson pattern resonant stone. For her, meeting Gu Yi felt like a dream. In just a few short days, too many things had surpassed her previous understanding. Though she hadn't encountered any truly formidable opponents, many structures within the 100 Ghosts Paradise were ones she had never seen before. Gu Yi, meanwhile, was checking the chat logs. Lin Muxua, Lu Manqing, and Pei Mishang had all sent him their respective station details along with other matters. For instance, Xia Chen's public provocation against him in the channel. Next, Gu Yi's plan was as follows. First, go to the stations of the 3 women to bring them aboard his train, then jump to gather low-risk 7-star and 8-star difficulty stations to initiate an advanced challenge. After completing the challenge, he would head to the transit hub to see what was happening. Once he had a clear picture, he could go and eliminate that Xia Chen. He was now certain that Su Tianyi and Xia Chen were in league. They were likely worried he wouldn't take the bait, hence their continued use of provocation in the public channel. The more they acted this way, the more it showed their lack of confidence, fearing he would see through them. So he decided to continue messaging Su Tianyi. Gu Yi, damn, that Xia Chen is way too arrogant. Have you gone to Xia Yurong Station? What's the situation there? This message was intended to show that he had seen the public channel's information, and that he had been provoked. About 3 minutes later, a reply came from Su Tianyi. Su Tianyi, exactly, I really want to kill that bastard Xia Chen. Attached screenshot. The screenshot Su Tianyi sent was of Xia Chen's public channel insults against him from today. Based on the timestamp in the screenshot, it seems Xia Chen had posted the provocation against him first, followed by the one against Su Tianyi. Su Tianyi, what do you say, brother? How about I go ask Xia Yurong for the station coordinates now scouted out first, and send you a video of the situation? Gu Yi, alright, I'll leave it to you. Su Tianyi, it's nothing, I mainly want to kill that bastard Xia Chen. Wait for my message. After ending the chat with Su Tianyi, Gu Yi looked at the station coordinates Lu Manqing had shared. Train has arrived at station Red Cloud Alley Station difficulty low risk 7-star station, type multiplayer train power energy, 9792 station description on the night of the Ulumbana Festival 60 years ago, a 200-zhang-long commercial alley of the Great New Republic along with 237 people vanished simultaneously. The next morning, only a newly built brick wall stood at the alley's entrance. Now the wall has collapsed, and everything inside the alley remains as it was. A gramophone in a tea house is stuck on the same second of blooming flowers, and full moon and abacus in a pharmacy is frozen mid-calculation, and the porridge on a street vendor's stove has long dried into a crust. Occasionally a window lights up, emitting the tune of opera from 60 years ago. In the display window of the alley's photography studio sits the only group photo. Stare at it long enough, and someone will turn to look at you. Upon arriving at the station, Gu Yi sent Lu Manqing a message confirming his arrival. Ding. Friend Lu Manqing has sent a message. Lu Manqing, I was so scared just now. One moment, it was a solo station, and then it turned into a multiplayer station. It was you who arrived. Could you come and pick me up? My train is parked in a wasteland. The first building I see from the window is called Red Cloud Photography Studio. Gu Yi also glanced at this station through the window. This station called Red Cloud Alley was shrouded in thick fog. Although it was daytime, the sky was gloomy and overcast, as eerie as Corpse Lock Town. The train had jumped to a spot at the junction of a thicket and the alley entrance. The front of the train was angled towards the alley while the rear was submerged in the edge of the woods. Given this atmosphere, it was no wonder Lu Manqing wanted him to come and get her. Gu Yi, wait for me, I'll be right there. Gu Yi immediately left his Star Sea Pioneer and stepped into the Red Cloud Alley station. The Thai Foreign Goods Store. Upon entering the alley, Gu Yi briefly scanned the sign of the nearest building. A window on the second floor was lit with a dim yellow light appearing incongruous amidst the foggy cold station. Since his primary task was to pick up Lu Manqing, he had little interest in exploring. After all, it was just a low-risk station. With his strength, there was no need to waste extra energy on such a place. According to the station's description, Red Cloud Alley's background was the Great New Republic era, and it was only 200 zhang long. Compared to Corpse Lock Town, this station was much smaller. After jumping, trains always parked on the periphery of the map. To quickly pinpoint Lu Manqing's location, Gu Yi began searching for the invisible wall around Red Cloud Alley, intending to circle it. Along the way, humanoid silhouettes in Republic-era clothing occasionally flickered into existence. However, under his gaze, empowered by a trace of righteous chi, all these apparitions vanished in terror. Before long, Gu Yi spotted a standard carriage much smaller than the Star Sea Pioneer. Gu Yi, over here. Before he could get close, Lu Manqing, draped in a coat that enveloped her figure, opened the carriage door and waved at him. Have you packed your things? As he neared the door before Gu Yi could finish his sentence, this woman in the coat, her 4 attributes now exceeding 40, easily pulled him into the carriage, and the door slid shut. Then he saw Lu Manqing casually discard the tightly wrapped coat, revealing her attire beneath. It was her usual black and white swordswoman outfit, yet not quite the same. Torn holes like battle damage appeared on her chest, abdomen, arms, and thighs, as if deliberately ripped open, a man-made alteration. Then this graceful figure clad in the tattered swordswoman outfit embraced him tightly, her fair arms firmly locking around his waist. At this moment, Lu Manqing's intentions were blatantly obvious. What a cunning woman, Gu Yi thought to himself. Lu Manqing had already consumed the attribute pill. Under normal circumstances, what was there to fear from a mere low-risk 7-star station? Thus her deliberate wait for his arrival must have been for what was about to happen. Disciple, I've been poisoned by the Hehuan powder. I need sufficient yang energy to neutralize the poison. Lu Manqing tightened her embrace around Gu Yi as if wanting to merge her entire being into him. Due to Lu Manqing's voluptuous figure and Gu Yi's firm physique, the soft form collided with him like hitting a steel plate, resulting in 2 exaggerated oval shapes. Feeling the woman's hot breath on his neck, Gu Yi was not only tickled, but also stirred within. Master, how fortuitous. I am the holy yang body filled with yang energy. Gu Yi decided to follow Lu Manqing's guidance. Her ancient-style attire was clearly meant to serve an enticing purpose, wasn't it? Especially the originally tightly fitted sword robe now had several rips, making him want to change Lu Manqing into a new outfit. Thus he immediately took action, gripping the torn fabric and ripping it forcefully. Gu Yi's actions startled Lu Manqing, leaving her both surprised and delighted. She had intended to ask him to infuse her with yang energy once more. Now the other party could no longer endure it. Gu Yi's thoughts of changing Lu Manqing's clothes instantly filled the voluptuous woman's eyes with rich spring feelings. Her beautiful eyes blushed like white jade, revealing an alluring crimson hue. Given the circumstances, Gu Yi could only change her clothes thoroughly. Since helping someone change clothes was a physical task, he could not avoid sweating. He thought he might as well change into a new outfit himself. Before putting on his clothes again, Gu Yi wrapped his arms around Lu Manqing and headed towards the only folding bed in the carriage. Oh ho ho ho. This section is omitted by 30,000 words. After Gu Yi finished changing into a brand new outfit, Xiao Chan could no longer resist emerging from the red-patterned stone. To be honest, it was the first time she had heard a woman's voice so passionate. However, considering the amount of yuan in the other party had accumulated, she could understand. At this moment, the folding bed in the carriage had already collapsed under the strain. Following Xiao Chan's suggestion, Lu Manqing agreed to place a white cloth beneath her. Seeing the white cloth stained red, Gu Yi silently gave a thumbs up to Xiao Chan. It was clear at a glance which woman possessed a pure body, so there was no need to worry about any issues, which was quite nice. Energy bar 9169 world clock 14609. According to Gu Yi's original plan, he did not intend to waste excess energy at this Hongxia alley station. However, after this round, the energy bar dropped from 91 to 69. Time also passed swiftly, and upon looking back, 5 or 6 hours had gone by. During this time, Gu Yi had hardly stopped for a second. After consuming a second-grade attribute pill, he had become frighteningly powerful. But Lu Manqing could no longer withstand it, collapsing to the ground, her energy nearly depleted. Even changing clothes was done with Gu Yi's help. You and Lu Manqing have merged yin and yang 200 times. Connection completed. Congratulations, you have successfully developed Lu Manqing once. Reward Lu Manqing's evolution route 4 development points, 200 development points, 432, 4-3. Lu Manqing's delicate body had long been thoroughly experienced. Even though Gu Yi maintained the initiative throughout, she was gradually emptied, her begging voice becoming soft and weak. Thus, Gu Yi decided to temporarily let Lu Manqing off. He then looked at the abilities revealed by Lu Manqing's developed route. This was the second time he had seen 4 routes. The last was with Xiao Chan. Route 1 condensation costs 200 development points. Route 2 mystic cauldron costs 200 development points. Route 3 leverage costs 200 development points. Route 4 true self-seal costs 500 development points. Lu Manqing mentioned her class talent ability is named Point Spirit, which allows her to enhance the strength of others or objects through touch. This Route 1 condensation enhances this talent ability, consuming her own energy to make the Point Spirit talent stronger and more enduring. Regarding the first route, Gu Yi thought it was alright, unlocking it might provide him with greater strength enhancements. However, upon seeing the specific abilities of the second route, his eyes widened. Route 2 Mystic Cauldron creates a cauldron space within her body. When her energy overflows, it will autonomously convert a small amount of yuan yin for accumulation, which can only be used during the dual cultivation phase to benefit both sides, achieving mutual enhancement. What kind of cauldron physique is this? Gu Yi was astonished upon seeing this advanced route. If he activated this route for Lu Manqing, wouldn't they both enjoy the benefits while also enhancing their strengths? However, this dual cultivation phase left him somewhat puzzled. It didn't seem like ordinary sexual intimacy. Nonetheless, Gu Yi believed such matters could be practiced gradually. Route 3 leverage allows Lu Manqing to draw a portion of strength for herself from those or objects enhanced by her Point Spirit. This is a purely enhancing advanced ability for Lu Manqing. Gu Yi continued to look at the final Route 4, which required a staggering 500 development points, the same as Xiao Chan's. True Self Seal. The true self, which cannot be erased even by reincarnation, resides deep within the soul. This description made Gu Yi suddenly recall a story that Pei Nishang had mentioned about Lu Manqing. She said she had seen an ancient-style portrait of Lu Manqing at a certain Shandong station. Could reincarnation really exist? Gu Yi's expression was uncertain. The introduction of the true self seal indicated that after awakening, Lu Manqing would recover her true self, somewhat similar to recalling her past life wisdom. He glanced at his current development points, which were only 243, far from enough. After he completed the development, with Lu Manqing agreeing, appeared above her head similar to Xiao Chan's. With a thought, Gu Yi clicked on the question mark, which exploded into a green light screen. Name Lu Manqing quality 4-star excellent favorability 80 compared to the initial 90 favorability of Xiao Chan. After development, Lu Manqing's is noticeably lower. Gu Yi wasn't surprised by this. Favorability is something that can be reassessed after being tempered by time. As for which route to unlock for Lu Manqing, he thought he needed to consider further. Firstly, he certainly wanted to unlock Mystic Cauldron. This dual cultivation looked very serious and was quite suitable for assisting him. So many unread messages. While in Lu Manqing's train, Gu Yi could also use the friend function through the train as an anchor point. They were Lin Muxue, Pei Nishang, and Su Tianyi, who had said he would explore the route in advance. The messages from Lin Muxue and Pei Nishang mainly asked if he was alright. Su Tianyi was particularly anxious, having already shared the station details. Several messages were asking if he was around and when he would set off tomorrow. Ding. Friend Su Tianyi shared a location, Flavian Amphitheater. Su Tianyi bro, I've shared the location with you. This place is pretty big, and I still haven't found Xiachen's whereabouts attachment. Su Tianyi bro, are you on the train? Why no reply? Su Tianyi bro, where are you? Su Tianyi? Flavian Amphitheater. Gu Yi saw the daytime condition of this location from the attachment. Su Tianyi was likely filming from the periphery. This Colosseum site was built in ancient Roman-style Externally, it featured rows of arches with walls of a beige hue. Counting from the ground, there were 4 levels of annular corridors. In the several images Su Tianyi sent, this Colosseum appeared dilapidated and broken, with nearly half of the arches on the upper 2 levels collapsed. The shared location showed the specific difficulty and an introduction. Location name Flavian Amphitheater. Difficulty medium, risk 5 stars. Introduction. In the dusk of 1900 years ago, the Flavian Amphitheater concluded its final performance. 50,000 spectators did not applaud, for they realized they too had become part of the performance. The entire edifice, along with everything from that day, sank into a crevice of time. Now this Colosseum has resurfaced, reduced to ruins. Most of the outer arcades have collapsed, the stands overgrown with weeds, and the arena floor has caved into a massive abyss. Yet that performance has never ended. Those who enter may choose their role: spectator, gladiator, or beast. The victor is crowned with blood, the vanquished slumbers with the sand. So this is the location Xiaochun is currently in. After reading the site introduction, Gu Yi furrowed his brow. This Colosseum site had a difficulty of medium, risk 5 stars, roughly corresponding to the strength shown in Xiaochun's attribute screenshot. Gu Yi, don't worry, you'll be there tomorrow. After sending this message to Su Tianyi, Gu Yi turned and lifted the limp Lu Manqing from the ground. This round had indeed been immensely satisfying. Lu Manqing's figure was exquisite, naturally arousing all his desires. Next, he still had to pick up Lin Muxue and Pei Nishang, and then complete the challenge of the advanced side along the way. With that thought, he carried Lu Manqing and walked out of the carriage. Gu Yi felt this Red Cloud Alley site held nothing worth exploring. What valuable resources could a mere low-risk 7-star site possibly offer? As he was halfway along the path with Lu Manqing, over a dozen humanoid silhouettes in Republic-era attire emerged from the mist ahead. These silhouettes were all kneeling on the ground, kowtowing incessantly towards Gu Yi. Faced with this scene, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. The leading figure in the long gown rose, stepped forward a few paces, and held out an object with both hands, offering it from afar. Bang! A gust of cold wind swept through, instantly scattering these humanoid silhouettes and blowing the stack of paper books to the ground. What the hell is this? Gu Yi approached and found it was a ledger bound with rough-edged paper. It was 6 inches long, 4 inches wide, about 100 pages thick, and the 3 characters written in brush on the cover were already illegible. A vermilion seal in the bottom left corner was barely discernible: Central Folklore Investigation Committee, Great New Republic. Central Folklore Investigation Committee. Gu Yi grew more confused the more he looked. The spine and most of the pages of this paper book were charred and curled, with only the first 20 or so pages still legible. The first page was a hand-drawn map titled Sketch of the East China Coast. 7 locations were circled in Cinnabar, Shanghai, Jinling, Jiuzhi, Xianyang, Hanyang, Xinchen, and Yuzhou. Next to each red circle was a date, the earliest being July 15, 1927, and the latest August 9, 1948. On the edge of the map was a note in fine brushwork: demons come from the sea, traveling up the river. Wherever they arrive, an alley sinks. The night of the Ghost Festival is their time of sacrifice. The second page had several yellowed newspaper clippings pasted onto it. They read: a sudden fire broke out last night in Tongfeng Alley, Jiuzhi, leaving 37 households with no survivors. Shezi Alley in Xianyang collapsed, over 100 missing, cause under investigation. Residents of Hualu Street in Hanyang collectively evacuated, authorities cite epidemic prevention needs. Gu Yi didn't have time to read the rest in detail. He saw the name of this item as follows: Item Record of Calamity. Note: long is the night hard to dawn over the land of the Red Countenance. For 100 years monsters and demons have danced with abandon. From this record of calamity, all Gu Yi could discern so far was that in this Republic-era world, demons and monsters ran rampant, the key point being that they came from the sea. They'll keep it for now. Let's see if I can unlock a related site later. The matter of Red Cloud Alley was just a minor episode for Gu Yi. After returning to the Star Sea Pioneer, he placed Lu Manqing on the bed. Next, he had to go pick up the other 2 women. The train's warp function was very convenient, requiring only a 10-second countdown to complete. As a dazzling white light shone outside the window, Gu Yi arrived at the site where Lin Muxue was. His luck was good this time. Lin Muxue's train was just 50 meters away from the Star Sea Pioneer. Senior Sister Manqing, what's wrong with her? As Lin Muxue stepped into Gu Yi's train, she saw Lu Manqing lying in a deep sleep on the bed. Being a woman, she keenly sensed an unusual scent. Especially on the male classmate from the neighboring class, this mixed scent was particularly strong. As if realizing something, Lin Muxue's flawless jade-like cheeks instantly flushed with a hint of red. She's fine, just a bit tired. Gu Yi didn't know how to elaborate on such matters and rubbed his nose somewhat awkwardly. He had been locked in battle with Lu Manqing from morning till afternoon, leaving no time to reply to Lin Muxue and Pei Nishang's messages. After clearing his throat twice, Gu Yi instinctively sought a topic. Come on, let me help you move your things over first. Having said that, he took the lead and left his own train. Watching the young man's retreating figure, Lin Muxue wanted to say, couldn't they just use the deep blue panel to trade directly from their respective trains, quickly transferring the supplies? But at this moment she decided to play dumb. So she quickly trotted over to walk beside Gu Yi. A faint minty fragrance filled Lin Muxue's train. Although it was piled with many things, it was exceptionally clean and tidy. This was different from Lu Manking's train. Lu Manking's carriage was slightly messy with various distinctive costumes laid out on the table. The scent inside was a calm, yet rich fragrance. Coupled with her voluptuous figure, it made Gu Yi unable to control himself the moment he entered. During the process of helping move things, the two inevitably had brief physical contact. Whether it was Gu Yi's imagination or not, he felt that this class beauty from the neighboring class deliberately bent over, sticking her rear out while organizing things. This sight made his hands itch. To be honest, if he hadn't spent so much time with Lu Manqing, he would have wanted to make a move right then. So as Gu Yi left the carriage carrying a large stack of items, Lin Muxue, behind him, let out a plaintive sigh. Lin Muxue's station was a low-risk 6-star, and currently only their 2 trains were there. Before long, Gu Yi had transported all the supplies Lin Muxue needed onto the Star Pioneer. After the train's expansion, its interior space was 3 times larger than a standard carriage. According to the carriage module functions, the train conductor could modify it arbitrarily as long as he had enough world coins. If Gu Yi had no intentions toward these beautiful women, he would have partitioned the interior space to build small private rooms for the passengers. Since that condition was not met, he placed Lin Muxue's identical luxury double bed next to his own, forming a massive 4-person bed. This move was naturally noticed by Lin Muxue. However, she did not voice any objection and silently acquiesced to Gu Yi's action. Lin Muxue, if you're not used to sleeping, you can add a mosquito net to your bed. I mainly thought it would be safer for us to... Gu Yi cleared his throat twice and spoke with a serious expression. Honestly, he still felt this makeshift bed wasn't ideal. In the miscellaneous section of the mall, he had seen various large beds. There were 4x4-meter beds, 4x8-meter beds, 8x-meter beds, and even larger styles. He wondered for whom these colossal beds were intended. It wasn't that Gu Yi didn't want to buy such a large bed. The problem was he felt the timing wasn't right. He planned to wait for a while before making the purchase naturally. Moreover, the bed beneath him was the wedding bed he shared with Xiao Chan, still adorned with festive red bedding. Well, even though Lu Manqing was currently sleeping on it, was all this arranged for sister Xiao Chan back then? Lin Muxue had long noticed the state of Gu Yi's. Paper cuts were plastered both inside and out, precisely those she had collected from the mall station. Yes. Mentioned by Lin Muxue, Gu Yi felt a pang of shame, as if his secret had been exposed. But soon he regained his composure. In this train survival scenario, such matters were nothing to be shy about. He would just forge ahead. When the carriage was expanded, the original paper cuts did not disappear, though some now looked awkwardly placed. I heard that at transfer stations you can park trains. Should I store mine later? Lin Muxue shared the trending information she had seen on the public channel. Besides Xiachun and Su Tianyi, many other formidable survivors had already reached the transfer stations by passing the advancement challenge. Trains could not only be stored there, but also purchased new or recycled. Needless to say, the price of buying a new train was far higher than adding carriages. Even a level 1 train cost a full 100 world coins. As for train recycling, the price was similar to recycling supplies. A level 1 train could only be recycled for 100 world coins at a transfer station. The purchase and recycling of trains could only be done at transfer stations. Most survivors were already accustomed to this price disparity. Let's wait until we pass the advancement challenge. Gu Yi hadn't had time to check the public channel information Lin Muxue mentioned. In his view, passing the advancement challenge was the priority. As long as a survivor was alive, no one could occupy their train, only destroy it. His reason for bringing the women onto his train was to avoid unexpected incidents. As long as he lived, he would never let his women be bullied by other survivors. The recycling price of a train was negligible to him at this point. Soon Gu Yi led Lin Muxue and Lu Manqing to Pei Nishang Station. It was a low-risk 8-star difficulty. Still no reply. Lin Muxue questioned. Gu Yi had sent a message before heading to Pei Nishang Station. Now that they had arrived, there was still no response from Pei Nishang. This inevitably raised concerns. Lin Muxue, stay in the carriage. They'll go check the station. Gu Yi made a swift decision. Pei Nishang had also taken attribute pills, so it was unlikely she would encounter trouble from the station's difficulty alone. The issue was probably due to other survivors. He took out the red pattern resonant stone, leaving Xiao Chan to guard the train. He himself went to find Pei Nishang. The low-risk 8-star station was a valley with an ancient battlefield theme. As soon as he stepped in, numerous skeletons in tattered armor rose from the ground, staggering forward with weapons raised to charge at the black-clad youth. Against such attacks with Gu Yi's current attributes, one punch was enough. With a single blow, the skeleton and its armor were shattered completely. Bang! A violent explosion accompanied by a towering flame suddenly flared up from the front left of Gu Yi's field of vision. Something's happening. When Gu Yi rushed to the explosion site at full speed, he was rendered speechless by the scene before him. A girl in a pure white sword robe was bending over rummaging through the wreckage of a train. "You're finally here." Seeing it was Gu Yipei, Nishang's expression shifted from frustration to delight. She had been waiting for hours, but Gu Yi hadn't replied. Now that he had arrived at the station, she cheerfully recounted. At this station, she had taken a liking to the armor worn by the guardian monster. While returning to her train with the armor, she was ambushed by another survivor. However, the gap in their strength was too great, and the attacker, realizing defeat, tried to flee. But train teleportation required a 10-second countdown, during which Pei Nishang's several sword strikes destroyed the attacker's train. The explosion just now was the result. As for the attacker, he died instantly in the train's explosion. Pei Nishang was looking to see if there was anything worth salvaging. What a pauper. Pei Nishang spat at the wreckage. The attacker's carriage was nearly empty, yielding only a dozen world coins and a few low-star common items. With the merging of regions, many survivors had summarized the current situation. Train jumps to unknown stations would not lead to stations of the same difficulty. In other words, it was impossible for every survivor to always explore low-difficulty stations. The sooner one reached high-star, low-risk stations, the better the rewards. If one was unlucky, they would encounter multiplayer stations. If the total amount of supplies was fixed and insufficient for all survivors, some would inevitably be eliminated. "Let's go. First, show me where your train is parked. Then, after I return to my train, you can transfer the supplies you need through the trading panel." With no external distractions, Gu Ye's mind returned to normal. Soon after learning the location of Pei Nishang's train, he prepared to leave. However, Pei Nishang, who was far weaker than him despite all four of his attributes exceeding 40, pulled him by the arm into her carriage. Was Pei Nishang also going to imitate Lu Manqing? Gu Ye's expression turned grave as he pondered. Although the Star Pioneer had Xiao Chan guarding it, he still wanted to explore the advancement station today. When Pei Nishang grabbed his arm and pulled him into the train carriage, Gu Yi wisely chose to remain silent. After all, that was exactly what had happened with Lu Manqing earlier. Once she stepped inside, the doors had slid shut automatically. Then, as the story went, she would throw herself into his arms and launch a fierce offensive. To be honest, when it came to matters like this, he felt that whether he took the initiative or remained passive, it was all the same, as long as he enjoyed it. So there was no way he would ever blurt out something like, "What are you trying to do?" in such an unspoken mutual understanding. Admittedly, Pei Nishang, who had initially displeased him so much that he had spanked her hard, still possessed a unique personal charm as a young woman close to his age. Gu Yi refrained from commenting on her appearance. He had a relative face blindness for beautiful women. Her figure was tall and slender, though her chest was noticeably smaller than Lin Muxu's, but it was still easy enough to hold in one hand. As for Lu Manqing, her chest was truly massive. A single word could describe it: precisely overflowing. Click, bang. As the door closed, the corners of Gu Ye's mouth couldn't help but curl upward. He was curious to see what move Pei Nishang would make. Recalling Lu Manqing's approach, she had been well prepared. First, she deliberately tore holes in her clothes, and that half-concealed, half-revealed posture was the most alluring. From Gu Ye's personal experience, wearing some clothing was definitely better than taking it all off. "Let me take off this." When Pei Nishang uttered those words, Gu Ye's lips twitched into a barely noticeable smile. He thought to himself, just as I expected. Compared to Lu Manqing, who had directly thrown herself into his arms, Pei Nishang's first move was to take off his jacket. Watching the girl carefully place his coat on the table beside them, Gu Yi suppressed the urge to give her a slap. If the girl wasn't in a hurry, he should stay calm too. So Gu Yi watched as Pei Nishang turned around and walked up to him with an excited expression, their bodies almost touching. Thud! Gu Yi was a bit stunned. Just when he thought Pei Nishang was about to do something, she pulled a helmet out of her personal backpack and slammed it onto his head. The lower edge of the helmet completely covered his eyes. Huh, this feels weird. Pei Nishang noticed that after placing the helmet on Gu Ye's head, it covered half his nose. If this were actual combat, how could he see anything? What use would such a helmet be? "Hey, what are you doing?" Gu Yi took the helmet off his head, looking at Pei Nishang in utter bewilderment. He had thought she would take the initiative like Lu Manqing, but instead she left him completely baffled. "I thought this set of armor looked pretty good, so I wanted to give it to you to try on." Pei Nishang scratched the back of her head awkwardly, pulling out a full set of glossy black armor. She had gone out specifically because she saw a cool set of black light armor at the station and thought to give it to Gu Yi. Well, normally before putting on this helmet, you should first tie up your hair, wear a headscarf and a liner, and then put the helmet on for a proper fit. After figuring out Pei Nishang's intention, Gu Yi explained to her. He had seen plenty of armor sets in the mall along with instructional videos. But in Corpse Lock Town, he hadn't even seen a single chest piece that could protect vital areas, let alone a full set of armor. Otherwise, he would have wanted to get one to try out in exploration. Still, he could understand. In ancient times, the control over armor was extremely strict. A person clad in armor could withstand most physical damage and even take on multiple opponents alone. A blacksmith could forge swords and knives without much trouble, but if they dared to privately craft armor, they would surely be executed for treason. After all, there was a saying, one suit of armor outweighs 3 crossbows, 3 suits of armor lead straight to the underworld. Armor, whether forged or hoarded, was a death sentence. Moreover, the cost and difficulty of crafting armor were incomparable to ordinary blades. In ancient times, a soldier who could afford a full set of armor was undoubtedly among the elite of the elite. Gu Yi examined the set of armor Pei Nishang had obtained. Item: Mystic Light Armor, Quality 8, Common, Active Skill, Rebound. Note: 300 soldiers were buried in this valley, their bones white as frost. The chest piece still bears sword scars, and the lining talisman has not decayed. Value: 8 world coins. The active skill could reflect incoming attacks, but at its current common quality, Gu Yi had little use for it. Still, since it was a gift from Pei Nishang, he had to accept the gesture. He would try it out later in exploration and see if there were any route abilities that could make use of it. I really like this armor. Gu Yi nodded at Pei Nishang and then stored it in the storage space of his jade thumb ring. I'm glad you like it. Hearing Gu Yi's words, a smile spread across Pei Nishang's face. She had chosen this armor because the guardian monster's build was similar to Gu Yi's. Alright, I'll come pick you up after I transfer your things. Realizing that Pei Nishang had no such intention, Gu Yi didn't. He wasn't in a hurry for such matters. Once they were on his train, he could let feelings grow over time. Sister Manching, are you okay? When Gu Yi brought Pei Nishang back aboard the Star, Sea Pioneer Lu Manching, who was lying on the luxurious double bed, had somewhat recovered her energy. Upon hearing Pei Nishang's words, she couldn't help but shoot Gu Yi a glare. She hadn't expected the young man to be so vigorous. He hadn't stopped for several hours. How could she possibly endure that? Fortunately, after taking the attribute pill, her stamina was astonishing. Otherwise, such intensity for a first time would have been unbearable. Recalling her moments with Gu Yi, Lu Manching couldn't help but press her legs together tightly. Pei Nishang didn't initially understand why Lu Manching looked so drained. But when she finished speaking and the carriage fell into an awkward silence, she read the truth from the expressions on their faces. She thought to herself, no wonder Gu Yi didn't reply for hours. At the time, she had contacted both Lu Manching and Lin Muxua. Lin Muxua had been just as puzzled. So Sister Manching had sneaked a taste first. How despicable. Seeming embarrassed by Pei Nishang's enthusiastic gaze, Lu Manching hid her entire face under the blanket. Should I expand the carriage further? Gu Yi looked at the 5-meter-wide carriage and considered widening it by another 2. This way he could fit 3 beds side by side in this area of the carriage, laying a simple foundation for a larger bed. Then he could erect a partition wall to create a dedicated sleeping area. World coins 6083596. 3. Gu Yi quickly put his idea into action. The width of the carriage increased once more. Lin Muxua and Pei Nishang were momentarily stunned by the sight, but soon they understood why Gu Yi had done it. The black-clad youth placed Pei Nishang's bed alongside the others. Now it looked somewhat like a northern style. After picking up the 3 girls, Gu Yi checked the time. It was 4 in the afternoon. Curious about the advanced station, he decided to continue piloting the Star Sea Pioneer to warp and collect 7-star and 8-star low difficulty stations. In order to unlock the advanced challenge. Is the name of the advanced challenge site the Myriad Realms Corridor? On the luxurious double bed, Lu Manching couldn't help but poke her head out from the covers out of curiosity. She saw Gu Yi, Lin Muxua, and Pei Nishang discussing the matter of the advanced challenge. Based on the information gleaned from the public channel, many survivors had used warp jumps to collect low-risk 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star difficulty sites, thereby unlocking an advanced challenge site called Myriad Realms Corridor I. However, few survivors had managed to complete the advanced challenge. Personnel from those organized factions specifically emphasized that the advanced challenge could only be undertaken alone and required the strength to independently explore a low-risk 9-star difficulty site. Some daring survivors chose to enter the advanced challenge only to have a prompt appear. The message indicated that the Myriad Realms Corridor I advanced challenge could only be attempted once and failure would result in death. It asked if they wished to proceed. This caused the vast majority of surviving survivors to consciously back off. Judging from the images posted by such people on the public channel, they were also in a vast, boundless white space. The door on one side of the train was the same otherworldly gate as the one in the 100 Ghosts Paradise. A prompt would appear before entering the door, but the advanced challenge prevented any view of the scene from the other side of the gate. This only piqued the curiosity of the many survivors even more. They'll go check out what this advanced challenge is all about. Gu Yi prepared to pilot the train and warp to unknown sites to collect the remaining high-star sites. Power Energy 8277 train has arrived at site Vegetable Market site, difficulty low risk, 1-star site introduction. From the train window, the site was in complete disarray. Gu Yi had no interest in exploring such a site and continued the warp jump. White light devoured everything outside the window. Power Energy 7772 train has arrived at site Aries Park site, difficulty low risk, 4-star site introduction. Gu Yi frowned. Why were they still low-star sites? It was a complete waste of the train's power energy. Continue warp jump. What the hell was that thing? Just as Guyi piloted the Star Sea Pioneer away, a man and a woman poked their heads out, staring at the spot where that behemoth of a train had stopped. Their train was only 5 meters by 3 meters by 3 meters, while that train was vastly larger in both length and width. Power Energy 7267 train has arrived at site. When the train's power energy dropped to 52, Guyi finally collected the low-risk 7-star and low-risk 8-star difficulty sites. The moment these two sites appeared in the warp options, an additional advanced challenge site materialized. Power Energy 5247 site, name Myriad Realms Corridor I site, difficulty low-risk 9-star site, category advanced challenge site, introduction, a dedicated trial space for survivors. The advanced challenge site was indeed surrounded by that familiar white space, just as described on the public channel. It's true that other survivors cannot enter this advanced challenge. After testing, not only were Lin Muxiue and the other 2 women unable to enter, but even Xiao Chan in her form was blocked outside the door frame. Seeing this, Guyi said he would be back shortly. It was just an advanced challenge, how difficult could it be? Having already experienced high-risk difficulty sites, he held little regard for this low-risk advanced challenge. As he stepped through the door frame, the scene before him abruptly changed. What met his eyes was a corridor in a space station brimming with a sense of technology. At that moment, Guyi stood on a transparent passageway 3 meters wide and over 10 meters long, leading straight to a corridor shimmering with white light ahead. The material of this passageway was unknown. Looking outwards, one could see the familiar deep space. Guyi didn't linger on the view and instead walked towards the end of the passage. Entering the corridor, the space inside suddenly opened up. Huge electronic screens hung all around, displaying Guyi's own portrait. Currently scanning the survivor. Number 33550-337. Guyi, welcome to your visit. A mechanical, grating voice echoed from all directions. Immediately after, all the surrounding electronic screens began to display scenes from Guyi's life. From infancy to childhood, scenes centered on Guyi from a third-person perspective flashed by rapidly. This spectacle naturally stunned Guyi. From the circle of massive electronic screens around him, he also saw himself drowsy in a classroom before the train survival ordeal. But it didn't end there. Scenes of the corpse-locked town and the 100 Ghosts Paradise also flickered past. Finally, several scenes began to freeze. They were the scene of first using the flame blunderbuss to attack the walking corpses in corpse-locked town from the train carriage, the scene of first using the fierce shadow sword to slay a walking corpse, the scene of first using righteous chi, the scene of first using rock spike to kill a survivor. Seriously, what the hell is this advanced challenge? Seeing these images, Guyi felt a sense of Fortunately, there were no scenes of him getting intimate with the girls, or he would have been truly enraged. It was as if a camera had been filming him from birth until he entered this advanced challenge site, capturing images from almost every different period. Number 33550-337. Guyi has completed scanning. Matching corresponding challenge. Another series of stiff mechanical sounds rang out. Guyi saw the surrounding electronic screens erupt with a blinding white light comparable to a train warp jump. Boom. When Guyi opened his eyes, the scene around him had changed once more. It was night, and a grand palace complex brightly lit stood before him. At the same time, a line of information appeared. Challenge location: Gongquan Palace. Heritage items: Emperor's Chi 8 subjugation, sword. Note: acquire any heritage item to leave Gongquan Palace. Guyi took out the fierce shadow sword from his inventory and began to ponder this information. According to the requirements, he needed to obtain any heritage item to leave. Thinking this, he turned and walked back. Bang! Unsurprisingly, he encountered a familiar invisible wall. It seems the heritage items are within that architectural complex. Guyi returned, sword in hand. The palace was surrounded by thick rammed earth walls stretching for hundreds of meters at a glance. From outside the walls, 2 towering platforms about 60 or 70 meters high stood out prominently. Summon darkness, activate. Under the cover of night, Guyi chose this skill of the green iron dagger and instantly rose from the ground. Looking down from the air at the palace complex below, countless pavilions and towers were scattered in an orderly fashion. The circumference of just the outer city wall was definitely over 5,000 meters. What is this Gongquan Palace for? Guyi hovered midair, a question forming in his mind. The palace complex below was eerily silent, not a single person in sight. However, one of the 2 towering platforms ahead caught his attention. On one of them, a large mass of black chi was overflowing. Finally, some movement. Guyi, in his ghostly attraction state, rapidly flew toward the towering platform. Due to the flight altitude limit of ghostly attraction, he chose to land on the steps leading to the platform. Stepping onto the platform with his sword in hand, Guyi saw a figure wearing a crown adorned with jade bead strings and a blackened ceremonial robe. Though the figure stood with its back to him, the robe was embroidered with patterns of the sun, moon, and stars, exuding solemnity and grandeur. In many films and dramas, this attire seemed to be what ancient emperors wore during grand ceremonies. However, at this moment, thick black chi emanated from the figure in the crown and robe. Clearly this black chi was not the Son of Heaven's chi, one of the inheritance items. Earlier, through a brief touch, Gu Yi had glimpsed a description of the Son of Heaven's chi. Its hue was red inside and yellow outside, symbolizing imperial destiny. This left him deeply puzzled. The Son of Heaven's chi was clearly different from the righteous chi. How was one supposed to obtain such destiny? As for the other inheritance item, Gu Yi found it much easier to understand. The 8-robe sword. Its design closely resembled the Han sword held by the figure with its back turned. Hey, turn around and let me have a look. Seeing the figure persistently standing with its back to him, Gu Yi spoke with some displeasure. He was determined to claim the 8-robe sword. If the other party was sensible and willingly offered the sword, he might choose to spare its life. After all, he had no particular fondness for killing. Yet when the figure in the ceremonial robe slowly turned around at his words, what came into view was a dragon-faced, human-bodied monster. Its face was covered in pitch-black fine scales, the skull rugged and prominent, with 2 horns slanting backward from the crown of its head. Deep-set eye sockets held half-slitted vertical pupils, their color like molten lava on the verge of solidifying. Upon seeing Gu Yi, the monster slightly parted its lips, and thick black chi seeped from its mouth and nose, exuding an aura of sinister malevolence. What the hell is this? On the platform, Gu Yi frowned deeply and decided to grant this monster death. Since it wasn't human, there was nothing more to say. Just fight and be done with it. Blazing Edge activate. Shadow Breaker activate. Gu Yi immediately activated the active skills of the Blazing Shadow Sword, ready to decapitate it with a single strike. Boom. Just as Gu Yi was about to make his move, the dragon-faced, human-bodied monster slowly raised the Han sword in its hand. A 5-colored radiance burst from the sword, spreading outward and instantly coalescing into a ring of light within a 100-meter radius. The moment this light ring took shape, the flames on Gu Yi's Blazing Shadow sword abruptly extinguished. Moreover, the Shadow Breaker active skill automatically deactivated and the sword reverted to its original form. This sudden turn of events utterly bewildered Gu Yi. What the hell is this? Gu Yi tried to reactivate the Blazing Shadow sword's active skills. Strangely, the 8-star fine-quality weapon in his hand seemed to have turned into scrap. Skills like Blazing Edge and Rock Shield were all unusable. This left Gu Yi even more perplexed. He scanned the night only to find that the skill Radiant Illumination was also disabled, severely limiting his vision. Not only that, but the green iron dagger strapped to him had also lost its effect, preventing him from using Ghostly Attraction to fly. With these compounding anomalies, Gu Yi saw the black chi spilling from the monster and thought to activate the Heart Guardian pendant on his chest. However, this piece of equipment had also failed, just like the Blazing Shadow Sword. The dragon-faced, human-bodied monster seemed to sense Gu Yi's thoughts, a hint of mockery flickering in its vertical pupils. Damn it, have I been dragged into a dream? Faced with equipment failure, Gu Yi's first instinct was that he might have been pulled into a dream. When Xiao Chan had dragged him into a dream before he couldn't retrieve weapons from his backpack. Yet the next scene only deepened his confusion. The Azure panel could be summoned normally, and there was no blurry, indistinct feeling in his surroundings. This was truly baffling. I don't believe this. Though his equipment had failed, they were only of fine quality. As someone who had consumed a second-grade attribute pill, he could still swing his sword with tremendous force even without activating the Blazing Shadow Sword skills. Clang. The moment Gu Yi's Blazing Shadow Sword clashed with the dragon-faced monster's Han sword, the blade snapped in two. This utterly stunned him. He immediately leaped back to create distance. Is this a low-risk advanced challenge? Gu Yi sprinted down the steps of the platform. He now seriously suspected that the difficulty had been inexplicably increased again. However, this Gangquan Palace didn't seem to be a station, and there wasn't even a difficulty prompt. As he ran, Gu Yi stumbled upon a stroke of luck. The sky was dim, and with Radiant Illumination disabled, he tried using Righteous Chi. This time, with the empowerment of Righteous Chi, his eyes could clearly see the darkness. Gu Yi turned his head to look back, only to see the dragon-faced, human-bodied monster leisurely descending the steps one by one, its vertical pupils fixed on him from above. The 5-colored light ring around it moved inch by inch with the 8-robe sword. This sight filled Gu Yi with intense desire. Undoubtedly, the 8-robe sword held by the dragon-faced monster was a formidable weapon. Not to mention its sharpness in cleaving through the 8-star fine Blazing Shadow sword. The 5-colored light ring was most likely the culprit behind the equipment failure. Soon Gu Yi's speculation was confirmed. The moment he stepped out of the 5-colored light ring, his equipment and skills returned to normal. But as soon as he re-entered the light ring, the equipment and skills failed again. This 8-robe Han sword is something else. After leaving the light ring once more, Gu Yi pondered how to take down the dragon-faced monster. When the Blazing Shadow sword had snapped, he was genuinely startled. Even with all 4 attributes exceeding 40 points, he couldn't risk his flesh against the Blazing Shadow sword. This meant the 8-robe sword's sharpness far surpassed that of the Blazing Shadow sword. If the blazing shadow sword was of 8-star fine quality, then the 8-robe sword must be at least of the superior grade above it. That was precisely why his first instinct was to leap back. A wise man adapts to circumstances. His woman wasn't in the monster's hands, so running away when outmatched wasn't shameful. However, since righteous chi was usable, he decided to try another approach. Seeing the dragon-faced monster gradually descending the platform, Gu Yi retrieved the hardwood hunting bow from his backpack. Whoosh! He drew the bow to a full moon, and the arrow shot forth. Bang! The arrow was easily sliced apart by the dragon-faced monster. This outcome didn't surprise Gu Yi. If it lacked such agility, it wouldn't have been able to parry his earlier strike. Scram! When the dragon-faced monster was within 30 meters, Gu Yi infused a wisp of righteous chi into his voice while drawing the bow again. His plan was to use the golden sound and jade vibration of righteous chi to momentarily stun the dragon-faced monster and then shoot an arrow. Thud, thud, thud. As Gu Yi spoke, the azure chi sound ripples touched the dragon-faced monster, and it obediently fell to its knees, rolling backward incessantly. This sight left Gu Yi dumbfounded. He had only used a wisp of righteous chi, not the 10-wisp teach. Moreover, he noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Within this 5-colored light ring, the power of his righteous chi seemed significantly amplified. Commit suicide. After testing the power of a single wisp of righteous chi, Gu Yi unhesitatingly used teach without tiring. Intense azure sound ripples spread in all directions, and the dragon-faced monster with terror in its eyes swung its sword at its own neck. As the head rolled off, a wisp of chi, red inside and yellow outside, seeped from the headless corpse and dissipated. Is that the son of heaven's chi? The wisp dissipated too quickly. By the time Gu Yi reached the monster's body, it had already vanished completely. Seeing this, he immediately seized the Han sword from the monster's hand. He had no method to absorb destiny, so he could only watch helplessly. Suppress 100 schools. When he read the skill name and specific effects of this 8-robe sword, Gu Yi's eyes flew wide open. Yet what shocked him even more was the final short line in the sword's notes. Legendary grade. You have discovered the 8 subjugation sword. Exploration complete. Heritage item: 8 subjugation sword, quality 1-star, fine, upgradable, active skill: abolish 100 schools. Passive skill: 8 subjugations, unite. Note: Emperor Wu in the 5th year of the Yuanguang era, the year of EC, forged 8 swords, 3 chi and 6 cun in length, inscribed with the name 8 subjugations in small seal script. These swords were buried on the 5 sacred mountains Song, Hung, Hobhua, and Tai. Prophecy states, when the 8 subjugations unite, the grand unity shall manifest. Gathering all 8 will elevate it to legendary grade. Value: world coins. Just from the term heritage item, Gu Yi vaguely sensed the uniqueness of this Han, yet upon seeing its quality, his expression froze. This 1-star fine 8 subjugation sword can cleave through an 8-star fine blazing shadow sword in one strike. To be honest, Gu Yi was utterly perplexed. The upgradable note in parentheses slightly eased his expression. This was the first time he had seen a weapon explicitly marked as upgradable. Moreover, this 8 subjugation sword seemed no ordinary item, so its ability to sever in one blow was not entirely incomprehensible. With this thought, Gu Yi read the skill descriptions of the 8 subjugation sword, and his expression froze anew. The skill abolish 100 schools, according to its description, required the mandate of heaven's chi to activate. Seriously, where am I supposed to get the mandate of heaven's chi? For a moment, Gu Yi was greatly troubled. He had already slain the dragon-faced humanoid monster. Thus, he could only continue to examine the skill description of abolish 100 schools. Its effect was exactly as the name implied. Abolish, causing all innate skills and equipment abilities of enemies within a multicolored light circle of the same grade to become null and void. I see. Gu Yi recalled items like the blazing shadow sword and green iron dagger, as well as the level of the radiant illumination skill, which, when converted to weapon quality, all belonged to the fine grade. Nevertheless, the fact that this 1-star fine 8 subjugation sword could achieve such an effect was profoundly shocking to him. As for why righteous chi could be used, and its effects grew stronger, it was because the abolish 100 schools skill contained another effect: revere Confucianism. After embarking on the train survival journey, Confucianism had materialized into a form of power within the corpse-locked town. It could be used for attack or defense, among other things. Gu Yi found this quite fitting. In ancient times, from the era of Emperor Wu, revering Confucianism was merely superficial. In reality, it needed to be combined with the legalist system. The two, one yielding and one firm, were implemented in tandem, known as Confucianism outwardly, legalism inwardly. Since Confucianism could be wielded as a power, Gu Yi believed that the intrinsic legalism had become more concrete. Within the domain of the multicolored light circle, Confucian arts like righteous chi could be used even by enemies, and their power would be enhanced. This was exactly how he had just used teach without tiring to slay the dragon-faced humanoid monster that possessed a trace of the mandate of heaven's chi. This reminded Gu Yi of a certain serpent in history who usurped the throne. It was precisely by relying on the deeply ingrained ideology of heaven's mandate and the divine right of kings from the revered Confucianism of that era, and by securing the interests of other social strata, that he smoothly abdicated the throne through prophecies and portents becoming emperor. As for the passive skill 8 subjugations unite of the 8 subjugation sword, according to its description, it could devour the remaining 8 subjugation swords to enhance itself. This set Gu Yi to pondering deeply. The skill names of the 8 subjugation sword in his hand were intriguing, pertaining to the era of Emperor Wu. Would the remaining 7 swords possess similar skills? Clearly, this 8 subjugation sword was not the one from true history. Based on his current experience in the train survival journey, whether it was the universal recycling, the universal clock, or the universal corridor, all emphasized the concept of universes. Did this refer to the existence of various parallel worlds or other realms? Gu Yi did not dwell on it, and continued to examine the note on the 8 subjugation sword, which recounted its origin. Emperor Wu, in the 5th year of the Yuanguang era, the year of EC, forged 8 swords, 3 qi and 6 cun in length, inscribed with the name 8 subjugations in small seal script. These swords were buried on the 5 sacred mountains, Song, Hung, Hobhua, and Tai. Prophecy: when the 8 subjugations unite, the grand unity shall manifest. Gathering all 8 will elevate it to legendary grade. Gu Yi scanned the small seal script engraved on the blade, which automatically transformed into 2 modern Chinese characters beside it 8 subjugations. This was another effect of the deep blue panel, enabling automatic recognition, just as it had in the corpse-locked town. Ding. Scrade Heritage Mission automatically accepted. 8 subjugations unite. As Gu Yi examined the Han sword in his hand, a mission prompt appeared before his eyes. In Scrade Heritage, Gu Yi discovered that the name of this Scrade Heritage mission was precisely the passive skill of the 8 subjugation sword, also the 6-character prophecy in the note. Scrade Heritage Mission 8 Subjugations Unite. Objective: gather all 8 subjugation swords. Reward: legendary grade heritage item, 1 hit none. Does this mean gathering all 8 subjugation swords will grant a legendary grade heritage item? Through the note on the 8 subjugation sword and the mission introduction, Gu Yi formed a preliminary conjecture. Since the passive skill could devour the remaining 8 subjugation swords, then, as long as he devoured the remaining 7, it should count as completing this grade mission. Woe golden text. By touching the legendary grade weapon in the reward, he discovered that these words were in gold. At the same time, he unlocked more information about item grades: common, white, fine green, excellent, blue, epic, purple, legendary, gold. This also made Gu Yi aware that between excellent and legendary grades, there was an epic grade. Besides this mission, the description of the 8 subjugation swords value left him bewildered once again. A full 8 question marks. Converted to world coins, wouldn't that be tens of millions? But soon he naturally realized something was amiss. Normally, recycling a fine-grade item would yield only 3 digits. This heritage item, however, clearly could not be measured by ordinary item value. Boom. As Gu Yi rejoiced, the world around him began to crumble inch by inch. The palace pavilions and 2 towering platforms gradually collapsed. Familiar, dazzling white light rose from the surroundings, completely engulfing the Gongquan Palace. Damn, another survivor struck gold today. These past 2 days there have been golds and purples. Could it be that our Su district is about to improve? No. The last survivor with a gold heritage was taken by Lord Azure Dragon. The benefits go to the Star Official Hall. I heard that the heritage that girl obtained happened to match the Star Official Hall, one of the Northern Dipper stars Alcade. Now the last star official for the Imperial Chariot has been filled. The Dipper is the Imperial Chariot moving at the center, governing the 4 directions. Alcade is exactly the most crucial star official of the Northern Dipper Imperial Chariot. No wonder Azure Dragon, one of the 4 symbols of the Star Official Hall, would descend in an extraordinary manner. Around a round conference table, several men and women stared at the massive screen in the center. Coincidentally, the lower agents of the Star Official Hall were not present, allowing such remarks. The screen displayed the basic information of the survivor who had obtained the Golden Heritage mission this time, with a personal ID of 33550-337, appearing quite young. As lower agents of various organizations and factions in the Su district, they each used their authority to send messages to this survivor named Gu Yi. The moment they saw the gold appear on the screen, they simultaneously shared this scene with their respective organization's superiors. As for what Gu Yi had experienced in the Universal Corridor and what heritage mission he had obtained, not only were these lower agents extremely curious, but they believed their superior agents would be equally intrigued. As the white light dissipated, Gu Yi found himself back in the center of the circular corridor. On the surrounding electronic screens, his real-life avatar was displayed against a backdrop of ostentatious golden fireworks. It seemed as if something was being celebrated. This left Gu Yi feeling quite awkward. After noticing no further prompts, he prepared to retrace his steps back to the white space. Ding. Friend Shalu has sent you a message. Ding. Friend Ao In has sent you a message. Ding. Friend Mumyan has sent you a message. Ding. Friend Shangwei has sent you a message. Just as Guyi stepped through the doorway back into the white space, he received several message notifications. After glancing at them, he was stunned. Wait, where did these friends come from? Guyi deliberately opened his friend list. He was certain he didn't have this many friends with such abstract names. Apart from Lin Muxua, Lu Manqing, and Pei Mishang, his friends should only consist of Gaobing the CS sisters and other survivors who had purchased weapons from him. As for these extra friends, Guyi frowned upon clicking on their avatars. First was a survivor with the ID Shalu, whose avatar featured 6 stars looking utterly incomprehensible. Shalu handsome, interested in joining the Star Official Hall. You can find me at the branch in the transit station. Not knowing if the person was male or female, Guyi's brow furrowed even deeper. This Shalu was different from other survivors, just like that Shayasiming marked with an organization Star Official Hall. The second friend had the ID Aoen with an avatar of a white 4-horned bull-headed monster. Aoen, hey there brother. The Righteous Mountain and Sea Department is recruiting in style. Interested? Find me at the transit station. This Aoen's organization was indeed marked as the Mountain and Sea Department. Guyi dismissed the message about the white 4-horned bullhead and looked at the third friend. Mumyan, our Netherworld prefecture isn't actually that gloomy. Look, our sister Mingpa is quite pretty. When you get to the transit station, you can find me for a chat. Attached image. This Mumyan had a horsehead avatar holding a spear with a somewhat dim background. Of course, Guyi thought the avatar wasn't the main point. The main point was the attached image. The background was extremely dim, but the tall, slender beauty in the picture had silver hair that emitted a hazy white glow. Of course, Guyi thought this wasn't the main point either. The main point was that the silver-haired tall beauty had a pair of striking assets. Although the photo was a bit blurry, the bulge under the black robe looked enormous. Just this one image captivated Guyi, who was as sharp-eyed as an eagle. For a moment, his goodwill towards this horse had surpassed that of the previous two. Putting everything else aside, at least this Mumyan sent a picture of a silver-haired beauty to cleanse his eyes. Plus, Guyi still had an excellent grade exchange ticket from the Netherworld prefecture in his backpack, which made the ferocious-looking horse head seem somewhat amiable. Whether to join the Netherworld prefecture or not was a matter for later. He definitely needed to go to the transit station to exchange for excellent grade resources. Guyi replied to Mumyan, sure. After replying to Mumyan, Guyi continued looking at the subsequent friend messages. He had no idea how these people managed to add him as a friend without his consent. Shangwei, I suggest you don't go to the Star Official Hall. Other factions and organizations are fine. Seeing this message, Guyi's expression was hard to read. He thought this user with the ID Shangwei was also an oddball, with an attitude completely different from the previous ones. There was no invitation to join, just a warning to stay away from the Star Official Hall. This Shangwei is quite good-looking. Curious, Guyi clicked on Shangwei's avatar and found a beautiful woman with wavy hair wearing a modern white-collar uniform. She looked at most 25 or 26, one of the rare real-person avatars. Noticing the organization name, he immediately understood. Divine Court. According to Su Tianyi, this organization seemed to only accept women. No wonder she had such comments. Guyi, are you okay? What was the advancement challenge like? Are you tired? Have some water first. As Guyi finished reading the messages and walked towards the train door, the 3 women who had been waiting for some time spoke up. The first sentence was from Lu Manqing, who had already gotten up from the bed waiting for Guyi to complete the advancement challenge. The second was Pei Nisheng's question. She believed that with Guyi's strength, the advancement challenge was certainly no problem, so she was very curious about what the challenge in the Myriad Realms corridor actually was. The last sentence was naturally from Lin Muxua. Encouraged by Xiao Chan's gaze, she walked towards the young man outside the door, holding a cup of water prepared in advance. As for Xiao Chan, she gave Guyi a slight nod. Earlier they had noticed Guyi deep in thought outside the train and guessed he was looking at the deep blue panel, so they didn't disturb him. Now that Guyi had returned to the train, they stepped forward to speak. Fine. Guyi nodded and took the cup of water from Lin Muxua. His gaze swept over the women around him, and he began to recount the details of the advancement challenge. First was the Myriad Realms corridor. Initially, he heard 2 relatively strange phrases. Scanning current survivor. Number 33550-337. Guyi. The Myriad Realms corridor first scanned his identity before welcoming him. Then it continuously played his personal records right up to the moment before he stepped into the corridor. Finally, it displayed that number 33550-337. Guyi had been fully verified before officially starting the challenge. This gave rise to a doubt in Guyi's mind. Could it be that they were worried the person entering the Myriad Realms corridor wasn't the real him? Guyi thought of a possibility. Although survivors could only seize another's train by killing them, what if there was a scenario where some beings at certain stations had the ability to inhabit others' bodies, and by possessing a survivor's body, they could also use the deep blue panel? If such a possessed survivor entered the Myriad Realms corridor and was detected, what would happen? Through the 2 inherited items, the Son of Heaven's Chi and the 8 Conquest Sword, Guyi keenly sensed the uniqueness of the advancement challenge. What is inheritance? Just by obtaining the 8 Conquest Sword and automatically receiving and SSS-Rank inheritance quest completing, it would grant a legendary weapon. Ji Xian at excellent 9 stars was already that formidable. Gu Yi dared not even imagine a legendary weapon. As Gu Yi narrated, the 3 women listened with rapt attention. Regarding the Gangquan Palace challenge, he felt there was nothing to hide. Since those organization members could add him as a friend and send messages without approval, it highly likely meant they were already exposed. This also indirectly proved that some of Su Tiany's information should be true. Completing the advancement challenge would indeed prompt invitations from organizational powers. Name Lu Manqing. Affection 8090. Shortly after Gu Yi finished explaining the Myriad Realms corridor, he noticed a surge in Lu Manqing's affection level. Even the look in her eyes when she gazed at him became increasingly filled with deep love. This reminded Gu Yi of the time he had explained his survivor identity to Xiao Chan, which had raised her affection from 95 to 98. Ding. Friend Shangui has sent you a message. Why is Shangui sending another message? Just as Gu Yi finished telling the women about the advancement challenge, a message notification from Shangui popped up. This woman was from the Divine Court. Oh, and they didn't accept men. Shangui, don't mind what I sent earlier. Let me know when you're free to come to the transit station. They'll come pick you up. Upon seeing this message, Gu Yi had no interest in replying. However, her words prompted him to open the train column on the deep blue panel. After completing the low-risk advanced challenge, a transit station named Qiming City would be unlocked in the jump options. The icon displayed an outer ring of 12 cloud pattern gear wheels, an inner ring of deep blue night sky, and at the center a tilted 5-point star, silver-white, tinged with gold, its 5 rays sharp. Jumping to Qiming City required no train power energy, and one could stand outside the city for a short time. Entering the city and staying for an extended period cost 1 world coin per 24 hours. 8 servants unite. Tai reveals. Lin Muxue beside him fell into deep thought, still pondering the inherited item Gu Yi had obtained. If the 8th servant's sword was forged by Emperor Wu of Han, then the last 3 characters of the prophecy made her think of the story of the Tai deity. Emperor Wu's life could be summed up in one phrase: a focus on centralization of power, establishing a grand framework for the nation's governance in later generations. For instance, the governing philosophy of Confucian exterior with legalist interior, and also sacrificial beliefs. Over the millennia of Daxia's history, the mythological system was complex and chaotic, with different eras having different supreme deities. Moreover, mythology through constant fusion and evolution became even more disordered. There was the Di and Hao Ian Shangdi of the Shang, and Zhou, the 8 deities of Qi, and the 9-song system of Chu. Among them, Dongwang Tai served as the supreme deity within Chu's mythological system. Lin Muxue thought of Dongwang Tai because during Emperor Wu's reign the Tai deity was established as the supreme god. And Gu Yi's challenge location, Gangquan Palace, was an important site for worshipping the Tai deity. The matter of worshipping Tai at Gangquan Palace began with the death of Emperor Wu's most beloved consort, Lady Wang. The year after Lady Wang's death, a man from Qi named Xiaowing used sorcery to summon the likenesses of Lady Wang and the kitchen god at night, allowing Emperor Wu to see Lady Wang from behind a curtain. Xiaowing was then appointed General of Literary Accomplishment. After this incident, Emperor Wu desired to commune with immortals. Xiaowing, now titled General of Literary Accomplishment, said that if the palace chambers and attire were not like those used by the deities, the gods would not come. Thus, Emperor Wu built Gangquan Palace. In the center was a terraced chamber painted with the deities Tianyi Dai and Tai, and sacrificial vessels were arranged to beckon the celestial gods. Tai and Tai were different written forms of the same concept. Later, as Xiaowing's sorcery grew increasingly ineffective, Emperor Wu suspected and exposed him, having him executed directly. This incident was merely the prelude to Gangquan Palace. The year after Xiaowing's death, Emperor Wu fell gravely ill at Dinghu. Witch doctors and various remedies were exhausted, but none could cure him. Subsequently, a shaman capable of channeling ghosts and gods was summoned to perform rituals at Gangquan Palace. When Emperor Wu was ill, he sent someone to consult the shaman. The deity possessing the shaman told him not to worry about his illness and to come to Gangquan Palace to meet him once he recovered somewhat. Emperor Wu then recovered, went to Gangquan Palace, and after a full recovery, declared a general amnesty. He enshrined the highest deity Tai in the show palace. The assistants to the Tai deity were called Dajin and Siming, and they all followed Tai's commands. The records of the Grand Historian chapter on the filial Emperor Wu records. After Wensheng died, the following year the Son of Heaven was very ill at Dinghu. Witch doctors and medicines were used to no avail, and he did not recover. Yushui Fagan then said in Shang Commandery, there is a shaman who falls ill, and the gods descend upon him. The emperor summoned him and established a shrine at Gangquan. When he was ill, he sent someone to consult the Divine Lord. The Divine Lord said, let the Son of Heaven not worry about his illness. When the illness subsides a little, strive to meet me at Gangquan. Thereupon the illness healed, and he arose, went to Ganchuan, and the illness completely ceased. He declared a great amnesty and established the divine lord of Shou Palace. The most honored among the divine lords was Tai, and his assistants were called Dajin and Siming, all of whom followed him. To be honest, if she hadn't boarded the train to seek survival, Lin Muxua would have considered this a mere facade, a rather far-fetched tale. But then again, this was survival on the train. The stations they arrived at were incredibly diverse, various fictional and parallel world backgrounds were all possible. Lin Muxua believed that the above about Tai was merely Emperor Wu's means of unifying imperial and divine authority. Aside from Gongquan Palace, as early as the second year of the Yuanguang era, Emperor Wu had adopted the theory of a certain alchemist to elevate Tai to the position of supreme deity. The most honored among the celestial gods is Tai, and Tai's assistants are the 5 emperors. This meant that the most revered of the celestial gods was Tai, while the 5 emperors only assisted Tai. This move marked the transformation of the Han dynasty's state sacrificial system from the worship of the 5 emperors to the supreme model of Tai. And because Emperor Wu worshipped the Tai deity, later generations believed it influenced the formation of the Lantern Festival customs. According to Gu Ye's account, the 2 high platforms he saw at Gongquan Palace should be the Tongtian platforms, whose purpose was self-evident. What's wrong? Gu Ye looked at Lin Muxua with confusion, seeing her staring blankly at him. By the way, you said the note on this 8th servant's sword says it was cast in the 5th year of Yuanguang. Lin Muxua looked with interest at the Han sword in Gu Ye's hand, finding the era name Yuanguang rather intriguing. The 1st year of Yuanguang was the year the proposal to dismiss the 100 schools of thought was made. The 2nd year of Yuanguang was when Tai was adopted as the supreme deity for worship. The 5th year of Yuanguang was for the 8th servant's sword. When Lin Muxua recounted her thoughts to Gu Ye, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. No wonder there's a description of Tai. Gu Ye had always been puzzled why the note on the 8th servant's sword mentioned Tai. After hearing Lin Muxia's explanation, he gained a new understanding. Could it be that collecting all 8 servants' swords would allow one to meet the Tai deity? Lu Manqing and Pei Nishang, standing nearby, were also previously unaware of such matters. And the ID Shea should also be derived from the 9 songs. Lin Muxua continued to elaborate. If it were simply Siming, that title existed in many mythological systems. Siming, as the name suggests, governs life. But Shea is different. It only appears in the 9 song. Apart from Dongwang Tai and Shea, the 9 songs mythological system also includes Yun's Hongjin, Xiangjuan, Xiangfuran, Dasaming, Dongjuan, Hebo, and Shangui. They were roughly divided into upper, lower, inner, and outer ghosts and gods. Upper referred to celestial gods, lower to earthly deities, and inner and outer to human ghosts. 9 songs. Gu Ye glanced at the friend request he had just received. The ID Shangui also seemed to be from the 9 songs. Transit Station, Qiming City. Lord Shea, that Gu Ye hasn't replied to me. He might not be in the carriage right now. The beautiful woman with wavy hair, ID Shangui, scratched her head and spoke in a soft, sweet voice to the woman in green sitting in her seat. Based on her past experience in the divine court, when this Shea wore green, she was usually in a good mood, her daily attire. If she wore a white robe, that was a different matter altogether. Seeing the woman in green silent, swiping her hand in front of her, Shangui understood she was checking the deep blue panel. But what exactly she was looking at, Shangui couldn't know. To be honest, she was also puzzled by today's events. Ever since Lord Yun's Hongjin went into seclusion, only 2 people were in charge of the divine court, Dongjun and Dasaming. And this Shea, although ostensibly one of the many officials under Dasaming, actually had a very good relationship with Lord Dongjun. Thus, setting aside strength, one could discern her status in the divine court. This was the source of Shangwi's headache. This branch in Qiming City, including herself, was under the command of Dongjun. Furthermore, she was puzzled as to why this Shea was interested in that Gu Ye. Although this survivor had obtained its rank inheritance mission, didn't the divine court only accept women? Upon thinking of women, the mountain ghost recalled the female survivor who had also received the golden inheritance task yesterday. When she revealed that the divine court organization was entirely composed of women, the other party clearly showed interest, stating that they would contact her first upon arriving in Qiming City. The advanced challenges of the Myriad Realms corridor essentially serve as a selection mechanism. It scans the survivors from lower-risk stations to match them with the most suitable inheritance. Such inheritance tasks cannot be snatched by others, and only the survivor who accepts the task can complete it. Once the survivor dies, the inheritance item will automatically be destroyed. Therefore, according to the regulations agreed upon by various organizations, whichever organization a survivor wishes to join is considered theirs, and they cannot be forcibly taken away. Normally, the mountain ghost thought the female survivor from yesterday was secure. However, no one expected that the Qinglong Star Officer from the Star Officer Hall would come to this small Qiming City, causing that female survivor to change her mind at the last moment. This greatly displeased the mountain ghost. The problem was that she thought everything was settled and had reported it to Lord Dongjun. In the end, it turned out like this. She was well aware of Lord Dongjun's violent temper. As expected, he directly vented his anger at the Star Officer Hall in the agent channel. Although the response from the Star Officer Hall indicated that the inheritance of that female survivor perfectly matched the Star Officer, it still created enmity. Thus, she sent a message to Guyi advising him not to go to the Star Officer Hall, as other organizations would suffice. It's just that yesterday's incident left her very unhappy. Of course, she couldn't act as recklessly as Lord Dongjun, and could only do this secretly. With the arrival of this young Shiming, she cleverly sent a message to Guyi advising him not to mind, and also conveying Shiming's intention to see if he could come to Qiming City. I see. The woman in the green shirt nodded and then forwarded a message to the mountain ghost before her. In the Myriad Realms corridor, each survivor's obtained inheritance can be explored by agents who are willing to expend sufficient world currency or other costs. However, this cost gradually increases based on the level of the inheritance task obtained by each survivor. Level inheritance tasks have the lowest cost, but no major power would waste resources to investigate such survivors, let alone extend any invitations. Level inheritance tasks are not much stronger than level. However, this batch of survivors has just begun their survival journey, and even level inheritance can be considered for recruitment as reserve members. Depending on their subsequent performance, those who do well may become official members of the organization. In a while, the level inheritance task survivors will be comparable to the level, and not many organizations will be interested unless they possess special potential. As for level inheritance tasks, such survivors are highly sought after by various organizations. Completing inheritance tasks often allows them to become considerable combat power. For example, the Mountain Ghost before her originally had a level inheritance. Further up, there are a level inheritance. This type is even more popular than level inheritance. The rewards obtained after completion can significantly boost the survivor's strength, making them core members of various organizations. The methods for completing a level inheritance tasks can generally be traded through various organizations at corresponding stations. However, once the inheritance task level reaches level, it becomes a matter of luck. Level inheritance differs from the previous inheritance tasks in that it is unique and has a much higher difficulty level. This means that for survivors obtaining level inheritance, there are not many ways to know how to complete it, and whether they can complete it is a significant issue. Nevertheless, survivors who obtain level inheritance are also worth pursuing by various organizations. After all, the potential is high. What if they complete it by chance? The female survivor who received the golden inheritance task yesterday was quite lucky, as most of the pathways for completing the inheritance were precisely controlled by the Star Officer Hall. In addition, there is also the option of trading at great cost for intelligence to complete the corresponding inheritance, which has a certain probability of success. Of course, the main reason for all this is that the previous Myriad Realms War Sushu district has been increasingly underwhelming, falling short compared to the nearby ancient and desolate districts, let alone the other agent districts. This upcoming Myriad Realms War is about to begin, and the current strategic policy of the Sushu district is to secure a baseline focusing on nurturing those few survivors who are about to complete the golden inheritance task. The female survivor who went to the Star Officer Hall has also been listed as one of the key nurturing targets. Coupled with the pathways controlled by the Star Officer Hall, as long as no accidents occur, the speed of completing the inheritance task should be quite fast. At that time, Sushu district will possess a powerful agent. It can only be said that sometimes luck is indeed quite important. In short, the current resources in Sushu district are insufficient to nurture every survivor tasked with golden inheritance. After all, organizations like the Divine Court are just a group of agents with greater authority. Lord Dongjun and Lord Desai Ming both agreed to invite this Guyi. The Mountain Ghost's beautiful eyes widened after receiving the message from Shiming. Lord Shiming, according to the rules of the Divine Court, isn't it only for female survivors? The Mountain Ghost couldn't help but express her confusion. If this breaks the rule, wouldn't the Divine Court's all-female image be lost? If so, the attraction for some female survivors is likely to be greatly diminished, and it could even lead to Mountain Ghost rules are meant to be broken. The woman in green known as Shiming was not surprised by Mountain Ghost because when she learned of this decision, she was equally perplexed. However, when she noticed the annotation of the inheritance item 8 robe, sword, everything became clear. She naturally would not be surprised that it could eventually evolve into a legendary level. What shocked her were the 2 words Tai. Since the Myriad Realms Corridor I could yield such inheritance items, it's likely that the subsequent Myriad Realms Corridor 2 and 3 will also reveal clues regarding Tai. As one of the supreme deities, even a trivial level inheritance task related to Tai would attract attention. Not to mention, this is still an level inheritance task. Naturally, it is likely that not only the Divine Court, just as Shiming was contemplating this, a terrifying aura descended upon Qiming City. It also caused the few survivors who had reached Qiming City to feel inexplicably alarmed. Is it the Qinglong of the Star Officer Hall again? The Mountain Ghost trembled slightly at the thought of these formidable agents. Lord Shiming seemed much gentler, never putting on airs. Moreover, she thought of something worth gossiping about. It is said that this Qinglong Star officer seems to have some feelings for Lord Shimming. Shimming was not surprised by the arrival of the Qinglong Star officer. Not only is the Divine Court related to Tai Yi, but the Star Officer Hall is as well. Both powerful organizations possess some pathways related to Tai Yi. Thanks to Lin Muxu's account, Gu Yi decided to reply to Shan Gui. Gu Yi, no need to pick me up. I'll visit Qiming City tomorrow. After sending this message, Gu Yi gazed at the white space outside the window. This region seemed boundless, and the doorway to the Myriad Realms corridor had vanished completely as he stepped out. Not only that, but the Myriad Realms corridor icon on the transit point was also gone. This was the same as the 100 Ghosts Paradise. Once you left this white space, you could never enter it again through transit, since the point had disappeared. In other words, this place was quite safe for now. Although it was impossible to tell the time from this white space, fortunately the Myriad Realms clock was available. Myriad Realms clock 182108. Gu Yi then looked at the Bafu sword in his hand, finding it not much different from other Han swords. Ancient and solemn. Without the Son of Heaven's chi to drive its skills, the Bafu sword in his hand was exceptionally hard. Thinking this, Gu Yi glanced at the lying sword, which had been broken in two. After all, this 8-sided Han sword had followed him from the very beginning at Locked Corpse Town. It had rendered him great service. Now that it was broken and damaged, all its skills were unusable. Recycling it wouldn't even fetch 1 world coin, it could only serve as a souvenir. Why not put this broken sword in my box? Lin Muxue, hearing Gu Yi's intention to keep the lying sword as a memento, spoke up. Put it in your box. Gu Yi's gaze shifted to the rectangular wooden box Lin Muxue pointed at. When he had helped her move things earlier, he had intended to carry this box. But this item seemed to be important to her, and Lin Muxue had insisted on moving it herself. Now hearing her suggest putting the sword in this box naturally piqued his curiosity. However, when Lin Muxue opened the wooden box, it contained only a kitchen knife and a woodcutter's axe. This sight left Lu Manqing and Pei Nishong utterly bewildered. They had wondered what was inside, but this was all. As for Gu Yi, he too frowned. These kitchen knife and woodcutter's axe, didn't they look a bit like the ones he had traded away back then? As Gu Yi curiously picked up the woodcutter's axe, the passive skill indeed displayed the words woodcutter's axe ending. Speaking of this skill path, his mischievous intent back then was to see which survivor was unlucky enough to be struck by the axe. So he unlocked this path and listed it for trade. Unexpectedly, it ended up being traded to Lin Muxue from the neighboring class. Now seeing this woodcutter's axe again, he couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Especially when he noticed Lin Muxue's slightly shy expression beside him. A chill ran down Gu Yi's spine. He thought to himself, this axe couldn't possibly fall on him, could it? I'll just leave the broken sword here then. Gu Yi coughed lightly and closed the wooden box with a guilty conscience. He roughly understood why she had kept these 2 weapons. This only meant he should speed up the process of winning them over. For instance, he could let them feel the atmosphere tonight. Night mode activate. Outside the window, the white space was too bright, lacking any sense of night. Gu Yi immediately activated the small function of the train after it reached level 2, which could adjust the window's light blocking, plunging the carriage into total darkness. Paired with the flashy purple ambient lighting, it instantly created a hint of intimacy. This startled all the women who thought something unexpected had happened. It's nothing. Isn't it evening now? Well, eat soon and then rest. Gu Yi turned off the purple ambient light and switched to white lighting. He had just been testing it. He could switch the lights again. Soon the meal was over. It took only half an hour. Thanks to Gu Yi's little stunt with the ambient lighting, the women's expressions varied, and they all sensed something. Among the 3 women, Lu Manqing appeared relatively calm. That was because she had already experienced it first, so her gaze appraised the other 2. First was Pei Nishong. Besides her appearance, her most striking feature was her long legs. They were plump and full, incredibly alluring with the white stockings. Even as a woman, she couldn't help but take a second look. Lin Muxue's figure was relatively proportionate, unlike her own excessive curves in front and back, but her chest was also considerable. After this observation, Lu Manqing felt even more confident. Who showers first? You or me? Since things had come to this, Gu Yi directly addressed the women. The carriage function allowed for the addition of a bathroom, so he indeed installed a bathroom at the other end of the carriage, separate from the previous small toilet. After all, the previous space was rather small. This new bathroom was spacious enough for even 5 people to bathe, not to mention a bathtub. Wait, no, it should be called a bath pool. Yes, Gu Yi had planned ahead and installed a large bath pool in the bathroom. How many people could fit in a bathtub? It was just a hindrance. To ensure convenience, he simply installed a pool. Of course, this was just the beginning. Gu Yi wasn't going to rush into bathing together. That kind of thing could wait for another day. Oh, it's this big. Sure enough, when Pei Nishong was the first to step into the bathroom, she was stunned by the scene inside. The bath pool alone took up most of the space. Compared to the small toilet in the standard carriage, it was incomparable. Even a fight could take place in the bath pool. How big is it? Lin Muxue also grew curious. Gu Yi's Star Sea Pioneer was indeed very large. This means we could bathe together. Lin Muxue was also taken aback, not expecting a large bath pool inside. From the looks of it, she could soak in the pool with Pei Nishang. With that thought, she prepared to return to the bedside to get her clothes. Together, Pei Nishang was actually fine with Lin Muxue's suggestion, as the space inside was indeed large enough. Not only could the two of them bathe together, but adding Lu Manqing would be no problem at all, even adding Gu. When this thought crossed Pei Nishang's mind, she suddenly realized something, causing her words to stumble. At the other end of the carriage by the bed, Gu Ye's expressionless face showed a hint of gravity. How could he keep the corners of his mouth from turning up in a situation like this? As for Gu Ye's reaction, Lu Manqing beside him couldn't help but roll her eyes. After her stamina was nearly depleted, he had held her and slowly washed her body. Even dressing her afterward was done with his help. In short, she had been completely devoured. I'll go soak it. Unlike Pei Nishang and Lin Muxue, who took their clothes into the bathroom, Lu Manqing shed her garments right in front of Gu Yi and swayed her hips as she walked toward the bathroom at the end of the carriage. Wow, sister mini-inks are so big. Indeed they are. How did this happen? Haha, this can actually be enlarged through later efforts. What do you mean by that? The conversation of the three women from the other end of the carriage within the bathroom fell, without a single word, into Gu Ye's ears. This was primarily due to his exceedingly high mental attribute. Even with the bathroom door closed, he could hear it with perfect clarity. After all, within a 10-meter range, it was hard not to listen. Gu Yi had a profound understanding of Lu Manqing's formidable endowment. It was an outright overflow. Since he had 2 matters to attend to the next day, Xiao Chan decided not to participate tonight to reduce Gu Ye's expenditure. This left Gu Yi on the luxurious double bed feeling immensely bored, simply waiting for Lu Manqing to finish her bath. Inside the bathhouse, under the rising steam, Pei Nishang and Lin Muxue's cheeks were both flushed. Initially, they were merely astonished by Lu Manqing's explosive figure. However, they soon noticed the marks upon each other's bodies. Especially the front and back, certain areas were conspicuously red and swollen, displaying obvious signs of deliberate ravaging. The identity of the perpetrator was self-evident. The moment this thought crossed their minds, Lin Muxue and Pei Nishang exchanged a glance, their bodies growing increasingly feverish. Coupled with the steam in the bath, their cheeks became redder the longer they soaked. I'm done washing, you two take your time. Since Lu Manqing had bathed earlier this time, she simply rinsed off quick. Picking up a clean towel from the side and draping it over herself, she walked out of the bathroom, leaving Lin Muxue and Pei Nishang with hearts pounding wildly. Lin Muxue, do you think Gu Yi intends to? Tonight. After Lu Manqing left the bathroom, Pei Nishang mimicked the signature move Gu Yi had made in the fitting room a few days prior, like a wolf pouncing on its prey. Frankly, a place like a train carriage was far more suitable than a fitting room. Although there were other women nearby, it was relatively more private. I don't know. Seeing Pei Nishang's somewhat lewd gesture, Lin Muxue almost lost her composure. Though she said that she had already mentally prepared herself for certain matters, she was even slightly annoyed that Lu Manqing had gotten ahead of her. But after Pei Nishang brought it up, Lin Muxue's mind began to conjure up various scenes. During that intentional interruption, she had indeed witnessed Gu Ye's body tempering scene. His muscles were sharply defined, exuding a wild masculinity. If she were to be restrained by him. Are they still washing? On the luxurious double bed, Gu Yi sat up. Beside him was Lu Manqing, whose graceful figure was hard to conceal, even in her bathrobe. Inhaling the woman's fragrance mingled with the scent of body wash, he felt a stirring of desire. But Gu Yi held back. It was still relatively early, he would take a shower first. About half an hour later, Lin Muxue and Pei Nishang emerged wearing their respective clothes. Since boarding the train for survival, material conditions had certainly deteriorated for Pei Nishang. When sleeping at most, she would take off her outerwear. Lin Muxue fared much better, as her starting point had been a small shopping mall, so she was hardly short of clothing. During that half hour, they had both thoroughly cleansed the vital parts of their bodies. After soaking, they specifically went to the side to rinse off with water. Since you're all done, it's my turn. As Gu Yi walked into the bathroom, wearing only boxer shorts, the 3 women in the carriage exchanged glances. When it came to the moment of truth, even Lu Manqing, who had experienced it once before, felt a bit awkward. Back on the Black Swan, it had only been her and Gu Yi, but now there were 2 others. Lin Muxue and Pei Nishang were even more flustered. Seeing Gu Yi enter the bathroom made their hearts beat even faster. According to their expectations, once he came out, he would probably click. In less than 5 minutes, Gu Yi emerged in a bathrobe. When it came to showering, he was exceptionally fast. On the 3 large beds lined up before him, the 3 women all lowered their heads. On the far left was Lu Manqing occupying her own luxurious double bed, while to the right were the beds of Lin Muxue and Pei Nishang. To alleviate this awkwardness, Gu Yi unhesitatingly activated the ambient lighting mode. Instantly, the once bright carriage plunged into darkness. Under Gu Yi's control, a few blue, violet, and pink lights were specifically directed towards his luxurious double bed. Thus, the area around Lin Muxue and Pei Nishang remained relatively dim. As expected, when enveloped in darkness, the expressions of the 2 women visibly relaxed. However, with his enhanced eyesight, Gu Yi could clearly see every subtle expression on their faces. Everyone get some rest. After saying this, Gu Yi walked towards the 3 beds ahead. This action made the 3 women nervous. Lu Manqing was relatively calm, believing Gu Yi would surely go for the other 2 tonight, as she had already been claimed. Lin Muxue and Pei Nishang shared a similar thought, assuming Gu Yi would choose one of them. If that were the case, wouldn't the other one be left in an awkward position? Yet Gu Yi walked straight towards his own luxurious double bed. His main reason was that he had already been with Lu Manqing that day, and he intended to let the other 2 women acclimate to the environment first. When Gu Yi got onto the bed, Lu Manqing was naturally puzzled. With the mood lighting all set, he wasn't going to Lin Muxue and Pei Nishang. Nearby, Lin Muxue and Pei Nishang exchanged a speechless glance in the darkness. They had briefly discussed this matter in the bathroom earlier. They hadn't expected Gu Yi to have no such intention tonight. Had they washed for so long for nothing? What are you hung about? Gu Yi began his maneuvers. Oh ho ho. The next day, as Gu Yi deactivated the train's night mode, white light streamed into the carriage. Ever since consuming the second-rank attribute pill, he was extremely durable, while his energy bar recovered at an astonishing rate. With just 2 hours of rest, the depleted energy bar was mostly restored. Under Gu Yi's robust physique, Lu Manqing could not withstand his assault for long. Thus, in the wee hours, through his persistent coaxing, he summoned Xiao Chan from the red pattern resonant stone. After this night, Gu Yi had a much clearer understanding of his own strength. Although Xiao Chan intensified his consumption, his attributes were already on a completely different level. It's the next day already. As for Lin Muxue and Pei Nishang, they had a rather rough time. Despite resting for the whole night, their energy bar wasn't replenished. Instead, they had dark circles under their eyes. Get ready, you two. We'll head to the transit station soon. Gu Yi had 2 tasks for the day. The first was to visit Qiming City to see what was happening with those organizations and factions. He also wanted to check if there were any other good items for sale in Qiming City. The second task was naturally to deal. The train has arrived at the station Qiming City. Station type, transit hub. Docking time 025959. Station introduction. The city gates are slightly ajar, with starlight beginning to seep through. Within the city, one may trade, ask for directions, or rest for a while, and also glimpse a corner of the truth behind the train's survival. From this point onward, you are no longer a bewildered traveler. As the white light outside the window faded, the surrounding area remained that same white space now, with a doorframe representing Qiming City. Looking through the other side of the doorframe, an ancient city brimming with a sense of technology came into view. However, this time the station prompt included an additional docking time. According to the transit hub's regulations, entering Qiming City required purchasing entry time with world coins. A 1 world coin granted a full 24 hours. The timer began immediately upon purchase, continuing to count down even if one left Qiming City later. Congratulations, survivor ID 335503337. Gu Yi has successfully spent 1 world coin to purchase 24 hours of entry time to Qiming City. Ding. You have obtained the qualification to enter Qiming City. Ding. Your train Star Sea Pioneer has had its docking time increased by 24 hours. Docking time 025959265903. Let's take a look at Qiming City. Gu Yi looked at the women beside him. To enter Qiming City, each survivor needed to purchase entry time individually. Otherwise, they could only stay outside. After passing through the doorframe, Gu Yi's breath caught. What met his eyes were 2 colossal city gates 100 meters tall, emitting a hazy white light. Standing before these gates, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Stepping out of the white space, he and the women found themselves on a green light platform identical to the one at the 100 Ghosts Paradise. Ahead lay Qiming City, while behind them stretched the boundless starry sky. This colossal ancient city was thus situated in the depths of space. This sight also left the 3 women gaping. Holy crap, this is the transit hub. Besides Gu Yi and his group, 2 more survivors soon appeared on the green light platform. Of course, there were also others before the city gates. After the previous limited time challenge to exchange for world coins, many survivors now possessed the strength to complete advanced challenges. A quick glance revealed at least 100 people around them. Geez, there are even more people coming to Qiming City today. Some survivors were preparing to leave Qiming City, continuing their jump to unknown stations. These people had mostly arrived yesterday or the day before and had already gathered enough information from within. They had all received invitations from various organizations and now had clearer goals. Although they were just reserves, as long as they completed the corresponding inheritance tasks according to the station coordinates shared by the organizations, they might become full members. At that time, they would gain higher authority and also become stronger. Once a full member of an organization, they could receive a certain amount of world coins every month. Take the current Qiming City, for example. As long as one had enough world coins, they could enjoy any type of beauty and no longer need to survive on the train. By the way, what's going on today? Why do I see so many organization agents waiting at the city gates? Yeah, isn't the Slevel inheritance task the limit of the Myriad Realms corridor? Several survivors preparing to leave couldn't help but discuss. Yesterday, they had also learned of a female survivor who obtained an Slevel inheritance task and then said she joined the Star Palace. But the situation at the city gates yesterday was nothing like today's scale. Not a single agent was seen, even for an Slevel inheritance task. This only piqued the curiosity of these survivors. Do you think an Slevel inheritance task is that simple? Do you know who that man in the cyan battle armor is? One survivor wearing a mask had received an invitation from a full member of the Star Palace due to his Blevel inheritance task. Thus, he also learned more about the organizational structure of the Star Palace. Even on his deep blue panel, the organization option had been unlocked. Who is it? Another survivor couldn't help but ask curiously. He had to admit he was quite curious about the young man in cyan battle armor who exuded an imposing aura. He had received an invitation from the Shanghai department, and the agent was the middle-aged, burly man with the ID awaken. Yesterday, awaken gave him the impression of being incredibly formidable. If his own strength was only 25 points, then awaken's strength value had reached 125 points. As a survivor who had consumed attribute pills, he was well aware that the higher the attribute value, the harder it was to increase. Awaken could easily defeat 10,000 of him. Yet to his surprise today, he saw awaken, the agent, standing humbly behind that young man like a nobody. Although he didn't know exactly who the young man in cyan battle armor was, he could infer that his strength far surpassed. Guess how high his single attribute value has broken through. The masked survivor didn't directly reveal the young man's identity, but posed a question instead. According to the intelligence he received yesterday, to be a 4-symbol star official of the Star Palace, at least one of the 4 attributes needed to exceed 300 points. And this young man in cyan battle armor was one of the 4 symbols, the Azure Dragon Star official specializing in strength. The other 3 4-symbol star officials each had their own strengths. The Black Tortoise Star official had a constitution value exceeding 300 points. The White Tiger Star official had an agility value exceeding 300 points. The Vermilion Bird Star official had a spirit value exceeding 300 points. The higher the attribute value, the harder it was to increase, and the attribute pills from the shop had limited effects. To maximize combat power, one had to choose skills that matched their advantageous attributes. How much? 150 or 200? Another survivor asked in confusion. They had learned more information. Every 10 points in an attribute was a small hurdle and 50 points was a major one. For example, once strength reached 50, one could easily take on 10 individuals with 49 strength. The agents of various organizations in Qiming City generally had single attributes in the range of 100 to 150, but definitely not exceeding 150 points. This wasn't secret information, but a consensus, because exceeding that value made it impossible to stay in Qiming. In their view, this young man in cyan battle armor was undoubtedly more powerful than the agents in Qiming City. Of course, even so, he was not someone their group of survivors could provoke. Any one of these agents in Qiming City could easily massacre all the survivors present. It was a pure numeric. How could it be just 150 or 200 points? He's one of our Star Palace's 4 symbols. His strength is said to have broken through 300 points. The masked survivor decided to show off a little, opening the organization option as he spoke. The surrounding survivors saw a constellation mark representing the Star Palace's power light up above this person's head. It looked quite flashy. Holy crap, 300 points. While many survivors were shocked, they also looked enviously at the masked survivor. This mark represented identity only obtainable by becoming a full member of an organization. It indicated that the inheritance task he had obtained was at least level to warrant such treatment. Now they also understood why he wore a mask. 300 points. Guyi was a bit puzzled. What were these people? Never mind, let's enter the city first. Having been in combat all night, he had also missed several messages from Shan Gui. The content was asking when he would arrive at Qiming City. So after seeing the messages in the morning, he replied. Shan Gui responded instantly, saying she was already and advised him to wear a mask to cover his face beforehand. Guyi heeded the advice. Not only did he put on a mask, but the 3 women beside him also covered their faces. At Qiming City, the gathering of multiple organization representatives at the city gate naturally drew the attention of more survivors. In particular, some survivors preparing to leave spotted their own organization's chief representative stationed in Qiming City. As a transit hub, Qiming City housed more than just 1 or 2 representatives from each major faction. The most distinguished among them was called the chief representative. For instance, awaken of the Shanghai Bureau was formally titled the chief representative of the Shanghai Bureau's Qiming City branch. Subsequent representatives were ranked as 2nd seat, 3rd seat, and so on. Based on intelligence gathered by survivors in Qiming City, each organization deployed 10 representatives stationed here. Beneath the representatives, there were several full-fledged members. It was said that many transit stations similar to Qiming City existed elsewhere. Of course, there were exceptions among the chief representatives at the city gate. For instance, the chief representative of the Netherworld Mansion in Qiming City was absent. Survivors wondered why this group of representatives had gathered and who the man and woman standing at the forefront were. After some survivors invited by the Star Official Hall recounted the tale, they all exclaimed in astonishment. Although they couldn't fully grasp what it meant to have attribute values exceeding 300, most were familiar with the strength of Qiming City's proxies. In the presence of these representatives, survivors were like infants facing a ferocious tiger. Fortunately, all conflicts were forbidden within Qiming City. Even a representative who violated this rule would face punishment from the city's regulations. It was said that the penalty ranged from severe injury to death. After all, transit stations like Qiming City existed to screen and nurture survivors, much like the inheritance missions of advanced challenges. Information about Qiming City could be seen during the jump. That kid hasn't arrived yet. At the city gate, a handsome young man in azure battle armor stood with his hands behind his back looking at a beautiful woman in a green gown beside him. He had no interest in coming to the city gate today. Even if the other party's inheritance was related to the primordial one, it didn't warrant him lowering his dignity. SSS-Rank inheritance missions were matters of luck. The pathways to the primordial one station that the Star Official Hall controlled were too difficult. This survivor who had just completed the advanced challenge simply lacked the strength to accomplish it, unless he possessed attributes like his own. Of course, that was unthinkable. Throughout his journey, he had encountered survivors with inheritance missions linked to supreme deities. Without exception, their current strength fell far short of his. Thus, the Star Official Hall would never waste resources to fully boost their power. But orders from above dictated that they should try to recruit if possible. In his view, this survivor, named Gu Yi, was far inferior to the young woman from yesterday. With the existing pathways of the Star Official Hall, a powerful combatant would soon emerge. His reason for coming to the city gate was simple. It was precisely for the sake of the Divine Court's young master of fate beside him. At first, he wondered who she was waiting for, as the Divine Court's rules only admitted women. In the past 2 days, the only ones who had received golden inheritance missions were the young woman he had invited yesterday and a male survivor named Gu Yi. When he learned that the young master of fate was waiting for Gu Yi, his first reaction was discomfort. Why had the Divine Court suddenly decided to accept male survivors? Could something be wrong with the Lord of Clouds? After saying this, he received no reply for a long time. He looked at the young master of fate, who stared expressionlessly at the detection light screen on the city gate. Any survivor passing through with an inheritance mission would immediately reveal its level. At that moment, the screen displayed a vast expanse of green mixed with a small portion of blue. Not a single purple inheritance mission target was visible. This detection light screen at the city gate could only be accessed by representatives. To anyone else, it was invisible. Curse that Gu Yi, why hasn't he arrived yet? The mountain spirit with wavy hair wiped cold sweat from her forehead and hurriedly sent another message. Mountain Spirit Handsome, where are you? Didn't you say you were on your way? I've been waiting at the city gate for ages. After sending this, the Mountain Spirit recalled last night's events. This Gu Yi had only said he would come today without specifying a time. As an outstanding employee of the Divine Court in Qiming City, she couldn't possibly relay such vague information to the young master of fate. So she hurriedly asked for a specific time. Then, to her immense fury, Gu Yi didn't reply to a single message. Fortunately, the young master of fate was gentle in temperament and didn't scold her much. She thought the matter would end there. But then the young master of fate decided to wait personally at the city gate. And it didn't stop there. The Azure Dragon Star official from the Star Official Hall also arrived. With the arrival of 2 high-ranking representatives, the lower-ranking representatives from other organizations had no choice but to come out and accompany them. After all, everyone belonged to the same Su region, and superficial relationships had to be maintained. In this regard, the Mountain Spirit envied the chief representative of the Netherworld Mansion. As the sister of the Netherworld Mansion's Lady Mangpa, she spent most of her days delegating tasks to others and didn't even need to put on a facade. A notification chimed. Friend Mountain Spirit has sent a message. Halfway to the city gate, Gu Yi saw this prompt before his eyes. Gu Yi replied to Mountain Spirit, incoming. The one wearing a bronze mask is me. Shortly after Gu Yi sent the message, the light screen on the city gate burst into golden radiance, instantly overshadowing all other targets. In an instant, all the representatives at the city gate fixed their gazes on the black-clad youth who was looking left and right. Hey, over here. The Mountain Spirit felt it was time to make her move. Under these circumstances, she had to be the one to call out. As Gu Yi led 3 women toward the Mountain Spirit, the eyes of every survivor at the city gate converged on them. This kid. The Azure Dragon Star official frowned at the black-clad youth among the group of 1 man and 3 women. On the city gate's light screen, the 3 women accompanying Gu Yi didn't even have inheritance missions. This indicated they hadn't even begun the advanced challenge. For someone as single-minded as him, such behavior. Are you Gu Yi? Yes, and you are. Gu Yi's gaze swept over the young man in azure battle armor before him, then shifted to the Mountain Spirit who had called out to him. This beauty from the Divine Court used a real person as her avatar. Her cascading wavy hair gave her an exceedingly fashionable appearance. Of course, this was not the main point for Guyi. The main point was that this mountain spirit was rather pleasing to the eye with a figure that was ample in all the right places. Since she was a beauty, he naturally allowed his gaze to linger for a moment or two. Then upon noticing the green-robed woman beside her, Guyi's eyes lit up. To be honest, he had little resistance to women in ancient attire. Take Xiaochan for instance, or Lu Manqing, who deliberately wore a swordswoman's garb. The green-robed beauty before him possessed a unique charm, her temperament gentle, and moving, her beautiful eyes calmly fixed upon him. Facing the bowtie's gaze, Guyi did not flinch, but instead took a few more glances. It had to be said, this green-robed woman's appearance was beyond reproach. I am the Azure Dragon Star Lord of the Star Official Hall. The Azure Dragon Star Lord stepped forward, positioning himself before the young fate, his gaze sweeping over the black-robed youth with marked displeasure. Had any other survivor looked upon the young fate like this, he might not have thought much of it. The problem was that this brat had 3 female survivors behind him. Thus he deemed this survivor's boldness excessive, his stare too presumptuous. Were it not for his status and the rules of Qiming City, he would have truly wished to release a sliver of his aura to suppress this youth. Oh, so you are the Azure Dragon Star Lord. Guyi's gaze swept over the few people behind the one who called himself the Azure Dragon Star Lord. Clearly this group was quite distinct from ordinary survivors. Especially this Azure Dragon Star Lord and this green-robed beauty. Their strength was likely above those around them. He could discern this much with his naked eye. As of this morning, the public channel had still not revealed much information about Qiming City. Hence Guyi's words were relatively humble. What puzzled him, however, was the hostility this Azure Dragon Star Lord seemed to harbor towards him. Was it because of this green-robed beauty? Soon Guyi guessed the answer. Guyi, are you interested in joining our divine court? The mountain spirit looked at the black-robed youth, a slight smile gracing her face. Truth be told, she had nearly burst out laughing just moments ago. She knew that the Azure Dragon Star Lord had feelings for the Lady Young Fate. Therefore, when this one of the 4 symbols of the Star Official Hall blocked Guyi's gaze, she could guess that the Azure Dragon Lord was feeling somewhat displeased. It could only be said that the newborn calf fears no tiger. This Guyi was unaware of the true nature of the being standing before him. For lower-level agents like them to act out in Qiming City would likely mean death. But for a powerful agent like the Azure Dragon Star Lord, death was impossible, though they would suffer severe injuries. And since Guyi could displease the Azure Dragon Star Lord, the mountain spirit was quite delighted. She was still brooding over yesterday's incident. For a moment, she found the black-robed youth somewhat more agreeable. Our Shanghai department also recruits. Brother, if you're interested, consider us. No sooner had the mountain spirit finished speaking than the burly middle-aged man behind her chimed in. The upper echelons of their Shanghai department, lacking a station route to Tai, had simply given up by default. But then again, what if this person wanted to join the Shanghai department? Issuing an invitation wouldn't cost them anything, and this black-robed youth, after all, possessed an SSS-Rank inheritance mission. Handsome, the Star Official Hall, is also recruiting. A short-haired beauty deliberately waited for the other agents to finish before speaking slowly. She didn't know what was going on with the Azure Dragon Lord. Weren't they here precisely to invite survivors with golden inheritance missions? Seeing that he hadn't spoken, she finally added this. Could I have some time to think it over? Faced with multiple invitations, Guyi thought it best to first understand the situation in Qiming City and these organizations before making a decision. Guyi, if you choose to join the Divine Court, then this true solution of the Great Sun's celestial tour will be yours. Just as Guyi finished speaking, the distinctly extraordinary green-robed woman spoke up. Honestly, he had intended to learn more about the situation before deciding which organization was best. But upon glimpsing the purple glowing jade slip in the green-robed woman's hand, he felt that some things needed no further deliberation. An epic grade cultivation method. It was the mountain spirit beside the young fate who exclaimed first. To this day, she had only managed to acquire 1 epic grade cultivation method, and it was only a 2-star epic. If a 1-star common material was worth 1 world coin for recycling, and a 1-star fine material was worth 110 world coins, while a 1-star excellent material was worth 1100 world coins. Then once quality reached epic, the recycling price of a 1-star epic material soared to 1100 world coins. Once quality reached epic, every single star increase brought a tremendous leap. Materials of this level weren't even sold in the mall, and this Guyi could obtain one immediately just by joining an organization. Holy crap, epic! As the mountain spirit's exclamation of doubt rang out, the surrounding survivors erupted into a chorus of shocked curses. Before stepping into Qiming City, most of them had only known about common and fine quality materials. But after completing the advancement challenge, they had gained more useful information from within the city. Among this, between fine and epic quality, there was an entire excellent grade. They had already been curious as to why these agents had gathered at the city gate. After witnessing the personal invitation extended to the black-robed youth, their curiosity grew. Who was this mysterious survivor wearing a bronze mask? I'm sure this guy got an SSS-Rank inheritance mission. Holy shit, that's an epic grade cultivation method. In the city, the best you can buy is fine grade. All survivors looked at Gu Yi with envy. Most of them couldn't even afford common grade cultivation methods, let alone fine grade ones. Moreover, a cultivation method would contain at least one skill. For an epic grade method, the skill's rank could reach as high as a rank. It was a treasure beyond their imagination. Even after completing their inheritance missions, most of them would likely only obtain excellent grade methods or weapons. In other words, by merely choosing to join the Divine Court, the masked man in black could effortlessly obtain an item they could only dream of. Realizing this, the survivors at the city gate grew even more envious. Many of them possessed strength talents, but the issue was that talents needed to be realized. The higher the attributes, the more powerful they were. And in the trained survival scenario, one could easily die. For now, skills and weapons were far more practical than talents. Although Gu Yi wore a mask, the change in his eyes was not lost on the young fate. This time, the Divine Court had not only investigated the content of this person's inheritance mission, but had also expended a great cost to probe his skills, weapons, and current attributes. As agents, they could inspect the general situation on each survivor's deep blue panel. The only thing they could not probe was the innate talent each survivor possessed. When they saw the personal attributes of this survivor, named Gu Yi, not only was she stunned, but Dong Jun and the Great Fate were also frozen for a few seconds. All four attributes had broken past 40. Among this batch of survivors, only this Gu Yi had achieved this. The others had at most one attribute exceeding 40 points. As it happened, the Divine Court possessed the complete version of the skill and cultivation method that Gu Yi had, so they had her bring it. The epic grade, true solution of the Great Sun's celestial tour. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yi nodded to indicate his willingness to join the Divine Court. Back in corpse-locked town, Ji Xian had only given him a fragment. That fragment only recorded 3 realms, and the third realm was missing half. The one in the green-robed woman's hand seemed to be the complete version of the true solution of the Great Sun's celestial tour. How should I address you, miss? After examining the epic grade, true solution of the Great Sun's celestial tour, Gu Yi chuckled and immediately asked respectfully. Little did he know a hint of killing intent had surfaced in the eyes of the Azure Dragon Star Lord in his azure battle. The Azure Dragon Star Lord grew increasingly displeased as he observed the young man in black. Just moments ago, their hands had brushed against each other when he received the technique from the Lesser Destiny. This sight filled him with irritation. Gu Yi, wearing a bronze mask, smiled as he glanced at the beautiful lady in green. Not to mention, at least the other party had directly produced a technique of epic quality. The contrast with the personnel from other organizations was glaringly obvious. Since he had taken someone else's belongings, his demeanor naturally became more respectful. Moreover, this beautiful lady in green was indeed strikingly pretty. Although he couldn't understand why the Divine Court would recruit a male survivor like him. However, at such a moment, he couldn't possibly ask such an obviously foolish question. Ahem, what are you shouting about? This is Lord Lesser Destiny. The mountain ghost lightly coughed twice, slightly exasperated as he patted the shoulder of the young man in black, signaling him to refrain from shouting. So it is Lord Lesser Destiny, greetings. Gu Yi had always been very accommodating towards beautiful women. Moreover, considering the complete technique of the Great Sun's celestial circulation he had just seen, addressing her as Lord was entirely acceptable. Even calling her by another title would not pose a problem. Lord Lesser Destiny slightly nodded, her expression remarkably calm. She then continued to the mountain ghost, bring him over. As soon as her words fell, Gu Yi saw the beautiful lady in green suddenly vanish before his eyes. What the hell, where did she go? What the heck is this? The power of an agent. Wow, this is even more impressive than flying a spatial skill. The surrounding survivors were immediately abuzz. While the train could take them to different stations, could a person truly accomplish such feats? Just as the survivors, including Gu Yi, were astonished by Lord Lesser Destiny's disappearance, they suddenly felt their breaths hitch. A young man clad in azure battle armor transformed into a massive azure dragon soaring before them. Its imposing presence left many survivors gasping for air. It took over 10 seconds for everyone to gradually recover. He runs really fast. The mountain ghost, in a cheerful mood, cast a glance at the azure dragon's phantom left behind. It seemed that this star official was genuinely enraged, disregarding her own dignity to execute such a maneuver. The person had left the Enlightenment City before unleashing her skill to intimidate, avoiding an attack by the rules. Come on, let's go. They'll take you to the Divine Court's branch here. In a good mood now, the mountain ghost patted Gu Yi's shoulder again. Guided by the mountain ghost, Gu Yi led the 3 ladies into this transit station. From the outside, the Enlightenment City resembled an ancient-style city, yet the architectural layout inside was a blend of ancient and modern, even infused with a strong sci-fi vibe. A glance around revealed carriages suspended in midair, freely traversing through the city. The city gates were similarly crowded with standard model carriages. Additionally, Gu Yi discovered something. Ever since arriving in Enlightenment City, all functions of the deep blue panel, except for the train section, were accessible. This he could understand as the train was still docked in the white space. At the Mountain Ghost's indication, Gu Yi and the three ladies followed her into one of the carriages. Identifying. Dear Mountain Ghost Agent, the intelligent train conductor QMC 430 is honored. Before stepping into the carriage, an automated announcement rang out sounding like a child's voice. Upon entering, two notifications popped up before Gu Yi. Identifying. Hello survivor, Gu Yi, the intelligent train conductor QMC 430 is at your service. Simultaneously, a separate operation panel appeared before Gu Yi. Intelligent Train Conductor ID QMC 430 Function Modules Map Navigation Intelligent QA Encyclopedia Guide. Opening the map revealed a flat map of Enlightenment City. By dragging, one could either view from above or switch to 3D observation mode. The map design of Enlightenment City indicated that there were walls surrounding the city. If one wished to drive the carriage to another location, it could be accomplished through this map. However, at this moment, Gu Yi noticed that this map of Enlightenment City could only be viewed and not operated, indicating that the current map module was occupied by the Mountain Ghost. Before long, a green route appeared indicating the final destination as the Divine Court branch in Enlightenment. You can use the Intelligent QA module to ask about anything you want to know, or you can ask me, although for some matters it's better to inquire with the Intelligent Train Conductor as my memory isn't that great. Inside the carriage were 2 rows of seats. After confirming the destination, the Mountain Ghost sat on one side, comfortably watching the 1 man and 3 women. The carriage automatically ascended, requiring no manual driving operation. She was still reminiscing about the scene of the Azure Dragonstar Lord leaving in anger internally, sighing, "What a beautiful day. Thank you." Not only did Gu Yi express his gratitude, but the 3 ladies beside him did as well. The other party's attitude was quite amiable, not as haughty as they had initially imagined. After they finished exploring Enlightenment City with Gu Yi, they also prepared to embark on advanced challenges. However, Gu Yi chose not to ask the Mountain Ghost, but instead attempted to use the Intelligent QA module's function. The other 3 ladies also had the same operational panel before them. Survivor Gu Yi, you can start asking questions to this train conductor. Gu Yi, what is the purpose of the Survivor train? Why did we survivors embark on the train? The Intelligent Train Conductor is pondering. Carriage announcement, technically a survivor of your level should not have the right to know this. Of course, the same applies to this train conductor. Due to the child's tender voice, it instantly amused all the women in the carriage. Wait, what on earth did you ask? The Mountain Ghost looked at Gu Yi beside him, speechless. I want to know what the train survival is all about and why we are involved in it. Since there is an opportunity to ask questions, I must satisfy my curiosity. The Mountain Ghost adjusted to a comfortable sitting position, leaning back in the seat, and slowly said, Unfortunately, even we agents with certain privileges cannot know the answer to this question, but there are a few speculations. Speculations? Gu Yi and the 3 women looked curiously at the Mountain Ghost. This agent from the Divine Court organization reminded him of previous events. The Mountain Ghost and her companions could become his friends directly, yet he was unable to delete them. Additionally, during the Great Region merger, the little deity had once posted a message in the public channel stating that this group of survivors were also unable to add friends or send private messages. Furthermore, the rewards obtained after slaying the Ghost King in the 100 Ghosts Paradise indicated that one could exchange them with the Underworld organization. All these events undeniably prove the uniqueness of the Mountain Ghost and her fellow agents. The first speculation, while this isn't my personal speculation, but one that has been recognized by many agents, is the stage hypothesis. Stage hypothesis. Yes, in this hypothesis, whether it be the world of the arriving station or all people, including us agents, we are merely actors on a stage while the audience is a higher dimensional existence. They watch us struggle on the edge of life and death, float amidst love and hate, and jump repeatedly between hope and despair, then either applaud or scoff. The Mountain Ghost forced a smile at this point. In the past, she had scoffed at this notion, but the fact remained that even the 10,000 Realms battle was merely a way to gain higher privileges and resources from this stage. For instance, the Azure Dragonstar Lord from the Star Officer Hall, based on his strength, if he were to place everyone in Qiming City alone in a station world, then combined all of them would not be enough for this Azure Dragonstar Lord to defeat. Of course, this excludes the little deity and the chief stationed in the underworld. The former came here for Gu Yi, while the latter is an anomaly among anomalies. But in this transit point called Qiming City, even a tiger must lay low and a dragon can only coil. Once a fight is detected by the rules of Qiming City, the price would be unbearable even for the Azure Dragonstar Lord with a power attribute exceeding 300 points. Because of this, she deeply felt that agents were merely more powerful actors on this stage. After listening to the Mountain Ghost's metaphor about the stage hypothesis, Gu Yi and the 3 women fell into silence. The stage undoubtedly refers to this train survival. What about the other speculations? Gu Yi continued, Let me think. The Mountain Ghost suddenly shot out a glimmer of light from her beautiful eyes. Then let's talk about the flame and fire hypothesis, which is relatively more positive based on the stage hypothesis. Flame and fire hypothesis. Yes, the stage hypothesis is still too negative. Look at so many worlds and so many beings. Could they just be actors providing laughter for the higher dimensional audience? The mountain ghost stood up from her seat, hands on her hips, and said, I firmly believe it is not the case, and the flame and fire hypothesis proposes a new assumption. We are not actors, but seeds of fire, or even if we are actors bringing hope for the future. We are being watched, but we can choose how to burn. The mountain ghost continued to use the Azure Dragon Star Lord as an example. An agent of her level would certainly perish in a conflict in Qiming City. But the Azure Dragon Star Lord is different. It might take several attempts before he is defeated. This means that as the people who board the train for survival continue to grow in strength, it is possible to shake the series of rules governing the train survival. Even if they cannot shake it, the actors on the stage can provide more than just laughter. They might bring a new possibility to the higher dimensional audience. This is the origin of the flame and fire hypothesis. It was also mentioned that someone had further speculated based on the flame and fire hypothesis, believing that the train survival system is not an entertainment tool of some higher dimensional existence, but rather a means to select the saviors capable of saving everything. After all, not only agents, but even the station worlds will eventually face destruction over time. According to the mountain ghost, aside from the cloud-dwelling lord, who is in seclusion, all other personnel of the divine court have undergone changes. Due to the enhancement of attributes, the mountain ghost first met the little deity more than a decade ago. Yes, her appearance has not changed at all. At this point, the mountain ghost's voice abruptly halted. She realized that she had inadvertently revealed her age. I have a question. You and our batch of survivors should not be from the same world, right? The planet on our side is called Blue Star, and the country is named Daxia. Guyi looked at the mountain ghost. He was also quite puzzled by this. The mountain ghost seemed no different from the people of Daxia. Of course, we are not from the same world, and this leads to the third hypothesis about train survival, the synchronization hypothesis. When the mountain ghost spoke, Guyi and the others did not say anything this time, but indicated with their eyes for her to continue. First, you know about concepts like the multiverse and parallel universes, right? Before explaining the synchronization hypothesis, the mountain ghost asked one more question. After Guyi and the others nodded, she continued, Before I became an agent, I was also a survivor. The world I was in was very similar to yours before boarding the train. That blue planet is not called Blue Star, but another name. However, the similarity lies in that our civilization processes before boarding the train for survival are almost identical, with the only difference possibly being the time of boarding the train. The synchronization hypothesis speculates that train survival may be a necessary path for the development of civilization. When civilization reaches a certain stage, it will automatically initiate the train survival. To be honest, you are the 13th batch of survivors I have seen. By the way, those station worlds are different. They all have map restrictions, so although we are actors on the stage, we are the protagonists. At this point, the mountain ghost paused and continued, so when some supporting characters attempt to take over, they become our enemies. Do you mean those beings from the station worlds? Guyi naturally understood the mountain ghost's implication. Just like his previous speculation about the detection mechanism of the 10,000 Realms corridor, it should be to prevent the supporting characters mentioned by the mountain ghost. It seems that the beings of the station worlds can indeed gain access to the deep blue panel by occupying the bodies of survivors. Exactly. Later, when you join the organization, you can check the precautions which will emphasize this aspect. As soon as the mountain ghost finished speaking, the carriage completed its descent. The carriage announcement, Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the destination, Qiming City Divine Court Branch. The architecture within Qiming City generally fell into three styles: ancient, modern, and sci-fi. The first two styles needed no further elaboration, while the sci-fi aesthetic primarily derived from these rows of carriages. The Divine Court, however, was built in an ancient style resembling a grand mansion of antiquity, with a plaque above bearing 4 characters, Divine Court Branch. Qiming City not only forbade all forms of conflict, but also prohibited a series of criminal acts such as theft. Once detected by the rules, offenders would face severe punishment, the severity of which depended on the circumstances. Of course, verbal sparring was permitted. Apart from that, the level of civilization here was remarkably high. Under a system where rules reigned supreme, unless one possessed overwhelming strength, the only choice was to abide by them obediently. Lord Shangue, a young beauty, rose from the desk by the entrance and called out respectfully. In response, Shangue merely gave a slight nod. She then instructed the young woman to temporarily deactivate the defensive mode at the entrance. Although Qiming City prohibited fighting and theft, allowing random entry was out of the question, so corresponding defensive measures were always in place. Otherwise, as an all-female organization, wouldn't the Divine Court descend into chaos if just anyone could wander in? Once the young woman at the entrance disabled the defensive mode, Guyi and his companions were finally able to step into the mansion. Seeing that 4 people had arrived, the young beauty offered a gentle smile to Gu Yi and the others who were wearing masks. Then a flicker of confusion emerged in her eyes. The other 3 could be identified as female from their silhouettes. Only the one wearing a bronze mask had a physique resembling that of a male. Not only was his chest flat, but he even sported the short hair typical of men. This image left the young woman utterly speechless. Such a modern woman was the most exasperating, completely at odds with the Divine Court's past recruitment standards. She recalled that Lord Dongjun had once stated that women should behave like women and invitations were prohibited for this type. The only possibility left was that this was an arrangement by Lord Xiaoxi Ming. This only made the young woman at the entrance even more exasperated. She wondered if Lord Desai Ming was deliberately going against Lord Dongjun, for even she knew that Xiaoxi Ming and Dongjun had a good relationship. Gu Yi naturally sensed the peculiar gaze of the young woman at the entrance. However, he assumed it was because the Divine Court only accepted women, so such a slightly discriminatory look was not surprising. Following Shan Gue deeper inside, they occasionally passed by women along the way. Some wore ancient-style attire while others were dressed in modern clothing. But these women all shared one common trait: none were unattractive. The members of the Divine Court largely held the same opinion as the young woman at the entrance. Qiming City was under Lord Dongjun's jurisdiction, and they were all well aware of the corresponding requirements. The first rule for recruiting into the Qiming City Divine Court branch was to avoid accepting androgynous individuals who were neither male nor female. The second rule was that appearance could not be too lackluster. It was said that this regulation originated from Lord Yunzhongjun. Consequently, most of the Divine Court members in the mansion cast strange glances at Gu Yi, who wore the bronze mask. To Lin Muxua, Lu Manqing, and Pei Nishang, however, they offered friendly smiles. Soon Shan Gue led Gu Yi to the first ancient building within the mansion. Inside there was a counter behind which stood a woman with short ear-length hair, also of pleasing appearance. Lord Shan Gue, the short-haired woman, said respectfully. Add him to the organization, Shan Gue stated directly. She would later need to take Gu Yi to the rear courtyard to meet Lord Xiaoxi Ming. Hello. Please provide your personal ID number. The short-haired bowtie smile stiffened as similar thoughts crossed her mind. No way, how could they recruit a woman who looks like a man? Has the Divine Court changed its ways? Where is Lord 335-50337? But when Gu Yi reported his personal ID number, the woman behind the counter let out an "ah" in surprise. A male, eh? The short-haired woman pointed in bewilderment at the black-clad youth wearing the bronze mask. A query of his personal ID number revealed that it belonged to a male survivor named Gu Yi. This completely threw her off. Lord Shan Gue, he's a male. Faced with the short-haired woman's shock, Shan Gue responded with a nonchalant hum and said, "This is an arrangement by Lord Dongjun and Lord Desai Ming." What a... The short-haired woman was stunned for a few more seconds before, under Shan Gui's displeased gaze, she promptly completed the invitation for Gu Yi. Ding. The Divine Court organization has extended an invitation to you. Do you agree to join? A notification appeared before Gu Yi. Agree. Ding. Congratulations on joining the Divine Court Qiming City branch. Ding. You have unlocked the Organization tab. Ding. Please set up your new personal interface. Organization tab. Gu Yi noticed a new option on his deep blue panel. Upon clicking the Organization tab, a light screen resembling a guild roster appeared. At the top, the organization's name was written as Divine Court, and its emblem was a swirling galaxy of stars with only the central star remaining motionless. All the other stars revolved around it. This emblem was somewhat similar to that of the Star Official Hall, but the difference was that the central star of the Divine Court was extremely radiant, like a small blazing sun. In contrast, the Star Official Hall's emblem was static, with the surrounding stars shining brighter, particularly the constellations like the Big Dipper and the Four Symbols. Gu Yi, after joining the organization, you can use your permissions to set up your personal interface. I suggest you choose a codename similar to mine. Shan Gue explained from the side. Joining the organization enhanced the survivor's permissions. To avoid unnecessary complications, one could design a new personal interface to overwrite the original one. This included the avatar and name. In this way, others would be unable to query Gu Yi's information by searching his personal ID number. Even agent organizations could not bypass this, not even by spending world coins. Additionally, one could configure settings for friends individually, choosing to display either the original personal interface or the new one. Of course, as the chief agent of the Qiming City branch, Shan Gue could have directly invited Gu Yi to join. But after some thought, she decided to follow the standard procedure. Moreover, all invitations from the Qiming City branch required her approval before they could be issued. With Shan Gui's explanation, Gu Yi quickly began setting up his new personal interface. The only dilemma was what name to choose. Just pick something temporary. This ID can be modified once every 24 hours. Seeming to read Gu Yi's thoughts, Shan Gue added, ID 9-headed bird organization Divine Court. It'll just go with a bird-brained ID for now. Gu Yi recalled that the Chu region seemed to have a totemic worship of the 9-headed phoenix bird. He would decide on a more suitable name later. Ding. All functions of the Organization tab have been unlocked. After Gu Yi set up his new personal interface, another notification appeared. Come on, let me first introduce you to the Divine Court members in Qiming City. Before Gu Yi could explore more about the Organization tab, Shan Gui spoke up. She had already mentioned all members currently in the mansion, summoning everyone except those responsible for observing the Myriad Realms corridor to gather at the entrance. After waiting for everyone to assemble, Shan Gui led Gu Yi outside. 9. You can take off your mask now and get to know everyone. Seeing that Gu Yi had chosen such a name, Shan Gui paused briefly before continuing. Outside, a crowd of Divine Court members cast various peculiar glances at the masked figure in black behind Lord Shan Gui. Some of them had also noticed the situation in the Organization tab. Not long ago, it showed that an ID named Nine-Headed Bird had joined the Divine Court Qiming City branch. Since Lin Muxue and the other two women were not Divine Court members and were outside the building, they could immediately tell that the masked figure in black was the new recruit. Heavens be damned, how could a woman with such a sturdy masculine physique be suitable for the Divine Court? Just as the women of the Divine Court outside were harboring such doubts, the masked figure removed his face covering. Oh, no way, that's definitely not a woman, right? Heavens, is this handsome young man a woman? What nonsense are you all talking about? This Nine-Headed Bird is male, and he has the approval of Lord Dongjun and Lord Desai Ming. With Shan Gui's final confirmation, the Divine Court women outside were momentarily stunned, then one by one their beautiful eyes sparkled as they gazed at the black-clad youth. They had thought he was a woman, but he turned out to be a man after all. Oh my, how rare. Well then, no problem at all. Though many questions lingered, they knew this was not the time to raise them. Moreover, it had to be said the black-clad youth exuded a unique aura, especially his sharp, piercing eyes. On the other side, Lin Muxue, Lu Manqing, and Pei Nishang exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. They had also overheard the Divine Court members' whispers, which were filled with unflattering remarks about Gu Yi assuming he was a woman with a male physique. But after he removed his mask, and they learned he was male, why did their attitudes suddenly shift? The mountain spirit was somewhat speechless. The scene before her still exceeded her expectations. She had originally thought these members would express various forms of displeasure. Instead, each of them looked as if they were wolves eyeing a piece of meat, their eyes gleaming with greed. At this, the mountain spirit seemed to realize something. As an all-female organization, the Divine Court was indeed quite oppressive in some aspects. As for Gu Yi, he instinctively stepped back with a furrowed brow. Although he too appreciated beautiful women, the ravenous hunger in these women's gazes gave him an unsettling feeling, as if he had stumbled into a spider's den. Hey, can't you all show some restraint? A female agent of the Divine Court couldn't help but speak up. Though she was unclear why the higher-ups had invited a handsome young man into the Divine Court, the behavior of these organization members around her was simply too embarrassing. Each of them stared with such blazing eyes that they had actually frightened the man into stepping back. With the reminder from this Divine Court female agent, the others finally managed to calm their excited emotions. Yet most of the female members couldn't help but steal glances at the black-clad youth beside the mountain spirit. The addition of a rather handsome young man was undoubtedly an extraordinary rarity. Was the Divine Court about to undergo reform? Was he Gu Yi? Within the Divine Court, a young female member who had just joined yesterday trembled slightly. She was in a rank inheritance mission. She had heard rumors about this Gu Yi said to be an ultimate lecher. Now looking at the three masked women on the other side, she opened an image saved on her deep blue panel. After a single glance, she confirmed it. The figures of the three women matched perfectly. It really was that guy? All right, I'm taking him to see Lady Shaesiming. You all go about your business. The mountain spirit didn't dawdle. She turned and led Gu Yi toward the rear courtyard. Ding. Organization member, Yanwan has requested to add you as a friend. Accept. Ding. Organization member, Wan Huan has requested to add you as a friend. Accept. Ding. Organization member Qing Qin has requested to add you as a friend. Accept. Ding. Gu Yi found himself receiving numerous friend requests. His new personal interface had a default plain white background. In the organization column options, he could see the current list of Divine Court branch members in Qiming City, including himself, totaling 50 people. At the top of the member list was the mountain spirit displayed as the chief agent of the Divine Court's Qiming City branch. Below her were the second seat, third seat, and so on with 10 agents in total. Further down were all ordinary members. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yi accepted all the friend requests from the organization's beauties. You three stop here. Near the rear courtyard of the Divine Court, the mountain spirit said to the three women behind Gu Yi. Since they were not members of the Divine Court, they naturally couldn't enter. Moreover, Lady Shaesiming had only requested Gu Yi's presence. She too needed to wait outside. Wait for me here. Gu Yi instructed the three women before pushing open the courtyard door alone. As the door swung open, a small pond came into view with a wooden bridge extending to the other side. In a small pavilion, not far away, the figure in green robes sat beside a stone table. What would this Lady Shaesiming of the Divine Court say to him? Guyi had been puzzled about this matter all along. Normally, the Divine Court was an all-female organization that didn't accept male survivors. To suddenly break this rule without wanting something from him was clearly unrealistic. But after much thought, Guyi believed there were only two things about him worth coveting. The first was his SS-Rank talent, Star Sea Pioneer. With this talent, he could initiate pioneering with powerful women. If successful, it could enhance their strength to some extent. Of course, he couldn't be entirely sure about women above the excellence rank. But matters of yin-yang union were not something he could casually disclose. Not to mention whether they believe him, but speaking of it felt akin to courting death. If it failed with those above the excellence rank, had likely be done for. Apart from his talent, the second thing was undoubtedly the inheritance item, the 8-garment sword. This weapon was likely the reason the Divine Court had invited him to join, connected to the deity Tai. Burdened by multiple concerns and doubts, Guyi behaved with utmost propriety at this moment. Having received a more detailed explanation from the mountain spirit earlier, he understood that agents like Shea had many ways to eliminate a survivor like him. Unless he had enough world coins to stay indefinitely in transit stations like Qiming City, they could use their authority to locate his station's position. Even staying in Qiming City was useless. They could employ telekinetic means to remotely kill him, thus avoiding the city's rules from attacking them. This also highlighted the benefits of joining an organization. Organizational authority could shield members, preventing them from being tracked. If not a member, one couldn't even enter the Divine Court's gates. Lady Shea, you wish to see me. Entering the small pavilion, Guyi looked at this beautiful woman rumored to have an attribute exceeding 300 points. If he had to address a man like this, he wouldn't be willing. But for a beauty like Shea, he had no objections. Please have a seat. When Guyi sat down across the stone table, Shea handed him a cup of freshly brewed tea. He took a sip without hesitation. Boom. Spirit 444545 temporary this tea. The moment the tea entered his stomach, his spirit value suddenly increased by 1 point. This left Guyi staring at the teacup in his hand with astonishment. Just one sip of this tea provided a boost surpassing a first-grade attribute pill. Spirit was the highest among his 4 current attributes, and every single point increase was extremely difficult. Ahem, could I have another cup? Guyi coughed lightly and shamelessly asked Shea across the stone table. Seeing this, she nodded slightly and poured him another cup. Spirit 454,646 temporary. Ahem, Lady Shea, your tea is truly exquisite. Could you perhaps? Spirit 464747 temporary. After 3 cups of tea, Guyi's spirit attribute had increased by a full 3 points. Such a visible rate of improvement made him crave another cup each time he finished one. This tea is effective only 3 times. Across the stone table, Shea spoke slowly before Guyi could ask again. After the attribute boost from these 3 cups, Guyi felt like standing up and declaring, "If you don't mind, I'd gladly pledge allegiance as a sworn follower." But unfortunately, she was a woman. And clearly, since she had given him such a tribute-boosting tea, it would be unseemly not to show some gratitude. Lady Shea, please feel free to instruct me in whatever you need. Guyi stood up, believing that the thigh of this Divine Court's Shea was worth clinging to. Perhaps if he latched on well, there might be other rewards. Across from him, Shea nodded slightly and gestured for Guyi to sit. She had investigated information about this youth through her authority. Most of what she found described Guyi as lecherous. She had also seen the 3 women, and only one seemed to have lost her virginity. This suggested that some matters were not as the information portrayed them. In ancient times, women placed great importance on chastity. The problem was that those boarding the train to survive were all from modern civilization. This further convinced Shea that the records about Guyi in the information must be erroneous. Among the 3 women, only the one with the finest figure had lost her purity, while the other 2 remained chaste. Based solely on this, she believed that Guyi was likely not a problem. Given the young man's attributes, resorting to forceful means would have been far too easy. This precisely illustrated one point: these women willingly followed Guyi. The fact that this youth possessed attributes far surpassing those of ordinary survivors, yet refrained from reckless behavior, elevated Shea opinion of him. These thoughts stemmed from her first impression of Guyi at the city gate. Across the stone platform, if Guyi had known Shea thoughts at that moment, he would likely have blushed as well. His plan was to eliminate that Xiachen first, then also take Lin Muxue and Pei Nishang. Last night, he mainly intended to prepare the 2 women mentally in advance. You must be wondering why the Divine Court made an exception to invite a male like you to join. As Guyi nodded in confusion, Shea continued, "Your inheritance item is the 8th servant sword, and the Divine Court happens to know the path to another 8th servant sword site." Hearing this, Guyi thought to himself, just as I suspected. The notes on the 8th servant sword were connected to Tai, and names like Shea from the Divine Court were also linked to Dongwang Tai. So you need to raise a single attribute to over 100 points within 2 months, with other attributes reaching at least 50 points to qualify for challenging that site. According to Shea Asiming, that 8-servant sword sight was rated at a special danger level surpassing high danger. The requirement for other attributes to reach half of the highest single attribute was to ensure bodily balance. Otherwise, an excessively high single attribute could lead to a loss of control commonly known as chi deviation. This manifested not only physically, but also mentally. Shea Asiming indicated that Guyi could check these basic attribute details later in the Divine Court manual within the organization panel. Guyi suddenly understood after listening. No wonder he had been so impatient to be intimate with Xiao Chan back then. It was because he had consumed too many first-grade strength pills. So I knew I wasn't just a simple lecher. Lady Shea Asiming, any other instructions? Guyi still had one very puzzling point. Everything Shea Asiming had said required no sacrifice from him. Instead, it helped him complete his inheritance mission. No, the organization wants you to participate in the Myriad Realm War 3 months from now. The Myriad... Shea Asiming explained that the upcoming Myriad Realm War had 5 levels, and one could participate as long as a single attribute met the requirement. Attributes from 100 to 199 constituted the initial level of the Myriad Realm War. Attributes from 200 to 299 formed the second level. Attributes from 300 to 399 comprised the third level. Attributes from 400 to 499 made up the fourth level. Attributes above 500 represented the highest level of the Myriad Realm War. Different levels yielded different rewards from the war. One of the core rewards of the Myriad Realm War was called Myriad Realm Points. Regardless of the inheritance mission's level, consuming Myriad Realm Points could provide clue sites for the corresponding inheritance mission. Take the 8-servant sword as an example. With enough Myriad Realm Points, the locations of the other 7 8-servant swords could be known and the corresponding sites could be directly provided. The Divine Court required him to obtain 100 Myriad Realm Points from the initial level Myriad Realm War and hand them over. By the way, Lady Shea Asiming, where can I get that thing called the Mandate of Heaven Chi? Guyi felt a headache thinking about the 8-servant sword. To use its skills, he needed something called the Mandate of Heaven Chi is not a rare item. You can obtain it from a site world linked by a high-danger site-related item in your backpack. Hearing this, Guyi immediately thought of the evidence letter written by Wang Shoujing from the corpse-locking town site. Is this it? Guyi took out Wang Xiaoheng's evidence letter and the post-calamity record of the Red Scent Alley where Lu Manqing had been. When he had jumped to Qiming City today, a prompt had appeared asking whether to submit these 2 items to open a new site. Of course, he had not done so. Correct. Shea Asiming nodded slightly and continued. With your current attributes, you can train at these 2 high-danger sites preparing for the upcoming Myriad Realm Corridor 2. Under Shea Asiming's patient explanation, the process for opening Myriad Realm Corridor 2 was the same as for Myriad Realm Corridor I. However, it required collecting all high-danger level sites, specifically stars 1 through 9. The star rating here was based on the difficulty when first arriving at the site. These shared sites were not included. She said Guyi was quite lucky as both related items led to high-danger sites. After explaining this, Shea Asiming suggested that Guyi could postpone the site for the Mandate of Heaven Chi for now, as that site was rated high danger 9 stars, and he could first train at other sites. As for obtaining the Mandate of Heaven Chi, there were roughly 2 methods. The first was to directly possess the body of someone who already had it. The second was to become an emperor at a site that possessed the Mandate of Heaven Chi. Becoming an emperor here did not mean simply declaring oneself emperor would grant the Mandate of Heaven Chi. Rather, such actions could actively trigger it. For instance, one might genuinely need to establish oneself as an emperor, overthrow the current regime, or establish a new one. Only when the site world perceived that one truly had the potential to become a son of heaven would the Mandate of Heaven Chi be granted. Lady Shea Asiming, thank you for your answers. Guyi expressed his sincere gratitude. Then he very much wanted to ask one thing. These proxies seemed to know about his inheritance items and backpack contents. What about his SS grade talent? He truly wanted to take a shortcut with this talent to see if he could develop a woman with extraordinary strength. For example, the woman before him. Lady Shea Asiming, do you know what my talent ability is? After much hesitation, Guyi decided to be bold. Everyone has their own privacy. Even we proxies cannot know one's talent. Why is your talent very powerful? Cough cough, no, not at all. Shortly after, Guyi emerged from the back courtyard. Are you alright? Lin Muxue and the other 2 women immediately surrounded Guyi. Pei Nishang in particular even went up to Guyi and sniffed him as if checking for any scent. This gesture left Guyi speechless. He had only been inside for a little over an hour. Even if he had any special intentions, he lacked the strength at the moment. Let's take a look around this city. After completing his joining of the Divine Court, Guyi planned to take the 3 women to see if there was anything worth buying in this place, and also to go to the Netherworld Mansion to exchange for excellent grade supplies. After slaying that ghost king that resembled Bo Gang, he had not yet used the exchange voucher. After bidding farewell to Shan Gui, the apparent chief proxy of Qiming City, Guyi left the Divine Court branch with the 3 women.